The man was just a moonlight clan, with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, with almost nothing left after food and shelter. But what was puzzling was that when he went out, he had beautiful bodyguards and special forces soldiers to escort him. Even more outrageous is that he just made a gesture to pick up a cigar, and the US president actually leaned over to light it for him. And all this happened simply because Chen Nan met a gold digger on a blind date. After being rejected by her, his phone was suddenly linked to a daily super rich exclusive gift pack app. Ding! Today's gift package is loading for you. A Bugatti Veyron. A copy of the Akina Mountain Driving Manual. A 700 square meter villa in Fuli Mingwan. A European 5-star royal butler. Loading complete. I wish you a happy life. Chen Nan was sitting in Starbucks, trying to imagine what a Bugatti Veyron looked like. Then, through the glass door, he saw a large crowd of onlookers gathered outside. Could something big have happened? Chen Nan stood up and walked out curiously. Wow, this car is so impressive! It must be really expensive. I've seen a lot of luxury cars in Jiahai City, but compared to all those Aston Martins and Paganis out there, this one pales in comparison. What do you know? This is a Bugatti Veyron. How can it compare to those grocery shopping cars? See that golden color? This is the ultimate limited edition Bugatti Veyron, of which there are only 3 in the world. The terrorist leader Ben Lackey, who was killed a few years ago, had one in his collection. Besides this, no other one has been found anywhere in the world. I didn't expect it to appear in Jiahai City. An avid luxury car fan pushed through the crowd and rushed to the front, passionately recounting the story, his phone trembling as it recorded the scene. Passers-by stepped back, automatically keeping their distance from him, as if worried he would faint from excitement any moment. Chen Nan took a lot of effort to squeeze into the crowd, only to see a golden sports car parked quietly in the center of the crowd. Its low-key luxury exuded an undeniable royal aura. The car was certainly attractive, but in Chen Nan's eyes, it had nothing to do with him. Although he had traveled through time and space and his body hadn't fully adapted, his mind was clear, and he certainly didn't believe that $1 could buy the things displayed on the app page. At most, it was just a surprise, a daydream for $1. This happy gift package was just a way to comfort myself. Just as Chen Nan was about to leave, he turned and bumped into a sturdy figure. Ouch! He raised his knee, feeling as if it had hit a rock, and a numbing pain shot straight to his brain. At that moment, he felt something poking his thigh. He reached out and found a set of car keys. The logo on the key looked eerily familiar. Chen Nan pondered it for a moment, a strong premonition washing over him. He spun around to look at the car. His pupils dilated. It was exactly the same. He looked from the key in his hand to the sports car before him. The logo matched perfectly, and the key's color scheme was the same shimmering gold. He tentatively pressed the unlock button on his key. The supercar, previously as still as a statue, suddenly flashed its headlights twice, responding obediently. This is real? The Bugatti Veyron is actually real. And the 700 square meter villa and the European royal butler mentioned in the gift package, are they real too? As the car responded, the attention of the surrounding crowd was once again drawn, and they all stepped back to get a better look at the car's owner. At this moment, only Chen Nan was still stunned. The big man he had just bumped into hurriedly pulled him back. Hey, what are you doing standing there? Did you hurt your head when you hit it just now? The car owner is back, and you won't give way? Aye, this car is mine. Chen Nan scratched the back of his head, struggling to break free from the big man's pull, and almost fell. You stupid boy, did you really hurt your brain? You will never be able to afford the engine of this car in your lifetime. The big man looked Chen Nan up and down, his tone full of ridicule. The passers-by laughed along. In their eyes, Chen Nan was just a poor kid with nothing on him worth more than 200 yuan. He was probably driven mad by life and had started dreaming. Chen Nan didn't bother to respond and simply pressed the key. The driver's door of the Bugatti Veyron slowly rose, and he climbed in. The moment he gripped the steering wheel, a series of superb driving techniques suddenly flooded his mind. In just 0.03 seconds, he transformed from a rookie who had never touched a steering wheel to a top-notch racing driver. The crowd outside the car window was still stunned, but Chen Nan calmly honked the horn, and those still surrounding the car immediately moved aside, making way for him. Especially the big man who had just ridiculed him, his face flushed with shame, and he turned away from Chen Nan's gaze. Those who had been standing around him, joining in the booing, quietly distanced themselves, as if afraid to be associated with him. This world is just that reality. Poverty is the original sin, and wealth is the master. Chen Nan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, then ignored these clowns and rushed out. He had more important things to do. Just now, he had caught a glimpse of a familiar figure across the street, Li Nana. She was wearing a hip skirt, looking very charming, but her slender jade-like arm was wrapped around a greasy, balding, middle-aged man. If it were him half an hour ago, he might have quietly turned and left. But now, he was no longer the Chen Nan who had been humiliated by Li Nana. The roar of the engine cut through the long street, attracting passers-by to stop, including Li Nana and the man beside her. The rich second generation these days really think they're so great. They drive a noisy, shabby sports car and want the whole world to know. Li Nana coquettishly hugged Mr. Zhao beside her and said in a coquettish voice, "I don't want to take a walk anymore. It's too noisy downstairs." Chen Nan slowly parked the car beside them and rolled down the window. When Li Nana's eyes met Chen Nan's, her face froze, and then a look of disdain appeared on her face. "Oh, I thought you were some rich young man, but it turns out you're a poor wretch. Do you really think I trust you with this car? You must have spent the whole afternoon browsing at the rental agency and picked the cheapest one. Who would buy a car this color?" Chen Nan's behavior only makes people look down on him even more. Li Nana held her head high and leaned in closer to the middle-aged man beside her. "Xiao Na, who is this?" "Oh, Mr. Zhao, you know I've always been single, but there are always some people who are like chewing gum. They cling to me the moment they meet, and I can't get rid of them. It's so annoying," Li Nana coquettishly whispered to Mr. Zhao, her face full of innocence and grievance, as if she were really being harassed by Chen Nan. Chen Nan ignored the sarcasm in Li Nana's words. However, Mr. Zhao, who was standing next to Li Nana, suddenly looked gloomy after hearing these words. "Xiao Na, what do you mean? Haven't I told you many times? As soon as that shrew at home gives in, I will divorce her immediately. What's the rush? Do you have to find a poor boy to play double act with me?" Zhao Guoming was so angry that he shook off Li Nana's hand and pretended to leave. Before leaving, he even glanced at Chen Nan in the parked car. "Also, you two don't really treat me like a fool. Can anyone rent a Bugatti Veyron if they want? Without you, Li Nana, helping him behind the scenes, he wouldn't even be able to rent a Porsche in Jiahai City dressed like this. Don't think I don't know everything. Xiaona, as long as you behave yourself, I will give you whatever you want. But if you keep pushing me like this, don't blame me for being ruthless." Zhao Guoming glanced between Li Nana and Chen Nan, then gave them a cold "Take care of yourself" look and left without looking back. Now, it was Li Nana's turn to panic. "Chen Nan, I'm so unlucky to have met you. Hurry up and help me explain things to Mr. Zhao. If it weren't for you, how could he have misunderstood me? You're a poor kid who only makes 8,000 yuan a month. Why are you so persistent in pestering me?" "Li Nana, are you confused about what's going on?" Chen Nan was finally annoyed by her yelling. "From now on, you two have been chattering in front of me. Have I ever said anything? You're the one who's being disliked for being a mistress, so why are you blaming me? We just had a blind date. Why should I help you have an extramarital affair?" Chen Nan's words left Li Nana speechless for a moment. She froze for a second before regaining her composure. "Why? Sister Lu is my mom's best friend, and yours too. You've ruined my chances, so I'll have my mom tell Sister Lu that you touched me on the blind date, and then have her scold your mom." It wasn't impossible for Li Nana, with her perfect figure, to be harassed walking down the street. But Chen Nan had no interest in this woman at all, and even found her aggressive demeanor ridiculous. After all, he had traveled through time, and in both his past lives combined, he had never seen such a shameless woman. "Hey Mom, I'm telling you, don't hang out with Sister Lu anymore." "Why?" "The girl who came for a blind date today had a man driving her. It was an older-looking man. I think his name was Mr. Zhao." "Oh, you mean the general manager of her company is also named Zhao? I didn't know that, but it looks like she's not short of partners." "That's it, Mom. Remember to keep your distance from Sister Lu. She's not very reliable." "Huh? You blocked her? Okay, got it." Chen Nan hung up the phone and glanced at Li Nana with a raised eyebrow, as if to say, "Go on." Li Nana hadn't expected Chen Nan to strike first. She blushed with anger and, in her shame and anger, kicked the car door hard. At that moment, Chen Nan's phone rang. A text message arrived from an unfamiliar number. Dear host, your dinner is ready. What time will you be home for dinner today? Chen Nan stared at the message for a few seconds before remembering the European Royal 5-star butler gift package he'd received that afternoon. I'll be right back. Okay. He casually typed a reply and sent it. Within 3 seconds, he received a response. Chen Nan sighed to himself. The efficiency of Europe's top butlers is simply extraordinary. But then there was another problem. Logically, going home should mean returning to the 700-square-meter villa in Fuli Mingwan. But he had only just arrived in Jiahai City less than a day ago, and had no idea where Fuli Mingwan was. The system will now plan your route for you. Simply follow the instructions. If you're concerned, there's a document on the passenger seat detailing the exact address of Fuli Mingwan. Alternatively, you can follow the navigation instructions above, which will give you the same route. Chen Nan glanced at the passenger seat and saw, as expected, a house purchase agreement and a stack of handover documents. The address read 138 Huayuan Road, Jiahai City. Destination distance, 2.4 kilometers. Estimated driving time, 15 minutes. Estimated arrival time, 5:45 p.m. Route analysis complete. Wishing you a pleasant journey. System navigation. Okay, master, you go straight for 800 meters now. And then, listening to the delicate voice of the system in his mind, Chen Nan felt his heart was about to melt. At this moment, he was in a hurry to go home. On the one hand, he wanted to meet the legendary European Royal 5-star butler and enjoy a life surrounded by high-end services. On the other hand, he also wanted to study the system that suddenly appeared on him. Chen Nan stepped on the accelerator, and with the roar of the engine, he sped away. The Bugatti Veyron sped past Li Nana, leaving her alone standing on the corner, stomping her feet and cursing. Chen Nan, where are you going? Give me a ride. As the Bugatti Veyron drove away, Li Nana's voice was blurred by the wind and gradually dissipated. Chen Nan naturally didn't see her face distorted by the wind. At Fuli Mingwan, Chen Nan skillfully reversed his car into the garage, following the system's instructions and parking the Bugatti Veyron securely in the villa's dedicated parking space. Unexpectedly, as he stepped out of the car, someone grabbed his arm. What's wrong with you? Can't you see I'm drawing? Can you drive a luxury car without looking at the road? If you don't need your eyes, you can donate them to people in need. An angry voice came at Chen Nan, sounding like a delicate but fierce girl. Chen Nan turned his head with a puzzled look on his face, and saw a little girl in an apron standing next to him. She was less than 1.5 meters tall, like a little hedgehog with its hair blown off, her little face puffed up, and her body covered with colorful paints. No, I'm asking, little sister, is there some misunderstanding between us? Misunderstanding? I followed the navigation all the way here, from the garage to my own parking space, and I didn't see your sketchpad or easel. Even if there was, what does your painting have to do with me? Chen Nan was completely bewildered, wondering if this little girl had come up to him deliberately to try to scam him because she saw him driving a luxury car. As expected these days, you can't judge a person by their appearance. The more harmless someone appears, the more likely they are to bully others. You're still quibbling. Look at what's on your tire. Chen Nan looked down in confusion. Sure enough, his tire was covered in a riot of colors, the same exact colors as the little girl's apron, perhaps even more colorful. The tire needed to be removed for cleaning, and that alone would probably cost a fortune. Chen Nan's heart tightened at the thought, and his flesh ached. Looking up at the little girl again, he realized she was painting a parking space. On the garage wall behind her, a Tom and Jerry oil painting was about 80% complete, but 2 thick tire tracks ran across it, clearly where he'd accidentally run over them while backing into the garage. While reversing, Chen Nan was so focused on the rearview mirror's reflector that he didn't notice the little figure painting diligently nearby. It seemed he had indeed accidentally damaged the painting. Do you know how long it takes me to paint a parking space? 4 hours. I could have finished this painting in 20 minutes. But it takes half an hour just to clean it, another half an hour to dry it, and then another 4 hours to repaint it. 5 hours in total. It's almost dark. How am I going to get home? As the little loli spoke, her tone became noticeably weaker, and there was even a hint of sobbing in her voice. Duingzi is a junior at Jiahai Academy of Fine Arts. Jiahai City's only key university. Due to the high tuition fees for art schools, her mother covers almost all of the 70,000 to 80,000 yuan per semester. Born in a single-parent family, she has always been very sensible. When she's not in class, she works part-time jobs, earning at least half of her annual tuition herself. Painting the garage was originally assigned to her by a senior in the department who had something urgent to do. It paid 300 yuan per painting and took 4 hours to complete, which was equivalent to 75 yuan per hour, which was much more cost-effective than jobs like handing out flyers. Rich people prefer living in remote, upscale suburbs, something she'd long been accustomed to. To get to the Fuli Mingwan residential complex, Duingzi took the subway for 2 hours, changing lines 4 times. With the project nearing completion and mentally contemplating the finishing touches, she happened upon Chen Nan, her unfortunate companion. A painting session takes at least 5 hours. Any later, and she'll miss the subway. Even if the subway doesn't stop, it takes 2 hours just to get home. And she has a gate. Taking a taxi home is even more impractical. She checked before coming, and the starting fare is 500 yuan. Not only would she have to pay for the painting session, but she'd also have to pay for it herself. If she just walked away now, not only would she be savaged by the owner and the senior student, she'd probably have to pay a hefty fine for breach of contract. Thinking of this, Duingzi, a normally hard-working and diligent university student, finally gave up. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, tears welling up in her eyes. "You've screwed it all up. You didn't come earlier or later, but you had to come right when I was almost done. It's all because of you. You've ruined all my hard work for the day, Ding! Whenever the host helps others, their social value increases. The higher the value, the more valuable the daily gift package will be." Chen Nan hadn't intended to stand idly by while the little girl did this. After all, he had ruined her job. As a modern young man with a sense of social responsibility, Chen Nan naturally took on this responsibility. But the system's prompt just now ignited his motivation. In this underground garage, there was no one else besides him and the crying little girl before him. Who else could the system be referring to as someone in need of help but her? According to the system's logic, as long as this problem is successfully resolved, tomorrow's godly rich gift pack might be able to draw a higher value reward. Chen Nan looked at Duingzi and found that she liked her more and more. The choking sobs that had originally been annoying to him didn't seem so jarring anymore. "Hey, great painter, don't cry. Now that it's happened, I, Chen Nan, will definitely take responsibility. It's just a parking space. If the painting is ruined, I'll pay for it." "That's easy for you to say. Do you know how much this parking space costs?" "How much?" "In these wealthy neighborhoods, parking spaces aren't just sold separately, they're included with the villas. My senior told me that a parking space with 2 8s in the number is worth at least 200 million yuan when paired with a villa. And the parking space is the owner's facade, so I have to do it right. If I don't do it right, not only will I lose money, even if I sell my car, I won't be able to afford the small price of the parking space." Chen Nan looked down at the unfinished Tom and Jerry painting, his gaze fixed on the 3 Arabic numerals. 887. Outside the boundary line in front of the painting, and he immediately felt the strong pressure of financial resources. At Fuli Mingwan, Jiahai City's most expensive residential complex, parking space numbers are directly linked to housing prices. Units with a single 8 in the letter 8 start at 100,000 yuan per square meter, while units with 2 8s start at 200,000 yuan per square meter. The houses in the neighborhood all look similar, but the only thing that truly distinguishes the owners is the parking space number. Even among the rich, there are the ordinary rich, the super rich, and above the super rich are the super rich. The so-called super rich refers to people like Chen Nan, who drives a limited edition Bugatti Veyron. He hadn't noticed it earlier, but after Duingzi's reminder, Chen Nan circled his boo-boo and squatted in front of the car to take a closer look. Sure enough, the golden body of the car obscured the 3 large characters below. 888. "Okay, wipe your tears. I'll treat you to dinner." Chen Nan had a perfect solution in mind. He waved to Duingzi and walked straight to the elevator, motioning her to follow. "Not only can you not see the road, but you can't understand what people say there. I told you I have to draw this parking space, and if you don't help me, you're not going to help me, But you're also going to eat? Go eat by yourself, I don't have time. Seeing Qin Nan's nonchalant expression, Duingzi was furious, anxious, and completely desperate. In her eyes, Qin Nan was just an ordinary rich second generation who drove a luxury car and lived in a wealthy area. How could he possibly understand the feelings of a college student like her who relied on part-time jobs to support herself and worked hard? As the sky gradually darkened, a slightly teasing voice echoed from the underground garage. It's getting dark soon. I heard the land in this community used to be a notorious mass grave. I didn't realize you're so brave. I admire you. What mass grave? What nonsense are you talking about? Su Yingzi retorted in a trembling voice. When you came here, didn't you notice that there were almost no people around here? The man continued. Isn't it always like this in the suburbs? She tried to console herself. But have you ever seen a suburb full of peach trees? The other party changed the subject. Stop talking! Su Yingzi interrupted immediately. Qin Nan's deliberately lowered voice, coupled with the occasional gusts of cold wind blowing from the underground garage, made Su Yingzi feel a chill on her back and an inexplicable chill in her heart. When she first moved in, she thought the neighborhood, with its peach trees everywhere, was so romantic it felt like a fairy tale. She even excitedly took a 9-square grid photo and posted it on WeChat Moments. But now, thinking about those peach trees, peachwood, supposed to ward off evil, it certainly does sound a bit like that. If this place really was once a mass grave, then the underground garage was undoubtedly the most sinister place in the neighborhood. Terrified, Su Yingzi stepped back, kicking over the paint bucket at her feet. Bright red paint spilled onto the ground, looking like a pool of still dry blood. This series of reactions played into Qin Nan's hands. He watched the terrified yet helpless expression on her face, chuckling inwardly. As for the rumors about the mass grave, they were pure fabrications by Qin Nan. He happened to have promotional materials for RF Bay, and while Su Yingzi was grumbling, he fabricated this story. In fact, in pursuit of a tranquil environment, the developer spent hundreds of millions of yuan to relocate all the noisy factories surrounding the community. As for the entire patch of peach trees, the reason behind it is even more dramatic. It's said that the developer's sister-in-law was obsessed with the TV series 3 Lives, 3 Worlds. Throughout the early stages of the project, designers from all over Jianhai City racked their brains for a design, ultimately winning the developer's favor with a design themed around 10 miles of peach blossoms. I'm going up with you. You said you'd take responsibility. Don't lie to me, Su Yingzi whispered. It seemed the little girl had been successfully captured. In front of House 8, Area A, Fuli Mingwan, a butler in a black and white tuxedo and round-toed leather shoes stood upright. Good evening, master, and welcome home. He bowed slightly. From today on, I will be your personal butler. You can just call me Duan. Let me show you around here. As soon as he received the appointment as housekeeper, Duan had already carefully studied all the information about the villa and its owner, Qin Nan. He spent an entire afternoon preparing, even making Qin Nan's favorite curry chicken. Qin Nan had initially assumed the so-called dedicated butler was merely an intelligent robot, but he hadn't expected it to be truly alive. However, with Su Yingzi by his side, he couldn't act too surprised, lest he appear unworldly. Duan had already opened the door for them and stood respectfully waiting. Qin Nan walked in, motioning with his eyes for Su Yingzi to follow. Upon entering the villa, the first thing that catches your eye is a moss-speckled cement flagstone path, flanked by half-meter-tall peach trees. The density of peach blossoms here is far higher than in the residential green belt, and standing among them feels like stepping into a true 10-mile peach forest. Further ahead, a semicircular archway in the style of a Suzhou garden slowly emerged. Duan led the two through it, explaining gently. On sunny days, you can stroll through the courtyard and enjoy the flowers. In the event of rain or an emergency, we have an underground transportation track that leads directly from indoors to the community's underground garage, making travel very convenient. Passing an octagonal pavilion, rockery, and artificial lake, the three finally arrived at a Republican-era duplex. Even before entering, the courtyard's landscape left Su Yingzi speechless. And once inside, she was dazzled even more. This wasn't just a home. It was the exact filming location of Tiny Times, brought to life. She looked up at Qin Nan, swallowed hard, and muttered softly. Brother, your family are in the mining business, right? As they got closer to the restaurant, the air thickened with the rich aroma of curry, and Su Yingzi's stomach growled uncontrollably. She hadn't eaten since leaving school that morning, intending to eat something nice after work, but the aroma was overwhelming, and she couldn't resist. Tonight's dinner is tomato and egg soup, curry potato chicken, egg fried rice as the main course, and pie and flour dumplings as the dessert. Duan pulled out the dining chairs for the two of them while respectfully introducing. It's specially prepared according to the host's taste. If the host has other requests next time, you can order in advance, and Duan will definitely meet them. He took a half step back and asked, Master, would you like some red wine? We have a 1972 Sierra Leonean Leon's Pin, a 1992 Screaming Eagle, and a Chamberlain Pinot Noir from Chateau de Jac in our cellar. Which one would you like to try? Su Yingzi was already in shock. Oh my god. Is this the Versailles show? Chen Nan replied calmly. No, give that girl across the street a can of Coke. Without even raising an eyelid, Chen Nan sipped his tomato and egg soup. While the flavor was a little less humane than his mother's, it was still delicious. Su Yingzi, who was standing by, had already cursed him 1,000 times in her heart, but she still had to smile sweetly at Duan. Haha, it's okay, I just need to drink some soup, no need to bother. Inside, she was screaming. Fuck! Who's the little sister? Who wants Coke? Fat nerd water is for fat nerds, okay. Who's offering Coke to a girl? Furious, she also scooped a large spoonful of curry chicken into her mouth. Huh! It tasted incredible. The curry was rich, the cheese was silky, the potatoes were soft, and the chicken was juicy and tender. She'd never tasted such delicious curry chicken in her life. She devoured it mouthful after mouthful, not caring about her appearance. After a hearty meal, Chen Nan finally spoke. Old Du, can you do me a favor tomorrow? Duan immediately straightened up, his eyes full of anticipation. Master, please tell me. I, Duan, have received the most professional training and will do my best to complete your instructions. As a 5-star certified butler who had just graduated from the European Royal Court Academy a month ago, Duan, despite having perfect theoretical knowledge, was in urgent need of practical training. He came here with great enthusiasm, just to welcome the official start of his destiny. Not long after Chen Nan sat down, he asked his personal butler, Duan, to find out who was the owner of parking space 887. He wanted to switch seats. He said calmly, Swap my parking space 888 with the other person. Duan naturally agreed without hesitation. As a professional butler, following orders was his most basic duty. Besides, exchanging an 888 parking space, worth 10 times the value, for an 887 was a no-brainer. The other party would likely be more than happy to accept the offer. This move was something Su Yingzi had never expected. She had originally just wanted Chen Nan to talk to the owner so she could finish redrawing the parking space a day later. She had never imagined that this seemingly casual guy would actually offer his own parking space in exchange. In her eyes, this was more than just a favor, it was a generosity beyond common sense. This man who lived in the Versailles villa seemed to have no concept of money, as if it was as natural as picking up a handful of green onions when buying vegetables. To Su Yingzi, the 888 parking space might be worth the life savings of her and her daughter, but to Chen Nan, it's just a parking space. Chen Nan wiped his mouth and said casually, Tomorrow you'll be in the same spot and draw me a new picture of Luffy. I don't really like Tom and Jerry. It sounded like he was giving instructions to his own private artist, as if the place was his domain. I'll pay you double for the painting. After all, it's 2 pieces of work, and the artist's work shouldn't go to waste. He spoke without hesitation, as if he didn't care about such details. If you have nothing else, go back early. Be careful on the road and remember to come back tomorrow to continue working. Chen Nan knew that the art college in Jiahai City was hundreds of kilometers away from this villa area, and it was very tiring for Su Yingzi to go back and forth every day. At this moment, a familiar notification chime suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The system detects that Su Yingzi has expressed gratitude towards the host plus 10. Congratulations to the host for achieving a social responsibility score of plus 100. Current social score of the host, 100. After seeing Su Yingzi off, Chen Nan finally settled back into his large bed crafted from aged sunken wood and nanwa silk, finally having time to reflect on everything that had happened today. After crossing into this world, Chen Nan's second life had just begun. He was much calmer than in his previous life, and he had learned to take things more lightly. From a customer service employee earning 8,000 yuan a month to now living in a luxury villa, driving a Bugatti, and having a butler by his side, he wasn't particularly excited about all these changes. Instead, he felt that perhaps this was the true destiny. He knew that the reason he had his current life was because he activated a system called Godly Rich Gift Pack. In his mind, he could clearly see the 5 words glittering on the system interface: Godly Rich Gift Pack. The numbers above it flickered, reading: cooling time until the gift pack opens again, 9:54. Host's current social value, 100. Current level of the Super Rich Gift Pack, LV001. Social value required to upgrade, 100/300. Immediately afterwards, a series of prompts appeared again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for entering the Godly Rich System interface for the first time. Novice mission, first meeting, has been completed. Reward, social value plus 100. Next novice mission, tutorial guidance will begin. Do you want to continue? Continue, Chen Nan muttered silently. The system's voice continued, like a mechanical command broadcast from the void, but its tone was strangely friendly. The system will periodically issue tasks. Upon completion, the host will receive social points to use towards upgrading. This system focuses on positive energy development. By influencing the lives of others and spreading warmth, you can continuously unlock more rewards. As the level increases, the host will receive increasingly richer gift packages. When the system reaches a specified level, it can be materialized to realize more advanced features. This is a super intelligent and powerful system from 2,500 light years away. Please wait and see for the surprises to come. Ding! Mission, newbie guide completed, reward, social value plus 100. The host has met the upgrade requirements, and the system has automatically upgraded. Congratulations to the host, the Godly Gift Pack system has been upgraded to LV002. The system is preparing to update tomorrow's gift pack, please wait. After this series of notification sounds, Chen Nan began to relax, and a strong sense of sleepiness swept over him. In his drowsiness, the only thing he remembered hearing was the system's words. System upgrade complete. The next morning, just as the sun was rising, Chen Nan was still in bed, dreaming sweet dreams. Suddenly, his cell phone rang, waking him awake. He answered the call drowsily. Hello? An angry voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Nan, where are you? You don't have work today, Monday? Huh? Oh my God! Did you go to wash your feet again last night? You're already an hour late. Don't even think about running away when Mr. Shen comes. Hearing this, Chen Nan was momentarily confused. He glanced at the time and saw it was just past 9 o'clock. What did you say? The voice on the other end of the line continued to scold him. Still playing dumb? You don't want your salary anymore? Customer service complaints have exploded, and I've been helping you get through this. Only then did he come to his senses. It turned out that in this world, he was a Taobao customer service representative. Every day from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., he repeatedly handled after-sales issues and said polite words like, "I'm sorry, dear," to customers. His salary was a fixed 8,000 yuan, and he did the most exhausting work, endured scolding from his boss, and endured angry customers. The person who called him was his only workplace buddy, Wang Dequan. Dequan had joined the company 6 months before him and had earned the title of team leader in the customer service team, but his salary was only 300 yuan more. The two men's actual incomes were similar, so naturally they had a good relationship and often helped each other out. Having found such a brother in Jiahai City over the past few years, Chen Nan felt very lucky. Especially before the system was activated, the two of them, single men on 8,000 yuan a month, had to budget carefully even for rent. Dear, I'm very sorry to bring you an unpleasant shopping experience. Could you please take a photo of the quality problem and send it to us? We need to transfer it to the warehouse for processing. For quality issues like this, we will cover the return shipping costs. The return address is... At this moment, in an inconspicuous office building, on the computer screen of a cubicle, 2 Alawangwang accounts were online at the same time, and the avatars kept flashing various buyer complaints. The 2 accounts called Sister Ziwei and Sister Jinsuo sound cute, but they're actually run by 2 older men. Wang Dequan, unshaven, cigarette dangling from his lips, his fingers clacking away at the keyboard, the sound crackling non-stop. The company had just finished its Singles' Day shopping festival, with strong sales and impressive financial results, but this also brought with it the hassle of returns and exchanges. In the entire customer service department, only Wang Dequan and Chen Nan were responsible for handling after-sales service. When other colleagues heard they were offered after-sales service, they immediately shook their heads. The pay was low, the pressure was high, and they'd be confronted by a barrage of customers every day. Who would want to do it? From the start, the company's HR team specifically selected new, easygoing, and gentle new hires for the position. The others basically quit after just a few days. Only Wang Dequan and Chen Nan, two tough guys, didn't complain and persevered until now. Hurry up, stop wasting time, and get to work. Wang Dequan was busy replying to messages from buyers while calling Chen Nan with his phone tucked under his shoulder. After hanging up, he slid the phone onto the table and continued to answer a pile of complaints. 10 minutes later, Chen Nan arrived at the Fengdu Commercial Building office, exhausted, and following his memory, he found his small cubicle. "Oh, my dear brother, you're finally here!" Wang Dequan saw him, turned around excitedly, and his voice suddenly rose 8 octaves. "It's 9:25, Chen Nan! You're an hour and a half late. Company regulations stipulate that your salary will be deducted as half a day's absence." A sharp female voice suddenly interrupted. It was Xia Yingying, the intern HR. She heard the commotion and walked over, pointing at Chen Nan and starting to scold him. A senior who had just joined the company this year, she was assigned to oversee disciplinary procedures, patrolling and checking the company's operations like a living monitor. She had long since replaced the company's previous HR department, and her boss was very pleased with her because she had saved the company a significant amount of employee wages in just 5 months. But the other employees kept their distance, like mice around a cat, fearing they'd be caught. Xia Yingying's intimidation in the office even surpassed that of the boss's wife. She stood with her hands on her hips, pointing at Chen Nan and cursing, her emotions ablaze. She was wearing a tight white shirt, and the 2 puffs on her chest were trembling, which made Chen Nan couldn't help but take a glance. When she noticed, her face flushed, and she glared at him in shame and anger. "You old rascal! I'm going to dock your salary for a day!" Then she turned and walked away, her waist twisting with anger. Just then, the door to the general manager's office opened, and a middle-aged man in glasses and a suit stepped out. It was Chen Xing, the e-commerce operations manager and Chen Nan's direct supervisor. Although he was only in his early 30s, his baldness had become a Mediterranean pattern from years of working late into the e-commerce business, making him look like he was in his 40s from a distance. "The company has a policy, and deducting wages for being late is a rule." Chen Xing pushed his glasses, his face serious. "But if an employee delays work for personal reasons and causes losses, that's a serious problem, and it can't be solved by just deducting wages." Xia Yingying was suddenly a little frightened. Although she usually managed her employees like a tiger mother, she still didn't dare to talk back to Chen Xing, this airborne executive. She lowered her voice a little. "Boss Chen Nan was only late for more than an hour. It's not that serious, right?" Chen Xing's face darkened and he changed the subject. "Are you questioning me? I'm informing you, not asking for your opinion." He was obviously unhappy. He had just been scolded by his boss in the meeting, saying that he had poor operational management skills. Especially since the boss had pushed all the problems onto Chen Xing in front of all the other executives, making him lose face. So now he was looking for someone to vent his anger on, and when he saw Chen Nan was late, he decided to use him as a warning to others. At this moment, a system notification suddenly popped up in Chen Nan's mind, like an upgrade task in an online game. Ding! Workplace oppression detected, e-commerce operations skill activated, mission, crush Chen Xing with your abilities. Instantly, a large amount of professional knowledge about e-commerce data, conversion rates, traffic models, and so on flooded into his mind. Chen Nan was a little stunned. Looking at the document in Chen Xing's hand, he couldn't help but feel that it was full of loopholes. Things that he couldn't understand before, now he can see the problem at a glance. He spoke slowly, his tone calm but confident. "Boss Chen, you're saying that as an after-sales customer service representative, I could cause irreparable damage to the company?" The entire office fell silent, and the other colleagues pricked up their ears. Their minds were already boiling with rage. Holy crap, is Chen Nan crazy? How dare he confront Boss Shin? Normally quiet and low-key, Chen Nan's sudden boldness was truly unexpected. Some people almost cancelled their takeout orders, fearing they would miss out on this exciting workplace drama. Qin Qing was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Chen Nan to talk back, and immediately snorted coldly. You dare to talk back? I am your boss. Do you really think you are an important person? If you have the ability, you won't always be doing after-sales service. Really? Chen Nan smiled, took 2 steps forward, and directly picked up the operation report in Qin Qing's hand. Did you write this data yourself? He asked, looking up. Qin Qing nodded. Why? You can still see the problem? Chen Nan took a quick look and then calmly pointed out several logical errors in the conversion rate. He even analyzed the problem of inflated data and several delivery channels. He spoke so coherently and logically that even Xia Yingying was stunned. Qin Qing, who had originally wanted to find fault, was a little overwhelmed at this moment. If these problems are not adjusted, the company will only burn more budget, but the results will be getting worse and worse. Do you think that a customer service representative like me can help the company recover some of its losses? The office was eerily quiet, but everyone's phone was vibrating quietly, and the WeChat group was buzzing with activity as everyone gathered to watch the excitement. Someone commented, "Oh my god, is this the Chen Nan we're familiar with? He looks like a completely different person." Someone else replied, "Just wait and see, this guy probably wants to resign, and he's going to have a falling out before leaving." Someone else joked, "Oh, that's good now, the company only has one after-sales customer service representative left." Colleagues were typing in the small group while pretending to be busy with work. No one dared to speak, but they already had their own opinions in their hearts. At the front desk, Qin Qing glared at Chen Nan, his voice rising an octave. He gritted his teeth and demanded, "Chen Nan, do you really want to quit? This is the critical period of Double 11. If you're over an hour late, how many customers will have to wait for a response and refund?" He continued to add, "The average order value of our products is over 5,000. Can you afford to compensate the company for its losses?" In Qin Cheng's eyes, Chen Nan was just being stubborn and refusing to admit his mistakes. He was probably still thinking of making a few excuses. Just as the air froze, Wang Dequan finally put down his phone and spoke quietly. "Mr. Shin, I've replied to all of Chen Nan's customers. There are currently no refunds." As soon as these words came out, the air in the office exploded. Wang Dequan knew that saying this would undoubtedly embarrass Qin Qing, but he still gritted his teeth and stood up. To be frank, the company didn't mandate mutual assistance among colleagues, but it also didn't explicitly forbid it. Wang Dequan had secretly helped Chen Nan out of a sense of brotherhood. But speaking out now would be like lighting a bomb in front of Qin Qing. The WeChat group chat buzzed with activity again, the sound of beeps echoing. The after-sales guy is confronting the e-commerce director. Who's going to win? It's over. The company has no after-sales service left. I'm planning to run away. Xia Yingying, go answer the after-sales hotline. It's bound to be even more exciting. Everyone lowered their heads, appearing serious, but their hands were actually typing away on their phones. Qin Cheng's face turned livid at this, and his words only grew more aggressive. "Well done, Wang Dequan, you're incredible. I guess I didn't give you enough work, did I? Since you're so capable, I'll take over the after-sales account as well." The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the air was thick with gunpowder. Wang Dequan was about to explain when Chen Nan stopped him with a hand. He then spoke slowly. "Mr. Shin, it's your prerogative to assign us tasks, and we have no objection. But you just said that my being late caused the company to lose money. Wang Dequan has proven that there was no loss." After saying this, he looked at Qin Cheng with a hint of regret. "But as the operations director, you did indeed encounter a lot of problems in the Double 11 data report." Qin Cheng was stunned for a second before sneering. "As a mere customer service representative, what qualifications do you have to question my operational capabilities?" Qin Cheng is a veteran in the e-commerce industry. While not the top dog, he's certainly a pillar of the industry. During this Singles Day shopping festival, the company's sales exceeded 100 million yuan, and many people attributed this to him. He had originally intended to show off at today's high-level meeting, but was outshone by his uncle, Xin Jianqing, and he's been fuming for a while now. Hearing Chen-Nan say this, he was even more furious. How dare you say I'm not good enough? Look at this report, sales doubled. How can you tell that it's a loss? Chen-Nan, however, looked calm and pointed at the document in Xincheng's hand. Based on this Double 11 report, I dare say that you made the company lose a lot of money. Xincheng suddenly became excited, as if he had seized the opportunity to strike back. Okay, if you can do it, go ahead. If you can really find fault with this, I'll give you my job and work in customer service. He dragged Chen-Nan to the meeting area and posted the reports one by one on the whiteboard. He wanted to embarrass Chen-Nan in public and redeem himself at the same time. The company's employees gathered around, their faces filled with expressions of excitement. Chen-Nan picked up a red pen and began to analyze the situation bit by bit. In this area, the direct train budget was out of control, and the advertising expenses were doubled. The fan bases of these cooperating anchors are completely incompatible with our product. We invested 10 times the money, but still couldn't sell as much as a small anchor. Look at the timing of the ads. Our main product is for seniors. Are you running ads so late at night? Are you just trying to impress the devil? His analysis was powerful, slamming Xincheng's data reports to pieces. If Chen-Nan had participated in the proposal review, the company could have saved at least half its marketing costs. If the savings were used for targeted marketing, it wouldn't be difficult for the company to reach 20 million in sales during Singles' Day. The office was utterly silent, with only the sound of Chen-Nan's explanation. Xincheng's expression grew increasingly grim. The report he had originally used to show off had now become a tool for slapping himself in the face. When Chen-Nan finished, the audience erupted in applause. The first person to start the clapping was none other than Wang Dequan. Although he didn't quite understand the data jargon, his face, dark as a pot bottom, told him Chen-Nan was right. You're just a bunch of idiots, you know nothing. Anyone can't just look at the data? If you're capable, then go ahead. Chen-Cheng was furious and rushed over to tear the reports on the whiteboard to shreds. Don't you want to be in charge? Are you serious about us switching jobs? Chen-Nan looked at him expressionlessly, his tone indifferent. You just said it in front of the whole company. Does it still count? Xincheng was shaking with anger. Just as he was about to curse, he heard footsteps behind him. A majestic middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone, his eyes fixed directly on Chen-Nan. Chen-Nan, right? I listened to all your analysis just now, and it makes a lot of sense. It's indeed more thoughtful than Xincheng. I did you a disservice by assigning you to customer service before. It just so happens that I have a new project on hand and I'm in need of a project manager. Are you interested in taking it over? Xin Jianqing said this in front of the entire office, his tone filled with affirmation and admiration. Xin Jianqing had been working in the Jiahai business community for over 20 years, and his forte was the ability to judge people. While he spoke sincerely, his mind was full of calculations. No matter how much he admired Chen-Nan, he couldn't really let his nephew Xinqing step aside and hand over the director position to someone else. This company, after all, belonged to their Shen family. They had just reaped a huge profit from Singles' Day. How would they save face if they removed Xincheng from his position now? He couldn't even explain it to his sister, Xin Jianwan. So, first, he had to appease Chen-Nan and paint him a rosy picture, which looked glamorous but was actually empty promises. As he walked to the whiteboard at the front desk, Xin Jianqing had already made a plan in his mind, how to continue to make up stories based on Xincheng's lies without embarrassing himself. But Xincheng couldn't hold it in any longer and interrupted with a harsh tone. Uncle, he's just an after-sales customer service representative. Without giving him any face, Xin Jianqing slapped him in the face. Shut up! Do you have the right to speak? Have you done what you're supposed to do? Xincheng's face flushed red, and he was already feeling resentful. This medical beauty project, a new collaboration with Zhongchuang and Dingtai Group, was far superior to their previous health supplement business. As operations director, he was the perfect candidate, and had long had his eye on this piece of meat. But who could have imagined that after just a few words, his uncle would actually hand over this golden project to Chen-Nan? Xincheng looked like he had swallowed a fly, staring at Chen-Nan intently, his eyes almost spitting fire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You can do it, and get 200 more anger points for Xincheng. The upgrade progress of the Shenhouse system, 200/500. The system prompt sounded in Chen Nan's mind, and a microcurrent slid across his spine, making him feel refreshed. Faced with Xin Jianqing's good intentions, Chen Nan was not polite at all. I am not interested in the project manager. I am only interested in the position of operations director. He crossed his arms and spoke in a relaxed tone, with no intention of following Xin Jianqing's routine. He knew full well that while the project manager position sounded impressive, it was still under the sway of the director. Xin Jianqing had no intention of promoting him. He was simply giving him an empty title to keep him in the fold. If he actually accepted the manager position, he would be at the mercy of others. Xin Cheng was angry and anxious, and wanted to argue. You are not satisfied with your uncle asking you to be a manager? Do you know how much money that project makes? Before he could finish his words, Xin Jianqing scolded him again. I told you to shut up, don't you understand what I say? The atmosphere on the side froze instantly, and everyone in the office held their breath. Xin Jianqing was embarrassed, but he had to maintain his composure. Chen Nan, I see you're young and impetuous. Don't let a momentary anger ruin your future. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Project manager is a much better position than your current one. Don't make impulsive decisions. Think it through. Chen Nan laughed at these words. Boss Shen, didn't you understand? I said I only want an operations director. You just made a bet in front of so many people, you can't just turn against me like that, right? His words were piercing, not concealing his insinuation about Xin Cheng's irresponsibility. If the leaders don't keep their promises, how can we employees trust you? The air in the office seemed to freeze, and no one dared to speak. Xin Jianqing frowned, then slammed the table after a moment. All right. I can give you the position of operations director. But the director position at United Chuang is not just anyone. From now until 12, sales must triple compared to 11. If you can't do that, you'll automatically resign. Do you dare to accept this offer? His voice was steady and oppressive, as if sentencing Chen Nan to death. Triple sales meant at least 30 million. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Everyone knew that 12 wouldn't have the same traffic as 11, nor could they offer comparable discounts. This requirement was practically impossible. But Chen Nan nodded without hesitation. Okay, I agree. Then he changed the subject and pointed to someone in the corner. But the position of operations director is not mine, it's in Wang Dequan. Xin Jianqing looked in that direction and knew the guy wasn't a good fit. He looked like a simple-minded, strong-limbed person. But inwardly, he was happy. Isn't this perfect? Once 12 is over, these two guys can be taken down in one fell swoop. All right. He nodded in agreement, his eyes already calculating his next move. Let them have their fun. With the 30 million goal set there, they'll eventually humiliate themselves. Then, he'll just fire them cleanly. The world is never short of smart people. What's truly scarce are those who can translate their intelligence into results. In Xin Jianqing's view, no matter how talented Chen Nan is, if he can't fully demonstrate his talents at United Innovation, what's the point of keeping him? While feeling a tinge of regret at this thought, he quickly steeled his resolve. At this time, Chen Nan asked slowly, Mr. Shin, will Mr. Shin's position be arranged as we just said, to be responsible for after-sales customer service? Chen Nan looked at Xin Jianqing with a playful look, his eyes revealing rebelliousness. Xin Jianqing did not hesitate and said firmly, He has to take responsibility for what he said. As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Qing panicked and shouted anxiously, Uncle, you can't just ignore me! However, Xin Jianqing didn't even turn his head back, and walked away directly, as if he didn't want to look at this nephew who embarrassed him again. Mr. Xin, who had been so arrogant, suddenly felt his legs weaken and he fell to the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. What made it even more difficult for him to accept was that the positions he cherished so much, new project manager and operations director, had all become Chen Nan's possessions. But Chen Nan refused to even glance at him, and even gave one of the important positions to a wooden man, who didn't even understand operations. This was undoubtedly a series of critical blows to Chen Chen, like a knife cutting into his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing Xin Cheng's rage by 300. System upgrade detected, automatic upgrade in progress. System upgrade successful, current level, LV003. Daily gift package is being prepared. Do you want to open today's godly gift package? Open. Qin Nan no longer needed to touch his phone. After the system upgrade, he could control all functions simply by concentrating his mind. He closed his eyes, his mind filled with darkness. Fireworks exploded in the distance, and then a giant red envelope fell from the sky and slowly opened before his eyes. Today's gift package includes 1 Acer building, 2 King Kong pills, and a Spider-Man costume. The gift package has been loaded. I wish you a happy life. The handover documents for the Acer building have been delivered to the host. Please check. After yesterday's surprise, Qin Nan was no stranger to luxury cars and mansions. But seeing the contents of this package, he almost laughed out loud. What the hell? A King Kong pill? A Spider-Man suit? System, are you serious? System, are you kidding me? Qin Nan couldn't help but complain. The system replied in its usual nonsensical tone. Everything has its cause and effect. Host, please experience the charm of this gift with your heart. Qin Nan shook his head and smiled, ignoring the system. Old Wang, take care of things here. I'm leaving first. Okay, brother, go ahead and do it. I'll take care of the rest. Wang Dequan patted his chest confidently and sent Qin Nan to the elevator. Now that Xin Jianqing has left the company, the person with the most say is naturally the newly appointed operations director, Wang Dequan. Xiaoxin, what are you doing sitting on the ground? Get up and work. Customer service is almost overwhelmed. Xin Cheng's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but smile. Xiao Xie, although my brother Qin Nan was late today, he also solved a big problem. How about not deducting his salary? Okay, Mr. Wang, you have the final say. Wang Dequan raised his arms and shouted. Everyone, work harder. Next month's target is 30 million, and we will definitely make it. At this moment, everyone in the company was filled with emotion. As expected, fortunes can turn, and even an honest person can become a big boss. After leaving the company building, Qin Nan suddenly wanted to visit the Acer building. After all, it was the first place he saw when he opened his eyes after traveling to this world, so it had some special meaning. What's more, he remembered that Li Nana, who loved to show off her wealth yesterday, also seemed to work at the Acer building. Maybe he could run into this old acquaintance this time. Thinking of Li Nana's crazy behavior on the street yesterday, Qin Nan felt particularly relieved. At this moment, in the general manager's office on the first floor of Acer building, Zhao Guoming paced back and forth in his office, sweat pouring from his forehead as he answered the phone. Hello, Xiao Hu? Has the 6 billion yuan arrived? Okay, I'll arrange the handover right away. Is Mr. Chen on his way? Okay, I'll make sure it's done. Headquarters had just called to inform him that the Hongji building in Jiahai City had been sold to Qin Nan. And this new CEO, Chen, was already on his way to the building. Zhao Guoming suddenly became nervous. There was almost no information about the other party. All he knew was that he was generous, and would not bargain for the building. Zhao Guoming had never seen such a wealthy man who spent 6 billion in full, and he was really unsure of his temperament and preferences. He was sent by headquarters to manage the Hongji building, and usually no one in Jiahai cared about him. But now, with this prime building in the city center about to change owners, it was uncertain whether he could keep his position. Facing the unknown always makes people feel anxious. Zhao Guoming was now in a state of panic, like an ant on a hot pan. Mr. Zhao, just give me a chance! A tearful voice interrupted his thoughts. He didn't need to turn around to know that it was definitely Li Nana. Today, Li Nana wore a low-cut little black dress, revealing a curvaceous figure that was visually striking. She had come to win back Zhao Guoming, intending to use a combination of crying and acting like a spoiled child to win him back. But the worst thing she could have done was to stir up trouble at this crucial moment. Xiao Na, didn't I arrange for you to watch the front desk? Who allowed you to wander around? Mr. Zhao, I just miss you. There aren't many people at the front desk, so I can just sneak away. Are you quitting work? And why are you dressed like this today? Didn't I give you the uniform? Zhao Guoming's face darkened as he took one look at her glamorous outfit. This was a critical moment. If Mr. Xian Chen misunderstood the corporate culture of Acer building, he might lose his job. Mr. Zhao, how can you be so mean to me? If you don't like the skirt I'm wearing today, why don't you just not wear it next time? Li Nana lowered her head, her eyes red, looking delicate and aggrieved. But Zhao Guoming was clearly in no mood to pay attention to her. Knock knock. A knock on the door suddenly interrupted the atmosphere in the office, and the secretary's voice came from outside the door. Mr. Zhao, a young man wants to see you. At this time, Chen Nan was driving the shiny golden Bugatti again and arrived at the gate of Acer Building. Entering the lobby, he approached the front desk, only to find a heavily made-up woman in a slim-fitting business suit enthusiastically playing Honor of Kings. Go! Heal up! You died again? What are you doing? She asked, tapping furiously on her phone, apparently oblivious to the person standing next to her. Chen Nan waited for 5 minutes, and seeing that she was completely ignoring him, he had no choice but to remind her. Excuse me. The elevator is on the left, and the restroom is on the right, she replied without even looking up. No, I want to. No WeChat, I only read emails. No, I'm here to find. What exactly do you want to do? I want to find Mr. Zhao Guoming. Hearing this name, the female receptionist seemed to suddenly come to her senses. She raised her head abruptly and looked Chen Nan up and down. What do you want, Mr. Zhao? Who are you? To discuss some cooperation. Chen Nan didn't want to bring up the building acquisition straight away, fearing people would think she was crazy, so she spoke tactfully. Mr. Zhao's in a meeting. Come back another day, she said coldly, her eyes tinged with impatience. Acer Building is Jiahai City's iconic office building, but the receptionist's attitude was so disrespectful that it made Chen Nan furious. This woman was playing games openly during work hours and was completely indifferent to visitors, which was a complete disgrace to the building's image. Where's your lobby manager? I want to complain to her. Chen Nan's tone was already full of anger. Why are you looking for the manager? The receptionist glared at him. I want to complain about your attitude. Okay, complain to me, I'm the lobby manager. The woman stood up suddenly, and Chen Nan saw that her name tag read, Lobby Manager Li Na. It turned out that this person was indeed in charge. Li Na didn't have to work the front desk, she usually stayed in the office playing games. Today, because her best friend Li Nana came to see Mr. Zhao and asked her to cover for 2 hours, she agreed. She thought the lobby was usually empty at this time, so she could continue playing games to relieve her boredom. Unexpectedly, Chen Nan suddenly appeared, interrupting her ranking up plan. She immediately identified Chen Nan as a door-to-door salesman and naturally gave him a rude response. Li Na's arrogance wasn't without reason. Her cousin, Li Mingde, was Acer's executive manager, and he had the final say on whether employees stayed or left. Even if something went wrong, it was simply a matter of cooling down for a few days, and his position remained as secure as ever. You say you're a guest? What kind of guest are you? Li Na's face was filled with disdain, her eyes full of contempt. What makes you assume I'm not? Aren't you just here to sell your crappy products? We don't need them. The whole building doesn't need them. She said it firmly, as if she was the spokesperson for the building. What makes you say I'm a salesman? What else can you do besides sales? Li Na glanced at Chen Nan's attire, a wrinkled tracksuit and fake sneakers that cost a few dollars a pair. He didn't look like a serious customer at all. Want to be a guest? You have to be able to afford to rent a room here first, right? Our cheapest is on the 40th floor, 150,000 per square meter, and the smallest is 250 square meters, starting at 300,000 per month. Can you afford it? Indeed I can't. Then why don't you leave? Do you have to wait for me to call security? Chen Nan calmly pulled a document from his bag. Just because I can't afford to rent a building doesn't mean I can't buy the whole thing. He slammed the purchase contract onto the front desk. Li Na's face froze, her eyes flickering for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. Who are you kidding? Acer is directly managed by headquarters and has never been sold before. Just because we haven't sold it before doesn't mean we won't today. Chen Nan sighed, having already made up his mind. Once the handover was complete, the first person he'd fire would be this manager. He'd completely ruined the building's reputation. Seeing him refuse to leave, Li Na stamped her feet in anger and waved at the security guards standing by. Come on, kick this scammer out! 2 tall security guards, baton wielding, trotted over. What's wrong, Sister Na? Get this guy out. Don't let him disrupt normal order. A dark-skinned, sturdy security guard stepped forward and spoke in fluent Chinese. Hey buddy, be smart. If you leave now, we won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. We're not just ordinary people. We're all retired professional Muay Thai fighters. Don't be ungrateful. A yellow-skinned security guard in front of Chen Nan said with a cold, threatening tone. Another man, not to be outdone, approached menacingly, his arms bulging, his biceps larger than his head. Although Chen Nan was 1.85 meters tall, he was a coward and had never even fought a fight. Facing these two towering security guards, he had no chance of winning. He tried to explain his purpose. I have no ill intentions, I just want to see Mr. Zhao. But no matter what Chen Nan said, the two were completely unmoved and only obeyed the orders of the lobby manager Li Na. Seeing he wouldn't leave, the two security guards pulled out their batons and pressed forward. Just as they were about to engage in combat, a clear female voice interrupted the tense situation. Chen Nan turned around and saw a girl wearing a JK uniform and pigtails standing at the door. She was holding a selfie stick with a brand new iPhone 20X attached, live streaming the scene. Look everyone! This is the landmark of Jianghai City, Acer Building. In broad daylight, security guards are besieging ordinary citizens. This is sheer lawlessness. The girl complained, directing the audience to light up the little red hearts, her speech blazing with the speed of a machine gun. Her live stream had a staggering 700,000 viewers online, causing the two security guards to hesitate. They stared at each other, caught in a dilemma, their momentum waning. Are you idiots? What are you still standing there for? Grab her phone! Li Na stamped her feet anxiously behind the service counter. Seeing that things were not going well, she simply rushed over. Before the JK girl could react, Li Na snatched the phone away and smashed it to pieces. Done! Hurry up and get this girl out too! Li Na, a poor student from a young age and a socialite in her early years, had a fiery personality and wasn't afraid of getting into trouble. 2 years ago, she ran into her distant cousin, Li Mingda, who was the administrative manager at the building. Seeing her cousin driving a Mercedes and smoking Zhonghua cigarettes, Li Na immediately developed a shady idea. Leveraging her relatively attractive figure and good looks, she managed to secretly have an affair with her cousin. A month later, she successfully landed a position as a lobby manager, earning a comfortable 20,000 yuan a month. On weekdays, Li Na only needs to play with her phone and occasionally go downstairs to maintain order. It can be said that her life is extremely relaxed. She has been working in Hongji Building for 2 years. Almost no one dares to mess with her. She has long been the local tycoon here. The JK girl was stunned at this moment, and then she burst into emotions. You threw my phone? I'll sue you. This is intentional destruction of property. She never expected that the other party would dare to throw the phone in front of hundreds of thousands of netizens. It was really arrogant. There's definitely more to this Acer Building than meets the eye. Chen Nan originally thought it was just a matter between him and Li Na, but he didn't expect even passers-by to be implicated. Just then, a system notification suddenly rang in his head. Ding! Someone nearby needs help, triggering the mission, Hero Saves Beauty. Hero? It was obvious that this mission was for Chen Nan, and that beauty was, of course, the JK girl. Chen Nan immediately thought of the King Kong power pills he had just prescribed today. Now was the perfect time to use them. He took advantage of the moment when the two security guards raised their hands and decisively swallowed the pill. A warm current quickly spread from his dantian to his limbs and bones. In an instant, he felt his whole body filled with strength. This power was endless, as if a beast had awakened within him. At this moment, the African security guard's baton suddenly hit his shoulder, but Chen Nan simply raised his hand to block it and easily took it. The security guard's face dropped, his eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of hardness was this? His muscles were like steel plates. The baton's impact felt like hitting a block of iron. Before he could react, a massive recoil sent him flying. The nearly 200-pound security guard crashed directly into the decorative wall behind him. There was a loud thud, and a dent appeared on the wall. He fainted. The antique vase beside him teetered, then shattered into pieces, scattering across the floor with a crash. Chen Nan gasped as he looked at the shattered porcelain. These are all my assets. I'm smashing myself? Before he could think, the yellow-skinned security guard roared, charging forward with a baton in hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the skill, Vajra Fist. As the notification sounded, A complete set of boxing techniques automatically emerged in Chen Nan's mind. At this moment, the opponent's movements seemed to be in slow motion, and his reaction time was stretched several times longer. He was just a brute force. How could he be called a Muay Thai fighter? And he even hit people with a baton? He sneered to himself, and suddenly disappeared from the security guard's sight in a flash. The next second, Chen Nan appeared behind him and delivered a relentless Taishan pressure strike. The security guard felt a sharp pain in his back and collapsed to the ground, unable to even see what had happened. In all martial arts, the only thing that can't be broken is speed, Chen Nan said, his face expressionless, a hint of coldness in his tone. Li Na was completely panicked as she watched the scene unfold. The two burly men she had brought with her, who usually looked fearless, were knocked down by the young man in one blow, lying motionless on the ground. She had never seen such a situation before and asked in horror, "You, what kind of monster are you?" In the chaos just now, she closed the entrance and exit of the hall and sealed the entire building tightly. She had originally intended to prevent Chen Nan and the JK girl from escaping and calling the police, but now she couldn't even get out. The entrance and exit switch was in the wall behind the front desk. Now she was standing next to the girl, with a blackened iPhone 20X lying at her feet. Chen Nan, standing just a few steps away, slowly approached her. His expression remained calm, as still as a pool of still water. "Where is Zhao Guoming's office?" Chen Nan's voice was calm yet chilling. Li Na's voice was shaking with fear. "In the first floor lobby, turn left, walk to the end, the last room." "What about the girl's phone?" I'll compensate. I'll compensate. Compensation is all?" "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have thrown her phone. I'm so sorry," Li Na said as she plopped down on her knees in front of the JK girl. Her mind was blank, and she just wanted to end this nightmare as soon as possible. In her eyes, Chen Nan was no longer just an ordinary human being, but a complete demon. "How about this? Go and get Mr. Zhao out yourself. I'm too lazy to go there," Chen Nan said calmly, changing his mind. "Yes, yes." Li Na immediately stood up and ran into the office area. She ran, shouting, "Boss Zhao, someone's looking for you outside." Zhao Guoming was in his office, his face gloomy. Li Na stood beside him, her head bowed, her eyes red and swollen, as if she just cried. Seeing Li Na rush in a panic, his brow furrowed. "You're the receptionist. What a mess!" Li Na panicked even more. "Mr. Zhao, this is a big deal. 2 security guards in the lobby have been knocked unconscious, and an antique vase has been broken. That person wants to see you." "What?" Zhao Guoming was immediately furious. "How dare you come to my Hongji building and cause trouble? Do you really think we're easy to bully?" he said, waving his hands and rushing towards the hall. Seeing this, Li Na suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. If her cousin Li Mingde hadn't been away on a business trip today, she wouldn't have been so frightened. She vowed to herself, when her cousin comes back, she'll make Chen Nan pay double. Her call for help was simply to use Zhao Guoming's identity to vent her anger. In the lobby, Chen Nan sat at the front desk, one leg crossed, a calm expression on his face. Zhao Guoming's face immediately changed when he saw him. "You!" Zhao Guoming had assumed Chen Nan was just a minor actor hired by Li Na to act in a play. This time, he was causing trouble, presumably another plot orchestrated by the two of them. Li Na also saw Chen Nan and was furious. If this guy hadn't ruined her plan, she would have hooked up with Zhao Guoming long ago, and wouldn't have been left out. "Why are you here again? And you smashed the antiques?" She almost wanted to rush over and strangle Chen Nan. Zhao Guoming was the financial backer she had been managing for many years, and he was on the verge of taking the top spot, but was kicked off by this wild boy. Her biggest fear now was that Zhao Guoming would misunderstand their relationship. Zhao Guoming stood still and spoke coldly. "Boy, I can let go of what happened before. But today, you injured a security guard and damaged public property. We must settle this account." He spoke as he surveyed the mess on the ground, his anger simmering at its peak. Today, he was waiting for the new CEO, Mr. Chen, from headquarters. Right now, one of the receptionists was in a state of disarray, the other was scantily clad, and the lobby was a mess. If Mr. Chen walked in at this moment, the reputation that Acer Building had worked so hard to build would be ruined. If headquarters held him accountable, how could a small regional manager like him bear the consequences? By this time, Zhao Guoming had already begun to formulate a plan. Someone had to take the blame. First, apologize and reassure Mr. Xian Chen, then push Chen Nan out to take the blame. All the losses, completely passed on. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, his thoughts already churning. Chen Nan scratched his ear, looking at him with a half-smile. Mr. Zhao, how do you plan to settle this? Zhao Guoming said calmly. It's simple. Sign an agreement. Acknowledge that you came here today with premeditation to cause trouble, provoke security, and damage property. You are fully responsible for all losses, and we're done with it. He spoke slowly, as if afraid Chen Nan wouldn't understand. Chen Nan spread his hands, a look of helplessness on his face. But the thing is, I didn't mean to cause trouble at all. It was your security who took the initiative, blocked the exit, and smashed someone's phone. Why would I sign such an unfair clause? The smile on Zhao Guoming's face began to fade. Young man, I know who might have sent you here, he said, deliberately glancing at Li Nana. Li Nana immediately waved her hands anxiously, as if to distance herself from the matter. But the fact has been done. Your actions have indeed caused us heavy losses. A man should be brave enough to take responsibility for his actions, right? He almost used up all his decades of social skills to force Chen Nan to sign and take the blame. Chen Nan stood up and sneered. I didn't expect you, Hongji Building, to be so skilled at bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and distorting right and wrong. You were the ones who started it, and now you want to force me to admit my mistake? Where's your face? Xiao Zhou, the girl in the JK uniform, had originally thought that with Mr. Zhao's presence, the matter would be resolved fairly. Acer should admit its fault and compensate, since the responsibility lay with them. However, she hadn't expected Zhao Guoming, standing nearby, to constantly urge Chen Nan to sign a liability agreement, as if forcing him to admit his fault. She had seen the whole thing clearly from the side. It was clearly the Acer security who started the fight, and now they were accusing Chen Nan of provoking it? If she could listen to that, then she was truly living a miserable life. She couldn't help but speak up for Chen Nan and stood up to protest. Zhao Guoming was startled, then turned to notice a pretty girl in a JK uniform standing in the corner, her eyes filled with indignation. Xiao Zhou didn't flinch. You're going too far. 2 security guards assaulted one person and smashed my phone. Now you're trying to force him to sign. Aren't you being a scoundrel? She grew increasingly excited as she spoke, as if possessed by justice, her words resonating forcefully. Zhao Guoming's face darkened, and he turned back to his secretary. Li Na, is that so? Li Na hesitantly lowered her head. Mr. Zhao, I thought he was just a salesman, so I wanted to save you some trouble and made the decision myself. Her voice gradually faded, almost inaudible, and she practically buried her head in her chest. Zhao Guoming was so angry that his chest heaved, and he almost wanted to spit out blood. You really saved me from a huge amount of trouble. This incident wasn't just about smashing some things in the lobby. It was also about him losing face in public. He glared at Li Na with gritted teeth, unable to suppress his anger. I'm so disappointed in you. Li Na quickly stepped forward and grabbed his sleeve, like a puppy wagging its tail. Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry, for my cousin's sake. Just when her pitiful appearance was about to coax Zhao Guoming into a soft humiliation, Chen Nan suddenly spoke coldly, interrupting their performance. He looked at the acting duo with annoyance, his tone full of sarcasm. Stop this double act, Mr. Zhao. Do you have any other accounts to settle with me? Zhao Guoming opened his mouth, his eyes flickered, and after a long time he uttered, I think there is nothing left. Chen Nan snorted, jumped down from the front desk, stood steadily in front of Zhao Guoming, and stared down at the fatigue and panic in his eyes. Then let's settle my account now. He spoke calmly, his tone as steady as ever. First, the front desk staff played games during work, treated visitors rudely, and even ordered security to drive them away. Second, Acer's secretary was inappropriately dressed, which was a disgrace to her public image. At this point, he glanced at the large expanse of exposed white on Li Nana's chest, his Adam's apple rolling slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Third, the security guard assaulted someone without asking for any reason, showing a complete lack of professional ethics. Fourth, the lobby manager forcibly closed the door, snatched, and destroyed customers' personal belongings. He spoke clearly and logically, his words neither hurried nor slow, pacing slowly beside Zhao Guiming as he spoke. Sweat dripped from Zhao Guiming's forehead, and his lips trembled as he squeezed out a few words. Little brother, today's incident was truly a misunderstanding. How about this? I won't pursue the lobby's losses, and you don't have to bother about it. Let's just call it even, okay? He knew that any one of the things Chen Nan mentioned would be a major scandal that would make headlines if exposed. The reputation of Acer Building would be ruined, and it might even cause stock market fluctuations for the entire group. You think you can just write it off with just a simple write it off? Ridiculous! Chen Nan sneered. I was acting in self-defense. I shouldn't have to pay you anything. Besides, who's going to pay to repair the damage? Will you, Zhao Guiming? Zhao Guiming pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly. This involves our internal arrangements, so don't worry about it. Oh? Zhao Guiming, you can make the decision on behalf of Acer Building now? Chen Nan narrowed his eyes and his tone suddenly sank. What did you just call me? Zhao Guiming's pupils suddenly constricted, and his face flushed crimson. He was a general manager in his 40s, after all, and to be addressed by a young man in public, he felt a mixture of shame and anger. Chen Nan ignored him and directly picked up the agreement that had been lying around all morning and held it in front of him. Zhao Guiming took one look at the signature on the paper, and his face turned pale. You are Chen Nan, Mr. Chen? Chen Nan nodded indifferently, his tone cold. Then let me ask you again, what qualifications do you have to decide that the losses of Acer Building can be written off? Zhao Guiming could not stand any more, his legs went soft, and he was so scared that he wet his pants on the spot. The urine flowed down his trouser legs to the ground. The scene was extremely embarrassing. Li Na and Li Nana, who were standing beside him, immediately took a few steps back in disgust. Li Na's eyes widened, a look of despair on her face. You really bought the Acer Building? Li Nana's face turned pale, almost crying. Chen Nan, this can't be true? Zhao Guiming was completely speechless. He knew that not only had he lost face today, but more importantly, his career was completely over. Mr. Chen, Li Na made all of this on her own. I suggest, let her bear the consequences alone. Zhao Guiming gritted his teeth, trying to shift all responsibility. He had lost all sense of shame, and only wanted to preserve his last bit of dignity. Li Na was furious and immediately turned hostile. Boss Zhao, how can you say that? I've always followed your instructions. The two partners who had once been in sync with each other now turned against each other and started to bite each other on the spot. Chen Nan, having seen enough of the excitement, clapped his hands and said, How about this? All the losses will be shared equally between the three of you. And remember to pay for the young lady's phone as well. Just as he was about to turn around and end the matter, Li Nana called out to him in horror. Wait, Mr. Chen. This has nothing to do with me. Why do you want me to pay too? Chen Nan turned around and smiled meaningfully. You don't understand what family joint liability is? No. Mr. Chen, you misunderstood. Zhao Guiming and I have nothing to do with each other. Really not. Zhao Guiming closed his eyes and sighed, his voice hoarse and sad. Zhao Na. I was really blind to raise an ungrateful person like you. The hall was terribly quiet, with only Zhao Guiming's vicissitudes of life words echoing in the air. At that moment, a group of heavily armed police officers rushed in from the building entrance. Each one was equipped with a blast shield and helmet. It looked like a large-scale presence. The leader was a man in his 30s. He stepped forward and saluted politely. He introduced himself as Song Ji, the captain of the city's special bomb disposal team. He had just received a report of a violent bullying incident. Chen Nan thought for a moment, stroking his chin. He shrugged and said with a smile, Although no one of us called the police, the bullying incident is true. I've already dealt with it. He pointed at the three pale-faced, almost unsteady people around him. Those three were the ones who tried to scare me just now. Song Ji glanced at the three of them, his face filled with confusion. Wasn't the description on the phone just now of two burly men and a fierce woman? Now it turned into a silly-looking uncle and two quiet secretaries. As soon as Zhao Guiming saw the police coming, he immediately grabbed at straws and pushed Li Na out, looking aggrieved. It wasn't me, it was her. She's the mastermind, she hired both security guards. Before Chen Nan could say anything, Li Na was shaking with anger and glared at Zhao Guiming. Zhao Guoming, you are too shameless, aren't you? Officer, I want to report him. Song Ji was about to listen to her continue, but Li Na suddenly seemed to be set on fire, and she tore Zhao Guoming apart with her emotions out of control, crying and shouting. She publicly exposed Zhao Guoming's dark past, alleging that as the general manager of Hongji Building, he had long engaged in corruption, falsified accounts, had an extramarital affair and a mistress, and even sent his wife and children abroad to launder money. Zhao Guoming's face turned pale, and he retorted repeatedly, "Don't talk nonsense! Do you have any evidence?" As soon as the voice fell, Li Nana, who had been emotionally broken, suddenly regained consciousness. As if she had finally seized the opportunity to fight back, she took out her phone and shouted, "I have evidence! I've taken screenshots and saved them!" She handed over all of Zhao Guoming's account records and screenshots of transfers suspected of money laundering to the police, and pleaded, "I'll cooperate with the investigation. Can you give me a lighter sentence?" Song Ji glanced at her and nodded. "Okay, then all of you go to the police station and give your statements." Turning around, he looked at Chen Nan again and said, "You have to come too and help me understand the situation." Chen Nan nodded and was about to leave when the girl dressed in JK clothes suddenly shouted excitedly. She discovered that although her phone had been broken, the live broadcast had not been completely interrupted. Although the screen was black, the microphone was still on. Even more outrageous, the number of viewers in the live stream room soared to 2 million, with everyone chatting animatedly in the comments. Some said, "These bullies deserved it." Others complained, "The police were a little late. The crowd had already dealt with it, ha ha." Still others chanted, "Well done, Xiao Zhou Zhou. I'm a fan." Although there was no video, the live broadcast room actually made it to the top of the platform's hot list thanks to the sound, and the number of fans also skyrocketed from 500,000 to 1.2 million. Chen Nan listened to the girl's excited sharing, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. At this time, the system notification sounded in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, Hero Saves the Beauty, and gaining 300 social justice points. The next upgrade of the super rich gift package requires 300 out of 1,000 social points." After completing the task and seeing everyone's high spirits, Chen Nan felt much more at ease and turned around and left silently. He hadn't anticipated that, not long after leaving the police station, he'd become a viral sensation throughout Jiahai City. All major news platforms were flooding the trending searches with news about him, from the assault incident to his purchase of the Acer building. Every single one of them garnered significant attention. 7 of the top 10 trending searches were related to him. The system popped up a reward message again. "Ding! The host has caused a public opinion storm and gained 500 more public opinion points. The social points required to upgrade the super rich gift package are 800/1000. Chen Nan had just finished taking notes, and picked up his mobile phone. Before he even opened the news, the system inexplicably sent him a wave of rewards. He thought happily, "This system is pretty good. I can get points by rectifying social atmosphere. It's just what I want." As he said that, he stepped on the accelerator and drove the golden Bugatti Veyron back to the Acer building. As soon as he reached the door, he was stunned by the scene before him. The scene was already surrounded by reporters, all kinds of media people, cameras set up, blocking the entrance of the building, waiting for him to appear. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, there's the Bugatti! He's back!" The crowd erupted in excitement, with countless cameras instantly focused on his car. Chen Nan, upon seeing this, felt a surge of anxiety. "Oh my God, this is getting serious!" Before he could finish his words, he opened the car door and took off, with a swarm of reporters desperately chasing him. "Mr. Chen, did you really buy the Acer building? How did you resolve the violent conflict within 10 minutes? Faced with the barrage of questions, Chen Nan had no time to answer and only wanted to quickly get rid of these big shots. As he was running, he turned into an alley and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. "Don't I still have the Spider-Man suit? There's no need to wait any longer. System, change clothes." As soon as he finished speaking, a white light flashed, and he had transformed into Spider-Man in a red and blue suit, flying and jumping against the wall. Chen Nan felt his physical fitness had improved dramatically. He could leap from one alleyway to the other, easily dodging all the cameras chasing him. As he was sprinting across the rooftops, he suddenly heard a childish voice. Mom, look! There really is Spider-Man! Chen Nan looked down and saw a boy of about 7 or 8, staring at him with sparkling eyes and a look of surprise on his face. Next to the boy stood a young woman in simple, elegant clothing. Although she looked a little tired, her features were well defined, her makeup was exquisite, and her figure was quite hot. Chen Nan landed gracefully and stood firmly in front of them, even making a standard spitting silk gesture towards the little boy. However, his eyes had long since moved away from the little boy and fell on the face of the sexy mother, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Chapter 16. Going to Acer Building again? Spider-Man, can you do us a favor? My mom and I can't find my dad. Can you help us find where he went? Seeing Chen Nan in Spider-Man clothes coming to him, the little boy hurriedly ran up, grabbed Chen Nan's hand and spoke anxiously. Xian, come back! Didn't Mommy tell you not to talk to strangers? The boy's mother immediately stepped forward and pulled the boy back to her side, with a blaming tone in her voice. Mom, he's Spider-Man, so awesome! The boy pouted and looked obviously dissatisfied with his mother. You kid! The young woman hesitated to speak, unable to bear to shatter her child's beautiful fantasy. I'm sorry to bother you at work. The child is still young and doesn't understand. In the eyes of the young woman, the person in Spider-Man's clothes was just a show or a webmaster doing filming. You've just arrived in Jiahai City, right? Where are you going? I'm familiar with this area and can show you the way. Nonsense, aren't you familiar with the place? When Chen Nan was jumping on the wall just now, he had already figured out the road conditions nearby. Seeing the mother and son looking exhausted, with 2 suitcases, one large and one small, parked beside them, Chen Nan guessed that they were probably not from this city. Chen Nan bent down and gave his red cloak to Ashwan. Seeing her son's happy expression, the young woman next to him hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to believe the transvestite in front of her. Acer Building. We just came from the airport and originally took a taxi to Acer Building, but the driver said there was an accident up ahead, so he asked Xian and me to get off here. I don't know exactly what happened, but when other taxi drivers heard about the Acer Building, they all waved their hands and said they wouldn't go. It's terrible. The young woman put her hands on her son's shoulders and sighed heavily. Chen Nan thought that maybe he really had a conflict with Acer Building today. He finally got away for a while, but now he met another one who wanted to go there. Although Chen Nan is now the actual person in charge of Acer Building, his understanding of the staff of Acer Building is limited to the 3 people led by Zhao Guiming this morning. As for the administrative manager, Chen Nan really had no impression of him at all. Acer Building, right? Okay, I'll take you there. After Chen Nan finished speaking, he swallowed another Vajra pill in his body, then held Ashwan in one hand, pulled Ashwan's mother with the other hand, and jumped up with the help of the counter-thrust of the wall beside him. Wow, Spider-Man! Ashwan cheered excitedly under Chen Nan's elbow, while Ashwan's mother had a shocked expression on her face. This flew up by itself? Looking at the height of her feet and the whistling wind in her ears, the young woman was terrified and pressed her whole body against Chen Nan. Chen Nan naturally did not refuse and hugged the young woman silently. Unlike the previous time when Chen Nan drove downstairs, this time Chen Nan chose to enter from the open-air corridor on the 2nd floor at the back of the building. Perfectly avoided the reporters who were still blocking the door downstairs. Okay, this is the Acer Building. When the 3 of them landed steadily, Chen Nan took his hand off the young woman's waist with a little reluctance. The property management office is on the 1st floor. The administrative manager you're looking for is probably also on the 1st floor. Just take the elevator down there. Okay, thank you. Spider-Man, where are you going? The young woman's face flushed slightly. This time she did not blame Xian for being too talkative, but stood aside silently, as if waiting for Chen Nan's reply. Chu Yi and his son came to Jiahai City to discuss divorce matters with Li Mingde. Li Mingde has not been home for many years, and this time there has been no news from him for 3 consecutive months. Chu Yi knew Li Mingde's character well and knew that he was a playboy outside, especially after he was transferred to Jiahai City. She had no control over him. If it weren't for her son Ashwan, she would have broken up with Li Mingde long ago. But every time she thought of her son, she couldn't bear to do it. This time, Li Mingde's deliberately evasive attitude made Chu Yi completely heartbroken. She decided to come to Jiahai City in person to explain things to him and strive for the custody of the child. Unexpectedly, the mother and daughter met an unreliable taxi driver as soon as they got off the plane in Jiahai City, where they were unfamiliar with the place. If it weren't for Chen-Nan, she would probably have to walk a distance with her son. Therefore, Chu-Yi's heart, which had been lonely for a long time, was touched by Chen-Nan at that moment in the air. Of course, I'm going to save the world, Xian. Think of this cape as a greeting gift from Spider-Man. Remember to protect your mother, okay? Chen-Nan squatted down and reminded Xian that he would never tell her that he was going to find a deserted place to change out of this Spider-Man suit. Although it was useful, it was too embarrassing after all. Chen-Nan knew it very well. If he walked into the hall wearing this outfit, his deterrent effect on the employees would probably be gone before he could even establish it. Don't worry, we'll see each other again. After saying that, Chen-Nan smiled at Xian and then went to the bathroom to change clothes. Is Li Mingda in a meeting outside? Then I'll wait here for him to come back. In the administrative office on the first floor, a mother and son stood in front of Chen Wenwen, showing no intention of leaving. Chen Wenwen is an administrator of Acer Building and a subordinate of Li Mingda. Facing Chu-Yi and her son, Chen Wenwen felt her scalp tingle. She had just asked Li Mingda for instructions while going to the bathroom, and the reply she got was to do everything possible to get rid of them. Mrs. Li, Manager Li probably won't be coming to the company today. Why don't you go back? Chen Wenwen repeated the same words to Chu-Yi over and over again, but the latter seemed not to hear and sat down in the office with his son in his arms. Then send me his address. After a moment, Chu-Yi said this to Chen Wenwen. This? Chen Wenwen didn't mean that she didn't want to answer Chu-Yi's question, but she really couldn't answer it. Li Mingda has many young ladies in Jiahai City, and who knows where they are today. Xiao Chen, Mr. Chen is back and wants to see Manager Li. He wants to take a head count of the company. At this time, Xiao Hu from the finance department ran to the door of the administrative office and called out for Chen Wenwen. This? What's this? Please inform Manager Li and ask him to return to the company as soon as possible. Xiao Hu has a good relationship with Chen Wenwen. After all, the administrative department and the finance department deal with each other a lot. Although Li Mingda is the administrative manager of Acer Building, Chen Wenwen is always busy with all the work. Therefore, whenever there is something, people in the company will first look for Chen Wenwen and ask Chen Wenwen to pass the message to Li Mingda. As long as you are not a newcomer and have stayed in Acer Building for a while, you will know what kind of person Li Mingda is. Chapter 17 The Good Cabbages Are Eaten by Pigs. General Manager's Office, First Floor, Acer Building. At this moment, Chen-Nan was sitting on the sofa where Zhao Guoming originally sat, with the finance officer Xiao Hu standing beside him. Mr. Chen, this is the business flow of our Hongji building. The shops around the first floor rent at 50 yuan per square meter per day, totaling 3,000 square meters, with a monthly income of 4.5 million yuan. Floors 2 to 30 are the outsourced e-commerce warehouse area, with a monthly rental income of 1 billion yuan. Floors 30 and above are all company premises, with a monthly rental income of 1.5 billion yuan. The total monthly turnover is 2.5045 million yuan. After deducting taxes and employee costs, last month's turnover was 2.5 billion yuan. Please check it. If there is no problem, I will arrange to transfer the funds to you. Chen-Nan felt drowsy while listening to Xiao Hu nagging about the financial statements. He only perked up when he heard that he could receive 2.5 billion yuan. Chen-Nan glanced at the report roughly. The system automatically recorded the data on the report into his mind and performed a wave of analysis using advanced mathematics. After confirming that it was correct, Chen-Nan nodded. Your bank card with the last number 8736 received 2,500,000,000 yuan at 1734, and the balance is... Chen-Nan immediately received a notification of the payment on his mobile phone. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, a total of 2.5 billion. Although Chen-Nan has been driving a luxury car and living in a luxury house these days and is no longer surprised by these things, he was still dazed for a long time when a 10-digit balance appeared on his card for the first time in his life. What should we do with this 2.5 billion yuan? Chen-Nan's mind raced, thinking of the college student who drew the parking space yesterday, Xiao Zhozhou who was live streaming today, and the mother and son he had just brought in. By the way, didn't that mother and son come to look for the administrative manager? I wonder if they found him. Xiao Hu, go get our administrative manager. I want to talk to him about the company's personnel planning. Okay, Mr. Chen. The sound of high heels hitting the marble floor was heard, and Chen Wenwen, wearing a high ponytail and a black and white uniform, walked in. Oh, you are Acer's administrative manager? Chen Nan looked at Chen Wenwen with amusement. Mr. Chen, Manager Li is on a business trip today. If you have anything to say, please hand it over to me, Chen Wenwen said with gritted teeth. In the morning, Chen Nan put General Manager Zhao Guoming and others into the police station. All the employees of Acer Building were watching in the office, and no one dared to say a word. Although Zhao Guoming usually relies on his position as general manager, and everyone in Acer Building dares not speak out against him, he is still fair to his employees on the surface and not too harsh. But this new Mr. Chen, on the first day of acquiring Acer Building, directly dealt with Zhao Guoming and his secretary without showing any mercy. No one can see through Chen Nan's thoughts, and no one knows whether he will be the next target of rectification. Although Chen Wenwen is just a white-collar worker in the administrative department, diligently completing the tasks assigned by her superiors and receiving a salary of tens of thousands of yuan every month, many people in the company are dissatisfied with her because she always takes the blame for Li Mingde. If she made Mr. Chen unhappy because of her wrong words, Chen Wenwen didn't dare to imagine the consequences. I can tell you! Are you the administrative manager? As expected, Chen Nan did not give Chen Wenwen a good look. I'll give you 3 minutes to call and tell your manager that if he can come, then he should come. If he can't, then he should never show up at Acer again. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll call Manager Li right now and ask him to come back as soon as possible. When Chen Wenwen was walking out, she bumped her foot into the glass on the wall and twisted her ankle. She ignored the pain in her feet and ran out in a panic. 10 minutes later. Mr. Chen, I heard you were looking for me? Chen Nan raised his eyelids and looked at the figure of the man who appeared at the door. Li Mingde was wearing a leopard print mink coat, tight pants, patent leather shoes, and a face full of fat. He exudes the aura of a former gangster from northeastern society. The greasy smell that hit me in the face formed a completely opposite contrast with the Qiu Xian just now. If I hadn't met Ashwan, I really couldn't imagine that someone like Li Mingde could give birth to such a lovely son. It turns out that the wife's genes are very important. If Chui could give birth to a son for me, would he be as cute as Xian? Ahem, I'm thinking too far ahead. Chen Nan continued to look at Li Mingde in front of him. It turns out that the good cabbages are eaten by pigs. Chen Nan sighed silently in his heart again. Everything is alright, right? I'm leaving now. Li Mingde didn't have a good face in front of Chen Nan. On the way here, he had received the news that his distant cousin Li Na was taken to the police station by Chen Nan. Li Mingde was so obedient this time and rushed back mainly because he wanted to hear what Chen Nan had to say about Li Na's affairs and whether he would be involved. But seeing that Chen Nan was slow to speak, Li Mingde's patience wore out and he turned around to leave. Manager Li, please compile a table with the company's current personnel and job positions and send it to me. I want the latest information. Why not just leave this kind of thing to Xiao Qin? She's always done it. Li Mingde curled his lips in disdain. This time, I want you to do it yourself. Mr. Chen, what do you mean? Is it strange that an administrative manager would make a personnel position report? If you don't even know what positions the company's employees hold, how can you be qualified to be a manager? Okay, not surprising, I'll do it myself. Then I'll go back and do the spreadsheet. There's nothing else to do. Li Mingde turned around and was about to leave. Mingde, why don't you want to see us? At this time, Chu Yi and a Xian appeared at the door of the general manager's office. Why are you two here? When Li Mingde saw Chu Yi, his eyes revealed uncontrollable disgust. Dad, Mom misses you every day, why don't you come home? Xiao Ashwan ran towards Li Mingde from the door and saved Li Mingde's thigh. Ah, Xian, be good and come back to your mother. Chu Yi came this time to fight with Li Mingde for custody, so naturally he didn't want Ashwan to have too much contact with Li Mingde. Manager Li, it looks like you have some personal matters to attend to. How about you take care of them first? Chen Nan stood aside, pretending to be watching the show. You bitch, why don't you just stay home and come here to cause trouble? What's the point of dealing with this? Mr. Chen just wants a personnel form, right? I'll get it right away. Li Mingde kicked away his son who was hugging his thigh. Li Mingde, Ashwan is your son, you are worse than a beast. Chui, who was standing by the door, saw Ashwan being knocked to the ground by Li Mingde, and immediately went forward nervously to pick up his son. Mom, Xian doesn't feel any pain, don't cry. The sensible little Ashwan forced himself to force out a smile in Chuyi's arms that was uglier than crying. Chapter 18. No one wants to pay. 200 million. Even Xiao Hu and Chen Wenwen from the finance department standing by couldn't stand watching this scene. Manager Li Yu. Xiao Hu hesitated to speak. Manager Li, as the administrative manager of our Hongji building, you manage the entire company's personnel. But you can't even get along well with your own family. How can I trust you to manage the company's employees well? Or I think you should quit your job as administrative manager. When you learn how to get along with your family, come back for an interview. Chen Nan looked at Ashwan, who knew how to comfort his mother at such a young age, and remembered the instructions he had just given to Ashwan outside, and felt touched. But at this moment, his heart was burning with anger towards Li Mingde. Before Li Mingde came back, Chen Nan had privately inquired with employees from other departments of the company and learned that during the time when Li Mingde was the administrative manager, there had always been dirty practices in the open transaction positions in Acer building. For example, Li Na's lobby manager was arranged by Li Mingde privately, and the security captain who snores in the office was also a position sold by Li Mingde. Before, as long as Li Mingde could balance the conflicts and disputes among employees and complete the assigned indicators, Zhao Guoming turned a blind eye to Li Mingde's behavior. Some even said that Zhao Guoming and Li Mingde had a private cooperative relationship, and the two of them were jointly buying and selling jobs in Acer building. All the work was done by Chen Wenwen, and Li Mingde got all the benefits. Mr. Chen, what do you mean? Li Mingde suspected that he had heard wrongly. He had more than 80% of the connections in Acer building. Most of the employees sitting in the office next door were helped up by him, Li Mingde. And this Chen Nan was a bit too hasty. He wanted to destroy his job just after taking over Acer building. Li Mingde knew that Chen Nan clearly wanted to embarrass him today. In this case, Li Mingde is not going to save face for Chen Nan. Mr. Chen, if you want to fire me, fine. But at least ask the other Acer employees if they agree first. Li Mingde looked at Chen Nan complacently, as if he was sure of victory. He just didn't believe that if more than 70% of the employees in the entire Acer building protested, he would see what reason Chen Nan would use to shut these people up. Okay, you hand over all the employees of Hongji building to me. Chen Nan nodded, feeling that what Li Mingde said made some sense. After all, he, Chen Nan, was a good young man in society who won people over with his virtue. Conference room, first floor, Acer building. The small conference room usually used for small meetings of various departments was now packed with people, totaling about 70 people. Count the number of people and see if everyone from each department is here? Chen Nan glanced at Chen Wenwen beside him. Okay, Mr. Chen. We have a total of 76 employees, 73 of whom were present. 3 of them went to the police station this morning. Okay, as long as we're all here. Chen Nan interrupted Chen Wenwen's next words, then prepared his words and went on stage to speak. Everyone, I'm Chen Nan, the new owner of Acer building. I have a big announcement to make. Starting today, everyone's salary will triple, but there will be a brutal monthly assessment system. The assessment will be based on a comprehensive scoring system. The family members with the lowest scores each month will be eliminated from the bottom and forced to leave our Acer building. At the same time, in order to better supervise the assessment of each employee, I have decided to replace everyone with a more reliable administrative manager to control everyone's assessment. Then here, those who agree that Li Mingde should give up his seat, please raise your hands. After Chen Nan finished speaking, 4 or 5 hands sparsely rose in the small conference room of more than 70 people. Those who raised their hands looked around at each other, and 2 of them put their hands down. Mr. Chen, you see, everyone still trusts me, Li. Seeing that the situation on the scene was exactly as he had expected, Li Mingde, with his huge beer belly, his tail was about to reach the sky. What do you think, Chen Nan? Even if you are the new boss, even if you dislike me, what can you do? More than 80% of the people in Acer building are Li Mingda's people. If Qin Nan wants to touch Li Mingda, these people will definitely jump out to protest. Otherwise, both sides will suffer. I didn't expect that our manager Li is so popular among everyone, Qin Nan said indifferently. So, who wants to put themselves forward for a challenge? Is there anyone who thinks they can do a better job than Li Mingda for the position of administrative manager? Raise your hand so I can see. 1 second, 2 seconds, no one? I'm offering a 100 million yuan prize, is there anyone willing to help? Qin Nan tapped the table with his fingers and looked around at everyone. 100 million? My God, the administrative manager's monthly salary is only a few 100,000, how many times that must be? Are you stupid? Didn't Mr. Qin just say that everyone's salary will triple from now on? It's not just a few 100,000, it's 100 million plus a million a month. I didn't expect this new CEO Qin to be so generous, giving out bonuses in the billions. I've never seen 9-digit cash in my life. I want to give it a try. But isn't this just openly opposing Li Mingda? Do you want to stop working in the company? Based on the boss's personality, who do you think will be in the company more every day, Mr. Qin or Li Mingda? Stupid, aren't you? There was quite a commotion in the office. Everyone was whispering and talking to each other, and a few hands were raised and put down. No one wants to? 200 million! Anyone who scores higher than Li Mingda in the comprehensive assessment and wins the election, and ultimately secures the position of administrative manager, can come directly to me and receive 200 million. Qin Nan continued to speak calmly, as if 1 or 200 million were just 1 or 2 yuan in his eyes. Damn it, 200 million! I won't have to worry about food and drink for my son and I for the rest of my life. I want to challenge you. I'm signing up. I think I'm much more capable than Li Mingda. He's nothing. Let me do it. Mr. Qin, I'm a postdoctoral fellow in administration at the Criminal Law University. I can do it too. As an administrative manager, Li Mingda doesn't know anything, so I want to give it a try. I'm Li Mingda's assistant. I complete all of Li Mingda's daily workload. I think I'm capable of doing this. Qin Wenwen, who was standing next to Xiao Hu, also raised her hand. Do you still remember what you all said to me back then? Li Mingda felt disheartened as he watched the employees in the office eager to try. Yes, 200 million. After all, who can resist money? Chapter 19, What to do with the extra 20 billion. Very good. Colleagues who raised their hands just now will go to Shaoqing to register. Then each of you will come up with a new evaluation system. The person with the most votes will be the new administrative manager, and everyone will strictly follow this system from now on. As for our manager Li, you should go and deal with your family issues first. There is no place for you in Acer building anymore. Yes, Mr. Qin. After Qin Nan finished speaking, everyone else in the office was filled with enthusiasm and rushed to surround Qin Wenwen to register. Only Li Mingda, who was standing at the door, looked at everyone with a look of despair on his face. It's over. Everything is over. Nothing left. Li Mingda muttered to himself like a mad patient. Mingda, come home with me. Look at yourself now, what do you look like? In the past 2 years, you have worked hard in the big city and made money, but you have lost yourself a long time ago. In the past, when you saw someone in need on the street, you were always the first to rush to help. But now you don't even care about your own son. Mingda, this city is too big. How about we go back to our hometown? I've saved all the money you've sent back over the years. You come back with us, we can open a breakfast shop in our hometown, run the small business peacefully, and raise our xian, okay? At this moment, only Chui approached Li Mingda. And those who used to be polite to Li Mingda and called him brotherly were all vying for the position of administrative manager like crazy. Li Mingda looked at his first wife in front of him, and blushed. Don't be sad, Dad. Ashwan is also Spider-Man. Ashwan can protect Mom and Dad. Dad, you've never made Mom sad before. The little boy in the red cloak stood on tiptoe, gently wiped away the tears from his mother's face, and looked at Li Mingda sincerely. Xian, Dad was wrong. Dad was wrong. I'm going back with you guys right now. Looking at his sensible son in front of him, Li Mingda completely collapsed. He held his head with both hands and buried his face deeply in his elbows. Seeing that the Acer building issue had been resolved, Chen Nan thought of the 2 billion yuan left in his account. I suddenly have some money, but I don't know what to do with it. Chen Nan stared at his account balance with some worry. Otherwise, why not post it on your moments and ask the almighty circle of friends, if you suddenly had an extra 2 billion, what would you do? The accompanying picture is a screenshot of a text message announcing the arrival of 2.5 billion yuan. Not long after Chen Nan posted on his moments, the comment section immediately exploded. Wang Dequan, brother, what are you doing? Did you win the lottery? Li Fugue, 666, this picture looks real. I'll share the simulator with you later. Chen Xiaoming, stop dreaming, just be a good customer service representative on Taobao. Zhang Liang, brother Nan, this cup is quite filling. Transfer a few 100 million to me first. Mao Jiajia, childish. Du Zijian, buy shoes. If you have money but don't buy shoes, you're a fool. Ing Jingxing, let alone tens of billions, even if you have tens of thousands, you wouldn't wear a suit worth dozens of dollars every day, right? Almost everyone in the comments section was complaining. Except for Wang Dequan, who thought Chen Nan might have won the lottery. No one believed Chen Nan. However, despite being jealous, Chen Nan felt that what some people said made sense. Since I have a standard model figure, I really should buy some new clothes. After all, 30% depends on appearance, and 70% depends on dressing. Although Chen Nan is already very handsome, if he changes into more upscale clothes, wouldn't it be easy for him to pick up some girls? System, navigate to the nearest men's clothing store. Chen Nan gave instructions in his mind. A golden light flew by, and Chen Nan's limited edition Bugatti Veyron stopped in the garage of Taikotai, the largest luxury goods mall in Jiahai City. After Chen Nan took the escalator to the mall, he casually walked into the nearest men's clothing store. The name of the store is Louis Vuitton. Chen Nan had some impression of this brand. He would occasionally see information about their shows on Weibo, and the male models were dressed quite similarly. Before, Chen Nan only watched online show videos and never imagined what she would look like wearing them. Chen Nan's monthly salary is only 8,000 yuan. After deducting rent and living expenses, the remaining money is only enough to buy a tie. What use would a tie have for him, a mere after-sales customer service representative? But now it's different. Chen Nan now has a cash flow of more than 2 billion yuan in his account, so he can buy whatever he wants according to his mood. Hello, how can I help you? The shopping guide at the door had a professional smile on his face and looked at Chen Nan, who came in without any emotion. People in their line of work have sharp eyes and can tell at a glance how much the clothes worn by the person in front of them are worth. This allows us to infer the consumption capacity of the person in front of us. Then we can prescribe the right medicine and recommend something they can afford. The shopping guide looked at Chen Nan and thought that all his belongings added up were probably worth less than 500 yuan. But what was different was the pair of low-quality slippers, which looked fake, a little too obviously fake. But when judging a person's social status, people often look at their shoes. Generally speaking, people who wear this kind of slippers either won't enter Taikotai, or if they do, they are not ordinary people. Therefore, the shopping guide still retained his own views and opinions on Chen Nan, showing his best professionalism. Give me one of your newest models. Chen Nan had never been to a luxury store of this level before, and looking at the dazzling display stands, he was a little dazzled for a moment. I don't know if luxury stores allow you to try on clothes. These clothes look a bit troublesome to try on. Chen Nan was muttering in his heart, but he didn't want the shopping guide in front of him to see that this was his first time here and make himself look like an inexperienced person. So after thinking for a long time, Chen Nan only thought of that sentence. The new styles are always good. After all, when you see the models wearing the new styles on the runway, the clothes always look good. Okay, please wait. Having said that, the shopping guide immediately ran in and got busy. After a while, the shopping guide came towards Chen Nan excitedly, carrying 3 well-matched suits. Hello, here are 3 of our latest suits. Let me show you. This set, with its dark brown as its main color, exudes understated sophistication. This linen suit is casual and suitable for informal social occasions. This dark blue suit is more businesslike and suitable for you to wear to work. 20. You can complain if your hair washing time is less than 30 minutes. Which one do you need? The salesperson holding 3 suits was smiling and showing the clothes to Chen-Nan. Well, it looks like everything is pretty good. Then pack the dark brown and dark blue sets together. Chen-Nan nodded and was very satisfied with the several sets of clothes that the shopping guide brought out. Okay, you want these 2 sets, right? Here are. Wait a minute, pack up those 2 sets. Give me the linen one. I'll wear it now. Chen-Nan interrupted the salesperson, and the salesperson stretched out her hand, waiting for her to hand over the clothes. You mean you want all 3 sets? A hint of surprise flashed in the shopping guide's eyes, and she carefully confirmed it with Chen-Nan. These 3 sets are the runway models that were just released this year. She originally wanted to test Chen-Nan's ability, so she deliberately picked out the expensive ones. If all 3 sets were sold, her performance target for this month would be exceeded. Yeah, what's the problem? Chen-Nan's outstretched hand was still suspended in the air, waiting to take the clothes handed over by the shopping guide. No problem, no problem. But these clothes are the latest runway styles. The price may be a little expensive. Are you sure? Out of caution, the shopping guide confirmed with Chen-Nan again. I want the show price. If it's not the show price, I don't want it. Seeing the shopping guide was slow, Chen-Nan walked over and took the clothes himself. Do you have a fitting room here? Chen-Nan looked around, trying to find a place to change clothes. Oh yes, over there. Well, I'll pack up the rest for you here. A total of 3,085,000. If you spend 2 million or more in a single transaction, you'll automatically be upgraded to a Diamond VIP member, which will earn you points for every purchase. Would you like to pay by card? The shopping guide ran to the cashier with the remaining 2 suits, started working busily, and raised the POS machine at hand. Can't WeChat or Alipay be used? That's fine, we accept any form of payment here. After changing her clothes, Chen-Nan suddenly exuded the artistic temperament of a runway model and looked completely different from when she first entered the room. Although the clothes were picked out by the salesperson herself, she was still surprised when she saw the man wearing them. So handsome. And the sponsor paid more than 3 million in cash directly. Handsome and rich. Oh my God! It's just that, these slippers with a suit are a bit. Well, I'm not sure if I should say this, your slippers seem a little out of place, right? The shopping guide hesitated, but finally spoke. Chen-Nan looked in front of the mirror for a while and noticed his feet. Well, that makes sense. Then get me another pair of leather shoes. Okay. Sure enough, after matching the linen casual suit with Loki luxurious handmade leather shoes, Chen-Nan felt that his current appearance was worthy of the balance in his account. Your total spending this time is 3.28 million. Here are the other 2 suits you packed. I'll just scan them for you. The shopping guide came to Chen-Nan, carrying 2 packed bags in one hand and a barcode scanner in the other. Swipe, payment successful. Happy shopping! After leaving Louis Vuitton, Chen-Nan, wearing new clothes, was in a good mood. Or get your hair done again? After walking around, Chen-Nan finally saw a shop that did styling design. Welcome, would you like to have your hair washed? As soon as I walked in, Tony, who was wearing red-dyed tights, greeted me warmly. Help me design a hairstyle that suits me. Okay, come over here and wash your hair first. Chen-Nan followed Tony inside. As soon as Chen-Nan lay down, he looked up and saw a red note stuck on the wall with a row of bold black words written on it. You can complain if the washing time is less than 30 minutes. Chen-Nan was a little confused. It takes 30 minutes to wash my hair? No, this is not right. I only wash my hair for less than 30 minutes and I can still complain? It was Chen-Nan's first time to wash her hair in a luxury mall like Taikoo Tai. She muttered to herself that maybe she was just inexperienced, because everything has its different levels. When it comes to washing hair, there must be a difference between the way the poor wash their hair and the way the nobles wash their hair. How can a hair salon that can be opened in this shopping mall be compared with ordinary hair salons? Chen-Nan frantically suppressed his inner curiosity and waited quietly for the shampooer to start. A stream of warm water slowly wet Chen-Nan's scalp, and the young man's nimble fingers began to shuttle through his hair. Sir, have you been busy recently? It's been a long time since you came here to wash your hair. The shampoo boy scolded her enthusiastically and shyly, sounding like a little goblin who had not been summoned by the emperor for a long time and was complaining a little. Chien-Nen felt a little creepy in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. I thought that as long as I was cool enough, I wouldn't be embarrassed anymore. Well, I'm busy with a big project recently. Yes, it's really a headache to think about how to spend more than 2 billion yuan. While work is important, your health is your most valuable asset. You're so busy working all day, you definitely don't have time to relax, do you? We've recently launched a promotion where member massages are 50% off. I'll give you one to try later. That's a huge discount. This crazy discount only comes once a year, and you're lucky you came right in time for the event. By the way, what's your membership card number? Since you haven't been here in a while, I have some free hair wash coupons. I'll quietly put them on your card. Just ask me next time you come. Here he comes. He starts his performance with the shampoo coupons. The shampoo boy leaned close to Chien-Nan's ear and spoke mysteriously in a low voice. That's great. The card I used to come to your place before belonged to my ex-girlfriend, and now she's dead. Please open a new card for me and then I can get a massage. Okay, you're now a new member. New cardholders at our store get a mystery gift. You've really struck it rich this time. The shampoo guy was all smiles, completely different from his previous sour and ambiguous marketing tone. Brother, did you use the shampoo from the store or did you save it yourself? Did you write your name when you saved it last time? Use the ones from the store. How could he have done that last time? Brother, is this massage technique okay? How's the water temperature? Do you need me to clean your ears? The technique is fine, the water temperature is fine, go ahead and clean your ears. Okay, I'm the best scalp massager in our shop, and I'm the most careful ear cleaner. You made the right choice by choosing me today, brother! While the shampoo guy was chattering, Chien-Nen actually fell asleep on the sofa bed while washing his hair. Chapter 21: A hairstyle that looks rich. Brother, your hair is washed. Let's go blow dry it now. Do you have a designated hairstylist? Just as Chien-Nen was swimming in the ocean of dreams and feeling the gurgling warm current in his ears, a familiar yet flattering voice once again came into Chien-Nan's ears. Chien-Nen opened his eyes and saw the shampooer with a smile on his face. He had stood up from the sink and wrapped half of Chien-Nan's head with a towel like a chestnut. At this moment, the shampoo boy was standing beside Chien-Nan's sofa bed, waiting for Chien-Nen to get up and get out of bed. If your store director has time, please ask him to cut my hair. Chien-Nen bent down and got out of bed, speaking lightly. The shampoo guy quickly led the way and led Chien-Nen to the waiting area. Brother, you may not have been here for a long time. Our director's schedule is booked in advance every day. Although he just finished cutting the last customer's hair, the next customer will arrive in 5 minutes. If you want the director to cut your hair now, it may be a bit troublesome. The shampoo guy said embarrassedly. But there is a solution. Oh, then tell me, is there any way to cut in line? Our Zunlong VIPs enjoy the privilege of having a designated director serve at any time. Would you consider upgrading? This Dragon VIP is the top membership in our store. There are less than 5 of us currently. Many ordinary customers have begged us to get it, but we have limited the number of people who can get it. We will only reveal it to people like you who have a connection with our store. The shampoo guy said mysteriously. Why am I the destined one? Chien-Nen was very interested and waited quietly for the shampoo boy to continue playing the game with him. Aren't we destined to be together? You're our client's ex, and even though you broke up with her, you still come to our place to have your hair washed. That shows you really think highly of us. And you just happened to call our director, who's usually fully booked, and you're here during the only free time today when you can cut in line. So I definitely have an obligation to tell you this unique way to cut in line. The shampoo boy became more and more excited as he spoke, with a look of joy on his face, as if he had won the grand prize. Okay, then let's set up a Zunlong VIP event. Have your director come over quickly so that he doesn't delay the next scheduled guest and make them unhappy. Anyway, all this money can't be spent all at once, Chien-Nen said to the shampoo boy without blinking. Okay, brother, the opening fee for our Zunlong VIP card is 300,000. How do you plan to pay it? The shampoo guy was afraid that Chien-Nen would go back on his word, so he ran back to Qin Nan from the front desk with the barcode scanner in his left hand and the POS machine in his right hand. WeChat. Qin Nan opened his WeChat payment code and took the initiative to scan it with the scanning machine in the hand of the shampoo boy. Ding! WeChat payment, 300,000 yuan. The whole process was done in one go, just like adding a WeChat friend. Qin Nan easily paid 300,000 yuan in cash. Brother, come with me. I'll take you to the Zunlong VIP room first, and the director will be here soon. There seemed to be a slight tremor in the shampoo guy's voice. Money tree. The wealthy father. The landlord's foolish son. A fool with lots of money. The shampoo boy was roaring and ecstatic in his heart. His performance target for the past 6 months was achieved in one go, all thanks to Qin Nan in front of him. In the eyes of the shampoo boy, the taciturn Qin Nan was like a playboy who had just been heartbroken, had money but nowhere to spend it, and wanted to change his look and start again to pick up girls. For this type of people, as long as they want to pick up girls, they pay special attention to their appearance. No matter clothes, pants, shoes, or hairstyle, they have to choose the most expensive and best everything. They are not short of money at all. They are willing to spend money on their own image, so the shampoo boys are naturally willing to make a lot of money from these people. Why do so many young girls want to have plastic surgery even if it means taking out loans? It is just to attract these young rich second generation who only care about appearance. The shampoo boy was born in a poor mountainous area. He didn't go to school for many years and entered the society too early. Now he can dress brightly and handsomely in the center of Jiahai City, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, and wash the hair of wealthy bosses. Naturally, he is accustomed to all kinds of bloody plots and deeply feels the charm of money. He realized the truth early on, no matter if it was a gold digger who desperately tried to get plastic surgery to get close to the rich second generation, or a rich second generation who dressed up to attract internet celebrities, they all had the same view on money, which was to be willing to spend money on themselves. And he, an ordinary shampoo boy, is involved in the beauty and hairdressing industry. As long as he washes the customer's hair well and provides good service, and makes the customers satisfied with him, he can make money from these people. With his quick mind, no one would have thought that this seemingly slick-tongued shampooer Tony was actually the marketing director of this styling shop, and his income was even several times higher than that of the styling director who had an independent VIP haircutting area. After Qin Nan successfully scanned the code and paid, the shampoo boy's performance commission was immediately credited to his account. At this time, the styling director rushed over. When the shampoo boy was leaving the Zunlong VIP room, he stopped at the door and looked back at Qin Nan. Brother, remember my name is number 8. Next time you wash your hair, remember to call me and I'll deposit the shampoo coupon into your card. Looking at number 8 leaving, Qin Nan's heart was filled with indescribable excitement. Perhaps Qin Nan was inspired by this dedicated and hardworking shampoo boy. Instead of feeling sad about getting a 300,000 yuan credit card just for a haircut, he felt it was well worth it. As expected, at Taiku Tai, getting a haircut is more than just a haircut. The service you pay for is the most important. That's the damn charm of money. So delicious. Sir, what kind of hairstyle do you want? The styling director stood behind Qin Nan and asked Qin Nan gently while facing the mirror. Just get a haircut and you'll look rich. Qin Nan thought for a long time and talked to the styling director through the mirror. That's easy, I understand what you mean. Hearing Qin Nan's words, the styling director immediately showed a confident expression, picked up the hair-cutting tools on the styling table, and started to operate them. Qin Nan also didn't expect this speed. After all, Qin Nan himself hadn't figured out what length he wanted, but the styling director actually understood it. He really deserves to be the director. Watching the styling director working on his head with a pair of scissors in each hand, with his skillful techniques and cool methods, Qin Nan closed his eyes with relief and prepared to take a nap. When Qin Nan heard the sound of the hairdryer, he thought that the hairstyle should be almost done, so he opened his eyes and looked at the mirror in front of him. Chapter 22: A hairstyle that looks rich. This sight almost frightened Qin Nan so much that he jumped out of his chair. If Qin Nan didn't know clearly that what he saw was a mirror, he would have believed it if I told him that it was his grandfather who had returned. Qin Guanghua has a shiny forehead, a hairline that races with the top of his head, pointed hair ends flush with the horizontal plane, and clean hair on both sides. It looks weird but vaguely familiar. What kind of devilish hairstyle is this? Chin Nan opened his eyes wide, staring at the mirror with a complex expression of disbelief and surprise. Come on, big brother, talk to me. Who gave you the courage? Was it Fish Liang? It's not what you think. Is this the level of a director's haircutting skills? How can I go out and meet people? Chin Nan looked at her hair in the mirror, then looked at the styling director standing obediently behind her in the mirror, tears streaming down her face as she tried to speak. Sir, this is your own request. What are you dissatisfied with this hairstyle? The styling director was scolded for no reason, and he felt so aggrieved that he couldn't vent. After all, Chin Nan was a Zunlong VIP who had just opened a 300,000 yuan account, and he was someone that a small styling director like him couldn't afford to offend. What's not to like? Why don't you ask me what I like? How am I supposed to go out and meet people with this hair? Chin Nan rubbed his head, which was as flat as a wilderness. When he heard the styling director's guilt-free excuses, his anger soared and he wanted to get up and leave. This hairstyle is obviously a hairstyle only worn by bald middle-aged men. It's a bit unreasonable for a young man to have such a hairstyle. This is the hairstyle that looks rich that you requested, that's right, the styling director said with an innocent look, spreading his hands. No, you're here to make me laugh? With this hairstyle, are you asking me to go out and make fun of you? Chin Nan wanted to lose his temper but was afraid of being argued with. He was angry but also wanted to laugh. This is so funny. The style is so fashionable, it's obvious she's rich. The styling director remained confident and didn't think there was anything wrong with the hairstyle. Moreover, he didn't sound like he was joking at all. He spoke very carefully and seriously. According to Chin Nan's previous personality, he would have to conduct a textbook consumer rights protection operation with the styling director in front of him. But the strange thing is, ever since Chin Nan started driving a luxury car and living in a luxury house, and had a long list of countless balances in his account, he has become more compassionate. Chin Nan feels that he can now better understand the difficulties faced by workers. The styling director in front of him was also an employee, so it was obvious that he was not making fun of his hairstyle. The styling director may be a little stubborn, but if he is wrong, he is also responsible. After all, it was Chin Nan who conveyed the meaning to others. There is an old philosophical saying. There are 1,000 Hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 people. It's normal that the stylist's view of Hamlet is different from what you imagine. It's strange, Chin Nan shouldn't have fallen asleep just now. Chin Nan tried hard to regulate his breathing, brainwashed himself frantically, and adjusted his inner emotions. After all, when it comes to hair cutting, it really depends on the level of understanding between the customer and the stylist. If you are not satisfied with the final result, you certainly cannot blame one party unilaterally. Moreover, Chin Nan had just opened a Zunlong VIP card worth 300,000 yuan in this store. If he had a falling out with the styling director during the first cut, how would he feel comfortable spending the remaining balance on the card in the future? Little brother, I admit that my expression of this hairstyle today was inadequate and caused you to misunderstand. Let's just treat it as an acquaintance. Don't worry about whether it's Mao Zedong or not. I accept this hairstyle, too. Chin Nan patted the styling director's shoulder, took a deep breath, and continued. Fortunately, I have good looks, so I can handle this heavy-tasting hairstyle even if I look at it a few more times. Chin Nan said bitterly to himself in the mirror. If he didn't feel sorry for his 300,000 yuan, or if he didn't want this matter to escalate and be laughed at by others for being a sucker, he wouldn't want to suffer this loss in silence. That's right, at the critical moment Chin Nan thought that rather than fighting for his dignity, preserving face is the highest level of dignity for rich people. As for this hairstyle, as long as he is strong enough inside, it will not be him who is embarrassed, but the person who is staring at his head. Although the styling director was a little caught off guard by Chin Nan's sudden change, the original customer who was cut in line by Chin Nan had been waiting in the store for a long time. Therefore, he did not have time to think too much. He simply tidied up and prepared to continue to receive customers. Chin Nan came out of the hair salon and walked quickly to the underground parking garage and left Tai Kutai without a moment's delay. When Chin Nan drove the golden Bugatti Veyron back to Fulimingwan, a petite figure at the gate of the community once again attracted Chin Nan's attention. Who else could that person be but Su Yingzi, wearing a little apron covered with colorful paint? At this moment, Su Yingzi was standing face to face with two property managers, seemingly arguing about something. Seeing this scene, Qin Nan parked the car on a sparsely populated street, got out and walked towards Su Yingzi. "What's the matter, great artist?" Qin Nan came behind Su Yingzi and spoke to her back. When Su Yingzi heard Qin Nan's voice, she turned around immediately, with tears streaming down her face and red eyes. She looked so pitiful, like a little white rabbit that had been bullied. "The property management of your community is bullying me, saying that I scribbled graffiti on the green belt inside. I have never been there at all." Su Yingzi cried to Qin Nan, saying that she, a college student, had been in a stalemate with the two aggressive property management staff in front of her for 2 hours. If Qin Nan didn't show up, the property management staff would force Su Yingzi to call her school counselor and inform the school. If the school knew about this, regardless of whether Su Yingzi had damaged the community's green belt, the fact that she had skipped classes to work part-time would be enough to get her a serious warning. A punishment is equivalent to a huge stain on Su Yingzi's file, which directly affects Su Yingzi's application for financial aid this semester. Qin Nan naturally believed Su Yingzi, knowing that she was only painting parking spaces in the underground parking lot and would never destroy the environment of the green belt. However, facing the aggressive property management in front of him, and now in the entire community, apart from Su Yingzi, no one else was found using paint. This is a bit tricky. Chapter 23. Are you her godfather? Do you have any evidence to prove that this little girl was the one who scribbled on the green belt? Show me the evidence. Qin Nan stood beside Su Yingzi, gently patting her shoulders and comforting her softly, while supporting her and confronting the property management in front of him. Seeing Qin Nan walking towards them from a distance, two property management officers in uniform looked him up and down, then showed disdain in their eyes. Is it your turn to meddle in other people's business here? This little girl is causing trouble in our Fuli Mingwan, and you want to stand up for her? Are you her godfather? Fuli Mingwan is the most expensive residential complex in Jianhai City. The owners living there are all well-known figures in Jianhai City. They are all the richest among the rich. I have never seen anyone walking in. In the eyes of these two properties, no matter how well Qin Nan was maintained, the hairstyle from the 1970s and 1980s had already exposed his rustic and unfashionable temperament. The suit he was wearing looked unrealistically new and was probably rented from somewhere. They just thought Qin Nan was a pretentious guy who happened to pass by and wanted to show off his false sense of justice in front of the female college students. If you're trying to change the subject, I'll assume you don't have any evidence. You're bullying a little girl here without any evidence. If this matter gets exposed, do you think Fuli Mingwan will protect you too? Qin Nan could naturally hear the sarcasm in the property manager's words. He had been very angry about the haircut in the afternoon, and had no place to vent his anger. He didn't expect that two fearless people would appear in front of him. These two property managers probably had the upper hand in the conversation with Su Yingzi just now, and they still maintained their arrogance at this moment. Even when they saw Qin Nan reaching into his pocket to take out his mobile phone, they did not feel the slightest sense of crisis. If you want to report me, go ahead and report me. Do you really think you're some righteous hero saving the damsel in distress? I'm telling you, I'm used to seeing you poor losers living in old, dilapidated apartments, yet dreaming of causing trouble in Fuli Mingwan every day. You cause trouble and want to make it bigger than it actually is. Go ahead and report me. I don't believe you two can still turn black into white. One of the property managers strode forward, pointed his finger at Qin Nan's nose and started to argue. System, contact the anchor in uniform this morning. Okay, master. I've found a social gossip anchor named Jojo. She currently has 1.2 million followers and her regular phone number is 138x × 9324. Qin Nan resisted the urge to hit someone, and used his mind to search the powerful search function of the system in his mind to find the phone number of the JK uniform anchor, and dialed the number according to the number read by the system. Hello, who are you? Because it was an unfamiliar number, the voice on the other end of the call was full of vigilance when the call was connected. It's me, Qin Nan, come here now. Qin Nan? Where are you? How did you get my phone number? Do you know that you are already? Hearing Qin Nan's voice, Jojo on the other end of the phone became extremely excited. He interrupted Chen Nan and started talking frantically into the receiver. Okay, listen to me first. There's a new situation here. Come over here first. We'll talk about the rest after you get here. Okay. I'll be right there. Where are you now? At the entrance of Fuli Mingwan. Remember to bring your new phone that can broadcast live. Okay, see you in 5 minutes. When Zhou Zhou hung up the phone, she almost jumped for joy. The live broadcast in the morning had more than doubled her number of fans. Now Chen Nan contacted her again. It seemed like another exciting social event. Zhou Zhou has been an anchor for 3 months. She chose the field of social gossip because, on the one hand, she wanted to prove that she did not rely on her looks to make a living. On the other hand, she also wanted to synchronize some news happening in Jiahai City to the audience on the other side of the screen in a timely manner, so that everyone can have a better understanding of the city they live in. Over the past 3 months, Zhou Zhou has been running around the streets and alleys of Jiahai City, speaking up for the disadvantaged, upholding justice, and diligently broadcasting live. She has finally accumulated hundreds of thousands of fans, but this is still far from her goal of becoming a big anchor with tens of millions of fans. However, since meeting Chen Nan today, a live broadcast in the morning directly increased her fans from hundreds of thousands to millions, and she jumped from an 18th-tier small anchor to the ranks of small and medium-sized well-known anchors. Originally, Zhou Zhou planned to digest everything that happened in the morning and plan his future development path in the afternoon. However, Chen Nan's call directly disrupted Zhou Zhou's train of thought. She put down the planner in her hand, picked up the tripod beside her, grabbed her cell phone and ran out. At this moment, even if 100 attractive male guests were chasing after her, they could not stop Zhou Zhou from running towards Chen Nan. In Zhou Zhou's heart, Chen Nan is almost equivalent to a fan-boosting machine that increases his fan base. Wherever Chen Nan is, there will be exciting and popular events, which means that his account will have explosive popularity. After 3 minutes and 50 seconds, Zhou Zhou, holding the tripod, stopped at the entrance of the Fuli Mingwan community, breathing heavily. Here, your speed is as fast as a rocket. Chen Nan, who was in the distance, saw Zhou Zhou and greeted her loudly, waving. What's going on? What happened here? Tell me the general situation first, and I'll find a suitable camera angle and take a cover for the broadcast. After Zhou Zhou ran to Chen Nan and the other 3 people, he showed no intention of stopping. While talking, he started to fix the tripod and set up the phone to prepare for work. No, what do you think our Fuli Mingwan is? Filming is not allowed here, get out of here! The property manager who had just mocked Chen Nan and arrogantly forced him to make a reporting call began to show obvious impatience when he saw Zhou Zhou, who appeared inexplicably and was fiddling with things to prepare for filming. He spoke viciously to Zhou Zhou and wanted to reach out to drive Zhou Zhou away. Zhou Zhou, who had experienced the incident of having his phone stolen in the morning, had learned his lesson long ago. When he saw the arm reaching out from the side, he quickly raised the tripod and dodged to the side. Can you please show some respect to our emerging industry? Why do people these days look down on streamers? Why do they always try to snatch my phone away? Hey everyone, aren't you excited? Zhou Zhou is here to live stream another exciting episode for you all. Look who's next to me. That's the hero from this morning, the business tycoon you've all been thinking about, Chen Nan. Zhou Zhou, who was holding a tripod and moving quickly to Chen Nan's side, had just finished complaining about the property management. After the live broadcast started, she immediately showed a sweet smile to the camera and pulled Chen Nan to greet the audience in the live broadcast room. Chapter 24 24-Hour Manual Patrol. Now, everyone can see that Zhou Zhou is at the entrance of Fuli Mingwan, the most expensive residential complex in Jiahai City. Everyone knows that the housing prices in Fuli Mingwan are not affordable for ordinary wealthy people. The guy who was about to hit me just now was from the property management of Fuli Mingwan. He was so arrogant. The female anchor Zhou Zhou, wearing a JK uniform, held a tripod and shuttled between several figures, flexibly avoiding the pursuit of 2 property managers, while using the camera of her mobile phone to shoot the surrounding environment. As soon as Zhou Zhou's live broadcast room started, 200,000 viewers immediately flocked in. The onlookers expressed their excitement in the scrolling subtitles. This is the second broadcast today. Zhou Zhou is going to be a model worker. Goddess, remember to protect yourself. I'll call the police for you. Isn't this Mr. Chen who bought the Acer building this morning? It's just a hype script, I'm backing off. Fuli Mingwan? It's so lively in front of our community today. Perhaps because of the morning's popularity, Zhou live broadcast room's popularity has been soaring, and in less than 5 minutes it has reached the popular position on the platform's homepage. This? Su Yingzi looked at the 3 people chasing her and felt a little at a loss for a moment. At this time, Chen Nan reached out and grabbed one of the property managers in uniform who happened to run in front of him, and raised his eyebrows at him. We live in a society ruled by law now. We must resist violence. You guys, you think you're justified in destroying the community's green belt? You really think poverty is your ambition and you consider yourselves to be vulnerable, right? Fine, I'm going to call the police right now and see if you dare to be so arrogant. The property manager, whose arm was held by Chen Nan, used all his strength to shake off Chen Nan's hand, then took out a mobile phone from his uniform pocket and pressed a few buttons on the screen. The exasperated property manager exchanged a few words with the person on the other end of the phone, and after hanging up, he looked confident of victory. Seeing that his colleague had called the police, the property manager who was originally chasing Zhou stopped, and the two stood together. At this moment, in front of the gate of Fuli Mingwan community, 5 people split into 2 groups and confronted each other face to face. Except for Zhou who greeted the camera from time to time, no one else spoke. Within a few minutes, a police car with sirens blaring appeared in front of everyone. Who called the police just now? Song Ji appeared in front of Chen Nan again with a serious expression. It's me. It's me. The property manager holding a mobile phone immediately came over and greeted Song Ji. Comrade police officer, I just gave you a brief overview of the situation over the phone. These guys destroyed our neighborhood's green belt in broad daylight. Not only did they refuse to admit their mistake, they were also extremely arrogant, especially these 2. Look, this little girl was filming nonstop with her phone. When they saw Song Ji's property, they greeted him enthusiastically, like a dog seeing a bone. The property manager's hand swept in the direction of Chen Nan and Zhou, and finally stopped at Zhou who was holding up her mobile phone to broadcast live. Song Ji looked up in the direction the property manager raised his hand. Chen Nan, why are you guys here again? Song Ji walked up to Chen Nan and Zhou and asked in confusion. Captain Song, you're going to be a model worker in the police force. We meet again so soon. Chen Nan greeted Song Ji casually with a smug look on his face. I haven't seen you for a long time. Why are you leaving your job as a boss to come here and make a scene? And what's with your look? What's irritating you? Song Ji looked Chen Nan up and down, completely confused. Captain Song, do we look like troublemakers? The property management of this residential complex bullied a female college student at the door and threatened us, and you didn't do anything about it? Zhou walked to Song Ji, blinked her big watery eyes, and looked at Song Ji aggrievedly. As for Song Ji, the explosion-proof team leader, most of the workload for the entire day was spent on Zhou and Chen Nan, 2 living bodhisattvas. Generally, minor matters concerning people's livelihood are mediated by ordinary police officers in the police station. Only when encountering major incidents will the explosion-proof team leader come forward. However, the police station's telephone hotline has been ringing all day today. This morning it was about Hongji Building, and now it's about RF Bay. Although the property management company took the initiative to call the police this time, the police station subsequently received several calls from other concerned citizens, all of whom accused the situation described in the previous call of being inconsistent with the facts. Therefore, this task was handed over to Song Ji again. I care, why wouldn't I care? Aren't I here? You said they bullied you. How did they bully you? Come, describe it to me. Seeing Zhou complaining in front of him, Song Ji couldn't help but laugh. After the incident at Hongji Building this morning, Song Ji also saw the overwhelming number of hot searches on the internet, and had a little understanding of this new social positive energy beautiful girl anchor. Therefore, in Song Ji's heart, although he did not have a specific understanding of the situation on the scene, he generally tended to favor Chen Nan and Zhou. After all, how could the protagonist who had just solved a major social incident 2 mornings run to the gate of the community to cause trouble? At Song Ji's suggestion, Zhou gave a heartfelt and moving performance, and with Chen Nan adding to the story from time to time, Song Ji roughly understood what had happened. Since you insist that this little girl destroyed the community's green belt, can you produce surveillance video or any other evidence? After listening to Zhou Zhou and Chen Nan's description, Song Shi turned and looked at the two property managers with gloomy faces. This, comrade police officer, you may not be familiar with our community. One of the property managers swallowed, paused, and then continued. Our community is the most expensive in Jiahai City, and our security is top-notch, international standards. Therefore, there are no surveillance cameras installed inside or outside the community. We patrol the area manually, taking turns, 24 hours a day. While saying this, the property manager's face revealed an expression of uncontrollable pride. There's no surveillance. Why are you so sure this little girl did it? Song Ji looked at the property manager with disdain as he was spitting and about to start bragging. Well, didn't I just tell you that we have manual patrols? It was my turn to patrol the neighborhood this afternoon. When I discovered that the green belt had been damaged, I immediately checked nearby and found this little girl. This little girl was sneaking out with a bucket of paint, and the green belt was covered in paint, making it a mess. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see it, police officer. When he got excited, the property manager wanted to rush to Suingzi, but was stopped by Song Ji, who was beside him. Chapter 25. Hundreds of thousands of property fees wasted. Girl, do you want to explain? After listening to the property's complaint, Song Ji looked at Suingzi, who was wearing a paint apron not far away. His eyes were full of friendliness, as if encouraging Suingzi not to be afraid and to speak the truth boldly. I came here to draw a parking space, and on my way out he inexplicably stopped me and accused me of destroying the green belt. He even threatened to call the school. But I didn't even know where the green belt was. Suingzi sniffled and glanced at the property management with dissatisfaction. How could you, a college student, be so evil? You dare not take responsibility for what you did. Why did you draw the parking spaces? You clearly just wanted to take revenge on society because the cherry blossom trees in our neighborhood are so beautiful. The property management staff rushed to argue with Suingzi. Okay, both of you stop arguing and take me over to have a look. Song Ji waved his hand to stop Suingzi and the property management from arguing. Under the guidance of the property management, everyone finally arrived at the green belt that the property management said was damaged. The cherry trees that were originally arranged in an orderly manner were now covered with roots of various colors of paint, and there were several paint buckets placed randomly on the ground. How could I have done this? Look, the color on the tree is completely different from the color on me. Seeing the scene in front of her, Suingzi wanted to laugh. If the painting was better, she could barely appreciate it, but how could she take the blame for such clumsy graffiti technique? Everyone looked at the paint bucket on the ground, and then at the apron on Suingzi. Sure enough, the paint on the cherry tree was mainly white and pink, while the paint on Suingzi was brown and yellow. In this entire neighborhood, you're the only one painting. Who else could it be? The property management company refused to give up and insisted that it was Suingzi. Isn't it a bit hasty to identify the vandal just because of the paint? Song Ji looked at the two properties beside him with suspicion. And I can testify that this little girl is here just to draw up parking spaces. Chen Nan, who had been standing aside, also spoke up for Suingzi. What basis do you have to testify? You just passed by the gate of the community. Did you see her drawing the parking space? Another property manager looked at Chen Nan with disdain, his tone full of sarcasm. I didn't see it, but I was the one who asked her to come, so the painting was of course my parking space. Chen Nan stretched and spoke slowly. What? Are you kidding me? How can you find a parking space when you don't even have a car? Chen Nan ignored the property's stupid remarks and took Song Shi directly to the underground garage. In parking space number 887, a picture of a passionate chopper was displayed in front of everyone. There was no trace of dust on it, and one could tell at a glance that it was just drawn not long ago. The two property managers who arrived later changed their expressions for a moment, and then started laughing again. You sound so real, we almost believed you. I don't know how you found out there's a parking space painted here, but you say this parking space is yours? Will Mr. Song agree? The property manager who was speaking deliberately emphasized the words, Mr. Song, a little, implying that Chen Nan had shot himself in the foot. Oh, why don't you give your Mr. Song a call and ask him? Chen Nan's expression did not change at all. He acted like a master and admired Chopper in front of him. Nice job, great artist. This painting looks great. I'll give you a tip. Chen Nan was interacting with Su Yingzi as if no one was around, and Su Yingzi scratched her hair shyly when she heard Chen Nan's praise. After all, Chen Nan had already promised to pay her double the wages for this painting, and Chen Nan also helped her out, so Su Yingzi felt a little embarrassed. Ding! The system detected that Su Yingzi's gratitude towards the master has increased. Congratulations to the master for adding 200 to his social value. The social value required to upgrade the godly gift pack next time is 1000/1000. It has been detected that the Xinhao Grand Gift Package system has met the upgrade conditions. We will provide the host with an automatic system upgrade service. Congratulations to the host. The Godly Gift Pack system has been upgraded to LV004. Upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the LV004 Artifact Universal Watch. It has now been distributed to the host. I wish the host a happy upgrade. A series of electronic mechanical sounds rang in Chen Nan's mind. After the system finished speaking, Chen Nan felt a cool touch on his wrist. He looked down and saw that a black watch that was very similar to the watch was tied to his hand out of thin air. Chen Nan was full of curiosity about the watch in front of him. He stretched out his finger and gently touched the screen. Then the black screen glowed faintly, and a Q-version little yellow chicken pattern appeared on the screen. Good afternoon, host! The cute little yellow chicken spoke to Chen Nan in a baby voice, with a piece of egg fragment on its round head. At this moment, in such a serious scene, a childish voice suddenly emerged, which somewhat dampened the momentum. Chen Nan suppressed the urge to kill the chicken and glanced at the people around him out of the corner of his eye. He found that no one else seemed to notice what was happening on his side. Host, don't worry. Only you can hear me. No one else can hear me. As if it could see what Chen Nan was thinking, the little yellow chicken continued to speak while walking back and forth on the screen, as if getting familiar with the surrounding environment. A dazzling light shone over, and a Rolls-Royce stopped arrogantly in front of everyone. What's going on? What's the matter that requires you to call me here so urgently? The Rolls-Royce did not turn off the engine, and the window at the back seat near the crowd was rolled down. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s spoke impatiently to one of the property managers. Mr. Song, we're sorry to bother you during your busy schedule. We're helpless here. This young man insists that your parking space is his. Look. The property manager, who was being stared at by President Song, immediately nodded and bowed to the people in the car, walked respectfully to the car window, and glanced at Chen Nan at the same time. Do I really need to come here in person for such a trivial matter? If someone just shows up and says whatever he wants, then what are you guys doing with property management? I'm paying hundreds of thousands of yuan in property management fees every year, but what do they do to the dogs? After hearing what the property management said, the people in the car spoke unhappily, and the car window began to rise as if they were preparing to leave. Give up now, right? The owner of parking space 887 has come here in person. Captain Song, even if you're biased, you can't just let these young people talk nonsense, right? The property manager was busy apologizing to Mr. Song in the car. As he watched the Rolls-Royce slowly move and was about to leave, he walked towards Song Ji, wanting to put pressure on him. Wait a minute, you said parking space 887? That number sounds familiar to me. Mr. Song, who was about to leave, rolled down the car window again and showed a thoughtful expression on his face. Chapter 26. The one near the water gets the moon first. Xiao Wu, what was the number of the parking space we changed today? As the car window rolled down again, the Rolls-Royce that had already started stopped again. Through the window, I saw President Song greeting the person in the front passenger seat. Mr. Song, it's number 887. Butler Du from next door number 888 called early this morning and wanted to exchange parking spaces with us. Secretary Wu in the front row quickly turned around and explained to President Song. Song Mao is one of the developers of the Fuli Mingwan community. He owns 3 villas in the community with the number 8 stacked in a row, from 885 to 887. These villas are his personal property and are worth a lot of money. He usually lives in villa number 886. Number 887 is a gift from him to his lover, who usually takes care of it. However, no one else knows about this. This morning, Duan found out the registered owner of parking space number 887 through the property management, and called Secretary Wu. After roughly communicating with Secretary Wu about his willingness to exchange parking spaces, Secretary Wu explained the situation to Song Mao, who was drinking morning coffee nearby. Since this matter was beneficial and harmless to them, Song Mao just listened to a few words and nodded in agreement. The matter passed so simply that neither party had time to go to the property management office to register. Therefore, according to the records at the property management office, parking space number 887 was still under Song Mao's name. Is there anyone named Du among you? After hearing Secretary Wu's description, the property manager standing in front of the Rolls-Royce felt a little embarrassed and shouted to Chen Nan. No, but it should be him you are calling. Chen Nan greeted Duan, who came out of the private elevator not far away. Duan walked towards everyone calmly, wearing a strict and elegant retro butler uniform. Butler Du? Secretary Wu stared at the person in front of him and tried to adjust his glasses. He considered himself a person who had seen many big scenes with President Song. It was rare for him to see an aristocratic butler like Duan who was dressed so exquisitely and looked like he had walked out of a comic book. Duan's agile aura when he walks is exactly in line with everyone's imagination of an ace butler. From your voice, I know it must be Secretary Wu. Then this must be President Song. I'm Xiao Du, the housekeeper who called you this morning. Duan walked to the front of the Rolls-Royce and greeted Song Mao and Secretary Wu in the car politely. This is my master, Chen Nan. He wants to exchange parking space 888 for yours, 887. You agreed to this over the phone today. We have a verbal agreement. Duan kindly reminded the two people in the car, and at the same time drew everyone's attention to Chen Nan. Zhou already knew yesterday that Chen Nan owned parking space number 888 in RF Bay. Song Ji also showed an expression of surprise but understanding. After all, Chen Nan was full of mystery in his heart. It was not surprising for him to see anything a young man who could easily buy Acer building did. Zhou, who was standing aside, showed an extremely exaggerated expression to the camera and exclaimed repeatedly. Oh my God, this Mr. Chen in front of us, where did this business tycoon come from? This small Jiahai city has become his playground. Sure enough, the happiness of rich people always exceeds my imagination. Zhou's exaggerated tone and flamboyant acting skills made him look very cute in front of the camera, and the audience in the live broadcast room were all amused by him. Kanji, go for it. Seize the opportunity. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Goddess, you are so beautiful, you will definitely be able to take him down. Isn't this another hype incident? Ha! Honestly, am I the only one who thinks this parking space painting is pretty good? Various subtitles continued to scroll on the screen of the live broadcast room. At this time, the popularity of the live broadcast room had exceeded 3 million. Naturally, among these 3 million viewers there were Su Yingzi's college classmates. Look, this person is Su Yingzi from our class, right? A classmate who usually loves to join in the fun sent a screenshot of the live broadcast room to the class group, which immediately exploded. Classmate A, so you are also watching Zhou's live broadcast, haha. Classmate B, I have been watching Zhou since it started airing in the afternoon. This girl looks so much like Su Yingzi. Classmate C, Su Yingzi is going to be famous now, ha 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 ha. Classmate D, why are you smiling like an idiot? She is skipping class? If she is caught skipping class, she will be punished severely. Classmate C, one demerit for one chance to become an internet celebrity, that's not a bad deal. If it were me, I'd be willing to get a serious demerit every day if I had that opportunity. Counselor, Student C, there is something wrong with your ideological awareness. Please come to the counselor's office later. Student C TT. Classmates A, B, and D, go quickly, you idiot. After Duan showed up and exchanged a few words with Song Mao's Rolls-Royce quickly left the underground parking lot. After all, the matter of parking space number 887 had nothing to do with him, Song Mao. Before leaving, Song Mao gave the two property managers in front of him a meaningful look, which made them tremble in their hearts. Captain Song, look, the paint used to paint these parking spaces doesn't have the same colors as those in the green belt just now. Chen Nan pulled Song Ji to appreciate the painting in front of them. Songji stared at Chopper in front of him for a long time, then looked at the colorful apron hanging on Suingzi, and made a rough decision in his mind. At this time, Suingzi's cell phone rang. When Suingzi saw the name displayed on the screen, her face darkened. Hey, counselor, I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Suingzi's voice became weaker and weaker, and her head lowered unconsciously, as if she had been caught doing something wrong. But Ledoux, Brother Nan, I've already finished drawing this parking space. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to school. Suingzi knew that everyone in front of her was gathered here for her, but now the counselor had discovered that she had skipped classes and left school, so she had to go back and accept the criticism. You can't leave. The issue with the community's green belt hasn't been resolved yet. Seeing that Suingzi was about to leave, the property manager standing by still refused to give in and kept pestering Suingzi. What else do you want? I already told you I didn't do it. You were threatening to call my counselor, but now that my counselor knows, I have nothing to fear. I won't admit to anything I didn't do. Suingzi had a stubborn expression, red eyes, and a surprisingly tough tone. The counselor's call was like a bolt from the blue, shattering the only weak concern in her heart. This phone call has already indicated that Suingzi will face disciplinary action from the school after returning, which will directly cancel her eligibility to apply for financial aid in the next few years. Chapter 27: Finding the Destroyer. Ding! The system has detected someone nearby who needs help. The random quest, Find the Saboteur, is now being triggered. I hope the host will work hard to solve the case. Completing the quest will earn you the corresponding reward. At this moment, the screen of the universal watch on Chen Nan's wrist lit up. The little yellow chicken with eggshell fragments on its head was holding a cocktail in its hand and wearing a pair of mini sunglasses. The background was a bright sunshine, golden beach, and azure sea. The little yellow chicken drank the cocktail, burped, slowly waved its claws at Chen Nan, who was staring at it in front of the screen, and calmly issued a random task. You little bastard, you really know how to enjoy yourself? Seeing the little yellow chicken with a bright smile on the screen, Chen Nan couldn't help but feel sinister in his heart. Master, please complete the mission as quickly as possible. The rewards for all random missions are linked to how perfectly you complete them and the time you take to complete them. The better you complete the mission, the less time you spend, and the greater the rewards you will receive. Come on, Master! The little yellow chicken saw Chen Nan's little thoughts, raised the cocktail in his hand and drank a glass towards the screen, left a last sentence, and then disappeared from the screen. Only Chen Nan was left facing a dark and cold electronic screen. Chen Nan stared at his own face reflected on the black screen with his eyes wide open. After receiving the task from the system, Chen Nan's thoughts returned to the parking lot. Duan, take the little girl back to school first. Remember to settle the wages with her, including the tip, and transfer it from my account later. As for you, it's just a green belt matter, right? Brother Nan, I'll accompany you to find the vandal. After Chen Nan gave his instructions to Duan beside him, he took out the car key of his limited edition Bugatti Veyron from his pocket and threw it into Duan's arms. Then Chen Nan stood in front of the two property managers, stopping them from moving forward. Only after Chen Nan watched Duan and Suingzi leave the garage did he move to the other side. When they saw Chen Nan take out the car keys of the Bugatti Veyron, the two property managers' legs went weak. Seeing Chen Nan standing in front of them, they dared not run up to stop him. Well, you said it yourself. If we can't find the person who destroyed the green belt, we will hold you responsible. Every cherry tree in the green belt of this community was airlifted from the Nara River in Japan and is priceless. Now an entire area of trees has been destroyed. If they cannot give an explanation to the higher-ups, the two of them as on-duty managers will not only lose their jobs, but all their belongings will not be enough to pay the compensation. I will take responsibility to the end, Chen Nan assured the property manager in front of him. After getting Chen Nan's guarantee, the original property management's tone towards them was no longer as tough as before, and everyone was now on the same front. The style of Zhou Zhou's live broadcast room changed immediately. The audience transformed from the original passionate and righteous people into Maori Kagoro. Everyone was eager to try across the screen and tried their best to provide Chen Nan and others with ideas for solving the case. Go check the fingerprints on the paint buckets in the green belt and collect fingerprints. Ask the residents living nearby if they have seen any suspicious persons today. Ask about the delivery situation in the community, and check who has bought paint recently. Everyone returned to the green belt and carefully observed the damage. They found only open paint buckets on the ground, but no paintbrushes or paintbrushes. Chen Nan approached the cherry tree that was painted, staring at the large patch of paint on the ground and thinking. At this time, some incomplete pictures vaguely emerged in his mind. Chen Nan felt that the information in his head was a bit complicated. He closed his eyes and shook his head. At this time, the scenes just now appeared more clearly in his mind. This time, Chen Nan put aside all distractions and focused on the fragmented images that appeared in his consciousness. The angle of the picture is sometimes high and sometimes low, and the perspective is facing the opposite direction of oneself. The perspective of each picture is a fixed angle. In all the pictures, there is a figure of a young woman in a white skirt, who dips a paintbrush in the paint bucket on the ground and paints on the branches of the cherry tree. Some of the young women in these pictures are shown in profile, some are shown from behind, and some are shown facing each other. Chen Nan memorized the face with his mind, then suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly realized that the subject of his consciousness was the unevenly distributed cherry blossom trees before him. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for unlocking the skill, interspiritual sense. With this skill, you can communicate with the surrounding plants, trees, and rocks through mental images at special moments. You can also receive the memories of the surrounding still lives, allowing you to gain a clearer understanding of the situation. Master, make good use of it. The little yellow chicken's tender voice sounded on his wrist. Chen Nan suppressed his inner excitement and tried hard to search for the face of the young woman in the white dress in his memory. He always felt that he seemed to have seen it somewhere. Have you seen a young woman in a white dress today? Chen Nan asked tentatively towards the property in front of him, but he did not have any hope for these two unreliable properties. There aren't many residents living in Fuli Mingwan right now, less than 10 households in total. If you're talking about someone wearing a white dress, we definitely don't remember anyone, but if you're talking about a young woman, there's only one. One of the property managers hesitated and spoke hesitantly. You mean, don't talk nonsense. Miss Fong never goes out. Besides, Mr. Song just left. Don't you think it's a big deal? Another property manager quickly tried to stop him, fearing that his colleague next to him would reveal more information. Hey, you two, just now you were so determined to find the person who destroyed the green belt. I said I would help you, but now you're hiding it and refusing to say anything. So what's the point of looking for them? Forget it. Whoever you want to find is responsible. Chen Nan felt unhappy when he saw the two property managers acting coyly, so he pulled Zhou Zhou and Song Ji to leave. This isn't good, Brother Chen? As a public servant, Song Ji was unwilling to leave at this critical moment when he saw that the truth was about to come to light. On the other side, Zhou Zhou, of course, unconditionally supports Chen Nan. Okay, let's just say it. Anyway, Mr. Song probably doesn't like us anymore, so why should we be afraid of him? Another property manager who had been a little hesitant just now gritted his teeth and finally gave in as if he had made up his mind. If you're talking about young women, the other women living in this complex are either young, wealthy second-generation ladies or stay-at-home wives in their 40s or 50s. There's only one woman who looks like a young woman, and that's Ms. Fong, who lives in Mr. Song's villa, number 887. She doesn't leave the house during the day and has little presence. It's impossible for her to go to the green belt and cause damage. The property management directly denied Chen Nan's suspicion about Miss Chen as soon as he opened his mouth. Chapter 28. What is the little bitch yelling about? Nothing is impossible. Just go visit and you'll find out. Chen Nan still maintained his strong interest in Miss Fong, but after all, they could not produce sufficient evidence to directly point to the young woman and the graffiti in the green belt. Song Ji, who was standing aside, subconsciously favored Chen Nan, but without solid evidence, he could not easily use his identity as a police officer to force the people. The two property managers standing by, even though they had great distrust of Chen Nan in their hearts, had no better option for them to choose at this moment. As the sky gradually darkened, although the colleagues who were supposed to hand over the shift had not arrived yet, Zhou Zhou's live broadcast was constantly reporting the situation here. It was estimated that the property leaders of RF Bay had already grasped every move here through their mobile phone screens. If the green belt issue cannot be perfectly explained to the higher-ups, their phones will ring at any time, and what awaits them is cold duty and a bitter fate. Moreover, I wonder if Mr. Song, who just left, and Miss Fang, who never goes out and is now suspected by Chen Nan, will watch the live broadcast. Maybe even they already know all this. The two properties exchanged complex messages with each other through eye contact, and from time to time looked at Chen Nan, who was confident beside him, and the live camera next to the JK girl, which was like a time bomb. Let's not think too much about it. Everything is for work. One of the property managers began to persuade his colleagues. Since you think it's okay, then I have no objection. The other property manager finally figured it out and took Chen Nan and the others to the villa where Miss Fang lived with a more frank attitude. Excuse me, Miss Fang. Intermittent knocking sounds were heard at the gate of one of the villas. From a distance, there were only two property managers at the entrance, who were respectful and occasionally pressed the doorbell. What's up? At this time, a woman who looked like a 30-year-old young woman, wearing a white suspender skirt and slightly curly hair, opened the door from behind the villa. It's like this, our community recently. That's what you did, painting on the branches of the cherry trees in the green belt. Before the property manager could finish his words, Chen Nan, who was standing behind and blocked by the property manager, pushed away the two property managers in front of him, held the door open tightly, and asked Fan Yen in front of him directly. I don't seem to know you, please leave my house. Faced with Chen Nan, who suddenly appeared at the door and was extremely unfriendly, Fan Yen tried hard to suppress her emotions and maintained her usual elegance and coolness on the surface. It doesn't matter if you don't know me, but I know you. The cherry trees in the green belt all remember your ugly face as a resentful woman. Chen Nan sneered, and not only did he not want to let go of his hand that was pressing hard on the door, but he took a step forward and stepped half of his body into Fan Yan's villa. What cherry blossom tree? You're talking nonsense. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to call the police. Under Chen Nan's powerful aura, Fan Yan's breathing became rapid, and there was a hint of panic in her tone of voice. Miss Fang, I won't bother you with calling the police. The person standing behind me is the captain of the special operations team of this city's police department. You can explain anything you want to say to him, including this matter. Chen Nan moved aside, and Song Ji and Fan Yen behind him greeted him awkwardly but politely. Then, before Fan Yen could react, Chen Nan had already walked into the house. Chen Nan strode towards the balcony inside the house. In the corner of the balcony, several unopened cans of white and pink paint were quietly placed. Next to them was a brush stained with light pink paint, which had not been washed yet. Stop! You're trespassing! You're breaking the law! Fan Yen hurriedly followed Chen Nan from the door, but she was still a step slower than Chen Nan. Miss Fang, it's perfectly normal for an elegant woman like you to have an artistic hobby. You can paint however you like in your own home, it's your business and none of us can interfere. But if you really can't stay home and take this brush to a public area to practice your hobby, then Captain Song will have the right to control you. Chen Nan pointed at the brush on the balcony and said to Fan Yen beside him. Now that the evidence is in front of us, we just need to take the paint bucket and brush on the balcony, as well as the paint bucket in the green belt, back to the police station for fingerprint identification, and the results will come out soon. Song Ji gave a few brief descriptions into the walkie-talkie on his body, and then two police officers in police uniforms came in from the door. After walking up to Song Ji, they took the paint buckets and brushes from the balcony under his instructions. Yes, I painted the cherry blossom trees in the neighborhood today, so what? No one expected that in the face of evidence, Fan Yen not only did not realize her mistake and feel any guilt, but instead arrogantly shouted at them. My boyfriend is the developer of this residential complex. These cherry trees were originally designed for me. I can paint them however I like. What's it to you? Besides, this entire neighborhood belongs to my boyfriend Song Mao. I want to dye my cherry blossom trees a different color. Do I need to discuss this with you guys? At this moment, Fan Yen looked like a shrew, cursing at Chen Nan and Song Ji, completely different from the elegant and weak image she had just had at the door. The two property managers of Fuli Mingwan were completely shocked when they saw Mr. Song's mistress acting like a spoiled brat. Originally, Fan Yan's image in their minds was just a mistress kept by the boss in the villa who was not seen in public. She rarely went out and looked silent and well-behaved, and seemed easy to get along with. However, at this moment, Fan Yan looked so arrogant and acted as if the entire Jiahai city was in her pocket, and she regarded herself as the owner of Fuli Mingwan. I don't know whether I should feel sorry for Mr. Song or feel pity for her, as she is ignorant of the law. The two property managers smiled bitterly and prepared to patiently explain to Fan Yan that the green belt belonged to the public area of the community, and no private modification was allowed without approval. What are you yelling about, little bitch? Before the property manager on the side could say anything, and Song Ji in the distance was still struggling over whether to take Fan Yan back to the police station for detention, a wealthy lady with a Hermes Birkin bag and 10-centimeter high heels walked in. The lady had a frown on her face and her voice was full of anger. Behind her were two tall bodyguards in black suits. Chapter 29: The Graduation Project I Don't Want. Seeing the person coming, Chen Nan immediately put on the attitude of a bystander who was watching a show. He was not afraid of the aura around the young woman in front of him, which was so low that it could freeze people to death, and greeted her enthusiastically. "Mrs. Song, you're here so soon." Chen Nan greeted the lady who was walking towards him as if he had met an old acquaintance. "We are all neighbors. I'm sorry to bother Mr. Chen with such trivial matters at my house." Although the lady was filled with anger, she maintained a standard ladylike smile when facing Chen Nan, and her every move showed her strict social etiquette. The noble lady who appeared in front of everyone was none other than Song Mao's original wife, Fan Weiwei. Just now, when Fan Yan was letting herself go in front of Chen Nan and others, Chen Nan searched for Fan Weiwei's mobile phone number through the system's powerful search engine, called her, and conveyed all Fan Yan's words to Fan Weiwei's ears. Fan Weiwei, who was originally helping her son with homework in Villa number 886, was confused after receiving this strange call. Then she received the situation described by Chen Nan in a text message and immediately understood what had happened. So after she settled her son at home, she took 2 security guards from the property security department and immediately headed to Villa number 887. "You said Song Mao is your boyfriend yourself, right?" Fan Weiwei walked up to Fan Yan and, taking advantage of her high heels, looked down at her. "Yes." Snap. A crisp slapping sound rang out. "Is this cherry blossom view at Fuliming Bay designed for you? Not talking?" Snap. Another crisp slap sounded, without any hesitation. "Little bitch, do you really think you're any good just because you live in 887? Song Mao only got some of the developer's shares in this Fuli Mingwan residential complex from my dad. This 3 Lives 3 Worlds Sakura concept design was my graduation project in college. I'd rather see it go to waste, so I sold it to him. How dare you think you're the protagonist of Versailles?" One sarcastic remark after another stung Fan Yan's heart. Every time Fan Weiwei spoke, she slapped Fan Yan in the face, turning Fan Yan's originally arrogant face into a pig-like face with 2 symmetrical red and swollen sides. Zhou Zhou, who was live streaming on the side, watched the fun and didn't mind getting involved. He even pointed his mobile phone camera at Fan Yan and Fan Weiwei, and took a close-up of Fan Yan's face as Fan Weiwei moved. As an experienced and professional social events blogger with millions of followers, Zhou Zhou has a keen insight into catching gossip. At this moment, she has cleverly changed the title and cover of her live broadcast room to "The sister-in-law of the boss of RF Mingwan was caught, and the original wife showed up to beat up the arrogant mistress." Fueled by a series of sensational events today, the popularity of this live broadcast room has now exceeded 10 million, firmly ranking first on the platform, with more than 5 times the number of viewers than the second most popular live broadcast room on the homepage. Nearly half of the audience on the entire live broadcast platform were watching Zhou Zhou's live broadcast room at this moment, and everyone was happily watching the famous scene of the original wife beating the mistress. This big sister is really cool. She beats the mistress without even shaking her hands. What kind of amazing background is this? Her father is a major shareholder of the developer of Fuli Mingwan, her husband is a minority shareholder, and the design drawings of the residential complex are abandoned graduation projects. This is the real Versailles hostess. Sure enough, even if the queen is married, she is still a top queen. How can she be compared with an ordinary green tea? Sister, kill me! This is the Aston Martin of rich women. Is that Song Mao blind and still keeping a mistress? The guy above is just a little brat. What do you know? You will never understand the joy of having a rich woman. I am the only one who understands that brother. Give me everything he doesn't want. Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. Ever since Fan Weiwei appeared, waves of crazier subtitles have been scrolling in the live broadcast room. The skyrocketing popularity and the speed at which the subtitles scrolled almost caused the live broadcast room to collapse. Zhou watched as the number of his fans soared at an increasingly faster rate. At this moment, it had soared from 1 million in the morning to 5 million fans, and the number was still rising. At this moment, Zhou was completely immersed in the pleasure of the popularity and increasing number of fans in his live broadcast room. He was busy interacting with the audience in front of the screen and had no time to care about the people around him. Chen Nan, who was standing by, watched Fan Weiwei slap Fan Yan several times in a row, then politely walked to Fan Weiwei's side. Mrs. Song, I know you're upset, but Miss Fang is currently the vandal who's destroying the community's green belt. Since we have the police's phone number, we need to bring Miss Fang back to the police station to take a statement and handle this matter. I hope you can control your emotions a little. Song Ji tactfully reminded Fan Weiwei that although he always maintained a non-participation and non-interference attitude towards such melodramatic family ethics plots, he was still somewhat worried when he saw 2 tall and strong men standing behind Fan Weiwei to report the case. He was afraid that a powerful person like Fan Weiwei would get emotional and impulsive and make things worse, which would be more difficult at that time. Captain Song, I am a sensible person. I naturally know what I should and shouldn't do. Fan Weiwei glanced at Song Ji, who was speaking cautiously next to her, talked to him calmly, then turned around and left Fan Yan, who was trapped in the corner, to Song Ji. Song Ji looked at Fan Yan in front of him. He signaled with his eyes to the police officers on standby behind him. 2 police officers immediately stood up behind him, helped Fan Yan up from the corner of the wall, and took him towards the police car outside the community. Song Ji sighed as he watched Fan Yan walk away. Although he had no sympathy for the mistress who was so foolish as to cause trouble for her lover, he felt a little sad for the tragic end of such a person. Xiao Wang, Xiao Zhang, since this villa was allocated to my husband's name, why didn't I know about this? After dealing with Fan Yan's matter, Fan Weiwei, who had been looking around in Villa 887, walked back to the hall, stopped the 2 property managers who wanted to leave, and asked sternly. Mrs. Song, this matter, it's the boss's business, so naturally we employees don't know about it. The 2 property managers spoke tremblingly. Mrs. Song, the woman before them, was a notorious bully in the community. All the property management staff were more afraid of her than their boss. This was also why no one dared to reveal any information about Villa 887. If Fan Weiwei got angry, the entire Fuli Mingwan community would be in turmoil. Chapter 30 1818 Eye of the River and Sea. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission, Find the Destroyer. The system automatically rates you, perfect. Congratulations to the host for receiving the system reward, Storage Divine Ring. The little yellow chicken wearing a pair of star-eyed sunglasses spoke excitedly on the screen of Chen Nan's electronic watch, pulling the horizontal bar and twisting its little wings in cheers. Chen Nan felt a heavy little object in his pocket. He reached into his pocket and found a bronze ring with a gold embossed pattern lying quietly in his pocket. Chen Nan took out the storage ring and put it on his thumb. The perfect size and low-key and luxurious design elevated his overall image by several levels. Chen Nan played with the ring on his thumb contentedly. Mrs. Song, Mr. Chen, if there's nothing else, we'll pack up. Song Ji came over and said hello, then led the other police officers in the villa out. Fan Weiwei stared at the 2 property managers who were hesitating in the corner. In front of outsiders, in order to maintain her elegant image as a wealthy wife, she did not make things too difficult for them and left. However, if these 2 property managers continue to work in the Fuli Mingwan community, their future work will definitely be full of difficulties. The farce ends. Duan, did you have a smooth journey today to send that painting college student back to school? Back in his villa, facing the table full of delicious food made by Duan, Chen Nan asked Duan, who was standing behind him while eating Peking duck. Master everything. How many people as outstanding as me have you met? Duan bent down slightly behind Chen Nan. Halfway through his words, Chen Nan's phone rang. Duan stopped immediately. Chen Nan wiped his mouth and pressed the receiver button. Chen Nan, you can do it, kid! You left me at the company working myself to death today, while you were out there flirting with girls and making headlines. Isn't that too unfair? Wang Dequan on the other end of the phone complained to Qin Nan in a high-pitched and slightly sarcastic tone. I'm exhausted after this day. How can I have time to pick up girls? Don't listen to their nonsense. They are just trying to stir up trouble and sow discord between us brothers. Qin Nan comforted Wang Dequan, who was pretending to be angry on the other end of the phone, and at the same time grabbed a roast duck leg and took a bite. The crispy and chewy duck meat was full of juice. So delicious. Come on, you're still trying to hide this from me. Just open Weibo and take a look. You're the only one on the trending searches right now. A weird-looking CEO in a suit with a female anchor in a JK uniform, buying up buildings and cracking down on mistresses in Jiahai City. You're amazing. As Wang Dequan got excited, his voice became louder and louder. Even through the phone, Chen Nan could imagine Wang Dequan's excited face and exaggerated expression at home. After listening to Wang Dequan's description, Chen Nan switched his phone to hands-free mode and then opened the app on the screen. Chen Nan has been busy all day today and only now has time to check Weibo. As soon as I opened the Weibo page, the number 999+ was clearly displayed in a small red circular light spot on the Me icon in the lower right corner. Qin Nan clicked on his personal homepage and found that his message list had been flooded with private messages. The number of his fans had reached hundreds of thousands, and the number was still increasing from time to time. Brother, I'm going to check Weibo first. I'll call you later. I'm hanging up now. Seeing this exciting scene, Qin Nan quickly hung up the phone with Wang Dequan. Qin Nan opened the message list and glanced at some messages, then picked out a few that he read with interest. Jiahai City Citizen Hotline, Mr. Qin Nan, we are from Jiahai TV's livelihood program Group 1818 Jiahai. We saw your heroic act of bravery in a live broadcast on a certain platform and would like to conduct a brief interview with you. Do you have time? Qin Nan opened the dialog box. If you have time, give me your contact information and we can talk in detail. After receiving Qin Nan's reply, a new message immediately popped up on the other end of the dialog box. Jiahai City Citizen Hotline, I am very happy to receive your reply, my VX, 130x×1234, looking forward to it. Qin Nan gave instructions to the electronic watch on his wrist, leaving the trivial matter of adding friends to the little yellow chicken on the electronic screen who was playing games with the PSP. I'm your older cousin, are you Qin Nan, the team leader of Class 3, Grade 6, Jiahai Primary School, Class of 2015? I'm the chubby kid who sat behind you back then. Long time no see. Can you add me as a friend? I need help urgently. Qin Nan searched in his mind for the growth experience of this body in this world over the past 20 years after he traveled through time. Then he rolled his eyes at the screen of his mobile phone, and then he caught a glimpse of a promotional banner of a men's hospital in the corner of the screen and copied the mobile phone number on it. Qin Nan opened the dialog box, pasted the copied number into it, and replied, Okay, if it's urgent, let's talk on the phone. This is my mobile phone number. After sending the message, Qin Nan blocked the user. Mimi is super cute, brother, your hairstyle is so awesome, I love it. Wushan person involved, kind-hearted people, please help me. My father left home 10 years ago and never returned. My whole family has been searching for him for 10 years with no news. We are at our wits' end. Astrology Master Lao Wang, Mr. Qin, I just calculated your horoscope for free and found that your romantic luck is particularly strong recently. However, you must pay attention to these details in your daily life. You can add my private number to chat in detail. My number is... Qin Nan was scrolling through his message board with great interest, blocking a lot of spam messages while scrolling. Until today, he finally felt the liveliness and charm of the internet, and he was enjoying it very much. Over the course of the night, Qin Nan added several interested people to his WeChat account, including the editor of 1818 Jiahai, a cute loli from another province who liked role-playing, and a single, mature woman living in the Fuli Mingwan residential complex. At 9:30 in the evening, Qin Nan, who was tired of browsing Weibo, took a comfortable bath in his large bathroom decorated in a garden style. At the same time, he held up a selfie stick, adjusted the angle, added a filter, and took a selfie of his upper body. In the photo, Qin Nan has a flat-top hairstyle with a bald middle and lush hair on both sides. His perfect handsome face is slightly tilted upwards at 45 degrees, and his lower body is covered with dense starry sky foam. A king-size crystal bathtub occupies an important position behind Chen Nan. Chen Nan casually chose a warm-toned filter and was very satisfied with his work. After looking at it for a long time, I am no longer so disgusted by my peculiar flat hairstyle. After all, no matter how strange a hairstyle is, it has become a part of yourself. Chapter 31 Interview. Chen Nan opened WeChat, thought for a moment, edited the text, and posted a seemingly casual message to his friends. It's been a busy day. Regardless of whether it went well or not, I hope everyone can take good care of themselves. I hope I can be the strongest support in your circle of friends. Then she added a selfie that looked very heartwarming. Chen Nan created a new group for his WeChat friends, added a few young ladies who made a good impression on him to the new group, and then added a note to the group, the whole world. After Chen Nan checked the visible group box, he clicked send. Less than a minute after it was posted on WeChat Moments, it immediately received hundreds of likes. There are also many open-minded young ladies busy commenting below. Ziguajianjian left this for you. What kind of bath bomb are you using, brother? The starry sky foam is so beautiful. Mary Marco, brother, are you asleep so early? Come out and dance. 1818 Eyes of the River and the Sea _Mau. Mr. Chen, are you ready to take a rest? We haven't arranged a time to meet and interview you yet. Kiki the Great Witch, the same bathtub as the one in the Bulgari Hotel. I just went there the day before yesterday. I might come across it by chance next time, haha. After taking a bath, Chen Nan lay comfortably on his double bed wrapped in a bath towel, his fingers constantly flipping through the comments on WeChat Moments. Then he selected a small avatar that he had just added today and clicked on the private message box. Chen Nan, are you busy? 1818 Jiangizian _Mau. Hello, Mr. Chin. I'm still working overtime at the company editing videos, haha. Chen Nan, you work so hard, will it bother you at this time? 1818 Jiangizian _Mau. No, Mr. Chin, why would that happen? I'm the one disturbing you. Do you have time soon? Can we schedule an interview? Chen Nan, of course, if you want to interview me, I'm always available. 1818 Eyes of the River and the Sea _Mau. Haha, I am an intern of our program team. I am usually responsible for following the entire program team to run the entire program process. At that time, our entire program team will definitely come over to interview and film with you. Chen Nan, will there be a lot of people coming with you? Then I need to reconsider. 1818 Jiangizian _Mau. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I neglected to explain it to you clearly just now. Our program's filming team has 4 people. If the number of people bothers you during the interview, we can hold another meeting to discuss the situation. Chen Nan, well, because I am shy and don't like to face too many people, can't you bring your mobile phone over to take pictures, and then the two of us can conduct an interview process? 1818 Jiangizian _Mau. Well, in this situation, I need to have a meeting with the program team tomorrow to discuss it. We haven't had this kind of separate interview process yet. 1818 Eyes of the River and Sea _Mau. Chen Nan, it's okay, don't worry, you guys can discuss it first, and we can set a time after we're sure. 1818 Eyes of the River and the Sea _Mau. Okay, Mr. Chen, then I won't disturb your rest. Chen Nan, come on, you should get some rest early too. After deleting the chat box with 1818 Jiangizian _Mau, Chen Nan clicked on the other party's WeChat profile and roughly browsed her circle of friends. Her circle of friends basically displays her daily life filming with the program crew, her daily work at the company, and her daily life eating and drinking out with her best friends on holidays, occasionally interspersed with a few simply edited selfies. After browsing through it, Chen Nan formed a rough character portrait of this intern named Mau, an ordinary girl who had just graduated and started interning at a TV station, full of enthusiasm and hard work, with a look of 6 and a personality of 8. During the conversation just now, Chen Nan deliberately tested the editor of the program team in front of him, just to test the other party's bottom line. He was curious about what the bottom line of acceptance was for a program team of a city-level TV station that looked very serious. After closing the chat box with Mau, Chen Nan browsed his moments for a while, briefly replied to a few flirtatious messages from young ladies with Instagram celebrity-style avatars, and then fell into a deep sleep. A new day, a new struggle. Good times, good years. Master, get up, master, get up, master, get up. When Chin Nan was still dreaming that he and Zhou Gong were hugging and swaying with young ladies on the dance floor, a mean and childish shrill voice, like the devilish sound of a loudspeaker at the village gate, kept ringing in Chin Nan's ears. Chin Nan forced his eyes and raised his arm to wave away the prisoner's alarm clock, but he didn't expect that the sound became louder as soon as he raised his hand. The master is a pig! The master is a pig! The master is a pig! Chin Nan was very annoyed. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. His cell phone was unusually quiet this morning. There was no call from Wang Dequan. There was no one else in the room except the sunlight coming in from the window. In the empty room, only Chin Nan was entangled with the deadly voice. After calming down for a moment, Chin Nan remembered the source of the familiar voice. He raised his wrist in front of his sleepy face. Smelly pheasant, what are you doing so early in the morning? Having a chicken in the house is like having an unfilial son. Chin Nan vented his anger at waking up on the electronic screen in front of him. At this moment, on the electronic screen on Chin Nan's wrist, the little chick staring at the eggshell fragments was wearing a grass skirt and holding a palm leaf fan, spinning and jumping nonstop on the screen, 3 circles to the left and 3 circles to the right. Good morning, Master! As the owner of the most outstanding godly gift pack system in the universe, how can you sleep in? In this world, ordinary people are busy with their lives and have to get up early, but you, my master, shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the world, so you have to get up even earlier. Master, don't worry. It's my unshirkable responsibility to wake you up on time every day. Please don't hesitate. The little yellow chicken stopped its weird dance, fanned himself with the palm leaf fan in his hand, and spoke enthusiastically. Remove the option to wake me up in the morning. Master, you're overthinking it. This is the system's default setting, and you don't have the authority to cancel it. Go back to where you came from. Chin Nan roared at the chicken head in front of him, who he disliked in every way, and he wanted to jump into the screen and strangle the little chicken in front of him. Master, how can you be so mean to me? I'm so cute. The little yellow chicken pretended to shed tears, raised its chicken claws to cover its face, and ran to a corner of the screen with its butt sticking out. Chapter 32 Little Yellow Chicken. Okay, little thing, the drama is a bit too much. You're acting like a cheong yao here in front of me so early in the morning? Chin Nan felt a little headache when he looked at the little yellow chicken that was letting itself go. Master, it's a good morning. Why not draw a big gift bag to start a good mood for the whole day? The little yellow chicken on the screen stopped whimpering and immediately put on a mischievous expression, blinking its small green eyes at Chin Nan. Chin Nan thought for a moment, and remembered that the godly rich gift pack system had been upgraded to level 04 yesterday, so he immediately urged the little yellow chicken to start opening the gift pack. Bite! Today's grand gift package is loading for you. Congratulations to the host for winning the Nottingham Top Photography Luxury Couple Photos package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the Illustrated Guide to Jianhai Young Women. Loading completed. I wish the master a happy life. On the watch screen in front of Chin Nan, which was originally occupied by the little yellow chicken, a lottery machine similar to a rocking instrument appeared. Countless seemingly incredible gifts kept rolling on the small gears of the lottery machine, and finally the screen of the lottery machine froze. 2 gift icons that looked like they were completely useless to Chin Nan were displayed in the middle of the screen, with a little yellow chicken waving colorful flags beside them. Congratulations, Master. Today's super rich gift has been delivered to you. As soon as the little yellow chicken finished speaking, a set of books that looked like photo albums appeared on Chin Nan's bedside table. At the same time, Chin Nan received a text message from an unknown number on his mobile phone. Hello, Mr. Chin, thank you for choosing Nottingham Top Photography. Your luxury couple photo package has been successfully booked. Congratulations on your automatic upgrade to our studio's VIP membership. You can come anytime for couple photo shoots. Nottingham Top Photography is at your service 24 hours a day. Chin Nan picked up the booklet on the bedside table and glanced at the big words on the front of the booklet, Jianhai Young Women Picture Book. Congratulations to the host for triggering the Hidden Quest, Young Woman Stamp Album. Every time the host collects a Young Woman business card, they will receive a Young Woman fragment. When the host collects the entire Young Woman stamp album, they will successfully piece together all the Young Woman fragments, and then there will be a mysterious surprise. The little yellow chicken whispered a little mysteriously. Young Woman stamp album, Young Woman's fragments, mysterious surprise? Hearing the little yellow chicken calling a young woman, Chen Nan's sleepiness was instantly driven away. This mysterious surprise sounded so mysterious that Chen Nan closed his eyes and imagined what kind of surprise it would be, and then his blood immediately boiled. Sure thing, little pheasant. I didn't expect you to be so sensible at such a young age. You finally gave me a task that actually worked. Chen Nan's eyes lit up as he stared at the little yellow chicken on the screen and grinned evilly. Since you've worked so hard today, I, your father, will give you a cool and powerful name today. Master, I have always had a name, which is Godly Gift Bag. You can call me Great God, Great Rich, Great Godly Rich, or Great Gift Bag. Why don't you just call me Xiao Huang? The little yellow chicken performed an act on the screen by falling to the ground and dying. Xiao Huang, this is a good name, it sounds very smooth. Chen Nan nodded thoughtfully, looking very satisfied with the name. Why, don't you like it? Then I'll continue to call you Little Pheasant. Chen Nan saw the frustrated little yellow chicken on the screen and threatened it deliberately. Master, you can call me whatever you want. The background pattern on the screen turned into a dark cloud, and the little yellow chicken walked away silently, leaving Chen Nan with a lonely back view that was getting farther and farther away. Okay, Xiao Huang, there's nothing for you to do here now, so leave. Chen Nan's gaze shifted from his watch to the book. Jianghai Young Woman's picture book. In his hand, and he began to flip through it. Opening the first page of the illustrated book, Chu Yi's business card suddenly appeared in front of Chen Nan. On the second page of the illustrated book, there is a picture of an overbearing noble lady with a strong aura. Fan Weiwei's name is written below the photo. Master, you have now collected 2 Young Woman business cards, so the number of Young Woman fragments you currently possess is 2. The little yellow chicken reminded Chen Nan considerately. How many pieces do I need? 36 pieces, Master. Xiao Huang, you should stay in there forever. Don't even think about coming out, Chen Nan said with gritted teeth. Seeing that there was no clue about the task of collecting young women for the time being, Chen Nan began to think about another gift for today. The couple photo package sounds like it has nothing to do with Chen Nan. The LV04 gift package only gave me these 2 things? Chen Nan rolled his eyes silently and complained in his heart. Master, although you don't have a girlfriend and it seems useless at first glance, you can take the package and go ask out the young lady. What if you have a girlfriend after the photo shoot? Right? The little yellow chicken's naughty voice still came out unwillingly. Get lost! Who are you humiliating? Chen Nan yelled angrily, then immediately took a screenshot of the text message from Nottingham Advanced Photography and posted it on his Moments. I woke up today and wanted to take a set of photos, so I bought a package. After I bought it, I realized that I had mistakenly ordered a couple's package. Is there any lady who wants to use it with me? Waiting online urgent. After a while, little avatars with likes popped up one after another. Little brother, I'm heartbroken. My ex-boyfriend cheated on me. Can I take a couple photo with you? I'll just post it on WeChat Moments to piss him off. This comment, which seemed to have a distinct green background, caught Chen Nan's attention. Okay, it's you. Chen Nan opened the private chat box of this young lady and made an appointment with her to meet in the lobby of Nottingham Studios at 3 p.m. At 2:55 in the afternoon, a golden Bugatti Veyron stopped at the door of Nottingham Advanced Photography Studio. Then Chen Nan, wearing an emerald green Alexander Wang custom suit, got out of the car handsomely and walked into the door of the photography studio. Hello, do you have an appointment? The receptionist at the front desk smiled politely at Chen Nan. Chen Nan took out his cell phone, turned on the screen, and pushed the text message page in front of the receptionist. Okay, wait a moment. Mr. Chen, right? Luxury couple photo package. Okay, please follow me this way. Following the receptionist in front of him, Chen Nan walked through a romantic corridor lined with Bulgarian roses and gold foil letters, and pushed open a dark red door. Behind the gate, a spacious photo studio appeared in front of Chen Nan, with a dozen busy staff members inside. Mr. Chen, right? Thank you for choosing Nottingham Advanced Photography. Chapter 33. Taking Couple Photos with Internet Celebrity Face. A photographer holding a bulky Canon SLR camera walked over and politely extended his hand to Chen Nan. Nottingham Senior Photography is the top-ranked photography team in the country, headquartered in Los Angeles. It has branch studios in first-tier cities across China. The photographers in the studios are all hired by world-class fashion magazines. The photographers here fly to all parts of the world every week for professional skills training. The framing of all the works is the result of a huge investment of money. Therefore, the shooting quotation of Nottingham Advanced Photography is notoriously expensive in the domestic photography industry. The price of each package is more than 10 times higher than that of its peers. Nottingham High-End Photography only accepts membership reservations, does not accept temporary customers, and does not have any sales channels. Customers come through referrals from big names in the photography circle. Therefore, just having money may not be enough to get their package, you also need to have certain connections in the photography industry. For Chen Nan's couple photo package this time, the referrer's name that appeared in the reservation form was the global chairman of Nottingham Advanced Photography. Therefore, the studio located in the Jiahai City branch naturally did not dare to be negligent in the slightest, and made every effort to prepare for this package. The photographer in front of him was once the official photographer of Karl Lagerfeld, the head of Chanel. Today he also came to Jiahai City from Europe by private jet to serve Chen Nan. Chen Nan shook hands with the photographer in front of him in a friendly manner, and glanced at the universal watch on his hand. The time displayed on the watch was 3:02 p.m., and the time he had agreed to meet the young lady who was cheated on in his circle of friends was 3 p.m. Although it is natural for girls to be late, it still feels a bit weird to let Chen Nan wait for a young lady who just got cheated on by her ex-boyfriend and ran out to take couple photos with him to piss her off. Are we there yet? Chen Nan opened WeChat and sent a message to the young lady. 5 minutes later, Chen Nan received a new WeChat message. Wait a minute, I'm applying setting spray, I'll be out the door in a second. Half an hour later, a strong scent of perfume filled the air, and Chen Nan turned around and looked back. I saw a young lady with a heavily made-up and sexy internet celebrity look coming late next to the door. I'm sorry, there was a traffic jam on the way here, so I'm a few minutes late. The internet celebrity said this with an apologetic tone and a coquettish smile, then sat down on the sofa next to Chen Nan naturally and took off her coat. There was no sign of apology in his behavior. As she took off her coat, Chen Nan's eyes naturally fell on her upper body. He saw this internet celebrity in front of him, staring at her big wavy wine-red hair. Her upper body was wearing a high-waisted tight suspenders, which tightly wrapped two huge headlights. The fabric of the suspenders stuck firmly to her skin, tightening every fiber. This looks like a very simple girl, especially saving fabric for the country. You just broke up? Chen Nan's Adam's apple moved as he thought about how to break the awkward situation. Yeah, my ex-boyfriend must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. We were together for 6 months, but he cheated on me for 5. I don't know what he was thinking. When the topic of breaking up was brought up, the internet celebrity became very angry, and the cloth on her chest rose and fell exaggeratedly with her breathing. Brother Nan, we've been friends for so many years, and I don't treat you as an outsider. Just relax a little and we can shoot like a normal couple. Don't feel pressured. After complaining about her ex-boyfriend, this internet celebrity moved her but a little closer to Chen Nan, and then generously gave Chen Nan psychological counseling. It seems like she asked Chen Nan to collaborate on this shoot. After hearing what the internet celebrity said, Chen Nan pondered in his mind and couldn't remember when he added her. If she hadn't left a green message under his circle of friends today, he would never have noticed that there was such a person in his WeChat. But since the other party said that he wanted to let go, Chen Nan was naturally willing to suffer this loss. Okay, let's shoot it seriously. Chen Nan greeted the photographer who was studying the scene carefully not far away, and the photographer immediately ran towards them. Under the professional guidance of the photographer, within 2 hours, Chen Nan and the internet celebrity took a set of 9 grid couple photos, with the backgrounds including a wall full of roses, the endless blue sea, and the vast starry sky. In different backgrounds, in every photo, the internet celebrity hangs most of his body on Chen Nan, as if he wants to become a pendant on Chen Nan. Fortunately, before the filming, Chen Nan took out a pair of invisible nose plugs from the storage ring and plugged his nose tightly. Putting aside other things, although this internet celebrity's face smelled a little bit of perfume, her body was very hot, coupled with sexy clothes. Chen Nan passively took advantage of her for the whole afternoon, and it was worth it to endure the pain of being unable to breathe. At least, it's not a loss. After the two of them finished taking the photo, the internet celebrity face immediately urged the photographer to ask for a copy of the original photo, and immediately couldn't wait to post it on WeChat Moments. My boyfriend insisted on taking pictures with me on the weekday, so I lost my perfect attendance bonus for this month. How annoying! Coupled with the 9-square grid with Chen Nan, the comments immediately exploded. Chen Nan couldn't help but become curious when he saw the internet celebrity holding her phone and smiling from ear to ear. Baby, what are you so happy about? Are the photos we took just now so funny? As Chen Nan spoke, he moved closer to the internet celebrity's phone screen. The internet celebrity subconsciously covered the screen with his chest to avoid Chen Nan's gaze. Oh, it's nothing, the photos are perfect. The photographer that Brother Nan hired is so good. The internet celebrity avoided Chen Nan's gaze and said guiltily. Then what are you laughing at? I just posted this on WeChat Moments and my ex-boyfriend went ballistic, arguing with me about who cheated first. Isn't that funny? The internet celebrity said to Chen Nan with a smile. Actually, you don't have to be like this at all. Chen Nan was silent for a moment, and at this moment his eyes were full of sympathy as he looked at the internet celebrity's face. The internet celebrity face in front of him, whether it was the pungent perfume all over her body, or the sexy and revealing clothes, the behavior of deliberately taking couple photos with others to irritate her ex-boyfriend, or the loud and unbridled laughter, in Chen Nan's eyes, they were all manifestations of her trying hard to make her presence felt. The girl with an internet celebrity face in front of me just wants to use these seemingly eye-catching actions to prove her presence to others. In essence, she is a girl who is very insecure. Chapter 34. You have such a strong taste. From my perspective, everything you've done is just to prove your charm to your ex-boyfriend and to prove that you're doing well. But are you really doing well? You're just still living in the shadow he left behind and can't get out of it. Chen Nan looked at the internet celebrity-looking girl next to him and said calmly, while the internet celebrity-looking girl next to him had a smile on her face that looked a little stiff and awkward. Brother Nan, let's take a couple photo today. After the photo shoot, I'll go back first. Thank you for inviting me today. I'll treat you to dinner next time I have the chance. The internet celebrity's tone was obviously unhappy. She stood up, picked up her bag and was about to leave the studio. No need to treat me to a meal, Brother Nan, I'm not short of money. Even though my words may sound reasonable, we are destined to be together. When you figure things out and start listening to me, just contact me on WeChat and I'll treat you to a meal. Chen Nan smiled and waved to the internet celebrity-looking girl, but did not stop her from leaving. Until the internet celebrity walked out of the Nottingham Advanced Photography Studio, Chen Nan still couldn't remember who the person was who had taken couple photos with him for an entire afternoon. Fortunately, the internet celebrity's face looks pretty good on camera. Chen Nan was browsing his moments while waiting for the photographer to edit his photos on the spot. After waiting for less than half an hour, the carefully edited 9-square grid couple photos were immediately sent to Chen Nan's email. Chen Nan admired his perfect figure in the photo for a long time, as well as the charming female companion beside him. This isn't a photo, this is art. This time, Chen Nan did not rush to post on WeChat Moments, but saved it in the album, preparing to post it later. After all, Chen Nan had just found someone to take a couple photo with him on WeChat Moments that morning. If he posted it out, even a fool would know that Chen Nan was just a random girl found on WeChat Moments, and he would definitely be laughed at. Most people nowadays hope that others live worse than themselves. As long as there is a point that can attack others or make others look foolish, they will attack and ridicule them without reservation. How can these people have the energy to appreciate art? Chen Nan shook his head regretfully, then said goodbye to the photographer who had been busy all day and left the Nottingham Advanced Photography Studio. You kid, Mr. Chen, you finally come to work. Chen Nan returned to United Chuangchuang, where he once worked as an after-sales customer service representative. As soon as he entered the company, the sound of keyboard tapping in the lobby filled his ears. In each neatly spaced office desk, all colleagues were busy with their work meticulously and seriously. At the tea bar, Wang Dequan, who had just made a cup of instant coffee with a mug in one hand, was wearing an extremely ill-fitting suit, tie, and leather shoes. He was turning around and about to walk into the operations director's office. Wang Dequan took the coffee and took a sip. When he turned around and saw Chen Nan in the aisle, he choked on the hot coffee. Wang Dequan covered his mouth and coughed until tears came out. "Brother, we haven't seen each other for just one day. Why are you crying when you see me?" Chen Nan walked towards Wang Dequan with a playful smile, patting Wang Dequan on the back and teasing him. Wang Dequan's round beer belly was tightly wrapped in a blue professional shirt that smelled of laundry detergent. It looked like a naughty big watermelon, which bulged with Wang Dequan's coughs. "I'm just scared by you. Okay, let's go in and talk business. Do you think the office atmosphere is okay? Don't worry about me taking care of things." After Wang Dequan finally calmed down, he waved his hand and proudly showed Chen Nan the office area. "Sure, it feels different than before. But you're just the operations director, so why are you meddling in the management of your colleagues? Why are you living by the sea and competing with HR for work?" As Chen Nan spoke, he and Wang Dequan entered the operations director's exclusive private office. This used to be Qin Cheng's territory, and at this moment, Qin Cheng was sitting on a tofu seat in the corner of the office hall, switching between two different Alawangwang accounts and busy answering all kinds of strange after-sales questions. "Hello, could you please take a photo of the product in question? I'm so sorry, dear. The packing staff at the warehouse must have made an error and missed something during the shipment. I'll arrange for a replacement to be sent to you right away." At this moment, Qin Cheng is sometimes Siwei's sister and sometimes Jinsuo's sister. Qin Cheng would add a heavy exclamation mark after every reply to express his inner anger. However, Chen Cheng would probably never have thought that after he sent out these exclamation marks, the customers who came to deal with after-sales issues were actually in a much better mood. In the eyes of the customers, the excited tone of Sister Ziwei and Sister Jinsuo, when facing the problematic products, actually showed their full sincerity. During the period when Qin Cheng took over the after-sales customer service, the vast majority of customers who came for after-sales service gave extremely high praise and affirmation to the after-sales customer service. Some kind-hearted people even wrote their full care for the after-sales customer service in the evaluation area after the transaction was completed. "I hope the two after-sales customer service sisters will not work too hard. The elder sister and the younger sister should take care of each other and work hard together. I like your service very much." The account that left the message has a selfie of a muscular man as its avatar. After seeing this comment, Qin Cheng felt like crying. He wanted to rush into the operations director's office and have a man-to-man duel with Chen Nan and Wang Dequan inside. But when I thought about it, there were two people on the opposite side, and Wang Dequan was outmatched by two. Rounding it off, it means that Qin Cheng has to take on three people alone. Thinking of this, Chen Cheng forcibly suppressed the grievance, and while no one was paying attention to him, he quietly wiped away the bitter tears that slipped from the corners of his eyes, and continued to click on the homepage of Sister Ziwei's account. "Why am I competing with HR for work? Whoever wants that little girl's job can do it. If she hadn't come here and kept pestering me, I wouldn't have given her any advice, ha ha ha." Wang Dequan scratched the back of his head, and as he spoke, his gaze shifted away from Chen Nan's face, and his eyes unconsciously glanced down. "Hey, what's going on? My brother Quan is really hooking up with that HR intern." Looking at Wang Dequan's shy appearance, Chen Nan immediately imagined a domineering face. The image of Xia Yingying with a high ponytail, standing at the company door like a door god and staring at everyone punching and suddenly appeared in Chen Nan's mind, scaring him so much that he shivered. "Brother, I really didn't expect you to have such a strong taste." Chapter 35. You are still young. "You actually like that rigid Xia Yingying from our company. Not bad, warrior." Chen Nan teased Wang Dequan one after another, testing him, but Wang Dequan remained vague, either admitting nor denying. "Oh, my brother Quan's lifelong happiness, such a big thing, you actually want to hide it from me, it's not kind of you." Chen Nan shook his head and gave Wang Dequan an exaggerated expression of disappointment. "How dare you bring this up with me? You weren't quiet yesterday. The girls around you were prettier than the other. You're a millionaire anchor wearing a JK uniform, and you're a top student at an art university who can draw. I'm so envious." Looking at Chen Nan's exaggerated expression, Wang Dequan seemed to remember something. His expression changed instantly and he spoke in a tough tone. He described with great excitement the appearance of Zhou Zhou and Su Yingzi in the short videos he saw on Weibo's hot searches. That's nothing, just fleeting. Nothing like you. Yours is sweet love. Chen Nan looked at Wang Dequan dancing with joy, looked up and thought for a moment, then shook his head and sighed to Wang Dequan. These words came from his heart. The friendship between Chen Nan and Su Yingzi was just because he accidentally destroyed the other person's work that was about to be completed. Out of guilt and the desire to complete the task, they developed a subsequent friendship. As for Chen Nan and Zhou Zhou, although they met by chance at first, they later developed a relationship of mutual help and win-win cooperation. Although Su Yingzi and Zhou Zhou are two little girls, one is full of artistic talent and the other is lively, cute and full of positive energy. When it comes to emotional feelings, Chen Nan has no feelings towards them at all. In Chen Nan's eyes, one of them was a sister, the other a revolutionary friend. But Wang Dequan and Xia Yingying were different. They had clear goals and pure motives, and their relationship was just about dating. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. How's your research project going? Chen Nan pulled his thoughts back, put away the playful expression on his face, looked at Wang Dequan and asked seriously. Yesterday afternoon I was busy helping Yingying adjust the management system. After returning home I crammed school on e-commerce operations and watched Taobao University's courses all night. I discovered that. While Wang Dequan was speaking, he pointed his finger at his eyelids, showing Chen Nan his big dark circles. Chen Nan looked at Wang Dequan's tired face and the cup of strong American coffee beside him. He knew that there was no exaggeration in Wang Dequan's words and it looked like he had indeed stayed up all night. What did you find? Keep talking. Chen Nan urged Wang Dequan, looking forward to what Wang Dequan would gain after watching those operation tutorials. I found that it was simply unrealistic to expect our Double 11 sales to triple by Double 12. Wang Dequan spread his hands and showed a helpless expression on his face. You pig-brain person, you're denying yourself before you even do anything. What are you thinking? Chen Nan was so angry that he jumped up from the sofa and slapped Wang Dequan on the shoulder. I'm not saying this, brother. I know you have good intentions and are giving me this position that you fought so hard for, but I'm just a Taobao customer service representative, and you're asking me to suddenly run operations. I don't know how to do it. Wang Dequan worked hard all night to study operational techniques, analyzed the successful case data of hundreds of e-commerce companies, and summarized it all night. If there was no glimmer of hope, he would definitely not want to give up. In Wang Dequan's eyes, although Chen Nan had good intentions and perhaps he really had some understanding of operations in the past, at the moment, Chen Nan's understanding of their company's overall situation was definitely not as much as Wang Dequan's own analysis last night. That was why Chen Nan was so angry and blamed him. But what reason did Chen Nan have to blame Wang Dequan? It was Chen Nan who made the big talk, but Wang Dequan had to pay for it. Although they had a very good relationship, and Wang Dequan trusted Chen Nan and always treated him as his own brother. But after all, Wang Dequan's abilities are indeed limited. Not every newbie can enter a new field in a short period of time and achieve amazing results that break the tradition. In this world, there are many people who daydream, many people who fantasize about reaching the sky overnight, many people who want to get something for nothing, want to get rich overnight, and want to become famous in one battle. But there are only a handful of people who can actually do it and succeed. The reason why a dark horse becomes a dark horse is because his breed is a dark horse, not because he wants to be a dark horse. And he, Wang Dequan, is just a Taobao customer service representative. Wang Dequan had a lot of things he wanted to say, but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back into his stomach. Hey brother, you don't understand the current situation of our company. And the industry trend of Double 12 is difficult, too difficult. Wang Dequan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Brother Quan, you have to believe me. I'm not giving you this task to trick you or embarrass you. You have to understand that Qing Qing is not the right person to be the operations director. Although you, Wang Dequan, have been a small after-sales customer service representative in the company before, I know you. Although you may seem careless, you're actually very meticulous. You empathize with every colleague and even stand up for me, a new colleague who was bullied by everyone in the company. Your thoughtfulness is absolutely essential for a good operation. For many things, first you have to believe you can do it. At the same time, I tell you, you can, and we have many technical skills. We have enough time to triple the data and prove to the entire company, and even everyone, that we can do it. You have to know that you are not fighting alone. You have me by your side, Xia Yingying by your side, and all my colleagues in the company by your side. Together, we will accomplish this and create a new miracle. United Innovation needs you, and we need you. Chen Nan looked into Wang Dequan's eyes, firmly poking his heart with every word he said. We still have 28 days. During this time, you should make plans and learn basic operational skills. I will find a way to help the company attract customers. Brother Quan, let's fight together and create a result that will make everyone look at us differently. You're still young, and you only want to sit in the position of operations director for a month? Chapter 36. If someone gives 3,000, we will give 30,000. Chen Nan's last words were said to Wang Dequan with a smile and a teasing tone, while poking his shoulder. You need money to date, and you'll need money to get married and have children in the future. Now that you're the operations director, why don't you make some money? You're thinking about stepping down and going back to work as a Taobao customer service representative to support Xia Yingying? Brother Dequan, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you were so strong when you protected me before. Why are you so cowardly now? You kid, okay, I can't argue with you. Although Chen Nan had patted Wang Dequan on the shoulder and poked him just now, he finally put on a playful smile and approached Wang Dequan. Wang Dequan sighed heavily and pretended to push Chen Nan back onto the sofa chair where he was originally sitting. Since you, Anan, have said so, then this time we will fight to the death. Wang Dequan clenched his right fist and secretly hammered it on the table. He said with a firm look, and then stared at Chen Nan. But you also know that I just changed my career after all, and you know much more about operations than I do. This month, you have to accompany me. Together, we brothers will achieve this result and show it to the Shen family. You're talking nonsense. Chen Nan and Wang Dequan then had a brief exchange on the company's existing products and sales situation, and then fell silent for a moment. Brother Dequan, since live streaming is so popular right now, why don't we just be bolder and hire a bunch of good-looking internet celebrities and have them live stream the company every day to sell products? Let's use this month to hype it up. What are you talking about? We're looking for anchors. Where can we recruit them? Will they come? Why wouldn't you agree? It's nothing more than spending a little more money. At worst, we can give all the commissions we originally negotiated with other anchors to our own anchors, and then pay them a guaranteed salary. With the money, who can't we recruit? Then let's try it as you say. I'll call Ying in later. Wang Dequan immediately typed a line of words into the WeChat chat box that was open on the computer, and then the sound of high heels was heard outside the office door. Mr. Wang, are you looking for me? Mr. Chen is here too. Xia Yingying, with a high ponytail, skillfully opened the office door and walked towards Wang Dequan's seat. After seeing Chen Nan, she swallowed the last two words of Wang Dequan that she was about to call out. After swallowing hard, she called out, Mr. Wang, in a very stiff voice. Wang Dequan didn't care about these things. In front of Chen Nan, he always revealed all his secrets to him without reservation. Yingying, go to the recruitment software and post some live streamers. Our company is looking to hire a large number of live streamers to sell goods. Okay, Mr. Wang, may I know the recruitment requirements and the salary we can offer? Anan, how do you think about the conditions and salary? Wang Dequan looked at Chen Nan beside him. We're looking for someone with an internet celebrity face, a cute voice, a good figure, and confidence. As for salary, look at what your peers are offering. We'll simply multiply theirs tenfold. If they offer 3,000, we'll offer 30,000. Wait a minute, 10 times, are you sure, Mr. Chen? Xia Yingying looked at Chen Nan, who was calm and composed, in disbelief, and then looked at Wang Dequan, who had the decision-making power in front of her. How about, you asked your Mr. Wang? Facing the frowning Xia Yingying, Chen Nan couldn't help but want to tease her and deliberately threw the question to Wang Dequan. Yingying, just listen to your brother Nan. Do whatever he says. Oh, be good. Wang Dequan naturally knew what Chen Nan meant, and immediately gave Xia Yingying an affirmative answer, fearing that Xia Yingying would get angry with Chen Nan in the office. After all, although Wang Dequan and Qin Nan's status in the company has changed dramatically, yesterday, Xia Yingying was still able to arrogantly block Qin Nan at the door and deduct his late wages. After Wang Dequan coaxed Xia Yingying out of the office, he and Qin Nan looked into each other's eyes again. Brother, are you sure you want to go this far and spend 10 times the price to snatch the anchor from the market? Although Wang Dequan firmly supported Qin Nan's idea in front of Xia Yingying just now, when they were alone at this moment, Wang Dequan still felt a little guilty and asked Qin Nan worriedly. If we want to overtake others, we have to spend a lot of money. We only have 1 month left, so we have to spend a lot of money to grab the meat from others. Okay, what about the interview? You decide. Just follow your standards. I'm immune to beauty. Internet celebrities all look the same to me. I can't tell the difference. Qin Nan stretched his shoulders and yawned as he spoke, then stood up and prepared to leave. Brother Dequan, once we send out this recruitment information, we'll have to start preparing for the Double 12 battle. You have to keep a close eye on it, and don't get distracted and make mistakes. Before leaving, Qin Nan looked at Wang Dequan behind him and said meaningfully, You kid, didn't you just promise me to do this together? Why are you planning to slip away now? Wang Dequan became anxious and quickly stood up to accuse Qin Nan of being dishonest. I said I'd work with you, and I'm definitely here. But we just bought a building yesterday, and we need to redesign that area. Running between the two will definitely be distracting, so you'll need to pay more attention here. Qin Nan looked at Wang Dequan with aggrieved eyes, as if to say, If Wang Dequan doesn't let him go, he's not a human being. Okay, I don't know if you robbed a bank or found treasure, so go ahead, Mr. Qin. Wang Dequan deliberately dragged out the last syllable of Mr. Qin, as if blaming Qin Nan for his defection. When Qin Nan came out of Wang Dequan's director's office, he felt a chill on his back. He looked around the hall and saw his colleagues working diligently at their desks. Only Qin Qing, who used to be working at his customer service desk, had his head blocked by the display screen in front of him. No matter how Qin Nan turned his neck, he couldn't see his face. Let's go, customer service Qin! Qin Nan shouted loudly across the workstations of all his colleagues in the hall, and greeted Qing Chun, who was typing away on the keyboard in the corner with a voice that could be heard clearly by everyone in the hall. In the corner, the loudest keyboard typing sound paused for 3 seconds, and then a rectangular keyboard with a thin black USB cable dragged towards Qin Nan. Qin Nan fled the hallway with satisfaction. Behind where he was standing, there was the sound of a keyboard breaking. Chapter 37 What does Sister Wang usually like to eat? Ingzi, remember to record it with customer service Qin. If you intentionally damage office supplies, your salary will be deducted. Qin Nan had disappeared in the office lobby of United Innovation Company, and a nasty voice floated back from a distance. Qin Nan had just gotten off the elevator when the phone in his trouser pocket suddenly vibrated. The girl I introduced to you last time wasn't a good choice. This time, I've found you a new girl. She's the daughter of my best friend, Aunt Wang. When are you free to arrange a blind date for us? From Dear Mom. How many people as outstanding as me have you met? Just as Qin Nan finished reading the last word of the text message and was about to reply, his screen jumped to the incoming call page. Hello, Mom. I received the text message. I just saw it. I was about to reply as soon as I saw it. I was just in the elevator at work. Blind date, then you can arrange it. I'm fine with it. That girl is married? And has a daughter? That's great. No, Mom, that's not what I mean. Mom, Aunt Wang's daughter, she must be as outstanding as Aunt Wang. How about this, Mom? I just got off work. How about you help me ask her out for dinner? It's okay for a boy to be anxious. I can't just wait for her to take the initiative. Okay, that's settled. I'll leave it to you, Mom. Send me her WeChat ID. After hanging up the phone with his mother, Qin Nan immediately received another message. Qin Nan added the WeChat account sent by his mother to his friend list and waited to receive a confirmation message from the other party. When Qin Nan was whistling as he walked to the door of the restaurant downstairs from the company, his cell phone vibrated again. Qin Nan immediately took out his mobile phone and opened his WeChat. As expected, there was a small red dot. Qin Nan, hi, Sister Wang, long time no see. I'm Qin Nan. Wan Yani, I just heard my mother talking about you, Qin Nan, right? I haven't seen Aunt Chen for a long time. Chen-nan, what does Sister Wang like to eat? Chen-nan knew that Wang Yani grew up in a single-parent family and lived with Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang and Chen-nan's mother had been good friends since childhood, so when Chen-nan was young, he would often see Aunt Wang chatting and complaining with her mother at home. In Chen-nan's impression, Wang Yani was a taciturn older sister next door. When she was a child, she occasionally came to his house with Aunt Wang a few times. She didn't talk much and always sat next to Aunt Wang. She was brought up with very strict parents. With Aunt Wang's painstaking cultivation, Wang Yani has been an excellent student since childhood. However, Chen-nan has never been a good student since childhood. His academic performance is at the bottom, and he cannot beat others in a fight. Therefore, he naturally has no intersection with top students like Wang Yani. Only occasionally during dinner, he would hear his mother mention how outstanding Aunt Wang's daughter is, how she got full marks in the college entrance examination, and was recommended to study abroad. In Chen-nan's impression, Wang Yani has always been the child of other people's families. Chen-nan felt a little emotional when he suddenly heard that Wang Yani had become a single mother, but wasn't this just like a young woman's business card being delivered to him? Therefore, Chen-nan was also willing to meet Wang Yani again to reconnect with her. 5 minutes after Chen-nan sent the last message, he received a reply from Wang Yani. Wang Yani, I don't have any particular favorite. I usually cook at home. From this short line of words, Chen-nan could tell that Wang Yani's life as a divorced mother must not be easy. Chen-nan, in that case, Sister Wang, please come with me and eat some of my favorite food this time. Wang Yani? Chen-nan, I have reserved a table at Sichuan Mansion Pan Garden at 8 o'clock tonight. Sister Wang must come. Wang Yani, my daughter has a training class at 7:30, so it's too late to arrive at 8 o'clock. You can eat by yourself. Xiao Huang, help me search which training class Sister Wang's daughter will attend tonight. Chen-nan raised his elbow and spoke to the universal watch on his wrist. The electronic screen on the watch lit up. A little yellow chicken, wearing a blue suit and a red bow tie, was cosplaying Conan. He turned his back to Chen-nan and then turned around handsomely. The eggshell on his head had turned into a small tuft of chicken feathers. Yes, master. The little yellow chicken's deliberately low voice came out. I really want to have only one, and that is Leaf Education. How much will it cost to buy it? 5 million. Then what are you waiting for? Waiting for Maori Kagoro to come out and help me transfer the money? Chen-nan glared at the little yellow chicken on the screen that was busy posing to fill the cup, urging it to get back to work. Ding! Master, your bank account has a consumption expenditure of 5 million renminbi, and the balance is 2.4948 billion renminbi. Master, it's done! The handover contract has been sent to you. You are now the boss of Leaf Education. Back off, little KG. Chen-nan glanced at the heavy transfer contract that appeared out of thin air in his hand, as well as the introduction about easy education, and then his eyes stopped at the string of numbers on it. Hello, is this Principal Zhao from Leaf Education? I'm Chen-nan, the Chen-nan who just bought your education group. It's okay, it's nothing serious. There's no rush for the handover procedures today. I'll come back tomorrow to handle it. It's just a small matter. You have a class at 8:30. What are the courses? There's only one dance class. Principal Zhao, could you please postpone today's dance class to the next period? It's not easy. You should refund the tuition for the entire semester of dance classes to the parents of the children. Tell me the total amount later and I will transfer the money to you. Is it easy now? If there's nothing else, I'll trouble you, Principal Xiao. After Chen-nan hung up the phone, he opened the WeChat page again and found the chat box with Wang Yani. Chen-nan, Sister Wang, I heard that my niece's evening training class has been cancelled. Let's have dinner together tonight and reminisce about the past. Wang Yani, how do you know Jinjin is taking dance class? Chen-nan, see you at Pan Garden at 8 o'clock tonight. At 7:30 p.m., at the gate of Pan Garden of Sichuan Mansion, a golden Bugatti Veyron parked majestically in front of the compound, arrogantly blocking the sign at the entrance that read, "No parking in front of the restaurant." After Chen-nan opened the big wings and got out of the car, a receptionist who had just been there for 2 days of internship immediately ran in with a strange look on his face. Then, a man with a lobby manager badge on his chest walked out in front of the trainee waiter, and scolded the other waiters at the door with a sullen face. "How many times have I told you to keep your eyes open outside and not let people park their cars in front of our door, affecting the cityscape? Do I need an intern to tell me such a trivial matter?" Chapter 38 V88 is waiting for you. Hearing the scolding from the lobby manager Wang Zhan, the other waiters lowered their heads and said nothing. As Wang Zhan strode to the door, his previous arrogance instantly vanished, his eyes fixed on the Bugatti Veyron in front of him, speechless. At this moment, in front of Pan Yuan's restaurant, the waiters who had followed Wang Zhan all the way stood in a row, blocking the door behind them. Chen Nan had no choice but to stand next to the Bugatti Veyron, looking at Wang Zhan, who was wearing a manager's uniform and standing stupidly in front of him with a group of waiters behind him. "Sir, I'm the lobby manager of our store. You can call me Xiao Wang. On behalf of Pan Yuan, I warmly welcome you." Wang Zhan walked to Chen Nan's side with his head held high. The tough words he had prepared turned into air the moment he saw the Bugatti Veyron. The moment Wang Zhan and Chen Nan's eyes met, Wang Zhan revealed the face of a lackey who had been in the business world for many years. Wang Zhan was no fool. This golden Bugatti Veyron wasn't something you could buy with just money. There were probably only a handful of them in the world. Now that it was parked at the entrance to Pan Garden, it would not only attract the attention of passers-by but also instantly elevate Pan Garden's overall profile. Not to mention parking them at the door, Wang Zhan wanted to move the two cars into the restaurant himself and display them. "No need to say welcome, is there any room left?" Chen Nan waved to Wang Zhan and used his eyes to indicate to Wang Zhan the waiters who were gathered at the restaurant entrance. Yes. How many people are you? We'll arrange it for you right away." Wang Zhan warmly invited Chen Nan inside while reaching out to disperse the onlookers. At this moment, the intern who had originally informed Wang Zhan that there was a car blocking the doorway was muttering quietly beside Wang Zhan. "You little bastard, how can you be so tactless? Ordinary cars are not allowed to listen to the door. How can this car be compared to ordinary cars?" Taking advantage of the gap when Chen Nan was walking in front, Wang Zhan hit the intern next to him hard on the head and cursed him viciously while staring at him. If it weren't for the fact that the Chinese New Year was approaching and the restaurant was extremely short of staff, Wang Zhan would have wanted to fire the intern next to him who had made him look ridiculous in front of the other waiters. "Manager, you said at the beginning that no car of any kind could be parked at the door." The intern held his head, which had been hit by Wang Zhan, and complained aggrievedly. "You don't have to come to work tomorrow. Go to the finance department to collect your salary later." Wang Zhan sighed heavily, walked away from the intern beside him, and stopped listening to his complaints. In the service industry, the most important thing is to have good judgment. Wang Zhan relied on his cleverness and good judgment to be promoted from a front desk cashier to the lobby manager of a chain store in just 6 months. It was the peak dinner time. Under Wang Zhan's arrangement, Chen Nan made his way through the crowd and came to a quiet corner full of romance. "Sir, are you satisfied with this seat? Although it's not a private room, this row is Pan Garden's signature river view. You can sit here and look out through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the nearby Sichuan River and the Pearl of the Sea beside it. The night view is truly captivating, perfect for a stylish and successful person like you." Even though there was a long line of customers waiting for a table outside the door, many of whom had been waiting for 2 or 3 hours, there were empty tables around Chen Nan at this moment, allowing Chen Nan to choose according to his preferences. Wang Zhan was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and looking at Chen Nan's facial expression, fearing that Chen Nan would be dissatisfied with his arrangements. "Okay, here it is." Chen Nan stopped in front of a dining table with seats for 4, and then sat on a chair on the side. "Okay, then would you like to have the menu served now?" "Let me order first." "Show me the menu." "Okay, please wait a moment." Wang Zhan walked towards the corridor attentively. While Wang Zhan was getting the menu, Chen Nan opened WeChat and sent a message to Wang Yani. "Chen Nan, Sister Wang, I'm here and waiting for you at V88. Wang Yani, Jinjin and I just left. We took the subway here, so it will take some time." Chen Nan, "Okay, Sister Wang, be careful on the road." Chen Nan's heart seemed to tighten across the screen, and he imagined the scene of Wang Yani and her daughter relying on each other in the crowded subway car. Chen Nan's admiration for Wang Yani deepened even more. "Sir, here is the menu, please take a look." While Chen Nan was still immersed in lamenting the difficult life of Wang Yani, Wang Zhan stood beside the table with the menu in his hands and smiled awkwardly at Chen Nan. Chen Nan opened the menu and browsed it casually. Pan Garden is one of the latest emerging restaurants in Jiahai City. It features innovative dishes as its main feature and is very famous among young people in Jiahai City. It is a veritable internet celebrity restaurant. The menu in Chen Nan's hand, whether it is the cover or the inner pages, is based on pink tones and uses many particularly romantic roses and heart elements. The fonts on it are all gold-stamped artistic fonts. It looks high-end and classy while retaining the girlish heart, which can especially capture the hearts of girls. Black truffle Buddha jumps over the wall, Scottish lobster treasure pizza, golden caviar pudding, white truffle diamond platter. First, give me a signature 3-person family meal. Chen Nan browsed the menu and had a headache about ordering. Finally, he threw the menu aside impatiently and said to Wang Zhan beside him, Sir, we don't sell set meals." Wang Zhan said this in embarrassment, and at the same time looked at Chen Nan nervously, afraid that he would be angry. "Can't we have it?" Chen Nan turned his head and stared into Wang Zhan's eyes, confirming again. Well, sure. Just tell me your tastes, what you like to eat, and what your spouse and children like, and I'll make it for you." Wang Zhan gritted his teeth and said stubbornly. He knew in his heart that a super-rich man like Chen Nan had many choices and hated to hear rejection or no the most. If he told him no at this moment, it would be equivalent to rejecting the god of wealth. Therefore, Wang Zhan planned to prepare a set meal for him himself. "It's up to you. I don't have many mouthfuls, and they shouldn't be picky either." After hearing Wang Zhan's words, Chen Nan returned the menu to Wang Zhan, and then signaled Wang Zhan that he could arrange the dishes. "Okay, please wait." Wang Zhan took the menu and left Chen Nan's table under pressure. After sending the lobby manager away, Chen Nan sat by the window and quietly gazed at the scenery by the river. Chapter 39. Maybe we can be friends again. Just as Chen Nan was staring out the window, the screen of his mobile phone on the table lit up, prompting him that there was a new message on WeChat. After Chen Nan unlocked the screen, he saw Wang Yani's avatar at the top of the chat bar. "Wang Yani, we're at the door." "Chen Nan, Sister Wang, I have been waiting for you at my seat for a long time, please come in." Wang Yani, the waiter at the door said he didn't know V88. "Did you dial the wrong number?" "Chen Nan, I'll come out to pick you up." Chen Nan put down his phone and was about to get up and leave his seat when Wang Zhan suddenly appeared from the corner without anyone noticing and blocked Chen Nan's steps before he could leave. "Sir, do you need to go to the bathroom? I'll show you the way." Wang Zhan smiled at Chen Nan in a very servile manner and followed Chen Nan closely. "Where did you come from? You scared me to death." Chen Nan was somewhat disgusted by Wang Zhan's excessive attentiveness and unconsciously kept some distance from him. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhan took a big step forward at the same time Chen Nan stepped back. "No, what do you mean?" Chen Nan gestured unhappily to indicate the distance between them and pushed Wang Zhan back. "Are you afraid that I'll run away?" Then, Chen Nan seemed to have thought of something, and immediately exclaimed, looking at Wang Zhan in front of him in disbelief. No, how could that be? Sir, you're such a joke. How could a distinguished guest like you run away without paying? It's just that as the lobby manager of this restaurant, it's my duty to be ready to serve you at all times. I'm just afraid of neglecting you and affecting your dining experience." Wang Zhan automatically stepped back repeatedly, then shook his hands vigorously and explained. "My dining experience would be much better if you would just stay away from me." Chen Nan looked at Wang Zhan with a cold face. "Also, the person I'm waiting for has arrived and said they can't find V88. Your front desk clerk can't even recognize all the tables. I'll go pick them up. There's no need to bother you with such a small matter. I'll go to the front desk and bring your family over." After hearing what Chen Nan said, Wang Zhan immediately ran to the front desk happily. This V-shaped area is Pan Yuan's VIP seat that is not open to the public. Diners are generally not allowed to sit there. Only VIPs with special receptions and senior employees with restaurant privileges have the right to enter. Therefore, the waiters who receive ordinary guests at the front desk naturally don't know about V88. Not long after, Wang Yani and a little girl half a person's height followed Wang Zhan and walked towards Chen Nan. "Ma'am, we're here." Wang Zhan considerately pulled out chairs for Wang Yani and her daughter, put away their coats, and then stood aside and looked at Chen Nan. Sir, everyone here is here. I'll serve you the appetizer soup later. Enjoy your meal. After Wang Yani and her daughter were seated successfully, Wang Zhan took their coats, bowed to the three of them in a very professional manner, and then retreated to the corner. Sister Wang, long time no see, you are becoming more and more charming. Chen Nan looked at Wang Yani in front of him, and couldn't help but admire her in his heart. Even though she was a divorced single mother, her figure was still well proportioned. The convex parts were clear and the thin parts were slender and charming. Jinjin, this is Uncle Chen, Mom's childhood playmate. Say hello to Uncle Chen. Wang Yani ignored Chen Nan and looked down at her daughter. Hello, Uncle Chen. The little girl sitting next to Wang Yani nodded obediently, then turned to look at Chen Nan in front of her, and called out sweetly. Chen Nan looked at the little girl in front of him. Her facial features seemed to be exactly the same as Wang Yani's. Although her clothes looked a bit simple, they were very refreshing, which was enough to show Wang Yani's taste. Hey, good boy. Chen Nan responded with a smile, then picked up the roses from the vase on the table and put them in Wang Jinjin's hand. Jinjin, this flower is for you. Good children should be rewarded. Chen Nan held the rose in his hand and pushed it in front of Wang Jinjin. Wang Jinjin looked up at Chen Nan, then at the rose in Chen Nan's hand, and then turned to look at her mother sitting next to her. Before Wang Yani spoke, she stood still obediently, and had no intention of reaching out her hand. It's okay, just play with it. Wang Yani said to Wang Jinjin indifferently. After getting her mother's permission, Wang Jinjin smiled happily, then stretched out her hands to take the rose from Chen Nan, played with it in her hands, and her eyes revealed unconcealable excitement. It seemed that this was the first time the little girl had received flowers. Anan, I know what Aunt Chen and my mom mean. They want to bring us together, but you also know that in my situation, I've already been married once, and with Jinjin. Besides, our personalities have been incompatible since we were young. Perhaps because she saw that her daughter had become obsessed with playing with roses, Wang Yani looked at Chen Nan and spoke to him seriously. Sister Wang, don't feel pressured. Even though my mom and Aunt Wang have that intention, it doesn't necessarily mean we have to develop things in that direction, don't you think? After hearing what Wang Yani said, Chen Nan smiled heartily, and then continued. As for me, we haven't had a close relationship since we were little. One of us loves studying, while the other gets a headache just by looking at books. Therefore, we haven't had much in common since we were little. But now we've both matured, and in this society, many things aren't absolute. Although we may not have had much to talk about when we were young, it doesn't mean we still don't have common topics now. I know that you, Sister Wang, are an independent and strong person. Even after your divorce, you insisted on supporting yourself and Jinjin on your own. So in some ways, I actually admire your resilience and courage. I am no longer the playful and naive Chen Nan that you remember, Sister Wang. Perhaps now we can chat with each other and become good friends again. In this society, having one more friend is never a bad thing, right, Sister Wang? Chen Nan looked at Wang Yani, observing the expression on her face, gazing into her eyes, and spoke sincerely. Friend? Wang Yani looked at Chen Nan in confusion. At Wang Yani's age, apart from work, she has to go home to take care of her daughter every day. Occasionally, when her mother is sick, she can only rely on her. Therefore, she is like a non-stop machine every day, forcing herself to work. All the difficulties in work and life, one after another, are forced upon her by gritting her teeth. In Wang Yani's world, she now just lives every day. Only her daughter can touch the soft spot in her heart. She has not thought about the word friend for a long time. Chapter 40. Looking at the river view, I feel seasick. I should be of no value to you. Wang Yani lowered her head and took a sip of the water in her cup, then raised the cup in her hand and stared blankly at the half-full cup of water. Wang Yani, who grew up with a single mother, was bullied since childhood. She had to endure it and study hard. Relying on her slight advantage in academic performance, she finally got married, had children and started her own family. However, 5 years after her marriage, her husband shattered her beautiful fantasy and brought his mistress to give her a huge surprise when she just returned home from a business trip. There is no joy but shock. Wang Yani, who was taught by her mother that men are unreliable since childhood, had a little fantasy about marriage before. But when she saw her husband betraying her, the only little flame in her heart was quietly extinguished. Wang Yani resolutely chose to divorce her ex-husband. After kicking him out of her house, she took on the responsibility of raising Jinjin alone and changed Jinjin's surname to her own as soon as possible. Fate is like a cycle. Wang Yani wanted to break away from her mother's control since she was a child, but in the end she became like her mother. Sister Wang, everyone has their own value. Don't deny yourself so easily. Chen Nan stared at Wang Yani and comforted her gently. At the same time, he stood up gentlemanly, picked up the kettle inside, and refilled Wang Yani's cup with water. Thanks. Wang Yani was just about to thank Chen Nan when she looked behind him through the ends of his hair, and then stood up suddenly. The expression on his face became extremely stiff. Mom, what are you looking at? As Wang Yani suddenly stood up, the table tilted forward slightly. Wang Jinjin, who was standing beside her, looked up at her mother. What's wrong, Sister Wang? Seeing Wang Yani's big reaction, Chen Nan was shocked by her. He thought that he was just refilling her water and shouldn't make Wang Yani stand up. Chen Nan followed Wang Yani's gaze and turned to look behind him in confusion. Diagonally behind their table, among the previously empty ones, sat a man and woman. The man, dressed in a tan suit, sat formally. Opposite him sat a mature woman with short, medium-length hair, wearing a black and gold couture dress. She exuded the aura of a powerful career woman. It's Dad! Wang Jinjin shouted in a childish voice, with uncontrollable joy in her tone. Wang Jinjin's casual shout attracted the attention of the 4 adults present on the man in the tan suit, and the atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. The man who had his back to Chen Nan's table had to turn around slowly and stiffly, looking awkwardly at Wang Yani and her daughter beside Chen Nan. Hi Jinjin, what a coincidence! The man's facial expression seemed to be out of control at this moment, and his facial muscles looked extremely stiff. After he waved slightly to Wang Jinjin, his gaze had to shift to Wang Yani. Haha, what a coincidence! From Gu Haotian's perspective, Wang Yani was leaning very intimately against Chen Nan at this moment. The two of them stood shoulder to shoulder and stared at him as if showing off to him. Since it's such a coincidence that I met your daughter here, why don't we share a table? The woman sitting opposite Gu Haotian had experienced all kinds of big scenes after all. Faced with this bloody scene, her face still maintained superficial calmness. She looked at Gu Haotian with a smile on her lips and asked easily. After hearing Ling Yijuan's words, Gu Haotian remained silent, not knowing how to start. Jinjin, Daddy is busy. Don't yell and disturb Daddy's work. Realizing that Chen Nan was still standing beside her, Wang Yani felt that she had been a little rude. She smiled bitterly and continued to sit down, speaking meaningfully to Wang Jinjin beside her. The woman in front of Gu Haotian was obviously not the mistress he had brought home before. Wang Yani is not a fool. Pen Garden is a famous high-end internet-famous restaurant in Jiahai City. The seats in the area where they are located have a unique view of the river, but it is empty. This means that the few seats nearby are either shockingly expensive or unavailable even if you have money. Although she didn't know how Chen Nan had booked it, she knew full well that with Gu Haotian's skills, he probably couldn't even afford to book a regular seat outside, let alone this row. It was obvious that Gu Haotian must be using the same gigolo skills he had used when they were dating, flirting with the wealthy-looking woman sitting across from him. Thinking of this, although Wang Yani was full of contempt for Gu Haotian was Wang Jinjin's biological father after all. In front of the child, Wang Yani naturally would not make trouble with Gu Haotian and make him look bad in front of her child. Besides, she knew very well in her heart that no matter how strong a woman was, she would definitely resist if she heard Wang Jinjin shout just now during a date. Wang Yani ignored Gu Haotian's greeting to her and sat in her seat to comfort Wang Jinjin. At this moment, the set meal that Chen Nan had just asked the manager to arrange began to be served. Seeing the steaming white truffle mushroom soup brought by the waiter, Chen Nan returned to his seat, snatched the spoon from the waiter's hand, and considerately scooped a bowl for Wang Jinjin, then scooped a bowl into Wang Yani's bowl, and finally scooped a bowl for himself. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Wang Jinjin took the soup handed to her by Chen Nan, took a sip, then gave Chen Nan a particularly sweet smile and spoke happily. Gu Haotian and Ling Yijuan, who were sitting in the back and still waiting for their food, looked at the three people in front of them drinking soup and chatting happily. They looked like a real family. Forget it, let's eat ours. After Gu Haotian stared at Wang Yanni and Wang Jinjin meaningfully again, he turned to Ling Yijuan in front of him and said with an awkward smile, "It's a good thing your daughter doesn't look like you. She looks quite cute." Ling Yijuan had a smile on his face, but his words were like ice chips stabbing Gu Haotian. "Mr. Lung, you're joking? Our dishes haven't arrived yet. How about I go and rush them?" Gu Haotian didn't dare to respond to Ling Yijuan's words at all. He changed the subject nervously, and was ready to get up and hide at any time. "No need. I suddenly have no appetite today. Maybe I feel seasick after looking at the river view outside the window of Pan Garden." Ling Yijuan grabbed the Hermes platinum bag next to the chair and prepared to get up and leave. "I haven't even eaten this meal yet, and I feel a little nauseous." She looked at Gu Haotian, who was in front of her with a panicked look on his face, and after saying this, she walked away in her high heels. Chapter 41. You can't touch my Chen Nan's friends. Boss Ling, calm down. Listen to my explanation, you must listen to my explanation. Hearing Ling Yijuan's words, Gu Haotian hurriedly stood up and reached out to grab Ling Yijuan's wrist. "Let me go, now!" Ling Yijuan shook off Gu Haotian's big hand in disgust and kept a safe distance from him. "Gu Haotian, I'm warning you. You'd better keep your distance from me. If you have any sense, go back and inform your CEO Luo and ask him to replace my business partner in the future. Otherwise, the cooperation between our Ling Group and your company will end today. Do you understand?" Ling Yijuan pointed at Gu Haotian's nose and spoke harshly, even spitting on the other's face. "Boss Ling, please don't be impulsive. Gu Haotian stood at the edge of the dining table. He didn't dare to take a step forward to get closer to Ling Yijuan, let alone retreat. Since his divorce from Wang Yanni, Gu Haotian's extramarital affair became known to everyone. His previous company fired Gu Haotian for personal conduct issues. After that, Gu Haotian applied for jobs in several companies, but the results were not satisfactory. It was not until the first half of this year that Gu Haotian finally got a job as a business specialist at Jiahai City Haina Group. The first project he took on at the company was to connect with the Ling Group, one of the 4 major families in Jiahai City. Originally, as a newcomer who had just joined the company, even if Gu Haotian was lucky enough to get such a big project, he would not be able to connect with the senior executives of Ling Group. However, Gu Haotian's advantage lies in his high emotional intelligence, and he has been fond of thinking crookedly since he was a child. Through various connections, he managed to sneak into a high-end dinner hosted by the Haina Group. At the dinner, he took great pains to create a fateful encounter and successfully attracted Ling Yijuan, the eldest daughter of the Ling family, and the current general manager of the Ling Group. Later, during Gu Haotian's intentional or unintentional casual chat, Ling Yijuan began to pay attention to this newcomer of Haina Group. Through her personal relationship, she promoted Gu Haotian to be the person in charge of the project connecting with Ling Group. Therefore, Gu Haotian's career in Haina Group has been promoted steadily. Although many people in the company scoffed at his behavior of living off others, Gu Haotian knew his goals, his strengths, and what he wanted. Things like reputation and face are nothing compared to money and power. But at this moment, the dinner that Gu Haotian had tried every possible way to get Ling Yijuan to agree to treat him to was completely ruined by 3 people not far away. Because in front of Ling Yijuan, Gu Haotian has always portrayed himself as an ambitious golden bachelor who is determined to start over again after 3 failed business ventures in order to build his career. Wang Jinjin's call of "Dad" just now completely shattered the image that Gu Haotian had been pretending for several months. If Ling Yijuan had not been from a noble family and had not possessed strong psychological qualities, he would have probably lost his temper at Gu Haotian just now. "I hate people who deceive me the most in my life. Gu Haotian, you're out." Ling Yijuan said this while staring at Gu Haotian in front of him, using gestures to warn Gu Haotian not to get close to him, while walking out of the corridor. When she passed by Chen Nan and their table, her eyes swept over Wang Yanni with a hint of disdain and contempt in them. "Just an ordinary middle-aged woman." Ling Yijuan walked to Wang Yanni's side and spoke coldly in a voice that both Wang Yanni and Chen Nan could hear. "If she's an ordinary middle-aged woman, then you're just an ordinary old woman. You're old enough to go out without even looking in the mirror. Aren't you afraid of scaring the children?" Chen Nan lowered his head and drank the soup in his bowl, and immediately retorted to Ling Yijuan in front of him. What did you say? Didn't you hear what I said? Is it because your ears are not working well with your age? This time, Chen Nan finally put down the bowl in his hand, looked up and stared at Ling Yijuan in front of him. In Jiahai City, no one has ever dared to speak to me like this, you kid. Well, now we have it. Without waiting for Ling Yijuan to finish her words, Chen Nan stood up, walked in front of Ling Yijuan, and looked down at her. Ding! Congratulations to the master for unlocking the hidden quest, Domineering Young Woman. This quest requires the master to help the young woman around him reshape her personality. It is a cultivation-type quest. Please note that the master needs to make the young woman around him activate the domineering mode in order to complete the quest and receive the corresponding reward. The little yellow chicken's voice rang out in the tense atmosphere. Chen Nan rolled his eyes inwardly. Wanting to raise Wang Yani into a domineering young woman? It was simply a fantasy. Chen Nan grew up with Wang Yani. Although he and Wang Yani didn't talk much, he knew about the bullying of Wang Yani in school. It was just that Chen Nan was cowardly when he was a child, and Wang Yani was forbearing. Chen Nan didn't dare to stand up for Wang Yani, and Wang Yani never told her family about these things. Therefore, Aunt Wang and Chen Nan's mother didn't know about those things. Now Wang Yani has a child. Chen Nan realized from their interaction tonight, and just a few words, that Wang Yani's character is still the same as when she was a child, as patient and strong as water. Want to change her personality into a domineering young woman? Chen Nan chose to give up directly, and it would be better for him to step forward and deal with this arrogant woman. I'm warning you, this middle-aged woman you're talking about is my sister, someone I, Chen Nan, protect. Chen Nan took another big step forward towards Ling Yijuan, grabbed Ling Yijuan's slender wrist with one hand, and looked down at Ling Yijuan, who was wearing heavy makeup. I don't care who you are, Mr. Leng or Sister Leng. Not to mention Jiahai City, even in the whole country, or even the whole world, as long as someone wants to touch my friends, Chen Nan, I won't let them do that. I won't let. As Chen Nan spoke, he approached Ling Yijuan, narrowing the distance between them to the limit, almost face to face. Where did you come from? Ling Yijuan was horrified and no longer cared about the modesty of a noble lady. She struggled to break free from the restraints on Chen Nan's wrists, and then angrily slapped Chen Nan in the face. Pa! Chen Nan did not dodge, allowing Ling Yijuan's slap to fall on his face, making a crisp sound. That's enough, all of you stop it. Seeing this, Wang Yani could no longer sit still and stood up again with a stern face. Mr. Leng, my daughter is still young. Isn't it too rude of you to act in front of a child? Wang Yani said to Ling Yijuan with a stern face and without any fear. Chapter 42. Are you a man? Who are you and what qualifications do you have to educate me? Ling Yijuan looked at Wang Yani with disdain, not taking her and the little girl beside her seriously at all. We all come here to eat. In this restaurant you are a guest and so am I. You beat up my friend in public. Shouldn't you apologize to us? Wang Yani stood next to Chen Nan, and the two stood shoulder to shoulder. Okay, you two dogs, you're relying on your numbers, right? Just wait for me. Ling Yijuan glanced at Wang Yani and Chen Nan fiercely, spoke in a fierce tone, and then hurriedly left the restaurant. Boss Ling, wait a moment. Gu Haotian followed Ling Yijuan and ran out in a hurry. Sister Wang, thank you for speaking up for me just now. After Ling Yijuan and Gu Haotian left, the restaurant returned to its original tranquility. Chen Nan looked at Wang Yani beside him and said gently, Nothing, I just don't want that woman to affect Xinjin's childhood. Wang Yani turned her head away and continued to sit down, her eyes fixed on her daughter. Xinjin, are you full? If you are, let's go home. Mom, I'm full. Wang Xinjin licked her lips, glanced at the empty bowl in her hand, and answered obediently. Xinjin, children shouldn't lie. Children who lie will be taken away by the big bad wolf. You just had a bowl of soup, and the dishes Uncle ordered haven't even arrived yet. Chen Nan walked to the side where Wang Xinjin was sitting, leaned over and touched Wang Xinjin's forehead, and raised his hand to make a wolf claw shape to scare Wang Xinjin. There is no big bad wolf in this world. Uncle is the one who lied. Wang Xinjin stuck out her tongue at Chen Nan and snorted. Okay, Xinjin, let's go home. Wang Yani grabbed the bag beside her and was about to leave while holding Wang Xinjin's hand. Sister Wang, you just said we were friends. I just ordered a table full of food, and you're leaving. How can you be friends like that? Chen Nan stared at Wang Yani with grievance and blocked their way. I have no appetite today. Wang Yani, what do you mean? Before Wang Yani finished speaking, Gu Haotian returned to their dining table from the direction he had just left. We've been divorced for years. You did it on purpose today, didn't you? You knew I was having dinner here with the general manager of the Ling Group, but not only did you ruin my good fortune, you also deliberately made President Ling angry. You really don't want me to get better, right? Gu Haotian walked to Wang Yani angrily, looked down at her with his height advantage, and cursed at her. First, I didn't know you'd be here tonight. Second, if you had any sense, you should have realized that it was your boss, Mr. Lung, who came here deliberately to provoke me. Wang Yani put down the bag in her hand and stared coldly at the furious Gu Haotian in front of her. Xinjin is still here, are you sure you want to argue with me? Wang Yani turned her head and glanced at her two daughters who were standing beside her, staring at them silently, her eyes full of heartache. Don't use Xinjin as an excuse. Do you really think I'm a fool? If it weren't for your arrangement just now, how could Xinjin be so bold as to call me from such a distance? When Gu Haotian heard Wang Yani mention her daughter and thought of the scene just now, he instantly became furious. Dad, Mom didn't arrange it for me. I saw you first. Wang Xinjin opened her big watery eyes and looked at Gu Haotian with an innocent face. You two did it on purpose, deliberately making life difficult for me. Gu Haotian was so angry at Wang Xinjin that he couldn't speak for a while. Brother, are you a man? Chen Nan said to Gu Haotian with disdain. Gu Haotian rolled his eyes at Chen Nan. Wang Yani, is this your new gigolo? Gu Haotian pointed at Chen Nan and questioned Wang Yani. Gu Haotian, that's enough. Wang Yani raised her hand and knocked away the finger that Gu Haotian was pointing at Chen Nan, then took a step forward and stood face to face with Gu Haotian. Look at what you've become now. You've even abandoned your dignity for work. You don't even trust your own daughter. What does an 8-year-old know? What's wrong with saying hello to you when you see her? Who here owes you anything? What gives you the right to yell at us? Wang Yani approached Gu Haotian step by step, with her aura fully open, forcing Gu Haotian to retreat step by step. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, domineering young woman. The reward, personalized customized Mercedes-Benz GXG, has been received. The prize has been sent to the host, please check it. The voice of the little yellow chicken sounded on Chen Nan's wrist. Chen Nan felt that there was an extra remote control in his hand. He looked down and saw the classic silver circle of Mercedes-Benz flashing in his hand. Chen Nan stared closely at the GXG key in his hand. On the silver-black minicar model, the gold-plated English letters, CN, were printed on the side of the key, making it look particularly different. Chen Nan put the key into his pocket. Chen Nan looked up and saw Wang Xinjin standing cautiously beside the table, staring at her parents, who were arguing fiercely in front of her. She kept her mouth shut and said nothing, with a frown on her face, which was very pitiful. Be good, Xinjin. Uncle will play with you. Chen Nan walked over, took Xinjin's little hand, and brought Wang Xinjin back to the chair in front of the dining table. Sir, your dishes are all served. Just when Wang Yani picked up her bag and was about to leave, the manager who came over from the other side of the corridor directed the waiters to hurriedly bring up all the ordered dishes, fearing that Chen Nan would ask for a refund. At this moment, there was a table full of delicious food in front of Wang Xinjin, and Chen Nan sat in Wang Yani's original seat, accompanying Wang Xinjin. Chen Nan had no interest in what happened between Wang Yani and her ex-husband, and didn't want to get involved at all. Xinjin, what do you want to eat? Uncle will help you pick it up. Chen Nan takes care of Wang Xinjin very carefully. Faced with such a well-behaved little girl, he feels both distressed and reluctant to let her go. He hopes that he can also have a lovely and sensible daughter like Wang Xinjin. Mom said we can't eat other people's food casually. Facing a table full of delicious food, Wang Xinjin swallowed her saliva, spoke in a conflicted manner, and looked at Chen Nan with watery eyes. Uncle treated Xinjin to the meal, how can it be considered someone else's? Xinjin, didn't you hear it just now? Your mother said it herself, Uncle is Mom's friend, not someone else's. Chen Nan reached out and scratched Wang Xinjin's little nose, then laughed heartily at her. This white truffle cheese pizza is delicious. Come, have a bite. Chapter 43 Mom, let's go with Uncle Chin. Chen Nan stood up and put on gloves. He tore off a piece of pizza from a plate not far away and placed it on the plate in front of Wang Jinjin, looking at her with anticipation. Wang Jinjin hesitated for a long time, as if she had made a great decision. Finally, she tentatively picked up the pizza from her plate, leaned forward, and carefully took a small bite. She looked like a well-behaved little white rabbit. Tasty! Wang Jinjin turned around and looked at Chen Nan happily. Right, Uncle never lies. Especially someone as cute as Jinjin. Uncle likes her the most. Then Chen Nan put a lot of dishes on Wang Jinjin's plate, his eyes fixed on Wang Jinjin's little face while she was eating, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Stay away from my daughter! At this time, Gu Haotian, who had just been forced into a corner by Wan Yani and had nothing to refute, saw the warm look between Chen Nan and Wang Jinjin, and immediately yelled at Chen Nan like a mad dog with its fur standing on end. Bang! Wang Jinjin, who was eating happily, was startled by Gu Haotian's sudden shout. She lost her grip on the spoon and it fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The small and exquisite white spoon made of bone china was now broken into 2 pieces and lay quietly on the ground. Wang Jinjin, who was sitting on the chair, was so frightened that her whole body trembled, and she stared at the broken spoon on the ground in horror. Don't be afraid, Jinjin. It's okay. Chen Nan ignored Gu Haotian's roar in the distance, patted Wang Jinjin's back gently, and comforted her gently. After he coaxed the frightened Wang Jinjin, he slowly bent down and picked up the broken spoon pieces from the ground. Jinjin, be good and stay seated. The food in your bowl won't taste good if it gets cold. Uncle will come over for a moment. Jinjin, be obedient and don't move. After giving Wang Jinjin careful instructions, Chen Nan stood up from his seat and headed towards Gu Haotian. Chen Nan stared at Gu Haotian, whose eyes were wide open in anger, not far away. He was silent for a second, then instantly raised his arm and swung it towards Gu Haotian with the hand holding the spoon fragments, smashing the bone china fragments in his hand hard onto Gu Haotian's body. Gu Haotian dodged to the side, and the bone china fragments drew an arc in the air and hit a dining table not far away, smashing the vase on the table to the ground. The roses in the vase fell to the ground, and the water that overflowed from the vase soaked the entire dining table. Seeing Chen Nan and Gu Haotian fighting, the timid girls among the waiters who had been hiding in the dark and on standby immediately screamed. Wan Yani hurried over and covered Wang Jinjin's eyes, burying Wang Jinjin's entire upper body in her arms. Gu Haotian and Chen Nan quickly wrestled with each other. With the help of the system and his own physique, Gu Haotian's movements looked like slow-motion shots that were slowed down countless times in Chen Nan's eyes. Chen Nan easily dodged Gu Haotian's reckless attack, which was based on brute force, and then hit Gu Haotian's sore spots with every move. Facing a weakling like Gu Haotian, Chen Nan didn't even have time to use his Vajra fist before Gu Haotian was knocked down. Sir, calm down. Fighting is not allowed here. After seeing Gu Haotian being knocked to the ground by Chen Nan and unable to get up, Wang Zhan, who had been hiding in the dark, walked over pretending to be the lobby manager and pretended to dissuade Chen Nan. Fight? Have you seen me fight? Chen Nan stared calmly at Gu Haotian, who was lying on the ground with a ferocious face, then turned his gaze to the manager beside him and asked innocently. No, I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. Wang Zhan trembled with fear and hurriedly shook his head to deny it, fearing that he would say something wrong and anger Chen Nan. Wang Zhan knew it very well in his heart that for someone like Chen Nan who drove a luxury car, even if a fight broke out, even if a big situation arose, it would only take money to get out of it. However, for a restaurant, to resolve such a matter, it would definitely have to pick someone out to take the blame. If Wang Zhan displeased Chen Nan in this matter and made a big fuss, the restaurant would definitely push him, the manager, to the forefront. Wang Zhan, the old fox, will not allow himself to be stubborn about such a thing. At this time, currying favor with Chen Nan is far more important than abiding by principles. I don't need a kind reminder. You should tell the guy on the ground about this. Be more careful with your mouth when you go out. Talk less. It's more important than anything else. Chen Nan seemed to be talking to Wang Zhan, but his eyes were always on Gu Haotian lying on the ground. You! After being knocked to the ground by Chen Nan, Gu Haotian, who had lost all face, was filled with shame and anger. All right, hurry up and leave. Don't you think you're embarrassed enough in front of Jinjin? Wang Yani, who was holding Jinjin, looked at Gu Haotian with disdain and spoke in a tone full of annoyance. You guys, just wait. Waiting, all waiting, we are waiting to attend your wedding with your boss Lung. Chen Nan scratched his ears and rolled his eyes. He was tired of hearing this and jokingly complained about Gu Haotian. Gu Haotian, covered in dust, crawled up from the ground in a mess and hurried away amid the giggles of several waiters around him. Sister Wang, you're all tired today, let me take you home. Chen Nan thought that his newly acquired G-Class was just big enough to take Wang Yani and Wang Jinjin, and the three of them could get in the car together. No need, Jinjin and I can take the subway back. Wang Yani tried hard to avoid eye contact with Chen Nan, focusing all her attention on Wang Jinjin, then picked up her bag again and prepared to leave. Mom, there's no subway at this time. Uncle is not a bad person. Wang Jinjin looked up at Wang Yani stubbornly. Chen Nan blinked at Wang Jinjin. It turned out that bribing children was effective. Wang Jinjin immediately responded to Chen Nan with a mischievous smile. You kid, what did I teach you before? Wang Yani pretended to be angry and glared at Wang Jinjin. Okay, Sister Wang, it's so late. If I let you and your daughter go back by yourselves, I'd be a complete scumbag. And I'm not worried about you, I'm worried about our Jinjin. What if such a lovely girl meets a weird uncle? Chen Nan leaned down and opened his arms towards Wang Jinjin, who immediately ran towards Chen Nan happily for a hug. Mom, let's go with Uncle Chen. Wang Jinjin happily jumped down from Chen Nan's arms, then ran to Wang Yani, pulled her skirt, and acted coquettishly in a baby voice. You kid, you're really... Wang Yani looked at Wang Jinjin's expectant eyes and shook her head. Chapter 44. Are we friends? When Chen Nan was walking towards the front desk with Jinjin and Wang Yani to pay the bill, he glanced at the door and saw that his golden Bugatti Veyron was surrounded by people. Many curious people were pointing at the car, making it look very lively. It seems that there is no hope of driving this Bugatti Veyron back today. Fortunately, he just got a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Although the grade has dropped a lot, it is spacious enough for the three of them to go back. Chen Nan called over the manager Wang Zhan, who had been standing beside him and serving him throughout the whole process. Manager Wang, could you please do me a small favor? Chen Nan lowered his head and whispered politely in Wang Zhan's ear. At this critical moment of paying the bill, Wang Zhan saw Chen Nan suddenly being so polite to him, and inexplicably became a little wary. Sir, you are a consumer. You come here to consume. It is our natural duty to provide you with services. There is no trouble at all. Wang Zhan smiled awkwardly at Chen Nan, deliberately emphasizing the word consumer. Wang Zhanxian stood bolt upright, his entire body tense, a sense of nervousness washing over him. Remember, the V88 table he'd taken Chen Nan to was the most exclusive, Riverview table in the entire Pan Yuan restaurant, not open to the public. The minimum cost for the dishes there was 58,000 new Taiwan dollars. Furthermore, he hadn't hesitated to order the classic set menu Chen Nan had asked him to order. The cost of this meal was, at the very least, over 100,000 new Taiwan dollars. If Chen Nan tried to find an excuse to skip the bill at this point, he'd be in big trouble. Manager Wang, don't be nervous. It's not a big deal. It's just the car at the door. Seeing Wang Zhan's nervous look, Chen Nan deliberately kept the question in suspense, seeming hesitant to speak. This car, what's wrong with the car? Hearing Chen Nan mention the super luxury car at the door, Wang Zhan became even more panicked. It was because of the car that Wang Zhan treated Chen Nan as a distinguished guest. If Chen Nan said at this moment that the car was not his, Wang Zhan would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot. Oh, it's nothing. My friend just drove another car over for me, and I can't drive both cars away by myself. How about I leave the one at the door with you guys for the night, and I'll come back tomorrow to drive it away? Chen Nan looked down and saw Wang Jinjin's big eyes starting to feel sleepy, and immediately gave up the idea of playing a trick on Wang Zhan. He took out 2 bunches of keys from his trouser pocket, waved them in front of Wang Zhan, and then took out the pure gold version of the Bugatti Veyron car keys and handed them to Wang Zhan. Yes, sir, don't worry, we are the safest here. We will definitely keep your car well and wait for you to come back. Wang Zhan hurriedly caught the golden Bugatti Veyron car keys that Chen Nan threw into his arms. He opened his eyes wide as if flattered, and then an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. Later, when the front desk waiter printed out the bill and handed it to Chen Nan just glanced at the final total, signed his name generously, and then took out a savings card he carried with him. When Wang Yanni saw the 6-digit number on the bill, her face turned pale and she looked very uneasy. Why is this meal so expensive? Are we being ripped off? Wang Yanni remembered that she often saw news reports that some restaurants, after becoming famous, would charge excessive fees and raise prices. Thinking that Pan Yuan was a newly emerged internet-famous restaurant in Jiahai City, Wang Yanni grabbed Chen Nan's signed bill with a look of suspicion, and carefully looked at the list of dishes and began to calculate. 5,009 for a bowl of soup? Wang Yanni looked up at the front desk clerk in disbelief. That pot of mushrooms only has 5 or 6 pieces, and it costs 12,000? Well, ma'am, what you ordered are all signature dishes from our hidden luxury menu, so they're naturally more expensive than regular dishes. Also, that 12,000 you mentioned isn't a mushroom, it's top-grade white pine mushroom, very rare. Wang Yanni's eyes were about to pop out of her head. The clerk at the front desk blushed and stammered, unable to speak clearly. Does the Market Supervision Bureau know about your pricing? This is extortion. I can sue you. As she spoke, Wang Yanni took out her cell phone from her bag and pretended to make a report call. Sister Wang, okay, I know you're worried about my money. This meal is supposed to be my treat, so don't worry, I still have the money. As for the price, I saw it on the menu before you came. They really want to blackmail us. Chen Nan smiled and pressed down Wang Yanni's hand that was holding up the phone, then pushed the savings card he had just taken out in front of the front desk clerk, looked at the embarrassed clerk, and urged him. I told you to swipe your card, why are you still standing there? Oh yes, sir, excuse me, please wait a moment. Hearing Chen Nan's initiative to speak up for the restaurant, the front desk clerk breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she was just an employee, and none of the dishes on the luxurious menu were within her normal spending range to treat herself, so naturally she had no idea about the specific production of these dishes. Bite! Your savings card with the last digit 5678 has a spending of 108,452 yuan and a balance of 2,428,561,542.40 yuan. As the front desk clerk picked up Chen Nan's savings card and gently slid it across the POS machine, a text message immediately appeared on Chen Nan's mobile phone screen. The fluorescent light on the screen just caught the attention of Wang Yanni next to him. Chen Nan, you. Wang Yanni looked at Chen Nan with a complicated expression. Hey, Sister Wang, don't be surprised. Your brother Nan is not short of money now. I will protect you in Jiahai City from now on. We are friends. After Chen Nan took the savings card from the waiter, he scratched his head embarrassedly when he saw Wang Yanni's gaze. When Wang Yanni heard Chen Nan mention the word, friend, again, she remained silent. Uncle Chen, Mom, can we go home now? Okay, let's go home now. Uncle will take Jinjin and Mom home right now, okay? Wang Jinjin, who had been standing between Chen Nan and Wang Yanni and was half a head shorter than the front desk clerk, looked up at Chen Nan innocently. Her big watery eyes were now full of fatigue, and her eyelids were almost drooping like bags under her eyes. Chen Nan bent down and picked up Wang Jinjin, then walked out the door. Seeing that Wang Jinjin was not opposed to Chen Nan, Wang Yanni didn't say anything and followed Chen Nan out. The three of them were like an ordinary family of three, leaving the restaurant and going home after dinner on an ordinary evening. Chapter 45, Just a Broken G-Class. Wow, Uncle Chen, is this your car? The three of them walked out of the gate of Pan Yuan restaurant and took a few steps before an orange-yellow Mercedes-Benz G-Class suddenly appeared in front of everyone. There was a Q-version cartoon portrait of Chen Nan painted on the body of the car with playful graffiti. The capital letters, CN, on it were very eye-catching, and it was hard for Chen Nan not to see it. Xiao Huang, you definitely did this on purpose. Chen Nan secretly glanced at his wrist with contempt, then immediately adjusted his expression to a happy one, happily responding to Jinjin. The little girl was looking at the Mercedes-Benz G-Class covered with cartoon graffiti in front of her, and screamed excitedly, completely different from her tired look just now. Yes. Does Jinjin like this car? Uncle will drive this car to pick up Jinjin and Mom from now on, okay? Chen Nan pressed the car key, and the headlights of the G-Class flashed twice, as if obediently agreeing with Chen Nan's words. Really? That's great. From now on, Mom, we won't have to leave an hour early to squeeze into the subway. Uncle Chen, let me tell you, the subway is so crowded that Jinjin almost gets squashed into a meat pie every time. Jinjin was jumping on the ground happily. When she talked about squeezing into the subway, she raised her two little hands and squeezed her face hard, making her round little face square. She was very cute. Jinjin, watch your words. How can you be so unreasonable in front of Uncle Chen? Uncle Chen is a man of great importance and is very busy every day. How can you let him come to pick you up? Wang Yani glared at Wang Jinjin with angry eyes and said reproachfully. After hearing her mother's words, Wang Jinjin returned to the way she was when she first met Chen Nan. She huddled beside Wang Yani and said no more, as quiet as a little white rabbit. Okay, Sister Wang, let's get in the car first. It's too windy outside. And Jinjin is only 8 years old, so don't be too harsh on her. Our Jinjin was so cute just now, right? Uncle said he would come to pick you up, so he will definitely come. This is the agreement between Uncle and Jinjin, okay? As Chen Nan spoke, he opened the back door for Wang Yani and her daughter, then reached out and scratched Wang Jinjin's little nose affectionately, looking at Jinjin with great doting. Jinjin also responded to Chen Nan with a sweet smile. Oh, this kid is such a worry. He doesn't understand the difficulties adults face at all. After watching Wang Yani and her daughter settle into the back seat, Chen Nan opened the driver's door, got in, and started the car. After the G-Class slowly started, Wang Yani sighed and looked out the window with emotion. Mother! Wang Jinjin pulled Wang Yani's corner aggrievedly and shouted weakly. Jinjin, Mommy doesn't blame you. It's a good thing that you don't understand some things now. Mommy just blames herself for not being able to do it. Be good, Jinjin. Hearing Wang Jinjin's call, at this moment when there were only 3 of them in the car, Wang Yani could no longer suppress her inner emotions, and 2 lines of tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Don't cry, Mom. Jinjin will be a better person in the future. Jinjin doesn't want to see her cry. Wang Jinjin hurriedly stretched out her little hand and frantically wiped the tears from Wang Yani's cheek with the back of her hand, her tone full of anxiety. Sister Wang, you have suffered a lot over the years. Chen Nan looked at Wang Yani affectionately through the rearview mirror. He hated to see girls cry, especially a queen like Wang Yani who was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Wang Yani didn't shed a tear when she confronted her ex-husband in the restaurant just now, but now in the quiet carriage, she was crying like a helpless little girl. Chen Nan felt as if a stone was pressing on his chest, making him extremely depressed. Sister Wang, life must go on. When you feel sad, think of Jinjin. You are so lucky to have such a well-behaved and sensible daughter. If you feel sad, think of me. Look how lucky you are to have such a loyal friend like me. Chen Nan spoke shamelessly, teasing Wang Yani in the back row. I don't want to think about you. Thinking about you makes me even sadder. We grew up together and our family backgrounds are not that different. I studied so hard, and you've been playful since you were young. I've worked hard all my life, but now I still have to squeeze into the subway with Jinjin in my arms every day. And you, on the other hand, can easily spend 100,000 yuan on a meal without blinking an eye. Isn't that infuriating? It makes me so angry. Wang Yani cried loudly and stretched out her fist to hit Chen Nan's shoulder in the front row, like a little girl acting coquettishly, without any of the calm and composed demeanor she had just displayed outside. Sister, ouch, stop it. If you kill the driver on the road, all 3 of us will be in trouble today. Chen Nan roared exaggeratedly, livening up the atmosphere in the car. Mom, Jinjin, don't be afraid of death. I'll help you beat up Uncle Chen. Hearing her mother crying and accusing Chen Nan, Wang Jinjin stretched out her little fist from the back row and hit Chen Nan's shoulder hard. Hey, Wang Jinjin, you little heartless girl, how could you betray me? Didn't you just make an agreement with your uncle? You changed your mind so suddenly. You've been a scumbag since you were little. Chen Nan pretended to be extremely aggrieved, which made Jinjin giggle in the back row. Seeing her daughter laughing so happily, Wang Yani stopped crying and burst into laughter. The 3 of them shuttled through the night traffic with laughter and chatter all the way. Uncle, just stop here for a moment, we're home. Following the location navigation provided by Wang Yani, Chen Nan arrived at an alleyway with old residential buildings. The dark road in front of him looked extremely quiet. At this moment, only the headlights of Chin Nan's Mercedes-Benz G-Class shone on the intersection, bringing a ray of light to the dark alley. Sister Wang, let me take you in. Chin Nan looked at the gloomy and dilapidated alley in front of him, and looked worriedly at Wang Yani and her daughter who were about to get off the car. It's okay, we just need to use the flashlight. Jinjin and I walk this road every day, and we'll be there in just a few steps. Wang Yani quickly rejected Chin Nan's kindness and pulled Jinjin out of the car. Jinjin, quickly thank Uncle Chin. Thank you, Uncle Chin, for taking us home. Goodbye, Uncle. After Wang Yani and Jinjin got off the bus and settled down, Wang Jinjin waved goodbye to Chin Nan, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Then be careful when you go in. I'll keep the headlights on and walk you inside. Okay. Chin Nan looked at the two thin figures, one tall and one short, in front of the windshield, supporting each other and walking deeper into the alley. Thinking about the experience of tonight's meal, he couldn't calm down for a long time. From now on, Sister Wang is my biological sister, and Jinjin is my biological niece. Chin Nan made a secret decision in his heart. Humph, you're just a guy driving a broken-down G-Class, and you dare challenge me. At another alley not far from the street, a Cullinan was parked quietly in the night with its engine turned off. A rear window of the car slowly rolled down, and a wisp of blue smoke floated out of the window. Chapter 46. I feel safe only when you are with me. A sneer of disdain appeared on Ling Yijuan's face. He flicked his index and middle fingers, which were holding the small cigar, toward the window. A piece of dark brown ash floated lightly out from the window sill. Then the lights of Cullinan lit up, the car started to move, and merged into the dim night. Chin Nan didn't notice the Cullinan in the distance at all. He kept watching the backs of Wang Yani and Wang Jinjin in front of him with the headlights on. He didn't drive away until the voices of the mother and daughter disappeared at the corner of the alley. Ding! The system detects that Ling Yijuan's hatred towards the host has increased. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 social points. The social value required to upgrade the Godly Gift Pack next time is 1200/1800. Just as Chin Nan was listening to sentimental nostalgic music in the car and immersed in his own emotional world, the untimely reminder tone of the little yellow chicken sounded on his wrist. Chin Nan glanced at the dimly glowing screen of the universal watch, then turned up the music in the car to the maximum volume, opened the car window and drove in the quiet and deserted streets. How many people as outstanding as me have you met? Chin Nan took out his cell phone from the side, glanced at the screen, and then slid his finger to unlock the button. Hey, Brother Daquan, what's going on? A midnight snack? I just finished my meal, so I won't be here at this hour. Interviewed a very promising anchor? Fine, since my brother Daquan is still working hard and putting in overtime at this hour, I'll come right over. After Chin Nan hung up the phone, he entered the location coordinates sent by Wang Daquan into the car navigation, then turned around and drove in the direction of the navigation. Ainin, here! Chin Nan stopped the car not far away and walked towards the door of the grilled fish restaurant that Wang Daquan mentioned. When Chin Nan just saw the sign of the store, he heard Wang Daquan shouting from a distance. Following the direction of the sound, Chin Nan walked towards the table where Wang Daquan was sitting. There were 3 people sitting in the seats, including Wang Daquan and 2 girls. One of them was Xia Yingying, and the other was the internet celebrity with perfumed face who took couple photos with Chin Nan today. Brother Daquan, you are so lucky. You still think of me in this situation. You are really considerate. Chin Nan sat down opposite Wang Daquan with a smile and joked with Wang Daquan in front of him. Oh, Ainin, stop teasing me. Come, let me introduce you. This is Yingying's best friend, Chingij. She used to work in sales and has a great eloquence. What do you think of her coming to our company to be a live streamer selling products? Wang Daquan introduced enthusiastically, his face filled with joy as if he had found a treasure, and stared at Chin Nan with shining eyes, expecting a positive answer from Chin Nan. Chin Nan's eyes met Chingij's, there was a slight awkwardness in the air, and the internet celebrity's face looked a little uneasy. However, Chin Nan did not feel any pressure and greeted Chingij easily. No wonder I always felt that the man in the photo I saw on Gij's Moments today looked so familiar. I finally remembered him. At this time, Xia Yingying, who had been sitting next to Wang Dequan and had been looking at Chen Nan and Qin since Chen Nan sat down, suddenly shouted excitedly, as if she had discovered a new world. Gij, Mr. Chen, what are you two still pretending to be? Gij's circle of friends is already public, why are you still planning to hide it from me? Xia Yingying spoke to Chen Gij in a sarcastic tone. Mr. Chen, you too got caught secretly hooking up with my bestie behind all of our backs. Xia Yingying turned to look at Chen Nan, with a look of obvious pride in her eyes, as if saying, Good boy, look, you are in my hands again. Yingying, what are you talking about? Anan and Chen Gij? Are you kidding? How is that possible? Anan never told me that. I don't believe it. Wang Dequan, who was standing by, was confused by Xia Yingying's excited look, and then he stared at Chen Nan with a seeking look. This is a misunderstanding. We are not very familiar with each other. Looking at Wang Dequan and Xia Yingying, who both had gossipy faces, Chen Nan scratched his head and didn't want to explain too much. This kind of thing, as long as you open your mouth to explain, it will seem deliberate. After all, people who want to eat melons are there to hear what they want to hear. What kind of misunderstanding is this? The photo of the two of you that Gij posted on her Moments looks so intimate. I'd be too shy to take it with Dequan. Aren't you two very familiar with each other? Who are you kidding? What photo? Where is it? Send it to me quickly. Hee, even though Gij deleted it, I, as smart as I am, saved it a long time ago. Look for yourself, who else could this person be other than Mr. Wang? Wow, bro, you can do it! Probably because she had left the company, Xia Yingying at this moment was completely different from her usual image when she was wearing a uniform at the company. She and Wang Dequan were like a pair of young lovers who cooperated with each other tacitly. The two of them sang in unison, and there was no sense of barrier between superiors and subordinates at all. Did you two call me here just for these photos? Chen Nan leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms over his chest, rolled his eyes at Wang Dequan, and showed no intention of explaining. No, but since you're so familiar with Chen Gij, why would we even need an interview? It's definitely a done deal. Seeing Chen Nan like this, Wang Dequan put away his strong desire for gossip, put down his phone, and quickly changed the subject. No, I just said, we're not that familiar with each other, so just do the interview as it should be. Chen Nan immediately waved his hand, interrupting Wang Dequan's words, without giving any face to Chen Gij beside him. Chen Gij, who was standing by, was very dissatisfied with Chen Nan's series of words that were meant to maintain a relationship with her. However, she was reluctant to show her emotions too obviously because Xia Yingying had repeatedly warned her before Chen Nan appeared, emphasizing the importance of the man next to her. Yeah, Mr. Chen and I just took a photo together. We're not really familiar with each other. Chen Gij forced a smile on her face and echoed Chen Nan's words. Okay, since I've already told you all the requirements this afternoon, if you two are still unsure about something, why do you have to call me over here in the middle of the night? Chen Nan didn't pay much attention to Chen Gij beside him. His eyes were always focused on Wang Dequan opposite him. At this moment, he yawned and spoke to Wang Dequan lazily. Oh, isn't this your brother? I've never done this before, and I've offered you a salary so much higher than my peers right from the start. I'm really unsure. I only feel safe if you can help me check. Wang Dequan smiled embarrassedly. A strong man weighing nearly 200 pounds was shy in front of Chen Nan. Chapter 47 He is so cute. Have you ever been a broadcaster before? Looking at Wang Dequan, who didn't have the airs of a director at all, Chen Nan shook his head helplessly, then turned to Chen Gij beside him and asked her. No, but I used to sell clothes on the street, and I'm pretty good at selling goods. At this moment, Chen Gij no longer had the pungent smell of perfume from the afternoon. The heavy makeup on her face had become much lighter, and her aura when she spoke was much more confident. Well, sure. It doesn't matter if you've never done live streaming before. As long as you have the desire to make money and the perseverance to keep going, you'll be fine. Go directly to the company tomorrow to start your live stream. I'll pay you the normal salary, and you won't lose anything. Chen Nan looked at Chen Gij, who was obviously very different from the afternoon, and nodded in appreciation. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chen. Chen Gij, who was recognized by Chen Nan, did not show too much joy, but just responded lightly. Okay, now that we're done with the business, let's talk about some gossip, brother. Wang Dequan on the opposite side couldn't wait to start making a noise. Brother Dequan, I noticed that after you got close to this little girl next to you, you turned into a gossip. Qin Nan shook his head at Wang Dequan and stood up to leave. Hey, don't go, brother. We haven't eaten the fish yet. Wang Dequan's voice gradually faded away behind him. Qin Nan stood up and left the table on his own. He believed that with Wang Dequan, it would be more than enough to support this midnight snack. The orange-yellow customized Mercedes-Benz G-Class shuttled through the streets and drove into the gate of the Fuli Mingwan community. Although this car is not worth much, it looks pretty cute. I didn't expect that there would be such a cute little girl in our neighborhood recently. An enchanting figure stood on the balcony. She was only wearing a pure white robe and a sexy blonde woman with blue eyes. She was holding a half glass of wine in her hand. She stared at the main entrance of Fuli Mingwan community not far away. Her eyes followed the direction of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class that had just returned outside, and a charming smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Xiao Xia, go check who the owner of this car is. Okay, miss. The sexy woman didn't turn around and gave instructions to a female secretary in maid uniform behind her, who immediately left the room. Master, you are finally back. Duan saw that you had not returned until late at night, so he prepared a flower petal bath for you. A bath like this can help you dispel the fatigue of the day. As the elevator door opened, Duan, who was wearing a retro tuxedo, bowed respectfully to Qin Nan and spoke to him gently. Duan, how could someone as outstanding as you be a man? If you were a woman, I would definitely marry you. Qin Nan patted Duan's shoulder affectionately, with an exaggerated expression on his face, and spoke in a tone full of grievance. Master, please don't tease Duan. Serving you wholeheartedly is Duan's life mission. Duan quietly reached out and slapped Qin Nan's little hand away, saying proudly, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I need your help with something. Qin Nan regained his normal composure and walked towards the bathroom while speaking to Duan behind him. Tomorrow, please help me bring Wan Yani and her daughter to live at my house. I'll send you their address later. Yes, master. Qin Nan quickly took off her clothes, closed her eyes and lay comfortably in the king-size crystal bathtub, enjoying the hot bath filled with flower petals and foam. Oh my god, he's so cute! Christina slid her fingers through the video clip Xiao Xia sent her on the screen, and couldn't help but scream. The male protagonist in the video took off his clothes quickly, then lay down in a crystal bathtub filled with flower petals and dense foam like a little princess, and then seemed to fall asleep. Christina stared at this shameful secretly filmed video countless times, with a perverted look on her face. Xiao Xia, well done! After watching the short 29-second video for half an hour, she finally put down her phone and exclaimed in admiration at Xiao Xia, who was wearing a maid outfit in front of her. The Xiao Xia in front of him was no ordinary secretary or maid, but Xia Xingzi, the 6th-ranked professional bounty hunter in the international black market. As you should, Mississippi. Natsuno Sakurako, who was wearing a maid outfit, said indifferently. Wake up, stinky master, the sun is shining on your butt. Get up, you stinky master, you lazy bum. What wakes Qin Nan up every day is always the indestructible little yellow chicken. Qin Nan rubbed his sleepy eyes, and after opening them, he reacted for a second before recalling the last scene in his memory from yesterday. He only remembered that he was taking a bath, and then... Dwayne! The more Qin Nan thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He felt as if there was a gap in his memory. Uncle, you finally woke up. Following Qin Nan's call, the person who opened the door was not the expected figure in a retro tuxedo, but the lively Wang Jinjin. Jinjin? You guys are here so soon? When Qin Nan saw Jinjin appear at the door of his room, his face was immediately filled with joy, and he couldn't help but praise Duan's lightning efficiency. Yes, Uncle Qin, it's just me and my mom at home right now. Uncle Duan went to find a moving company to help us move. Wang Jinjin stood at the door, explaining why Duan didn't show up. Okay, Uncle got it, Jinjin. Uncle needs to change his clothes. Jinjin, you go out first. Looking at the innocent child in front of him, Qin Nan blushed in embarrassment. Okay. Uncle, come down and eat. Mom just prepared a large table of dishes and is waiting for you to wake up. Wang Jinjin, who had just arrived in the new environment, was full of curiosity about everything she looked at, and even walked in a hopping manner. After changing clothes and washing up, Chen-nan was halfway up the escalator when he saw Wang Yani, wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen downstairs. On the other side, the table was already filled with home-cooked dishes. Wang Jinjin, whose height was just enough to reach the table, was helping her mother set the table. "Uncle Chen, come and eat!" Seeing Chen-nan coming down the stairs, Wang Jinjin immediately looked up and smiled sweetly at Chen-nan, greeting him. Hearing Jinjin's call, Wang Yani, who was cooking seriously, turned around and looked at Chen-nan. "Yeah, time to eat, ain't it?" Wang Yani called Chen-nan softly, then immediately turned around and looked at the pot in front of her. "Let's wait for Uncle Dwayne. Uncle Dwayne must be exhausted today." After Chen-nan, Wang Yani and Wang Jinjin were seated, Wang Jinjin sat down, holding her chin with both hands and said worriedly. Chapter 48 Unfounded Jealousy. "Okay, Jinjin has the final say." Chen-nan touched the back of Wang Jinjin's head lovingly, then picked up his phone and sent a text message to Duan. "Come back quickly for dinner, I'm hungry." Less than 10 seconds after Chen-nan put down his phone, Duan immediately appeared at the main entrance in a hurry. "Great, Uncle Duan is back. Uncle Du, come and have dinner, Mom has cooked so many dishes." Wang Jinjin excitedly shouted towards the figure in a tuxedo at the door. Chen-nan glanced at Duan with a sour look, and then said something in a low voice. "You're so fast, you must have come here by rocket. When the master needs Duan, Duan will be by his side at the first opportunity. This is the most basic professional quality of a butler." Duan smiled and bowed to Chen-nan. "Okay, you two, stop wasting time. Duan has been busy all day. Come sit down and eat with us." Wang Yani took out a set of bowls and chopsticks and placed them on the table, motioning Duan to sit in the empty seat next to her. "Thank you for your kindness, Sister Wang, but as a professional housekeeper, I absolutely cannot eat at the same table with my master." Duan bowed politely to Wang Yani, walked behind the table, and said apologetically, "Ainen requested it?" Wang Yani looked at Duan in confusion. No, Sister Wang misunderstood. This is the rule I need to abide by as a housekeeper. The master has always treated me like family and has been very kind to me." Duan waved his hands and explained. "Forget it, Sister Wang. Duan is just like that. He's good at everything but stubborn. I always call him for dinner, but he never gets the attention. Don't waste your breath." Chen-nan picked up his chopsticks and prepared to eat. Just now Jinjin wanted to wait for Duan to come back before she would eat. Now that Uncle Du is back, Jinjin can eat in peace. Chen-nan picked up a big chicken leg and put it in Wang Jinjin's bowl. Jinjin looked down at the braised chicken leg in her bowl, then looked at Duan who was standing behind them. She used her chopsticks to stir the rice in her bowl twice, then picked up the chicken leg in the bowl with her little hands, jumped off the chair, and stuffed the greasy chicken leg in her hand into Duan's hand. "Uncle Du, my mom makes delicious chicken drumsticks, so I'll give you this big one as a reward. Thank you for welcoming us to such a beautiful house today. If you eat it in your hands, it doesn't count as eating at the same table with Uncle Chen." Wang Jinjin winked at Duan cunningly. "Thank you, little Jinjin." Duan faced the chicken leg in front of him, and his heart seemed to melt at the sight of this little girl. Chen-nan glanced behind him jealously, then picked up a big chicken leg and put it in his bowl, taking a big bite. "Mmm! Delicious, so delicious! Sister Wang's cooking skills are amazing!" While chewing the chicken leg, Chen-nan turned his head to Wang Yani with an exaggerated expression and raised his right thumb high. Wang Yani gave Chen-nan a helpless look as if she were looking at a childish child, smiled and said nothing. "Jinjin, after you finish drinking the milk, Uncle will take you to school, okay?" The food on the table was basically eaten up. Wang Yani had put away the dishes and was washing them at the sink. Only Chen-nan, who was picking his teeth, and Wang Jinjin, who was drinking milk, were left at the table. Chen-nan looked at Wang Jinjin, who was gulping down the milk in front of him, and said lovingly, "Master, just leave this little thing to Duan." Before Wang Jinjin could speak, Duan, who was standing behind Chen-nan, immediately spoke up. "Dwayne, I notice you're a little, not so professional today." Chen-nan turned around and stared at Duan who was standing straight behind him, and said meaningfully, "You are very particular about the professional qualities of a housekeeper, aren't you? What do you think of my instructions this time?" Chen Nan's words were full of hostility, as if he was provoking Duan with his mind. Don't snatch Jinjin from me, or I will return you to the original factory. Ding! The master has been detected to be unwarrantably jealous of the gifts from the super-rich gift pack system. The system has determined this to be very childish. The system regretfully informs the master that your social value will be automatically deducted by 100 points. System reminder. The current experience required to upgrade the super-rich gift pack system to the next level is 1100/1800. Duan's clean and pure eyes met Chen Nan's resentful eyes. Before Duan could react, the screen of the universal watch on Chen Nan's wrist lit up, and the little yellow chicken's mean prompt sound rang in Chen Nan's ears. After hearing the notification tone of Xiao Huang's suppressed laughter, Chen Nan's face instantly darkened. When he was about to glare at Xiao Huang to death, the electronic screen of his watch immediately dimmed, and everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. You damn bastard, don't let me catch your tail next time! Chen Nan roared inwardly with gritted teeth. Master, I don't understand what you mean. After seeing Chen Nan turn his head away and then staring at his wrist in a daze, Duan spoke in confusion. It's okay, you don't need to understand. It's not a big deal. I just said I'd take Jinjin to school later. Jinjin and I agreed last night that I'd be the one to take her to school from now on, right, Jinjin? Chen Nan tried hard to adjust his facial expression, then forced a kind smile and looked at Jinjin. Okay, Uncle Chen, I still want to ride in that cute little car. No problem, Uncle will definitely fulfill Jinjin's wish. When Jinjin spoke, her tone was a little excited and shy. When Chen Nan agreed, Jinjin immediately clapped her hands in joy and went to carry her small school bag. Mom, Uncle Chen and I are going to school. Jinjin stood obediently beside Chen Nan and waved her little hand towards Wan Yani, who was busy in the kitchen. Okay, baby, be a good boy at school and listen to your teacher and get along well with your classmates. Wan Yani's gentle words came from the direction of the kitchen. I know, Mom. Two figures, one big and one small, left the villa's gate. Does Jinjin know the full name of her school? When Chen Nan leaned over to fasten the seat belt for Wang Jinjin in the passenger seat, he remembered this key issue. I know, Jiahai City No. 1 Primary School. Okay. Chen Nan followed the school name Wang Jinjin reported and drove on the road using the navigation. Jinjin, Uncle Chen wants to ask you a question, okay? Children shouldn't lie. While driving, Chen Nan glanced at Wang Jinjin beside him. Well, Uncle Chen, just ask whatever you want. Jinjin will tell Uncle anything she knows. Wang Jinjin nodded solemnly. Chapter 49 Is Your Dad? In Wang Jinjin's young mind, through the contact with Chen Nan in the past 2 days, she has already regarded Chen Nan as a trustworthy friend. Does Jinjin like Uncle Du more or Uncle Chen more? Chen Nan blinked mysteriously at Wang Jinjin. Wang Jinjin, who was only 8 years old, raised her chin, looked straight ahead, and began to think seriously after hearing this question. Seeing Wang Jinjin lost in thought, Chen Nan seemed to hear the sound of his own heart breaking and bleeding. Uncle Chen is Mom's friend and Jinjin's friend. Uncle Duan is Uncle Chen's friend and, naturally, Jinjin's friend as well. When Uncle Du came to our house today, Mom scolded him harshly, but Uncle Du has been trying hard to persuade Mom. And this morning, Uncle Du even helped sort and dispose of all the neighbors' trash in our community. He's been working so hard, Wang Jinjin said seriously. Hearing that Wang Jinjin treated him as a friend and Duan as her friend, Chen Nan felt a slight joy in his heart. So, Jinjin felt that Uncle Du had worked hard, so she gave the big chicken drumstick that Uncle Chen gave you to Duan? Chen Nan asked cautiously, his eyes revealing uncontrollable anticipation. TSK, that big chicken drumstick is made by Mom. Mom's big chicken drumsticks are delicious. Uncle Chen, you can grab it yourself. Uncle Du can't reach it from behind. Jinjin rolled her eyes, as if to complain that Chen Nan was a childish weird uncle. Ha 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 ha, so that's how it is. Chen Nan touched the back of his head embarrassedly. After all, facing a cute little girl like Wang Jinjin, anyone would want to get closer. Uncle Chen, has there been an accident up ahead? Should we go down and take a look? After turning a corner, a sea of red car taillights came into view of Chen Nan and Wang Jinjin. Although it was the morning rush hour when adults went to work and children went to school, it was normal to have some traffic jams on the road. Qin Nan's speed had never exceeded 40 miles per hour along the way, but it was quite abnormal that this small road, which originally had a small flow of people, was now so blocked that even Jinjin could see that something was wrong. It's okay, let's wait a while. There are so many bad uncles outside, and children can't get off the bus casually. Qin Nan glanced at the time on the screen. There was still more than an hour before Jinjin's class, so it wasn't too rushed. Jinjin sat obediently in the passenger seat, rolling her eyes and looking around curiously, sometimes at the door handle, sometimes looking up at the roof, and then paying attention to the road conditions ahead. Qin Nan held the steering wheel with one hand and placed the other on the car window, quietly waiting for the vehicle in front to move forward. However, 10 minutes passed, then 20, and time kept ticking away. The horns of the surrounding cars kept honking louder and louder, but the car in front showed no sign of moving. As Jinjin's class time drew near, Qin Nan began to feel anxious. Xiao Huang, is there any way to get out of here? Qin Nan summoned the little yellow chick with his mind. Master, according to the system's super search engine's 3D search results, a traffic accident has occurred ahead of you on the road ahead. You cannot overtake the vehicle ahead of you until the accident is resolved. Is it a serious traffic accident? It's been so long, why hasn't it been resolved yet? It was just an ordinary accident. A wealthy second-generation driver driving a Land Rover scratched a mother and her son, who were riding an electric scooter to take their son to school. The perpetrators colluded with the traffic police to fabricate the blame, and no passers-by dared to question the traffic police's decision. I don't want to hear you tell me the news. Just tell me what I need to do to get out of here quickly. It's very simple. As long as the owner can mediate this accident and resolve the conflict between the two parties, the traffic on the road will naturally be smooth. The screen on his wrist was flashing, and only Qin Nan could hear the sound of the little yellow chicken. Jinjin noticed that Qin Nan was staring at his watch and thought that Qin Nan was worried about the time. It's okay, Uncle Qin. Jinjin isn't afraid of being late. The teacher won't be willing to scold her. Wang Jinjin leaned her head in front of Qin Nan, as if sharing her little secret with Qin Nan. Haha, Jinjin, be good. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you at school, even if it's a teacher, or if they criticize or blame you in class, just tell Uncle Qin and he'll help you teach them a lesson. Qin Nan also imitated Wang Jinjin, deliberately lowered his voice, and spoke to her quietly. But now, Uncle has to go take care of some things. Jinjin, be obedient and stay in the car by yourself. Don't get out until Uncle comes back. Got it? Qin Nan stretched out his little finger and made a pinky promise to Wang Jinjin. Okay, Jinjin will definitely wait in the car for Uncle to come back. Wang Jinjin nodded vigorously, then stretched out her little hand and made a pinky promise with Qin Nan. After getting out of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Qin Nan walked towards the front of the traffic jam, passing through the long line of vehicles, and a large group of passers-by appeared in front of him. You woman, be smart and sign the responsibility form. I've already said I'll pay you every penny of the compensation. Don't be so shameless. An arrogant voice cursed, and it sounded like a teenager who was not very old. I told you, I don't take full responsibility. I was driving with you and you hit me. Why should I be held solely responsible? This is ridiculous, even in broad daylight. A slightly familiar female voice came into Qin Nan's ears, followed by a neither too loud nor soft snort from his nose, just loud enough for all the onlookers present to hear. This cold snort sounded like a mockery of the traffic police who were standing by and had no say at all, and more like a mockery of the onlookers who did not dare to speak up for the young woman. A hint of surprise flashed through Qin Nan's mind. He didn't expect to meet her here. What surprised Qin Nan even more was that she already had a son. Our Jianhai city is at least a first-tier city. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to openly bully a beautiful woman with a child. Could your father be Li Gang? After Qin Nan, who was standing at the outermost edge, finished speaking, everyone around him looked at him. The few people who were originally blocking Qin Nan moved to the sides and automatically made way for Qin Nan. Chapter 50 Arrogant Rich Second Generation. When this voice came out, the man who was originally arrogant now felt that he was superior to others. Qin Nan was standing next to the young woman, and the man saw that he was just an unknown person. He curled his lips, showing some dissatisfaction. The people around him looked at what Qin Nan was doing, and suddenly some voices of discussion began to be heard. This is Mr. Li's son from Jiahai Fini Company. He's known for his arrogance and misconduct. What's wrong with Mr. Li's son? He's just the CEO of a small company. The sound of discussion spread. Looking at Chen Nan in front of him, Li Wen said arrogantly, My father is one of the top real estate tycoons here. You think you can fight me? One of the top real estate tycoons? Chen Nan smiled at this time. With a smile of contempt, he looked at Li Wen. Do you believe it or not, I can turn you, a real estate tycoon, into a rag seller in a matter of minutes? This kid doesn't want to live anymore. He actually dared to say these words in front of him. He was really looking for death. He grabbed Chen Nan's collar. Chen Nan didn't get angry, and just let him hold on to him. You poor bastard, you dare to act like that in front of me? Ha! I want to see how you're going to turn us into rag-to-riches people. Pushing away the hand in front of him, Chen Nan knew that this matter had now become a display of financial resources and power on both sides. Xiao Huang, help me check Fingyi Group. Yes, master. It was only quiet for a moment, and then a piece of information appeared in my mind. I didn't expect that there was also black material about money laundering in it. The little yellow chicken is great and gets things done in one go. Chen Nan looked at the young man in front of him, the corners of his mouth slowly rising, then he walked up to him and lowered his voice. Do you know about your father's money laundering? What? How is that possible? Li Wen looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. How could he know? At this time, Chen Nan retreated back to the young woman's side, not knowing whether she recognized him. Li Wen looked at Chen Nan, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. No matter who you are, what do you want to do? What are you doing? Chen Nan looked at the car accident scene on the side. Isn't it obvious what you want to do? You have to bear the consequences yourself, compensate them for their losses, and apologize. At this time, Li Wen had already begun to wonder whether what the person in front of him said was true. After all, not many people knew about the period when his father was laundering money, but one thing is clear, if this matter was revealed, the consequences are unimaginable. Looking at the person in front of him, Li Wen began to hesitate. He didn't know whether what Chen Nan said was true or false. Chen Nan looked dressed in ordinary clothes, and was clearly an ordinary worker. It seemed that he would not cause any trouble. In that case... Heh! Who are you trying to scare? Do you think I'm so stupid? After Li Wen answered, Chen Nan knew that threats alone would not be enough to end the matter. Then he secretly said in his heart, Xiao Huang, how much does it cost to acquire this Fingyi Group? Based on the current scale of Fingyi Group, it's around 700 million. 700 million? Chen Nan still had more than 2.4 billion in his account. He had never expected that this wealthy young man was actually backed by such a large company that demanded half of his account funds in one fell swoop. Transfer acquisition? Without much hesitation, Chen Nan looked at Li Wen in front of him and asked, Are you refusing to apologize? Li Wen suddenly felt like laughing. This Chen Nan was just a clown. I didn't expect that you would dare to blame me here. At this time, Chen Nan smiled, and some of them made people feel chilled to the bone. I have nothing to say to a poor boy like you. You're just a little bitch, yet you dare to yell at me? Don't you think you're hilarious? I can make you disappear with just a phone call. At this time, the system issued a prompt sound. Ding master, the group's acquisition letter has been placed in your car. At the same time, Li Hai also received a call from the chairman. Hey, De Hai! A Mr. Chen will be taking over the company soon. Mr. Chen? Why would the boss suddenly sell the company? But now that it's settled, I should just wait patiently for Mr. Chen to come. In the past, the boss was far away from Jiahai City, so it didn't matter what I did here, but now, there are some differences. It seems that it will take some time to take control of the company. It's just a little bit longer, Li Hai was thinking at this time, when suddenly the phone rang again. The phone rang just now because the company was sold to someone else, but what about this call? After thinking about it, Li Hai picked up the phone. Hello? Is that Li Hai? Chen Nan's voice came from the phone. Li Wen looked at Chen Nan. What kind of big waves could this kid stir up? Isn't he just a clown? After explaining these things to Li Hai, he hung up the phone. Well, per bastard, how long are you going to keep up this act? Today, this woman must compensate me in full before she can leave. Looking at his Land Rover, the young woman said directly, Why should I be held fully responsible? I didn't expect there would be scum like you in Jiahai City. Scum? Li Wen sneered after hearing these two words, and the two veins on his forehead began to throb. Watch your words to me, damn it! I can make you disappear from Jiahai City in a snap of a finger. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Nan walked to the young woman's side, then smiled and said, It's okay, I'm here. At this time, Li Wen's phone rang. After he answered the call, his face suddenly changed. Looking at Chen Nan, he was still a little bit incredulous. This was Mr. Chen? How could it be possible? But at this time Li Wen knew that he was probably in trouble, and it was still a question whether his father would beat him to death. All of a sudden, Li Wen's attitude began to change. Well, Mr. Chen, if it's your words, I wouldn't dare to go against you on this matter. He looks like a clown with his flattering look. Looking at the young woman on the side, Chen Nan said, So how do you want to solve this matter? Although Li Wen is very angry now, he cannot afford to offend Chen Nan yet, so he waits for a while. When Dad takes full control of the company, this kid will have no place to cry. That's easy to say. This matter is entirely my fault. It's all my fault. Ding, congratulations to the master for completing the task. The social value has increased by 400, and the system has been upgraded. The system level of the Godly Gift Pack is LV005. Chapter 51, Security of Mingso Group. Li Wen's complimenting look now was completely different from before. Now it seems very funny. At this time, Chen Nan walked to the young woman's side and said, It's okay now, let's go. The young woman looked at Chen Nan and suddenly became a little hesitant. Is this really the same Chen Nan from before? But she couldn't think too much. At this moment, Chen Nan bent down and looked at the child in front of him. Little friend, uncle and your mother are very good friends. This sounds like child trafficking, and the electric scooter in front of me seems impossible to ride. Let me take you there, Chen Nan offered. Looking at him, the young woman began to hesitate. She still didn't want to trouble Chen Nan with this matter. But at this time, Chen Nan just said to Li Wen on the side, I hope you can handle the car accident here to my satisfaction. This sentence changed his eyes to a wolf-like look, and he stared at Chen Nan viciously, full of dissatisfaction, as if he was ready to chew him to pieces at any time. But due to his current status, he seemed to have no way to touch him. After hesitating for a moment, he forced a smile on his face again. At this time, he nodded and said, Okay, Mr. Chen, I guarantee you will be satisfied with this matter. Now that this matter has been almost resolved, it is more important to send the children to school. Wang Qing. Chen Nan called out the name. Wang Qing gritted her teeth and was about to answer, but someone beat her to it. Which school does your son go to? Honglu Primary School, Wang Qing replied. It was just on the way, so Chen Nan didn't care about anything and just took her son and left. Wang Qing couldn't possibly ignore her son. She followed him and looked at Chen Nan's back. But what would he give to his mother and son? It seemed that he didn't have much money recently. Following him slowly, a golden car came into view. This? It can't be. Wang Qing was a little bit surprised, but Chen Nan had already opened the back door and put his son in. At this time, Wang Qing sat in the car and looked at the little girl in the rearview mirror. She was stunned. Is this his daughter? Very cute. With a wry smile on his face, Chen Nan watched the road ahead slowly being cleared, and said, Hold on, Jinjin. Uncle will take you to school. After saying this, the entire car rushed out. Jinjin looked at her watch. Uncle Chen, I'm running late. Glancing at the fuel gauge, Chen Nan raised a faint smile at this time. Uncle Chen won't let you be late. Uncle Chen is a driving god. Boom! He stepped on the accelerator all the way to the bottom, and the car flew out wildly, leaving everyone around stunned. This car is enough to make them sigh in admiration. It is a limited edition Bugatti Veyron, which cannot be bought even if one has money but no connections. Chen Nan stopped directly at the school gate, and greeted Jinjin and Wang Qing's son after they walked down. Uncle Chen, I'm going to school first. Bye. Mom, I'll go in first. See you tonight. It seems that the relationship between the two is pretty good. They became friends after just a short time together. That's pretty good. At this time, Chen Nan came back to his senses. Where are you going? I'll take you there. Wang Qing was originally going to go to work after sending her son to school. This was a job she had finally found, and it would be a bit inconvenient to be late for work so soon. Mingsuo Group is in trouble. Wang Qing opened her red lips and received the destination. At this time, Chen Nan directly called out the little yellow chicken in her mind. Xiao Huang, navigate Mingsuo Group. I arrived here with ease, then added Wang Qing as a friend, and Wang Qing went to work. Now, what should I do? Ding dong. Suddenly the system's voice sounded, and his fingers were tapping on the steering wheel in front of him. What's wrong? Master, there is a new mission. Rescue the young woman. Social value, 300. 300 social points? But who is this young woman? Before long, Chen Nan reacted and immediately turned off the engine and got out of the car. At this time, he walked around and arrived at the door of Wang Qing's workplace. Just as he was about to go in, the guard at the door stopped him and said, Wait, no outsiders are allowed in here. Outsiders? Although the office building here is high-end, I don't look like an outsider who can't enter. Anyone? There was some threat in Chen Nan's voice, as if the person in front of him was not scary at all. A guard said directly, How can you get in with your tattered clothes like you? Are they tattered? I picked these out at the wholesale market, and they're not very expensive. But it doesn't look shabby at all. At this time, Chen Nan didn't have the extra time or mood to chat with them, and wanted to go in directly. But the two guards refused to let him in no matter what. At this time, Chen Nan asked in his heart, Xiao Huang, can I find their company information? Ding, querying. Query progress. 70%. 90%. As soon as the information was retrieved, Chen Nan knew that there was nothing to be so arrogant about these people in front of him. Are you sure you don't want to let me? Chen Nan said. The guard looked at the poor young man in front of him with a cold look. What was inside was something he would never be able to achieve in his entire life. You want to get in just like that? You'd better go back to the construction site and move bricks, said the guard. Even with just these words, he expressed a kind of contempt that was superior to others. Chen Nan wasn't angry, he just curled his lips and said, If that's the case, don't blame me. I gave you a heads up. Just then, he picked up his phone. Drip, drip. The alarm sounded for a while. At this time, Li Hai was still a little at a loss. He had just answered the phone and naturally knew who was on the other end of the phone. Mr. Chen, I wonder what instructions Mr. Chen has? Li Hai said politely. Chen Nan frowned. Well, the cooperation between Mingsuo Group and us can be terminated. What? What is this poor-looking little guy saying here? Are you kidding me? He said it would be terminated just like that? Maybe the door of a mental hospital wasn't locked properly, otherwise he wouldn't have escaped. This was the only thought in the two people's minds. Li Hai hesitated. Although Mingsuo Group didn't hold much of a position among them, it still generated some income. Even so. However, it doesn't matter whether he wants the Mingsuo Group or not. Li Hai is still preparing for himself. Chapter 52 The Boss's Son. There was a dark light in Li Hai's eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this time, Chen Nan continued, Reply to their boss. They won't even let the boss hear in. It seems that there is no sincerity in the contract. Just like that, Chen Nan hung up the phone, not knowing what was going on. But what is certain is that the longer Chen Nan is in the way, the more of a threat Wang Qing will become. At this moment, a figure ran down in a hurry. Seeing Chen Nan being stopped by the security guard, he looked him up and down, and suddenly his face turned ugly. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen? He didn't know how to start the conversation. He didn't expect that the gatekeeper in front would become the cause of trouble. It seems that after this incident is over, these two people will have to be fired together. Are you the boss here? As Chen Nan spoke, the two security guards looked at each other. Could it be that what he said was true? If so, then this farce would have a hard time ending. At least the two of them would not have a good ending. If I had known this, I would have left them a way out. It's just that they have someone above them, so they feel superior to other new employees. However, Chen Nan's current appearance looked like a college student with little social experience, so these two people were bored and took advantage of him. But this knife didn't seem to be placed in a safe place. "Boss!" One of the security guards opened his mouth tentatively, but was immediately shut down by a look that was quite fierce. But when he turned his gaze to look at Yi Nan, he returned to normal. He said flatteringly, "It's our company's fault in this matter. We will definitely give you a good explanation for this matter." After wasting some time listening to them, Chen Nan simply pushed aside the people in front of him and strode in. At this time, Chen Nan asked secretly, "Where is Wang Qing?" Following the directions given by the little yellow chicken, Chen Nan had already arrived in front of an office. The door was locked tightly, and there were some banging sounds from inside. "What's going on?" Chen Nan looked at the boss beside him. The boss's face looked a little ugly. He couldn't afford to offend the person inside. That was the young master of the #1 overlord in Jianghai City, Gu Yuqing. "He's quite famous in this area, and I have some requests for him, so I did this." "Help, help!" At this time, Wang Qing was banging on the door violently. A surge of anger rose in Chen Nan's heart, and he kicked the door open. All I saw was a thin young man, whose complexion was so thin that it could be seen that he looked frail and sickly. He was sitting on the table, and he seemed to be looking at the person in front of him with great interest. However, when the door was suddenly opened and several people stood in front of him, the smile in his eyes disappeared in an instant. "Zhuiqi, this shows that you have lost your way as a human being." There was something cold in Gu Yuqing's voice, a coldness that was superior to others. "Zhuiqi is the boss of this company and the person standing next to Chen Nan. He made this decision after some determination. But it's not bad to exchange a new stranger for the company's bright future." Looking at Wang Qing, whose clothes were a little messy and whose face was tearful, Chen Nan felt an indescribable fire burning in his heart when he looked at Gu Yuqing. "From the looks of it, you seem to have some objection to what I did." His voice was a little sharp. The person he was referring to was naturally Chen Nan, but at this time, if the two of them fought each other, it would not be the case that the third party would benefit. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. By then, my small hill will probably be razed to the ground by these two tigers. Zhuiqi began to worry about the outcome of this matter. Chen Nan rushed forward and swung his fist, hitting Gu Yuqing in the face. Bruises appeared on his face, indicating that he had just been beaten. Gu Yuqing didn't react at all. Someone actually dared to hit him. He really didn't want to live anymore. At this time, he said, "Everyone outside, come in." One after another, big men filed in. In this area, anyone with some reputation knew that Gu Yuqing was a sickly person, but he was also the only son of the local gang boss. So these people would be very polite to him. "Oh, they're just some rubbish." Chen Nan clenched his fists. "They're not even worth mentioning." After saying that, he rushed forward directly. 5 or 6 men fought with him fiercely, but no matter how you looked at it, it was clear that he had the upper hand. After a few moves, these people were no match for Chen Nan, and were defeated one by one. Gu Yuqing looked at the man in front of him at this time, and felt that he was a little scary. Which of these people who could stay by his side was not extremely powerful? But in front of Chen Nan, it seemed not good enough. "Now, what do you want to do? If you dare to hurt me..." Gu Yuqing looked at his slowly approaching figure and stepped back. "If you dare to hurt me, my father will never let you go." When? At this time, the table was directly pierced through. Gu Yuqing was so scared that he peed his pants. When had he ever seen such a scene in his life? "Aren't they usually the ones who threaten others?" Chen Nan said in a low voice. "Remember, be careful in the future. If you mess with my people again, I will not be polite to you." After saying this, he looked at the bodyguard who had not yet completely lost his strength and said, "Take your young master and get out." After saying that, Gu Yuqing wanted to stand up, but his legs were already weak. Looking at the hole on the table, he felt a little uneasy again. If that punch had landed on me, I would probably have lost some arms and legs. As he watched them leave, Xiao Huang's voice rang out. "Ding, mission completed. The social value required to upgrade the Godly Gift Pack next time is 300/2000. Ding, congratulations, Master, you have obtained the additional skill, Speed Shadow. Is it because of what happened just now?" Collect the third young woman Wang Qing. There are still 33 left to complete the young women's guide. Unexpectedly, the harvest this time was quite rich. At this time, Suiqi came over and said, Mr. Chen, you are really impulsive. Why do you say that? Chen Nan frowned. At this time, Suiqi just sighed slightly. Hey! Don't you really know? Whose son is Gui Yuqing? If you bully him, I'm afraid you won't have a good life. Hey! His sigh caught Chen Nan's attention. Who is behind Gui Yuqing? Chapter 53, Real Estate Tycoon. Chen Nan glanced at Suiqi, took off his coat, then walked to Wang Qing and put his coat on her. I'm curious, what kind of father could raise a son like Gui Yuqing? His eyes darkened and he said lightly, Thank you, Chen Nan. Wang Qing was obviously frightened and curled up in Chen Nan's arms. Suiqi felt a little guilty when he saw Wang Qing like this. But he had no choice. He could not afford to offend someone like Gui Yuqing. Gui Yuqing's father is Guo Wanjin, a big shot in the real estate industry in Jiahai City. Under his name alone, there are 30 properties for sale, and more than a dozen are under construction. Suiqi sighed slightly and said, Mr. Chen, it is said that Guo Wanjin is still doing land business in secret. We really can't afford to offend such a person. When he thought of what Gui Yuqing had just said, he felt that a disaster was about to happen. Chen Nan put his arm around Wang Qing's shoulders and felt her whole body trembling. He gently patted her back to comfort her. Is this why you put your employees in danger? Chen Nan raised his eyes and looked at Suiqi, his tone a little colder. Suiqi was stunned for a moment. He had never expected that Chen Nan's focus would be on this. He thought that after hearing about Gui Yuqing's background, Chen Nan would think that he was too impulsive. Chen Nan's eyes were cold. Although he looked like a student now, his aura was already beginning to show. Mr. Chen, Suiqi was shocked by Chen Nan's aura and was frightened. He wanted to explain, but the facts were already like this and nothing he said would be of any use. Suiqi, just this once. Chen Nan's voice was low and he continued calmly. I don't care if it's Gui Yuqing or Guo Wanjin. In my eyes, they are no match. If anyone else said this, they would definitely be bragging. But the way Chen Nan said this at this moment revealed a kind of domineering aura that shocked people. Suiqi knew that Chen Nan was not bragging, and he could do what he said. Yes, Mr. Chen. Suiqi quickly bowed his head and apologized. I was wrong about this. I won't do it again. Yeah. Chen Nan just nodded lightly, then put his arm around Wang Qing's shoulders and left. The two got into Chen Nan's car. Wang Qing was still frightened, and her makeup was smudged with tear marks. I have to say that even with a girl like Wang Qing, you can tell that she is indeed very beautiful. Moreover, she has a kind of charm that only young women have, which is really attractive. Let me take you to buy some clothes first. Chen Nan sighed and started the car. W Mall is the largest mall in Jiahai City. It is a high-end membership mall. Non-members are not eligible to enter. Whether it is clothing, furniture or daily necessities, all the products sold are very high-end brands. Little Yellow Chicken, prepare a membership card for W Mall for me, Chen Nan said in his heart. The Shinhouse system reminds you that a membership card has been prepared for you and 30 million has been automatically recharged. The system's voice sounded in Chen Nan's mind. It's really humane. Knowing that Chen Nan was going to spend money here, he even prepared the money. After Chen Nan parked the car, he took Wang Qing into the mall. When the staff at the door saw the golden membership card in his hand, they all bowed 90 degrees. Dear valued member, welcome to W Mall. At this time, Wang Qing had also recovered. She found herself in a very upscale shopping mall and immediately asked, Chen Nan, what are we doing here? I'm here to buy you some clothes. You can't go to see your son like this. Chen Nan knew that Wang Qing would definitely want to reject his kindness, so he said this. Wang Qing hesitated for a moment, and looked at the environment around the mall. The ceiling lights here are all made of pure crystal, and the guests coming and going are all dressed very fashionably and wearing designer clothes. It seems very expensive here. I can't afford it. Wang Qing lowered her head slightly and said in a low voice. Only then did she remember that when Chen Nan saved her just now, even Suiqi seemed to be very respectful to him. Chen Nan has actually reached such a status now, which makes her feel very inferior. I think we should forget it. I'll go first. Without waiting for Wang Qing to speak, Chen Nan pulled her into the Gucci store. This store sells new clothing and jewelry of the season, as well as some catwalk pieces from Fashion Week. Welcome. The salesperson, wearing a black uniform and exquisite makeup, saw the customer coming in and bowed slightly respectfully and said. When she saw Chen Nan and Wang Qing coming in, the polite smile on her face immediately turned into a very mean look. The sales clerks in these high-end luxury stores are all trained and can tell at a glance who is rich and who is poor. Even though W Mall is a high-end, membership-based mall, the wealthy are still divided into different classes. These shop assistants are even more snobbish, and they will look down on customers who just browse without buying anything. Chen Nan was selecting clothes for Wang Qing. Wang Qing had been in a hurry and her high heels had broken. So she sat on a sofa in the store and looked down at her broken heels. The clerk also noticed that Wang Qing's heel was broken, rolled his eyes sarcastically, and then walked to Wang Qing's side. I'm sorry, sir. You can't sit here if you don't make any purchases. She said this in a condescending and very harsh manner. Wang Qing was stunned for a moment, her face suddenly turned red, and she was very embarrassed. She quickly stood up, but because her heel was broken, she lost her balance and fell straight to the floor. Just when she thought she was about to fall to the ground, she found herself in someone's arms. Chen Nan quickly hugged Wang Qing with one hand, and held a very beautiful lavender dress in the other hand. Wang Qing, are you okay? Chen Nan asked. No. It's okay, thank you. Wang Qing quickly left Chen Nan's arms and lowered her head to tidy up her hair. Chen Nan glanced at Wang Qing's feet and noticed her heels. Why don't you let her sit here? Chen Nan looked at the waiter sharply. Chapter 54, Becoming the Largest Shareholder. The waiter shuddered unconsciously when he saw Chen Nan's eyes. But seeing that he was dressed like a college student, I said stubbornly, I've already told you that this is a Gucci diamond store. You can't sit on the sofa unless you're buying anything. The waiter rolled his eyes as he spoke, and especially when he saw the shoes on Wang Qing's feet, he showed a look of contempt. And our sofas are made of pure leather and are provided to our high-quality customers, the waiter added. Chen Nan had seen such an incident on the internet before, saying that the waiters in many big-name luxury stores were arrogant, looked down on others, and often looked down on customers. I didn't expect to encounter the real version this time, and it really lived up to its reputation. Can we sit here only if we spend money? Chen Nan chuckled and said lightly. Yes. The waiter showed a smug smile on his face, thinking that Chen Nan was going to give up. Although the two people in front of him walked into the mall, it did not mean that they were upper-class customers. In that case, Chen Nan looked around, then handed the lavender dress in her hand to the waiter. I don't want this one anymore. The waitress rolled her eyes. She knew that this man was a poor man, and she didn't know how he got into the mall. Her vision is well trained, and she never makes a mistake in judging whether a person is rich or poor. Chen Nan glanced at her, and knew what she was thinking from the sarcastic expression on her face. He curled his lips and said, This skirt is no longer needed, but all the remaining clothes and shoes in the store will be packed according to this lady's size. After these words were spoken, Wang Qing and the waiter were all stunned. Chen Nan pinched the card between his two fingers and threw it on the sofa. He turned to look at the waiter. What? Didn't you hear what I said? The waiter finally came to his senses, and when he saw the gold card, his expression immediately changed. He had a flattering smile on his face, and was almost calling Chen Nan Dad. Dear guest, it was all a misunderstanding. I'm so sorry, it was all a misunderstanding. The waiter bowed quickly and then enthusiastically took Wang Qing's arm. Ma'am, I'm so sorry. Your husband is so kind to you. We are not. Wang Qing was a little embarrassed and was about to explain when she was interrupted by the waiter. Please come with me. I'll let our professional designer measure your body size. The waiter took Wang Qing's hand with a flattering look on his face. Go ahead. Chen Nan smiled and nodded at Wang Qing. Please pick whatever you like and put it on, including shoes. So, Wang Qing was taken to the VIP fitting room by the waiter. Chen Nan sat down on the sofa and snorted coldly, thinking, I was not allowed to sit down, and now I am asking you to do it. Crack! 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 At this moment, Chen Nan seemed to hear the sound of a camera taking pictures. He turned around in confusion and looked outside the store, but there was no one there. Strange. He scratched his head in confusion. Did I hear it wrong? Wang Qing chose a dark blue dress, which was very generous and elegant. After all, she was already a mother, so she would not take the initiative to choose something bright pink. But Chen Nan saw it, and felt that such a woman had the charm of her age. Very beautiful, Chen Nan praised with a smile. Thank you? Although Wang Qing is already a mother, she still showed a shy smile like a girl when facing the man's compliments. Chen Nan, I don't know how to thank you, she said sincerely with gratitude in her eyes. It doesn't matter, as long as you are happy. Chen Nan waved his hand generously. Ding! The godly rich system reminds the host, congratulations on completing the task of punishing the snobbish waiter. The system will reward you with 100 social points. At this moment, Chen Nan heard the voice of the system in his mind. It seems that what I did just now has unintentionally completed a task, which is good. Master, master! Chen Nan glanced at the universal watch on his wrist and heard the voice of the little yellow chicken. Of course, only he could hear this voice. Little yellow chicken, what's wrong? Chen Nan asked. I feel like someone is following us. This time, the little yellow chicken is dressed as Detective Sherlock Holmes, wearing a windbreaker and a hat on his head. I suspect you just like cosplay, Chen Nan teased. Chen Nan, why are you in a daze? Where are we going now? At this time, Wang Qing found that Chen Nan was standing there and seemed to be in a trance, so she waved her hand in front of his eyes. After all, she didn't know that Chen Nan was talking to the little yellow chicken at this time because she couldn't see anything. Chen Nan suddenly had an idea. I suddenly remembered that I had a car parked near a restaurant, so... When Wang Qing heard Chen Nan say this, she quickly said, Then you go ahead and do your work. I can go back by myself. How can that be? I'll ask the general manager of the mall to send a driver to take you back in my car. After that, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart, Xiao Huang, help me solve this problem. Yes, master. Xiao Huang made some pretense in the system. Master, it's been resolved. You are now one of the shareholders of this mall, and the largest shareholder, holding 70% of the shares of W Mall. I've also found the general manager's phone number for you. You can call him directly. Okay, I understand. Chen Nan saw the general manager's call appear on the screen in front of him. Little Yellow Chicken is still more efficient, but since he is already the largest shareholder of W Shopping Mall, it will be convenient for him to deal with Guo Wanjin in the future. Although Chen Nan just acted like a hero saving a damsel in distress, he was not a fool and he had listened to what Switchy had said before. If Guo Wanjin came to cause trouble for him, he would certainly need capital to deal with him. Although he had the Little Yellow Chicken and the Godly Rich system, he wasn't really worried about this problem. But looking at Guo Wanjin's old, perverted look just now, he was definitely trying to protect the woman next to him. So Chen Nan took out his cell phone and called the general manager of W's shopping mall. Hello? You are Mr. Chen, right? I have just received a notice that you are the largest shareholder of our W shopping mall. Please let me know if you have any instructions. The general manager guessed Chen Nan's identity before he could speak, and his tone was very respectful. It's not a big deal, actually. I can just send a driver to take my friend back in my car, said Chen Nan. Chapter 55, Identity Exposed. Ha! The general manager quickly said to Chen Nan with a smile. Mr. Chen, don't worry about this small matter. I'll personally drive your car to escort your friend back. Okay. Chen Nan nodded with satisfaction and hung up the phone. Then he turned to Wang Qing beside him and said, The general manager will be here to take you back soon. Call me if you need anything. Thank you, Chen Nan. Wang Qing smiled and nodded at Chen Nan. Then she suddenly reached out and pulled Chen Nan's hand, then patted it shyly. You must be careful. Chen Nan felt that Wang Qing's hand was very soft, and the warmth of her fingers was transmitted to his hand, which made Chen Nan stunned for a moment. Without waiting for Chen Nan to speak, Wang Qing's face flushed, and she said, Go and get busy. See you next time. Chen Nan nodded stupidly, then turned and left. Master! Why do I feel your heartbeat quickens? The little yellow chicken said to Chin Nan in a skipping manner at this time. You're such a gossip monger. I think I should change your name to Gossip Chicken. Chen Nan teased as he walked out. Gossip Chicken? This name, Little Yellow, is better. Little Yellow Chicken actually showed a very embarrassed expression. Master, I was wrong. I will never gossip again. Chen Nan burst out laughing, amused by the Little Yellow Chicken. He felt that some joke data, or perhaps the code of Dian Club's crosstalk, must have been injected into the system, otherwise this Little Yellow Chicken would not always say something funny. Master, Master! The person who followed you just now is still following you now, the Little Yellow Chicken said seriously. In fact, Chen Nan found an excuse to leave Wang Qing just now. Firstly, he didn't know who was following him. If it was Guo Wanjin's people, he was afraid that it would affect Wang Qing and bring her danger. Secondly, if he acts alone, it will be easier to deal with the person who is following him. Xiao Huang, make a plan for me. I want to capture this man alive, Chen Nan said to the Little Yellow Chicken. Yes, Master. The Little Yellow Chicken began to calculate, and then continued to say to Chen Nan, The route and plan have been drawn up, Master, please take a look. Then Chen Nan saw a light blue screen appear in front of his eyes. Of course no one else could see it. On this screen is a 3D holographic roadmap with annotations and instructions on how to proceed. At this time, he had already left the mall. There was an open-air square where many pedestrians were walking and resting. I understand. Chen Nan curled the corners of his mouth and pretended to glance back casually. Sure enough, he noticed a strange figure not far away. Master, this person's skills must be very powerful, and ordinary people can't detect it. Because you now have the Godly Rich system, the attribute values in all aspects have been improved, so you can notice things that ordinary people can't notice. The Little Yellow Chicken explained to Chen Nan. So powerful, could it be that Guo Wanjin sent him to deal with me? Chen Nan thought for a moment, and continued to say to the Little Yellow Chicken. Can I see this person's information now? According to the requirements of the Godly Rich system, this is a random task assigned to you. Only if you catch him yourself can I conduct a system scan. This can also increase your social value. The Little Yellow Chicken actually winked at Chen Nan playfully. Chen Nan rolled his eyes speechlessly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Since it's a mission, I'll catch him now. He now understood that this Little Yellow Chicken was actually the best at keeping people in suspense. Chen Nan took a look at the route on the map and started walking forward. Sure enough, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that the mysterious man behind him had also caught up with him. This is the most prosperous area in the city center, so there is still a lot of people coming here. Following the instructions on the map, he walked through many twists and turns and ended up in a very quiet street. Then Chen Nan suddenly quickened his pace and ran quickly towards the end of the road. The mysterious man behind him was stunned for a moment, then hurried to catch up. But when the mysterious man ran to the end of the road, he found that it was a dead end and there was no sign of Chen Nan. Where are the people? Here. Chen Nan's voice suddenly came from above the mysterious man's head, and then he turned over and jumped directly in front of the mysterious man. It turned out that there was an old building on the side of this dead end, with a small protruding roof on it, and Chen Nan built it based on the plan that the Little Yellow Chicken had just made. First, lead the mysterious man into this dead end, and then flip over and jump onto the small roof. Because Chen Nan's skills are very good now, he didn't even notice the mysterious man following him. Only then did he see clearly that the person following him was actually a girl in a maid outfit. Huh! Another one who likes to play cosplay? Chen Nan looked him up and down and asked curiously. Xia Xingzi didn't expect that she had been exposed long ago and fell into Chen Nan's trap. Without the eldest lady's order, she had exposed her identity, so it was best for her to run away. Master, she wants to run away! Just when Xia Xingzi was about to turn around and run away, the Little Yellow Chicken had already reminded Chen Nan very accurately. Chen Nan reacted very quickly. Before Xia Xingzi turned around, he turned around and came in front of her first. Before Natsuno Sakurako could make a move, he had already taken the initiative and grabbed Natsuno Sakurako's arm with lightning speed, then controlled her with his backhand so that she could not resist. Tell me, were you sent by Guo Wanjin? Chen Nan frowned. Little girl, don't blame me for not being gentle with women. If you were sent by Guo Jin, then there's nothing I can do. Qin Nan is usually very gentlemanly, but if this little girl is a killer sent by Guo Jin, his compassion for her will cost him his life. No! Xia Xingzi gritted her teeth and said only these two words. She had never expected that Qin Nan's skills were so good that before she could resist, she was subdued by him. Xiao Huang, scan it for me to see the identity of this little girl, Qin Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Yes, master, we're scanning. The little yellow chicken scanned her and then said to Qin Nan, Master, her name is Xia Xingzi. She's the 6th-ranked professional bounty hunter in the international black market. Bounty hunter? Qin Nan was a little puzzled. Could it be that Guo Jin really hired this bounty hunter to deal with him? Chapter 56 sent by Christina. Master, I also found out that she has another identity. The little yellow chicken added. She is the secretary and personal servant of Christina, the daughter of the Merue Group. Merue Group? When Qin Nan said this, he thought he was saying it in his heart, but he did not realize that he had said it out loud. When Xia Xingzi heard what Qin Nan said, she was immediately shocked. You, how did you know? Who are you? She frowned slightly, shocked, and immediately began to struggle, ignoring Qin Nan's hand holding her arm. Qin Nan felt that she didn't seem to be sent by Guo Jin, and he was worried that if she struggled so hard and really sprained her ankle, it would seem like he, a grown man, was bullying a little girl. So he quickly let go of his hand. Cough, cough! Qin Nan coughed lightly and spread out his hands. Xia Xingzi looked at Qin Nan in shock. Generally speaking, the only identity she could find out about the outside world was that of a bounty hunter. Because the identities of the Merue Group and the eldest lady are quite special, this fact can be hidden in her information in order to better protect the eldest lady Christina. But he didn't expect that Qin Nan actually knew his relationship with Merue Group. Her information is not available to ordinary people. It's obviously you who is following me, okay? Qin Nan looked at Xia Xingzi with some amusement. Knowing that she was not sent by Guo Jin, he put on a nonchalant attitude. I think you are following me just because I am handsome, Qin Nan teased. I'm asking you, how do you know about my relationship with the Merue Group? Xia Xingzi's eyes darkened and her tone was very cold. You tell me why you are following me first, and then I will tell you. Qin Nan looked at her with a smile, blinked and said. In fact, he himself was a little curious and didn't know why a bounty hunter was following him. Xia Xingzi looked serious and stared at Qin Nan closely, while Qin Nan had a smiling face. Since you don't want to say it, then I will go directly to the boss of Merue Group and ask them why they can't manage their own people. Qin Nan deliberately scared her. He actually saw that Xia Xingzi cared about this matter very much. Master, you are still so naughty! You are bullying the little girl. At this moment, the little yellow chicken appeared again. You little yellow chicken, why are you such a traitor? The person being followed is me, your master. Qin Nan rolled his eyes in his heart and said to the little yellow chicken. No, no! Xia Xingzi finally gave in. She absolutely could not tell the master about this matter, otherwise the eldest lady would blame her. I tell you. She sighed dejectedly and said to Qin Nan. It was our eldest lady who asked me to follow you. Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that the host has completed a random task and the social value has increased by 100 points. At this moment, the system's voice also appeared in Qin Nan's mind. Qin Nan curled the corners of his mouth. It seemed that he had completed the task and knew that Xia Xingzi would tell him everything. Your eldest daughter is Christina? Qin Nan remembered that little yellow chicken mentioned this name when he was introducing the information to him just now. Xia Xingzi lowered her head and nodded slightly. Yes. Then why did she ask you to follow me? I don't know her. Qin Nan thought to himself, could she also be a perverted stalker? This is the order from the eldest lady. My duty is to follow the eldest lady's order. Xia Xingzi looked at Qin Nan expressionlessly, showing her loyalty. Little yellow chicken, check for me, is what Xia Xingzi said true? Qin Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Yes, master, the little yellow chicken is being scanned. After the little yellow chicken was scanned, it said, Master, she is telling the truth. Then take me to meet your eldest lady. I want to ask her in person. Chen Nan felt that this matter was really strange. He didn't know the eldest lady of the Meruo group, so why would she send someone to follow him? Could it be that they want to steal some business secrets? But for Chen Nan, his biggest business secret is his own super-rich system, which no one can steal. I can't take you there without the young lady's order. Xia Xingzi's face showed an expression of great loyalty when she said this. It seemed as if Chen Nan forced her to take him to see the eldest lady, she would be able to sacrifice herself heroically in the next second. Then call your eldest daughter now and tell her I want to see her. Chen Nan thought for a moment and continued. I believe that since your eldest daughter asked you to follow me, she must want to see me. It's just a matter of time. Xia Xingzi hesitated for a moment, but now what Chen Nan said made her waver. Okay then. Xia Xingzi nodded, then turned and walked to a corner. While looking at Chen Nan vigilantly, she took out her cell phone and dialed the eldest lady's number. Miss, I have been exposed. It was Xiao Xia who was incompetent and was tricked by Chen Nan. Xia Xingzi lowered her voice and spoke into the phone. Ha! Really, Xiao Xia? Christina on the other end of the phone was not angry at all, but her tone was very happy. Miss? Xia Xingzi was also a little puzzled. She hadn't completed the task, and yet Chen Nan had discovered it. She thought the miss would be very angry, but Christina's reaction surprised her. I didn't expect him to be so smart. He's so interesting. He's really an interesting person. Christina's tone on the other end of the phone was very pleasant, even with a hint of pride. Miss, Chen Nan wants to see you now, so should I refuse him first? Xia Xingzi asked. No, Xiao Xia. Bring him to see me, I want to see him too. Christina's tone at this time was like an adolescent girl who was about to meet her beloved boy. Yes, miss. Natsuno Sakurako nodded. When Chen Nan saw Xia Xingzi coming back after the phone call, he knew from her expression that he must have guessed right again. Let's go and meet your eldest lady. Chen Nan glanced at Xia Xingzi with a grin, then reached out and patted her on the shoulder. Little girl, next time you follow someone, it's best not to wear a maid outfit. It's really easy to expose yourself. You. Xia Xingzi had never suffered such humiliation. You know, bounty hunters like her are among the best in the profession. Chapter 57 Buying World-Famous Paintings. Xia Xingzi looked at Chen Nan's back. Although she was very angry, this was the order of the eldest lady after all. She called the driver, and a black Mercedes-Benz business car appeared at the intersection. Chen Nan got in the car and thought to himself that it was a nice-looking car, mainly because it was Loki, because his G-Class and Bugatti Veyron were too ostentatious. At the beginning, he felt quite proud of driving such a cool car. But he felt that if he was going to discuss business, this Mercedes-Benz business car would also be a good choice, low-key and elegant. Ding! The super-rich system reminds you that a random task has appeared. Leave a good impression on the eldest lady of the Meruo group, and you can get 2 black Mercedes-Benz business cars, 2 dark blue Land Rover business cars, and 2 Audi business cars. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Chen Nan's mind. Master, don't you want a business car? If this is not enough, I can apply for another one for you. The little yellow chicken also appeared and said to Chen Nan seriously. Chen Nan was speechless. He didn't know whether the little yellow chicken was too considerate, or the godly rich system heard his thoughts, and thought he had this request. How could he drive over so many commercial vehicles? Besides, he still had to go to work. But then he thought again, he now has many identities, and maybe they will be useful when negotiating business in the future. Xiao Huang, check for me the information about the Meruo group, as well as the information about this eldest lady Christina. Chen Nan felt that if he wanted to complete this task, he had to know both himself and his enemy. He knew nothing about this young lady, so if he wanted to win her favor, he had to cater to her preferences. Yes, master. The little yellow chicken began to investigate. Master, Xiao Huang has found out. Information appeared on the screen in front of Chen Nan. The little yellow chicken explained it, gesturing like a teacher. Meruo Group is the largest real estate company in Jiahai City. It has over 30 subsidiaries, large and small, and it's already listed. Christina is the eldest daughter of the Meruo Group. She is of Chinese and French descent. She is very beautiful and has a very hot body. the little yellow chicken said as he projected Christina's photo onto the screen. She's really pretty. Chen Nan looked at the blonde beauty with a charming smile on the screen in front of him. But Xiao Huang, can you please stop being such a fangirl? I want to ask about her preferences. How can I leave a good impression on her? After all, what Chen Nan is thinking about now is completing the task given to him by the system. Although there is beauty in front of him, it is more important to do serious things. Christina has a warm and cheerful personality. She has many hobbies, such as golf, equestrianism, and yachting, but her favorite hobby is art. She likes to paint herself. The little yellow chicken explained quickly. Like painting? Chen Nan fell into thought and asked. Who is her favorite painter? Her favorite painter is Van Gogh, and she has copied many of Van Gogh's paintings herself. The little yellow chicken replied. Chen Nan thought for a moment, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. He said to the little yellow chicken, Can you buy me a Van Gogh painting now? Master, after my research, the only painting currently for sale is Sunflowers in the Japan Art Museum. This is Van Gogh's second painting of sunflowers. The little yellow chicken said to Chen Nan. Are you sure you want to buy this painting now? Confirmed. Chen Nan said. Master, Xiao Huan has already bought this painting. He spent 3 times the original price, a total of $1.5 billion. The little yellow chicken reported to Chen Nan. Because the painting requires special preservation, it will be shipped to China in a week. Okay, let's go. Chen Nan thought that with this painting of sunflowers, he would definitely be able to leave a good impression on Christina. Although he didn't know much about art, he did know about the famous Van Gogh. He knew that Van Gogh was a great artist, and his most famous painting was Starry Night. Originally, he wanted to buy the painting and give it to Christina, but when he thought of what the little yellow chicken had just described, Christina was a very enthusiastic and cheerful woman. Then, according to Chen Nan's guess, she should like this painting, Sunflowers, more. At this time, the car had stopped. Chen Nan got out of the car and noticed that this place was so close to his home. It was just opposite the Fuli Mingwan community. He looked at the villa complex here with some surprise. It was called Meirui High-End Villas. It turns out that this is the property of the Meirui Group. The residences here are not ordinary villas, but are all high-end single-family buildings with more than 20 floors. In other words, the properties are sold one building at a time. For those who live here, each building is their home. Chen Nan thought to himself, no wonder Xia Xingzi likes to follow others so much. It turns out that her master is also a peeping Tom. She noticed that the building that Natsuno Sakurako brought him into was actually facing his home. He believed that this was not a coincidence, and he felt a little excited when he thought that he was actually spied on by a rich girl. As soon as Chen Nan walked into the building, he found that there was a red carpet under his feet, the large crystal chandelier was very dazzling, and even the furnishings here were made of pure gold. Welcome! There were 2 rows of butlers and servants in tuxedos standing around, and they all bowed 90 degrees when they saw Chen Nan. Chen Nan was stunned for a moment. Why did this ceremony seem like a reception for the groom? This is what our eldest lady asked us to do. It shows that we respect you as a guest. Xia Xingzi explained expressionlessly. Ha ha, that's really a bit of a surprise. Chen Nan showed an awkward but polite smile as he walked on the red carpet, thinking that this was too exaggerated. Moreover, Chen Nan noticed that there were a lot of bodyguards here, and they all looked very skilled. But think about it, even a bounty hunter like Natsuno Sakurako was invited by the Meirui Group to be their eldest daughter's personal servant, so you can imagine the identity of this eldest daughter. Xia Xingzi took Chen Nan into the elevator. The elevator was actually 30 square meters in size, and there were some decorative paintings and flowers inside. It can be seen that Christina is a woman with very good taste. Of course, all this is based on her wealth. Chen Nan saw the paintings in the elevator, all oil paintings with vibrant colors. Although he didn't understand much, he could tell the painters had a cheerful and sunny personality. Chapter 58 You Are My Soul Mate. All the paintings you see here were painted by our eldest lady herself. Although Xia Xingzi still had no expression, her tone was still a little proud when she said this. You are indeed very talented. Chen Nan nodded with a smile. After the elevator door opened, Chen Nan just walked out when he was hugged by a figure rushing towards him. He was startled, and before he could react, He smelled a very strong scent of perfume, and felt 2 soft lumps on his chest. What's going on? This is way too enthusiastic. Master! Master! I detected that your heartbeat was accelerated, blood was flowing upwards, and you seemed to be bleeding from your nose. Are you sick? Xiao Huang will call an ambulance now, the little yellow chicken said anxiously. No need. Don't call an ambulance. I'm fine. I'm fine. Chen Nan hurriedly stopped the little yellow chicken. Oh my God! You are not only very cute, but also so smart that you can even find out that Xiaoxia is following you. And you are even more handsome in person than you look in the video. Christina finally let go of Chen Nan and smiled happily. Only then did Chen Nan see the person in front of him clearly. Christina herself was even more beautiful than the photo that Xiao Huangji had shown him before. After all, she was a Chinese-French mixed race. Her long golden hair, draped around her waist like seaweed, was extremely charming. Her smile was extremely warm and bright, and even within her charm there was a hint of girlishness. This is definitely a great beauty, Chen Nan admired in his heart. Wait. Something seems wrong. Christina seemed to say something just now. You look more handsome than in the video. What video? Chen Nan calmed himself down, then smiled politely and said to Christina, I guess you must be Christina, the eldest daughter of the Merue group. I've heard a lot about you, and seeing you today, you're indeed very beautiful. No woman will refuse a man's compliments, even a very beautiful woman is no exception. Chen Nan, you are really good at talking. Christina smiled even sweeter. I want to ask, you just said that I look more handsome than in the video. What video was that? Chen Nan always felt that something was wrong, so he asked. Oh, video. Christina turned around and walked into the house, then took out a tablet computer, clicked on the video, and showed it to Chen Nan. It's this video. You're so cute. Christina smiled warmly and was very generous. She didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what she did. Chen Nan was very curious at first, but when he saw the content of the video, he was completely petrified. The content of the video was that he was taking a bath in the bathroom naked. Holy shit! This woman is such a peeping Tom. She's secretly filming him taking a shower. And she's showing it to him so naturally. Master, Xiao Huang has found out that she has violated your privacy. You can use this video as evidence to sue her. The serious voice of Xiao Huangji appeared in Chen Nan's mind. Chen Nan's face became even uglier. He suspected that the little yellow chicken was making fun of him and treating him as a joke. Xiao Huang, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as a dead chicken, Chen Nan said viciously to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Chen Nan tried hard to calm down and turned his head away. He really didn't have the courage to continue watching the video of himself taking a shower. When he thought of the task the system had given him, he forced himself to smile again. Then he turned to look at Christina and said to her, I saw a lot of your paintings when I was riding the elevator just now. I think you must like painting very much. I just bought a Van Gogh painting and I can give it to you. Christina was stunned for a moment, then hugged Chen Nan again. Chen Nan, how did you know that my favorite painter is Van Gogh? I just knew that you are my soulmate. Ding! The godly wealthy system reminds you that your mission has been completed. Christina's first impression of you has reached its peak. The host's reward will arrive in 5 minutes. The social value has increased by 200 points. At this moment, the voice of the Shinhao system appeared in his mind. Thank God, I finally completed this task. Chen Nan pulled Christina away and smiled. That painting is sunflowers. It will be delivered to China in a week. I'll send someone to bring it to you then. He just wanted to leave quickly now. This young lady was really too enthusiastic. Chen Nan, you're such a nice person. Christy looked at Chen Nan with eyes full of love. You gave me a gift as soon as we met, so I want to give you a gift too. No need, I have everything. Chen Nan smiled and waved his hand. Now, if he really wants something, he can turn to his own godly rich system at any time, and does not need help from others. Chen Nan, how did you do it? I've loved that painting for so long. But that Japanese art museum isn't willing to sell it at all. You're incredible. Even my dad couldn't help me buy this painting. You're truly extraordinary. Christina ignored what Chen Nan said and thought about it for a while. Suddenly, she happily grabbed his arm. Chen Nan, from the first time I saw you, I knew you must be my destined lover. Christina's words completely stunned Chen Nan. This is more than just enthusiasm. He actually confessed his feelings directly on the first meeting. Ahem. Chen Nan calmly pulled out his arm. Although he felt a little surprised in his heart, he remained very gentlemanly on the surface. Christina, this is our first meeting, and we don't know each other very well yet. Chen Nan smiled. Thank you very much for your recognition of me, but I'm not very familiar with you yet. We can just be friends first. Xiao Xingzi, who was standing by, couldn't stand it any longer and immediately said to Chen Nan, Chen Nan, who do you think you are? Our young lady likes you, it's your blessing. Xiao Xia. Christina looked at Xiao Xingzi sternly. It's not your place to interfere in my affairs. Although Xiao Xingzi was unwilling, she could not disobey the eldest lady's order, so she had to shut up angrily. Chen Nan smiled faintly. If it were in the past, he might have thought that the daughters of wealthy families were out of his reach. But now it was different. He was no longer the Chen Nan of the past. Christina, thank you for your love, but I can treat you as a friend for now. He smiled lightly, with neither humble nor arrogant attitude. Chapter 59. An accident occurred during the live broadcast. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Chen Nan's smile was very gentlemanly. Although he was wearing casual clothes and still looked like a college student, his every move and gesture now revealed the charm of a mature man. Chen Nan, let's be friends first. Christina looked at him with eyes full of love and said to him carefully. Of course. Chen Nan smiled and nodded at her, then turned and left. Xiao Xingzi, who was standing by, stared at Chen Nan's back, feeling very angry. No one dares to talk to the young lady like this. Those people are all flattering the young lady. No man has ever failed to bow down to the young lady. Besides, their Meirui group is well known, and everyone else is fawning over them. But Chen Nan actually treats the eldest daughter like this. It's really too much. Miss, do you need me to teach Chen Nan a lesson? Xiao Xingzi asked seriously with her head lowered. Are you his match? Christina said with a mysterious smile. I really didn't make a mistake. Chen Nan is so charming. Xiao Xingzi pursed her lips. She was indeed no match for Chen Nan. This was the first time in her career as a bounty hunter that she had been discovered while on a tracking mission. What's more, Chen Nan actually captured her on the spot, which was a great humiliation. Everyone else compliments me because of the Meirui group, but only Chen Nan treats me differently. He is really interesting. Whenever Christina mentions Chen Nan, a happy smile appears on her face. As soon as Chen Nan walked out of the building, he heard the voice of the Shinhouse system. The Godly Rich system reminds the host that you have just completed neither humble nor overbearing mission, and is rewarding you with a mysterious gift. A mysterious gift? Chen Nan was quite curious. Xiao Huang, let me see, what is the mysterious gift? According to his current attribute level, it might not be a very good gift. Yes, master. The little yellow chicken opened the system screen and found a backpack pattern. After opening it, a small yellow box appeared inside. After opening it, there was a small bottle inside the box that looked like a potion with the words, Art Skills, written on it. What is this? It looks like it's meant to be drunk. Does it have any effect? Chen Nan asked. Master, after drinking this art skill potion, it can increase your artistic attributes and also instill in you some knowledge about art. The little yellow chicken explained to Chen Nan. It seems that because Chen Nan just bought a Van Gogh painting and gave it to Christina, he inadvertently triggered his artistic skills and got this mysterious gift. However, for Chen Nan, this medicine is actually dispensable. But there is no harm in drinking it, because his current attribute values are not very high, and he is at a basic stage. When his level gets higher and higher in the future, he should get more advanced gifts. Xiao Huang, give me this potion, I want to drink it now, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken. Yes, master. Xiao Huang turned around. Master, the space teleportation technology has been activated. You can take the potion directly from the screen. So, Chen Nan looked at the screen in front of him, then reached out and took out the small bottle, opened it, and drank it. Suddenly, his mind was filled with many memories about art. Although this kind of knowledge was of no use to him, It would certainly be enough for him to show off to others. Just as he was thinking about it, his cell phone rang. He saw that the caller was Wang Dequan. "Hello? Brother Dequan?" Chen Nan answered the phone. "Chen Nan, come to the company. Something small happened," Wang Dequan said to Chen Nan on the other end of the phone. "Okay, Brother Dequan, I'll be there right away." After Chen Nan hung up the phone, he returned to the Fuli Mingwan community, and then came to his own underground garage. Sure enough, there were 5 very low-key business cars parked here. He randomly picked a Mercedes-Benz business car and drove out. He came to the vicinity of United Innovation, parked his car, and walked in. As soon as Chen Nan entered the office, he saw Xia Yingying pacing anxiously, while Wang Dequan was sitting in front of the computer with a worried look on his face. "Brother Dequan, what happened?" Chen Nan hurried over and asked. "Chen Nan, you're finally here." Wang Dequan sighed slightly. "Actually, this matter is not big, but it's not small either." Chen Nan was confused by him and asked in confusion, "Don't keep me in suspense. What happened?" "Actually, there was a problem with Chen Gij's live broadcast," Xia Yingying said helplessly. "Live broadcast?" Chen Nan frowned. Chen Gij was an internet celebrity, so she should be familiar with live broadcast. How could there be a problem with something she was good at? "It's like this. Originally, during today's live broadcast, because Chen Gij herself has a group of fans, the effect was very good at the beginning." Wang Dequan showed Chen Nan the replay of today's live broadcast and said, "But just an hour later, for some reason, the comments section suddenly took a different turn. Everyone was very friendly at first, but later on, the comments were all cursing Chen Gij, saying things like she had plastic surgery and that she was lowbrow." Xia Yingying sighed slightly. "This is the online environment now." These abusive comments continued for nearly half an hour, and Chen Gij took the initiative to ask to end the live broadcast. Wang Dequan continued. "That's understandable. After all, who can be happy being scolded by so many netizens?" Chen Nan nodded and said seriously, "No. Really not." Xia Yingying shook her head. "Chen Gij didn't stop the live broadcast because she was afraid of being scolded. After she went off the air, she kept apologizing to us, saying that she was worried that her actions would affect our company's reputation." Wang Dequan pursed his lips, spread his hands helplessly, and explained. "Oh?" Chen Nan was stunned for a moment. It turned out that Chen Gij was worried that being scolded during the live broadcast would make netizens feel disgusted with the United Chuang brand. "I have already comforted Chen Gij. This incident was also an accident." Wang Dequan actually felt a little guilty. Even though Chen Gij was being scolded, she was still thinking about their company. Chen Nan's expression was a little serious, his brows were furrowed, and he also felt a little angry. Chapter 60. I will definitely give you an explanation. Chen Nan always felt that this matter was a bit strange. Although Chen Gij was not a very big internet celebrity, she also had her own fan base. Generally speaking, when these influencers are live streaming, their fans will come to support and give them positive reviews. It's rare for a mature influencer's live stream to experience a situation like today's, where the show started out well but then turned into abusive comments in the second half. "Brother Dequan, where is Chen Gij?" Chen Nan looked around but did not see Chen Gij. "She is in the lounge now. We didn't dare go over there for fear that she would feel even worse," Xia Yingying explained to Chen Nan. "Then I'll go see her. Let's leave it at that for today. Brother Dequan, you guys should go home after get off work first." Chen Nan glanced at the time. It was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. "Chen Nan, then I'll leave it to you." Wang Dequan didn't expect things to turn out like this, and he still felt a little sorry for Chen Gij. Chen Nan came to the lounge, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw Chen Gij lying on the sofa crying. He walked over, sat next to Chen Gij, and said softly, "It's not your fault what happened today. It was an accident." Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds you that a new task has been triggered. Investigate the truth of the live broadcast accident. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Shinhouse system appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. "Master, there must be something fishy about this matter." The little yellow chicken also jumped out and said to Chen Nan seriously. He found it a little funny. When did this little yellow chicken learn to speak in dialect? It seemed that this system's learning ability was really strong, so much so that this little yellow chicken could learn anything. Chin Nan knew that something had happened during the live broadcast, and it might not have been an accident. But seeing how sad Chingij looked, he naturally had to say this to comfort her. Chin Nan, it's all my fault. Chingij slowly raised her head. Her originally delicate makeup was now smudged, and tears were streaming down her face. Chin Nan also felt bad. Although Chingij was hired by their company, they had met once before and were considered friends now. Moreover, for a girl who suffered so much abuse on the internet for no reason, the first thing she thought of was the interests of their company. She was really very kind. Princess, this is really not your problem. Don't think so. Our company is also responsible. Chin Nan gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. When Chingij heard what Chin Nan said, she hugged him and cried even louder. Chin Nan, I'm sorry. Hearing you say that makes me feel even worse. I don't know why this happened. Chingij choked up. When I was live streaming, this kind of situation never happened before. Chin Nan patted her back gently, trying to calm her down. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. I will definitely investigate the truth, so don't blame yourself. Chingij felt very safe when she hugged Chin Nan. This man looked like a recent college graduate, but for some reason, she felt very at ease when she saw him. It seems that as long as he is by my side, there is no problem that cannot be solved. Chingij's emotions finally calmed down. Seeing that she stopped crying, Chin Nan finally felt relieved. After all, it was their company that hired her to do the live broadcast, and now that an accident has happened, their company is also responsible. Chin Nan, I'm fine. Thank you for comforting me. Chingij forced a smile and said to Chin Nan, Look, your makeup is all smudged from crying. Go wash your face. I'll take you out for dinner. Chin Nan joked with a smile. There's a saying that goes, there's nothing a meal can't solve. If there is, then 2 meals will do. Poochie. Chingij was finally amused by Chin Nan, so she nodded and went to wash her face. Little yellow chicken, help me find out where I can eat to make girls happy? Chin Nan said to the little yellow chicken while looking at his universal watch. Yes, master. The little yellow chicken did some searching and found out. There's an ocean world-themed restaurant in Jiahai City. When dining, you're surrounded by an underwater tunnel, which is very romantic. This restaurant is the most highly rated dining spot for girls, and I'm sure the owner would find it very romantic, too. I'm a grown man, why would I think romance is necessary? Chin Nan rolled his eyes. I'm a straight man. This is just to make Chingij happy. If she hadn't come to our company for a live broadcast, she might not have encountered this situation. Just as Chin Nan finished saying this, a sudden flash of inspiration came to him, and he was stunned. Yes, didn't Chingij just say that she had never encountered such a situation during her previous live broadcasts? Then why did such an accident happen when she arrived at United Chuangchuang for the live broadcast? Could it be that this matter is not directed at Chingij, but at United Chuang? Chin Nan's eyes darkened, and he suddenly felt that his guess was very reasonable. Chin Nan, who are you talking to here? Just at this moment, Chingij came back after washing her face and heard Chin Nan seem to be talking. I was just talking to myself. Chin Nan chuckled and then looked up at Chingij. He was surprised to find that after washing off her heavy makeup, Chingij actually looked quite pretty, and her bare face even revealed a hint of purity. Princess, I think you look much better without makeup than with it. Chin Nan nodded sincerely and said to Chingij. Oh my! You're such a straight man! How could you say that to a girl? Chingij was so angry that she laughed. But I know you're complimenting me, so I won't hold it against you. Come on, let's go eat. I'm really hungry, Chingij said jokingly as she walked forward. You said you treat us today, so I won't be polite. I'm going to give you a good meal. As long as you are happy, Chin Nan said generously. When Chin Nan brought Chingij to his Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle, Chingij was stunned for a moment, and then looked at him with a very surprised look. Chin Nan just smiled at her without explaining anything. Chingij was also a very sensible person. After sitting in the passenger seat, she didn't say much. When Chingij was joking with Chin Nan just now, she was actually thinking of finding a small restaurant and ordering a few more stir-fried dishes. But she had no idea that the place Chen Nan invited her to dinner was actually the most romantic Ocean World restaurant in Jiahai City. Chapter 61 Ocean Theme Restaurant. Chen Nan. Chin Gij looked at the restaurant in front of her stupidly and said in disbelief, "You're not going to treat me to a meal here, are you?" The night is getting darker now. The ocean-themed restaurant in front of us has an overall Mediterranean style. The floor lamps around it are all light blue, and holographic projection technology is playing Finding Nemo on the wall of the restaurant. "If we're not eating here, then why would I drive here?" Chen Nan looked at Chin Gij's shocked expression and found it a little funny. "Oh my God! This place must be super expensive!" Chin Gij couldn't believe that she would be able to eat here one day until Chen Nan took her to the door of the restaurant. You should know that this restaurant is not only famous for being expensive, but most of the guests here are socialites and celebrities. Moreover, this restaurant requires reservations 1 month in advance, but only accepts reservations from well-known people. Chen Nan smiled, and the two of them had already walked to the door of the restaurant. The security guards and waiters here were all wearing dark blue suits, and their looks and figures were comparable to those of models. "Excuse me, please show us your reservation forms." The security guard at the door was very polite, although he only showed a hint of surprise when he saw Chen Nan dressed like a poor student. After all, no one knows the habits of rich people these days. What if there is a rich man whose hobby is to walk his bird in an old man's shirt? It's possible. The security guards here have seen too many rich people. Who says there are no weirdos among rich people? "Little yellow chicken, make an appointment with Han." Chen Nan smiled and said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. "No problem, master." The little yellow chicken received the order and operated it moment by moment. Seeing that Chen Nan seemed to be in a daze, Chin Gij thought that he had not made an appointment with Han. She immediately lowered her head, tugged at the corner of his clothes, and whispered, "Chen Nan, why did you say you took the wrong way and then run back immediately?" She still thought that Chen Nan was just joking with her, but now she had reached the door of the restaurant, and it would be really embarrassing if she didn't leave. "Sir?" The security guard at the door also noticed that Chen Nan seemed to be in a daze, so he stretched out his hand and waved it in front of his eyes. Could this person be mentally ill? "We need to make an appointment here." The security guard's attitude was obviously a little impatient, but after all, he had received professional training and could not express his dissatisfaction directly. Just when the security guard was about to call someone to take Chen Nan and Chin Gij away, Chen Nan actually took out 2 appointment letters from his trouser pocket. "This is Lidianhan." Chen Nan smiled faintly and shook Lidianhan's hand with the security guard reluctantly. The security guard was stunned for a moment, took the appointment letter with both hands, and checked it carefully, fearing that he had read it wrong. This underwater world-themed restaurant is called Ocean King, and the reservations are made using environmentally friendly paper exclusively produced by their company, which is also the idea that the president wants to promote to protect the ocean. Moreover, each appointment letter has a unique number, so it cannot be copied or forged. The number on Chen Nan's appointment letter is 888, which is equivalent to the VIP number. "You are the guest who booked the entire restaurant. Welcome." The security guard's attitude immediately became very respectful, and the smile on his face became brighter than before. He thought to himself, it turns out that these days rich people are all weird. This guy actually likes to pretend to be a college student. When Chin Gij saw this scene, she was stunned. "Oh my God!" She rubbed her face with her hands. She must be dreaming now. "Let's go." Chen Nan reached out and took Chin Gij's arm, then smiled and led her into the restaurant. "Dear guests, you too can take a walk along our underwater tunnel. The restaurant is at the end of the tunnel." The security guard led Chen Nan while explaining. "It's indeed quite romantic." Chen Nan nodded with a smile. From the moment they walked in, it was like being in a fairy tale world of the ocean. The surroundings were perfectly restored with stereoscopic imaging technology, and the scenes in Finding Nemo were perfectly reproduced. It was a truly immersive experience. Even the floor they stand on is digital, with underwater animation effects. "Wow!" Chin Gij couldn't help but let out a sound of agreement, like a little girl. Normally, when she live streams and sells goods, she always takes the mature route of a queen. But at this moment, she is looking at the scene in front of her with a happy face, looking completely like a little girl. Let's go. Chin Nan smiled and started walking towards the underwater tunnel. Chingij hurriedly followed. The underwater tunnel here is also very bright, with star-shaped lights. If you look closely, you can see that each station light is made of pure crystal. Against the backdrop of the blue ocean and the animals in the ocean, it really has a fairy tale atmosphere. Rich people still know how to enjoy life, Chin Nan said in a low voice. Even he, a straight man, couldn't help but admire the scene in front of him. He also saw the movie, Finding Nemo, when he was in junior high school. The restaurant here wanted to use this theme and this movie for projection, and the copyright fee alone would cost hundreds of millions. Moreover, there is a copyright period, and you need to renew the contract after it expires, which is just a waste of money. Chin Nan, look! There are dolphins over there! Chingij excitedly pulled Chin Nan's hand, pointing to the dolphinarium not far away, with a very bright smile. As long as you are happy! Chin Nan smiled and nodded at Chingij. Chin Nan, you are so nice! This is the first time I'm so happy since I was born. Chingij started dancing with joy. You know, my family was very poor when I was little. We lived in the mountains, Chingij said slowly, looking at the marine animals in front of her. Because of poverty, I didn't have money to go to school. Then I finally made it to a big city like Jiahai. I wanted to make money and get ahead. I worked as a waiter in a small restaurant, handed out flyers, and did many other things. Finally, I became an anchor, which is really a very good job for me. As Chingij spoke, her eyes turned red again. Because when I was a live streamer, I found that many fans loved me. I really like reading the messages my fans leave me. They all encourage me and let me know I am loved too. Chin Nan was slightly stunned. Looking at Chingij's bare face, she actually had an illusion. He seemed to see her as a child doing farm work in the mountains, which was completely different from her current appearance as a host with heavy makeup on. So, Chin Nan, I still really like this job of anchor. Chingij gave Chin Nan a big smile and said. Chapter 62 Beauty. Chin Nan and Chingij had unknowingly reached the end of the underwater tunnel. Suddenly, the view opened up and they saw a very large restaurant. The warm yellow lighting is very comfortable, and the soft sofa seats are covered with dark blue top-quality blankets. 2 distinguished guests, please come this way. A waiter in a dark blue tuxedo came over. The waiters here looked no less handsome than a young man. Ouch! Chingij suddenly exclaimed, looking frustrated. What's wrong? Chin Nan asked hurriedly. If I had known that I would be able to dine in a restaurant like this in my lifetime, I would have put on some exquisite makeup and changed into a nice dress, Chingij said with some regret. Ha ha! Chin Nan was amused by her. It turned out that women always think about whether they are good-looking enough. You are already very beautiful. Chin Nan smiled and nodded at her. Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that you have completed the Sweet Talk random task. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded again in Chin Nan's mind. TSK TSK TSK. It turns out that men's mouths are coated with honey. The voice of the little yellow chicken also appeared. Xiao Huang, I find that you have been very arrogant recently, Chin Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Little Yellow doesn't dare. Little Yellow is just my master's Little Yellow. The little yellow chicken was actually wearing Zhen Huan's clothes. But if you want me to keep quiet, I can't do it. There must be something wrong with your system. Next time, please input less of those messy palace drama codes. Chin Nan cursed silently in his heart. The waiter brought them to the center of the restaurant, where there was a very gorgeous dining table with rose petals spread at the foot of the table. Candles were lit on the table, and the air around was filled with a very fresh rose scent. Oh my God! This is so romantic! Chingij sat across from Chin Nan, a smile of immense happiness on her face. If this is a dream, then I never want to wake up. The waiter snapped his fingers, and unexpectedly a classical band came from the side of the restaurant. Dear Romance, he said to the conductor. The conductor nodded to the waiter, then waved his baton. The pianist played the first note, followed by the violins and trumpets. Melodious classical music paired with a romantic candlelight dinner. I believe no woman in the world can refuse it. Dear guests, your meal will be served shortly. Please wait. The waiter bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Thank you." Chen Nan smiled and nodded, looking like a gentleman in every gesture. "Chen Nan!" Chin Gij suddenly called his name. Chen Nan looked at her, and found that she was looking at him with eyes full of admiration. "Has anyone ever told you that you are actually very charming?" Chen Gij said slowly, looking at Chen Nan with a shy smile. Chen Nan smiled faintly. "I just don't want you to be too sad because of what happened today." "It's okay, I know you are not an ordinary person." Chen Gij was also very smart. When she saw the car Chen Nan was driving and that he could actually make an appointment to eat here, she guessed in her heart that Chen Nan must be a rich second generation from a wealthy family. But as to why he works at United Chuangchuang, aren't there many rich second generations who hide their identities and start out at the lowest level companies? Chen Gij had already defined Chen Nan in her mind, but she didn't ask him directly. She could see that Chen Nan didn't want to say it, so she would be very sensible. Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds you that you have unlocked a new section, with 3,000 beauties in your harem. The host's social value has increased by 200 points, congratulations. At this moment the voice of the Godly Rich system appeared again. Every time the host gains the love of a beautiful woman, a new beauty will be added. Once you have collected 30, you can upgrade and unlock advanced features. Chen Nan suddenly remembered that there was a Young Women's Picture Book. Before? Young Women's Guide and 3,000 Beauties in the Harem do not conflict, and you can complete the tasks at the same time. The Godly Rich system answered. Master! To put it bluntly, it means winning the heart of a beautiful woman, no matter whether she has children or not. Do you understand? The little yellow chicken looked at Chen Nan seriously, and explained to him word by word. Thank you, I understand. Chen Nan gritted his teeth and said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Xiao Huang, it seems I should change your system and turn you into a mentally retarded chicken, so that you don't have to try to be clever with me here. Chen Nan threatened the little yellow chicken with a sneer. Hee! Master, the little yellow has retreated. The little yellow chicken ran away. Chen Nan, now that I've calmed down, I also feel that the events of today's live broadcast are a bit strange. Chen Nan suddenly looked at Chen Nan seriously, and took out his mobile phone while speaking. What did you notice? Chen Nan asked seriously. Chen Gij found the live broadcast replay and fast-forwarded to the second half. The comments were overwhelmingly cursing her. Chen Nan looked at the malicious comments, his eyes turned cold. He really couldn't imagine how those keyboard warriors could use such vicious language to attack a girl. Chen Nan, have you seen these bad reviews? Chen Gij's emotions were now very stable, and she looked at Chen Nan rationally. Chen Nan nodded and said, I saw it. These are not words spoken by human beings. When Chen Gij saw that Chen Nan seemed to be angry because netizens scolded her, she felt sweet in her heart, and a smile appeared on her face unconsciously. Chen Nan, look carefully, there's something wrong with these bad reviews. Chen Gij came back to her senses and said seriously. Chen Nan took another look at the negative comments on the screen and frowned. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he looked up at Chen Gij. These malicious comments are from the internet. He found that the words used in all the bad reviews were actually similar. They were nothing more than calling Chen Gij a plastic surgery face, or vulgar, but the words they used were almost the same. This also shows that these abusive comments are all hired by other people's water armies. Yes, these must be water armies. Chen Gij nodded seriously. When I first saw these comments, I was so emotional that I was just sad. But now it seems that these bad reviews are all from the internet troll army. She just suddenly remembered this. Because this kind of situation never happened during my previous live broadcasts. That means someone knew that you came to our company for a live broadcast, and then hired a group of internet trolls to post bad reviews in your live broadcast room. Chen Nan nodded, feeling that with this explanation, the whole thing made sense. Chapter 63 Live Broadcast Again. Chen Nan fell into deep thought. It turned out that these bad reviews were not directed at Chen Gij, but at their joint creation. However, their company's decision to do live streaming was a recent one, and Chen Gij was also hired by them. This new plan was a first, so it didn't pose a threat to competitors yet. Then who is targeting United Chuangchuang? Chen Nan, this live broadcast has gone wrong, so Qin-Gij suddenly looked at Chen-Nan cautiously, with a very hesitant expression, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. "What's wrong?" Chen-Nan asked with some confusion. "This is my first time live streaming in your company. Will you fire me because of this accident?" Qin-Gij was still a little worried. She looked at Chen-Nan cautiously and asked with her head down. "No," Chen-Nan said firmly. "This isn't your fault. How could we at United Innovation fire you just because of this? And I want you to continue the live broadcast." Chen-Nan curled his lips. Just now he suddenly thought of a plan. If the mastermind behind the scenes is not targeting Qin-Gij, but United Shuangchuan Company. If Qin-Gij were to broadcast live again, perhaps he would be able to discover some clues and find clues to the mastermind behind the scenes. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds you that your logical ability value has increased by 100 points, and your social value has increased by 100 points. The voice of the Shinhouse system appeared in Chen-Nan's mind again. "Master, it seems you have the potential to be a detective." The little yellow chicken was wearing a detective cloak. "From now on, you will be Sherlock Holmes, and I will be your right-hand man, Watson." "Come on, you little yellow chicken, stop trying to form a couple with me," Chen-Nan teased in his heart. "How can this be a couple? They are clearly a golden pair." The little yellow chicken nodded seriously. "Chen-Nan, this is already the case with my first live broadcast. Regardless of whether the other party is targeting me or not, if I continue the live broadcast, it may affect the reputation of United Shuangchuan. Qin-Gij is a sensible girl, and she is very worried about this matter. Don't worry, I'll be by your side during your live broadcast. I can handle any emergencies." Chen-Nan's lips curled up into a confident smile. "I want to use the second live broadcast to catch clues about the mastermind behind this." Although Qin-Gij didn't know Chen-Nan's intention, since he said so, she believed him. "Then I will be at the company on time tomorrow for the live broadcast." Qin-Gij took a deep breath. As long as Chen-Nan was here, she felt very safe. After the two of them had dinner, Chen-Nan drove Qin-Gij home. When he returned to Fuli Mingwan community, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. He walked into the house quietly, thinking of going straight back to his room to take a shower and go to bed. "Master!" Duan's voice suddenly sounded behind him, startling him. "Duan, why are you walking without making any sound?" Chen-Nan looked at Duan speechlessly and said, "Master, Sister Wang saw that you haven't come back yet, so she prepared supper for you in advance. She told me to wait for you to come back and ask you to go to the kitchen to eat," Duan said respectfully. But Chen-Nan now has no stomach left to eat. He had just eaten all the delicacies from land and sea in the underwater world-themed restaurant. "Well, thanks Sister Wang for her kindness, but I'm a little tired now and I have to go to work tomorrow, so I won't eat for now." After Chen-Nan finished speaking, he wanted to slip away, but Duan got in front of him and blocked his way. "Master, Sister Wang has repeatedly told me that I must watch you finish eating before I can give an explanation to Sister Wang." Duan looked at Chen-Nan seriously, and his serious look actually made Chen-Nan laugh. "Are you Sister Wang's housekeeper or my housekeeper?" Chen-Nan asked with a deliberately serious expression. "Duan is the master's butler." Duan nodded. "Since you are my housekeeper, shouldn't you obey my instructions?" Chen-Nan asked again. "Yes, Duan must obey the master's arrangements," Duan said again. "Then as your master, my order now is that you go and finish your midnight snack, but you have to tell Sister Wang that it was me who finished it." Chen-Nan reached out and patted Duan on the shoulder. "But—" Duan's expression was a little embarrassed. He had already promised Sister Wang that he would watch his master eat supper. "No buts, your master needs to rest now." Chen-Nan yawned and continued to say to Duan with a smile, "One must be flexible in life, understand?" After saying that, he turned around and went back to his room. Chen-Nan knew that Wan Yani meant well, but he really couldn't eat anymore. He was afraid he would vomit if he ate another meal. "Master, be careful of being secretly photographed when entering the room." At this moment, the little yellow chicken jumped out and continued with a vigilant look. "The video Christina secretly filmed of you before must have been taken through the French window." "Damn it! Luckily you reminded me, otherwise I'd almost been secretly photographed by that peeping Tom again," Chen-Nan said as she closed all the curtains in her bedroom. "How could a wealthy young lady like to peek at men?" Didn't Christina say that she fell in love with you at first sight, master? The little yellow chicken replied. I'm not worthy of this. This young lady is too enthusiastic. As a native man, I prefer reserved and introverted girls. Chen-nan was stunned for a moment. Why should I discuss this with a little yellow chicken in the system like you? Although I am a code in the system, I am also an artificial intelligence. I can learn and grow. The little yellow chicken blinked at Chen-nan and said. Chen-nan carefully checked all the curtains in his room. Only after he was sure that there were no gaps did he take off his clothes and go take a shower. In the villa building of the Merui Group opposite Fuli Mingwan, Christina stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, holding a high-end telescope in her hand. Xiao Xia, Chen-nan has pulled all the curtains and I can't see anything. Her tone was a little frustrated and she threw the telescope aside. If I had known I wouldn't have shown him that video. I was just too excited at the time. When she thought of seeing Chen-nan before and hugging him, a very happy smile appeared on her face. Miss, I did some research and it seems that there is a mother and daughter living in Chen-nan's house. Xia Xingzi said this, actually hoping that the young lady could give up Chen-nan. She always felt that Chen-nan was no simple person and was worried that the young lady would be deceived. Mother and daughter? Christina asked. Chapter 64 Not enough parking spaces. Yes, Mississippi. Xia Xingzi said seriously. According to my investigation, the mother and daughter were taken in by Chen-nan. They are very ordinary people. The woman's name is Wang Yani, and the child's name is Wang Xingxin. They have been living in Chen-nan's home. Christina suddenly fell silent when she heard what Xia Xingzi said. Xia Xingzi saw her expression and thought that the eldest lady felt that Chen-nan's behavior was improper and finally saw his true face and wanted to give up. If that's the case, then do I have a chance to live in his house? Christina suddenly looked up, her eyes shining, and said happily. Xia Xingzi was stunned. She never expected that the young lady's train of thought would be so unique. The next day, Chen-nan got up early. He asked Dawn to drive Wang Xingxin to school, and he prepared to go out without even having breakfast. Ainin. Wang Yani called him just as he opened the door. Sister Wang. Chen-nan turned around and nodded gently with a smile. Have you been busy these days? I saw you come back very late yesterday. Wang Yani asked with concern in her eyes and a gentle tone. Something happened in the company these 2 days, so I'm a bit busy. Chen-nan knew that Wang Yani was concerned about him, so he explained to her. Wang Yani looked a little hesitant, then turned around, took out a paper bag from the kitchen and handed it to Chen-nan. Ainin, this is the lunch box I made. You can take it out and eat it at the office. Wang Yani looked a little embarrassed. Skipping breakfast is not good for your health. Chen-nan took the paper bag from Wang Yani, with a charming smile on his handsome face. Thank you, Sister Wang. I will definitely finish it. He felt that Wang Yani was really a very virtuous woman, very considerate and caring, and was truly the best wife. Actually, it's Xingxin and I who are causing you trouble. Wang Yani smiled. I'm already very grateful that you can let us live in such a nice house. Sister Wang, don't say that. Chen-nan smiled and reached out to hold Wang Yani's hand. I feel very warm living here with you and Xingxin. When Wang Yani heard what Chen-nan said, a faint blush appeared on both sides of her cheeks, and she nodded embarrassedly. Chen-nan brought the lunch box that Wang Yani had prepared for him to the underground parking garage. He had previously asked Little Yellow Chicken to find a way to get the restaurant owner to drive the Bugatti Veyron back, so the parking space in the garage was just right. Why do I feel like there won't be enough parking spaces soon? Chen-nan looked at his 5 business cars, the eye-catching golden Bugatti Veyron, and the G-Class that he liked very much. Master, do you want to change houses or add more parking spaces? The Little Yellow Chicken sensed that Chen-nan seemed to have some needs, so he asked hurriedly. No, this is enough for now. Chen-nan felt that his current system level was not very high yet. Some tasks needed to be done slowly. There was no need to increase so much wealth all at once, which would easily arouse other people's speculation. If you want, we can buy the entire Fuli Mingwan community, so you don't have to worry about the parking space problem. The Little Yellow Chicken said seriously. Not for now. I'd better focus on my business first. Chen-nan felt that the most important thing now was to resolve the joint crowd creation issue first. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that you have completed the random task positive and upward-looking worker and rewards you with hacking skills. This skill can help you query computer codes and track information addresses, etc. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. This reward is really timely. I can track Shingij while she is live streaming today. Chen Nan curled his lips. With this skill, he will definitely be able to find out who is behind the scenes. Congratulations, Master, you've unlocked a new skill! The little yellow chicken jumped up and spun around, then set off fireworks. Chen Nan looked at the fireworks in front of him speechlessly. Xiao Huang, even though you're an AI, there's really no need to learn those cheesy little tricks. These colorful fireworks are really a bit tacky. Little Yellow can also say cheesy love words. Master, do you want to listen? The little yellow chicken looked at Chen Nan expectantly. Shut up! Chen Nan took a deep breath, got into the Mercedes-Benz business car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove to the company. When Chen Nan arrived at United Innovation, Wang Dequan and Xia Yingying had already started preparing for the live broadcast with nervous expressions. Chen Nan, you're here. When Xia Yingying saw Chen Nan, she grabbed his arm as if she had seen a savior. Originally, we weren't planning on doing another live stream today, but Shingij promised you that we'd do it again. We were really scared, and now we're glad you're here. Don't worry, nothing will happen with me here. Chen Nan's mouth curled up into a confident smile. He wanted to see who was causing the trouble. Where is Shingij? He looked around but did not see Shingij. She's putting on makeup in the dressing room. Let's go to the live studio and wait for her. Xia Yingying glanced at the time. There are still 20 minutes until the live broadcast. So, Chen Nan, Xia Yingying and Wang Dequan came to the live broadcast room first and waited for Shingij. Chen Nan, I originally thought that live streaming wouldn't work. I almost didn't sleep a wink last night. It's really frustrating. Wang Dequan rubbed his temples with his hands, his eyes bloodshot. He seems to be a carefree person, but he is actually quite thoughtful. Although he is a grown man who is always bold and unrestrained, sometimes his psychological quality is not as good as Xia Yingying's. Brother Dequan, don't worry. There will definitely be no problem with our live streaming. In this internet age, every company does live streaming. If we don't do it, we'll be left behind. Chen Nan comforted him. What happened yesterday was just an accident, you don't have to worry too much. Alas. Wang Dequan sighed slightly, and he still looked like he had no confidence. Shingij also has her own loyal fans. Those who posted bad reviews yesterday were all hired internet trolls. As long as we can find the backers of the internet trolls today, we can clarify the matter. Chen Nan explained to Wang Dequan seriously. Water Army? Wang Dequan was stunned. What's going on? Did United Innovation offend someone? Brother Dequan, I am also investigating this matter. Anyway, we will know the result after today. Chen Nan nodded firmly to Wang Dequan. Seeing that Chen Nan was so confident, Wang Dequan chose to believe him. Chapter 65, Change Style. Sorry, I just finished putting on my makeup. At this moment, Shingij walked into the live broadcast room. It's okay, there's still time. Chen Nan said as he turned around, and was stunned the moment he saw Shingij. Shingij is completely different today than usual. She no longer wears heavy makeup, but instead uses a light and elegant makeup. She removes the big colored contact lenses, and her eyes, with distinct black and white, are watery. Even her dressing style has changed. She usually dresses more sexy, but today she wore a light blue long skirt. She looked like a gust of sea breeze, which made people feel very comfortable. Princess, is it still you? Xia Yingying, who was standing by, was shocked and asked blankly. Shingij has always been on the route of a sexy female anchor, because such anchors are more popular. But I never expected that she could go for such a fresh style today, and it doesn't look out of place at all. Change your style once in a while. Shingij smiled brightly, turned to look at Chen Nan, and asked a little embarrassedly. Chen Nan, does it look good? Chen Nan coughed twice. Ahem. It looks good. I didn't expect you to be able to pull off such a style. Humph! Shingij said in mock anger. Didn't you say yesterday that I looked better without makeup? That's why I put on light makeup today. Chen Nan then remembered that he had indeed said such words yesterday, but he forgot about it the moment he turned around. Men are really pigs. Xia Yingying also joked with a smile, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was finally no longer so serious. Yes, I did say that. Chen Nan quickly made amends. You look really good today, as beautiful as a fairy descending to earth. Chen Nan is fine now, and he has a strong desire to survive. Wang Dequan, who was standing next to him, relaxed a little and started to watch as well. The few of them chatted and laughed for a while. Chen Nan actually wanted to let Wang Dequan and Xia Yingying relax, especially Chen Gij. She has been blaming herself for the live broadcast accident yesterday. Chen Nan just hopes that her mental burden will not be too heavy. It's almost time, let's start the live broadcast. Chen Nan glanced at the time, then walked up to Chen Gij, held her shoulders, and encouraged her. Don't be too nervous, I'm here. Chen Gij was a little nervous at first, but after hearing what Chen Nan said, she smiled brightly and nodded vigorously. Okay, I believe you. Afterwards, Chen Gij sat in the live broadcast position, and the lights were already on. Chen Gij, I'll count to 3 and then start the live broadcast, said Xia Yingying. Chen Gij nodded, adjusted her facial expression, and took a deep breath. 3, 2, 1. Start broadcasting. Xia Yingying clicked the live broadcast button. Chen Nan and Wang Dequan sat in front of the computer on the other side, watching Chen Gij's live broadcast. Hello? Hello everyone, I am Chen Gij, welcome to my live broadcast room. Chen Gij smiled very brightly, and with her fresh makeup today, she looked less charming and more youthful. Oh my god! Is this our princess? Gij's makeup today is so special and refreshing. This makeup and dress look so good, please make it semi-permanent. The comments for the live broadcast were already scrolling. Chen Nan looked at them and thought to himself. It seems that these are all Chen Gij's own fans now. Most of them are compliments. Do you really like my makeup and dress today? Chen Gij felt a little embarrassed by the fans' comments. Gij looks so beautiful today. I love it so much. She's like a completely different person, so fairy-like. Princess, please wear this style from now on. We strongly support it. Chen Gij read the comments, her smile growing brighter. Thank you, fans. I was a little nervous about changing my style today, but I didn't expect you to be so kind and encouraging. Thank you so much. When she said this, her tone was very sincere, and Chen Nan could feel that she was really grateful to her fans. Chen Nan, everything is pretty normal now. The comments in the live broadcast room are all Gij's fans. Wang Dequan whispered in Chen Nan's ear. Actually, it was like this yesterday, but it suddenly changed in the second half. Chen Nan nodded and said, Let's see what happens. Then, he picked up the Apple laptop at hand, turned it on, and used the hacking skills that the rich system had rewarded him with to connect to the code of the live broadcast room. He detected that the netizens who were leaving positive comments during the live broadcasts were all real people's code. In other words, these were all real people operating behind the screen, and they were all Chen Gij's active fans. Chen Nan looked at the computer screen, which was full of codes. He read it line by line. There was absolutely no problem with the current data, and there was no sign of malicious operation. He nodded slightly. It seems that Chen Gij and her fans are still very friendly. When Chen Gij saw that the live broadcast room was full of her fans giving positive reviews, she felt a little relieved and slowly got into the mood. Not only did he start joking in the live broadcast room, but he also became more and more lively. Now the atmosphere in the live broadcast room is getting better and better, and the number of viewers has reached 500,000. Chen Nan operated on the computer again and found that the number of online viewers was not exaggerated, which meant that Chen Gij was indeed popular. Chen Nan, what are you doing? Wang Dequan looked at the codes on Chen Nan's computer screen that looked like Martian language, wondering when he understood these. I just took a coding course before, but that's not important. Chen Nan smiled casually. Brother Dequan, look, these data are all real. The number of viewers in Chen Gij's live broadcast room and all the positive reviews are real data, not fake. It seems that there will be no problem if we ask Chen Gij to do the live broadcast based on the data. Wang Dequan nodded in agreement. Look! At this moment, Xia Yingying's voice suddenly became a little nervous. The comments are starting to change. So Chen Nan and Wang Dequan hurriedly looked at the computer screen, and found that some bad comments had begun to appear, and they began to curse Chingij. Chen Nan frowned, glanced at the time, and asked Wang Dequan beside him. Brother Dequan, did the negative comments appear during the live broadcast at this time yesterday? Yes, Wang Dequan said seriously. Negative comments started appearing yesterday when the live broadcast was almost halfway through. Are today's malicious comments the same as yesterday's insults? Chen Nan asked again. It's the same, Xia Yingying and Wang Dequan said at the same time. Chapter 66 Find the address of the Water Army. Chen Nan noticed that the negative reviews were indeed very similar, even the words used were similar. Chingij also saw the bad comments at this time, and her expression was obviously stiffer than before. She had finally overcome the psychological barrier, but now she felt a little embarrassed. Gij, don't be afraid, ignore those things, and continue the live broadcast, Chen Nan whispered into the microphone. This microphone is connected to the invisible headphones that Chingij wears on her ears. He had asked Chingij to wear them to prevent any emergencies. Chingij seemed to have heard what Chen Nan said. She took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Then she smiled widely and continued her live broadcast happily. Those people are crazy! Our princess is so beautiful today, how dare you criticize her? They are just some black people, please ignore them. Let's work hard to get good reviews and push those haters down. At this time, Chingij's fans spontaneously began to work hard to give good reviews, trying to suppress the comments of the haters. When Chingij saw the comments, she was immediately moved. She blinked her eyes and felt a little sore in her nose. Don't care about those things, as long as we have a clear conscience. Thank you very much, thank you my fans, Chingij said to the screen seriously with a sarcastic and sincere tone. Chingij's fans are really awesome. I'm a little touched. Wang Dequan also saw the comments on the screen and said with some emotion. Chen Nan had already opened his laptop and started using hacking techniques to find the codes and addresses of these malicious comments. Those bad reviews are coming in so fast and on such a large scale that Chingij's fans can't seem to handle it anymore. Xia Yingying frowned, staring at the computer screen, and quietly reminded Chen Nan and Wang Dequan. This is indeed the case. Although Chingij's fans have tried very hard to post good reviews, the number of bad reviews seems to be much greater than the number of fans, and the comments posted by those fans can't keep up. Chen Nan, have you found anything here? Wang Dequan's expression became a little serious, and sweat broke out on his forehead. If such an uncontrollable situation occurred again during the live broadcast, it would probably really affect the reputation of their joint crowd creation. Brother Dequan, don't worry, I'm still checking. Chen Nan looked very focused, tapping his fingers on his shoulders as he entered a series of search codes on the computer. He took a look at the number of people watching the live broadcast, and it had reached 10 million. There are too many of them, they must be water armies. At this moment, the little yellow chicken also jumped out and said seriously. Yes, these numbers are unscientific. So many people suddenly flocked in at once, and such a large number of bad reviews emerged. It would be strange if they were not water armies, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Master, Xiao Huang can help you enhance the attribute value of your hacking skills, but it will cost you 200 million. Would you consider it? Xiao Huang chicken said to Chen Nan. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry! I agree, give me a promotion now. Chen Nan rolled his eyes and was really speechless. Yes, master. The little yellow chicken received Chen Nan's order and immediately began to upgrade his hacking skill value. Master, your hacker skill value attribute has been increased by 10 levels, consuming 200 million yuan. The little yellow chicken turned around, and Chen Nan suddenly felt a series of codes appear in his mind. Then he entered the code into his computer, and it only took him 2 seconds to crack the codes and addresses of the water armies in the live broadcast room. This attribute value is so useful, why didn't you tell me earlier? Chen Nan was angry in his heart again. This little yellow chicken really didn't tell him such a good method until the last moment. Hee hee! Little yellow chicken, I just thought of it too. The little yellow chicken showed a simple smile and said with a smile. Found it. Chen Nan curled his lips, looked at the computer screen, and said to Wang Dequan and Xia Yingying beside him. These people are really just water armies. All these bad reviews are fabricated. Qin Nan pointed to the address and code on the computer screen and explained to Wang Dequan and the others. The addresses of these water army are actually the same, which means that their server terminals are all in the same place. Can we find out who hired them? Wang Dequan's expression was also very serious, because he believed that someone was trying to destroy their united innovation behind the scenes. Qin Nan continued typing out a series of codes on his shoulder, saying, "We found out right away. The people behind these online scams must have hired computer experts, so the firewalls are also encrypted layer by layer. It's so vicious." Xia Yingying was very angry. Using all kinds of despicable means and insulting a girl like this, it's really not human behavior. Princess, wait a moment. I will soon find out who is behind this. Qin Nan glanced at Qingij and whispered into his microphone. At this time, Qingij was in a very good state. Although there were still negative comments in the comments, the smile on her face was still very bright. She even extended her hand and made an "okay" gesture towards Qin Nan, then continued to speak into her phone screen. "I know my fans are watching my live broadcast. Don't pay attention to those bad reviews. They are all scams. I'm not afraid of them at all." When Qin Nan heard what Qingij said, he smiled and nodded. It seems that Qingij has adjusted her mentality very well now, so he needs to work harder. Qin Nan looked at the computer screen and continued typing code on the keyboard. After the upgrade, the hacker's technical response was much faster than before. He could now see that the hackers behind the scenes had noticed that he seemed to be breaking through their firewall, so they were continuing to increase their own firewall. Qin Nan curled his lips. It was useless. There was no way the technology over there could beat his upgraded hacking skills. "Brother Dequan, don't worry. I can find the address of the other party's terminal in less than 10 seconds. Qin Nan showed a very confident smile on his face, and his fingers skillfully tapped a series of ultimate codes on the keyboard. 3, 2, 1. When Qin Nan counted down to the last number, a series of green numbers appeared on the computer screen. "Success," said Qin Nan. "Have you found out? Who is it?" Wang Dequan and Xia Yingying hurried over and asked. Qin Nan looked at the green number on the computer screen, then entered it into the address search entry, and a name immediately appeared on the screen. Chapter 67, Settling Accounts with the GUI Group. Qin Nan looked at the name on the computer and immediately frowned. Quark's Real Estate Group Development Limited. Qin Nan suddenly realized and remembered that he had actually forgotten about Gui Yuqing's grandson. Damn! He was the one behind this. It turns out that those internet trolls who posted bad reviews were not targeting Qingij or United Chuangchuang, but were targeting him, Qin Nan. Gui Real Estate Group Development Company Limited? Wang Dequan said in some confusion when he saw the name on the computer. This company seems to be a very powerful real estate company in Jiahai City. It has no interest connection with our United Chuangchuang. Xia Yingying was also very confused and said in wonder. Besides, there is no need for such a big company to make things difficult for us. Wang Dequan also nodded. He had no idea why the Gui Group would target them. Qin Nan's eyes were cold. He had been busy these past few days and had even forgotten about Gui Yuqing's grandson. Zhuiqi had always worried about Gui Yuqing's revenge after offending him. But Qin Nan didn't take it to heart at all, because he had the godly rich system and the little yellow chicken, so he wasn't afraid at all. However, no one expected that Gui Yuqing would actually investigate United Innovation, and that he wanted to bring down his company. Regardless, Wang Dequan, Xia Yingying, and the other employees in the company are innocent. Especially Qingij, she has endured unwarranted abuse. Qin Nan's brows were furrowed at this moment, his fingers unconsciously clenched into fists, and anger rose in his eyes. I didn't expect that Gui Yuqing's grandson would be so despicable and use such tricks behind the scenes. Qin Nan. Wang Dequan saw that Qin Nan seemed to be in a trance, so he quickly reached out and pushed his arm. Brother Dequan, I know what's going on. Qin Nan came back to his senses. He looked at Wang Dequan and still felt very guilty. Because of his fault, United Innovation was implicated and Qingij was attacked without reason, which made him even angrier. Qin Nan, what should we do now? The bad comments in the live broadcast room are still pouring in. Xia Yingying asked hurriedly. Qin Nan thought about it and decided there was no need to alert them yet, so he said to them. I'm going to use hacking techniques to block any malicious comments from the live stream. After saying that, he entered a series of codes on the computer, and almost at the same time in the live broadcast room, the negative comments disappeared in an instant. There are 3 million people in the live broadcast room at this time. It seems that nearly half of them are water armies. Gidge, the live broadcast room has returned to normal now. You can continue the live broadcast. There will be no more problems, Chen-Nan told Chen-Gidge into the microphone. Chen-Gidge heard Chen-Nan's words through the invisible earphones. She nodded, her face clearly relieved, and said to the phone screen, "There were some minor problems in the live broadcast room just now, but they have been handled now. Thank you for the support of the fans. Now we can continue to chat happily." Chen-Nan has to say that Chen-Gidge's ability to control the situation is still very strong, and she knows very well how to interact with fans. When Wang Dequan and Xia Yingying saw that the bad comments had disappeared and the live broadcast room had returned to calm, they both relaxed and leaned back in their chairs. Finally done. Xia Yingying also smiled and turned to Chen-Nan and said. But at this time Chen-Nan's expression did not relax, he lowered his head in thought. Chen-Nan, what are you thinking about? Wang Dequan asked in some confusion. Yes, I really can't understand why the Gui group wants to attack us. Xia Yingying relaxed at this moment, and was also thinking. Chen-Nan suddenly stood up and bowed solemnly to the two of them. I apologize to you all here. This matter is related to me, but I will handle it. After saying that, he strode out of the live broadcast room, leaving only Wang Dequan and Xia Yingying confused. Chen-Nan drove directly to the underground parking lot, exuding a very cold aura. Master, where are we going? The little yellow chicken appeared and asked. Chen-Nan had already stepped on the accelerator and said, Find me the location of the Gui group, and then plan a route for navigation. Yes, master. The little yellow chicken immediately began to execute Chen-Nan's orders. The navigation was turned on, and Chen-Nan began to drive towards the location of Gui group according to the navigation instructions. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that the mission has been completed and the culprit behind the live broadcast accident has been found. As a reward, you will have an IQ increase of 100 points, and you will have an IQ comparable to that of a professor at Stanford University. At this moment, the Shinhouse system's prompt sound appeared again. As Chen-Nan drove, he felt his mind suddenly become much clearer. This is quite practical. Raising my IQ really helps me think about problems. Master, congratulations. The little yellow chicken made a good gesture with its wings and continued. Then how do you plan to deal with this matter? Chen-Nan was furious when he thought of Gui Yuqing's grandson. I should have dealt with him earlier, so that United Chuang and Chen-Gidge wouldn't be implicated. So this time, I will make sure that the Gui group disappears completely from Jiahai City. Wow! Master, you look really handsome when you say this. The little yellow chicken began to compliment Chen-Nan. Ding! Host of the Shinhouse system, a random task has been started to defeat the Gui group. Once you complete the task, you will be rewarded with a mysterious gift. The Shinhouse system's prompt sounded again. With an IQ comparable to that of a Stanford professor, this is no big deal, Chen-Nan said with a smile. Master, Little Yellow detects that you seem to be in a bad mood. Why is that? After all, Little Yellow Chicken is still an artificial intelligence system, so sometimes it doesn't quite understand human emotions. Chen-Nan's eyes darkened and he said nothing. Master, let's go and settle accounts with the Gui group now. Isn't this a very happy thing? Why did Little Yellow detect that the master doesn't seem to be in a very good mood? The little yellow chicken asked seriously with an innocent look on his face. While driving, Chen-Nan said to the little yellow chicken, Little Yellow, maybe you don't understand many human emotions. I'm unhappy now because I feel a little guilty, Chen-Nan said slowly. Guilt? The little yellow chicken didn't quite understand. Because this was a matter between Gui Yuqing and me, but because of my momentary negligence, he actually took revenge on United Innovation. This is like I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me, so I'm not in a good mood right now. Chapter 68 Limited Edition Suit. The little yellow chicken heard what Chen-Nan said, and then looked it up on his own. Master, I just looked it up in the dictionary, and I understand what you meant by that sentence. In other words, the owner is unhappy now because he feels sorry for Chen-Gidge and United Chuang Company. The little yellow chicken is still very smart. Chen Nan nodded. So now I want the Gui group to pay the price. Master is so awesome! The little yellow chicken suddenly jumped up. You are simply a domineering president now! Chen Nan was finally amused by what the little yellow chicken said. Little yellow, I advise you to input less data from romance novels. It makes you a Mary Sue. The building of Gui Group is located in the most prosperous area of Jiahai City, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. In order for a company to own a property here, besides being extremely wealthy, it must also have certain connections in Jiahai City, otherwise it would be impossible. This building has more than 70 floors and is the headquarters of the Gui Group. The glass of the entire building is golden. The sunlight is reflected on the glass, and the entire building radiates golden light, which is very exaggerated. No wonder they are so arrogant. Look at this building, it's quite extravagant. Chen Nan parked the car aside, a disdainful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Master, we need access passes to enter the building. Xiao Huang had already done the research. I've already logged into their system and got the pass for you. Xiao Huang, you've learned to answer questions quickly now. Chen Nan nodded with satisfaction. It seems that your artificial intelligence can really evolve. Master, please call me anytime if you have any instructions. Xiao Huang's face flushed, and he felt a little embarrassed. So, after Chen Nan got out of the car, he found that all the cars parked nearby were luxury cars, and the lowest-end one was a Maserati. Those Rolls-Royces are very common, and many of them are limited edition sports cars. His eyes were filled with sarcasm. Guess I should really bring my Bugatti Veyron over here too. Chen Nan came to the door of the building and showed his pass. The security guard at the door looked at him with some confusion, thinking that he looked unfamiliar. What? Didn't you see the pass? Chen Nan asked indifferently. I just think you look a little unfamiliar. The security guard looked Chen Nan up and down, because he was dressed very casually, and the people coming in and out of this building were all senior white-collar workers, all wearing Hermes suits, so Chen Nan seemed a little out of place here. Chen Nan took a look at the clothes of the people around him and understood the security guard's doubts. He was calm and composed, without a trace of panic, and said calmly, My suit is in the locker room. If you don't believe me, come with me. The security guard looked at Chen Nan with suspicion and said, I'll go to the locker room with you. After all, there are many low-level employees who want to sneak into our Gui Group. His words were very insulting because many people forge their academic qualifications in order to work in the Gui Group. Therefore, every year the Gui Group thoroughly checks the identity backgrounds of all employees in the company, and the security guards here are also told to keep a close eye on those low-level employees who want to climb up the Gui Group. When Chen Nan heard what the security guard said, his eyes were cold, and he said calmly, If I were an employee here, wouldn't it be embarrassing for me if you questioned me like this? I have been working as a security guard in Gui Group for many years. You can't be an employee of our company with the way you are dressed. The people working here are all senior white-collar workers, and the suits they wear are shockingly expensive. The security guard took another close look at Chen Nan's casual clothes, and he was certain in his heart that he must be one of the low-level employees who wanted to sneak into Gui Group. What would you do if I were an employee here? Chen Nan didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, If you're wrong, just quit. Chen Nan felt very sad. Security guards were obviously considered working class, so why did they discriminate so much against people of their own class? This is what it means to be infected by an exploitative company like the Gui Group, and become a guard dog. The security guard was stunned when he heard what Chen Nan said. This job is very important to him. Besides the high salary, he feels that being a security guard here is also very prestigious, and he can brag about it. At this time, other employees around also looked sideways. Although they did not stop to look at Chen Nan, they all looked at Chen Nan with contempt. Because when they saw the way Chen Nan was dressed, they thought he looked like a beggar outside. Chen Nan also noticed the looks of those employees and said calmly, I'm in a hurry now. If you don't go to the locker room with me, then I'll leave. After saying that, he strode in very confidently. Although the security guard was a little hesitant, he saw that Chen Nan had already walked in. If he really was not an employee of the Gui Group, then his crime would be even greater. So the security guard quickly caught up with Chen Nan. Master, take the elevator from here, Go to the third floor and turn left to reach the changing room. Xiao Huang has prepared the latest Hermes suit for you, Xiao Huang said in Chen Nan's ear. Very good. Chen Nan raised the corner of his mouth and got into the elevator very skillfully according to what Xiao Huang said. The security guard followed behind him, feeling a little uneasy because he saw that Chen Nan seemed to be very familiar with the route here. Chen Nan came to the door of the locker room, where employees were required to use their special fingerprints. He put his finger on the fingerprint recognition area and actually opened the door directly. Of course, this was also handled by Xiao Huang just now. The security guard now felt even more guilty because only employees of the Gui Group could input fingerprints. Chen Nan ignored the security guard and walked straight into the dressing room. Following Xiao Huang's instructions, he found a cabinet. After opening it, he found the latest Hermes haute couture suit inside. This suit is a limited edition in the world, with only 3 sets. One of them is with the British royal family's Prince William, another is with the world superstar Mike, and the third one is right in front of Chen Nan. This suit looks very low-key and luxurious, but it actually has a secret. If you look closely, you will find that the cuffs are made of very rare dark blue diamonds, and the buttons are also made of top-grade black agate. It looks pretty good. Chen Nan nodded with satisfaction, then took out the suit and put it on. Chapter 69. The Gui Group becomes mine. When Chen Nan put on this suit, his whole aura came out immediately. He always liked to wear casual clothes before, which made him feel more relaxed and comfortable. But he never expected that he would look so elegant in this limited edition Hermes suit. This suit seems to be tailor-made for him, and with his tall and thin figure, he looks like a European or American model. Master! You are so handsome! Xiao Huang is definitely not complimenting you. I am just telling the truth. The little yellow chicken also jumped up and said to Chen Nan. Chen Nan looked at himself in the mirror, adjusted his collar, and then casually scratched his hair with his hands. Master, I have also prepared a pair of Dior's latest gold-rimmed glasses for you. They are in the cabinet, Xiao Huang suddenly said. I didn't expect you to be so good at matching. Chen Nan smiled, took out the glasses from the cabinet, and put them on his face. He now looks just like the young and handsome Leonardo DiCaprio in The Great Gatsby, and his whole body exudes the temperament of a big Wall Street banker. It does seem like the right way to negotiate with Gui Yuqing and Guo Wanjin's grandsons. Chen Nan nodded with satisfaction, his lips curled up, looking very confident and handsome. Master, if you walk on the street now, you will definitely be discovered by a scout and made into a star, the little yellow chicken said with admiration. Xiao Huang, you are so good at speaking today. Has the system learned some new skills of complimenting people? Chen Nan said jokingly. Of course not, Master, Xiao Huang is telling the truth. The little yellow chicken showed an honest smile and said to him, while turning in circles. Chen Nan smiled at the mirror and said, Let's go. There was a very confident smile on his face, and his whole body exuded a strong aura. He strode out of the locker room. At this time, the security guard at the door had a look of anxiety on his face. He had actually been a little panicked since Chen Nan entered the locker room. When he saw Chen Nan's attire, he thought he was a poor college student who must be trying to sneak into their Gui Group. But he didn't expect Chen Nan to be so calm and composed and walked straight into the locker room. When he saw Chen Nan coming out of the locker room again, he immediately froze in place, his eyes wide open in shock. What? Don't you recognize me? Chen Nan smiled faintly, walked up to the security guard, and looked down at him. Security guards like this are nothing but snobs. In fact, Chen Nan doesn't want to argue with him, he just thinks he is pathetic. You! The security guard was scared when he saw Chen Nan wearing a limited edition suit and exuding a very strong elite aura. I'm sorry! I really didn't expect that you are really an employee of Gui Group. The security guard quickly bowed and apologized. He thought to himself, judging from the appearance of this person, maybe he is a senior executive of Gui Group. Chen Nan curled his lips. In fact, he felt that being a security guard was also very hard, so he said lightly, It's okay, I won't really ask you to quit. I know how important this job is to you. The security guard was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected Chen Nan to be so understanding, so he quickly thanked him. Thank you. You really are a man of few words. Chen Nan chuckled. Once the Gui Group becomes mine, you'll have no choice but to work for me. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving the security guard standing there in shock. Master, the president's office of Gui Group is on the 66th floor. Xiao Huang and Qin Nan have become more and more tacitly acquainted and have already found the route for him. Qin Nan followed Xiao Huang's instructions and walked into the elevator. There happened to be some other employees in the elevator. As soon as Qin Nan stepped on it, all the other female employees were excited. They were all whispering, "Oh my God! Who is he? He's so handsome! Did you see the suit he's wearing? It looks like a limited edition Hermes runway piece. He might not be an employee. Maybe he's Mr. Gui's relative or nephew. He's so handsome." Qin Nan heard the female employees talking, but just smiled and pretended not to hear. Qin Nan? At this moment, a very pleasant voice came from behind. Qin Nan was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw a very intellectually dressed beauty. This beauty looked very familiar, but he couldn't remember her for a moment. "Qin Nan, it's really you!" The beautiful woman showed a very bright smile. "Who are you?" Qin Nan still couldn't remember, but looking at the smile of this beauty, he thought she was very beautiful. "I'm Lin Qing. We went to the same junior high school," Lin Qing said with a smile. "I didn't expect you to work at the Gui Group. How come I haven't seen you before?" Qin Nan thought about it for a while, then he remembered that Lin Qing was the school belle of their junior high school. Although he and Lin Qing had no connection, he had coveted her beauty when he was young and frivolous. Later, he heard that her family sent her abroad for further studies, and there was no news about her anymore. Everyone has a dream lover, but Lin Qing was the dream lover of every boy in junior high school. It was a coincidence that I ran into her at the Gui Group. "Oh, I remember now, isn't this the school belle?" Qin Nan showed a hearty smile on his face, and then nodded at Lin Qing. When the other female employees saw Qin Nan chatting and laughing with Lin Qing, they all showed a very jealous expression on their faces. "Qin Nan, you're doing pretty well now." Lin Qing also noticed the Hermes suit Qin Nan was wearing, so he said jokingly, "I'm a project director at the Gui Group. How about you?" Qin Nan smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "I don't work for the Gui Group, but..." "But what?" Lin Qing blinked her big watery eyes and asked. "Nothing." Qin Nan smiled. "I'm actually here to discuss business." Just at this moment, the elevator stopped at the 66th floor. Qin Nan smiled and said, "I'm here. I'm leaving first." "Okay. Goodbye." Lin Qing also showed a very polite smile and waved to Qin Nan. After Qin Nan went down, Lin Qing noticed that he went down from the 66th floor, which was the president's office. "The handsome guy just now came down from the floor where our general manager Guo works. Oh my God! He actually went to talk business with General Manager Guo," the female employee in the elevator exclaimed. Yeah. If I could be with a man like this, I'd be willing to die." Chapter 70. Encountering the Junior High School Beauty. Lin Qing listened to the discussions of the female employees, and her expression seemed to change. She thought to herself, "I never thought that someone who looked so hopeless in junior high school would be doing so well now." In fact, Lin Qing in junior high school was a goddess-level figure, and had never paid attention to a boy like Qin Nan. At first glance, Qin Nan seems to be the kind of male classmate who doesn't like to study, and is idle all day long. But the reason why Lin Qing remembered him was because of a basketball game. Girls of that age all like to watch boys play basketball. Although Lin Qing is a goddess, she is no exception. One time, she passed by the basketball court, and saw Qin Nan playing basketball. He was very confident and sunny on the court, and his dunks were also very crisp. Lin Qing was only attracted to Qin Nan for a few seconds, and then she went abroad for further studies at her family's arrangement. After returning to China, she came to work at the Gui Group. You know, Gui Group is now the largest real estate company in Jiahai City. She feels very proud to be able to work here. But I never expected to meet Qin Nan today, and it seems that he is doing quite well. Just as Lin Qing was reminiscing, he found that he had also arrived, so he shook his head and walked out. Qin Nan came to the 66th floor, which was Guo Wanjin's office. "Master, who was that beautiful lady just now?" At this moment, the little yellow chicken suddenly appeared and asked in a very gossipy tone. You are indeed a gossiper. Chen Nan glanced at the little yellow chicken. That was the school beauty of my junior high school. She was a goddess-level figure back then. Master, do you like her? The little yellow chicken continued to gossip. Chen Nan thought for a moment and answered seriously. At that time, she was indeed the goddess in the eyes of all boys, but I was okay. I just coveted her beauty. Master, Xiao Huang thinks that school beauty seems to like you. Xiao Huang showed a smirk on his face and spoke to Chen Nan in a very mysterious tone. Huh! Don't talk nonsense. We never talked to each other when we were in school. Chen Nan thought the little yellow chicken was joking with him. Master, Xiao Huang just detected that the school beauty's heartbeat accelerated when she was talking to you, and her eyes were obviously evasive when she looked at you. So Xiao Huang can guess that she is interested in you, Master, said the little yellow chicken seriously. Chen Nan was slightly startled and glanced at the little yellow chicken. Then he realized that the little yellow chicken was not joking with him. It was an artificial intelligence, so it could only analyze based on this kind of data. But this kind of data is often the most real. Just like when you see someone you like, dopamine is secreted, which produces a very happy feeling. No way. Chen Nan was a little suspicious, but there was a hint of happiness in his heart. If you find out now that your junior high school goddess is interested in you, which man wouldn't be happy? Yes, that's human nature. Hello, sir. This is the General Staff Office of Agua Group. Do you have an appointment? At this time, Chen Nan had already walked to the door of Guo Wanjin's office. There is a lost woman here who is dressed very gorgeously, has a very hot body, and has a very strong perfume on her body. Chen Nan frowned and took a step back. The smell of perfume was really unbearable for him. Guo Wanjin has such a female secretary here, but she is not his secretary at all. It is obvious that they have an improper relationship. The female secretary could tell at a glance that Chen Nan was wearing a limited edition Hermes catwalk suit. Adding on the fact that Chen Nan was handsome and had a good figure, the smile on her face suddenly became even more charming. Sir, my name is Amy. If you don't have an appointment, I might consider passing a message to our Guozone for you. The female secretary took a step towards Chen Nan and looked at him very bluntly. When Chen Nan saw Amy's appearance and the strong smell of perfume on her body, he felt very nauseous and wanted to vomit. Xiao Huang, please make an appointment for me quickly. I really don't want to look at this Amy for even a second. Chen Nan frowned, took another step back, and said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Yes, master. The little yellow chicken immediately turned around and said, It's done, master. I have an appointment. My name is Chen Nan. Please go check it out. Chen Nan frowned and said to Amy, Mr. Chen Nan, your suit looks really nice, and you look great too. Amy threw Chen Nan a wink, then went to her desk to look up some records. Mr. Chen Nan, right? I found your appointment record. You can come in now. Amy smiled charmingly and opened the office door for Chen Nan. Chen Nan nodded expressionlessly at Amy and hurried in. He really couldn't stand the smell of perfume. If he didn't leave here, he would probably vomit. Guo Wanjin's office is very luxurious, with valuable antique calligraphy and paintings placed everywhere, and the carpet on the floor is also high-end goods. As soon as he came in, he smelled a very strong smell of cigarettes. Chen Nan's eyes darkened and he walked straight towards the desk. You are Guo Wanjin. Chen Nan saw a middle-aged man sitting in front of a huge mahogany desk with gold thread. The man was a little fat, wearing a dark green suit and holding a big cigar in his mouth. His eyes looked very cunning. Chen Nan knew very well that the person who could build the Guo Group to its current status must have some ability. Are you Chen Nan? Guo Wanjin didn't seem surprised by Chen Nan's arrival. He took a puff of his cigar and said, You are the one who beat up my son? Yes. Chen Nan raised his eyebrows slightly and said to Guo Wanjin, Do you know who I am? How dare you touch my son? Guo Wanjin said with a mocking smile. I investigated you and found out that you are just a small employee of United Innovation. You are really brave. Chen Nan is protected by the super-rich system, so ordinary people cannot find out his actual assets. Therefore, Guo Wanjin still thinks that Chen Nan is just a small employee. Do you know that for me, crushing a small company like United Chuang is as easy as crushing an ant? Guo Wanjin blew out a smoke ring, his eyes full of disdain. Do you think that you are a superior person just because you borrowed a suit? The lowliness in your heart will accompany you for the rest of your life. Despicable people should be at the bottom of society. Guo Wanjin's smile was very greasy. Chapter 71 changed my mind. Chen Nan looked at Guo Wanjin's attitude and knew that this person was even more disgusting than Guo Yuqing. Guo Yuqing was probably just a rich second generation who relied on his father's wealth to do evil. But Guo Wanjin has a condescending attitude, thinking that just because he has money, he can dictate other people's lives. And the way he looks down on others is really infuriating. Master, do we need to use the godly rich system now? We can directly acquire his Guo group. It will only take 10 seconds to make the Guo group ours. The little yellow chicken also heard what Guo Wanjin said and was very angry. Originally, this was Chen Nan's plan. As long as he agreed, Little Yellow Chicken could immediately help him acquire the Guo group, and then Guo Wanjin would be a pauper. But when Chen Nan heard what Guo Wanjin said just now, he suddenly changed his mind. He felt that if he did that, it would be too easy for him. This kind of scumbag must be made to experience step by step the feeling of losing the things he cares about most. Of course, the only thing this kind of person cares about most is money. What? Young man, if you kneel down and apologize to me now, I can still forgive you. Ha! Guo Wanjin's attitude was very arrogant, and his smile looked very greasy. Ding! The godly rich system reminds the host that you have triggered a new task. Use your wisdom to defeat Guo Wanjin and make him convinced. You will be directly promoted to a higher level in social value. At this moment, the voice of the godly rich system sounded in Chen Nan's mind again. Okay, I must complete this task, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Master, why are you doing this? Why don't we just acquire the Guo group directly? It will be much easier. The little yellow chicken didn't quite understand why Chen Nan made this decision. Xiao Huang, you don't understand. This Guo Wanjin makes people so disgusted. The only way we can make him feel the pain is to torture him slowly. Chen Nan curled the corners of his mouth and said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Guo Wanjin, if you were really that capable, I wouldn't have discovered that it was your Guo group that hired internet trolls to post negative comments during the live broadcast. Chen Nan said lightly, his eyes revealing confidence. As expected, when these words were spoken, Guo Wanjin was slightly stunned. I know you had hackers here during the live broadcast. The Guo group is such a wealthy company. I believe the hackers they hired must be very powerful. It's just... Chen Nan stared at Guo Wanjin intently and continued. I still managed to find your address. Sorry, I also saved the evidence of you hiring cyber trolls. Guo Wanjin's eyes darkened, and he took another puff of his cigar, then said with a sly smile. So what? This is nothing more than a business dispute. How can such a small case affect a company like the Guo group? It's ridiculous. Chen Nan took a step forward, smiled and sighed, and continued to say to Guo Wanjin. Guo Wanjin, I really don't know how you, as a CEO, can do it. You can't even figure out such a small thing. I was able to find your address from the live broadcast, which means my hacking skills are better than those of the people you hired. This also means... Chen Nan's eyes turned cold, and he stared at Guo Wanjin closely, saying, I can access all the computers in your company at will. I can check all the accounts of your Guo group, including some black accounts that you don't want others to know. As soon as these words were spoken, Guo Wanjin's expression indeed changed. He looked at the young man in front of him with some surprise. He didn't look that aggressive. But for some reason, there was a very strong murderous intent in his eyes. Guo Wanjin, if your Guo group does not have any black accounts, and every penny you earn is very clean, then I think you don't need to worry. Let's just handle it as a business dispute. Chen Nan smiled. When he saw Guo Wanjin's expression, he knew that his move was right. I can sue you for hacking into the Guo group's computers and stealing business secrets. Guo Wanjin finally couldn't sit still anymore. He threw the cigar in his hand to the ground, burning a hole in the high-end carpet. Or I'd say you're stupid. Didn't I just tell you that I can enter and exit your company's system at will? Do you think I can leave any evidence? Chen Nan chuckled, and this time he looked at Guo Wanjin with a mocking look. What do you want? Guo Wanjin had never been threatened like this in his life. For a moment he felt that his self-esteem was being trampled upon by others, and he slammed the table in anger. Guowan Jin, now you know what it feels like to trample on other people's dignity, right? Chen Nan took another step forward, his eyes fixed on Guowan Jin, and spoke to him word by word. I have a good temper, but I will avenge my grudges. If you dare to touch United Innovation, I will make your Gui Group disappear from Jiahai City forever. Guowan Jin was stunned. When he looked at this young man just now, he just felt that he was overestimating his own abilities and dared to break into the Gui Group alone. But now it seems that this young man's aura is really very strong. Moreover, his eyes reveal a domineering look that makes people feel scared unconsciously. Who are you? You can't be just a small employee in United Innovation. Who are you? Did someone send you to bring me down? Guowan Jin was very angry at this time, and his emotions had disrupted his thinking. Guowan Jin, haven't you already investigated me? What? Is this all your Gui Group is capable of? Chen Nan's tone was full of disdain. At this time, Guowan Jin stared at Chen Nan with wide eyes, very shocked. Tell me, what do you want? How much? Guowan Jin tried to bribe Chen Nan with money. Haha. Chen Nan's eyes were filled with sarcasm. Do you think I'm short of money? Guowan Jin, if I wanted to, I could acquire your Gui Group within 10 seconds. But I didn't do it. Do you know why? Chen Nan looked down at Guowan Jin and said. If someone else said this, Guowan Jin would just think that this guy was crazy and was bragging without even thinking. But looking at Chen Nan in front of him, Guowan Jin knew that he was not lying and he really had the ability to do so. At this time, Guowan Jin's face was covered with cold sweat and he was shaking uncontrollably. Why? He said with a trembling voice. Chen Nan's face showed a very confident smile, and he slowly said, Because I want you to feel what it means to do evil and then perish. Chapter 72. The Gui Group collapsed. Guowan Jin looked at Chen Nan, completely stunned. He would never have thought that he would fall into the hands of such a kid. Guowan Jin, but I can leave you a way out. Chen Nan curled the corners of his mouth, took out a pen from the pen holder on the table, and placed it in front of Guowan Jin. If you voluntarily give me 80% of the shares of Gui Group, I can let you and your son go. Chen Nan did this on purpose because he knew very well that people like Guowan Jin would never willingly give their wealth to others. As expected, Guowan Jin wanted to beg Chen Nan to let him go. But when he heard Chen Nan ask him to give him shares in his company, he immediately hesitated. If it weren't for the fact that people are all greedy, people like Guowan Jin would be completely hopeless. In fact, Chen Nan could have obtained the Gui Group by using the Shenhao system, but he did not do so. Because Guowan Jin hurt United Innovation and also hurt Chengij and others, he wanted to let Guowan Jin feel the feeling of completely losing something he cared about. Guowan Jin, I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't want it. Chen Nan smiled faintly, looking at Guowan Jin with contempt in his eyes. Then, Chen Nan said to Little Yellow Chicken in his mind, Little Yellow, send all the problematic accounts of the Gui Group directly to the Public Security Department's system now. Yes, Master! Xiao Huang received Chen Nan's order and immediately took action. Master, all the black accounts of the Gui Group have been packaged and sent to the Public Security Department's computer, Xiao Huang said to Chen Nan. Chen Nan looked at Guowan Jin and said condescendingly, Guowan Jin, say goodbye to your Gui Group. After saying that, he turned around and left without looking back, and Guowan Jin fainted directly on his sofa chair. Ding! The Shenhao system reminds you that you have completed a random task. Your social value has been upgraded to a high level, rewarding you with extraordinary business acumen. At this moment, the Shenhao system's prompt sound appeared in Chen Na's mind. Xiao Huang, what does this reward mean? Chen Nan asked with some confusion. Master, this extraordinary business acumen will allow you to possess very precise financial logic and business acumen when running a company. Xiao Huang explained to Chen Nan. This skill can only be demonstrated when you run a company. Okay, I understand. He felt that this skill was very useful, whether it was used on himself or to help joint crowd creation. When Chen Nan walked out of the office, Amy thought she was Guowan Jin's client. Mr. Chen, are you leaving now? Amy threw Chen Nan another coquettish glance and said in a coquettish voice. Chen Nan stopped, turned to look at Amy, and then slowly walked in front of her. He suppressed the pungent smell of perfume and said to Amy, "You'd better go see your boss quickly. He has fainted." Amy was stunned for a moment before she realized something seemed wrong. "Mr. Gua! Mr. Gua!" She rushed into the office wearing her 10-centimeter high heels. 3 days later. Chen Nan was off that day and was at home painting with Wang Jinjin. "Uncle Chen, do you think the little rabbit I drew is pretty?" Wang Jinjin looked at Chen Nan expectantly, blinking her big eyes, her tone very innocent. "Of course it looks good, it's so lifelike." Chen Nan nodded seriously. "Uncle Du, please take a look at my painting. Is it nice?" Wang Jinjin happily ran to Duan again. At this time, Duan was wearing an apron and cleaning. Chen Nan thought it was really funny to see Duan, a grown boy, cleaning the house. "Duan, don't you feel embarrassed as a grown man wearing an apron?" Chen Nan deliberately teased Duan. "Jinjin's paintings are very beautiful." Duan also took a look at Wang Jinjin's paintings and gave a thumbs up. He looked at Chen Nan again and said, "Master, Duan is your butler. This is what I should do. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. You seem to be enjoying it." Chen Nan felt that Duan's wooden personality was indeed a bit silly. "Jinjin, if you like painting so much, Uncle Chen will help you sign up for an art class. We will invite the best teachers to teach you, so that you can learn to paint well." Chen Nan thought of this when he saw that Wang Jinjin seemed to have a great passion for painting. "Really?" Wang Jinjin's eyes were filled with surprise, and she said to Chen Nan happily, "Uncle Chen, you are so kind." Seeing Wang Jinjin so happy, Chen Nan also felt very happy. "Xiao Huang, please help me find the best art teacher and ask him to come to my house to teach Jinjin how to paint," Chen Nan said to Xiao Huang in his heart. "Yes, master." Xiao Huang received the order and immediately started to operate. "Master, I have made an appointment with a teacher named Zhao Xiaorui. He will come at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon," Xiao Huang said to Chen Nan. "Very good." Chen Nan nodded with satisfaction. The latest news from Jiahai City: Mr. Guo Jin, a well-known real estate entrepreneur, has been detained by police on suspicion of money laundering, illegal fundraising, and other crimes. It's reported that the Gua Group has strong evidence and is facing bankruptcy. Tens of thousands of employees within the Gua Group are also facing unemployment. At this moment, the news was being broadcast on TV. Chen Nan looked at the TV. The screen showed the entrance of the Gua Group building. Many employees were holding signs such as, "Give me back my wages," to protest. It seems that when the Gua Group went bankrupt, it did not pay the employees' wages. Guo Jin is really vicious. Even after he fell from power, he didn't even pay his employees' wages in the end. This kind of boss must be thinking, since I'm bankrupt, there's no need to pay employees. Anyway, the result is like this, and those employees are unlikely to go to the prison to ask him for money. Duan also looked at the TV and said slowly, "Yes, so this kind of people are the most selfish." Chen Nan nodded thoughtfully. In fact, he felt a little guilty at the moment, because Guo Wanjin's downfall was also his fault. However, he didn't expect that he would not even pay his employees' wages, which indeed led to many people being laid off. When he thought of this, Chen Nan said to Xiao Huang, "Xiao Huang, let's acquire the Gua Group now and let those employees continue to work. Everything will return to normal. They are just working for me." Chapter 73, Changing the Name to Dongmu Group. "Yes, master." Xiao Huang received Chen Nan's order and started operating the system. "By the way, Xiao Huang, the news of my acquisition of the Gua Group must be kept confidential. Brother Daquan and the others will definitely notice such big news, so we should keep a low profile," Chen Nan added. "No problem, master." Xiao Huang immediately understood Chen Nan's idea, and then went to operate the system. "Master, Xiao Huang has acquired the Gua Group for you. You can notify the employees to go back to work tomorrow." Xiao Huang continued to speak seriously to Chen Nan. "But master, you are now the president of the Gua Group, so we need to change the company's name. You also need to take care of the company's affairs, so it may be very busy. Now I finally understand why the godly rich system rewarded me with business acumen before. Now it really comes in handy." Chen Nan found it a little funny. He thought for a moment, then said to Xiao Huang, "Then we'll officially change the name to Dongmu Group." "Master, why is it Dongmu?" Xiao Huang asked in some confusion. Because my name is Chen Nan, Dongmu is just one of the two characters in my name, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in a rather cocky tone. What do you think? Your master, am very creative, right? Master is right. Xiao Huang nodded. Then from now on it will be called Dongmu Group Company, Limited. Chen Nan nodded with satisfaction. This way, those employees would not be unemployed and they could continue to work here. He suddenly thought that Lin Qing was also in this company. Now that this company was his, would she continue to work here? Master, what are you thinking about? Xiao Huang showed a wicked smile on his face. Master, I see spring in your eyes. Are you thinking about some woman? Xiao Huang, I think you've been a little cocky lately. Chen Nan rolled his eyes and continued to say to the little yellow chicken. If you keep being so silly, I'll have the system change your name to Samba Chicken. No, no, no. Master, I was wrong. I don't want to be called a bitch. It's really ugly, and it sounds like I'm cursing. Xiao Huang quickly admitted his mistake. His desire to survive was really overflowing. Humph. It's okay as long as you know you're wrong. Chen Nan smiled proudly. This little yellow chicken has been too arrogant recently. Just at this moment, Chen Nan's cell phone rang. It was an unknown number. He was a little puzzled, so he answered the call. Hello? Chen Nan said. Are you Chen Nan? I'm Zhang Daqiang, your junior high school classmate. Do you still remember me? There was a man's voice on the other end of the phone, and it sounded very enthusiastic. Chen Nan thought about it for a moment, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Oh, it's Qiangzi. Why is it you? Zhang Daqiang and Chen Nan were really good friends when they were in junior high school. They played ball together, skipped classes and fought in groups. The two kept in touch until high school, but later Zhang Daqiang's family moved to another city and the two lost contact. Chen Nan never expected that his good friend from junior high school would actually call him. Nanzi, you still remember me? I'm so happy. I thought you had forgotten me, your good friend. Zhang Daqiang and Chen Nan said jokingly. That's impossible. Qiangzi, I'm so surprised that you called me. Chen Nan was also really happy. Nanzi, didn't I move away when I was in high school? I came back recently and thought of you. Zhang Daqiang's voice was filled with emotion when he said this. What's your job now? Are you doing well? Chen Nan thought for a moment and said slowly. Hey! That's it, working as an employee in a company. Nanzi, I'm running my own business now and making money. If you need any help, just let me know. We are close friends, there's nothing to say about that. Zhang Daqiang sounded a little cocky when he said this. Okay, if I need anything, I will definitely ask you for help, Qiangzi. Chen Nan smiled and said. By the way, Nanzi, it's rare for me to come back this time, and I want to organize a class reunion. You must come! Zhang Daqiang suddenly said with a smile. Didn't I always have a crush on that school beauty Lin Qing in junior high school? I'll see if I can contact her and organize a class reunion so we can have some fun. When Chen Nan heard Lin Qing's name, he was slightly stunned. This was too much of a coincidence. He had just seen her a few days ago. Nanzi, is this okay? You have to come. I miss you so much. Zhang Daqiang didn't wait for Chen Nan to answer and continued. Then it's settled. I'll text you the time and place tonight. After saying that, Zhang Daqiang hung up the phone. Ding! The Shenhouse system reminds the host that your social value has increased by 100 points. Increasing social value through interpersonal communication can greatly improve your emotional intelligence attribute value. After reaching a certain level, you can unlock the title of social expert. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Shenhouse system sounded in Chen Nan's mind again. Chen Nan wasn't really into socializing. It was a real hassle. But since the super-rich system also assessed this attribute, he had no choice but to attend the class reunion. The next day at noon, Wang Yani cooked a table full of dishes. She knew that Chen Nan had helped Wang Xinjin invite an art teacher to come to her home for lessons, and she cooked this dish specifically to thank him. Chen Nan also knew what Wang Yani meant by doing this, because she was a relatively reserved woman, and this was her way of expressing gratitude. Chen Nan, this is the chicken soup I spent 6 hours cooking. I know you've been working very hard lately, so you should drink more. Wan Yani poured a bowl of soup for Chen Nan and said a little embarrassedly, "Thank you, Sister Wang." Chen Nan nodded with a smile, then took a sip of the chicken soup, which was so delicious. "Uncle Chen, I will be able to attend art class soon. I am so happy," Wang Jinjin said happily while eating. "Jinjin, Uncle Chen bought a lot of art supplies specially for you. You will be able to see them when you are in class in the study later." Chen Nan specially asked Duan to purchase them. They are all the highest-end art supplies. "Chen Nan, I'm so sorry to have made you spend money again," Wan Yani said quickly, feeling a little embarrassed. "Sister Wang, this is a small matter. As long as Jinjin likes it, it's fine," Chen Nan said generously with a bright smile. "Thank you, Uncle Chen, you're so kind to Jinjin." Wang Jinjin was a very sensible child. She used her chopsticks to put a chicken drumstick into Chen Nan's bowl and said with a smile, "Uncle Chen, you can have the chicken drumstick. This is Jinjin's favorite. Jinjin is so well behaved." Chen Nan reached out and touched Wang Jinjin's head, saying with a smile. Chapter 74: The Mysterious Art Teacher. After dinner, Wang Jinjin couldn't wait to go to the study to see her new utensils. Chen Nan happened to have some work to deal with at the moment, so he returned to his room to deal with some joint crowd creation work issues. Because according to the previous arrangements made by Little Yellow Chicken, it should take 1 day to announce that the Gui Group will be officially renamed Dongmu Group. So when that time comes, Chen Nan will be busy. He planned to handle the work on the United Chuangchuang side first, so that after the Dongmu Group was officially announced, he would have more energy to deal with the work here. Even if the Dongmu Group was established, he didn't plan to tell Wang Dequan and the others that it was his own company. On the one hand, he was worried that others would not be able to accept it all at once, and on the other hand, he didn't want to feel distant from Wang Dequan and the others. Just as Chen Nan was working in his room, the doorbell downstairs rang and Duan went to open the door. "Hello, I am the art teacher here to teach. My name is Zhao Shirui." Zhao Shirui at the door turned out to be a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner, but he spoke fluent Chinese. She was wearing casual clothes, carrying a big bag, had her hair tied up in a high ponytail, and wore a pair of black-framed glasses. "Hello, I'm the butler Duan. I'll take you to the study now. You can tell me if you have any questions," Duan said very politely with a smile. "Thank you." Zhao Xiaorui showed a very mysterious smile on his face, and looked around as soon as he entered the door. "The decoration style is very tasteful, simple yet elegant." She nodded with satisfaction and said, "The master likes this style," Duan said as he took Zhao Xiaorui to the study. "Does your master like painting?" Zhao Xiaorui asked curiously. Duan shook his head slightly and said, "Master doesn't seem very interested." "Is that so?" Zhao Xiaorui seemed a little disappointed. "Then is your master single?" "I guess so, but Sister Wang has already moved in. Although the owner wants to help them, I think the owner likes Jinjin very much." As Duan was talking, he realized something was wrong and turned to look at Zhao Xiaorui. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, these things are our master's privacy. I shouldn't reveal them to you." "Hee hee. I just asked casually." Zhao Xiaorui smiled. "I don't mean anything else, please don't mind. Please come in, this is the study." Duan opened the door of the study. Zhao Xiaorui smiled and nodded and walked in. The afternoon passed quickly, and Zhao Xiaorui was teaching Wang Jinjin in the study. Chen Nan was also working in his room. It was almost dinner time when Duan knocked on Chen Nan's door. "Master, dinner will be ready soon," Duan said respectfully to Chen Nan. "Jinjin likes this teacher very much and has invited her to dinner." Chen Nan nodded. "Okay, then I'll go out and say hello now." He closed his computer, stretched, and adjusted his hair. Although he was wearing home clothes, he also exuded a capable temperament. Then Chen Nan opened the door, and before he walked into the living room, he heard a familiar voice. "Jinjin, you really have a talent for painting. The teacher likes you very much. You will definitely become a very outstanding artist in the future, and hold your own art exhibition." This is Zhao Xiaorui's voice. "Teacher Zhao, is that true?" Wang Jinjin's tone was extremely happy. It seemed that she really liked this art teacher. "Jinjin is such a beautiful girl, so her paintings are naturally the most beautiful." Zhao Xiaorui nodded seriously, making Wang Jinjin very happy. Chen Nan walked slowly towards the living room. He felt that Zhao Xiaorui's voice sounded familiar. When he saw Zhao Xiaorui in person, he froze immediately. Chen Nan! You're here! Zhao Xiaorui also saw Chen Nan and immediately rushed over to give him a big hug. Christina! Why is it you? Chen Nan looked at Christina, who was holding him in surprise. What's going on? He quickly reached out and pulled Christina away. Looking at her appearance, he was shocked and asked, Why are you here in my house? I am the best art teacher in this city. Christina's smile was still very warm, and her eyes were full of love when she looked at Chen Na. Chen Nan finally realized it. This all made sense. Christina was indeed very talented in painting. Then why are you called Zhao Xiaorui? Chen Nan asked again. Ha! Chen Nan, look at your expression right now, isn't it so adorable? Christina reached out and pinched Chen Nan's cheeks, then explained. My Chinese name is Zhao Xiaorui. Chen Nan was stunned for a moment, and finally realized it. The Rui in Mary group and the Rui in Zhao Xiaorui are the same character. Xiao Huang! Xiao Huang! Come out and explain to me how you chose Christina to be Jinjin's art teacher. Chen Nan angrily called Xiao Huang chicken in his heart. However, no matter how Chen Nan shouted, the little yellow chicken did not appear. It seemed that it had hidden itself. Chen Nan, I miss you so much. I haven't seen you for many days, and you even pulled the curtains in your room, so I can't see anything. Christina felt a little aggrieved when she said this. She actually made it seem like peeping at men was a matter of course. Chen Nan was speechless. Chen Nan noticed that Duan and Wang Jinjin were still here, looking at them with a very puzzled look. Christina, oh no, Teacher Zhao. Today's class is over, you can leave now. Chen Nan meant that she could leave now. Chen Nan, Jinjin has invited me to have dinner here. Christina blinked at Chen Nan and tilted her head, saying, Besides, Jinjin really likes me as her art teacher, and I am confident that I can train her to become an outstanding artist. After she finished speaking, she looked at Wang Jinjin with a smile and asked, Isn't that right, Jinjin? Yeah. Jinjin likes Teacher Zhao very much. Wang Jinjin showed a very innocent smile on her face and said to Chen Nan, Uncle Chen, Teacher Zhao is really great. He is also very good to Jinjin. Chen Nan had an awkward yet polite smile on his face, thinking to himself, I'm screwed this time. I was careless for a moment, and actually let this woman get in. Chapter 75 Random Small Tasks. Chen Nan looked at the smile on Christina's face, and knew that this was her plan. This was really a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth, but it was too late to refuse now. After all, Wang Jinjin liked this teacher very much. But I have to say that Christina's painting skills are indeed very high. If she can really teach Wang Jinjin well, I believe Jinjin will be able to learn well. Okay. Chen Na showed a very helpless smile on her face. Then have dinner. Chen Nan, I knew you missed me too. Christina's face was still very enthusiastic. She blinked at Chen Nan and said. After Tina followed Duan to the restaurant, Chen Nan immediately turned around and roared in his heart. Xiao Huang, get out right now! If you don't come out, I will have the godly rich system shut down your artificial intelligence right now. Hey! Master! I'm coming! Xiao Huang finally appeared. He was hiding behind the blue screen, with only the head of a little yellow chicken showing. What's wrong with you? Tell me how you made an appointment with Christina! Chen Nan roared at the little yellow chicken in his heart. Master! Hee! I can only say that this incident was truly an accident. Xiao Huang smiled innocently and explained to Chen Nan. Master, your order is for me to find the best art teacher in the city and make an appointment for Wang Jinjin. Hi Xiao Huang, I'm also following your orders completely. I can honestly say this. Xiao Huang had a pitiful expression on his face, trying to get away with it. The information I looked up showed that Zhao Xiaorui was this teacher, so I made an appointment directly. Xiao Huang nodded seriously. Xiao Huang, why don't you even investigate? This Zhao Xiaorui is actually Christina. This is her Chinese name. Chen Nan was already in tears. Now Christina has completely penetrated his home. Who knows what else this young lady can do? Hee! Master, I really didn't expect this. It's really unexpected. Xiao Huang said in a low voice. Not to mention that the young lady is also here for you, master. If a rich girl likes you, you are the one taking advantage of her no matter how you look at it. What did you say? Chen Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone threatening. It's nothing, it's nothing. Xiao Huang's desire to survive was overwhelming. I mean, master, I was wrong. It's all my fault. Chen Nan put his hand to his forehead, thinking that his family would never be at peace again. With Christina's outgoing personality, she would definitely come to harass him frequently. It's so hard for me, Chen Nan thought to himself. During dinner, Christina kept smiling at Chen Nan, and Wan Yani beside her also noticed it. After all, she is also a woman, so she must have noticed that Christina has a good impression of Chen Nan. Chen Nan, eat more. You're so thin. Christina didn't care about Wan Yani's look at all and directly picked up some food for Chen Nan. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Chen Nan deliberately emphasized the 3 words, Teacher Zhao, to remind Christina that she is still a teacher. Wan Yani smiled. She poured a bowl of soup for Christina and said with a smile, Teacher Zhao, you have some soup. Thank you, Sister Wang. Christina took a sip of the soup and said happily, This soup is delicious. Your cooking skills are really good. Sister Wang's cooking skills are really good, especially the soup she makes. Chen Nan also smiled at Wan Yani and said, Then Sister Wang, please teach me how to cook when you have time in the future. I am very interested in cooking. Christina said to Wan Yani with a smile. Okay, Teacher Zhao has worked so hard to teach our Jinjin. Eat more. Wan Yani's smile was very friendly, and she didn't look unhappy at all. Chen Nan ate his meal, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit strange. He didn't know what Christina was up to, but he knew he would be seeing this young lady more often in the days ahead. Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that a small task will be randomly dropped. Maintain a good relationship between the 2 women, and your emotional intelligence will increase by 100 points. At this moment, the reminder sound of the Godly Rich system rang in Chen Nan's mind again. When Chen Nan heard the prompt sound of this random little task, a speechless expression appeared on his face. For Chen Nan now, this random little task is even more difficult than completing that kind of business task. Especially when facing a girl like Christina, it really gives him a headache. Master, come on! You can do it! Xiao Huan was also cheering Chen Nan at this time. Chen Nan rolled his eyes speechlessly, then took a deep breath, thinking that there was no other way but to compromise in order to complete the second random task. He smiled, then reached out and filled a bowl of soup, placed it in front of Christina, and said to her, Teacher Zhao, if you like it, drink more. Chen Nan, you are so nice! Christina's face suddenly showed a bright smile when she saw Chen Nan serving her soup. Then Chen Nan poured another bowl of soup and placed it in front of Wan Yani, smiling and saying to her, Sister Wang, you should drink more too. Thank you. Wan Yani's smile was very virtuous. She knew that Chen Nan was protecting her relationship with Christina, and was also giving Chen Nan face. Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds you, the host, that you have completed a random small task, increased your emotional intelligence by 100 points, and are also awarded the title of Master of Keeping Balance. The reminder sound of the Godly Rich system appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. Master of Keeping Balance? Chen Nan suddenly felt that the Godly Rich system seemed to be mocking him by calling him that. Fortunately, he completed this random little task. Dealing with relationships with women really put him in a difficult position. After dinner, Chen Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Christina off. Chen Nan, can I talk to you? Wan Yani came to the living room, sat on the sofa, and said to Chen Nan with a smile. Sister Wang, what do you want to say? Chen Nan sighed slightly and sat opposite Wan Yani. Chen Nan, I can actually tell that Teacher Zhao likes you very much. I just want to tell you not to feel any burden. I'm already very grateful to you for taking us in. Wan Yani spoke sincerely. From Teacher Zhao's behavior and conversation, I can tell she comes from a good family. Plus, she's such a good painter. Chapter 76 officially announces the acquisition. Sister Wang, I know what you mean. Chen Nan sighed slightly. He knew that Wan Yani still cared about her identity as a parent. Chen Nan, I just hope you can be happy. Wan Yani showed a generous smile on her face. She has always been very gentle and virtuous, which is why Chen Nan is willing to take care of her and her daughter. Sister Wang, don't worry about living here. Don't feel embarrassed. Chen Nan looked at Wang Yani seriously. I can take care of everything else, and I will also protect Jinjin well. Chen Nan also really likes Jinjin, so she hopes that she can grow up happily. Thank you, Chen Nan. Wang Yani was very moved and touched by Chen Nan's sincerity. Ding! The Shin House system reminds the host that your emotional intelligence value increases by 100 points. At this moment, the Shin House system's prompt sound rang in Chen Nan's mind again. Master, I find that your emotional intelligence is really getting higher and higher. Congratulations! The little yellow chicken said, clapping its two little wings. There's no way. This is a man's desire to survive, Chen Nan said with a wry smile. However, when Chen Nan saw Wang Yanni's attitude, he at least knew that even if Christina came to teach Wang Jinjin art again in the future, she would probably be very welcome. Everything is for the children. Chen Nan has been driving a relatively low-key Mercedes-Benz business car recently. He parked it near United Innovation and then walked over. As soon as he entered the company, Wang Dequan hurried over to Chen Nan and said, Chen Nan, have you seen the news? Something big has happened. Chen Nan was stunned for a moment, then realized that it must be today's news that someone had acquired the Gui Group. Of course, when facing Wang Dequan and the others, he still had to pretend that he didn't know. Brother Dequan, what's the matter? He asked puzzledly. This matter has become a hot topic. The Gui Group that you investigated earlier and found out to have bought bad reviews for Qingij has actually gone bankrupt. And their boss was reported for black accounts. God really has eyes. Wang Dequan's tone was so happy. That's right. Even though we still don't know why he attacked our company, it's still a relief to see a black company like that go bankrupt. Xie Yingying echoed, almost clapping and cheering. That means the Gui Group was not clean to begin with, so it's reasonable that its shady accounts were discovered. Chen Nan nodded happily and said, But the sudden collapse of such a large company is not a good thing for its employees. It means tens of thousands of employees will lose their jobs. Wang Dequan continued to say to Chen Nan, But I didn't expect that. I just saw the news saying that someone actually acquired the Gui Group and it has now officially changed its name to Dongmu Group Company, Limited. That's definitely a good thing. At least those employees won't face unemployment, Chen Nan said with a smile. Master, this is what it means to do good deeds without leaving a name. You are the modern-day Comrade Lei Feng. Chen Nan found it a little funny that the little yellow chicken actually knew Lei Feng. Xiao Huang, you have become so humane now that even Lei Feng knows it, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Chen Nan, you don't understand what I'm trying to say. Wang Dequan grabbed Chen Nan's arm and said in shock. You know that the Gui Group is the largest real estate company in Jiahai City, right? Chen Nan looked at Wang Dequan in confusion and nodded stupidly. I know, what's wrong? That's right, Wang Dequan said excitedly. Just think about it, a company with such huge assets suddenly went bankrupt. Who was so capable as to acquire this company in just a few days? Yes. This can only mean that the person who acquired the Gui Group must be richer than the boss of the Gui Group. Oh my God! I didn't expect that there is such a hidden rich man in our Jiahai City. It really shocked my whole family. Xie Yingying also joined the discussion in amazement. Hey! This matter has nothing to do with us. Let's just focus on our own business. Hee, Chen Nan said naively. He just didn't want Wang Dequan and the others to pay too much attention to the Dongmu Group. After all, the hidden rich man they were talking about was right next to them. Chen Nan, you've been thinking too little. Wang Dequan showed a mysterious smile on his face. Through Qingij's live broadcast, I figured out one thing. What's the matter? Chen Nan felt uneasy when he saw the smile on Wang Dequan's face. The reason why we are bullied by the Gui Group is because our company is too small and has no backing. If we can establish a relationship with a big company, we will have a backing. Wang Dequan smiled proudly, thinking that he had come up with a very good idea. Chen Nan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Brother Dequan, you're not looking for cooperation with Dongmu Group, are you? Chen Nan, you finally got it. This is exactly what I meant. Wang Dequan felt that he had come up with a very good idea, and his tone was extremely proud. Chen Nan Shihua is there, and he has not yet completely taken over the various businesses left by the Gui Group, so if he rashly cooperates with United Chuangchuang's business, it may not be the best time. Then let me think about it, Brother Daquan. I feel that this matter is of great importance and requires careful consideration. Chen Nan thought for a while and said to Wang Daquan, Chen Nan, I think this matter is worth us finding time to hold a meeting. Wang Daquan was quite motivated at the moment, and pulled Xia Yingying to encourage Chen Nan. Okay. Brother Daquan, let me think about it. Chen Nan quickly changed the subject. By the way, did Chen Gij live stream today? The live broadcast has been going very smoothly these days. Chen Gij is really good at handling things. The number of views is increasing day by day, Xia Yingying said happily. Then I'll go to the live broadcast room and take a look. Chen Nan quickly found an excuse and walked towards the live broadcast room. Master, I noticed that you seem to be in trouble now. If you can complete the task I gave you, you can get the skill of the strongest brain. At this moment, Xiao Huang jumped out. Can you still give me tasks now? Chen Nan felt a little funny and asked Xiao Huang in his heart. However, he really needs to improve his skills now. If he wants United Chuangchuang to cooperate with Dongme Group, then he needs to handle all the remaining projects of Gui Group and all the management operating rules in the shortest time. Chapter 77 Xiao Huang's Mission. Master, because I noticed that you are in trouble now, I automatically triggered my skills. That is to say, you can complete the task I gave you and get the skills I can give you. Xiao Huang explained to Chen Nan seriously. Then what is the difference between your task and the task given to me by the Shenhao system itself? Chen Nan asked again. The skills I can give you are my own skills, not randomly given to you by the godly system, Xiao Huang replied. Then what's the use of this super brain skill? Chen Nan asked again. Master, this skill can solve your current troubles. With the strongest brain, you can process the largest amount of information with the fastest efficiency. Xiao Huang turned around, and the blue screen appeared in front of Chen Nan's eyes. Master, look! What I'm showing you now are the tasks that need to be handled after the Dongme Group acquires the Gui Group. There are over 90 of these tasks. According to my Xiao Huang test and your current IQ, it will take at least a month to complete these tasks. At this time, Xiao Huang put on a pair of glasses and dressed up as a teacher. But if you possess the super brain skill, you can handle these tasks within 3 days. Combined with the financial management skills you acquired earlier and your hacking skills, it's the perfect combination. Chen Nan looked at the blue screen in front of him and knew that Xiao Huang's analysis was very accurate. I understand the logic, but why are you acting like you're trying to sell me something? Chen Nan joked. Only 998. Only 998. Ha! Now the skills are also on sale. Master, don't miss it if you pass by. Xiao Huang adapted to his identity very quickly and immediately responded to the joke. Great job, Xiao Huang. Now the system has the function of connecting with the gags. It's getting more and more powerful, Chen Nan said with a smile. Master, this is because you are growing. The higher your attribute values are, the more powerful our godly rich system will become. Xiao Huang spun around happily. Well, let's grow together. Chen Nan's handsome face showed a bright smile. What is your mission? Master, the task Xiao Huang gave you is actually very simple. That is to cook a meal for your friends. The little yellow chicken smiled mysteriously and continued to say to Chen Nan. Master, I've detected that your cooking skill is really too low, almost zero. So if you make breakfast once, I can give you the super brain skill and enhance your cooking skill value. Chen Nan showed a puzzled expression on his face. I didn't expect there was an attribute like cooking skill value. However, this task was relatively simple, practically a free point. So Chen Nan decided to complete it well. After all, there were so many rewards to be had. Okay, I'll go to the supermarket to buy ingredients now. There happens to be a small shared kitchen in the company. Chen Nan nodded and agreed to accept Xiao Huang's task. Then Chen Nan walked out of the company and was seen by Xia Yingying. Huh! Chen Nan, where are you going? Didn't you say you were going to the live broadcast room to watch Chen Gij's live broadcast? Xia Yingying asked puzzledly. After Chen Gij's live broadcast is over, you all wait for me. I'm going to the supermarket to buy ingredients, and I'll cook for you at noon. After leaving a word, Chen Nan went out. Xia Yingying looked in the direction Chen Nan left, puzzled. Why did he suddenly want to cook for us? Could it be that Chen Nan went to New Oriental Cooking School to learn cooking without telling us? At noon, Qin Gij had already finished her live broadcast. At this time, Chen Nan had been busy in the kitchen for more than half an hour. He locked the kitchen door and did not let anyone in. It was quite mysterious for a moment, which made Qin Gij and the others even more curious. Why did Chen Nan think of cooking for us today? Qin Gij was still wearing light makeup and a lavender dress, and she looked very gentle. Ever since Chen Nan said that she looked better with light makeup, she really never put on heavy makeup again. Xia Yingying shook her head. I don't know, but my biggest question is, can he really cook? In my impression, Chen Nan really can't cook. Wang Dequan also answered seriously. Then we won't be poisoned by Chen Nan while having this meal, right? Xia Yingying looked at Wang Dequan cautiously, feeling a little unsure. I don't think so. I think Chen Nan is quite smart. Cooking should be no problem for him. At this moment, what Qin Gij was actually thinking in her heart was that it was a very happy thing for her to be able to eat the meal cooked by Chen Nan himself. At this time, Chen Nan was in the kitchen with a cooking book at hand, but he couldn't understand it after reading it for a long time. Xiao Huang, why is cooking so difficult? Chen Nan began to roar in his heart again. Master, this is what Xiao Huang told you before. Your cooking skill is too low, so you find cooking so difficult now. Xiao Huang explained seriously. But as long as you can trigger this skill now, you can level up. It's so difficult for me. Chen Nan looked at the cookbook and had no choice but to go ahead and do it. More than an hour later, Chen Nan finally opened the kitchen door. A puff of black smoke came out from inside, and he came out carrying a few plates of food. Wang Dequan and the others were all stunned, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. Even Qin Gij, who was still fantasizing just now feels a little regretful. Well? Chen Nan looked at the dishes he had made, a simple smile on his face. To celebrate the recent success of Qin Gij's live broadcast, I made a few dishes for everyone. Come and try them. Chen Nan, I think this is unnecessary. We appreciate your kindness. Wang Dequan was the first to retreat. Ahem. Chen Nan, I remember now. My mother asked me to go home for dinner. Xia Yingying also said with a smile. Chen Nan looked at Qin Gij again. Although Qin Gij didn't want to eat either, she softened her heart when she saw Chen Nan's eyes. I'll eat it. What's the big deal? So Qin Gij picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of vegetable and put it in her mouth. Master, congratulations, you have completed the task I, Xiao Huang, assigned to you. Xiao Huang jumped out happily at this time. You have now acquired the skill of the strongest brain, and have also triggered your cooking attribute. Now the dishes they eat are all delicious, Xiao Huang said to Chen Nan. Chapter 78 New Collaborative Project. Chen Nan then understood that as long as someone ate his cooking skills would be unlocked. So from then on, all the dishes he cooked would become delicious. You all try it! Chen Nan felt relieved now, then picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. He never thought that the food he cooked would be so delicious, although it cannot be compared with that of a 5-star chef. But my current level is definitely better than that of ordinary people. Really? Wang Dequan took a bite doubtfully, then immediately revealed a look of surprise. I didn't expect Chen Nan's cooking skills to be so good. Then I'll try it too. Xia Yingying also took a bite. Oh my! I saw Chen Nan busy for so long just now that the kitchen was full of smoke. I thought it was definitely a disaster. I didn't expect you to be so good-looking. Chen Nan showed a smug smile on his face, thinking to himself that with the help of the Shenhao system to unlock new skills, the only things in this world that he didn't want to learn would be things he didn't want to learn. Master, congratulations. Your cooking skills are already higher than most people's. Xiao Huang also spun around happily. But if you want to continue to improve your cooking skills, you have to keep cooking. I cook this time more to acquire the skill of the strongest brain. Let's talk about cooking later. Chen Nan got the advantage and thought to himself that he could handle the remaining projects of Gua Group this time. Just at this moment, Chen Nan received a WeChat message from Zhang Deqiang. Nanzi, I've already made the arrangements. We're having dinner at the Crystal Building this Saturday at 6 p.m. Many of my junior high school classmates will be there. Lin Qing has also agreed, so you must come. Remember to look handsome. Chen Nan looked at the WeChat message from Zhang Deqiang and saw that he was so eager to receive her, so he replied, Okay, I'll be there on time. Zhang Deqiang replied, Nancy, do you have a car? Do you need me to pick you up? I'll give you some face. Chen Nan felt that Zhang Deqiang's personality really hadn't changed at all, and he always had a bit of a naivete in his loyalty. It's okay, I can go by myself, Chen Nan replied. Nancy, please call me when the time comes. I'm so excited. Chen Nan could feel Zhang Deqiang's excitement through the text he sent. This Jiangzi is not excited because he is about to see me, but because of Lin Qing, Chen Nan said jokingly in his heart. Master, aren't you attending the class reunion this time just for that beautiful girl? At this moment, Xiao Huang appeared again and said with a wicked smile. Here we go again. Chen Nan took a deep breath. I think we really need to modify the system and block out all that gossip. Otherwise, you're like a modern-day paparazzi. You're so weird. Hee hee. Master, my system will also automatically absorb the information currently on the internet. The little yellow chicken explained to Chen Nan seriously. The system has processed the amount of information currently available online and found that most of the trending searches are news related to celebrity gossip. So based on this big data, my system will also update this data. Chen Nan rolled his eyes. Xiao Huang, even though there's a lot of information online now, you still have to learn to distinguish between good and bad. You have to be a little yellow chicken who can think independently. Master, you really make it difficult for me. Even though I am a very powerful artificial intelligence, I am just a code image in the system after all. How can you make it so difficult for me? The little yellow chicken said pitifully. Speechless. Chen Nan sighed. It turned out that normal humans still cannot fully communicate with artificial intelligence. Ever since Chen Nan acquired the skill of the strongest brain, combined with his previously acquired financial management skills and hacking techniques, he really only took 3 days to organize all the projects of the GUI group. Little Yellow, you really don't know until you see it. It's really shocking. Chen Nan sat in his office in the company with a pair of glasses on his face. He looked at his computer screen and said to the little yellow chicken in his heart, Master, it seems that you can already skillfully use the skills you now have. Xiao Huang showed a very gratified smile on his face, and said to Chen Nan with a smile, Watch your tone. I am your master after all. Why do you sound like an old father? Chen Nan teased. I found that all the projects of the GUI group really have huge profits. Since its main business is real estate, there are more than 30 buildings under construction now. If all these buildings are successfully built, the profits will be really huge, Chen Nan said slowly. Master, do you want United Chuang yet to participate in the real estate business? Xiao Huangwen asked. Chen Nan thought for a moment, and shook his head. United Innovation is still a very small company for the Dongme Group, and it is not suitable for real estate business. Then how do you want United Chuang and Dongme Group to cooperate? Xiao Huang asked again. Chen Nan thought for a moment, then a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As expected, with the added skills, his brain was really very smart. I want to develop a new project, and having United Chuang and Dongmu Group work together on this new project is the most suitable approach. Chen Nan searched on his computer as he spoke and continued. Since United Innovation is best at the current internet industry, let's use this to cooperate with Dongmu Group. Afterwards, Chen Nan, Wang Dequan, Xia Yingying, and Qin Gij went to the conference room for a meeting. Chen Nan, why are you so anxious to call us to a meeting? Wang Dequan saw Chen Nan suddenly say that he wanted to have a meeting, and he came to the meeting room with a notebook, intending to take some notes. And it's not a good idea to ask me to participate in your company's internal meeting, right? Qin Gij was very sensible. After all, her current identity was an anchor hired by the company. Chen Nan and her colleagues are internal employees of the company, so she is very self-aware. I have my reasons for calling you to this meeting, Chen Nan said to them with a confident smile on his face. As soon as Qin Gij saw Chen Nan's expression, her eyes were filled with admiration. She felt that Chen Nan's temperament was getting better and better, and he was giving off the air of a successful person. Chapter 79 Live Streaming and Real Estate. Although Chen Nan's usual dress and appearance still looks very much like a college student, Chen Gij found that Chen Nan's aura is getting stronger and stronger, and he has the steadiness of a mature man, which is very attractive to her. Gij, what I am going to say next is very important to you, and you are now an employee of United Chuang, so don't underestimate yourself, Chen Nan said to Chen Gij with a very easygoing smile on his face. Yeah. Chen Gij felt very warm in her heart. This was the first time she felt that she was no longer fighting alone. She now had friends and colleagues. Moreover, Wang Dequan and Xia Yingying are very good to her. When they are broadcasting live in the company, they always buy her some nutritional supplements that are good for her throat. She now even feels that working in the company is like working in a big family. It's just that she had very low self-esteem before, but when she heard what Chen Nan said, she felt very touched. Chen Nan, do you have anything to say? Xia Yingying felt that Chen Nan seemed to have something important to share, so she asked. Didn't Brother Dequan propose a plan before? He wanted to find a reliable backer for our United Innovation Group. That way, no one would dare to bully our company in the future, and it would also be beneficial for our development and expansion. Chen Nan looked at them seriously and continued. So I went to investigate these past few days. After all, we don't know much about the Gui Group, and we also don't know much about the Dongmu Group that has acquired the Gui Group. At this point, Wang Daquankai suddenly realized. Chen Nan! Have you figured out how to cooperate with the Dongmu Group? He opened his eyes wide in surprise. He never expected that Chen Nan could come up with a solution in just a few days. Chen Nan raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes radiating confidence as he smiled and nodded at Wang Dequan. Brother Dequan, your suggestion is very good, so of course I will do my best to make it happen. Oh! Chen Nan, you are such a talent! Wang Dequan was grinning from ear to ear at this moment. Actually, I said this before just to give it a try. After all, the Dongmu Group is definitely bigger than the Gui Group. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Chen Nan, you are so awesome! Xia Yingying also gave a thumbs up in admiration. Chen Gij still doesn't quite understand what they are talking about. After all, she is just an anchor and doesn't know much about the company's operations and business. But when she saw that Wang Dequan and Xia Yingying looked at Chen Nan with a bit of admiration, she knew that Chen Nan must be very powerful. Chen Nan, what method have you come up with? Wang Dequan asked hurriedly, his face full of excitement. If they can really climb up the big tree of Dongmu Group this time, the company's future development will be rapid. Brother Dequan, I think we should still do what our company does best. Chen Nan explained to them seriously. Right now, United Chuang mainly focuses on the internet, including Chen Gij's live broadcasts, so we can use this project to cooperate. But the Gui Group has always been engaged in real estate business. Even if the Dongmu Group takes over, it will definitely be engaged in real estate business. A small company like ours that is engaged in live streaming, will they look down on us? Xia Yingying asked, still a little lacking in confidence. So we're going to start a new project. Chen Nan curled his lips and continued. The live streaming industry is very popular right now. Both young people and middle-aged people like to watch live streaming. This also shows that the audience for live streaming is a very large group. Chen Nan continued to tell them. In this internet age, everyone likes to watch live streaming to sell goods. Live streaming to sell goods? Xia Yingying showed a puzzled expression on her face. She didn't quite understand what the relationship was between live streaming to sell goods and the real estate industry. Chen Nan nodded and said, Yes, live streaming to sell goods, this is also something that Chen Gij and our company are very good at. Then what does this have to do with Dongmu Group's real estate industry? Wang Dequan also asked hurriedly. He really couldn't figure it out. Brother Dequan, Yingying, since live streaming can be used to sell goods, why can't it be used to sell houses? Chen Nan's eyes were bright, and the smile on the corners of his mouth was very confident. He slowly said his answer. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, and all of them showed a very shocked expression on their faces. Even Chen Gij understood and realized that Chen Nan meant to sell houses through live streaming. According to my research, most of the businesses left by the Gui Group are in the real estate industry, and there are also many buildings under construction. Once these buildings are completed, they will definitely be rented out or sold. Chen Nan continued to explain to them. Whether it's renting or selling directly, merchants definitely want to maximize their own profits. If we use traditional sales methods, firstly, the time cost is relatively high, and secondly, the staff resources are also relatively high. If we can switch to online live sales and promotion, we only need a few anchors and a few mobile phones to do it. This is sold at almost zero cost. This is the real profit maximization, Chen Nan said to them seriously with a firm look in his eyes. After he finished speaking, the conference room fell silent. Wang Dequan and the others all stared at Chen Nan in amazement, with expressions of extreme shock on their faces. Chen Nan smiled and said, "What's wrong with you? Why are you all so stupid?" Wang Dequan was the first to react. He took a deep breath, then slammed the table and shouted, "Chen Nan! You are a genius!" He was about to jump up and tell the whole world, and his voice was heard by almost all the employees outside the meeting room. "Chen Nan, you really dare to think of this? People like me don't even dare to think about this kind of idea," Xie Yingying said stupidly. "Haha! What's the big deal? I'm not imagining this out of thin air. I did my research and came up with this result. And I think this project is completely feasible, and I can take full responsibility for it." Chen Nan smiled faintly, looking very normal. "Chen Nan, you are really a business genius," Wang Dequan said admiringly again. "Brother Dequan, you have already said this," Chen Nan teased with a smile. Chen Nan looked at Wang Dequan's expression and found it very funny. Chapter 80 Dequan Brother is Loyal. Wang Dequan patted his chest, took a deep breath, and finally calmed down. "Chen Nan, I still want to say." He looked at Chen Nan seriously and continued, "You really are a genius." "Ha!" Chen Nan burst out laughing. "Brother Dequan, I'm talking about serious matters. Why are you still trying to stir up the atmosphere?" "I'm not trying to liven up the atmosphere. I'm expressing my feelings from the bottom of my heart." Wang Dequan looked at Chen Nan with a different look in his eyes. "Chen Nan, from now on, you are my big brother." "Ha! Brother Dequan, you are still real." Xie Yingying was also amused, and the atmosphere was finally no longer so serious. "Chen Nan, I think your idea is really great, but how can we convince Dongmu Group to cooperate with us?" Wang Dequan was still a little worried, so Chen Nan's idea was bold and surprising, but there was no guarantee that Dongmu Group would not be willing. "Yes, Chen Nan," Chen Gij also said slowly. "If I were to be the anchor, I probably wouldn't be able to do it, because I really know nothing about the real estate industry." She still felt a little inferior when facing Chen Nan. After all, her cultural level was not very high, and she didn't know much about the real estate industry. "Gij, I think you are very smart. You can learn if you don't understand something. No one is born with a head full of knowledge." Chen Nan looked at Chen Gij seriously and said slowly. Chen Gij was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Chen Nan would trust her so much. A warm feeling surged in her heart. "I will make a detailed explanation of how to cooperate, and then I will go to Dongmu Group in person to discuss the project with them," Chen Nan explained to Wang Dequan and others. In fact, what he was thinking at this moment was that Dongmu Group was his now anyway, so he had the final say on how to cooperate. He only needs to take the plan to the Dongmu Group, and then go through the motions, and then come back to tell Wang Dequan and the others that the Dongmu Group has agreed to cooperate, and everyone will be happy. "Master, you are so awesome! Little Huanggo admires you!" Even little Huang couldn't help but praise Chen Nan. "That's not necessary. I am your master," Chen Nan said to Xiao Huang in his heart. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that your IQ value has increased by 200 points, your social value has increased by 200 points, and your social ability value has increased by 200 points. Congratulations! At this moment, the Shinhouse system's prompt sound also sounded. "Master, because you have used the skills rewarded by the system very well, the system has improved a lot of your attribute values this time," Xiao Huang explained to Chen Nan happily. "That's much better." Chen Nan also felt very happy. It was like leveling up in a game. This feeling of happiness was really great. "Chen Nan, once you have prepared the plan, I will personally accompany you to Dongmu Group. I can't let you face it alone." Wang Dequan began to talk about loyalty at this time, patted Chen Nan on the shoulder seriously, and said. Chen Nan was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hand. "Brother Dequan, no need, no need. It's just a small matter, I can handle it myself. If Wang Dequan went with him to Dongmu Group, then this scene would not be able to be performed. Now the president of Dongmu Group is himself. If Wang Dequan also went with him, then who would they go to discuss the project with? Chen Nan, you don't have to be embarrassed. Really? Brother Dequan is not very smart, not as clever as you. But when it comes to something like this where you have to beg for cooperation, Brother Dequan must accompany you. Good brother, I won't let you face it alone, Wang Dequan said confidently. Brother Dequan, actually I can do it myself. Chen Nan wanted to stop Wang Dequan, but was stopped by Wang Dequan. Chen Nan, I know you have a strong sense of responsibility, but Brother Dequan is also your good brother and can help you share the burden. Wang Dequan was really loyal at this moment, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Chen Nan was extremely serious. Yes, Chen Na. Just let Brother Dequan go with you. We are a team. We absolutely cannot let you go alone. Xia Yingying also nodded seriously, agreeing with Wang Dequan's statement. Okay. Chen Nan showed an awkward yet polite smile on his face. This is troublesome. Why does Wang Dequan have to be loyal at this time when there are other times to do so? Chen Nan thought to himself that he had to think of another way to get away with it. His own proposal was simply making things more difficult for him. Chen Nan, I will also try my best to learn knowledge related to real estate. Chen Gij also nodded seriously. Gij, I'll help you find the information. Xia Yingying was also full of enthusiasm. We will be a team from now on, and we must all unite. Yes. Unity! Wang Dequan seemed to have taken stimulants, and the three of them began to cheer each other on. Chen Nan looked at this scene and thought to himself, he's just tying himself up in knots. In the following days, Wang Dequan and his friends were really full of energy as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They searched for information about real estate every day and talked about it with each other every day. Chen Nan has been using the excuse of organizing the plan, but in fact he is dealing with the project of Dongmu Group. Master! Just when Chen Nan was handling his work, Xiao Huang suddenly appeared. What's wrong? Chen Nan asked, his eyes still on the computer. Master, you can't stay away from Dongmu Group forever, Xiao Huang said suddenly. Huh? Am I not dealing with company documents now? What difference does it make whether I go or not? Chen Nan said lightly without caring. Master, since Dongmu Group officially took over Gui Group, you have officially become the president of Dongmu Group. Although the employees are now working normally and the company is operating normally, if you don't go to the company all the time, it will arouse other people's suspicion. Xiao Huang jumped up anxiously and said to Chen Nan. I can just handle these projects. The company is running smoothly now. It's okay, Chen Nan said while looking at the computer and waving his hand indifferently. Master! The little yellow chicken was a little anxious at this moment, and jumped directly in front of Chen Nan, blocking his view of the computer. Ouch! You little yellow chicken, why are you so anxious? Chen Nan said helplessly as he looked at the little yellow chicken jumping around in front of him. Master! According to my detection, the middle-level managers of Dongmu Group are already discussing this matter. If you don't go to the company for a meeting, those people will probably have doubts. If the middle-level managers are shaken, it will be very serious, said the little yellow chicken seriously. Chapter 81. I almost forgot the class reunion. Seeing that the little yellow chicken was really excited, Chen Nan stopped what he was doing and said to it, Little Yellow, what do you mean? Master, Dongmu Group is now in operation. As the president, you need to go to the company for meetings and meet clients. Xiao Huang is now wearing a small suit and looks a bit like a secretary. It persuaded Chen Nan earnestly. Master, you can't stay away from the company to handle work here all the time. It will make the employees waver. Seeing that Little Yellow Chicken looked very serious, Chen Nan thought about it seriously and felt that what Little Yellow said did make sense. Okay, I'll go to the company for a meeting next week. Chen Nan nodded with a smile, then jokingly said to the Little Yellow Chicken, You really do look a bit like my CEO's secretary now. Hee hee. Thank you for the compliment, Master, but speaking of the president's secretary, I think you need to hire a secretary of your own, the Little Yellow Chicken suggested. That's not necessary. I can handle everything in Dongmu Group. Chen Nan shook his head and said, Master, you need a secretary to handle things for you at Southeast Group because you don't go to the company often. Xiao Huang persuaded Chen Nan again. Okay, then let's hire a secretary. Chen Nan nodded casually. But you must be more careful this time. Don't make the same mistake as last time. Hire Christina for me. Chen Nan felt helpless when he thought about how he had hired Christina by mistake. Master, don't worry. I will definitely help you recruit a suitable secretary this time. Xiao Huang nodded seriously and said. When Chen Nan got home from get-off work in the evening, as soon as he opened the door, he was hugged by Christina again. Chen Nan, you're back, Christina said happily. Chen Nan still couldn't get used to her enthusiasm. I'm back. By the way, where's your personal maid, Xia Xingzi? Chen Nan changed the subject and said to Christina. I don't think it's a good idea to bring a servant to your house. After all, I am Wang Xinxin's teacher now, Christina explained to Chen Nan. Chen Nan nodded. In fact, after spending a long time together, he felt that Christina did not have the temper of a young lady, but her personality was indeed too enthusiastic. Uncle Chen, today teacher Zhao taught me how to draw my favorite flowers. At this time, Wang Xinxin also came over jumping. Really, Xinxin? Chen Nan reached out and touched Wang Xinxin's head, saying gently, What is our Xinxin's favorite flower? My favorite flower is the sunflower. Teacher Zhao's sunflower paintings are super beautiful, Wang Xinxin said happily. When Chen Nan heard what Wang Xinxin said, he thought to himself that since he had just given Christina a painting of sunflowers by Van Gogh, she must like painting sunflowers more. Chen Nan, I didn't expect Xinxin also likes Van Gogh's sunflowers. I'm teaching her to copy this painting. Xinxin is really the most talented child in painting I have ever seen, just like me when I was a child. Christina also kissed Wang Xinxin on the face very enthusiastically and said happily, Xinxin is so awesome! Uncle Chen is proud of you. Chen Nan smiled and gave Wang Xinxin a thumbs up. Uncle Chen, I will definitely learn painting from teacher Zhao well. I also want to hold my own art exhibition in the future. This is my dream. Wang Xinxin blinked her big eyes and said seriously. Xinxin is awesome. You have your own dream now. When you grow up, you will definitely be able to hold your own art exhibition. Uncle Chen believes in you. Chen Nan encouraged Wang Xinxin. Ding! The Xinhao system reminds the host that you have completed the random task and encouraged Wang Xinxin. Your emotional intelligence value increased by 100 points, and your love value increased by 100 points. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Xinhao system sounded in Chen Nan's mind. Chen Nan had been so busy working at United Chuangchuang that he almost forgot about going to the junior high school reunion until the weekend. He was still working overtime at United Innovation on Saturday when he received a WeChat message from Zhang Deqiang. Chen Nan, don't forget! Tonight is our class reunion. Ouch! I almost forgot! Chen Nan then looked at the time and found that it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. If Jiangzi hadn't sent me a WeChat message, I would have really forgotten about this, Chen Nan said to himself. Chen Nan, what's the matter? Qin Gij asked curiously after hearing Chen Nan talking. Nothing, I just promised a former classmate of mine that I would attend a class reunion tonight, Chen Nan explained to Qin Gij. Class reunion? Qin Gij smiled and said, Chen Nan, you're still popular. Your old classmates are thinking of you too. When Qin Gij said this, her tone was actually a little lost. Chen Nan noticed Qin Gij's mood, looked up at her, and remembered that Qin Gij had said before that her cultural level was not high, and it seemed that she didn't have many classmates or friends. Gij, you are in United Innovation now. This is your big family, and we are all your friends. Chen Nan comforted her with a smile and reached out to pat her shoulder gently. Chen Nan, you are such a nice person. Qin Gij smiled all of a sudden. She felt that Chen Nan was really a warm-hearted man who could always take everyone's emotions into consideration. However, she is still very self-aware and feels that Chen Nan is so outstanding that she is still not worthy of him. Ding! The Xinhao system reminds the host that Qin Gij's favorability towards you has increased by 100 points. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Xinhao system appeared in Chen Nan's mind. Chen Nan glanced at Qin Gij and saw that there was a hint of shyness in her eyes when she looked at him. Gij, I think it's almost time. I have to go quickly. It would be bad if I'm late for the class reunion. Chen Nan quickly found an excuse and packed up his things. Chen Nan, please be careful on the road. Seeing Chin Nan so anxious, Chingij said hurriedly with concern. Okay. Chin Nan waved to Chingij and hurriedly left the company. He walked to his Mercedes-Benz business car as usual, and just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly remembered that he needed to keep a low profile today and could not drive this car to the class reunion. It seems like I haven't taken the bus for a long time. Chin Nan smiled and walked towards the bus stop again. During the rush hour, the bus was really packed with people. After Chin Nan got on, he was squeezed to the middle of the bus. Chapter 82, Seeing Injustice and Saving the Beauty. Master, why are you taking the bus? Is your car broken down? The little yellow chicken asked hurriedly. No, I'd better keep a low profile when I go to the class reunion today. It also happens that I haven't taken the bus for a long time, so I can reminisce about it, Chin Nan said to the little yellow chicken with a smile in his heart. The bus is really crowded. The little yellow chicken looked around. Of course, only Chin Nan could see it now. Because it's time to get off work. When I was in school, I had to squeeze into the bus every day. Chin Nan recalled his student days and said to the little yellow chicken with a smile. Master, have you ever taken a bus before? The little yellow chicken said in surprise. Of course, if it weren't for the godly rich system, how could I have become so powerful all of a sudden? Chin Nan's tone was somewhat happy when he talked about this matter. Master, I found something. Look at the middle-aged man in front. He seems to be a pervert. At this moment, the little yellow chicken immediately said to Chin Nan nervously. Chin Nan also looked in the direction that the little yellow chicken said, and sure enough, he saw a middle-aged uncle with a very obscene smile on his face, smiling foolishly at a female middle school student. Holy shit! I really met a pervert. Ding! The godly rich system reminds the host that a random task seeing injustice on the road, being a hero and saving the beauty is now dropped. As long as the host can complete this task, he will be given a new skill. At this moment, the reminder sound of the godly rich system rang again. Damn it! I don't even need the godly rich system to remind me. Even if I don't do this mission, I will still do it bravely. Chin Nan suddenly became excited and stared at the middle-aged man closely. Hey! What are you doing? Chin Nan frowned and yelled at the middle-aged man. As he squeezed towards the wretched man, he said, I'm talking about you. You're a pervert, don't you know it? A pervert on the train, right? The wretched man turned his head and looked at Chin Nan. He was not at all flustered, but pretended to know nothing. What's wrong? I don't know. I just heard that handsome guy calling that man. I think they say that uncle is a pervert, a train pervert. The passers-by around all started talking, and when they saw Chin Nan was about to move forward, they all squeezed to make way for him. Chin Nan finally walked up to the wretched man and discovered that the man was wearing a cheap suit and seemed to be employed by a respectable company. He looked at the female middle school student next to him. At this time, the little girl was looking at Chin Nan in panic, her eyes full of helplessness. Girl, you don't have to be afraid. With me here, this wretched old man won't dare to do anything to you. Chin Nan felt that he was so passionate at this moment, and he felt like Spider-Man. Uncle! The middle school girl finally trusted Chin Nan after hearing what he said. Uncle, that uncle just now kept pushing towards me and kept smiling at me. I couldn't get away. I was so scared. When Chin Nan and the passers-by heard what the female middle school student said, they realized that the middle-aged man was really a disgusting pervert. You are still a student. You are telling lies with your eyes open. You are so young and you don't learn well. How can you have no shame at all? The middle-aged man was a little angry and started to insult the female student. When Chin Nan heard the middle-aged man swearing, he became furious. Why don't you look at yourself? How shameless you are! You are so old and yet you harass female students on the bus. Chin Nan stood in front of the female student and blocked her and the wretched old man. Uncle! The female student was already crying, she said helplessly. It was him. He was the one who kept squeezing me in the car. Humph! What evidence do you have? I tell you, I think you are all in the same group. You just want to commit fraud. You want to frame me and then extort money from me. The wretched man still had a righteous look on his face, and his fat face looked really disgusting. Chin Nan had already guessed in his heart that this old man must be a habitual offender. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him not to panic at all and to keep making excuses. He looked up at the roof of the bus and found that there were no cameras inside. In fact, even if there were cameras, they probably wouldn't be able to capture a clear picture in such a crowded situation. Fortunately, Chen Nan has a little yellow chicken. Even if there is no evidence, he will make up evidence to punish that wretched old man. Xiao Huang, save the video evidence of the old man squeezing the female student in my phone now. I want to beat him to death now, Chen Nan shouted angrily in his heart. Yes, master. Let us punish this kind of person. The little yellow chicken was also very angry now. He immediately turned around and input the video evidence into Chen Nan's mobile phone. Master! Xiao Huang has put the video evidence on your mobile phone. Let's punish him today in the name of justice. Xiao Huang was so angry that he jumped up. Okay. Chen Nan nodded seriously and said. Who said I have no evidence? Chen Nan shouted, his eyes coldly waiting for the wretched uncle, raised his mobile phone, and clicked the play button. Passers-by around also gathered around to watch the video on Chen Nan's mobile phone. The video clearly captured the wretched old man using his fat and bloated body to push the female student forward, while the female student had her back to him, looking very helpless and scared. How disgusting! That old man is actually a pervert. Poor little girl. This young man is such a good man, he really does what is right. The passers-by around were also talking and pointing at the old man, with disgusting expressions on their faces. After seeing the video, the wretched old man's face was clearly panicked. He didn't dare look at Chen Nan, but instead shouted in the direction of the bus driver. Stop! Stop! I'm at my stop! What? Uncle, are you admitting it? Chen Nan raised his eyebrows slightly and stared at the old man. I admit what I've admitted. I need to get off the bus now. The old man yelled at the bus driver again. Stop the bus! I need to get off! The old man was obviously panicked, shouting while squeezing towards the exit door of the bus. This time, the passers-by around did not stand idly by and immediately blocked the exit door. Chapter 83. I'll give you $3,000, please shut up. At this moment, the bus stopped and the bus driver shouted to the back. After getting off here, walk about 100 meters and you will find the police station. Okay. Master. I'll take this wretched old man to the police station right now. Seeing that the bus driver was so helpful, Chen Nan reached out and grabbed the old man. I won't go. The old man began to struggle, but passers-by around him all came to help and helped Chen Nan control him. I was wrong. I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. The old man suddenly broke down and cried, and began to beg for mercy. Weren't you very arrogant just now? I have to teach a wretched old man like you a lesson. Chen Nan grabbed the old man's arm, and no matter how the old man struggled, he couldn't get free. Several young men nearby also grabbed the old man and said, We'll help you take him to the police station. Thank you, uncle. Thank you. The little girl looked at Chen Nan with tears in her eyes, her tone very sincere. Several other older sisters also came over to comfort the little girl and wipe her tears. It's okay. This is what our Lei Feng should do. Chen Nan showed a bright smile on his face and said to the little girl, Girl, don't be afraid in the future. You have to believe that there are always more good people in this world. Ding! The Xinhao system reminds the host that you have completed the random task and now rewards you with Taekwondo black belt skills. Whether it is strengthening your body or protecting yourself, you are a good hand. At this moment, the Xinhao system's prompt sound rang in Chen Nan's mind again. Afterwards, Chen Nan and several other young men took the old man to the police station. When he came out of the police station, he found that it was already 5:30. Chen Nan took out his cell phone and saw more than a dozen missed calls, all from Zhang Deqiang. He quickly called back and said to Zhang Deqiang, Xiangzi, I'm so sorry, I suddenly encountered something here and was delayed. Nanzi, it's about to start in half an hour. Don't be late. Zhang Deqiang said anxiously. Nanzi, where are you now? I'm telling you, Lin Qing just told me she'll be here soon. You'll have to be there for me when the time comes. Xiangzi, I'll try my best. Chen Nan glanced at the surrounding streets. I'll probably be there in about 40 minutes. Nanzi, you'd better hold on tight, said Zhang Deqiang. Chen Nan had no choice but to take a taxi and told the name, Crystal Building. Young man, the Crystal Building is a bit far from here and there may be traffic jams on the road. I'm telling you in advance, the driver said to Chen Nan. Master, please try to be faster, Chen Nan said helplessly. The driver glanced at Chen Nan in the rearview mirror, his expression tinged with sarcasm. Young man, why are you going to the Crystal Building? That's one of the most luxurious restaurants in Jianghai City. Are you going there to eat? Chen Nan was speechless, wondering why this driver was so talkative. Seeing that Chen Nan didn't refute him, the driver thought his idea was right, so he continued. Young man, are you going to work there? How is the salary at the Crystal Building? Chen Nan didn't want to argue with the driver, so he ignored him. Hey young man, I never see a customer who goes to the Crystal Building all year round. You must be working there. I can tell at first sight. Ha ha! The driver continued to speak. Chen Nan was almost unable to bear it any longer. He had not originally intended to argue with him, but the driver looked at him with a mocking look that really made him uncomfortable. He pulled 3,000 yuan in cash from his wallet, waved it at the driver, and said, Driver, could you please shut up? Or drive faster, my friend asked me out for dinner. If something hadn't happened, I wouldn't be taking this ride. Are you satisfied with this answer? The driver was stunned for a moment, and opened his eyes wide in shock. He didn't expect that this young man actually went to the Crystal Building for dinner. He had to shut up for the $3,000, so the journey was finally peaceful. The funniest thing was that Chen Nan discovered that after seeing the 3,000 yuan, the driver actually took a shortcut and shortened the journey time by half. So when Chen Nan stood at the gate of the Crystal Building, it was exactly 6 o'clock, and he was not late. Sir, please show me your appointment number. Just as Chen Nan was about to walk in, the security guard at the door stopped him. Chen Nan was stunned for a moment, thinking that Zhang Duqiang didn't mention anything about the number to him. Just as he was about to call Zhang Duqiang, he heard a voice coming from inside. Chen Nan! You are finally here! Zhang Duqiang was wearing a navy blue suit and a red tie, and he looked a little fatter. This is my friend, our room number is 26. Zhang Duqiang smiled and pulled Chen Nan's arm and said to him. Chen Nan didn't recognize Zhang Duqiang at first. At least the Zhang Duqiang in his memory was not so plump. Looking at Zhang Duqiang's current appearance, he looks like a nouveau riche. Qiangzi, I can't recognize you. Chen Nan smiled and patted Zhang Duqiang on the back and said to him. What? You don't recognize me just because I have a little money? Zhang Duqiang also reached out and patted Chen Nan on the back with a very proud expression. Yes, I can see that you are doing well now. Chen Nan also nodded with a smile and said modestly. Zhang Duqiang also looked at Chen Nan and said with a smile. Nanzi, I find that you look more mature and stable than when you were in school. But your clothing taste is still that way. Why don't you dress more formally? Didn't I tell you to dress smartly? I just got off work and came here from the company. I didn't have time to change clothes or anything. Chen Nan smiled. He was wearing casual clothes. Besides, if he really wore the limited edition Hermes suit that he wore when he went to Gui Group before, he would probably become the focus of everyone. Nanzi, let me tell you, the school beauty Lin Qing is here too. Oh my God! How come she is becoming more and more beautiful? Zhang Duqiang couldn't stop smiling when he mentioned Lin Qing. Really? Chen Nan looked away somewhat unnaturally, thinking that he had just met Lin Qing before and believed that she would not say much. Yes. And she seems to be working in a very powerful company now. That company is the largest real estate company in Jianghai City. Zhang Duqiang continued. Chapter 84 Chen Nan Long Time No See. When Chen Nan saw Zhang Duqiang's excited expression when he mentioned Lin Qing, he showed a helpless smile on his face. Lin Qing was a goddess when she was in school, and look at her now, she's still a goddess. Zhang Duqiang said with a sigh. She's beautiful and has a good job. I originally thought that if her life wasn't as good as before, I'd have a chance. Qiangzi, this is because you are useless. We men must work hard. How can you think like this? Chen Nan said jokingly with a smile. Come on, Chen Nan. Zhang Duqiang patted Chen Nan's chest. I think you're not doing as well as I am right now. I think you should be the one who works the hardest. Chen Nan knew that Zhang Daqiang had no bad intentions and that he didn't mean what he said, so he smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm just a worker. Being a social animal is not bad either. As they talked, they walked to the door of the private room. The design inside this restaurant is all antique. The name of this private room is Fang Chao. Although it is not the most expensive here, it is already very luxurious for Zhang Daqiang and his friends. Nanzi, if Lin Qing hadn't come today, I really wouldn't be willing to book such an expensive restaurant for everyone, Zhang Daqiang whispered in Chen Nan's ear. Today's spending. Chen Nan glanced at Zhang Daqiang and thought that this idiot would not pay for it himself just to save face. The Crystal Building also has a minimum consumption requirement. For example, the minimum consumption for the private room called Fang Chao should be around 30,000. Nanzi, I took the initiative to invite my classmates to the party. How can I let them pay? Wouldn't that be very embarrassing for me? Zhang Daqiang patted his chest. I am a real man. Chen Nan looked at Zhang Daqiang with a helpless smile on his face, wondering why Qiangzi had become so concerned about his reputation. He remembered that when he was in school, Zhang Daqiang was quite shameless, but after growing up, he became so concerned about face. Zhang Daqiang knocked on the door, then pushed it open and went in. Look who's here! Zhang Daqiang greeted with a smile. There were already 5 or 6 people sitting inside. Chen Nan is here! Oh, Chen Nan has become more handsome! Sun Miaomiao was a well-known flower maniac when she was in school. She liked to look at handsome guys. Now, when she saw Chen Nan, she immediately came over to say hello to him. You are Sun Miaomiao. Chen Nan smiled and nodded at her. You haven't changed at all since you were in school. Chen Nan, it seems like you will become a white-collar worker after graduating from college, said a fat man with a simple smile. Wang Xiaopeng. Ouch. It's you. Chen Nan likes Wang Xiaopeng very much. When Wang Xiaopeng was in school, he was always bullied. Chen Nan couldn't stand it, and beat up those who bullied him. Later, under Chen Nan's protection, Wang Xiaopeng was admitted to a top university. Wang Xiaopeng, how are you now? Chen Nan asked. I am what is commonly known as a code farmer, working as a programmer. Wang Xiaopeng scratched his head and said naively. Being a programmer is great. The salary is high, but it might be a bit hard work. Chen Nan smiled and patted Wang Xiaopeng on the shoulder, jokingly saying, I heard programmers have to work late into the night. Why haven't you lost some weight? It's hard work, but I can eat, and I can't treat myself badly. Wang Xiaopeng nodded seriously and said with a smile. Chen Nan. At this moment, a very pleasant voice called Chen Nan's name. Chen Nan turned around and saw Lin Qing looking at him with a smile. She wasn't wearing a business suit today, but a white dress, which made her look very clean. Adding to her already beautiful appearance, Chen Nan was actually stunned for a moment. Lin Qing. Chen Nan coughed twice. You're here. He thought to himself, would Lin Qing tell anyone about their previous meeting at the Gui group? Lin Qing's expression was very natural. He smiled and said, Chen Nan, long time no see. Yes, long time no see. Chen Nan saw Lin Qing's expression and knew that she was very smart and did not tell her about what they had seen before. Okay. Everyone, please sit down and have your meal. Zhang Daqiang called out loudly. Chen Nan sat between Wang Xiaopeng and Zhang Daqiang, while Lin Qing and Sun Miaomiao sat opposite them. Master, I found that the beautiful Lin Qing is always looking at you. At this moment, the little yellow chicken appeared, jumped on Chen Nan's shoulder, and said to him with a smile. Don't talk nonsense, Chen Nan said in his heart. Master, Xiao Huang did not lie to you. If you don't believe me, just take a look. She is looking at you now, Xiao Huang said to Chen Nan in a very strange tone. Chen Nan blinked, then looked up in the direction of Lin Qing and met her eyes. Lin Qing was very generous. After meeting Chen Nan's eyes, a very gentle smile appeared on his face. Chen Nan was stunned for a moment, blinked, and nodded slightly to Lin Qing. Master, Xiao Huang didn't lie to you, did he? The beautiful Lin Qing is looking at you. Could it be that she is interested in you? Xiao Huang said with a wicked smile. I know. You are the only little yellow chicken that has eyes, right? Chen Nan said unhappily in his heart. At this moment, the waiters had already started serving the dishes. Everyone else was visiting this high-end place for the first time, so they were all very reserved. Come on, come on! Everyone, pick up your glasses. I, Zhang Daqiang, am treating you all today, so please don't be shy. Zhang Daqiang stood up first, picked up his glass, and said with a smile, You all coming to today's class reunion is a gesture of respect to me, Zhang Daqiang. Thank you very much. Especially Goddess Lin Qing, it's my honor to have you here. Zhang Daqiang looked at Lin Qing, his eyes shining. Then I'll do it, you guys can do whatever you want. After saying that, he drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. When the others saw that Zhang Daqiang had drunk all the wine, they thought it would be inappropriate for them not to drink, so they all picked up their glasses and had a drink. Chen Nan, do you have a girlfriend now? Sun Miaomia looked at Chen Nan and asked shyly. Chen Nan smiled and shook his head. I'm too busy with work right now. How can I have time to find a girlfriend? When Sun Miaomia heard that Chen Nan didn't have a girlfriend, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Chen Nan, I don't have a boyfriend either. Sun Miaomia, forget it. Zhang Daqiang smiled and waved his hand. Our Nanzi doesn't like people like you. Look at how gentle and refined Nanzi is. He must like the kind of gentle and generous woman. You're right, Nanzi. Zhang Daqiang smiled and patted Chen Nan's arm, saying jokingly. Chapter 85 Gentleman's Behavior. Hee hee. Chen Nan smiled, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. He felt that no matter whether Sun Miaomia had a good impression of him or not, he could not embarrass or humiliate her in front of a girl. Although Zhang Daqiang didn't mean any harm by saying this, it was indeed embarrassing. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that your emotional intelligence value has increased by 100 points. After completing the gentlemanly behavior task, your social value has increased by 100 points. At this moment, the Shinhouse system's reminder sounded in Chen Nan's mind again. Xiangzi, what kind of job do you do now? At this time, a male classmate asked. As soon as Zhang Daqiang saw someone asking him, he immediately put on a very confident look and said, After high school, my family and I moved to another city. Then I started a small business, and it's doing well now. Anyway, I have a decent house, car, and money. It's definitely no problem for me to treat you guys to a meal here. Zhang Daqiang said as he placed his car keys on the table in a very ostentatious manner. Chen Nan took a glance and saw that it was a BMW pattern. Xiangzi is doing well now. Let's hang out with Xiangzi from now on. The male classmate looked very flattering, and then looked at Lin Qing with a lustful look in his eyes. Seeing that the boy really couldn't remember who he was, Chen Nan whispered in Zhang Daqiang's ear. Xiangzi, who is this guy? I can't remember him. Is he in our class? Hey Nanzi, what's wrong with your memory? Zhang Daqiang pretended to pick up some food for Chen Nan while whispering in his ear. Isn't this just like that monitor Ma Dahu who always told tales to the teacher when we were in school? Oh. It's this grandson. Chen Nan then remembered that this Ma Dahu looked much better when he was in school, but he liked to do small things for the teacher since he was a child. He was a typical person who betrayed his classmates in exchange for the trust of the teacher. That's the idiot. Zhang Daqiang was actually quite annoyed with Ma Dahu. I hadn't intended to ask him to come, but he heard from somewhere that Lin Qing was coming today, so he came over. I think he doesn't look as good as he did when he was a child. Now he has a pointed face and monkey cheeks, and looks a bit treacherous. Chen Nan lowered his head and whispered to Chen Nan. Who said it wasn't? When he heard that I was treating him to dinner, he even brought his own lunchbox. Zhang Daqiang's tone was full of disdain. He looked down on people who were too embarrassed to care about their reputation. That's all he can do. Chen Nan also smiled and shook his head. Chen Nan, what is your job now? At this moment, Ma Dahu suddenly looked at Chen Nan and said to him with ill intention. Chen Nan looked at Ma Dahu, gave him a polite smile, and said, I'm currently working as a clerk in an internet company, just an employee. You just didn't study hard back in school. I thought it was a miracle you even made it to university. Ma Dahu's expression was truly worthy of a beating. It's really great that you have a clerical job now. You should cherish it. Ma Dahu, how dare you talk like that? Before Chen Nan could say anything, Zhang Daqiang immediately glared at Ma Dahu and said unhappily, Nanzi is my brother. I'm here to protect him. Although Zhang Daqiang is very concerned about his reputation, he is also very loyal. Although his words are a bit vulgar, he has a kind heart. Yes, Chen Nan can only rely on Xiangzi. This is what is commonly known as living off a gigolo. Ha! Ma Dehu's laughter was very harsh, and he looked at Chen Nan with disdain in his eyes. Ma Dehu, why are you so harsh in your words? Sun Miao Miao couldn't stand it anymore, and quickly helped Chen Nan speak up. Sun Miao Miao, haven't you figured it out yet? In the eyes of Chen Nan and the others, you are just a big nympho. They don't take you seriously at all. You are defending him like this now, but you are just trying to curry favor with someone who doesn't like you, Ma Dehu said as he looked at Lin Qing with malicious eyes. It's just that Lin Qing is still so beautiful now. You are all bootlickers. Ha! Ma Dehu said as he took another sip of wine. It seemed that he was a little drunk. Sun Miao Miao, who was standing by, didn't expect Ma Dehu to say such a thing, and her expression was very embarrassed. Ma Dehu, you bastard! Zhang Daqiang was about to stand up and scold Ma Dehu when he was stopped by Chen Nan. Xiangzi, there are so many people here today, don't be impulsive. Chen Nan smiled, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Okay, let's eat some food. Let me tell you a joke. When I was at work, Wang Xiaopeng quickly changed the subject and told everyone a joke to ease the atmosphere. Chen Nan ate the food calmly, his eyes already showing coldness. Master! That Ma Dehu has really gone too far. We must teach him a lesson. Xiao Huang was also very angry at this time. How could he bear to see his master suffer like this? Xiao Huang, we must teach him a lesson, but today is a class reunion, and we can't spoil the fun for everyone just because of this grandson, Chen Nan said to Xiao Huang in his heart. Master, what should we do? Xiao Huang asked again. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with this grandson. Chen Nan curled the corners of his mouth and glanced at Ma Dehu opposite him sarcastically. Ding! The Xinhao system reminds the host that by completing random tasks and punishing Ma Dehu, you can get random gifts. At this moment, the reminder sound of the Xinhao system sounded in Chen Nan's mind again. At this moment, Ma Deqiang was also very happy drinking, so he pulled Wang Xiaopeng over to chat. Both of them spoke incoherently, but they still had a very interesting conversation. Seeing that everyone was busy with their own things, Chen Nan took advantage of the time when they weren't paying attention and walked over to Ma Dehu. He whispered in his ear, Boss Ma, I have something to ask you. Let's go out and talk. Ma Dehu had drunk a lot at this time, and his face was red and his neck was thick. Nanzi, you finally got the message and know how to ask for help, Ma Dehu said with a smug look on his face. I used to dislike you when we were in school. You act so arrogant all the time, and now it's time for you to ask me for help. Yes, Boss Ma, then give me a chance, let's go out and talk. Chen Nan's eyes darkened, and he smiled with a knife hidden in his heart. He reached out and helped Ma Dehu up. Boss Ma, please give me a chance and beg you. That's more like it. Ma Dehu thought Chen Nan really had something to ask of him, and suddenly he became even more arrogant. Look at you, you're such a jerk, ha ha ha. Chapter 86 The Gift of 1,000 Cups of Wine. Chen Nan took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him and helped Ma Dehu out. But when he didn't notice, Lin Qing had already seen this scene and followed quietly. Chen Nan helped Ma Dehu to the corridor, and a waiter happened to see them and asked, Do you need any help? Where is the bathroom? My friend drank a little too much, so I helped him go to the bathroom, Chen Nan said with a smile. It's just in front. Let me take you there, the waiter said very respectfully. No need. I'm not going to the bathroom. Chen Nan, if you have anything to ask me, just say it here. Ma Dehu was even more presumptuous at this time and said loudly. Sorry, my friend drank too much. Chen Nan smiled and reached out to cover Ma Dehu's mouth. No matter how Ma Dehu struggled, he couldn't get free. By the way, could you please bring a pot of hangover tea to the private room of Fang Chao? Thank you. Chen Nan smiled politely and said to the waiter before dragging Ma Dehu to the bathroom. As soon as he entered the bathroom, Chen Nan first confirmed that there was no one else there, and then his eyes suddenly darkened. Chen Nan, what do you want from me? If you beg me nicely, I might consider helping you, a loser. Ha! Ma Dehu said as he reached out and patted Chen Nan's face. His expression was really disgusting. Chen Nan curled his lips, reached out and grabbed Ma Dahu's wrist, raised his leg and kicked him. He knocked him down. Ouch! You kid actually hit someone! Ma Dahu was actually awakened by Chen Nan's kick. He immediately yelled, "Help! Help! Someone is hitting someone!" Chen Nan stepped forward and covered Ma Dahu's mouth directly. There was a chilling coldness in his eyes, which scared Ma Dahu. Ma Dahu struggled hard, but he was no match for Chen Nan. His eyes were filled with shock. He had never expected that Chen Nan, who looked so timid just now, would now exude such a powerful aura. They are completely different people. Ma Dahu, I also disliked you when I was in school. Chen Nan curled his lips. You asked for this beating. After saying that, he beat him up. You have to know that Chen Nan now has a Taekwondo underworld skill. He can make Ma Dahu unable to get out of bed for the next day with just a casual move. 15 minutes later, Ma Dahu was kneeling on the ground and crying and admitting his mistake. Brother Nan, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'm such a jerk. Ma Dahu looked at Chen Nan with a bruised face and nose. I won't dare to do it again. Never again. Chen Nan looked down at him, casually took out 10,000 yuan from his wallet, and threw it directly on Ma Dahu. This money is for your treatment. His eyes were very cold. He looked at Ma Dahu and said slowly, Don't let me see you again. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Nan, I will never appear in front of you again. Ma Dahu quickly picked up the money from the ground and ran out of the bathroom. Chen Nan patted the dirt off his hands and straightened his collar. I'm finally letting out some steam. It feels good. Master! You are so manly! So handsome! Xiao Huang also clapped his hands. Of course not. A real man can bend and stretch, and he will take action when it is time to do so. Chen Nan smiled proudly and said to Xiao Huang in his heart. Ding! The Xinhao system reminds the host that the random task has been completed and the reward of the random gift 8,000 cups without getting drunk has been placed in the host's backpack. At this moment, the Xinhao system's reminder sounded. Xiao Huang, let me see what this gift is. Chen Nan said to Xiao Huang in his heart. Yes, master. Xiao Huang turned around, and the light blue screen with a backpack pattern on it appeared in front of Chen Nan. After Xiao Huang clicked it, he saw a small purple bottle inside with the words, 1,000 cups without getting drunk, displayed on it. Master, this gift allows you to drink as much as you want without getting drunk, just like drinking plain water. Xiao Huang explained to Chen Nan. There's a gift like this. It's amazing, Chen Nan said with a smile. Come on, this gift is perfect for me right now. Yes, master. Xiao Huang pointed at the purple bottle. Master, just take it and drink it now. Okay. Chen Nan nodded, then reached out and took out the purple bottle from the blue screen in front of him. He drank it straight away and immediately felt refreshed, without even the feeling of having just drunk alcohol. Oh my! It's quite magical, it really works much better than hangover soup. Chen Nan put his hand to his mouth, then blew a breath and smelled it. It doesn't even smell like alcohol at all. Master, the random gifts in the super rich system will be rewarded based on what you are currently experiencing, so the system must have detected that you need this gift the most, and only then gave it to you. Xiao Huang explained to Chen Nan with a smile. That's quite humane. Chen Nan nodded and said with a smile. Afterwards, Chen Nan came out of the bathroom. Instead of going back to the private room, he came to the bar. What can I do for you? The waiter said respectfully when he saw Chen Nan. Chen Nan curled his lips and took out a gold card from his wallet. Let's settle the bill for the private room at Fang Chao. Yes. The waiter took the gold card from Chen Nan with both hands and began to calculate the bill. Your spending this time is 132,000 yuan, which has been charged to your card. Here is the bill. The waiter handed the bill and gold card to Chen Nan with both hands. Chen Nan took the gold card and said to the waiter, No need to pay the bill. Just make some desserts and fruits and send them up. Yes, the waiter said politely. Chen Nan nodded and was about to walk towards the private room when he heard someone calling his name from behind. Chen Nan. Lin Qing looked at Chen Nan with an ambiguous smile on his face. Chen Nan turned around and saw that it was Lin Qing. He was stunned for a moment, then he smiled generously. Why did you come out too? Chen Nan asked. Lin Qing walked to Chen Nan's side, so close to him that he could even smell the faint scent of perfume on Lin Qing, which was a very fresh floral scent. I came out when you took Ma Dehe out with you. Lin Qing did not lie and spoke very frankly. So you know everything? Chen Nan said with a faint smile. Lin Qing thought for a moment, then looked at Chen Nan and said softly, Do you mean that I know that you beat Ma Dehe, or that you paid the bill, or that you work at the Gui Group? Chapter 87 I am a Loki person. Chen Nan was not surprised by what Lin Qing said. He looked at her and said slowly, Since you know everything, what do you want to do? He knew that Lin Qing hadn't exposed him, so he must have his own ideas. After all, anyone who could become a project director at Gui Group must be a smart person. Chen Nan, I now find you to be quite interesting, Lin Qing said with an interested smile. I was actually quite surprised when I met you at the Gui Group before. But later I found out from Zhang Deqiang and the others that they didn't know your true situation. So I became curious again. Why did you hide your situation? Lin Qing's expression revealed a hint of curiosity. I'm a Loki person, is that okay? Chen Nan said, pretending to be stupid. But generally speaking, don't people like to show off? You are obviously very rich now, why don't you want to save face in front of your old classmates? Lin Qing's smile was not aggressive at all, and there was curiosity in his eyes when he looked at Chen Nan. Master, this beautiful Lin Qing must be interested in you. The little yellow chicken jumped onto Chen Nan's shoulder and said in his ear, Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that a random task is currently being dropped. If you gain the favor of the beautiful Lin Qing, you can unlock a new one of the 3,000 beauties in the harem. At this moment, the voice of the Godly Rich system rang in Chen Nan's mind. No way, Lin Qing is also one of the people involved in the mission. This is too ridiculous. Chen Nan was so upset that he wanted to cry. This beautiful schoolgirl was not only beautiful, but also very outstanding. But rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. Besides, his good brother Zhang Deqiang liked Lin Qing very much. How could he make a move? Master, now the new task of the Godly Rich system has appeared, so just accept your fate, Xiao Huang said to Chen Nan with a wicked smile on his face. Chen Nan took a deep breath. There was no way to refuse even if he wanted to. Chen Nan, what are you thinking about? Lin Qing saw that Chen Nan seemed to be in a daze, so he waved his hand in front of his eyes. Chen Nan came back to his senses, coughed twice, and said with a smile, Ahem. Actually, He thought about it, and realized that he was planning to attend a meeting at Dongmu Group in a few days. He would definitely see Lin Qing then. This was a good opportunity to make a good impression on Lin Qing. Lin Qing, since you already know everything, I won't hide it from you. Chen Nan's expression suddenly became extremely sincere. He looked at Lin Qing seriously and said slowly, Then I will tell you this matter. I hope you will keep it a secret from me. Lin Qing looked into Chen Nan's deep eyes and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Okay. I can keep it a secret for you. Chen Nan smiled and nodded, then suddenly leaned close to Lin Qing and whispered in her ear. Lin Qing, I'm actually the president of Dongmu Group. I acquired the Gui Group. I went to the company that day to discuss this matter, and I'll be going to the company for a meeting in 2 days. Lin Qing was a little shy at first because Chen Nan was a little close to him. But when he heard what Chen Nan said, he was stunned for a moment, then immediately opened his eyes wide in shock and looked at Chen Nan in disbelief. Lin Qing, I know you may not believe it, but it doesn't matter. I will go to the company for a meeting soon. I haven't been to the company because I have a lot of things to do these days. Chen Nan showed a very hearty smile on his face, which made his already handsome face exude the aura of a mature man. So I hope you can keep it a secret from me. It's better not to let our old classmates know about this. Chen Nan smiled and blinked at Lin Qing, and said softly. Lin Qing took a while to react before slowly accepting this fact. She looked at Chen Nan in shock and whispered, Chen Nan, you are actually my boss now. Chen Nan curled his lips, and said modestly, About the same, it's just that I haven't been to the company, so there are a lot of rumors in the company. If someone else told Lin Qing about this, she would definitely think that person was bragging. But she had just met Chen Nan at the Gui Group, and he was wearing a limited edition Armani catwalk suit, so now she believed what Chen Nan said very much. Before, Lin Qing thought that Chen Nan wanted to interview at Gui Group, but what she never expected was that the person who acquired Gui Group was actually Chen Nan. When Lin Qing learned that the Gui Group was reported for black accounting and money laundering, she had already guessed that the Gui Group would definitely go bankrupt. After all, Lin Qing's family background is not bad. Even if he doesn't have this month's salary, it will not affect his life. At most, he can ask his father to find a new job for him. Just when she was about to find a new job, she heard that a mysterious person had acquired the Gui Group and had officially changed its name to Dongma Group. Her first reaction was that this person must be very rich. Not only did he have a good business sense, but he also wanted to acquire the Gui Group at this time. In fact, there was another reason, which was to allow the tens of thousands of employees who were about to lose their jobs to continue to have this job. After all, Lin Qing has worked in this company for a long time, so he has some brains. But what I didn't expect was that this person was actually Chen Nan. We've been out for a while. Let's go back to the private room first. If there's anything, we can talk about it in the company later. We'll have plenty of time to meet each other later. Chen Nan looked at Lin Qing, curled his lips, and said lightly. Lin Qingwei was startled and blinked unnaturally. Well, let's go back first. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that Lin Qing's favorability towards you has reached 30%. Please cheer up. At this moment, the Shinhouse system's prompt sounded in Chen Nan's mind. Master, the Shinhouse system will assign you tasks based on your current attribute values. Since your current attribute values have increased, the assigned task levels will naturally be higher. Xiao Huang and Chen Nan already had a very good understanding, and he explained to him without waiting for him to ask. Master, this is actually just like killing monsters and leveling up. Your tasks will become more and more difficult in the future. Of course, the skills and gifts you get will also become more and more powerful. Xiao Huang continued to add. Xiao Huang, we are really getting along better and better with each other now. I haven't even asked you yet, but you already appeared and explained it to me. Chen Nan smiled and said to Xiao Huang in his heart. Chapter 88. Did you borrow usury? Thank you for the compliment, Master. Since your attribute values are also increasing, I will also be upgraded. Xiao Huang said as he happily turned in a circle. Chen Nan and Lin Qing returned to the private room. Everyone had already had 3 rounds of drinks, and were almost done with their meal. Nanzi, where have you been? Why did you come back just now? Zhang Daqiang asked in some confusion. Ma Dehe just drank too much, so I sent him out. Chen Nan's smile was natural, without a trace of strangeness. That Ma Dehe just said that to you, and you sent him out. Nanzi, you are such a nice person, why do you care about him? Zhang Daqiang said indignantly. Xiangzi, this is what I call a great man does not bear grudges. Hee hee. Chen Nan showed an honest smile on his face, thinking in his heart that not only did Zio not let him go, but he also beat him up severely. Don't mention how satisfying it was. I think we've almost finished eating, why don't we stop here for today? Wang Xiaopeng touched his round belly and continued contentedly. The big abalone today was really delicious. It was thanks to Brother Chang that I was able to satisfy my appetite. Zhang Deqiang felt very proud after being praised by Wang Xiaopeng. This is nothing. It's what I should do. He suddenly felt interested, so he said to them excitedly, Let's go to KTV to sing? Okay. Sun Miao Miao felt a little happier when she saw that Ma Dehe was gone, and quickly agreed. I haven't been to sing for a long time, let's go. It's too late today. Chen Nan was about to refuse, after all, he still had to go to work at the company tomorrow. Nanzi, don't spoil the fun. Sun Miao Miao, a girl, wants to sing. It's not appropriate for a grown man like you not to go. Zhang Daqiang smiled, reached out and patted Chen Nan on the shoulder and said. Chen Nan sighed slightly. Okay, I'll go then. That's what loyalty means. Zhang Daqiang smiled even wider, turned to look at Lin Qing, and asked. School beauty Lin Qing, come too, everyone is so happy. Chen Nan felt that Lin Qing was the type who didn't like crowds, so she wanted to help her refuse Zhang Daqiang. Xiangzi, Lin Qing definitely has to go to work tomorrow, so don't. I want to go too. Lin Qing suddenly spoke before Chen Nan finished speaking. Oh. Look, school beauty Lin Qing is really giving us face. Zhang Daqiang was so happy when he saw that Lin Qing agreed so readily. Chen Nan was slightly stunned and glanced at Lin Qing, thinking that she didn't like going to places like KTV. Xiangzi, how can you be so hypocritical? I'm not a girl, am I? Sun Miaomiao pretended to be angry, then went over and grabbed Lin Qing's arm, saying with a smile. Lin Qing, the school beauty, you see, they all bully me and don't treat me as a woman. Sun Miaomiao, compared with the school beauty Lin Qing, you are really a man, Zhang Daqiang said loudly with a smile. Xiangzi, you are so annoying! Sun Miaomiao hurried over to beat Zhang Daqiang. Everyone else was laughing when they saw this scene. Qin Nan suddenly felt that watching them playfully was really like when they were in school. At this moment, he actually felt a little emotional. He didn't expect that time would pass so quickly. In the blink of an eye, everyone had become adults struggling for life. Master, I detect that your mood seems to have changed, but you didn't have this change before. I can't quite figure out what this means, Xiao Huang said to Qin Nan in some confusion. Xiao Huang, many of our human emotions cannot be analyzed using data and codes. I just feel a little emotional right now, it's nothing. Qin Nan smiled and explained to Xiao Huang in his heart. Master, Xiao Huang doesn't quite understand. There was a big question mark on Xiao Huang's face. It's okay, this emotion is not a bad thing, it's normal, Qin Nan said to Xiao Huang. Then let's go. I'm going to pay the bill too. Zhang Daqiang picked up his briefcase. Qin Nan took a look and couldn't help laughing. Because of Zhang Daqiang's clothes today and his briefcase, he looks like a nouveau riche. They arrived at the first floor lobby of the Crystal Building, and Zhang Daqiang took his briefcase to the cashier to pay. Waiter, let's get the bill. Zhang Daqiang deliberately put on an air of being wealthy and said to the waiter. Sir, the bill for your private room has been settled. The waiter said respectfully with a very polite smile on his face. Huh! Zhang Daqiang was stunned and didn't react for a moment. What's wrong, Xiangzi? Don't you have enough money? Ha! Sun Miaomiao joked with a smile. How is that possible? Zhang Daqiang waved his hands and said. Xiangzi, I have settled the bill. Let's go. Qin Nan smiled at Zhang Daqiang very naturally and whispered in his ear. Zhang Daqiang was stunned for a moment, and turned to look at Qin Nan in disbelief. Nanzi, is this true? It's true, this gentleman has already paid the bill, said the waiter with a smile. How much money? Zhang Daqiang looked at Qin Nan in surprise and asked. Not much. Before Qin Nan could finish his words, the waiter was the fastest. 132,000. The waiter replied respectfully. Oh my God! Zhang Daqiang actually felt a little dizzy at this time. Could it be that the wine he just drank was too much for him? He glanced at his briefcase, thinking that he had brought 60,000 yuan with him, thinking that it must be enough. Fortunately, he hadn't paid the bill just now, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Xiangzi, hurry up and go! Don't you see that Sun Miaomiao and the others are waiting for us at the door? Qin Nan smiled and took Zhang Daqiang's arm and said to him. Nanzi, you... Zhang Daqiang still felt dizzy and said blankly. Could it be that you borrowed money from a loan shark? Ha! Qin Nan was immediately amused by what Zhang Daqiang said, and jokingly said. Yeah, Xiangzi. I borrowed money from a loan shark, so I can only rely on you from now on. But Zhang Daqiang couldn't laugh at all now. He reached out and patted his forehead to sober himself up. He followed Qin Nan, thinking. Holy crap! That wasn't an illusion! It was Qin Nan who paid the bill! And it's actually 132,000. Oh my God! This kid Qin Nan is so rich! Where should we go to sing KTV? Sun Miaomiao was very interested at the moment, and asked happily. Chapter 89, Going to a high-end KTV. Zhang Daqiang was immersed in shock at the moment. According to his brain, he could only think that Qin Nan had borrowed money from a loan shark. Xiangzi! Xiangzi! Sun Miaomiao reached out and patted Zhang Daqiang. What are you thinking about? Tell me quickly. Where are we going to sing KTV? Zhang Daqiang finally came back to his senses. Ahem, sing! Let's go to Xingye, Lin Qing suddenly said. That KTV has a nice environment and complete facilities. My colleagues and I like to go there on weekends. Xingye! I know this KTV. Sun Miaomiao immediately became excited when she heard the name Xingye. I've always wanted to go to the KTV at Xingye. I heard that many celebrities and internet celebrities like to go there. Sun Miao Miao's face was full of anticipation at this time. But won't that place be very expensive? Wan Xiaopeng asked in a low voice. Although he is also a programmer, and his salary is not low, he is still a social animal after all, and usually he would not go to such places to spend money. It's okay, Qiangzi is here. You don't have to pay. Chen Nan smiled and waved his hand and said to Wan Xiaopeng. Brother Qiangzi is so nice. He invites us to eat in such an expensive place and sing in a high-end KTV. It's really too much of a waste. Wan Xiaopeng was still a little embarrassed and said quickly. Qiangzi is a man of integrity. He doesn't care about such a small amount of money. Chen Nan knew that Zhang Deqiang cared a lot about his reputation, so he gave him enough face, then smiled and patted Zhang Deqiang on the shoulder. Isn't it, Qiangzi? Yes, yes, Zhang Deqiang said immediately. That's right, with brother Qiangzi here, you guys just have fun. Qiangzi, I suddenly realized that you are really manly, Sun Miao said with a smile. I am a very manly person, okay, Zhang Deqiang said to Sun Miao with a smug smile on his face. I drove here today, and brother Qiangzi is driving too, so we can go together in 2 cars. Wan Xiaopeng said a little embarrassedly. My car is only half a centana, it can't compare with yours. Xiaopeng, you're lucky. I always come here by bus. Chen Nan smiled and put his arm around Wang Xiaopeng's shoulders. He knew that Wang Xiaopeng had been a little inferior since he was in school. Ding! The Xinhao system reminds the host that your emotional intelligence value has increased by 100 points. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Xinhao system appeared in Chen Nan's mind. So, Zhang Deqiang drove his BMW, Chen Nan sat in the passenger seat, and Lin Qing chose to sit in this car, which made Zhang Deqiang even happier. But Zhang Deqiang originally wanted to ask Chen Nan where he got so much money, but because Lin Qing was here, he had to give up. In Wan Xiaopeng's car were Sun Miao and 2 other classmates. He drove behind Zhang Deqiang's BMW, and they drove towards the starry night together. Chen Nan was sitting in the passenger seat when he heard the sound of WeChat, which was sent by Wan Yani. Chen Nan, I know you've been very busy with work recently, so I stewed some nutritious food for you. I'll have Duan heated up for you when you come back. Chen Nan smiled. Sister Wang was the most considerate. In fact, sometimes he really felt that Wan Yani was more like his sister, who took good care of his family. Chen Nan, who are you texting on WeChat with so late at night? Zhang Deqiang said teasingly with a rather silly smile while driving. Do you have a girlfriend? When Lin Qing, who was sitting in the back seat, heard this, he unconsciously raised his eyes and looked at Chen Nan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Qiangzi, don't talk nonsense. I don't have a girlfriend. Chen Nan rolled his eyes at Zhang Deqiang and said speechlessly. He was thinking to himself, why is Zhang Deqiang now as gossipy as the little yellow chicken? Master, Xiao Huang is Xiao Huang, and Xiao Huang is not Zhang Deqiang. The little yellow chicken appeared at this time and immediately refuted Chen Nan. Xiao Huang is much smarter than your friend Zhang Deqiang, humph. But you two are so bitchy. Chen Nan cursed in his heart. Nanzi, I definitely don't believe you. Zhang Deqiang glanced at Chen Nan with a grin, and said with a somewhat frivolous expression. Let alone anything else, just based on your looks, there are definitely a lot of girls who like you. If you say you don't have a girlfriend, I don't believe it. Zhang Deqiang had completely forgotten about Chen Nan paying the bill and said heartlessly. Girls nowadays like guys with your looks, handsome and elegant. Ha! I say, Qiangzi, why are you so nagging now? I think you act like a girl. Why do you always like to dig up some gossip? Chen Nan also laughed and mocked Zhang Deqiang. This sentence made Lin Qing, who was sitting in the back, laugh, and she couldn't help laughing. Look, our school beauty Lin Qing is smiling. She must think you are lying, right, beautiful Lin? Zhang Deqiang found an opportunity to talk to Lin Qing. Lin Qing thought for a moment then said, I think what Zhang Deqiang said makes sense. Chen Nan's appearance is indeed the type that girls like. When she said this, she glanced at Chen Nan. Nanzi, you heard it, even the beautiful Lin Qing is speaking on my side. Zhang Deqiang, this heartless guy, is still praising himself. Chen Nan smiled and shook his head, a helpless smile on his face, and said jokingly, Why do you always care about my appearance? It's easy to ignore my wisdom. Nancy, I agree with you on this. Zhang Daqiang nodded seriously. I knew you were smart when we were in school. You have so many clever ideas. Why do I always feel that you are not praising me when you say this? Chen Nan raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Zhang Daqiang, who was driving with suspicion. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when they arrived at Xingye. As soon as they arrived at the door, a security guard came over and said, Dear guests, let me help you park your car. Huh! Zhang Daqiang didn't react for a moment. Give him the car keys. Car keys. At this time, Lin Qing and Chen Nan said the same thing at the same time. The two of them looked at each other. Lin Qing gave Chen Nan a faint smile, and Chen Nan nodded slightly. Oh! Here you go, the car keys. Zhang Daqiang quickly handed the car keys to the security guard. After they all got out of the car, the security guard drove away. The service here is pretty good, ahem. Zhang Daqiang felt a little embarrassed just now and said it deliberately. Oh! Look! Look! Isn't that the internet celebrity who's very popular recently? Sun Miao Miao grabbed Wang Xiaopeng's arm excitedly. Sun Miao Miao, can you calm down a little? Don't embarrass us! Zhang Daqiang said jokingly. Chapter 90 Consumption of 88,880. Oh! That internet celebrity is so handsome. He has a lot of fans. I liked him when I watched his live broadcasts before. Sun Miao Miao stretched her neck and looked at the handsome men and beautiful women coming in and out of Xingye, looking like a crazy fan. You can usually see a lot of internet celebrities and stars here. Lin Qing smiled faintly, and it seemed that he came here often. Then let's go in quickly. I'm going to take a few selfies and post them on WeChat Moments to show off. I've also been to Starry Night, Sun Miao Miao said with some anticipation. Then let's go in. Chen Nan smiled and said to everyone, Jiangzi has just reserved a private room for everyone, let's go. Oh! Brother Jiangzi is so respectable. So respectable. I also want to hang out with Brother Jiangzi in the future. I'm sure I'll be able to make a name for myself. The other two classmates also agreed. They actually didn't have a very good relationship with Chen Nan and the others, but they felt that this was an opportunity to take advantage, and it would be a waste not to come. Chen Nan didn't think it mattered. Although he wasn't very familiar with the two classmates, there was no need to make a fuss about it. It would be more lively with more people. Nancy, did you really book a private room? Zhang Daqiang walked to Chen Nan and asked in a low voice in his ear. Jiangzi, don't worry, I will definitely give you enough face. Chen Nan blinked at Zhang Daqiang and said with a smile. Xiao Huang, I leave it to you. At the same time, Chen Nan said to Xiao Huang in his heart. Master, received. Xiao Huang appeared immediately and within 3 seconds. Master, I have reserved the most luxurious private room here, VIP 888, for you. The cost is 88,888. Not bad, quite fast. Chen Nan praised Xiao Huang in his heart, and Xiao Huang spun around happily. Hello, distinguished guests. As soon as they came in, a waiter came over. The first floor lobby of Xingye is incredibly luxurious, exuding a youthful, fashionable vibe. The large screens broadcast live performances of stars from popular singing and dancing shows, as well as concerts by boy bands and girl groups. You have booked the VIP 888 room. I will take you in, the waiter said very respectfully, and then led them inside. The decoration here is so fashionable, my God! Sun Miao Miao looked around as she walked inside, dazzled. Because the designs here are all made by fashion designers, and they are also to cater to the preferences of young people. Otherwise, it would not be possible for so many internet celebrities and stars to like to play here, and it is also very suitable for taking pictures. Lin Qing explained to Sun Miao Miao. Lin Qing, you're amazing. Sun Miao Miao looked at Lin Qing with envy in her eyes. I really envy you. You're beautiful, have a good family background, and now you have such a great job. You can often come to places like this. It's nothing, actually. Lin Qingdan smiled and waved his hand. Chen Nan glanced at Lin Qing. She had always given everyone the impression of a goddess since they were in school because of her quiet and calm personality. It seemed the same now as it did in school, but he always felt that now that they were in society, Lin Qing's job at the Gui Group was a golden rice bowl for many people. How could she be truly aloof? We were all just ordinary people. Look, that woman seems to be that female star. What's her name? At this moment, Wang Xiaopeng suddenly pulled Chen Nan's arm excitedly, his voice trembling. Oh my God! It's the popular young actress Su Ke. Sun Miaomiao recognized her immediately, grabbed Wang Xiaopeng's arm, and said excitedly, She's even prettier in person than on TV. Oh my God! Look at her, she's really thin and white. And her face is actually only the size of a palm. Chen Nan also followed their gaze and saw that Su Ke was accompanied by an assistant and 2 tall bodyguards. She was wearing a tight dress covered with sparkling sequins, with exquisite makeup on, and her figure was really great. Su Ke was talking to a man in a suit at this time, who seemed to be a staff member of Xingye. It's said that female stars are more beautiful. Their figure and looks are really amazing. Zhang Daqiang's eyes were glued to Su Ke at this moment, and he was praising her. Right, Chen Nan. Zhang Daqiang patted Chen Nan. Chen Nan nodded. She is indeed very beautiful. Female celebrities are indeed more beautiful than on TV. Although he was not very interested in celebrities, Su Ke still knew about it. She originally debuted through a talent show. Although she is not very good at singing and dancing, she is the most beautiful one among them. Later she went to film a drama, and because she looked very beautiful in ancient costume, the ratings of that costume drama are now very high. Sometimes when she was working on United Chuangchuang, Xia Yingying would watch the drama while eating. When Lin Qing heard what Chen Nan said, he glanced at him and said in a somewhat cold tone, Let's go. I want to take another look. This is the first time I've seen a star in real life. Sun Miaomiao took out her mobile phone and said while taking pictures. Sun Miaomiao, stop taking pictures. Lin Qing quickly reached out to stop Sun Miaomiao, frowning slightly, his tone revealing displeasure. These celebrities don't like others taking pictures of them privately, and people who come to this place are all well known and won't take pictures. Chen Nan glanced at Lin Qing and curled his lips. He thought to himself, this is Lin Qing's true character. It's just that everyone has too heavy a filter for the school beauty, so they think Lin Qing is still that noble beauty. However, after working for a long time in a company like the Gui Group, even the most noble people will start to care about material things and become worldly. Chen Nan was well aware of this. After all, even the security guards at the entrance of the Gui Group would check whether the suits worn by employees were branded, let alone Lin Qing. For girls like Sun Miaomiao, everyone was just joking, and even Zhang Daqiang had no ill intentions. But Lin Qing was different. Although she had never said anything about Sun Miaomiao before, it was because she really looked down on Sun Miaomiao in her heart. Lin Qing, this is my first time meeting a celebrity. I want to post it on WeChat Moments and take another picture so I won't be discovered, Sun Miaomiao said as she picked up her phone and took several pictures. Lin Qing pursed her lips, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. She obviously felt that Sun Miaomiao's behavior was very shameful. What are you doing? At this moment, Sun Miaomiao forgot to turn off the flash on her mobile phone, and was discovered by Su Ke's bodyguard. Sun Miaomiao was startled and saw the bodyguard walking towards her aggressively. Chapter 91 The Bodyguard Takes Action. What's wrong with you? The bodyguard glared at Sun Miaomiao fiercely as he came over, then looked at the phone in her phone and said in a very tough tone, Delete all the photos in your phone. You are not allowed to take pictures without the permission of our artists. Sun Miaomiao was frightened and just stood there in a daze. I didn't mean it. The fat Lin Qing glanced at Sun Miaomiao with an embarrassed expression, thinking that Sun Miaomiao was very shameful. How can you talk like that? Zhang Daqiang was a little impulsive. Seeing the bodyguard's aggressive look, he walked over and wanted to argue with him. We didn't do it on purpose. Why do you have to do that? Zhang Daqiang's tone was not good. He pointed at the bodyguard with an angry expression. Before Zhang Daqiang could react, the bodyguard grabbed Zhang Daqiang's wrist and controlled him with his backhand. Hey! Son of a bitch! Why are you doing this? Zhang Daqiang wanted to struggle immediately, but the bodyguards were all professionals and he couldn't move at all. No! Don't do it! It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Fatty Wang hurried over, smiling and trying to please the bodyguard. Please let go first, we can talk it out. Sun Miaomiao was completely dumbfounded at this moment, standing there in a daze, totally at a loss as to what to do. Lin Qing already felt that Sun Miaomiao was embarrassing, and now the bodyguards were controlled by Zhang Deqiang. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. She took a step back expressionlessly, shielding her face with her hands. "Let me go! I'm warning you, I'm also a gangster!" Zhang Deqiang was still cursing at this moment, but he couldn't break free from the bodyguard at all. At this moment, Chen Nan rushed forward and grabbed the bodyguard's hand that was pinching Zhang Deqiang. His eyes darkened and he said, "Let go first if you have anything to say." As Chen Nan spoke, he exerted force. The bodyguard felt the strength in Chen Nan's hand and was stunned for a moment. He had never expected that he could have so much strength with just one hand. "Ouch! It hurts! It hurts!" The bodyguard and Chen Nan were secretly competing with each other. He also started to use force with his hands and pinched Zhang Deqiang fiercely, making Zhang Deqiang scream. Chen Nan's eyes turned cold, and he exerted force with his men, actually crushing the bodyguard's strength, forcing the bodyguard to let go of his hand. You have to know that Chen Nan now has a black belt in Taekwondo, so being a bodyguard is no problem for him. The bodyguard looked a little surprised. He didn't expect that although Chen Nan didn't look very strong, the strength in his hands seemed to be well trained. Zhang Deqiang felt the bodyguard's hand loosen, and he quickly broke free. "Fuck you!" Zhang Deqiang was so angry that he raised his fist and wanted to hit the bodyguard. "Qiangzi!" Chen Nan suddenly turned to look at Zhang Deqiang. The majesty in his eyes actually scared Zhang Deqiang. At this moment, Chen Nan exuded a very powerful aura, a domineering aura that could shock people. Zhang Deqiang was stunned for a moment, then slowly put down his fist and took 2 steps back. "What's going on?" At this moment, Suke and the staff member in a suit also came over. "I am the general manager of Xingye," said the staff member in a suit. "This woman took photos of our artist with her cell phone. I asked her to delete them." The bodyguard glared at Sun Miaomiao. Zhang Deqiang and Wang Xiaopeng were already standing in front of Sun Miaomiao, and they still looked very manly at this time. "Although it was indeed my friend who took the photo of your artist, she did it without your knowledge. To you, she is just a passerby." Chen Nan stood in front of everyone and said to the bodyguard. His eyes darkened, and the bodyguard suddenly felt a chill and subconsciously took a step back. "But you just started fighting right away. That's your problem, isn't it?" Chen Nan said slowly in a very cold tone. "Sir, I'm so sorry. We have a rule here that you can't take photos of artists with your phone. And Suke, I'm sure you all know." The general manager's attitude was still very polite. He looked at Sun Miaomiao and said, "Ma'am, I'm so sorry. Could you please delete the photos from your phone?" Okay, I'll delete it now." Sun Miaomiao was really scared at this moment. She quickly picked up her mobile phone and deleted all the photos in it. "That's fine then. What happened just now was all a misunderstanding. Everyone came here to have fun at our starry night, so let's just pretend that what happened just now never happened." The general manager tried to smooth things over and said to Chen Nan and the others with a smile. The bodyguard glared at Chen Nan and turned to leave. "Wait a minute." Chen Nan suddenly took a step forward and spoke lightly. "Sir, you..." The general manager was about to speak when he was interrupted by Chen Nan. "We are VIP guests here. I know you, general manager, are trying to smooth things over, but there's no need for that." Chen Nan smiled. "We need a sincere apology right now." The bodyguard was stunned for a moment, then realized that Chen Nan wanted him to apologize to them. "Well, you are our VIP customer." The general manager was also stunned for a moment, because Chen Nan looked like a college student, so he didn't expect that he was their VIP customer. This was a problem. The general manager had originally wanted to smooth things over, but he hadn't expected Chen Nan to be a VIP customer, which presented a dilemma. On one side is a popular artist, and on the other side is their VIP client. He can't afford to offend either side. "General manager, I won't make things difficult for you on this matter. I can handle it myself." Chen Nan was still very considerate of the general manager and spoke to him very forcefully. "Bodyguard, we have deleted all the photos. But you were the one who started it first, so we need a reasonable apology." Chen Nan looked at the bodyguard expressionlessly, emitting a very powerful aura. Even Zhang Deqiang, who was standing next to him and holding out his hand, was a little frightened by Chen Nan. He whispered to Chen Nan, "Nanzi, let's just forget about this matter. This is what he should do." Chen Nan turned his face slightly, and his tone was unquestionable, which made Zhang Daqiang shut up immediately. The bodyguard was actually feeling a little guilty now, but for the sake of face, he was still being stubborn. "If that woman hadn't taken pictures of our artists first, how could I have come out to stop her?" The bodyguard still wanted to make excuses. "Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Chen Nan said in a very domineering tone. "I've already said that my friend has deleted the photos. I'm asking you to apologize for the incident." Chapter 92 Actor Suke. The bodyguard didn't expect that Chen Nan, who looked like a college student, had such an aura, and he broke out in a cold sweat. "Hurry up and apologize to that big brother!" At this moment, a very pleasant voice came from behind the bodyguard. Suke walked over and immediately said to the bodyguard, "There's no need to make this happen. You should apologize to them." Even at this time, Zhang Daqiang, Wang Xiaopeng and others' attention were all attracted by Suke. They had never seen a female star so close before. Suke seemed to be radiating a kind of light. Sorry." The bodyguard still obeyed Suke's words and said to Zhang Daqiang and Sun Miaomiao, "Sir, this is indeed a misunderstanding." Suke looked at Chen Nan with a bright smile on his face. "Because I'm an artist, I'm restricted from going out to play. I hope you can understand. I'm really sorry." Suke is still very well-mannered. When talking to Chen Nan, he makes people feel very comfortable, and he doesn't have the condescending feeling of a celebrity. Chen Nan showed a very gentlemanly smile on his face, nodded to Suke, and said generously, "Since we both had problems and have now resolved them, it must be a misunderstanding." Suke looked at Chen Nan with an interested smile on his face. "I just heard that you are a VIP customer here. Can I ask which private room you booked?" "Huh!" Chen Nan didn't expect Suke to ask this question suddenly, and said puzzledly, "It's the VIP 888 room." "This is truly fate," the general manager said with a smile. "Sir, you don't know this. Actually, Suke originally wanted to book this private room because her birthday is after midnight. But this private room has been booked by you, and she was discussing this with me just now," the general manager said with a smile. "Today is Suke's birthday." Wang Xiaopeng was a little surprised, and immediately said with sudden realization, "That's right. I remember. It is indeed her birthday." When Chen Nan heard this, he thought to himself that now that things had come to this, it would be inappropriate for him not to give this private room to Suke. Ding! The super rich system reminds the host that a random task has been dropped. If you give up the private room like a gentleman, you can gain Suke's favorability and unlock the artist Suke's picture book. At this moment, the reminder sound of the super rich system rang in Chen Nan's mind again. "What? Suke is also in my atlas?" Chen Nan felt a little surprised. This atlas was the previous task of 3,000 beauties in the harem. He hadn't even conquered Lin Qin yet, so how come there was another female star, Suke? Master! Because your attribute values have been upgraded, now two people can conquer it together at the same time. Xiao Huang also appeared and explained to Chen Nan. You can conquer them all at once, or one by one. There's no contradiction there. Xiao Huang continued with a grin. I think Suke is prettier, but for the system's quests, you must complete and conquer each character. Chen Nan sighed slightly in his heart. What kind of a mission was this? He really didn't know how to get along with these women now. But there is nothing that can be done about it. After all, this is a task assigned by the godly rich system. If there is no difficulty, we have to create difficulties to solve it. In that case, let's give this VIP 888 room to Miss Su, Chen Nan said to Suke with confidence in his eyes and a very gentlemanly smile. Oh, dear customer, you are so kind! I will give you another 12% discount today. The general manager was very happy because he did not offend either side. Sir, thank you so much. My birthday is coming soon, and I have invited a lot of friends, so I really need this private room. Suke's tone was very sincere, and he explained to Chen Nan. It doesn't matter. I should give it to you for both moral and logical reasons. Chen Nan nodded slightly and said, Sir, what is your name? Suke suddenly gave Chen Nan a very bright smile, which made Wang Xiaopeng and Zhang Daqiang on the side bleed from their noses. My name is Chen Nan, Chen Nan replied. Oh, Mr. Chen, nice to meet you. Suke suddenly stretched out his right hand towards Chen Nan. Chen Nan was slightly startled, then reached out and held her hand. Suke's hand was a little cold, but very soft, and her skin was very nice. It really is a female celebrity's hand, so soft indeed, Chen Nan thought to himself. General Manager, please arrange another private room for us. Chen Nan looked at the general manager and said, No problem, Mr. Chen, I'll arrange it for you now. The general manager quickly picked up the tablet and operated it. Afterwards, Suke left with the waiter under the protection of the bodyguard. Before leaving, he smiled at Chen Nan. Chen Nan was also invited by the waiter to go back to a private room. Although this private room is not as high-end as VIP 888, it is also a VIP room. Ouch! I was really scared just now. Sun Miao Miao sat down on the sofa as soon as she came in, patting her chest and said. Lin Qing glanced at Sun Miao Miao and said in a somewhat cold tone. Fortunately, there is Chen Nan, otherwise this matter would definitely be our fault. Those artists don't just have bodyguards. They also have their own professional teams, agents, lawyers, and so on. Lin Qing was a little unhappy. If they wanted to hold you legally responsible just now, you wouldn't be able to escape. I didn't know that just taking a few photos would cause this, Sun Miao Miao said with a somewhat aggrieved tone. This was also my first time meeting a female celebrity, so… Even if you are not educated, can't you have some brains? Lin Qing's expression was already very cold, her words were very harsh, and her tone was also very disdainful. Sun Miao Miao felt Lin Qing's disdain and felt even more aggrieved. She was already very inferior when facing Lin Qing, and now being said by Lin Qing simply hit the most vulnerable part of her heart. Lin Qing, the matter has been resolved. There's no need to bring it up again. Chen Nan looked at Lin Qing. After all, Sun Miao Miao didn't know. Ignorance is not a crime. Seeing Chen Nan say that, Lin Qing gave up. She just felt that Sun Miao Miao was too embarrassing, and she didn't really care about the photo. Sun Miao Miao, you don't have to blame yourself. Nothing happened. Chen Nan smiled at Sun Miao Miao and said. Chapter 93. This is a fatal question. Sun Miao Miao was finally comforted when she heard what Chen Nan said. Chen Nan, you are such a nice person. She finally smiled again and continued to say to Chen Nan. You were really too manly just now. Am I not a man? Zhang Dachen said jokingly. Brother Xiangzi is also super manly, and Wang Xiaopeng was standing in front of me just now. Thank you. Sun Miao Miao was not joking when she said this, but really thought so. She had been frightened by the bodyguard just now, and was completely stunned. Fortunately, there were a few of them, otherwise she really didn't know how to deal with such an emergency alone. Lin Qing, who was standing by, saw this scene and looked a little embarrassed, so he turned around and ordered a song. Chen Nan also noticed Lin Qing's mood, so he sat next to him and said slowly. Actually, Sun Miao Miao's behavior is understandable. After all, ordinary people have never seen a celebrity in person. He knew that Lin Qing was a lady from a very good family, who had been a good student and good-looking since childhood, so she definitely could not understand Sun Miao Miao's behavior, and even felt ashamed. Do you also think Suke is beautiful? Lin Qing suddenly turned around, looked at Chen Nan, and asked seriously. Chen Nan was slightly startled, and suddenly felt that there was something wrong with her eyes. Master! Master! This is a fatal question. When a girl asks you whether another girl is pretty, it is a fatal question. Xiao Huang appeared at this time and immediately yelled at Chen Nan. I think so too. Chen Nan showed an awkward but polite smile on his face, and said to the little yellow chicken in his heart, It seems that I need to answer carefully. I am the one who is miserable. I just became famous a while ago, and now I have to face such a choice. Chen Nan felt so sad that he couldn't even cry. He once again felt that women's hearts are really deep. I think. Chen Nan looked at Lin Qing and spoke slowly. Chen Nan, what do you think? Tell me quickly. Lin Qing urged Chen Nan. Who do you think is prettier, Suke or me? Fatty Wang, who was standing by, heard this. He was a programmer after all, so he was quite clever. He immediately tried to smooth things over, saying to Chen Nan. Then it must be that our school beauty, Lin Qing, is even prettier. Don't you think so, Chen Nan? He winked at Chen Nan while he was speaking, but Lin Qing immediately said, "I'm asking Chen Nan. I want to hear Chen Nan's opinion." When Wang Xiaopeng saw Lin Qing's serious expression, he knew that Lin Qing really cared about Chen Nan's opinion, so he quickly shut up and looked at Chen Nan with a very sympathetic look. Chen Nan knew that Wang Xiaopeng couldn't help him at all, so he took a deep breath, looked at Lin Qing, and said with a smile, "I think Suku is a female star, and she must be as beautiful as a star, but—" His desire to survive was really full. If he said Lin Qing was prettier than Suku right away, it would be too fake. After all, Suku was a popular young actress with impeccable looks and figure. "But you have your own beauty. Your beauty is based on temperament, gentle and generous, like a lady from a noble family." Chen Nan's expression was extremely serious. "People are different. There's no need to compare, really." "Puchi!" Chen Nan finally made Lin Qing laugh, and he finally felt relieved. It turns out that women are very difficult to deal with. Any question they ask can be a matter of life and death. The Godly Rich system reminds you that Miss Lin Qing's favorability has increased by 20%. Please keep up the good work. The Godly Rich system reminds you that your emotional quotient has increased by 100 points, and your social value has increased by 100 points. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Shenhouse system suddenly appeared. Chen Nan was thinking in his heart, if it wasn't for completing this task, he wouldn't have racked his brains to answer such a life-threatening question. "Master! Master! Congratulations, your attribute value has increased again," Xiao Huang said, jumping up and down. "What's there to congratulate? I would rather complete some tasks related to business operations," Chen Nan said to Xiao Huang in his heart, feeling a little tearful. "Master, is this task really that difficult? Is it more difficult than asking you to do business management?" A big question mark appeared on the little yellow chicken's face. He really didn't understand. "Xiao Huang, you're just a system code. You know there's a saying that goes, in this world, only women and villains are hard to raise." Chen Nan sighed inwardly and continued to say to the little yellow chicken, "Women are the most difficult creatures to deal with in this world." Xiao Huang still doesn't quite understand, the little yellow chicken said puzzledly. Then Lin Qing picked up the microphone and sang a song. Her voice was very nice. When she was in school, she participated in a campus singing competition and won first prize. Otherwise, how can she be called a campus goddess? She has been a good student and good-looking since she was a child, and she is even the best in this kind of cultural and artistic activities. School beauty Lin Qing's voice is still so beautiful and moving. Zhang Daqiang praised her repeatedly and almost waved his glow stick. While singing, Lin Qing looked at Chen Nan with a somewhat smug expression, as if he wanted to show Chen Nan that he sang very well. Sure enough, he is the one who won the first prize in the campus singing competition when he was in school. Awesome! Wang Xiaopeng also quickly echoed. Chen Nan was currently checking Suku's information on his mobile phone. Since she was also a public figure, and her information was available online, he didn't bother Xiao Huang. The reason he was looking for Suku's information was not to complete the mission. Since the Godly Rich system asked him to conquer Suku, he had to know both himself and the enemy in order to win every battle. But Suku is a female star after all, and she is not usually seen. So Chen Nan has to think carefully about how to create opportunities to meet Suku again in the future. He was so focused on his phone that he didn't notice Lin Qing singing. Wang Xiaopeng suddenly pushed Chen Nan with his hand. Chen Nan looked back in surprise. "Why did you push me?" "Chen Nan, didn't you see that Lin Qing was looking at you while she was singing?" Wang Xiaopeng reminded Chen Nan in a low voice. Chen Nan then looked at Lin Qing and found that her eyes were indeed on him, and then he immediately reacted. "Wow! The school bell is really a school bell, and her singing is really like the sound of nature." Chen Nan's face immediately showed a very exaggerated expression, and he stretched out his hands and kept clapping. Lin Qing finally nodded in satisfaction, then turned around and continued singing. "Thank you, brother." Chen Nan smiled at Wang Xiaopeng and nodded seriously. Chapter 94 Making Changes. "Chen Nan, don't be so polite. This is what we brothers should do." Wang Xiaopeng showed a simple smile on his face and said to Chen Nan with a smile. Chen Nan thought Wang Xiaopeng was a nice guy, so he couldn't help but ask a few more questions. "Wang Xiaopeng, how is your life now? Do you have a girlfriend?" Wang Xiaopeng scratched his head sheepishly and said, Life is just like that. You know, programmers like me have to deal with computers every day. How can I have time to find a partner? Besides, look at my appearance. What girl would like someone like me? Chen Nan took a look at Wang Xiaopeng's round belly and suddenly felt it was cute. He couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Xiaopeng, I think you really should lose some weight. Not for anything else, but also for your health. Sitting there every day looking at the computer and doing programs is definitely not good for your health. Chen Nan still cared about Wang Xiaopeng from the bottom of his heart. Ding! The Xinhao system reminds you that a random task is currently being dropped, which is to persuade Wang Xiaopeng to regain confidence in life. You will receive a mysterious gift if you complete the task. At this moment, the Xinhao system's prompt sound appeared. Chen Nan, you see, I have been like this since I was in school. Now it has been like this for more than 20 years. I am used to it. Wang Xiaopeng sighed slightly, reached out and touched his belly, and said helplessly. He has indeed been fat since he was in school. He was not good at sports at that time and was often punished by standing and was often laughed at by his classmates. So from that time on, Wang Xiaopeng felt very inferior and had to study silently, because he knew in his heart that studying was the only way out for him. So until now, his job has been just sitting in front of the computer every day, which reduces his interactions with others. This is what is now commonly known as social phobia. Xiaopeng, I'm going to have something to say to you now. Chen Nan suddenly looked at Wang Xiaopeng seriously and said earnestly. Our famous writer and thinker Mr. Lu Xun once said something. Is it always true? He put his arm around Wang Xiaopeng's shoulders, although it was a bit difficult. Even though you've been like this since you were in school, it doesn't mean you have to stay like this forever, nor does it mean you will continue to be like this in the future. Chen Nan's eyes were filled with determination. He looked Wang Xiaopeng in the eye seriously and said, If you don't even want to change yourself, then your life is truly a failure. Wang Xiaopeng was stunned for a moment. He never expected that Chen Nan would say such words to him. No one has ever said such things to him since he was a child. Even his parents just hope that he will study hard and have no other expectations. As a result, Wang Xiaopeng actually doesn't have many friends. Most adolescent boys like to play ball together, but Wang Xiaopeng's body shape makes him feel inferior, let alone playing ball. Chen Nan, but I... Wang Xiaopeng's eyes were clearly shaken. Chen Nan immediately said firmly, There's no but, Xiaopeng. I believe you. At this time, Lin Qing and the others were singing and didn't notice what was happening on Wang Xiaopeng's side. Chen Nan's eyes were very serious, and his tone was very sincere as he continued. Xiaopeng, everyone's life is in their own hands. As long as you want it, there is nothing you can't do. He continued to give Wang Xiaopeng some inspirational stories, thinking that it was a good thing that he had the godly rich system, otherwise his life would definitely not be easy. Chen Nan, I don't know what to do. Wang Xiaopeng's voice was a little weak, and he looked at Chen Nan timidly. In the final analysis, it was because he was very inferior in his heart, which he would definitely not be able to overcome in a short time. Chen Nan grabbed Wang Xiaopeng's hand and said, Xiaopeng, as long as you want to change, I can definitely help you. Really? Chen Nan, can you really help me? Wang Xiaopeng's eyes were full of expectation. He knew that Chen Nan was a very powerful person, which could be seen from his confrontation with the bodyguard just now. Really, as long as you want to change. I, Chen Nan, promise you that I can help you turn over a new leaf and become a new person. Chen Nan patted his chest and said confidently. Chen Nan! Wang Xiaopeng was a little excited at this moment. He immediately grabbed Chen Nan's hand, his eyes full of hope. He said with some trembling, Chen Nan, I want to change. I hope you can help me. I believe in you. Okay. Chen Nan smiled confidently. Xiaopeng, as long as you have this determination now, you are already halfway to success. With my help, you will definitely completely change your life. Master! I think you should go into marketing. You are so good at speaking. Xiao Huang appeared at this time and said with a chuckle. What do you know? A good leader must have this ability to lead. Chen Nan said proudly to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Wang Xiaopeng, oh no! This is your nickname. What's your real name? Chen Nan then realized that he had been calling Wang Xiaopeng by his nickname since school and didn't even know his real name. My name is Wang Xian, Wang Xiaopeng replied. Wang Xiao. Oh no, Wang Xian! Look how nice your name is. You can't let others call you Wang Xiaopeng anymore. It will only make you less confident. After Chen Nan finished speaking, he immediately picked up the microphone, paused the song he was singing, cleared his throat, and said into the microphone, Everyone, I have something to announce. Nancy, we were having the most fun singing. Why did you press pause? Zhang Daqiang was a little anxious at this moment. That's right, Chen Nan, you've really spoiled the fun. Sun Miaomia also echoed. Lin Qing looked at Chen Nan, knowing that he must have something to say, so he waited quietly. I have something very important to say now, Chen Nan said into the microphone. From today on, you can't call Wang Xiaopeng by that nickname. He has his own name. Ah? Nancy, what are you talking about? Isn't Wang Xiaopeng just called Wang Xiaopeng? Zhang Daqiang didn't react for a moment. If Wang Xiaopeng is not called Wang Xiaopeng, should he be called Wang Depeng? Sun Miaomiao also said jokingly. Wang Xiaopeng felt even more embarrassed at this moment, lowering his head in embarrassment. Everyone, listen to me. Chen Nan looked at everyone seriously. Wang Xiaopeng is just a nickname. He has his own name. It's because we all called him Wang Xiaopeng when we were in school that he has such an inferiority complex. We are all perpetrators, and this is also school violence, Chen Nan said in a loud voice. Chapter 95 The Class Reunion is Worth It. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, including Wang Xiaopeng. Perhaps our seemingly unintentional actions have caused harm to others. Maybe you all say that this is just a joke, but have you ever thought that for the person you call Wang Xiaopeng, his life will be lived in the shadow of inferiority? Chen Nan looked at everyone and said slowly. If that's the case, then what's the difference between us and that Madahu? Chen Nan said seriously. He has his own name. His name is Wang Xian. I hope everyone can respect him in the future and stop making fun of his appearance. Chen Nan smiled and turned to look at Wang Xian. I think Wang Xian is a very outstanding person. What do you think? At this time, Wang Xian's eyes were already filled with tears. He reached out his hand and wiped his eyes randomly. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever been willing to stand up and say such words for him, and even he himself has become accustomed to such a life. But he didn't expect that Chen Nan would encourage him to change his life. Wang Xian felt a warm current surge in his heart at this moment, which made him very moved. Sun Miaomiao pursed her lips, a guilty look on her face. Wang Xiao. Oh no, Wang Xian. I'm really sorry, I'm the one who calls you by that nickname the most. Wang Xian, from now on you are my brother. If anyone bullies you again, just tell me. Your brother Qiangzi will definitely protect you. Zhang Daqiang also hugged Wang Xian. Brother, I will help you lose weight. I have gained weight recently too. Ha! Everyone else was amused by what Zhang Daqiang said, and Wang Xian nodded with tears in his eyes. Lin Qing looked at Wang Xian with a faint smile on his face. Wang Xian, this name is quite poetic. At this moment, everyone realized that when they were students, none of them had paid attention to Wang Xian, and they didn't even know his name. Thank you, it's really worth it for me to come to today's class reunion. Wang Xian's tone was very sincere. He looked at everyone with tears in his eyes and bowed slightly. Oh! Wang Xian, why are you still saying thank you? It's all our fault. Although Sun Miaomiao is a bit of a nympho and likes to chatter, she is still kind. Come on! Let's continue singing! Zhang Daqiang picked up the microphone again, took the initiative to ease the atmosphere, and continued singing. Chen Nan, I really thank you very much. Wang Xian looked at Chen Nan seriously and said in a very sincere tone. It's too early for you to thank me now. Chen Nan showed a very mysterious smile on his face, and then whispered to Wang Xian. Do you know Dongma Group? Wang Xian nodded. I know. Lin Qing works in this company. It's a big company. Go directly to the president's office of Dongmu Group tomorrow. Chen Nan curled his lips and didn't say much. Wang Xian wanted to ask Chen Nan why he suddenly wanted him to go here, but when he saw Chen Nan's expression, he knew that he must be doing it for his own good. So he nodded honestly and said, Okay, Chen Nan, I'll listen to you. Qin Nan was actually thinking about asking Wang Xian to change his job so that he wouldn't have to sit in front of the computer to work even after get off work. This way, he could use his spare time to exercise and enjoy life. Qin Nan has also seen that Wang Xian is a smart man who can see many things clearly and has a high emotional intelligence. What such a person actually lacks is an opportunity, and Qin Nan happens to be able to give Wang Xian a chance to prove himself. Ding! The Xinhao system reminds you that you have completed the randomly dropped task, allowing Wang Xian to regain confidence in life. The mysterious gift the system rewards you with is a data map of the entertainment industry's operating model, which will be directly transmitted to the host's brain later. At this moment, the Xinhao system's prompt sound rang again. Qin Nan wondered what this entertainment industry operating model data chart was. Master! Master! Because you need to conquer the character of Suku, and the entertainment industry she is in is an industry that you currently don't understand at all. So the Xinhao system has detected it and gave you this reward. With this information map, you can understand how the entertainment industry operates, and thus understand Suku better. The little yellow chicken immediately appeared and explained to Qin Nan. Oh, so that's how it is. Then this gift is still very useful, Qin Nan said in his heart. About half a minute later, the information diagram of the entertainment industry's operating model had been transmitted to Qin Nan's mind. At this time, everyone else was singing, and he was sitting on the sofa, with the blue screen appearing in front of him, but of course no one else could see it. He could use this blue screen to read the information in his mind, so he began to read it carefully. So this is the operating model of the entertainment industry, Qin Nan said to himself as he watched. The contracts signed between these entertainment companies and artists are really too shady. It's either 1 to 9 or 2 to 8. They really treat these artists as tools to make money, Qin Nan said slowly. Master, after all, making money in the entertainment industry is definitely more than working from 9 to 5, so this is why so many young people want to be stars now. They can be sought after by fans and make money at the same time, Xiao Huang also said. But I feel like those celebrities, though glamorous on the surface, actually have some hard times behind the scenes. Qin Nan sighed slightly and said to Xiao Huang, Xiao Huang, let me tell you, whether you're a human or working in artificial intelligence, you can't wear tinted glasses. You can't look at people with prejudice. Every industry has its own challenges. Wow! Master, I find that you seem to be getting more mature as you get older. What you said really makes a lot of sense. Xiao Huang immediately showed a very admiring look and said to Qin Nan, Don't look at your master's usual nonchalant appearance, but I am a real man, Qin Nan said proudly in his heart. Take Suku for example. Even when she went out for her birthday, she had to bring bodyguards with her. She has absolutely no freedom of movement. Qin Nan tooted his mouth. And you see passers-by treat these celebrities like rare animals when they see them. I think the price of fame is not being able to live a normal life. It's pretty tragic when you think about it. Then if the master becomes a celebrity, would you be willing? Xiao Huang suddenly asked. Me? Qin Nan thought for a moment. To be honest, who doesn't want to be famous? But if it were me, I'd prefer a little more freedom. Chapter 96 Invited by a Female Celebrity. Qin Nan was looking carefully at the blue screen in front of him. He found the operational information of the entertainment industry quite interesting. Although there are many differences from the rules of operating a company, there are actually some similarities. But for Qin Nan, his current task is to find a way to conquer Suku, which is very difficult. After all, she is a female celebrity, and has seen all kinds of handsome guys in the entertainment industry. It seems that it will take some effort to conquer her. At this moment, the door of the private room was opened, and it was the general manager from before. Sorry to bother you guests. The general manager had a very respectful smile on his face. His eyes seemed to search the private room and finally fell on Qin Nan. Mr. Qin. The general manager smiled and nodded to others, then walked over to Qin Nan. What's wrong? Qin Nan asked in confusion. The general manager respectfully whispered in Qin Nan's ear. Mr. Qin, Ms. Suku asked me to tell you that she wants to invite you to the VIP 888 room to attend her birthday party. Ah? Qin Nan was stunned. He never expected that Suku would invite him. Mr. Qin, Ms. Su wants you to go alone and not tell your friends. The general manager continued in a low voice. I hope you can keep this a secret, because Ms. Su really wants you to go. Master! This is a good opportunity, go quickly! Xiao Huang also appeared and hurriedly encouraged Chen Nan. Chen Nan thought about it, and felt that Xiao Huang was right. This was indeed a good opportunity to get to know Suke. Okay, I'll be there in a moment. Chen Nan nodded to the general manager and said, Mr. Chen, please keep it confidential. The general manager reminded him. Okay. Chen Nan promised. After the general manager left, Zhang Daqiang asked curiously, Nanzi, what did the general manager say to you just now? He knows we're VIP guests here, so he wants to invite me to meet their boss. He wants to get to know him. Chen Nan whispered in Zhang Daqiang's ear. Xiangzi, please help me take care of everyone here. I'll be back soon. Zhang Daqiang had already drunk quite a bit of wine by now, and he was singing with great enthusiasm. He blushed, patted his chest, and said, Nanzi, go ahead. I find it really honorable to be out with you. What's wrong? Lin Qing also came over and looked at Chen Nan in some confusion. Chen Nan knew that Lin Qing was not as easy to deceive as Zhang Daqiang, so he said to her, The general manager just told me that their boss wants to see me, so I went to see him. But Xiangzi seems to be a little drunk at the moment. After all, he has a strong sense of self-esteem, you know. As he spoke, he showed a very helpless expression and sighed. Then I'll look after them here. Lin Qing thought that Chen Nan was in a very difficult situation now, and she already knew the true relationship between Chen Nan and Dongme Group, so she would not find it strange even if Xingye's boss wanted to see him. Lin Qing, thank you very much. Chen Nan showed a very handsome smile on his face, and reached out to pat Lin Qing on the shoulder. Then I'll leave this place to you. You also know the necessary social activities. Yeah, I understand. Lin Qing felt that Chen Nan's expression showed trust in her, so she nodded, a faint smile appearing on her pretty face. Go ahead. Chen Nan breathed a sigh of relief, nodded to Lin Qing, then turned around and left the private room. The Shinhouse system reminds you that your emotional intelligence value has increased by 100 points, your social value has increased by 100 points, and Lin Qing's favorability value has increased by 10%. Please keep up the good work. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Shinhouse system appeared in Chen Nan's mind. Chen Nan now feels that he may be able to conquer Lin Qing quickly. After all, if he can see her often, he will have many opportunities to win her favor. But for a female star like Suke, it is indeed a bit difficult. After Chen Nan walked out of the private room, he went to Wang VIP 888's private room. Master! Master! Su Kiki is a female star, and you are going to attend her birthday party dressed like this? At this moment, the little yellow chicken jumped out and said loudly. Huh! What's wrong with me dressing like this? Am I still as handsome? Chen Nan looked at his clothes, a simple sweatshirt and casual pants, which was indeed very casual. Master! I really beg you! Think about it, Suke is a female star. Maybe there will be many other stars or some well-known figures at her birthday party. The little yellow chicken flew around anxiously in front of Chen Nan and said to him. Chen Nan looked at the little yellow chicken suddenly seriously. Master, have you finally figured it out? The little yellow chicken looked at Chen Nan with some anticipation, thinking that he had finally figured it out. Little yellow. Chen Nan looked at the little yellow chicken and suddenly asked very seriously. You can actually fly? Ah? Xiao Huang said as he flew in front of Chen Nan. Master! Is this your main point? Don't they say chickens can't fly? Chen Nan looked at the little yellow chicken with a stifled laugh and continued. I didn't expect you could actually fly. Ha! Master, you are really heartless, said the little yellow chicken speechlessly. Little yellow chicken, stop being so vain, okay? I'll just dress like this. Chen Nan showed an indifferent expression on his face and continued to say to the little yellow chicken. Anyway, I have you in the godly rich system now, so I can just adapt to the situation when the time comes. Alas! The little yellow chicken sighed. Master, I really can't do anything with you. Chen Nan showed a casual smile on his face and walked towards the VIP 888 room. When he arrived at the door of the private room, he saw 4 or 5 bodyguards guarding it, one of whom was the man who had attacked Zhang Daqiang before. Please wait a moment, sir. At this moment, one of the bodyguards walked up to Chen Nan. The bodyguard was very polite and said to Chen Nan, "Excuse me, sir, what can I do for you? This is the VIP 888 room. He is the guest invited by Ms. Suku." Before Chen Nan could speak, the bodyguard who had just attacked Zhang Daqiang came over. Huh! The other bodyguard didn't react immediately. "Yes, I was invited here by Suku. You can go inside and ask," Chen Nan said with a faint smile. "Oh! Mr. Chen, you're here!" At this moment, the door of the private room was opened and the general manager came out. Chapter 97 Face Scanning System. The general manager quickly said to the bodyguards, "Mr. Chen is a guest invited by Ms. Suku. Please make way for him." After saying that, the bodyguards quickly made way. "Mr. Chen, please come in quickly. Ms. Suku has been waiting for a long time." The general manager hurried over to invite Chen Nan and said respectfully. Chen Nan followed the general manager inside, and the bodyguards at the door all looked at the scene stupidly. As soon as he walked in, he found that this VIP 888 private room was really large and luxurious. It was a bit like the size of a banquet hall, but the decoration inside was very fashionable. There was a screen as big as a wall, on which was playing Suku singing and dancing on the stage. There are still many bodyguards standing here, and waiters are on standby at all times. Chen Nan took a quick look around and found that there were really many handsome men and beautiful women here, as well as many internet celebrities. Although he couldn't remember the names of some people, he felt that their faces looked very familiar as soon as he saw them. He must have seen them on TV. "Master, Xiao Huang has enabled the face scanning function for you. The name of every person you see will appear," Xiao Huang said very considerately at this time. "Xiao Huang, you are really timely," Chen Nan said in his heart. "Master, this function cannot be used normally because it will infringe on other people's privacy. It can only be used in specific occasions. This is Xiao Huang's warm reminder," Xiao Huang said to Chen Nan with a smile. "Okay, I understand," Chen Nan replied. Then when he looked at those people again, the face scanning mode had indeed been turned on, and their names appeared above their heads. "There are indeed a lot of celebrities," Chen Nan said as he looked at them. His eyes fell on a middle-aged woman, and several young men around her were looking at her very respectfully. "Who is this person?" Chen Nan wondered. Just as he was about to scan the face, he heard the general manager come over and say, "Mr. Chen, that lady is Ms. Suku's boss. Note that it's the boss, not the agent." He whispered in Chen Nan's ear, "Mr. Chen, you may not know much about the entertainment industry. Let me give you some basic knowledge." In fact, the general manager also wanted to please Chen Nan, because he knew that Chen Nan could book a VIP 888 private room and must be a rich man. So he naturally wanted to win Chen Nan's favor. In addition, Suku took the initiative to invite him, so he came to introduce the situation here to him. As soon as the general manager saw Chen Nan's expression, he knew that he was not one of the bigwigs in the entertainment industry, so he explained to him. "That lady is Du Lihua, and she is the owner of one of the top entertainment companies now. The male artists under her management are almost all popular now, and Ms. Suku is also a young actress under her management, and she is also very popular now. Why is this general manager stealing my job?" At this moment, the little yellow chicken appeared and said somewhat unhappily. When Chen Nan heard what Xiao Huang said, he laughed. "Mr. Chen, please stop laughing. Let me tell you, Ms. Du is very powerful. I can see that you don't know much about the entertainment industry." The general manager thought that Chen Nan laughed because of what he said. "General manager, I'm not laughing at you," Chen Nan explained with a smile. "I just didn't expect to see so many people from the entertainment industry here. Mr. Chen, I can tell you're someone important." Seeing Chen Nan smile, the general manager thought he might have a better relationship with him, so he asked curiously, "Mr. Chen, you look like a big boss. Where do you work?" Chen Nan smiled, knowing that the general manager was very interested in knowing his background and simply wanted to establish some connections. "General manager, do you know Dongmu Group?" Chen Nan asked with a faint smile. The general manager thought for a moment. "Is it the Dongmu Group that acquired the Gui Group?" Chen Nan nodded. "Yes, that's my company." The general manager was stunned for a moment, then he widened his eyes in shock and looked at Chen Nan in disbelief. Mr. Chen, you are not kidding me, are you?" The general manager asked in surprise. Do I look like I'm joking? Chen Nan smiled confidently, his deep eyes revealing a sense of dominance. If you don't believe me, you can go and investigate. No, no, no! Mr. Chen, I believe it! I believe it! Oh my God! The general manager was still immersed in a state of extreme shock. I really didn't expect that the CEO of Dongmu Group would actually stand in front of me. General manager, where is Su Ke? Chen Nan reached out and patted the general manager's shoulder and asked. Mr. Chen, I'll take you there. The general manager became more respectful when he heard Chen Nan's identity. So Chen Nan followed the general manager and continued to walk inside. There were many handsome men and beautiful women around, some were singing and some were gathered together chatting. The general manager took Chen Nan to a corner in the private room, where there was a super large sofa, which was all pink. Su Ke was sitting here, chatting with several other very beautiful girls. Ms. Su, Mr. Chen is here, the general manager said to Su Ke. Su Ke turned around and saw Chen Nan. A very sweet smile appeared on his face. He quickly stood up and said to Chen Nan, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry if I'm being presumptuous. I'll ask the general manager to invite you to my birthday party. No, I'm also surprised that you invited me, Chen Nan said to Su Ke with a very gentlemanly smile on his face. Su Ke, who is this gentleman? The other two pretty girls came over and looked at Chen Nan with some curiosity. Chen Nan glanced at the two girls and started the facial scan. One of the girls was Xiao Li, and the other was Yang Hong. These two girls are also popular female stars now, but neither of them is more popular than Su Ke. It seems that they are good friends. This is Mr. Chen Nan, whom I just met. Su Ke introduced him to Xiao Li and Yang Hong with a smile. Just as Chen Nan was about to greet the two of them, he heard Xiao Li's mouth curl up into a somewhat sarcastic smile and said, I don't look like an artist or internet celebrity. Could it be that she is from an entertainment company? No. Su Ke's expression was a little awkward, and he said to Xiao Li, I just met Mr. Chen. Something happened just now, and it was Mr. Chen who resolved it. So to thank Mr. Chen, I invited him here. Su Ke glanced at Chen Nan and said, Chapter 98 What if he is a paparazzi? So he's just a passerby. Yang Hong also glanced at Chen Nan and said with some disdain in her tone. Chen Nan smiled faintly, thinking that these two female stars looked pretty, but were really ugly inside. Yang Hong. Su Ke's expression became even more awkward when he heard what Yang Hong said. He quickly smiled and said, Mr. Chen just helped me. He's a very nice person. Su Ke, I think you're too naive. Xiao Li snorted coldly, looked Chen Nan up and down, rolled her eyes, and said, He's just not bad looking. Look at the way he's dressed. He looks like an ordinary college student. What if he has ulterior motives and is only pretending to help you just to get close to you? Xiao Li grabbed Su Ke's arm and continued. Su Ke, you better be careful. What if someone deceives you and exaggerates the situation and spreads it online? That would be another piece of black material. Ms. Xiao Li, it's not like that. The general manager heard what Xiao Li said. After all, he knew that Chen Nan was the boss of Dongmu Group, so he wanted to explain. General manager, you don't have to say anything. Yang Hong also looked at Chen Nan with a disdainful expression and continued. Yes, Su Ke, you have been in the entertainment industry for so long, how can you still be so naive? What if he is a paparazzi? Who knows? Su Ke was stunned for a moment. She was obviously frightened by Yang Hong's words, and there was some hesitation in her eyes when she looked at Chen Nan. Chen Nan knew that Su Ke had heard what Yang Hong said, so he was a little worried that he was really a paparazzi. In fact, Chen Nan's behavior is understandable. After all, she is a popular female star. If something like this really happened and paparazzi got in, it would be easy for something to go wrong. Xiao Huang, buy me an entertainment company now. Chen Nan suddenly called Xiao Huang in his heart and gave an order. Master? Now? Xiao Huang asked. Yes, buy me an entertainment company now, one similar to Du Lihua's. Chen Nan said to Xiao Huang in his heart. Yes, master. Xiao Huang accepted Chen Nan's order, so he turned around and operated it. Master, I have already bought an entertainment company called Tianxing Entertainment. Xiao Huang said to Chen Nan. This entertainment company is on par with Du Lihua's entertainment company. You are now the largest shareholder of this entertainment company. Okay, Chen Nan said to Xiao Huang in his heart. It's really not like that. The general manager glanced at Chen Nan. Knowing his true identity, he wanted to tell Xiao Li and Yang Hong that Chen Nan was a big boss whom they could not afford to offend. I'm sorry, Suke. This matter is my fault. I didn't reveal my identity before. It's understandable that you are a little worried now. Chen Nan showed a very gentlemanly smile on his face. He took out 2 business cards from his arms and handed them to Suke. Of course, these business cards were also put in by Xiao Huang just now for convenience. Suke was stunned for a moment, then reached out and took the 2 business cards. Don't think you can pretend to be a successful person just by getting 2 business cards. Xiao Li still looked sarcastic. The general manager next to her was a little at a loss. He really wanted to tell Xiao Li the truth. Suke looked down at the 2 business cards, while Chen Nan always had a faint smile on his face. He looked at Xiao Li and Yang Hong, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. When Suke saw the words on the 2 business cards, he was stunned for a moment, then immediately looked up at Chen Nan, his eyes full of shock. Mr. Chen, you... Suke's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Let me see what's written on it. Xiao Li and Yang Hong took the 2 business cards from Suke's hands with disdainful looks. The general manager standing by sighed slightly, thinking that it must be Mr. Chen who took out his Dongmu Group's business card. After Xiao Li and Yang Hong saw the words on the business card, they both staggered and almost fell. Oh my God! He is actually... Xiao Li was a little panicked at this time. She never expected that the boss of Dongmu Group and the boss of Tianxing Entertainment Company were both Chen Nan. Mr. Chen, you are actually the boss of Tianxing Entertainment Company, Suke said in shock. The general manager beside him was also stunned when he heard this. He thought to himself, didn't Mr. Chen just tell him that he was the boss of Dongmu Group? How come he is now the boss of Tianxing Entertainment Company? The general manager stretched his neck to look at the business card in Xiao Li's hand, and then he realized that Chen Nan had given them 2 business cards, one of which said Dongmu Group and the other said Tianxing Entertainment Company. Oh my God! This Mr. Chen actually has a dual identity. After the general manager learned the truth, he almost lost his composure. It turned out that this big boss was actually inspecting the people's sentiments. This was simply going out incognito. He sighed in his heart again. Fortunately, he did not have a conflict with Chen Nan in the lobby on the first floor just now, otherwise if he offended this big guy, no one would be able to escape the consequences. Suke, I didn't want to tell you. Chen Nan smiled faintly, and looked at Xiao Li and Yang Hong with a cold light in his eyes, and they were immediately frightened. Mr. Chen. Suke also glanced at Xiao Li and Yang Hong, knowing that these 2 people had offended this hidden boss. They really didn't mean it. Suke quickly pleaded for them, saying, Please be merciful. They really don't know your true identity. Please don't ban them from the industry. It's really not easy for female artists in this industry. Why don't you apologize to Mr. Chen quickly? Suke quickly reached out and pulled Xiao Li and Yang Hong. At this time, Xiao Li and Yang Hong were both frightened and stood there in a daze for a moment. Ahem! The general manager also coughed twice to remind them. Xiao Li came back to her senses and was suddenly panicked. She said incoherently, Oh, really? You see, I'm someone who doesn't know Taishan. How could I say such a thing? I really didn't mean it. Yang Hong, who was standing beside him, quickly chimed in. Right. We really didn't know you were that kind of person. We were blind just now. I apologize. Please forgive me for my mistakes. It's not easy for us to survive in the entertainment industry. Please be merciful and let us go. Yang Hong's expression was very pitiful and seemed very sincere. But Chen Nan knew very well that these artists were all trained and had their own way of dealing with the media or senior officials. Chapter 99 Semi-Banned State. When Chen Nan heard what Xiao Li and Yang Hong said, and the expressions on their faces, he felt that they were just acting and could not sense any sincerity at all. Mr. Chen, you see Xiao Li and Yang Hong have already apologized, so please let them go. They really didn't mean it, and they really don't know your identity. Suke looked at Chen Nan with a very sincere tone, and still pleaded for Xiao Li and Yang Hong. But Qin Nan knew very well in his heart that the reason Xiao Li, Yang Hong and Su Ke were together was simply because Su Ke was more famous than the two of them. Master, master! Don't be fooled by those two women! At this moment, the little yellow chicken also appeared. It said angrily, Master, they are not apologizing sincerely at all. I know, Qin Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Their acting skills are really bad. So, Qin Nan looked at Xiao Li and Yang Hong and said calmly, Although I know ignorance is not a crime, I think your acting skills are quite poor. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes, but there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth, which made Su Ke shiver. I can't control other people's business, but our Tianxing Entertainment Company won't allow artists like this. Qin Nan smiled. So luckily you're not my artists. However, we won't allow you two to appear in any commercial performances held by Tianxing Entertainment Company in the future. When these words were spoken, Xiao Li and Yang Hong were really stunned. Originally, they thought that Qin Nan was a man after all, and they both looked good, so it was okay for them to act coquettishly. If they couldn't beat him and then sold their beauty, Qin Nan would definitely not care about it. But they didn't expect Qin Nan to not buy into their tricks. You know, Tianxing Entertainment Company is one of the best companies in the entertainment industry. This company not only trains artists, but also produces a large number of self-produced dramas every year and hosts large-scale events. If both of them are unable to participate in activities and self-produced dramas invested by Tianxing Entertainment Company in the future, then it will be equivalent to being semi-banned in the entertainment industry. Mr. Qin. Su Ke wanted to plead for the two of them, but was stopped by Qin Nan. Su Ke, I know you want to plead for them, but I hope you can understand one thing. They need to pay the price for what they did, otherwise they will become even more arrogant in the long run. Qin Nan looked at Su Ke and said calmly, Besides, I don't think Xiao Li and Yang Hong really consider you a friend. People like them can betray their friends at any time for profit. When he said this, Xiao Li and Yang Hong were completely dumbfounded. They never expected that Qin Nan would say everything and not leave them any room at all. Mr. Qin, I really know I was wrong. Xiao Li looked very flustered. She was really scared this time. She didn't expect that Qin Nan was different from the entertainment company bosses she had met before. Those bosses saw that she was a very attractive female artist, and thought that as long as she sold her looks, they would definitely be able to get some resources. But Qin Nan doesn't buy it at all. This is bad. Mr. Qin, I also know that I was wrong. We won't dare to do it again. We really didn't expect that you would be such an identity. Yang Hong was shaking with fear at this moment. You know, she really paid a lot to get to where she is today in the entertainment industry. Mr. Qin, please! Give us a chance! We really won't dare to do it again! Xiao Li was already crying at this moment, begging Qin Nan desperately. Originally, Qin Nan would not be soft-hearted towards people with such a face, but at this moment, Su Ke suddenly reached out and grabbed Qin Nan's arm, and said in a pleading tone, Mr. Qin, I know everything you just said. Qin Nan was slightly stunned. From what Su Ke said, she knew very well that Xiao Li and Yang Hong did not regard her as a friend. But you should also understand that becoming famous in the entertainment industry isn't easy. Besides talent, it also depends on luck. I truly understand how Xiao Li and Yang Hong have come this far. Su Ke looked at Qin Nan with her beautiful eyes, which seemed to be still gleaming with tears, and continued, Mr. Qin, today is my birthday, so I don't want anything unpleasant to happen. I hope you can understand. Qin Nan looked at Su Ke's sincere eyes and felt for the first time what the phrase, I feel pity for him, meant. But he thought to himself that today was indeed Su Ke's birthday, and he didn't want to make Su Ke unhappy. After all, he still needed to complete the task assigned to him by the godly rich system, and he needed to increase Su Ke's favorability towards him. Okay then, I'm going to give this face to you, Su Ke. Qin Nan smiled and finally nodded. I won't pursue what happened today. I hope you two artists can be more careful in the entertainment industry in the future, Qin Nan said to Xiao Li and Yang Hong. Hurry up and thank Mr. Qin. Su Ke quickly pushed Xiao Li and Yang Hong. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin. We really won't dare to do that again. Xiao Li and Yang Hong quickly thanked Qin Nan, and then left very honestly. The general manager standing by finally sighed slightly. The atmosphere just now even scared everyone. He really didn't expect that Chen Nan's identity was so prominent, but he was also glad in his heart that at least Chen Nan was satisfied with what he did. Ding! The Shinhao system reminds the host that Su Ke's favorability value has increased by 20%. Please keep up the good work. At this moment, the Shinhao system's prompt sound appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. Master! You are so awesome! So majestic! Xiao Huang admires you so much now! Xiao Huang said to Chen Nan with admiration in his eyes. Of course not, your master is always handsome, Chen Nan said arrogantly in his heart. Mr. Chen, thank you for not making a fuss with Xiao Li and Yang Hong. Su Ke's appearance is very sweet and beautiful. Looking at this delicate face from such a close distance, Chen Nan once again sighed in his heart. She is worthy of being a female star. Su Ke, actually I should apologize to you. You are right, this is your birthday party. I shouldn't do this. Chen Nan showed a very gentlemanly smile on his face and said to Su Ke with a smile. Mr. Chen, please don't say that, Su Ke said with a smile. I really didn't expect that I would meet you by chance today. It's my honor. Chapter 100, Give me a birthday gift next time. Chen Nan knew that Su had achieved her current status in the entertainment industry because she must be a female artist with both high IQ and EQ. Just like when she was dealing with this matter just now, she knew clearly that Xiao Li and Yang Hong didn't regard her as a friend at all, but she still pleaded for them. Whether out of kindness or because he didn't want to make enemies in the entertainment industry, Su Ke was very generous in doing this. Chen Nan suddenly felt that popular female artists in the entertainment industry like Su Ke were still very attractive. Su Ke, I'm glad to meet you too. Chen Nan smiled and extended his right hand. Su Ke quickly smiled and shook Chen Nan's hand, saying, Mr. Chen, I'm glad you can come to my birthday party. Chen Nan knew that after Su Ke knew his identity, he would definitely want to have a good relationship with him, so he could take this opportunity to complete the task assigned to him by the godly rich system. Su Ke, today is your birthday, and I haven't prepared any gifts. Chen Nan smiled. But I want to go back and prepare a gift for you and give it to you. In fact, Chen Nan could ask the little yellow chicken to prepare a gift for Su Ke now, but preparing a gift was not the real purpose. Chen Nan was thinking of using this excuse to find an opportunity to meet Su Ke alone. Mr. Chen, you are so polite. But a gentleman like you will definitely give me a very interesting birthday gift. When I think of this, I am really looking forward to it. Su Ke showed a very playful smile on his face and winked at Chen Nan. Chen Nan once again sighed in his heart that popular female artists have really high emotional intelligence, and this made people feel very favorable. Then I'll treat you to dinner next time. Chen Nan nodded at Su Ke and said with a smile. Then I won't be polite. If Mr. Chen treats me to a meal, I won't lose weight, Su Ke said jokingly with a smile. Afterwards, Chen Nan chatted with Su Ke for a while at her birthday party, but seeing that it was getting late, he said goodbye to Su Ke and returned to Lin Qing and their private room. When he came in, he saw Zhang Daqiang already asleep on the sofa. It seemed that he had drunk a lot. After all, Chen Nan is a VIP customer here, and the general manager knew his true identity, so he gave Zhang Daqiang and his friends several bottles of high-end Remy Martin in their private room for free. Wang Xian was not very good at drinking, and coupled with his life as a social animal for many years, he had been feeling sleepy for a long time. Not to mention Sun Miao Miao, she had always wanted to come here to play, and finally she had the chance to come here and drink so much high-end red wine for free. When Chen Nan left the private room just now, she was already unconscious. Chen Nan, you're back. Lin Qing smiled faintly when he saw Chen Nan. Looks like we need to find a designated driver. Zhang Daqiang and Wang Xian can't drive now. And Sun Miao Miao is already drunk. It seems like they had a lot of fun today. Chen Nan looked at these old classmates with a somewhat relieved smile on his face. Chen Nan, are you happy? Lin Qing suddenly asked. Chen Nan was slightly startled, looked into Lin Qing's eyes, smiled and nodded. I haven't been this happy in a long time. Chen Nan, I'm very happy too. Lin Qing's eyes flashed with shyness, and he said slowly. At least having dinner with you makes me feel very happy. Ding! The Shinhao system reminds you that Lin Qing's favorability has increased by 20%. At this moment, the Shinhao system's prompt sounded in Chen Nan's mind again. It seems that the task of conquering Lin Qing can be completed soon. As long as the favorability is increased a few more times, it should be able to reach the maximum value. Seeing that everyone else had fallen asleep, Chen Nan said to Lin Qing, I should go back to Dongma Group tomorrow. I'll also ask Wang Xian to come find me tomorrow. I want to arrange a job for him. Lin Qingwei was stunned. You want to help Wang Xian? Chen Nan nodded. He is also a capable person. I have just promised him that I will help him change his life. I understand. Lin Qing is also a smart man. He knows that Chen Nan wants to give Wang Xian a good job and then let him gradually become better. Then I'll wait for you at the company tomorrow. Lin Qing smiled and nodded. Let's find a designated driver as soon as possible. No need, we have ready-made ones. Chen Nan curled the corners of his mouth and showed a mysterious smile on his face. He called Duan and asked him to pick them up in his Mercedes-Benz. Then he found the general manager and asked him to arrange for staff to drive Zhang Deqiang and Wang Xian's cars back. Duan was driving the car and Chen Nan was sitting in the passenger seat. Master, this is the hangover medicine I bought for you on the way here. Your head won't hurt after you take it. Duan handed the hangover medicine to Chen Nan. I don't need this kind of stuff. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Let's leave this hangover medicine to Qiangzi and the others, Chen Nan said, and handed the hangover medicine to Lin Qing behind him. Put it in Qiangzi and the others' pockets. Chen Nan now has the skill to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, so from now on he will never get drunk, and hangover medicine is completely unnecessary for him. However, Duan is a very dedicated butler, and is also very considerate. Chen Nan, I didn't expect you had a housekeeper. Lin Qing took the sobering medicine from Chen Nan's hand, put it in Zhang Daqian's pocket, and then said jokingly with a smile. After all, I am the president of Dongma Group. It is normal to have a housekeeper. Chen Nan felt that Lin Qing had a closer relationship with him, otherwise Lin Qing would not have started to joke with him. That's right. I didn't expect that the rich man is right next to me. Lin Qing smiled and said. In such a big company, I'm still the most tired one. Chen Nan showed a self-deprecating smile on his face, thinking about how he usually had to stay up late to read the documents of Dongma Group. Although he now has the skills of the strongest brain, he also has the mind for financial management. But after all, Dongma Group is a very large company, and there are indeed a lot of documents that he needs to deal with every day. Chen Nan and the others first sent the drunk people home, and finally sent Lin Qing to his doorstep. Chen Nan, see you at the company tomorrow. When Lin Qing got out of the car, he turned to look at Chen Nan, and his tone of voice revealed a hint of tenderness. Okay, see you tomorrow. Chen Nan nodded with a smile and said, Master, I think you will be able to conquer Lin Qing soon. The way she looks at you is really gentle. The little yellow chicken also appeared. Chapter 101 Something is wrong with Duan. Little yellow chicken, there are some things that are better for you to know. There is no need to say them out loud every time, Chen Nan said to Little Yellow in his heart. But Xiao Huang is a Xiao Huang who can't keep secrets, the little yellow chicken said to Chen Nan with a naughty smile on his face. Then I will let the system set your artificial intelligence to silent mode. I think you won't be able to continue talking. Chen Nan also showed a naughty smile and deliberately joked with the little yellow chicken. Master, I was wrong. Please don't turn me to silent mode. I will suffocate to death. Xiao Huang immediately became obedient and turned around and hid. Master, Sister Wang asked me to watch you eat all the nutritional supplements, Duan said to Chen Nan while driving. I see that you are becoming more and more nagging. Chen Nan glanced at Duan and found that his expression seemed a little strange. Duan, why do I feel like something's wrong with you? Chen Nan looked at him with a puzzled look. Is there something you haven't told me? Duan's expression changed noticeably when he heard what Chen Nan said. He was a rather dull person, so he was not good at lying. No, master. I'm fine. Duan started to stutter. Duan, I am your master. Tell me, are you hiding something from me? Chen Nan immediately knew that Duan was lying and said in a threatening tone. If you don't tell me the truth, it means you are not a qualified housekeeper. Master. I. Duan was already a little anxious at this time. For a person who was as wooden as a stick, lying might be the most difficult thing in the world. Duan, I think something is wrong with you. Chen Nan said with a wicked smile. Suddenly, Duan slammed on the brakes and pulled the car to the side of the road. Master! Duan looked at Chen Nan with an embarrassed and hesitant expression, even a little embarrassed. Duan, what's wrong with you? I find your expression a little funny, Chen Nan said with a smile. Duan looked at Chen Nan, took a deep breath, and said slowly, Master, I think that Teacher Zhao. Teacher Zhao? Chen Nan reacted and realized that Duan was talking about Christina. What's wrong with her? Chen Nan looked at Duan curiously and asked. I think Teacher Zhao's personality. Duan said this with an embarrassed expression. She's quite enthusiastic. Chen Nan was slightly stunned. Looking at Duan's expression and thinking about what he said, he suddenly understood something. This time, Chen Nan looked at Duan with an expression of extreme shock on his face. Duan, you are not having feelings for Chris. Oh no, Teacher Zhao, are you? Even if Chen Nan was beaten to death, he would never have thought that Duan, who was like a piece of wood, could actually have feelings for a woman. Master! Duan seemed to have been troubled by Chen Nan's words, and his expression became even more embarrassed. Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds you that a random task is now dropped. If you solve Duan's troubles, you can get a mysterious gift. At this moment, the reminder sound of the Godly Rich system sounded in Chen Nan's mind again. This made him a little puzzled. How to solve Duan's problem? Master, it's Teacher Zhao who often comes to teach Wang Xingxin. She's very enthusiastic, and I find her very interesting. Duan's expression was very embarrassed. But I don't know if this is a good impression. Chen Nan found Duan's expression when he said this really funny. But then again, Christina's personality is indeed very enthusiastic, but her appearance is still quite outstanding. After all, she is a mixed race. What Chen Nan didn't expect was that Christina's enthusiasm would actually infect Duan, a wooden man. Master! Master! But Christina likes you, Master! At this moment, Xiao Huang jumped out and reminded Chen Nan. This is going to be a difficult situation, Chen Nan said to Xiao Huang in his heart. Duan's first love wouldn't be strangled in the cradle, would it? And the task the system gave me just now is to solve Duan's troubles. So how do you think we should solve this problem? Chen Nan was just mocking Duan, but now he suddenly realized that the task the system gave him was actually difficult. On the one hand, he is not sure whether Duan really has a good impression of Christina. On the other hand, if Duan really has a good impression of Christina, then the person Christina likes is him, which makes things even more difficult. Master, Xiao Huang's tip for you is that if you want to solve Duan's troubles, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Xiao Huang explained to Chen Nan seriously. Xiao Huang, you still know these words now, Chen Nan said with a smile. However, he was reminded by Xiao Huang's words, so he said to Duan. Duan, since I am your master, I will definitely help you figure this out. Master, what should we do? Duan asked hurriedly. Since you feel that you have a good impression of Teacher Zhao, then next time Teacher Zhao comes to teach Xingxin, we can sit down and chat together, Chen Nan explained to Duan. Master! This is not necessary, Duan said anxiously. Duan, don't worry, I will definitely help you figure this out, Chen Nan said, patting Duan on the shoulder with a smile. After Chen Nan and Duan returned home, Chen Nan ate all the nutritional supplements made by Wang Yani. The next day, he slept until noon. Remembering that he had to go to Dongmu Group today, he quickly got up and washed. Xiao Huang, I'm going to Dongmu Group in a while. Please prepare a suit for me. You know what I mean, Chen Nan said to Xiao Huang while eating lunch. Yes, master. Xiao Huang received the order and immediately went to operate it. Master, the latest Givenchy haute couture models have been put into your closet, the little yellow chicken said to Chen Nan. I'm going to be high profile today. I haven't driven my Bugatti Veyron for a long time. Today I'm going to take it out for a ride, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken with a confident smile on his face. When he was working on joint ventures before, he must have kept a low profile. But now he is going to the company as the president of Dongmu Group, so he can be high profile this time. Moreover, he was planning to go to the company for a meeting today to arrange some matters, so this grand ceremony was a must. Master, the Bugatti Veyron has been fully fueled for you, The little yellow chicken was dressed as a nanny today. He turned around and said to Chen Nan. Chapter 102 Little Huang Who Will Grow Up. Master, this is the soup that Sister Wang made specially for you. At this moment, Duan put a bowl of soup on the table. Chen Nan glanced at Duan and smiled. Duan, don't worry, I will definitely help you solve your troubles. When Duan heard Chen Nan bring up this matter again, his expression became a little embarrassed. Master, please drink your soup. I'll go to work first. Duan looked away somewhat unnaturally, then left quickly. Chen Nan found Duan's back really funny. After all, Duan's personality was like a piece of wood. Can the iron tree bloom? Chen Nan said to himself. Master, Xiao Huang reminds you that when you go to Dongmu Group later, please prepare all the materials needed for the meeting. Xiao Huang jumped out and said to Chen Nan. Xiao Huang, I find that you are a bit like my secretary now. Chen Nan looked at Xiao Huang and suddenly felt that it seemed a little different from before. Xiao Huang, why do I feel that you look a little different? Have you grown up a little? Chen Nan looked at the little yellow chicken seriously and asked in some confusion. Hee hee. The little yellow chicken showed a simple smile on his face and said to Chen Nan. Master, your eyesight is really good. I didn't expect you to find all this. So you really have grown a little bit? Chen Nan's eyes were filled with surprise. He looked at the little yellow chicken carefully again. Looking at you now, I find that not only have you grown a little bit, but the color of your skin seems to be a little darker than before. Yes, Master. The little yellow chicken explained to Chen Nan. It's like this. As your attribute values increase, I, as your artificial intelligence, will also increase my own attributes. It's precisely because your attribute values are higher than before that I am also growing up slowly. Xiao Huang said to Chen Nan with a smile. Oh, this is a development game, Chen Nan said jokingly. Will you become a big rooster in the future? No longer a cute little yellow chicken? Master, as long as you wish, my appearance can be changed according to your preferences. My current growth is just the externalization of the increase in attribute values. Xiao Huang explained to Chen Nan. If the master likes Xiao Huang to always be like this, the system can be set up. Then I'll take a look when you grow up. If you don't like it, I'll let you become what you are now. Chen Nan suddenly thought of something and showed a wicked smile on his face. Xiao Huang, if your owner likes kittens, can you also become a kitten? No. Xiao Huang showed an awkward yet polite smile on his face, rolled his eyes, and said to Chen Nan. Master, my setting is a little yellow chicken, and I can no longer change into any other species. In fact, Chen Nan was just teasing the little yellow chicken, and when he saw the little yellow chicken's expression, he laughed. Don't worry, Xiao Huang. Ha! I won't let you become anything else, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken with a smile. After Chen Nan finished his meal, he went to the closet. When he opened the door, he saw the latest Givenchy haute couture suit that little yellow chicken had prepared for him. This suit is light gray and has a perfect cut. Although the color looks low-key, it is very textured and high-end when you look closely. Chen Nan put on this suit, which really fit him well. In addition, he was tall and thin, which made him look very capable. I always feel like something is missing. Chen Nan looked at himself in the mirror. He was actually very handsome, just like the domineering CEO in a romance novel. However, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that something was missing. Master! I understand, you need a hairstyle. At this moment, Xiao Huang surprised the dreamer with something. Right. Xiao Huang, you really are getting to know me better and better. Chen Nan suddenly realized and said in surprise. It's just my hairstyle. It seems I need a more sophisticated and fashionable hairstyle. Hee hee. Master, Xiao Huang has a tacit understanding with you now. Xiao Huang also showed a very proud smile on his face and said to Chen Nan. Is it too late to arrange a hairstylist for me now? Chen Nan asked Xiao Huang. Master, there's nothing I can't do if you want it. Xiao Huang patted his chest with his wings and said confidently. I'll send a stylist right over. Xiao Huang, you are really becoming more and more efficient now, Chen Nan said to Xiao Huang with an appreciative smile on his face. Master, everything has been arranged for you. The stylist will come to your door in about 5 minutes. Xiao Huang showed a very confident smile on his face, turned around and said happily. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, the doorbell rang. After Duan opened the door, he saw a very stylishly dressed man walking in. He was followed by 4 assistants, each carrying a toolbox. "Master, who are these people?" Duan asked Chen Nan in some confusion. "This is the stylist I hired," Chen Nan said to Duan. "To do my hair." "Master, this hairstylist is Mr. David, who does hairstyling for top-tier celebrities. Even celebrities can't make an appointment with him right now," Xiao Huang said proudly. "Oh my! Compared to this guy wearing Givenchy's latest haute couture suit, it must be our CEO Chen." Teacher David looked at Chen Nan, combing his fingers as he spoke. "Your temperament is different at first glance, you're a rare talent." "Hello, Teacher David." Chen Nan smiled and nodded to Teacher David. "I have to go to the company for a meeting next. I hope you can give me a smart and fashionable hairstyle." "Mr. Chen, you're so polite." Teacher David smiled brightly. "It's my honor to be able to style the hair of a handsome CEO like you." "Teacher David, let's start now," Chen Nan said with a smile. So, Teacher David asked Chen Nan to sit on the chair, and then several assistants behind him began to open the toolbox very skillfully. These toolboxes are filled with various kinds of scissors, but if you look closely you can see that these scissors are all made of pure silver and sparkle. There was also a box of scissors inlaid with large diamonds. Chen Nan thought to himself, it seems that Teacher David really likes modeling, otherwise he would not make his tools so luxurious. Chapter 103 New Hairstyle. Teacher David picked up a pair of scissors and stood behind Chen Nan. Chen Nan still trusted him very much, so he closed his eyes and rested his mind. About 15 minutes later, Teacher David said proudly, "Mr. Chen, it's done!" Chen Nan slowly opened his eyes and saw himself in the mirror. He looked like a star. He is already very handsome. Although the hairstyle that Teacher David gave you is a refreshing type for men, the loose hair on his forehead is styled into a 4:6 ratio, which adds a sense of fashion. This hairstyle matches Chen Nan's face, showing a fashionable yet capable look. It's really perfect. Wow! Master! You are really handsome! Xiao Huang feels like you are a big star now. Xiao Huang jumped out and said admiringly. Master, you must believe Xiao Huang this time. Xiao Huang is definitely not complimenting you. The little yellow man looked down on Chen Nan. He really thought that after Chen Nan changed his hairstyle, his whole person exuded a very powerful aura. Chen Nan stood up and looked at himself in the mirror. He was wearing a perfectly tailored suit and a very fashionable hairstyle. He curled the corners of his mouth in front of the mirror and nodded slightly, looking very satisfied. Xiao Huang, I think this hairstyle is good too. Chen Nan smiled and said to Xiao Huang in his heart. Ding! The Xinhao system reminds the host that your current image value has increased by 40 points. When the image value increases to 100 points, your temperament and appearance will be improved. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Xinhao system appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. He had never known that there was such an attribute value in the godly rich system, so he asked in confusion. Xiao Huang, why haven't I heard of this image value before? Master, this attribute value will only appear when your image undergoes a major change, so that means you have already activated this attribute value. Xiao Huang explained to Chen Nan happily. I just changed my hairstyle, how could there be such a big change? Chen Nan said slowly. Because the master is already handsome, he can become even more handsome by changing his hairstyle. The little yellow chicken said to Chen Nan with a smile. No matter how I listen to you speak, I always feel like you are complimenting me. Chen Nan said jokingly with a smile. He turned to look at Teacher David and said, Teacher David, I am very satisfied with this hairstyle. I will triple the reward to your account later. Oh, Mr. Chen, you're such a nice person. Teacher David smiled charmingly. Mr. Chen, actually, I want to tell you that I really want to be your personal stylist. Do you think I'd be honored to be your personal stylist? Huh! Chen Nan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Teacher David would take the initiative to do his styling. Isn't it said that it is difficult to make an appointment even for first-line stars? Mr. Chen, it's like this. I'm a very spontaneous person, and I just go by my feelings. Even if an A-list celebrity comes to me for styling, I'll still judge based on my impression. But I think you're someone I really connected with from the first sight, so I wonder if I'd have the honor of becoming your personal stylist in the future? When you attend important occasions in the future, I can design your own look. Teacher David looked at Chin Nan sincerely and continued, "If I can be your personal stylist, I can do it for free." Chin Nan thought that Teacher David was also very interesting, and the hairstyle David did for him was indeed very professional, so he nodded and said, "Teacher David, you are really too polite. I still have to pay you. If you become my personal stylist, it would be very convenient for me." "Oh, Mr. Chin, thank you so much." Teacher David was so happy that he was dancing with joy. Chin Nan feels that people who study design may all have strong personalities and be more casual. "Master, congratulations, you now have a personal stylist," Xiao Huang said happily. Seeing that the time was almost up, Chin Nan went to the garage and got into the Bugatti Veyron. As soon as this glittering golden car appeared on the street, it attracted everyone's attention. When he was waiting for the red light, he saw that passers-by around him stopped. "Oh my God! Look at that car! It's so cool! That's the legendary Bugatti Veyron! And it's a very limited edition, and it's actually gold! Look at that handsome guy driving the sports car! Oh my God! Is he a celebrity? Take out your phones and take a picture!" Chin Nan even saw that the people in the cars waiting for the red light next to him all took out their cell phones and took pictures of him. "Master! You are so honored today!" Xiao Huang exclaimed. "I'm not Qianzi, how can I be so proud?" Although Chin Nan said this, he was actually a little proud in his heart. "Master, they are all taking pictures of you with their mobile phones. I think you really look like a big star now," Xiao Huang complimented. "I'm not a celebrity. If I were to say celebrity..." Chin Nan suddenly thought of Suke and quickly said to the little yellow chicken, "By the way, don't forget to help me prepare a birthday present for Suke. This birthday present should be thoughtful and unique." "Master, Xiao Huang needs to think about that." Xiao Huang turned around and said, "I'll go research some information about Suke, and then see what her preferences are." "Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. We have to strike while the iron is hot, so we have to ask Suke out for dinner as soon as possible." Chin Nan felt that since he had to complete the system's task, he had to take advantage of the fact that Suke was not averse to him and take the relationship between the two of them a step closer. "Yes, master," said the little yellow chicken, saluting seriously. When Chin Nan drove to the Dongmu Group's company, he looked at the magnificent building and suddenly felt a little emotional. The last time he came here, it was still the Gui Group, but now the building is his, and it has become the Dongmu Group. When Chin Nan parked the car, passers-by around him started taking pictures with their mobile phones. He sighed slightly and got out of the car. "Oh my God! Who is this? So handsome! Oh my God! With this suit and this look, he looks like a domineering CEO. This is the real-life romance novel hero. My dream boyfriend is like this." The passers-by around were all talking about it. Chin Nan showed a faint smile on his face and walked towards the gate of Dongmu Group. "Oh my God! Is he smiling? He looks so handsome." Chapter 104 Office Security. The women around were all excited, and some were even screaming softly. When Chin Nan walked to the main gate of Dongmu, he saw the security guard who had stopped him before. He curled the corners of his mouth and walked over. The security guard recognized Chin Nan immediately, quickly made way for him, and lowered his head. Ever since the last incident, he remembered Chin Nan and never dared to stop him again. "Nice to meet you again." Chin Nan smiled and took the initiative to greet the security guard. "Hello? Hello?" The security guard was startled, thinking that Chin Nan must want to take revenge on him, and his job might be lost. "You don't have to be so nervous." Chin Nan smiled casually and said to him, "Let's forget what happened last time. I've forgotten it." Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that a random task has been dropped, which is to persuade the security guard to become your office security guard. At this moment, the Shinhouse system's prompt sound appeared again. Chin Nan had forgotten about it, but he had noticed a security guard at the CEO's office door. He felt he needed someone he could trust. Even though the security guard had looked down on him before, Chin Nan wasn't such a petty person after all. "Sir, I know you're an employee of our new company. I get it. I won't dare stop you again," the security guard said cautiously. "It wasn't easy for me to get this job. I have a family to support, so please don't fire me. For a large company like Dongma Group, if an employee offends an employee, the employee only needs to say a word to the Human Resources Department, and he, a small security guard, can be fired. Don't worry, I've already said it, what's done is done. I don't want to fire you, but you need to agree to one condition of mine. Chen Nan showed a mysterious smile on his face. The security guard originally thought that Chen Nan was a magnanimous person who forgave the little guy, but he didn't expect that he had more to say, which made him feel very uneasy. You please tell me, I will definitely satisfy you, the security guard said in a low voice with a frightened look in his eyes. Why are you worried and afraid of me? I can't eat you, Chen Nan said jokingly with a smile. I'm just a small security guard, sir. I really rely on this job to support my family. The security guard said this with a sad tone. Don't be so nervous. Actually, I just want you to be my office security, Chen Nan said with a smile. Ah? The security guard didn't react for a moment, and asked in a daze. Yes, you will be the security guard of my office. Just stand guard at the office door, Chen Nan explained to the security guard again. The security guard thought carefully about what Chen Nan said again. His expression gradually became extremely shocked, and his mouth opened wide. Sir? Oh no! Could it be that you are? The security guard looked at Chen Nan in shock. Before, he just thought that Chen Nan was an employee of Dongma Group, which was a white-collar job and a job that was out of his reach. But in the entire Dongma Group, only the CEO's office door requires security. Other employees, even senior executives, do not have this right. Yes, I am the president of Dongma Group, and your boss. Chen Nan showed a casual smile on his face and nodded slightly. The security guard was stunned for a moment, then his legs went weak and he sat down on the ground. This made Chen Nan laugh. Do you really need to do that? With your mental state, can you be my office security guard? Chen Nan said jokingly. President! The security guard was already stuttering at this time. I. Ha! Just call me Mr. Chen Nan said to him with a smile. You'd better get up quickly. If other employees see us, they'll think I'm abusing the security guard. Yes. The security guard quickly got up from the ground, unconsciously took a few steps back, and lowered his head, not daring to look at Chen Nan. How are your kung fu skills? Being a security guard in my office requires real skills. If you're not good enough, I'll find someone else, Chen Nan said to the security guard with a smile. I can do it. Mr. Chen, I learned kung fu in the mountains when I was a child. Don't worry about this, the security guard said quickly. Because he knew that if he could become an office security guard, his salary could be doubled. Then you can be my office security guard. What's your name? Chen Nan asked again. My name is Ergang, Ergang answered seriously. Ergang? Ha! Your name really fits you, Chen Nan joked with a smile. This is what my second aunt gave me when I was a child in the village. Ergang showed an awkward smile on his face. Mr. Chen, I will definitely do my best. That's fine, come with me. Chen Nan nodded slightly to him, then walked forward, and Ergang followed very honestly behind. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds you that you have completed the system's task. Your leadership ability value has increased by 100 points. Congratulations! At this moment, the Shinhouse system's prompt sound appeared in Chen Nan's mind. In fact, it is said that if you doubt someone, don't employ him. If you employ someone, don't doubt him. Although he had some minor misunderstandings with Ergang before, he believed that not only did he not pursue Ergang, but he also gave Ergang a good job, which would win his loyalty. For a large enterprise, the leader must have leadership skills. Chen Nan took the elevator to the president's office. Before he even reached the door, he smelled the very pungent scent of perfume. Only then did he remember that Amy was still here. Sir! We meet again! Amy's eyes lit up when she saw Chen Nan, who was even more handsome than the last time she saw him. Are you here to talk to our president again? We are no longer the Gua Group. We are now the Dongma Group, and the president is not here today, Amy said while winking at Chen Nan. Chen Nan had already smelled the perfume and took a step back. I'm not here to discuss business with the president. Chen Nan said calmly. I am the president. When Amy heard what Chen Nan said, she was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that he was actually their new president. So you are our new president. What's your name? Amy suddenly showed a very charming smile on her face and took 2 steps forward. Chen Nan gave Ergang a look, and Ergang immediately understood. He quickly stood in front of Chen Nan and blocked Amy. Chapter 105. Two Women Quarrel. Amy threw coquettish glances at Chen Nan, her eyes almost popping out. If Ergang hadn't stopped Chen Nan in front of her, she would have probably pounced on Chen Nan. Chen Nan really couldn't stand the smell of her perfume and frowned slightly. Mr. Chen, I will be your personal secretary from now on. If you have any requests, just tell me. Amy showed a charming smile on her face. Any request is fine, Mr. Chen. Chen Nan took another step back. It seemed that Amy was able to become the president's assistant because of the unspoken rules. Mr. Chen, you are here. At this moment, Lin Qing appeared. She was wearing a professional suit today, and her whole body exuded an intellectual beauty. Chen Nan turned his head, and when Lin Qing saw him, he was obviously stunned for a moment, with a look of admiration in his eyes for men. Yeah. Chen Nan nodded to Lin Qing. Because he is now in the company, he is the president, and Lin Qing is an employee. So he still needs to act like a leader and can't be as casual as usual. Amy, this is the new president's first day in the company. What are you doing? Lin Qing looked at Amy with a hint of disdain in his eyes. It can be seen from his previous attitude towards Sun Miaomiao that because Lin Qing has a good family background and academic qualifications, and she has always been a popular school belle since she was a child, she always looks down on girls like Sun Miaomiao. She thought Amy was even cheaper than Sun Miaomiao, and that she had simply used her body to get the job. Chen Nan knew that Lin Qing was a little self-righteous. Although it was not right for her to look down on others, she was indeed capable at work. Lin Qing, you are a project director, why are you in charge here? Amy snorted coldly and rolled her eyes, as if she didn't take Lin Qing seriously. I'm the president's personal secretary. This isn't the place for you. Amy glanced at Lin Qing from head to toe and said, with a figure like yours, the president won't take you seriously. What do you mean? Lin Qing was a little unhappy. Don't think that all women are as cheap as you. Humph. Yes, I'm cheap. You're the only one who thinks you're noble, you're the only one who thinks you're as pure as a white lotus. Oh. Then how come you knew the news and rushed over when Mr. Chen came here for the first time today? Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Amy's words directly pierced Lin Qing's self-esteem. In fact, she did come here because she had a crush on Chen Nan. But her little trick was exposed in public by a woman like Amy, which made Lin Qing, who had a strong sense of self-esteem, feel very embarrassed. Amy! Lin Qing was so angry at Amy's words that she gasped for breath, but she didn't want to lose her composure in front of Chen Nan. What's wrong? You have nothing to say, right? Amy smiled proudly. Lin Qing, you are the project director, so just go and manage your project department. Chen Nan saw it clearly from the side. Although he disliked women like Amy, Amy actually didn't do anything too bad. Although she had used her body to get this job at the Gui Group, it did not affect others after all. Mr. Chen, what do you think? Lin Qing's cheeks flushed with anger at Amy's words, and he looked at Chen Nan. Chen Nan coughed lightly twice, knowing that this was a matter between women, but matters between women were the most difficult to deal with. Mr. Chen. Amy also looked at Chen Nan, her tone very coquettish. I didn't do anything wrong. When I was the president's secretary, I really didn't make any mistakes. If you don't believe me, you can go and investigate. Even though Amy is the kind of person who relies on unspoken rules to get ahead, what she said actually has connotations. Because Chen Nan is now the president, she said that she had never made any mistakes at work. How could a good leader replace such an employee so casually? Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that a random task has been dropped. If you handle the relationship between Lin Qing and Amy well, you will receive a random small gift. At this moment, the reminder sound of the Godly Rich system appeared again. Master, this task must be very difficult for you. The little yellow chicken also jumped out, looked at Chen Nan with a smile and said, From your tone, it seems like you are laughing at me. Chen Nan looked at the little yellow chicken with a sinister smile. Xiao Huang is an honest Xiao Huang. How could he think of his master like this? Xiao Huang is just concerned about his master. The little yellow chicken immediately showed an extremely serious expression and said to Chen Nan. Chen Nan was joking, but looking at Amy and Lin Qing's current state, this task was indeed difficult for him. He thought for a moment, then reached out and patted Ergang, motioning him to stand behind. Mr. Chen, I have been working as the president's secretary for a long time. You will definitely be very satisfied with me. Amy threw a coquettish glance at Chen Nan again and said with a smile. You should have been laid off a long time ago. You should have been laid off when the GUA Group was acquired. Since you were the former president's secretary, you should have left here with the former president, because this is the Dongma Group now, not the GUA Group. Lin Qing said expressionlessly. Ouch! Amy rolled her eyes. After the GUA Group was acquired, tens of thousands of employees who were supposed to be laid off continued to stay in the new company. If you, Lin Qing, can stay here, why can't I? You! Lin Qing was obviously at a loss for words with Amy. You are such a scoundrel! Okay, stop arguing. Chen Nan felt a headache listening to the two women quarreling. This is my first day at the company. I'm not used to having a female secretary as my secretary, so Amy, you're not suitable for this position. Chen Nan looked at Amy and said. When Lin Qing heard what Chen Nan said, a smug smile appeared on his face. Mr. Chen, are you going to fire me? Amy's face immediately showed a pitiful expression, and she said very aggrievedly. Mr. Chen, this job is really important to me. Since Mr. Chen has said so, do you want to disobey the president's order? Lin Qing stared at Amy and said. Mr. Chen, Amy looked at Chen Nan pitifully and almost cried. I want to transfer you to the propaganda department. Chen Nan looked at Amy seriously and said. But I have one condition. That is that you must wear professional attire from now on, and not dress so flamboyantly. If you are truly capable at work, you can make good use of it in the propaganda department. Chapter 1062 Different People. If I find out that you are still like this and are corrupting the atmosphere of the propaganda department, I will fire you without hesitation. Chen Nan said to Amy with a hint of severity in his tone. After Chen Nan said this, Amy and Lin Qing were stunned. Amy had never expected that Chen Nan would actually let her work in the publicity department. She was quite charming, so she used the unspoken rules to get promoted, just to get a respectable job in a big company. Anyway, everyone in the company knows that she is such a woman, so she simply doesn't care about her shame. She knew that in the eyes of female employees like Lin Qing, she was a shameless woman. But she felt that she was not wrong to rely on herself to get to the top just to make her life better. But what she never expected was that Chen Nan would actually give her a chance to work in the propaganda department. Mr. Chen, the propaganda department is also a very important part. If a woman like Amy is allowed to work there, it will definitely make the propaganda department a mess. Lin Qing immediately objected. Mr. Chen, this is your first day at the company, so you may not be familiar with many of our business operations. Our publicity department not only has to promote online, but also has to meet with various high-level clients for offline promotion. Lin Qing quickly said to Chen Nan. In other words, the publicity department represents the face of our company in a certain sense. If we let an image like Amy appear in front of clients, how do you think they will view our company? So I just told Amy not to dress like this, Chen Nan said to Lin Qing. Mr. Chen, but I think... Lin Qinghao wanted to persuade Chen Nan, but was interrupted by Chen Nan. Director Lin, I have made up my mind. Chen Nan looked at Lin Qing expressionlessly, his eyes darkening, reminding her of her position. Lin Qing was stunned for a moment, frightened by Chen Nan's aura, and subconsciously closed his mouth. Chen Nan looked at Amy again. Amy, can you meet my conditions? Amy finally came to her senses and nodded quickly. Mr. Chen, I can do it. I can do it. Okay, you can go back and rest and prepare today, and go directly to work in the propaganda department tomorrow. Chen Nan nodded lightly and said. Mr. Chen, thank you. Amy was still a little bit unbelievable, and quickly bowed to Chen Nan. Yeah. Chen Nan nodded lightly, raised his leg and walked into the office. When he passed by Amy, the very strong smell of perfume still felt a little pungent to him. Amy, there's one more thing. Don't spray this perfume anymore. Chen Nan said lightly and walked straight into the office. Mr. Chen, I will definitely change my appearance. Thank you. Amy hurriedly thanked him. Gang stood at the door of the office very consciously, and Lin Qing looked at Amy somewhat unwillingly, then strode into the office with Chen Nan. Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that you have completed the randomly dropped task. The system rewards you with a small gift, creative inspiration. At this moment, the reminder sound of the Godly Rich system rang in Chen Nan's mind again. Creative inspiration? Chen Nan asked in his heart. Master! Creative inspiration allows you to have all kinds of creativity in your work. This can be used in art, and can also be combined with financial management thinking. At this time, the little yellow chicken appeared again and explained to Chen Nan. I understand, Chen Nan said in his heart. This is quite practical, not bad. He has now become the president of Dongmu Group, so he feels that these skills are still very necessary. Mr. Chen, why did you let Amy go to the publicity department? Lin Qing was still a little angry, but she was also a smart person. She knew that Chen Nan was the new president of the company, and she was an employee, so her tone was relatively mild. Chen Nan looked at this luxurious office, which was exactly the same as the last time he came to negotiate with Guo Jin. But this time the situation has changed, and he is now the owner of this office. Lin Qing, I don't like the decoration style of this office. Please redecorate it for me. Chen Nan leaned against the expensive mahogany desk and said to Lin Qing. Mr. Chen, I just don't understand why a woman like Amy would stay in the company. Lin Qing pursed her lips and continued. Could it be that you treat her? Director Lin, this is the company. I hope you will pay attention to your position and words. Chen Nan looked at Lin Qing and said expressionlessly. Lin Qing was startled and glanced at Chen Nan. At this moment, he was no longer the same person at the class reunion yesterday. He was wearing Givenchy's latest high-end custom-made suit, and his whole body exuded a very powerful aura. He was completely different from the person yesterday. But for a woman like her, the stronger the man is, the more attractive he is to her. Yes. Mr. Chen, I understand. Lin Qing lowered his eyes slightly and nodded. My tone was not good just now. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. Yeah. Chen Nan nodded. Although he felt that treating Lin Qing in this way might reduce Lin Qing's favorability towards him, after all, they were in the company now, and as the company's president, he had to be dignified. Ding! The Shenhao system reminds you that Lin Qing's favorability value has increased by 20%. Congratulations, Lin Qing's favorability value is about to be full. Please keep up the good work, host. At this moment, the Shenhao system's prompt sound appeared. Chen Nan was a little puzzled. He originally thought that the way he treated Lin Qing just now would definitely lower her high sensitivity. But unexpectedly, the favorability value not only did not decrease, but actually increased. What is this operation? Master! Let Xiao Huang explain it to you. Xiao Huang had a sly smile on his face and explained to Chen Nan. Master, for an intellectual woman like Lin Qing, the more powerful and talented a man is, the more attractive he is to her. Chen Nan finally understood. That is to say, my performance just now just made Lin Qing think that I am very manly. Master, that's what I mean. Hee hee. The little yellow chicken said with a smile. Master, you are really popular with women now. Okay, you don't have to say the last sentence, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken with a smile. Director Lin, as the president of my new company, Amy actually didn't make any substantial mistakes, Chen Nan said with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 107 found a new assistant. He still explained his intention to Lin Qing and continued. As a leader, how can I fire someone casually? To put it another way, even though a woman like Amy relied on unspoken rules to get to the top, neither you nor I know if she has her own difficulties. If Chen Nan didn't have the super-rich system, he would have been just an ordinary person living at the bottom of society. So he is very understanding of the hardships faced by many ordinary people. So I gave Amy a chance. If she continues to behave like this in the publicity department, I will definitely fire her. Chen Nan smiled and continued. Besides, if I'm interested in her, why wouldn't I let her be my personal secretary? After hearing what Chen Nan said, Lin Qing thought about it and felt that what Chen Nan said made a lot of sense. She was also a very smart person, Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to reach the position of project director. So when she thought about it rationally, she also agreed with what Chen Nan said. After all, as the president of the new company, Chen Nan must need to weigh many things. Mr. Chen, I understand. Lin Qing finally calmed down, his expression relaxed a lot, and he said with a smile. Yeah. Chen Nan nodded. I will arrange to redecorate your office. Lin Qing added with a smile. I trust you to do the job. Chen Nan looked at Lin Qing with a hearty smile on his face. He seemed to have remembered something and continued to say to her, By the way, is Wang Xian here today? Lin Qing glanced at the watch on his wrist and said, It's almost there. We'll be there in about 15 minutes. Yeah. Chen Nan nodded. When Wang Xian arrives, I'll talk to him and then we'll hold a board meeting. Okay, I understand. Lin Qing nodded, and suddenly something occurred to him. Mr. Chen, what position are you planning to assign to Wang Xian? Chen Nan curled his lips and said, It just so happens that Amy's position has become vacant. I can let Wang Xian be my assistant. When Lin Qing heard that Chen Nan asked Wang Xian to be his assistant, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Because Wang Su is a man, as long as he is not a woman, Lin Qing will feel very happy. Mr. Chen, I'll go out and make arrangements first. I'll ask Wang Xian to come directly to the office later. Lin Qing finally regained his smile on his face and said to Chen Nan with a smile. Okay, thank you, Director Lin. Chen Nan's tone softened a lot. My tone just now might have been a little harsh, please don't take it to heart. Once Wang Xian comes, I can hand over all these assistant tasks to him. Chen Nan added. Mr. Chen, I also had questions just now. After all, this is a company, I understand. Lin Qingqing showed a faint smile on her pretty face, looking at Chen Nan in front of her, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Chen Nan is really handsome today. He exudes the charm of a mature man, which makes people unable to take their eyes off him. For a moment, Lin Qing wondered why she hadn't realized when she was in school that Chen Nan was such an outstanding man. If she had discovered it when she was in school, maybe she could have been with Chen Nan at that time. After Lin Qing left the office, Chen Nan began to prepare materials for the board meeting later. Because this was his first time attending a board meeting at the company, he had to leave a deep impression on the senior management. There are also many big projects in the company that need to be discussed with the board of directors. Master, this is your first time holding a board meeting. Are you nervous? Asked the little yellow chicken, standing on the mahogany desk. It's okay, Chen Nan replied while looking at the information. Master, if you are nervous, Xiao Huang has some magic medicine here, Xiao Huang said with a smile. Magic medicine? What magical medicine? Chen Nan asked in some confusion. It's a magic medicine that can eliminate tension. Xiao Huang turned around and a yellow candy appeared on the table. Will this work? Chen Nan looked at the candy and asked doubtfully. Master, didn't you just say you weren't too nervous? Then you shouldn't need it, Xiao Huang said in a mean way. In fact, Chen Nan was still a little nervous. Although he now possessed the strongest brain and financial management skills, this was his first time to hold a board meeting after all. Emotionally, he was indeed a little nervous. But this little yellow chicken is really too mean. He actually used this matter to make fun of him. Little Yellow, I think you've been getting too far lately and even started to joke with me, your master. Chen Nan looked at the little yellow chicken with a wicked smile on his face. Super rich system, turn all the yellow hairs of the little yellow chicken into green, Chen Nan said mischievously. Ouch! Master! Without waiting for Xiao Huang to speak, the godly system directly turned the little yellow chicken's yellow feathers into green, an emerald green color. Ha ha! Ha! Ouch! Chen Nan looked at the little yellow chicken whose feathers had all turned green, even its little head was green, which made him laugh so hard that he fell over. Master! The little yellow chicken was speechless at this time. Looking at the green feathers on his body, an expression of wanting to cry but not being able to do so appeared on his face. Little yellow chicken, oh no! Little green chicken! Ha! Chen Nan laughed so hard that tears came out. Haven't you heard the saying, if you want to live a good life, your brain must be green? Ha ha! Chen Nan looked at the little yellow chicken's green feathers and laughed for more than 5 minutes. Master, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. The little yellow chicken looked at Chen Nan pitifully. Please change me back. Chen Nan shook his head, smiled, picked up the yellow candy and put it in his mouth. I think you look quite funny now. I'll change it back for you when I get tired of you. After Chen Nan took the elixir that relieved tension, the nervousness he had just felt disappeared in an instant, and he felt extremely relaxed now. Master, I have it so hard. The little yellow chicken lay on the table with a dead heart, pretending to be dead. Little yellow chicken, I find you look quite new like this. You just need to get used to it, Chen Nan said with a smile. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the office door. Chen Nan coughed twice, his expression returned to seriousness, and he said towards the door, Come in. Wang Xian cautiously pushed the door open, looking extremely nervous. He still didn't know that the president of Dongmu Group was actually Chen Nan, the old classmate he had dined with and gone to KTV with yesterday. He lowered his head slightly and walked into the office cautiously. Chapter 108 1 pound worth 100,000 yuan. When Wang Xian heard Chen Nan asked him to come to Dongmu Group yesterday, he was still a little puzzled, but since Chen Nan said that he would help him change his life, he believed what Chen Nan said. Hello, I'm Wang Xian. Wang Xian lowered his head and stood at the door very reservedly. He said in a low voice. Yes. Chen Nan asked me to come, I. Wang Xian was still very nervous. After all, it was his first time in such a big company. Although his previous company was not small, it could not be compared with the Dongmu Group. Moreover, he is a programmer, and his daily job is to write code, so he doesn't need to communicate with others frequently. Although Wang Xian is smart, he is very fat, so his colleagues are only polite to him on the surface. Wang Xian stood there feeling a little uneasy, and was extremely nervous. This was the General Staff Office of Dongmu Group. Chen Nan looked at Wang Xian standing there with his head down, looking very nervous, and said to him, Wang Xian, come here. Wang Xian just felt that the voice sounded familiar, but because he was too nervous, he didn't dare to look up. Okay. Wang Xian lowered his head and walked to the front of the desk. Chen Nan stood up and walked in front of Wang Xian, a very easygoing smile on his face. Wang Xian, why are you so nervous? Didn't we just meet yesterday? Wang Xian raised his head and saw that Chen Nan was wearing very high-end leather shoes. When he heard his voice, he was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that the voice seemed to be Chen Nan. No way. Could it be? Wang Xian opened his eyes wide in shock, then slowly looked up. He saw that the man in front of him was wearing a high-end suit. Although he didn't know much about the brand of the suit, he could tell that the suit was definitely worth a lot of money. His eyes slowly moved upwards and finally saw Chen Nan's face. Wang Xian looked at Chen Nan in amazement. He was completely different today from the person he was at the class reunion yesterday. He is full of aura and looks high-spirited. Wearing a well-tailored suit, he really has the aura of a successful person. Why are you stupid? Chen Nan looked at Wang Xian's chubby face with his mouth wide open and found it very funny. Mr. Chen, Wang Xian said stupidly. He originally wanted to call Chen Nan, but he immediately realized that Chen Nan wanted him to come to Dongmu Group yesterday. He didn't expect that he was actually the president of Dongmu Group. Wang Xian, I asked you to come to the company today because I wanted to arrange a new position for you. Chen Nan smiled and patted Wang Xian's shoulder. I wonder if you have this idea? Wang Xian was still immersed in shock at this time, and said slowly. Mr. Chen. I feel a little surprised. Ha! Don't be nervous, there are only two of us here, and I am still your classmate Chen Nan, Chen Nan said with a casual smile. Master! Wang Xian's expression is so funny! The little yellow chicken also laughed out loud, thinking that Wang Xian was very cute. Because of his chubby face and silly expression, he looks very funny. Mr. Chen, I really didn't expect that you're actually the president of Dongmu Group. Wang Xian finally recovered. It's my honor that you can arrange a job for me. No wonder Chen Nan vowed yesterday that he would help him change his life. After all, he is the president of Dongmu Group. Wang Xian, my idea is for you to be my assistant to the president. I believe this position will be very easy for you. Chen Nan smiled and continued. And you don't need to work overtime. After get off work, you can go to the company gym to work out for free. In order to give you motivation to lose weight, I will check your weight every week. I will give you 100,000 yuan for every kilogram you lose, so you will get paid for losing weight, Chen Nan said with a smile. Huh! Wang Xian was completely shocked. What? Losing weight and making money? 1 pound costs 100,000 yuan. Wang Xian, as an old classmate, I really hope you can get better and better, Chen Nan said to Wang Xian in a very sincere tone. Mr. Chen, I will never let you down. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with tears again. He could feel that Chen Nan was very sincere to him, so he couldn't let Chen Nan down. Chen Nan handed Wang Xian some recent work materials. This is the job description for the CEO's assistant. Familiarize yourself with it. The seat by the door is yours. Mr. Chen, I will do my best. Wang Xian's eyes were very determined. Chen Nan looked into his eyes and knew that Wang Xian was determined to become a better person this time. In fact, for a person, as long as he has enough faith, he can change himself. Mr. Chen, the school beauty Lin Qing is also in this company. We are your old classmates. Will it have a bad influence? Wang Xian hesitated for a moment, but still asked this question. Wang Xian, you don't need to care about those problems. Just do your essential job well. Chen Nan curled the corners of his mouth, with a confident smile on his face. Yes, Mr. Chen. Wang Xian felt that Chen Nan was really a very charming person, and even he, a man, admired him very much. He can give people confidence and is very helpful. Wang Xian feels that Chen Nan is really a real man. Ding! The Xinhao system reminds the host that you have helped Wang Xian regain his new life. Congratulations on winning the title of Life Mentor. Your social value increases by 100 points, your IQ increases by 100 points, and your EQ increases by 100 points. At this moment, the Xinhao system's prompt sound appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. Congratulations, Master! Because you helped Wang Xian, the system has determined that your attribute values have increased a lot this time. The little yellow chicken happily turned around and said with a smile. The little yellow chicken is still covered with green feathers, like a small cucumber that has not yet grown up. Okay, little yellow chicken, since you're performing well now, I'll change you back. Chen Nan's mouth curled up into a wicked smile. He thought the little yellow chicken was very funny now, but he also knew that the little yellow chicken himself would definitely not like it. Thank you, Master! Thank you, Master! The little yellow chicken was so happy when he heard Chen Nan say that he would change him back to normal. It really thinks its green fur is ugly. It feels like a green onion, green from the inside out. Super rich system, change the feathers on the little yellow chicken back to their original appearance, Chen Nan said to the super rich system in his heart. The Xinhao system reminds you that this operation can no longer be performed today. You need to try again one day later. Chapter 109 First Meeting. The godly rich system continued to tell Chen Nan. Because your current attribute level does not allow for secondary operations, you will need to wait 24 hours before you can proceed. Haha! Xiao Huang, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that the godly rich system can't be operated now. Chen Nan couldn't help but laugh again. It's really hard for me. The little yellow chicken fell directly on the desk. Chen Nan looked at the little yellow chicken with a smile and said teasingly, Okay, little yellow, you look pretty good in green. You look like one of those pollution-free green vegetables. You're pretty cute. Master, as long as you are happy. The little yellow chicken looked as if he wanted to cry but had no tears, and he looked as if he had lost all hope in life. Chen Nan sorted out the documents in the office again, and then seeing that it was almost time, he went to the conference room with Wang Xian and Lin Qing. Throughout the day today in the company, many employees were talking about how the new president had come to the company today, and he was a domineering and handsome guy. All the female employees in the company were excited. Knowing that it was Chen Nan's meeting time, they all secretly went to the door of the meeting room to get a glimpse of him. Chen Nan walked in front, Wang Xian and Lin Qing walked behind him, and Ergang, who was now Chen Nan's personal security guard, also followed behind him. Oh my God! He's the new CEO! Oh my God! Isn't he really a star? It turns out the male protagonist in the novel actually has a prototype. This is so cool! I feel like it will give me more motivation to work in the future. The female employees around were all talking about it, and their eyes turned into pink hearts. Chen Nan curled his lips, glanced at the female employees around him, and said lightly, "Hello, I am the president of Dongmu Group. You can call me Mr. Chen from now on." "Mr. Chen! Mr. Chen, you are so handsome! Mr. Chen, we must work hard." Not to mention the female employees, even the male employees around were impressed by Chen Nan's aura. Although Chen Nan is handsome, he also exudes a masculine fortitude. Coupled with the high-end custom-made suit he is wearing today and his new hairstyle, he exudes an elite and capable air. Chen Nan smiled faintly and nodded to the employees around him. Everyone else was very excited. Lin Qing felt very proud at this time because she and Chen Nan had a close relationship now, and they had gone out together yesterday. Wang Xian walked in front of Chen Nan and opened the door of the conference room for him. Chen Nan walked in, followed by Lin Qing and Wang Xian, while their gang stood at the door. "Mr. Chen's aura is too strong. Will we get a salary increase in the future?" an employee whispered. "How do you connect aura and salary increase?" another employee asked with some doubt. "Because a new official has 3 major tasks to do when he takes office. Will our work be more strict in the future? If the workload increases, will our salary also increase?" said the employee. "It's not impossible, but seeing how handsome Mr. Chen is, I'm willing to work overtime even if it's for free," another employee said excitedly. When Chen Nan walked into the conference room, there was a very grand rectangular conference table with senior leaders and some shareholders sitting on both sides. "Hello, Mr. Chen." As soon as Chen Nan walked in, all the leaders stood up, bowed slightly, and said very respectfully, "Yeah." Chen Nan smiled and nodded, then walked to his seat in the middle and sat down. "You guys can sit down too." "Thank you, Mr. Chen," everyone said in unison, and then dared to sit down. "Master! Master! You are so majestic!" Xiao Huang also jumped out, stood on Chen Nan's shoulder, and said happily, "That's not necessary. Your master is a big CEO," Chen Nan said arrogantly in his heart. Lin Qing also sat in the seat next to Chen Nan, while Wang Xian sat behind Chen Nan, took out a notebook and pen, and prepared to start taking notes. Wang Xian is now very serious because Chen Nan gave him the position of assistant to the president. "Everyone, this is Mr. Chen Nan, the president of Dongmu Group," Lin Qing introduced everyone. "Today is Mr. Chen's first time at the company for a meeting, so everyone should report on their respective projects so that Mr. Chen can familiarize himself with our latest projects." In fact, Chen Nan had already read all the recent project information before. Because he now possesses the skills of the strongest brain, all this information is already in his mind. "Director Lin, since you said so, why don't you give a report first and give us a lead?" At this moment, a man sitting opposite Lin Qing spoke. Chen Nan looked at the man and activated the facial recognition skill. This man has a pointed face and looks very cunning and sinister. His name is Jin Quanshan, and he was the former general manager of the planning department of Gui Group. His name is just like his personality. Both of them are extremely profit-driven. Besides Guo Wanjin, he was the most powerful senior executive in the Gui Group. "Manager Jin, what do you mean?" Lin Qing felt that there seemed to be something fishy in Jin Qianshan's words, so he stared at him and said, "Director Lin, is there anything wrong with what I said?" Jin Quanshan snorted coldly, his tone full of sarcasm. "Since everyone has to report on their work, why don't you come and set an example for us first, so we can get a feel for our new president's temper?" Besides, Jin Qianshan's pointed face revealed a hint of vulgarity. "Director Lin, I see that you have a good relationship with our CEO Chen, so it's only right that you set an example for us." Chen Nan also heard the hidden meaning in Jin Qianshan's words. He did not say anything at this time, but just observed silently. Lin Qing frowned and glared at Jin Quanshan. The other senior leaders were all silent and lowered their heads. Because among those people, Jin Quanshan is considered the biggest leader. Lin Qing still had some sense. She knew that although Jin Quanshan and she were not in the same department, in terms of rank, Jin Qianshan's rank was indeed higher than hers. So Lin Qing gritted his teeth, picked up the materials he had prepared, and stood up first. "Then let our project department make the report first," Lin Qing said to everyone. In fact, All this information was in Chen Nan's mind, so when Lin Qing was reporting, he was actually observing everyone's expressions. Master, Master! Jin Quan-shan was so arrogant just now, why didn't you go and teach him a lesson? Xiao Huang said angrily. Jin Quan-shan is the most powerful among the current senior executives, and he was a senior executive of the Gui group before, so he must have his own small group, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken. Chapter 110 Comments based on the report. So we need to first observe the situation and not be too hasty, Chen Nan continued to say to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Since Jin Quan-shan dares to use such an arrogant attitude, he must have his reasons. Master, the school beauty Lin Qing is being wrong now. The little yellow chicken sighed slightly and said to Lin Qing, who was making a report at this time. Xiao Huang, don't underestimate Lin Qing. She used to work at the Gui group. She can definitely handle these things. Chen Nan glanced at Lin Qing, his lips curled up, and he continued to say to Xiao Huang in his heart. Actually, Lin Qing is very capable in the workplace. Just now, Jin Quan-shan embarrassed Lin Qing in front of all the leaders, and her performance was actually quite generous. Why, Master? Xiao Huang asked, somewhat puzzled. Because Lin Qing knows very well in her mind that Jin Qianshan's position is indeed higher than hers, and she can't let Jin Quan-shan lose face in this situation. Chen Nan has the strongest brain, so he knows what is going on at a glance. Ding! The Shinhao system reminds the host that your IQ value increases by 100 points. At this moment, the Shinhao system's prompt sound appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. About 20 minutes later, Lin Qing said to everyone, The above is the report of our project department. After saying that, he sat down. Director Lin has just finished his report. I think we should ask our general manager Chen to make some comments so that we can continue with the report. Jin Quan-shan spoke again with a sinister look in his eyes. I have just finished reporting on these project materials. This is the first time that Mr. Chen has heard about these recent projects our company is working on. He doesn't know much about them yet. Lin Qing hurriedly wanted to speak for Chen Nan, but before he could finish, he was stopped by Jin Quan-shan. Our President Chen is a young and promising man. I believe he will have his own unique insights after listening to the project information. Otherwise, how could Dongmu Group acquire Gui Group? Jin Qianshan's tone was full of sarcasm, and he was praising Chen Nan. Chen Nan was not actually angry, but was observing the expressions of all the senior executives except Jin Quan-shan. He found that everyone else kept their heads down and remained silent, maintaining a neutral attitude. That means that everyone else is also wary of Jin Quan-shan, but they don't necessarily stand on the same side with him. This is really interesting. Chen Nan curled the corners of his mouth and said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Master, that Jin Quan-shan has been asking you to make comments. He is so insidious. Fortunately, you have already used your strongest brain to memorize all the information, said the little yellow chicken angrily. It's okay, just play with him. Chen Nan raised his lips into a confident smile and said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Manager Jin is right. Judging from your age, you are indeed my seniors. Chen Nan's eyes darkened as he looked at Jin Quan-shan and continued. But judging from your financial resources and power, I should make some comments. When Jin Quan-shan heard what Chen Nan said, the expression on his face changed. What Chen Nan meant was that he was younger than those people, but richer than them and was also their CEO. Don't you think that's infuriating? Jin Quan-shan must have understood, so his expression changed. Then I will make some comments based on Director Lin's report. Chen Nan smiled faintly, holding a pen in his hand. His slender fingers turned casually, and the pen jumped on his fingertips. In summary, Director Lin's report just now shows that the real estate projects currently in operation are undeveloped. Chen Nan said slowly. This project also has the highest profit, while the other projects only have small profits. So our current project focus is all on the real estate projects currently under construction, as well as some land development. Chen Nan smiled and continued. Once all our buildings are completed, we can start selling them. Lin Qing looked at Chen Nan in shock. She had never expected that Chen Nan could summarize it so concisely after just listening to her report for 20 minutes. She looked at Chen Nan, who was speaking at the moment. He was leaning in his chair, twirling a pen with his fingers. His posture was extremely calm and confident, as if he had a calmness that seemed to have won the battle. Is this still the same Chen Nan who appeared at the class reunion with them yesterday? He has become a completely different person. Lin Qing once again sighed in surprise in his heart. In fact, Chen Nan only took about 5 minutes to summarize all the information that Lin Qing had just reported. When he finished speaking, everyone else looked at him in surprise. Jin Quanshan, who had been very arrogant just now, was also a little shocked at this time. He did not expect that Chen Nan actually had real talents and skills. He was originally Guo Wanjin's lackey, but after Guo Wanjin's downfall, he was not always loyal. He originally thought that he could swallow up half of Guo Group's assets without anyone knowing. But before he could take any action, the Guo Group was acquired by a mysterious person and renamed Dongmu Group. This ruined his good fortune. Although Jin Quanshan held a grudge, he was still a very shrewd person. When he saw that all the employees stayed, he also stayed in his original position. Later, he found that the new president had not shown up in the company for a long time, and he thought to himself that this must have been done by a rich second generation. It's nothing more than having money at home, and then just buying a big company for fun. Although the Guo Group is a very large real estate company in Jiahai City, there is never a shortage of rich people in this world, and there is always someone better than you. Jin Quanshan is very scheming, so he started to make plans again, thinking that if the new president does not take office, he will be the most powerful senior executive of Dongmu Group. In this way, he can transfer the company's assets secretly and quietly. After all, no one dares to check his accounts. But no one expected that Chen Nan would suddenly appear today and say that he wanted to hold a formal meeting. This really caught Jin Quanshan off guard. When he saw Chen Nan for the first time, he was more certain of his suspicions. He must be a wealthy second-generation kid from a wealthy family. He was so young, and he wanted to get into financial management. He was really naive. So Jin Quanshan really underestimated Chen Nan's ability before, which is why his attitude was so arrogant. But what Jin Quanshan never expected was that Chen Nan was actually capable. He not only summarized Lin Qing's report, but also pointed out the company's key points. Chapter 111 Reward New Mansion. Chen Nan noticed Jin Quanshan's expression, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The pen between the fingers is turning, revealing the calmness and confidence of the owner of these hands. Although Lin Qing was also very surprised that Chen Nan could analyze so detailed, a very proud smile immediately appeared on her face. Manager Jin, what do you think of our General Manager Chen's analysis? She deliberately said to Jin Quanshan. Chen Nan also looked at Jin Quanshan, his eyes slightly darkened. Manager Jin, what do you think? Jin Quanshan coughed twice. Ahem. Mr. Chen, your analysis is very, very detailed. Jin Quanshan is a very different person from Guo Wanjin. He has been able to work under Guo Wanjin for such a long time, so naturally he is very shrewd. He is not as high-profile and arrogant as Guo Wanjin. On the contrary, he is more insidious and cunning. However, Mr. Chen, since you also know that we have several very important projects recently, namely the building projects that are currently under construction. According to calculations, it is estimated that it will only take another month for all of those buildings to be completed. Jin Quanshan wanted to give Chen Nan another hard time. A sinister smile appeared on his pointed face. Mr. Chen, do you have any constructive suggestions for our real estate sales? Manager Jin, don't you think you're going a little too far now? Lin Qing was almost at the end of his patience. This is Mr. Chen's first meeting with us today, and he needs to continue to understand all of our business. Others haven't reported yet. Don't you think this is a waste of Mr. Chen and everyone else's precious time? Director Lin, I'm asking a normal question. Are you being too sensitive? Jin Quanshan said to Lin Qing with a sarcastic smile on his face. Master! What does Jin Quanshan mean? Why does he keep asking you questions? Why does he seem to have some bad intentions? The little yellow chicken stood on Chen Nan's shoulder and said to him. He is a very scheming person. He just wants to make me lose face during my first meeting. This way I will lose the trust of the top management. They will just think that I am a rich second generation with no skills. Chen Nan has seen through Jin Quanshan's intentions because he already has the skills of the strongest brain. Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that a random task is currently being dropped. If you deal with Jin Quan-shan and defeat him, you will get a new mansion. At this moment, the reminder sound of the Godly Rich system appeared again. Chen Nan was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, "Why is today's reward so big, giving me a new mansion?" "Master, the Shinhao system judges based on the difficulty of the task you complete. So the system will give you a big reward only if it determines that this task is very difficult," the little yellow chicken explained to Chen Nan. "So that's how it is." Chen Nan thought for a moment and said to himself, "Although the current house is pretty good, it would be nice to move to a new mansion. It just so happens that his current garage is full." "Okay, watch me," Chen Nan said to Xiao Huang with a confident smile on his face. "Master, come on. Xiao Huang will always support you. You will always be the best, the most handsome and the most outstanding." Xiao Huang jumped up and down and cheered Chen Nan on. Chen Nan looked at Jin Quan-shan, turned his fingers, and put the pen on the table. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes, which made Jin Quan-shan stunned for a moment. "Manager Jin, actually, I already have a plan for the question you just asked me," Chen Nan said lightly. Jin Quan-shan frowned. Seeing Chen Nan's calm expression, he felt a little uneasy. Originally, he thought that even if Chen Nan could summarize the information reported by Lin Qing, he was a newcomer and might not be very familiar with the business of Dongme Group, so it would be difficult for him to immediately come up with a plan on how to sell the real estate project. After all, such a plan requires discussion within a team and everyone's brainstorming to come up with it. So when Chen Nan said this, Jin Quan-shan was stunned again. If someone else said this, he would definitely think that they were bragging, but the confidence revealed between the brows of the young man in front of him really made him feel guilty. "Mr. Chen Yu?" Lin Qing was also a little surprised. She thought it was amazing that Chen Nan could summarize the situation in her report just now. But now he is going to propose his own plan without having any understanding of the company's business. This is really too risky. "Mr. Chen, in fact, our company's project plans require the entire planning department team to conduct research and then formulate a preliminary plan." Lin Qingchong quickly winked at Chen Nan, his eyes revealing anxiety, and said to him. Chen Nan knew that Lin Qing was helping her, and she was worried that she was deceived by Jin Quan-shan because she didn't know the company's business and operations. "Director Lin, I originally intended to propose this plan after all the real estate projects were completed. But now that Manager Jin has brought it up, and all the people in today's meeting are senior executives, it doesn't matter if I bring it up now." Chen Nan smiled and nodded at Lin Qing, indicating that she could rest assured. Lin Qing looked into Chen Nan's eyes. Although she was still a little nervous, she chose to believe Chen Nan. She really knew Jin Quan-shan, the sinister villain. His intention was to make Chen Nan lose trust in her when she attended the meeting with senior management on the first day. In this way, he can have absolute control over the top management, and Lin Qing is very clear about this. At this time, the other senior executives who had been lowering their heads all looked at Chen Nan, and the expressions on their faces all revealed a hint of curiosity and expectation. When Chen Nan saw their expressions, he knew in his heart that they were actually also looking forward to him, the new president, being able to suppress Jin Quan-shan. It seems that Jin Quan-shan has actually lost the trust of the top management a long time ago. Everyone is afraid of him simply because of the power he holds now. Chen Nan curled the corners of his mouth, and his eyes darkened. Now that he had lost the support of the people, it would be easy to deal with. "Mr. Chen, since you have a plan, please tell everyone about it." Although Jin Quan-shan felt a little guilty, he still held on to a lucky attitude. What if Chen Nan was just deceiving him when he said he had a plan? Chen Nan nodded, leaning back in his chair, and said calmly, "Traditional sales is nothing more than mobilizing manpower and financial resources to sell. This efficiency is actually still a bit slow. We are in a traditional industry, so of course we have to use traditional methods for marketing," Jin Quan-shan said with a smile. He thought Chen Nan had some plan, and actually questioned traditional sales methods. Chapter 112, Just What I Wanted. "Chen Nan, all real estate sales are done offline. Although it's a bit slow, if you keep putting pressure on it, there will still be results." Lin Qing was a little worried and reminded Chen Nan in a low voice. Chen Nan's smile was extremely calm, and his overall state was very composed. In fact, he felt that Jin Qianshan's question hit the mark, as he had already agreed to let United Chuangchuang and Dongmu Group cooperate. His plan at the time was to let Chingij use live streaming to sell real estate online. Although this was unprecedented, Chen Nan was still very willing to be the first to try it. Now is a good opportunity to talk about his plan, which can also pave the way for future cooperation in joint crowd innovation. Jin Qianshan thought he was making things difficult for Chen Nan, but in fact he was giving Chen Nan a very good opportunity. As I've already said, traditional sales methods are extremely time-consuming and inefficient, consuming a lot of manpower and financial resources, Chen Nan said calmly. If our real estate development is successfully built but the number of buyers isn't as high as expected, then we'll immediately enter a period of stagnation. I think everyone here knows very well that if our real estate reaches a stagnant period, then subsequent sales will be even more difficult, said Chen Nan. After hearing this, all the senior executives fell silent. Because what Chen Nan said was correct. They have been working on real estate projects for so many years, but there has actually been no breakthrough in sales. That's why when Guo Wanjin was in power, he did a lot of dirty work behind the scenes to make money. Because for him, the early properties were built, but sales were too slow and no one came to buy the houses, so the loss of money was really unpredictable. However, in the real estate industry, everyone still uses traditional sales methods, and no one has proposed new methods. Therefore, when Guo Wanjin was in office, he did not pay much attention to this detail. Mr. Chen, you've said so much, but it's nothing more than saying that traditional sales methods are very inefficient. Everyone knows this, so what's the point? Jin Qianshan's tone was full of sarcasm, and his pointed and monkey-faced expression made people feel nauseous. Lin Qing looked at Chen Nan with some concern, feeling even more uneasy. Having worked as a project director for so many years, she was naturally very familiar with traditional sales methods. No one has been able to solve this problem yet. At least among the projects that Lin Qing has been working on, no one in the Gui Group can solve the sales problem. I have thought of a way to solve this problem. Chen Nan curled his lips and said lightly. After these words were spoken, everyone looked at Chen Nan in shock. Chen Nan slowly stood up, took out a marker from the pen holder beside him, and then wrote the 4 big words. Live streaming with goods, on the blackboard in the conference room. Everyone stared at the 4 words on the blackboard in amazement, even Lin Qing was stunned. Ha! Ha! Jin Qianshan was already laughing so hard that he fell backwards. I thought our President Chen had some good idea, but it turned out to be live streaming to sell goods. Ha! Mr. Chen, you must watch a lot of live broadcasts of female anchors. It seems that you have exposed your preferences. Jin Qianshan's eyes were full of contempt, and his tone was very sarcastic. Manager Jin, please be careful with your wording, Lin Qing said seriously. Okay. Jin Qianshan felt that Chen Nan must be a rich second generation who was uneducated. He might have been a cat that met a dead mouse just now. Now it seemed that he was just a loser who liked to watch the live broadcasts of female anchors. Director Lin, our general manager Chen is about to let Tang Tang's largest real estate company in Jiahai City go live to sell goods. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Jin Qianshan looked at Lin Qing provocatively and said with his head tilted. He originally looked very mean, and now he looked so smug that Lin Qing was so angry that she couldn't even fight him. The other senior executives all had disappointment on their faces and sighed. They had originally hoped that Chen Nan could rectify the atmosphere within the Dongmu Group, but now it seems that Chen Nan is nothing more than an embroidered pillow with no real talent or knowledge. It seems that the Dongmu Group will belong to Jin Qianshan from now on. Chen Nan glanced around, curled his lips, looked down at Jin Qianshan, and said slowly, Perhaps you senior leaders in real estate companies will think that live streaming is a very low-end thing. But your idea is actually prejudice, Chen Nan said firmly. Prejudice comes from a lack of understanding. You have no idea how much money is being transacted daily through live streaming. Do you know that a famous streamer can generate up to 200 million yuan in transactions in a single night? Perhaps what you think of as live streaming sales is nothing more than buying clothes, cosmetics, and food. But there was once a well-known live streamer who was spotted by a company specializing in aircraft manufacturing, and they held a live stream event to sell airplanes. Within 10 seconds, the plane was sold successfully. Over 600 million people were watching online, and it also boosted publicity for the aircraft company, ultimately earning them significant commercial value and advertising. You should be aware of one thing: there's no shortage of wealthy people here. There will always be someone richer than you. Chen Nan looked at Jean Quan-shan, his eyes darkened, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Manager Jean, it's okay if you don't want to innovate, but don't stop my Dongmu Group from innovating. His tone was very domineering, and he said with great force, if you organize my Dongmu Group to move forward, then don't blame me. Jean Quan-shan felt Chen Nan's aura at this moment, which made him shudder. He didn't expect that Chen Nan, at his age, could have such a strong aura. In fact, everyone was shocked when Chen Nan explained live streaming sales to them just now. What Chen Nan said was right. They thought they were all senior executives of a real estate company, so they looked down on many trendy things and thought they were very low-end. But if everyone looks at every new thing in this way, then in the end they will be the ones eliminated by the times. Even Lin Qing was surprised by Chen Nan's idea. She was of the same age as Chen Nan, and even she thought that live streaming to sell goods was a very low-end thing, not to mention those internet celebrities. Lin Qing has a good family background and is the school belle, so she is naturally very noble. Chapter 113. Chen Nan is a business genius. When Chen Nan said the 4 words, live streaming with goods, Lin Qing found it incredible. But when he began to explain, Lin Qing was even more stunned, because she actually felt that Chen Nan's idea was not only very novel, but also actually feasible. Chen Nan is truly a business genius. Chen Nan looked at everyone looking at him, with shock in their eyes. He chuckled and continued, what's wrong? Are you all stupid? Master! Master! The little yellow chicken said happily. They are all shocked by you. Ha! Master, you are really amazing! That's not necessary, you're worthy of me. Chen Nan showed a smug smile on his face and said to the little yellow chicken in his heart, Manager Jean, what do you think of my plan? Chen Nan put one hand in his pocket and held a marker in the other hand, tapping lightly on the table. A smile of interest appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said to Jean Quan-shan. Although Jean Quan-shan thought this idea was ridiculous before, he was indeed capable at work. After Chen Nan explained his idea, he immediately realized that this idea could be implemented. His expression was very ugly at this moment, making his already ugly face even uglier. Jean Quan-shan's face paled, and then turned blue. He knew he had lost this time. Not only had Chen Nan defeated him, but he had also gained the trust of the top management in his first meeting. He had lost more than he had gained. Jean Quan-shan took a deep breath and stood up suddenly, with an expression of reluctance on his face. He said to Chen Nan, Mr. Chen is young and promising. I am not feeling well now, so I will leave first. After saying that, he strode out of the meeting room. Chen Nan curled the corner of his mouth, knowing that Jean Quan-shan was ashamed, so he ran away. Master! Why did Jean Quan-shan leave? Why didn't you stop him? The little yellow chicken asked in some confusion. Xiao Huang, Jean Quan-shan is called a deserter. You may not understand the principle that deserters should not be pursued. Everyone already knows that he has lost, and that's enough. Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken with a very confident smile on his handsome face. Ding! The Xinhao system reminds the host that the random task has been completed and you will be rewarded with a mansion. The information and location will be sent to your system backpack later. At this moment, the Xinhao system's prompt sound appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. That's right, I can take Sister Wang and Jinjin to move to a luxury house, Chen Nan said with a smile. Master! Congratulations! We can live in a big mansion. The little yellow chicken also kept spinning in circles happily. Mr. Chen, I think your idea is very creative. Do you have any other plans? I want to make a plan as soon as possible so that we can start selling our property after it is completed. Lin Qing showed a very appreciative smile on her face. She said this on purpose in front of other senior executives. Because she knew very well in her heart that Chen Nan's idea must have been recognized by other senior executives, but they were unable to express it directly due to Wang Qianshan's influence. Chen Nan naturally knew that Lin Qing was helping him, so he smiled and said, Actually, I think we can find some internet companies to cooperate with. This will save us money compared to using traditional sales methods. Although I know that our Dongmu Group is not short of money, as a qualified businessman, of course I still have to consider the cost-effectiveness. Chen Nan sat back in his middle chair and said to everyone. Wang Xian behind him looked at Chen Nan with admiration. He had never expected that Chen Nan was so smart. He was really a natural leader. Wang Xian now regarded Chen Nan as his idol. He had secretly made up his mind to make Chen Nan his goal and work hard in Dongmu Group. He must not let Chen Nan down. I will make a detailed plan for this matter, and then we can discuss it specifically at the next meeting, Chen Nan said to other senior executives with a smile. Boss Chen, we will all listen to you. Mr. Chen, we have no objection. Mr. Chen, your idea is indeed very creative. Other senior executives began to express their opinions. Chen Nan and Lin Qing looked at them with a smile on their faces. Then let's ask the heads of each department to continue reporting to Mr. Chen, Lin Qing said to the senior executives with a smile. Then, other senior executives began to report on their work, and Wang Xian was concentrating on taking notes. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when they finished the meeting. All the employees of Dongmu Group had already left work. Chen Nan stretched and felt his stomach rumbling. Master, you have consumed too much energy in the meeting just now. Now go and eat something delicious, the little yellow chicken said with concern. Chen Nan looked at Wang Xian and said to him, Wang Xian, come on, have dinner with me. Wang Xian was stunned for a moment. Mr. Chen, didn't you ask me to lose weight? I don't plan to eat dinner anymore. Ouch. Look, I forgot about this, Chen Nan said with a smile. Then I'll have to go eat the delicious barbecued skewers by myself. Mr. Chen, I'm a little hungry. I can go with you. At this moment, Lin Qing suddenly spoke. Huh! Chen Nan was a little surprised. Director Lin, in my impression, you're not the type who likes to eat street skewers. Ahem. Lin Qing coughed twice, looked away unnaturally, and said, I just wanted to try it because I don't usually eat it. Okay, let's go. Chen Nan nodded with a smile and said to Wang Xian, Wang Xian, you should digest all the information today. Mr. Chen, don't worry, Wang Xian assured firmly. I will definitely get all the information sorted out today. Chen Nan patted Wang Xian on the shoulder with a smile and said casually, Wang Xian, I was just kidding. You can finish reading it in a week. After all, this information is a report from all departments of the company. Wang Xian is not like him, who has the skills of the strongest brain, so Chen Nan was just joking with him just now. So, Chen Nan and Lin Qing came to the Bugatti Veyron together. Mr. Chen, you are really rich. This car must be very expensive, right? As far as I know, this gold model is a limited edition among limited editions, Lin Qing said in surprise as he looked at the Bugatti Veyron under the street light. Although she already knew that Chen Nan was the president of Dongmu Group, she still needed to adapt to it for a while. After all, she and Chen Nan were at a class reunion yesterday, and today Chen Nan became her boss, which indeed requires a process of adaptation. Chapter 114. This story is a bit melodramatic. It's better to keep a low profile in normal times. I drove this car here because it's my first time to the company today, Chen Nan explained to Lin Qing with an embarrassed smile on his face. Mr. Chen, I now think you are a very interesting and mysterious person, Lin Qing said jokingly. Okay, you don't have to call me Mr. Chen outside the company. I'm still your old classmate, Chen Nan. Chen Nan smiled and opened the car door for Lin Qing, saying very gentlemanly, Please come in, school beauty Lin. In that case, thank you, old classmate Chen Nan. Lin Qing finally smiled, still a little shy, and sat directly in the passenger seat. Chen Nan also sat in the driver's seat. Although Lin Qing had a good family background, he had never ridden in a sports car, let alone a limited edition supercar, so he felt very proud now. She looked at the facilities in the car, with a hint of freshness in her eyes. Fasten your seat belts, let's go, Chen Nan reminded Lin Qing, then started the car. Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds you that Lin Qing's favorability has increased by 20%. Please continue to work hard and you will be able to conquer Lin Qing soon. At this time, the reminder sound of the Godly Rich system appeared in Chen Nan's mind and said to him, Master, it seems that we will be able to defeat Lin Qing soon. the little yellow chicken said with a smile. While driving, Chen-Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart, "As long as I can complete the task, it's fine." "Chen-Nan, can you tell me now?" Lin Qing was still curious about Chen-Nan. It was because of his concern that he wanted to know everything about him. "Huh!" Chen-Nan didn't react for a moment. "When I first met you at the Gui Group, I thought you were also an employee, but you said you were here to discuss business. The second time I saw you was at a class reunion. Although you always kept a low profile, you actually paid for all the expenses that night. The third time I saw you, you actually became my boss now." Lin Qing had a faint smile on his face and said slowly, "Chen-Nan, I think you are really amazing." Chen-Nan only now understood that Lin Qing was curious about him. "Master, I think a woman will only be curious about you when she likes you." Xiao Huang deliberately pretended to be very deep and said to Chen-Nan, "Little yellow chicken, from the tone of your voice, someone who doesn't know you would think you are some kind of love guru," Chen-Nan said jokingly with a smile. "Master, beautiful Lin Qing must think you are very handsome now," said the little yellow chicken with a smile. "She doesn't need to think so. Am I not very handsome as your master?" Chen-Nan said proudly to the little yellow chicken in his heart. "Chen-Nan, we will work in the same company from now on. Although you are my boss, you can trust me." Lin Qing's tone suddenly became very serious. Chen-Nan turned her head and looked at her. Her eyes were extremely serious at this time. Chen-Nan knew that Lin Qing wanted to understand him, but he couldn't tell her about the godly rich system. He also trusts Lin Qing very much, but it depends on the situation. "Lin Qing, I always trust you very much. Maybe I am your boss in the company, but in private I really regard you as a friend," Chen-Nan said to Lin Qing while driving. "Actually, this matter isn't that complicated. It's just..." Chen-Nan began to talk nonsense seriously. "Although this story sounds a bit melodramatic, life is just like that sometimes. Chen-Nan, as long as you say it, I will believe you." Lin Qing looked at Chen-Nan so seriously, which was rare. Seeing Lin Qing so serious at this time, Chen-Nan couldn't bear to deceive her and still felt a little guilty. But there was no way, he could only lie to her. Ahem. Chen-Nan coughed twice and continued to make up a story for Lin Qing. "It was after I started high school that I was suddenly told one day that I was actually the illegitimate child of a wealthy businessman." "What?" Lin Qing opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked quickly. "So, your parents are not your biological parents anymore?" In his heart, Chen-Nan had already knelt down and kowtowed to his boss's mother to admit his mistake. This was the only way he could do. Yes." Chen-Nan nodded expressionlessly. "What happened next?" Lin Qing seemed to have believed what Chen-Nan said and did not doubt it. "Later, I inherited the rich businessman's property, but I had no feelings for them, so I left on my own. Of course, I still love my current parents more." Chen-Nan even choked up when he said this. "Master, it's a pity that you don't become an actor," Xiao Huang said with a smile. "Tisk tisk." "Okay, just shut up. What else can I do now except tell this story?" Chen-Nan said to Xiao Huang in his heart. "No wonder." Lin Qing nodded thoughtfully, and really didn't doubt what Chen-Nan said at all. "When I was in junior high school, I thought you were a student who didn't study well. Later, when I saw you become like this, I was really shocked." Lin Qing also expressed his true feelings. "Haha." Chen-Nan smiled awkwardly but politely. "I really wasn't a good student when I was in junior high school." "Chen-Nan, thank you for telling me your life story. Don't worry. I will never tell anyone else." Lin Qing showed a very sincere smile on his face and assured Chen-Nan. "Hee, thank you, Lin Qing." Chen-Nan smiled and nodded to Lin Qing and said. He felt a little guilty at this moment. In fact, he didn't want to make up this story to deceive Lin Qing, but if he didn't tell this story now, according to Lin Qing's character, he would definitely find a way to investigate Chen-Nan. Chen-Nan didn't want to add unnecessary trouble, so he had to make up this story to deceive her, but fortunately Lin Qing did believe what he said. Lin Qing felt a little happy at this time, because she felt that the man she liked was willing to share his secret with her, so she felt that maybe she was special to Chen-Nan. At least Chen-Nan really trusts her now, which makes Lin Qing unconsciously smile like a little girl. Ding! The Shen House system reminds you that your emotional intelligence value increases by 100 points and your social value increases by 100 points. At this moment, the Shinhouse System's prompt sound appeared again. Chen-Nan drove the car all the way to a snack street. It was crowded with people at this time. The food stalls were all steaming and the aroma of food was in the air. Chapter 115. Wearing a suit and eating at a food stall. Chen-Nan parked the Aston Martin on the side of the road. The passers-by around him were stunned and even forgot to chew the food in their mouths. Because it was the first time they saw someone actually driving a supercar to eat at a food stall, it was simply incredible. Rich people nowadays are really unique. Lin Qing, you definitely don't come to the food stalls to eat often, right? Chen-Nan and Lin Qing got out of the car. Lin Qing looked at the food stalls with a surprised expression on his face. It's not that I don't eat here often, but I've really never been here, Lin Qing said lightly. Ah? No way! This time it was Chen-Nan's turn to be surprised. He looked at Lin Qing in surprise and asked, You've never been to a food stall before. You must have missed out on a lot of delicious food. Lin Qing glanced at Chen-Nan with an embarrassed expression. How can you blame her for this? She has been brought up with strict family education since she was a child, and her family has very high expectations of her. So she was trained in every aspect, resulting in her not having many friends or close friends, and no one took her to eat at a food stall. Because in her family education, the food in places like food stalls is not clean. Let's go, I'll treat you today and you'll have a good meal, Chen-Nan said to Lin Qing with a smile. So, Chen-Nan and Lin Qing walked in the snack street, and the passers-by around them looked at them in surprise. Because it was the first time for those passers-by to see someone wearing high-end suits eating at a food stall, and the two people were handsome men and beautiful women. Chen-Nan, come to the company tomorrow and I will give you the company's performance reports for the past few years. Lin Qing walked beside Chen-Nan, looked up at him, and said, I'm going to United Innovation tomorrow. My colleagues at that company don't know my true identity yet, Chen-Nan explained to Lin Qing. And I also need to work with them to develop some plans for cooperation with the Dongmu Group. When Lin Qing heard what Chen-Nan said, he finally realized that the cooperation with internet companies that Chen-Nan mentioned in the previous meeting was this joint crowd creation company. From what Chen-Nan said, it seemed that this company was where he worked before. It turned out that all this was part of Chen-Nan's plan. Chen-Nan, I really didn't realize before that you have such a good business sense. Lin Qing's tone was full of appreciation. She no longer concealed her admiration for Chen-Nan. It's my honor to be praised by the campus beauty of Lin University, Chen-Nan joked with Lin Qing with a smile. You are my boss now, so I will have to follow your arrangements in the future. Lin Qing also smiled and joked with Chen-Nan. But judging by today's situation, Jingquan Mountain should be able to be quiet for a while. Lin Qing thought for a moment and said to Chen-Nan in a serious tone. He used to be Guo Wanjin's henchman. After the Guo Group collapsed, he always wanted to secretly transfer the company's assets, but he didn't expect you to actually acquire the Guo Group. Hey, School Beauty Lin, it's already time to get off work, let's not talk about work anymore. Chen-Nan smiled and pulled Lin Qing's arm. I saw a barbecue stall, let's go over there. Lin Qing was stunned. Looking at Chen-Nan's hand holding his arm, a shy smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Chen-Nan sat down directly on the wooden stool, unbuttoned his suit, and looked carefree. However, Lin Qing was still not used to the current dining environment. She took out a tissue from her bag, wiped the stool and table, and then sat down. Brother, what would you like to eat? The waiter brought the menu and casually threw it on the table. Lin Qing coughed twice and looked away awkwardly. It was her first time eating at a food stall. If it were someone else, she would definitely think it was very uncultured. But because Chen-Nan was having dinner with her, she actually thought she might as well give it a try. Brother, give me 30 skewers of lamb first. Chen-Nan was already starving at this time. He had just been in a meeting with those senior executives for nearly 4 hours and was really starving. Okay. Would you like some more beer? The waiter asked again. Let's have a bottle first. Chen-Nan nodded with a smile. Brother, please get us 2 new sets of tableware. It's included in the pre-dinner meal. Thank you. No problem, the waiter said enthusiastically. Well, this is my first time eating here, so I still need to get used to it, Lin Qing said a little embarrassedly. But thank you for helping me get new tableware. It's okay, I understand, After all, everyone grew up in different environments, but no one can resist the charm of barbecue and hot pot. Chen Nan joked to Lin Qing with a smile. Lin Qing looked at Chen Nan, who was sitting opposite her, with admiration in her eyes. She felt that Chen Nan like this was more real and more at ease. Beauty! At this moment, a gangster whistled at Lin Qing. The gangster's face was flushed red, and it was obvious that he had drunk a lot of alcohol. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Qing was extremely obscene. Beauty, why are you having dinner with a pretty boy? The gangster continued to yell. Chen Nan turned his head and glanced at him. He didn't want to cause trouble now, so he just said in a low voice, Brother, drink less and don't cause trouble for yourself. Master! Master! That man is just a gangster! He is so hateful! The little yellow chicken also appeared. Some people are like this. They have no drinking manners and start causing trouble after drinking too much. These people are losers in life. They never reflect on where their failure comes from and they always complain about life. Chen Nan explained to Xiao Huang in his heart. Oh! From what you said, you sound quite arrogant. The gangster took 2 more sips of wine and yelled at Chen Nan with a red face. I can tell you're just a gigolo. You found a rich woman. Ha! At this time, some people around were looking at them. Although Lin Qing was very angry, she knew that many people around were looking at her, so she had to turn her head away to save her face. At this moment, the gangster stood up staggeringly and walked towards Lin Qing. Beauty! Can a pretty boy like him satisfy you? Why don't you come to me? Ding! The Shenhao system reminds you that a random task will be dropped. If you get rid of the gangsters, your force value will be improved. At this moment, the reminder sound of the Shenhao system appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. Master! Beat him! I can't stand it anymore. He is really a despicable little gangster. The little yellow chicken was also very angry and jumped up and down. Chapter 116. This may be a hero saving a beauty. Chen Nan's eyes were already filled with coldness at this moment. In fact, even if the godly rich system had not given him this random task, he would have to teach this little gangster a lesson and teach him a lesson on how to behave. Beauty, why don't you come and have dinner with me? The gangster had already stretched out his hand and moved towards Lin Qing's shoulder. The expression on his face was very obscene, and he looked at Lin Qing with lustful eyes. Just when his dirty hands were about to grab Lin Qing's shoulders, Chen Nan suddenly stood up and grabbed the gangster's wrist. You have to know that he now has the skills of a black belt in Taekwondo, and the strength in his hands is very great. Ouch! Ouch! The thug screamed immediately. Let me go, you son of a bitch! It hurts! Let me go! Even after all this, you still have such a dirty mouth! Chen Nan's eyes darkened, and he clenched his fingers fiercely again. All the passers-by around them looked in their direction, and Lin Qing quickly hid behind Chen Nan, looking at the gangster with some fear. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! The gangster was sober now because of the severe pain in his wrist. There are too many people here. Let's find another place so as not to disturb others doing business. Chen Nan curled the corners of his mouth, and the smile on his face was very creepy. Then he turned to look at Lin Qing and said softly, Wait here for me, I'll be back in 5 minutes. But it was the first time that Lin Qing encountered such a situation. As a pampered young lady, she had never seen such a ruffian before. It's okay. Everyone around here knows my current strength. No one dares to come over here anymore. Chen Nan smiled and nodded to Lin Qing. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come back. When Lin Qing saw Chen Nan's eyes, he inexplicably felt a sense of security in his heart. Ding! The godly rich system reminds the host that Lin Qing's favorability value has increased by 30 points. Congratulations! Lin Qing's favorability value is now full. You have conquered a beauty. The system gives you a mysterious gift, please check your backpack later. At this moment, the reminder sound of the godly rich system appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. But he didn't care about all that now. He grabbed the gangster's wrist with one hand and put the other hand in his pocket, and led the gangster into a dark alley in a very cool manner. Lin Qing sat back on the stool. Although the situation just now was a bit sudden, she didn't know why she felt that Chen Nan was really handsome. This may be the hero saving the beauty. No beauty does not love the hero. Chen Nan looked really handsome just now, and he was wearing a suit. In one word, he could be described as hipster. Lin Qing's face unconsciously revealed a little girl's smile. It turned out that even the school beauty goddess had this side. 5 minutes later, Chen Nan came back very punctually. Ding! The Shin House system reminds the host that your martial arts value has increased by 100 points, and your social value has increased by 100 points. The Shin House system's reminder sounded again. Chen Nan just taught that little gangster a lesson. The gangster was crying and calling for his mother. Chen Nan guessed that he would never dare to eat at a food stall again. Master! You were so handsome just now! Xiao Huang was stunned. Xiao Huang just saw Chen Nan teaching a gangster a lesson, and he looked very manly. That's not necessary. After all, your master is a handsome man who combines handsomeness and wisdom, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart with a bit of a smug look on his face. He sat opposite Lin Qing and said to her softly, Lin Qing, I'm sorry I scared you just now. It's okay, it's okay. Lin Qing smiled shyly. Thank goodness you're here. Chen Nan looked at the expression on Lin Qing's face and blinked. Then he remembered that the system had just reminded him that he had completely conquered Lin Qing. Master, I guess it's because School Belle Lin Qing thought you were a hero saving a beautiful girl just now, so her favorability towards you increased instantly. Xiao Huang said with a smile. Isn't there a saying that goes, after a hero saves a beautiful woman, the beautiful woman will marry him? Come on, where did you see these messy things? Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. The kebabs are here. At this moment, the waiter placed the grilled lamb kebabs and beer on the table. That thug just now was a scoundrel. The surrounding stalls have all been harassed, but we are all small business owners and dare not speak out. Seeing that you taught him a lesson, we are so grateful that we specially gave you 10 more skewers of lamb. We are just small time, so please don't be offended. The waiter looked at Chen Nan very sincerely. Brother, you are really a man. Ha! Thank you. I guess I'm doing my part to help the people, Chen Nan said jokingly. Brother, I'm very grateful that you can give us some lamb skewers. After the waiter left, Chen Nan picked up a skewer of lamb and handed it to Lin Qing. Try it while it's hot, it's delicious. Lin Qing took the mutton skewers from Chen Nan's hand and smelled them tentatively. She thought that the mutton skewers in this kind of food stall would have a strong smell. But what she didn't expect was that the mutton skewers in her hand not only did not have any smell, but were actually very fragrant. At this time, Chen Nan had already started to eat meat. He poured himself a glass of beer and drank it with the fragrant lamb skewers. Refreshing! Seeing Chen Nan eating so happily, Lin Qing tentatively took a small piece of the mutton skewer. A surprised smile immediately appeared on her face. I didn't expect the lamb skewers here to be so delicious. I guarantee that you will want to eat it a second time after you try it once. Chen Nan smiled proudly. Seeing that Chen Nan only poured a glass of beer for himself, Lin Qing poured himself a glass as well. School beauty Lin can also drink? Chen Nan said jokingly. Didn't you just say that we are friends even when we are not in the company? So I was just drinking with friends. Lin Qing showed a happy smile on her face, which was very different from her usual smile. Normally, Lin Qing is very plain and simple, and he exudes a sense of intellectual aloofness. Even if she felt happy, her smile was always faint. But at this moment, Lin Qing's smile was very bright. One could feel that she was happy from the bottom of her heart, and there seemed to be a hint of relief in her expression. Chen Nan, thank you for taking me to eat such delicious lamb skewers. Lin Qing raised her glass with a smile, and Chen Nan also raised his glass with her. As long as you are happy. He winked at Lin Qing and showed a very hearty smile on his face. I am really happy today. Lin Qing raised his head and drank all the wine in the glass. Chapter 117. She has nothing missing. Because Chen Nan himself has the skill of not getting drunk after drinking 1,000 cups. He now drinks just for the atmosphere, because no matter how much he drinks, he will not get drunk. Lin Qing was really happy today. He even asked the waiter for 3 more bottles of beer and started drinking with Chen Nan. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening when they finished their meal. Chen Nan saw that Lin Qing was a little drunk, and his cheeks were red. I really didn't expect that the usually cold and aloof school beauty Lin Qing actually has this side of her. Chen Nan stood up and paid the bill, then took Lin Qing's arm and supported her. Lin Qing was already staggering a little at this time. Looking at Chen Nan, her eyes were a little out of focus. Her smile was the smile of a drunk. Chen Nan, I'm really happy to have dinner with you today. In my entire life, I have never drunk so recklessly outside. Chen Nan showed a helpless smile on his face. It seems that this good girl who has always been a good student since childhood has really been suffocated and has become stupid. He helped Lin Qing walk towards the car, but Lin Qing could hardly walk. Master! Lin Qing is drunk now, don't take advantage of him. If you have any personal moral problems, the Shenhao system will punish you. At this moment, Xiao Huang suddenly jumped out and reminded Chen Nan. Xiao Huang, is this the kind of person your master is in your eyes? Chen Nan rolled his eyes at Xiao Huang and said deliberately. I see you don't want to change back to your green fur. No, no, no! Master! Xiao Huang was wrong. In Xiao Huang's eyes and heart, the master has always been a gentleman, with an extremely glorious and majestic image. Xiao Huang hurriedly smiled and flattered him. All right, stop blowing my trumpet here. I, your master, really don't like women like Lin Qing. Chen Nan continued to say to the little yellow chicken. I'm just trying to complete the mission. Oh, master! Xiao Huang suddenly remembered something and said to Chen Nan. Because you conquered Lin Qing just now, the godly rich system has rewarded you with a mysterious gift. It's in your backpack now. Would you like me to introduce it to you? If you hadn't told me, I almost forgot about it. Let me see what the gift is. Chen Nan just remembered this matter. He was busy teaching the gangster a lesson just now. Master, look! Then Xiao Huang showed the light blue screen in front of Chen Nan again. A backpack pattern appeared on the screen, and then Xiao Huang clicked it and opened the backpack. The mysterious gift that appeared inside was a small bottle with the word charm written on it. What is this? Chen Nan asked the little yellow chicken in some confusion. Master, this is a gift of charm potion. Drink it, and it will increase your masculine charm. Xiao Huang explained with a grin. Because according to the system's mission, in the grand mission of having 3,000 beauties in the harem, the girls further along in the journey will definitely be more difficult to conquer. So this potion can increase your masculine charm and help you complete this grand mission. So that's how it is. Chen Nan nodded thoughtfully and continued to say to the little yellow chicken. It just so happens that I'm planning to ask Suku out for dinner in a few days. After all, she's a female celebrity, so she's definitely harder to conquer than Lin Qing. Yes, master. You should drink it quickly. Xiao Huang nodded in agreement. Okay, give me this potion. Chen Nan thought to himself, it seems that the godly rich system is really considerate, and every mysterious gift given to him is very practical. Then, the little yellow chicken took out the charm potion from the light blue screen. Chen Nan took it and drank it all in one gulp. Ding! The godly rich system reminds the host that your masculine charm value has increased by 500 points. Congratulations! At this moment, the reminder sound of the godly rich system appeared again. This is a good idea. Xiao Huang, have you researched what birthday gift to give to Suku? Chen Nan asked again. Master, how could I possibly neglect the task you gave me? Xiao Huang patted his chest to show his sincerity. Chen Nan laughed and teased. Come on, I think you just want to turn yellow-haired as soon as possible. Of course, this is just my little wish. I still have to obey my master's arrangements. The little yellow chicken smiled flatteringly and continued to say to Chen Nan. Master, according to my investigation, that female star Suku. Huh? What's wrong? What does she like? Chen Nan asked. She has everything. The little yellow chicken smiled innocently. Master, think about it, she's a female celebrity. Although she's not as rich as you, she definitely has everything she needs in terms of material things. Then you're just talking to me for no reason. Chen Nan rolled his eyes at the little yellow chicken again and said speechlessly. Since Suku has everything he needs, then he must have something to give away. Master, don't be anxious. Just listen to Xiao Huang and let him explain it to you slowly. The little yellow chicken showed a naughty smile and said to Chen Nan with a smile. Looking at your expression, I know you have something bad to say. Hurry up and say it. Chen Nan had already helped Lin Qing to the front of the Bugatti Veyron. He opened the passenger seat and let the drunk Lin Qing sit in first. After Chen Nan untied his boss, he casually threw him on the back seat. He did not rush to get in, but leaned against the car and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He took out a cigarette from the box, put it in his mouth, and then lit it with a lighter. His movements were smooth and very handsome. "Hurry up and tell me." Chen Nan took a puff of his cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, and said to the little yellow chicken. He knew that Lin Qing was a somewhat conventional person, and he had been a model student since childhood, so he must be disgusted by others smoking. So he was very gentlemanly to take out a cigarette only now. "Master, you look so handsome even when you smoke." Xiao Huang complimented Chen Nan again, then said seriously, "Although Su Ke is a female celebrity and lacks nothing materially, who would be dissatisfied with having too much money? Master, don't you think this is the truth?" "What? You want me to just give her a gold card?" Chen Nan teased with a smile. "The female celebrity thought I was trying to take advantage of her. She thought I wasn't a decent person." "Ha ha! Master, what are you thinking? What I mean is that you can give her a chance to make money." Xiao Huang jumped onto Chen Nan's shoulder and said to him with a smile, "Don't celebrities really need resources? Didn't that also mention in the entertainment industry operations data you got earlier?" Chapter 118 Give Her a Chance to Act. Chen Nan was thinking while listening to what the little yellow chicken said. "Master, you now own Tianxing Entertainment Company. You can't just leave this company unattended." The little yellow chicken reminded Chen Nan. "As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Master, you are now a very capable person." Chen Nan then remembered that when he was in KTV before, in order to deal with Yang Hong and others, he had acquired Tianxing Entertainment Company, and he was now the largest shareholder. "Master, you can give Su Ke the job opportunity she really wants," Xiao Huang continued. "According to my research, although Su Ke is a singer and dancer, she is very interested in acting. But because she is now a traffic star, many TV series and movie producers are unwilling to use her. To put it bluntly, they think she has no talent and is just a vase." Xiao Huang turned in a circle, and Su Ke's personal information appeared on the light blue screen in front of Chen Nan. "Master, look at her personal information. She went abroad to be a trainee when she was 13 years old, so her singing and dancing skills are very good," Xiao Huang explained to Chen Nan. "I understand what you mean." Chen Nan looked at the screen in front of him, took another puff of his cigarette, and said slowly, "Although she debuted as a singer and dancer, she really likes acting." "Yes, Master." Xiao Huang spun around again, and an interview with Su Ke appeared on the screen. "Master, take a look at this interview." So, Chen Nan started watching Su Ke's interview. He found that although Su Ke was only about 20 years old, he was very mature and steady when he was interviewed. In fact, judging from the last contact with Su Ke at KTV, her IQ and EQ are indeed quite high, otherwise she would not have been able to achieve her current position in the entertainment industry, a world of fame and fortune. Chen Nan discovered that in the video the reporter asked Su Ke a question, which was asking her what her goals were for the new year. Previously, when Su Ke was answering other questions, his expression was still very relaxed, and he was always joking, which was very entertaining. But when Su Ke answered the reporter's question, her expression became very serious. She said her goal was to become a qualified actor. Moreover, she said that no matter how busy she was at work, she would take acting classes with her teacher every day. When Chen Nan saw this, he nodded thoughtfully. Judging from his expression and body movements, Su Ke is indeed very serious about becoming an actor. "Right, Master." Xiao Huang was immediately happy. Look, Xiao Huang did his research seriously. "Ha ha! Xiao Huang, you did a good job this time. You really analyzed it carefully." Chen Nan saw that Xiao Huang was trying to take credit, and naturally knew what Xiao Huang was planning. He glanced at the gold Rolex watch on his wrist and said, "It's already past midnight. I should be able to change you back." "Ha! Thank you, Master! Master, you are the most handsome, intelligent and manly master in the world." Xiao Huang happily circled in Chen Nan's smoke rings. Chen Nan was amused by what the little yellow chicken said, and said in his heart, "Godly system, restore the little yellow chicken to its original appearance." Ding! The Shenhao system reminds you that it has received your instructions to change the little yellow chicken back to its original appearance. The Shenhao system's prompt sound also appeared. So, the The little yellow chicken successfully turned back into its previous yellow color. Oh! My little yellow chicken is the most pleasing to the eye. Little Yellow lowered his head to admire the yellow fur on his body, flapped his wings, and jumped up happily. But I feel that your little yellow chicken is actually more interesting than the green-feathered one. Chin Nan deliberately teased the little yellow chicken and said with a wicked smile. Master! No, no, no! Since the little yellow chicken is called the little yellow chicken, it is not the little green chicken. Hee hee! The little yellow chicken hurriedly took a few steps back, with a panic expression on its face. Chin Nan felt that his evil taste had been satisfied, and said to the little yellow chicken with a smile, Little yellow chicken, you can be so honest sometimes. Ha! Chin Nan thought about it, and felt that the suggestion made by the little yellow chicken was really great. Since he is now the boss of Tianxing Entertainment Company, he can indeed give Su Ku a job opportunity. However, what he had seen before were only the operating rules of the entertainment industry, but he still didn't know much about many things related to resources. Master, you don't have to worry about this, Xiao Huang said to Chin Nan with a smile. As long as you can complete the task I assigned to you, Xiao Huang will naturally help you. What's the next mission? Chin Nan was now very familiar with this routine. He took the last puff of his cigarette, extinguished it, and threw it into the trash can. Master, this time Xiao Huang's task for you is not cooking. This task is too easy for you right now. Xiao Huang showed a very mysterious smile on his face and continued. Master, Xiao Huang's mission this time is that you have to accompany Wang Jinjin to the amusement park. Huh! Chin Nan was a little surprised. He didn't expect the little yellow chicken to give him such a task this time. Because I like Jinjin too, but I think Jinjin is too sensible. In fact, she really wants to go to the amusement park. But because she doesn't want to trouble Wang Yani and you, her master, she has never said it. Xiao Huang sighed slightly and said to Chin Nan. Chin Nan was slightly stunned. He was indeed a little busy in recent days, and Sister Wang also needed to work, so he did ignore Jinjin. He glanced at Little Yellow and knew that although Little Yellow was an artificial intelligence, as his own attributes grew, the little yellow chicken could gradually understand human feelings. Xiao Huang, thank you for reminding me. I will go to United Communications for a meeting tomorrow morning, and then I will take Jinjin to the amusement park in the afternoon, Chin Nan said to the little yellow chicken with a smile. Hee hee! Master, you are so kind. When you complete this task, I, Little Yellow, will give you a gift. This gift is the resource push from the entertainment company. The little yellow chicken turned around and said to Chin Nan happily. Xiao Huang, I find you are quite cute now. There was a hearty smile on Chin Nan's handsome face. He reached out and touched the little yellow chicken's head, and said with a smile, Oh! Thank you for the compliment, Master. I feel a little embarrassed. Xiao Huang's face flushed, and he scratched his head with his wings and said shyly. It turns out that little yellow chicken can also be shy, ha ha ha. You are so funny. Chin Nan was amused by the little yellow chicken's expression. Chapter 119 The First Mission Cancellation. Afterwards, Chin Nan drove the unconscious Lin Qing home. Her nanny was extremely surprised when she saw her drunk. Chin Nan thought to himself, this might be the first time Lin Qing has ever gotten drunk. The life of a good student is so boring. When Chin Nan returned home, Duan was still waiting for him. Master, you are back. I have prepared bath water for you. Sister Wang also prepared lemon essential oil for you, which can relieve your fatigue, Duan said to Chin Nan very respectfully. Sister Wang is really thoughtful. Chin Nan stretched and walked towards his room. Duan was still following behind Chin Nan, and seemed to have something to say to him. Chin Nan turned his head and looked at Duan, and immediately realized that Duan must still want to ask about Christina. Duan, don't worry. When Teacher Zhao comes to teach Xinjin at the weekend, I will help you solve the confusion in your heart. Chin Nan smiled, reached out and patted Duan's shoulder, and said to him. Master, actually Duan's expression was a little embarrassed, and he stammered and couldn't say a complete sentence. Duan, don't worry. Your master, will definitely take care of you about this matter. Chin Nan found it funny when he saw Duan's dull expression. No. Master, no. Duan said hesitantly. Master, actually not a thing? Chen Nan looked at Duan in confusion and said with a smile, Duan, you're a grown man, why are you still so fussy when you talk? Master, I actually want to tell you. Duan took a deep breath and said to Chen Nan, I don't think I like Teacher Zhao that much. Huh! This time it was Chen Nan's turn to be surprised. Didn't you tell me before that you think Teacher Zhao has a lively and cheerful personality and that you have a good impression of her? Master, I was indeed troubled when I told you this before. Duan looked at Chen Nan seriously and said slowly, Then I thought about it seriously, and I actually feel that so-called good feelings are not real. Ah? Duan, what do you mean? Please explain it clearly. This time, Chen Nan really didn't understand Duan's thoughts. Later, after I thought about it carefully, I realized that it was actually because Teacher Zhao helped me that day, and I didn't actually like her that way. Duan became a little incoherent when he mentioned these things. Fortunately, Chen Nan was smart and finally understood what Duan said. It turned out that because Christina had helped Duan before, Duan felt grateful to her and thought he liked her. Then what did Teacher Zhao do for you? Chen Nan asked again. Just now, I was about to go out shopping. I had already arrived at the mall when Sister Wang called me and told me that she had to work overtime and asked me to pick up Xinjin from school. But it takes more than an hour to drive from where I am to Xinjin's school. I saw that there was really no other way, so I went to ask for help from Teacher Zhao. In the end, fortunately, Teacher Zhao helped me, so I could pick up Xinjin and go home on time. Duan explained slowly. Why didn't you tell me about this before? Chen Nan was a little surprised. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Master, Sister Wang didn't let me tell you. She said you have been too busy with work recently, so she hopes that things at home won't distract you. Duan explained with his head slightly lowered. Chen Nan felt a little guilty when he heard what Duan said. He was really too busy recently to care about Sister Wang and Xinjin. Just like what the little yellow chicken said, he didn't even know that Xinjin wanted to go to the amusement park. Duan, so it's because Teacher Zhao helped you that you mistakenly thought you had a good impression of her? Chen Nan asked again. Duan nodded blankly. I later realized that this was actually gratitude. When it came to this, Chen Nan already understood. That's good, Duan. It's a good thing that you can figure it out on your own. Chen Nan smiled and patted Duan's shoulder. Then, Master, please take a shower and rest. The hot milk has been placed next to the bathtub, Duan said respectfully to Chen Nan. Chen Nan leaned back in the bathtub and felt his physical fatigue instantly disappear. He sighed slightly, picked up the hot milk at hand and took a sip. Master, Xiao Huang sensed that you seemed unhappy. Xiao Huang appeared, also soaking in the bathtub, and said to Chen Nan, I just feel a little guilty. I feel like I haven't paid enough attention to my family's affairs. Chen Nan now regards the little yellow chicken as a very close friend, so he told him his true thoughts. Master, this is not your fault. You have things you need to do. Xiao Huang looked at Chen Nan seriously and said slowly, I don't think Sister Wang and Duan blame you. They really didn't blame me, so I feel even more guilty. Chen Nan smiled faintly. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. By the way, I remember that the Godly Rich system assigned me a task to solve Duan's troubles. Now he has solved the problem by himself, and I didn't help him. How should this task be calculated? Chen Nan asked in some confusion. Master, although this situation occurs for the first time, this task has been automatically cancelled after Duan solved the problem himself. The little yellow chicken explained to Chen Nan. Is that so? Chen Nan nodded. He actually didn't feel sorry for this mission or the reward it could give him. He just felt that he hadn't been able to help Duan, and that was a pity. Master, it doesn't matter. There will be many more tasks and rewards in the future. The little yellow chicken thought that Chen Nan was unhappy because he didn't have this task. Chen Nan smiled and reached out to touch the little yellow chicken's head, saying, Little yellow chicken, I find that your artificial intelligence is becoming more and more intelligent. Haha! Master, how come you praised me twice today? Xiao Huang's face showed a flattered expression, and he said with a smile, It must be because Xiao Huang performed very well today, so Master kept praising Xiao Huang. Yes, your performance today was indeed very good. Chen Nan gave the little yellow chicken a thumbs up seriously. Haha! Xiao Huang is so happy! Xiao Huang laughed and splashed around in the bathtub, actually swimming in the water like a little yellow duck. Chapter 120 Reward for Wang Jinjin. Qin Nan took a very comfortable bath in the bathtub. Maybe because he was too busy in the past 2 days, he fell asleep quickly and slept until dawn. He came to the restaurant sleepily, ready to have breakfast. Heh! Qin Nan yawned and sat down on the chair. Qin Nan, take care of your health recently and don't be too tired. Wan Yani, wearing an apron, put breakfast on the table and said to Qin Nan with concern. Sister Wang, thank you. Qin Nan felt that Wan Yani was really a very virtuous woman and was always very considerate. He glanced at the apron on Wan Yani, hesitated for a moment, and said to her, Sister Wang, you have to go to work and cook every day. Isn't it too tiring? How about I hire a nanny? Qin Nan, I'm actually very happy that I can cook for you. Wan Yani had a very gentle smile on her face and said softly, We are already very grateful that you let Jinjin and I live here. Sister Wang, don't say that. Qin Nan was actually afraid that Wan Yani would think he was giving them charity. If it weren't for you, my life wouldn't be so organized now. So I feel a sense of accomplishment from being able to cook for you and take care of you. Wan Yani said to Qin Nan with a very sincere expression. Qin Nan had originally wanted to hire a nanny because he was worried that she was too tired, but since Wan Yani had said so, Qin Nan had no choice but to give up. Uncle Qin, Mom, good morning. I'm here to have breakfast too. At this time, Jinjin greeted them very politely. Jinjin, I'm here. Qin Nan smiled and touched her head. Today, Wan Jinjin lost 2 braids, which made her look very cute. When she smiled, she looked like a doll. Just as Dawn was about to help Wan Jinjin get her dishes and chopsticks, Wan Jinjin grabbed the corner of Duan's clothes and said with a bright smile, Uncle Duan, I can get it myself. I can do this little thing myself. Jinjin is really becoming more and more sensible now, Qin Nan said with praise. He really thought that Wang Jinjin was more sensible than other children of her age, but then he thought again, it was actually a bit heartbreaking to see a child become sensible too early. Master! Jinjin is really a good child. The little yellow chicken also jumped onto the dining table and said admiringly, She is sensible and cute. Qin Nan nodded and said to the little yellow chicken in his heart, Yes, Jinjin is really sensible sometimes, which makes people feel distressed. Master, hurry up and tell Jinjin that we are taking her to the amusement park this afternoon. I believe she will be very happy, said the little yellow chicken jumping around. Jinjin, how are your studies at school recently? Wan Yani put some food into Wang Jinjin's bowl and asked gently. Jinjin performed very well and always got first place in group assignments, Wang Jinjin said proudly with a very proud smile on her face. That's great. Wan Yani smiled and touched Wang Jinjin's little face. Our Jinjin is the best. Jinjin, how is your painting studies with Teacher Zhao going? Qin Nan asked with a smile. Uncle Qin, the Teacher Zhao you found for me is really great. I like her very much. She said that I make progress in painting every time, which makes me so happy. When Wang Jinjin mentioned painting, the smile on her face became even brighter, like the little sun in the morning, always full of vitality. Jinjin is so good. Qin Nan smiled and touched Wang Jinjin's head. Jinjin has been behaving so well recently. Uncle Qin should give her some rewards. When Wang Jinjin heard Qin Nan say he would give her a reward, her big eyes were filled with surprise and anticipation. She said to Qin Nan with an extremely innocent smile, Uncle Qin, what is the reward? Jinjin really wants to know. Qin Nan, please don't spend money really. Wan Yani thought Qin Nan had bought some expensive gift for Wang Jinjin, so she hurriedly persuaded him. Sister Wang, Jinjin is a good child. We should encourage her more. Qin Nan smiled brightly. Right, Jinjin. Uncle Qin, please tell Jinjin what the reward is. Wang Jinjin was even more curious now. She grabbed Qin Nan's arm with both hands and shook it coquettishly. Uncle Qin, please tell Jinjin. The reward Uncle Qin gave Jinjin is... Qin Nan deliberately showed a very mysterious smile on his face, and then looked at the expression on Wang Jinjin's face with great anticipation. Uncle Qin will take you to the amusement park this afternoon, okay? Qin Nan said with a smile. Really? Wang Jinjin immediately broke into a huge smile upon hearing what Qin Nan said, and she jumped up with joy. Really, Uncle Qin? Don't lie to me. I've been wanting to go to the amusement park for so long. Chen Nan, Jinjin still has classes in the afternoon. Wang Yani reminded Chen Nan, but when she saw Wang Jinjin looking so happy, she felt a little reluctant. She was very busy with her work, and she had to pick up Wang Jinjin from school and cook for her. On weekends, Jinjin also had to take painting lessons from teacher Zhao at home. Wang Yani didn't want to rely on Chen Nan all the time, so she would occasionally work a part-time job even on weekends. So for Wang Yani, she really has very little time to accompany Wang Jinjin, and she feels a little guilty about this. Sister Wang, I'll call Jinjin's homeroom teacher and ask for leave. It's okay. Jinjin is so smart, it won't matter if she misses half a day of class, Chen Nan said to Wang Yani with a smile. Besides, you can't bear to see Jinjin so happy. Mom, I really want to go to the amusement park. Many people in our class have been there, but I haven't. Wang Yani was still very sensible. She looked at Wang Yani cautiously and said softly. She was not like other children who cried and made a fuss when they wanted something. She just begged carefully. Wang Yani's heart melted when she saw the cautious expression on Wang Jinjin's face. Maybe she really didn't care enough about Wang Jinjin. She finally smiled and nodded to Wang Jinjin, saying, Okay, go ahead. Great! That's great! Thank you, Mom! Thank you, Uncle Chen! When Wang Jinjin heard that Wang Yani agreed to let her go to the amusement park, she jumped up and was so happy. Seeing her daughter so happy, Wang Yani's smile grew warmer. She took Wang Jinjin's hand and said to her gently, Jinjin, you must listen to Uncle Chen and don't cause any trouble for him. Okay? Chapter 121 Conflict with Classmates. Wang Jinjin blinked her big eyes and nodded vigorously. Mom! Don't worry! Jinjin will be very, very good! She will definitely listen to Uncle Chen and will definitely not make trouble. Chen Nan found Wang Jinjin cute when he saw how seriously she was making promises to Wang Yani. Ding! The Xinhao system reminds the host that your emotional intelligence value has increased by 100 points, your social value has increased by 100 points, and your love value has increased by 100 points. At this moment, the Xinhao system's prompt sound appeared again. Xiao Huang, what is this love value? Why haven't I heard of it before? Chen Nan asked the little yellow chicken in his heart. Master, love value is your concern for others. The system detects that your concern for Wang Jinjin falls into the category of love value, so it gave you this judgment. Xiao Huang turned in circles and explained to Chen Nan. Chen Nan looked at the big smile on Wang Jinjin's face and felt very warm in his heart. He said to Wang Jinjin softly, Jinjin, then you wait for Uncle Chen at school. When you get out of school, Uncle Chen will pick you up and take you to the amusement park. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Jinjin will definitely wait for you. Wang Jinjin smiled and nodded, saying innocently, I really hope it's noon now. You are such a smart kid, Chen Nan said with a smile. After breakfast, Chen Nan drove his Mercedes-Benz to United Innovation. He had a meeting with Wang Dequan and others today, and also wanted to go out with Wang Jinjin, so it was better to keep a low profile. Chen Nan's outfit today was also very casual, a black sweatshirt and jeans, making him look like a boy next door. However, his overall temperament was not like that of an ordinary boy, and he exuded a capable and cheerful feeling. While driving, he put on his Bluetooth headset and called Wang Jinjin's class teacher. Hello? Are you Wang Jinjin's homeroom teacher? Chen Nan said politely. Hello, I am Teacher Zhang, Wang Jinjin's homeroom teacher. Teacher Zhang is a female teacher and her voice sounds relatively young. Are you Wang Jinjin's parent? Teacher Zhang asked without waiting for Chen Nan to speak. Yes, Teacher Zhang. I am Wang Jinjin's uncle, Chen Nan said with a smile. Oh. Are you calling me because Wang Jinjin had a conflict with her classmates at school? Teacher Zhang said with some concern. Huh? Chen Nan was slightly stunned. Did Wang Jinjin have a conflict with someone at school? How could he not know about this? And judging by Wang Yani's expression, she seemed to know nothing about it either. Teacher Zhang, what's going on between Wang Jinjin and her classmates? Chen Nan asked seriously. Don't you know? Teacher Zhang's voice was still relatively gentle. After a pause, he slowly said, That's understandable. Teacher Zhang, what's going on? Chen Nan asked in a low voice. Well, Wang Jinjin was usually a very well-behaved child at school, with excellent academic performance. But one day at lunch, a male classmate teased her, saying that she didn't have a father or a mother. Teacher Zhang's tone was a little sad when he said this. She had a quarrel with her classmates, and I finally persuaded them to stop. I criticized that student and comforted Wang Jinjin. Teacher Zhang was very discerning. I later called that student's parents and did some ideological work. But I ultimately didn't call Wang Jinjin, because of her family's special circumstances. I hope you can understand. After listening to what Teacher Zhang said, Chen Nan understood everything. Teacher Zhang, you are a very competent teacher. Thank you, Chen Nan said sincerely. Jinjin is a good child and very sensible. So I hope you parents can spend more time with her. I know that everyone has only one child now, and parents are very busy at work, but you can't neglect your care for your children. Teacher Zhang said to Chen Nan in a very sincere tone. Teacher Zhang, actually I called you today to tell you that I want to ask for a day off for Jinjin this afternoon. I want to take her to the amusement park. Chen Nan knew that Teacher Zhang was an open-minded teacher, so he didn't want to lie to her. Teacher Zhang on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment. He probably didn't expect that there would actually be a parent asking for leave to take their child out to play. However, Wang Jinjin's case is special, so of course we have to make some concessions. Ahem. Teacher Zhang coughed twice. Oh. You said Wang Jinjin is sick, she has a cold. Oh. I see. I need to take a leave of absence this afternoon. I'll go check on her in a while, don't worry. When Chen Nan heard what Teacher Zhang said, he burst out laughing. He knew that Teacher Zhang should be in the teacher's office now, so he must have put on a show. This teacher was really interesting, so Chen Nan said to her, Teacher Zhang, thank you very much. I will pick up Jinjin from school after get off work at noon. Okay, I understand. Teacher Zhang lowered his voice and said with a smile, Uncle Jinjin, I'm telling you, when you come at noon, just wait at the door and I'll take Jinjin out. Chen Nan couldn't help laughing. He knew that Teacher Zhang must have an explanation to the Academic Affairs Office, so he had to be so careful. Okay, thank you, Teacher Zhang. Chen Nan nodded with a smile. After hanging up the phone with Teacher Zhang, Chen Nan felt bad. Master! Teacher Zhang is a very nice person. The little yellow chicken also sat in the passenger seat and said to Chen Nan. Chen Nan nodded. Teacher Zhang is indeed a good teacher. I feel relieved that Jinjin has such a homeroom teacher. But I really can't imagine that such a lovely girl like Jinjin would have conflicts with her classmates. The little yellow chicken sighed slightly, his tone full of heartache. Chen Nan also sighed. For children, their original family is indeed very important. He thought to himself that he should spend more time with Wang Jinjin in the future. Chen Nan came to the vicinity of United Innovation, parked his Mercedes-Benz business car on the side of the road, and then walked into United Innovation. As soon as he entered the company, he was caught by Wang Dequan. Chen Nan, you are finally here! I have been looking forward to seeing you here for a long time, Wang Dequan said with tears and snot. Chen Nan laughed all of a sudden. Brother Dequan, what's wrong with you? I miss you so much. Wang Dequan grabbed Chen Nan's left arm. At this moment, Xia Yingying also appeared and grabbed Chen Nan's right arm. The two men carried Chen Nan into the meeting room. Chapter 122, Creating the First Internet Celebrity. Chen Nan looked at the two with amusement. Hey, you two, what's going on? Why do you look like you're going to kidnap me? Brother, when you were away, all I thought about was you. Wang Dequan asked Chen Nan to sit in the main seat in the conference room, shook his hand seriously, and said, Come on, Brother Dequan. Chen Nan teased with a smile. All you think about is money. Look, it's my elder brother Chen Nan who understands me best. Wang Dequan nodded seriously. Chen Nan, when you were away, Brother Dequan went through all the information of the Gua group. Only then did Chen Nan notice that Xia Yingying, whom he was talking about, had collapsed on the chair. She had two big dark circles under her eyes, her hair was a little messy, and her face looked a little sallow. I haven't had a full night's sleep in several days, Xia Yingying said weakly. Chen Nan, if you don't come soon, I might die at my workstation. As soon as Chen Nan saw Xia Yingying's expression, he couldn't stop laughing. But this is understandable. You know, he has the strongest brain skills, so this information is still very simple for him. But for ordinary people, that is a huge workload. No wonder Xia Yingying was tortured like this by Wang Dequan. Xia Yingying, don't worry. I'm here and I won't let your dark circles stay with you all night. Chen Nan held back his laughter and teased deliberately. Chen Nan, you are really my benefactor. Xia Yingying's eyes were full of tears and she was about to cry. Chen Nan, you're here. At this moment, Qin Gage also pushed open the door of the conference room. If I hadn't come earlier, Xia Yingying might have died suddenly. Chen Nan joked with a smile. Chen Gage was sitting on a chair. Today she was wearing a light yellow long skirt. Her hair seemed to have been dyed black again. Her face was still wearing very light makeup, and she looked very comfortable. Chen Nan, Dequan, and Xia Yingying have really worked very hard these past few days. They even asked other employees in the company to start looking at the previous information about the Gui Group. Chen Gage smiled and said, Fortunately, I'm not in charge of this area, but I've been learning about real estate and sales recently. Chen Nan suddenly felt that these people were really inspiring and were really working hard to cooperate with Dong Group. Brother Dequan, Xia Yingying, and Qin Gage, I want to solemnly tell you that I am very grateful for your trust in my proposal. Chen Nan looked at them with a smile and said in a very sincere tone. The three of them didn't expect Chen Nan to thank them suddenly, and they were all stunned for a moment. Chen Nan, you're being too polite. Wang Dequan patted Chen Nan's arm a little embarrassedly. If we don't trust you, who else can we trust? Okay, let's officially start the meeting now. Chen Nan nodded with a smile. We have begun to understand the previous information of the Gui Group, but in recent days we have discovered that Dongmu Group, which acquired the Gui Group, has several real estate projects that will be completed as early as next month. Xia Yingying, with two big dark circles under her eyes, said to Chen Nan seriously. Just like you said before, we can cooperate with Dongmu Group by selling houses through live streaming. But the problem now is, we only have less than a month left. How can we get Dongmu Group to cooperate with us? Besides, I was thinking of asking you, Chen Nan, to go to Dongmu with me to discuss this cooperation, but now I'm a little bit lacking in confidence. Wang Dequan sighed slightly and continued. I heard that the current president of Dongmu Group is even more ruthless. Ah? Brother Dequan, who told you this? A big question mark appeared on Chen Nan's face. What? He's cruel and ruthless? Where did this rumor come from? Master! Master! You are involved in a scandal now. Oh no, this is not called a scandal, this is called a rumor. Ha ha! The little yellow chicken also appeared and said with a smile. Brother Dequan is indeed. Chen Nan's face was covered with 3 dark lines. He is indeed a person who believes everything he hears. Chen Nan, these are all rumors. But there is no smoke without fire, and I also heard that the new president has just taken office. Think about it. A new official has 3 fires to start with. Where do you think he should start this fire? Wang Dequan showed a mysterious smile on his face and glanced at Xia Yingying. Of course it's the most recent project. Xia Yingying immediately responded, and the two of them asked and answered each other like they were performing a crosstalk. It would be a waste of your talents if you two don't perform crosstalk. Chen Nan joked. Chen Nan, be serious and stop messing around. Wang Dequan rolled his eyes and continued. So this new CEO must be focusing on the project that's going to be completed next month. If we want to cooperate with him, we must have our own strength. Yes, Brother Dequan, you are right. Chen Nan gave Wang Dequan a thumbs up and said while holding back a smile. Chen Nan, then tell me, what should we do now? Wang Dequan, Xia Yingying, and Qin Gage all looked at Chen Nan in unison. Chen Nan's face showed a helpless expression. It turned out that someone was waiting for him here. It turns out that Wang Dequan left the most difficult problem to him. He is really his good brother. Brother Dequan, I estimate that after the real estate project is completed next month, Dongmu Group will also start planning sales. So I think we can take advantage of this opportunity to go to Dongmu Group to discuss cooperation. Chen Nan looked at Wang Dequan seriously and continued. But before that, we must become the most reputable company in the field of live streaming sales within this short month. That makes sense. Wang Dequan nodded thoughtfully. Then according to what you mean, Chen Nan, we need to formulate a plan for live streaming sales. Not only that, I think we need to make Chingij the #1 internet celebrity. Because only with such fame will it be more convincing. Chen Nan curled the corners of his mouth and said lightly. Ah? Chingij was a little surprised this time. During the previous meeting, Chen Nan asked her to study real estate knowledge well. Recently, she even held a book when going to the toilet. Although she is somewhat famous online and has her own fans, she is still far from being the first-tier internet celebrity that Chen Nan mentioned. After all, there is a lot of competition among internet celebrities nowadays, so she is not the most famous one. Chapter 123, Keep It a Secret. Chingij was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Chen Nan actually wanted to make her the #1 internet celebrity. In fact, although she likes her current job very much and likes live broadcasts to interact with her fans, she still knows her own level. As long as this job can make her have money to live, she will be very satisfied. Chen Nan, this shouldn't be possible. Chingij's expression was very embarrassed. In fact, it was because she felt very inferior in her heart. If you let me live broadcasts and sell goods, even if it's just real estate, I can work hard to learn the knowledge in this area. But, Chingij glanced at Chen Nan and her voice became a little softer. I still have self-awareness. I can't become the #1 internet celebrity. The gap between me and them is too big. What's the difference? Chen Nan knew that Chingij still had a low self-esteem, so he put on a very easygoing smile and said slowly, I don't think there's any difference between you and them. I know you want to say that they are prettier than you, or have more talents or something like that. But I think you don't need to compare yourself with others. Chen Nan looked at Chingij with a smile and said softly, Because you are you, the one and only you. When Chingij heard what Chen Nan said, she was stunned for a moment. A warm feeling surged in her heart, and she felt very moved. No one had ever said such words to her, and she had never thought of herself as unique. Chen Nan, is this really feasible? Wang Dequan asked in a low voice. He glanced at Chingij and still felt a little unsure. Although Chingij has made great progress in live streaming and selling goods since joining their company, it is still difficult for her to become the #1 internet celebrity that Chen Nan mentioned. Moreover, seeing that the project of Dongmu Group will be completed next month, it is really impossible to make Chingij an internet celebrity in less than an hour. Brother Dequan, you have to believe me and also believe Chingij. Chen Nan curled the corners of his mouth and nodded to Wang Dequan. Chen Nan, have you thought of any good idea? Xia Yingying saw the confident smile on Chen Nan's face. Her eyes lit up, and she asked quickly. Chen Nan nodded and said, Although I have a plan, I can't tell you now. Why? Xia Yingying asked. I'll tell you after I'm sure, so you don't get disappointed. Chen Na smiled and looked at Chingij. Chingij, don't feel too much pressure. Remember what I said, you are unique, you just need to be yourself. Although Chingij was a little confused and didn't understand what Chen Nan said, she still smiled and nodded. Although she had no confidence in herself, she trusted Chen Nan immensely. Ding! The Shenhao system reminds you that the system has dropped a random task. Help Chingij become the #1 internet celebrity, and you will receive a mysterious gift. At this moment, the Shenhao system's prompt sound appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. I knew the system would have this task, Chen Nan said proudly in his heart. Master! Master! What are you thinking? How are you going to help Chingij become the #1 internet celebrity? The little yellow chicken was also a little puzzled this time. This idea was proposed by Chen Nan himself, but the little yellow chicken could not think of the answer. Xiao Huang, I'm going to keep you in suspense for a bit, but I've already figured out a solution. Chen Nan continued to talk to the little yellow chicken in his mind. We'll talk about this after I take Wang Jinjin to the amusement park this afternoon, and after I get the reward you gave me. Is there any connection between these two things? The little yellow chicken was even more puzzled after hearing what Chen Nan said. Master, you completed the task this afternoon, and what you got was the information I gave you about how to use the entertainment company's resources. What does that have to do with Chingij becoming the #1 internet celebrity? Chen Nan smiled without saying anything, intending to keep the secret. Oh! Master, Xiao Huang knows! Xiao Huangji suddenly thought of something and said to Chen Nan. Do you want to wait until the entertainment company is established, then sign Chingij and let her debut as an artist, so that she can become even more famous? The little yellow chicken thought his idea was correct and smiled with great pride. Chin Nan looked at the little yellow chicken's smile and gave an awkward yet polite smile. No. Ah? The little yellow chicken's smile froze. That's not the idea? Little yellow chicken, don't you think about it? Chin Gij is already working in United Chuang. If I use my own entertainment company to let her be an artist, then everyone will know about it. Besides, even if Chin Gij becomes an artist, she may not become a popular artist within a month. Chin Nan explained to Little Yellow Chicken. Then how long are you going to keep this secret, Master? The Little Yellow Chicken looked very distressed. Little Yellow, I'm very curious right now. Just stop it. You're just an artificial intelligence. How can you have so many emotions? Chin Nan rolled his eyes in his heart and said unhappily to the Little Yellow Chicken. Although Xiao Huang is an artificial intelligence, Xiao Huang also has feelings. The Little Yellow Chicken pretended to look pitiful, blinked at Chin Na and said, Okay, you have feelings for me, okay. Chin Nan showed a helpless smile on his face, comforting the Little Yellow Chicken in his heart. Chin Nan, our next task is to work hard to make United Chuang the most famous on the internet within this month. Wang Dequan looked at Chin Nan seriously and said, Brother Dequan, don't put so much pressure on yourself and your colleagues. Chin Nan wanted to laugh when he saw the dark circles under Xia Yingying's eyes. Brother Dequan, I promise you, I will definitely get this done. I will definitely let us cooperate with United Chuang and Dongma Group. Look, Xia Yingying is so tired that her eyes are panda-eyed. There's really no need to be so nervous. I'll take care of everything. Chin Nan joked with a smile. Brother! Wang Dequan grabbed Chin Nan's hand as soon as he heard what he said. You really are my brother, Chin Nan. After this is done, you will be the great contributor to our joint venture. From now on, I will call you Big Brother. Ha! Brother Dequan, is it necessary for you? Xia Yingying was amused by what Wang Dequan said, and Chin Gij couldn't help laughing as well. What do you know? Chin Nan and I are already brothers now. This is as it should be. Wang Dequan rolled his eyes at Xia Yingying and continued. If you were that capable, I would call you Big Sister too. Chapter 124 Brother, you are worrying. Ha ha! No, I don't deserve it. Fortunately, I am not as capable as Chin Nan. I don't want an old man like you to call me sister. How old would I be then? Xia Yingying said jokingly. Ha! Chin Gij was also amused and said to Wang Dequan with a smile. Brother Dequan, I think what Chin Nan said makes sense. Let's not be too nervous. Wang Dequan sighed slightly and jokingly said, Do you think I want to be so nervous? I've been reading information about the Gui group these past 2 days, and my already sparse hair has become even thinner. It's terrible. Brother Dequan, you should get off work early today and go home to relax. Chen Nan reached out and shook Wang Dequan's hand, saying seriously, Brother, leave this project to me, don't worry. Originally, Wang Dequan and the others wanted to have lunch with Chen Nan, but Chen Nan said he had something urgent to do and hurriedly left the company. Chin Gij felt somewhat disappointed as she watched Chen Nan leave in such a hurry. After all, she had a crush on Chen Nan and had rarely seen him recently, so she still missed him a little. But when she thought that Chen Nan must be busy with the Dongma Group's project, she secretly made up her mind that she must not let Chen Nan down. Chen Nan has been very busy recently, and he asked us to relax. Wang Dequan said this casually while eating, but although it was a joke, he felt a little guilty when he saw Chen Nan was so busy. Brother Dequan, Chen Nan is capable. If we can provide him with good support, it will be the greatest help. Xia Yingying knew that although Wang Dequan always liked to joke around, he was actually a very meticulous person. Wang Dequan nodded and thought to himself that Brother Chen Nan must be busy with work. He runs around every day just for the honor of their joint venture. It's really hard work. But at this time, Chen Nan had already driven a Mercedes business car, humming a little tune, and arrived at the gate of Wang Junjun's school, ready to pick up Wang Junjun to go to the amusement park. If Wang Dequan knew about this, he would probably break off all ties with his brother Chen Nan. Chen Nan parked the car in front of the school gate as teacher Zhang had said before. When the parents who came to pick up their children saw Chen Nan's car, they all started whispering. That shouldn't be the case. The Bugatti Veyron hasn't even arrived yet. Chen Na said to herself as she saw all the parents looking at her car with curiosity. Master! Actually, you are already very low-key. The little yellow chicken nodded seriously and said, "Yeah, I think so too," Chen Nan said with a smile. When he got off the car, the parents saw Chen Nan and all of them showed surprise on their faces. "Whose parent is this? Why haven't I seen him before? He looks like a real fresh-faced boy." "Really? This should be my brother. Looking at the car he drives, his family must be quite rich." Chen Nan coughed twice and walked to the side. Not wanting to attract too much attention, he stood in a small corner. "Master, they are still looking at you." The little yellow chicken stood on Chen Nan's shoulder and said with a smile, "I'm already standing in this little corner. If they still want to see, there's nothing I can do. I can't be invisible," Chen Nan said helplessly. At this moment, the school bell rang, and gradually, many students came out of the gate. Chen Nan looked at the students carefully, looking for Wang Xinxin, while the little yellow chicken stood on Chen Nan's shoulder, stretched its neck, and looked towards the school gate. "Mom! I'm here!" At this moment, a fat little boy ran over and threw himself into a woman's arms. "My dear son, we made your favorite braised pork at home. How are your grades? Are they better than Wang Xinxin's?" The woman spoke in a somewhat harsh tone, and Chen Nan heard it immediately. He frowned slightly and turned to look at the woman. This. The little boy hesitated again. "You are such a loser that you can't even pass the exam for a girl without parents." The woman's tone became even more harsh, and she reached out and hit the little boy. "Mom, I was wrong." The little boy lowered his head and muttered softly. "Last time, our teacher Zhang criticized me and told me to get along well with Wang Xinxin. What classmate relationship? Don't listen to your teacher's nonsense. In the future you should play less with those children without parents. They will teach you bad things, do you know that?" The woman's glaring look made Chen Nan feel sick. "How can you educate a child like this? I, the little yellow chicken, am really mad at you. How dare you say that to Xinxin?" The little yellow chicken was so angry that he jumped up and said angrily, "It's the father's fault for not educating his children. It's because there are many parents like this that many ignorant children are brought up." Chen Nan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said in a low voice, "But—" The little boy hesitated for a moment, then mustered up the courage to say to his mother, "Mom, I think Wang Xinxin is a good classmate. She's not only good at studying, but she's also great at drawing. Last time, I didn't bring my paintbrushes to art class, and she lent them to me. What do you know? She's trying to win people's hearts. I've met her once before, and I knew at first glance that she was a very scheming girl." The woman's face was so disgusting when she spoke. Chen Nan finally couldn't stand it anymore. Just as he was about to go over and teach the woman a lesson, he heard a very pleasant voice saying, "You're going too far." Teacher Zhang was seen walking over from the other side, holding Wang Xinxin's hand. Wang Xinxin seemed to have heard what the woman said, and she lowered her head, looking very sad. "Master, why don't you go over there?" asked the little yellow chicken. "Wait a minute." Chen Nan frowned and said, "Let's take a look at the situation first. Teacher Zhang, why are you here?" As soon as the woman saw Teacher Zhang, she immediately showed a very hypocritical smile. She glanced at Wang Xinxin beside her with a hint of disgust in her eyes. "You are Desheng's mother, how can you educate your child like this?" Teacher Zhang looks very gentle, wearing a white shirt and dark brown pants, and her temperament is very elegant. "Teacher Zhang, I think what I said is true," Desheng's mother said as a matter of course. "I think it's wrong for you to educate your child in this way. If you put yourself in their shoes, what would you think if someone said this about your child behind his back?" Although Teacher Zhang looks gentle, her tone at this time is very stern and upright. Chapter 125. She is a good teacher. "Master, this person should be Teacher Zhang who just called you." The little yellow chicken nodded. "She is really a good teacher." "Yeah." Chen Nan nodded. "Oh, Teacher Zhang, I think you're being a bit too nosy." The woman smiled sarcastically and rolled her eyes. "Now that he's out of school, how I educate my son has nothing to do with you in England. Desheng is a good boy. He has a good relationship with Wang Xinxin now. As Desheng's mother, shouldn't you hope that he can get along happily with his classmates?" Teacher Zhang looked at the woman seriously and said earnestly, "That depends on what kind of pass it is." The woman was still deliberately blaming Wang Xinxin at this time. If it's a good student with excellent character and academic performance, of course I would be happy. But what? Chin Nan really couldn't stand the woman's expression and strode over. Uncle Chin. Wang Jinjin heard Chin Nan's voice and quickly hid behind him as soon as she saw him. When Chin Nan saw Wang Jinjin like this, he felt so distressed. Jinjin, Uncle Chin is here, no one dares to bully you. Uncle Chin reached out and touched Wang Jinjin's head, comforting her softly. Wang Jinjin just lowered her head and nodded, still hiding behind him and not coming out. Teacher Zhang, who was standing by, was stunned when he saw Chin Nan. But when he saw Wang Jinjin's reaction, he realized that this was Wang Jinjin's uncle who had talked to her on the phone that morning. The woman was stunned when she saw Chin Nan. She had seen him just now when he drove a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. At that time, she was still wondering which student's parents were so generous. I didn't expect that it was Wang Jinjin's parent. Auntie, I am Wang Jinjin's parent. You can tell me anything you want to say. Chin Nan's eyes darkened and a cold light flashed, which scared the woman. Uncle. At this time, the chubby little boy named Desheng looked at Chin Nan and said slowly, what my mother said just now, I apologize to you and Wang Jinjin on her behalf. After Desheng said this, he bowed to Chin Nan. Desheng, you. Desheng's mother saw that Desheng actually apologized to Chin Nan and Wang Jinjin. Just as she was about to reach out to stop him, she saw Chin Nan's eyes. Chin Nan frowned, his expression very fierce. If she wasn't a woman, just for what she said to Jinjin just now, Chin Nan would have knocked her down and taught her a lesson. Desheng's mother was frightened by Chin Nan's aura and quickly took a few steps back to distance herself from him. Your name is Desheng, right? Chin Nan looked at Desheng with a friendly smile on his face. You are a sensible child. I hope you and Jinjin can become good friends. Desheng, I'm not angry with you. At this moment, Wang Jinjin, who was hiding behind Chin Nan, came out and whispered to Desheng. We are still good friends. Thank you, Wang Jinjin. Thank you, uncle. Desheng smiled on his chubby face, then grabbed his mother's hand and said quickly, Mom, come home quickly. I want to eat braised pork. Desheng's mother finally came to her senses, and quickly took Desheng's hand and left. Alas! Chin Nan looked at the backs of the mother and child, sighed slightly, and said slowly, Sometimes, adults are not as sensible as children. You are Jinjin's uncle, right? Hello? Teacher Zhang smiled and extended his right hand. I am Jinjin's homeroom teacher, Zhang Jingya. You can just call me Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang, thank you for speaking up for Jinjin just now. Chin Nan showed a very gentlemanly smile on his face, shook Zhang Jingya's hand and said, This is the professional ethics of a teacher. Zhang Jingya said to Chin Nan with a gentle smile on her face. Only now did Chin Nan notice Zhang Jingya's appearance. He could tell at first glance that she was Teacher Dan. She had a very elegant face and a very upright temperament. Teacher Zhang, thank you. A smile finally appeared on Wang Jinjin's face. Jinjin, teacher knows that you are a sensible child. But don't take what happened just now to heart. Just remember those who love and care about you, do you understand? Teacher Zhang looked at Wang Jinjin with a smile, his tone very gentle. Jinjin knows. Teacher Zhang, Uncle Chen, and Desheng do all like Jinjin very much. Jinjin can feel it. Wang Jinjin's smile finally became very bright again. You might as well take her to the amusement park. There's no harm in letting children play more. Teacher Zhang said, smiling and touching Wang Jinjin's head. Teacher Zhang, you are truly a very good teacher. Chin Nan said sincerely, then jokingly said, If I had met a teacher like you when I was in school, I might have been admitted to a prestigious university long ago. Ha ha! You really know how to joke. Teacher Zhang also laughed, and Chin Nan found that she was a person with quite a strong personality. Although he looked very elegant, when facing a shrew like Desheng's mother, he did not back down at all, but instead argued with her. Ding! The Shin House system reminds the host that another one of the 3,000 beauties in the harem has been lit up. Please conquer Teacher Zhang Jingya. At this moment, the Shin Hao reminder sound appeared in Chin Nan's mind again. Chin Nan immediately froze in place, feeling extremely surprised. Oh my God! Are you sure? Teacher Zhang is Jinjin's teacher. How could she let me conquer her? Chin Nan said with tears in his eyes. Master! Master! This situation suddenly occurred, most likely because the system detected that you seemed to have a good impression of teacher Zhang Jingya. The little yellow chicken was also a little surprised, so he explained to Chen Nan. Ah? Chen Nan was even more confused. I have a crush on Zhang Jingya. How come I didn't know about this? Chen Nan felt that he was now the meme, and the clown was actually himself. He never expected that the system would ask him to conquer teacher Zhang Jingya. What should he do? He himself didn't even realize that he had feelings for her. Mr. Chen, what's wrong with you? Zhang Jingya saw that Chen Nan seemed to be in a daze at this time, so she stretched out her hand and waved it in front of his eyes and asked. Chen Nan came back to his senses. Nothing, nothing. Then you can take Jinjin away, Teacher Zhang said to Chen Nan with a generous smile. Oh no. Chen Nan hesitated for a moment, thinking to himself, now that the system has given him this task, he must complete it. So he gritted his teeth and said to Zhang Jingya, Teacher Zhang, you see, it's lunchtime now. Chapter 126 Inviting the Teacher to Dinner. Chen Nan himself felt a little embarrassed to suddenly ask Zhang Jingya out for dinner, but there was no other way. This was a task assigned to him by the system, so he had to do it despite himself. Master! Come on! You can do it! The little yellow chicken was now laughing at the joke. It said with a wicked smile. Actually, you see, teacher Zhang Jingya is also a beauty. Master, you have nothing to be shy about. You are not a human being, so you don't understand what a socially fatal scene is. Chen Nan yelled at the little yellow chicken in his heart. I don't understand, but I can investigate. Xiao Huang turned around with a smile, and then immediately said to Chen Nan. Xiao Huang understands the meaning of this word, but master, there is no problem for you. After all, you are a successful person now. Oh. It's so difficult for me. The task that this rich man reminded me of was too sudden. Chen Nan sighed slightly and said to the little yellow chicken in a very helpless tone. He looked at Zhang Jingya again and said with a smile. Teacher Zhang, to thank you for being so kind to Jinjin, I would like to treat you to lunch. Huh! Zhang Jingya obviously didn't expect that Chen Nan would want to treat her to a meal, and her expression was a little surprised. She glanced at Chen Nan and found that he looked a little embarrassed, but he was indeed very handsome. No woman would refuse the invitation of a handsome and successful man. But Zhang Jingya was a teacher after all, so she still felt it was inappropriate. Mr. Chen, thank you for your kindness. I am Jinjin's homeroom teacher, and this is what I should do. Damn it! Chen Nan thought to himself, this is indeed too sudden. Would it seem a bit vulgar for him to invite teacher Zhang so suddenly? However, the super-rich system had given him a task, so he had no choice but to give up his handsome face. Teacher Zhang, I also want to talk to you about Jinjin's situation at school, so I would like to invite you to dinner. I think it's still early. Chen Nan smiled very gentlemanly. But he thought to himself that other reasons probably wouldn't be able to convince teacher Zhang, but this reason should be fine. Master! You are really smart. You know that teacher Zhang must be a very professional teacher. The little yellow chicken said admiringly. Teacher Zhang, what do you think? Let's go have a meal nearby. Chen Nan saw that Zhang Jingyao's expression was a little hesitant, so he quickly took advantage of the situation. Then, Zhang Jingyao was indeed a little hesitant, and she looked at Wang Jinjin again. Teacher Zhang, go ahead! Wang Jinjin also showed a bright smile on her face and said to Zhang Jingyao. Okay then. Zhang Jingyao smiled generously, nodded, and finally agreed. When Chen Nan saw that Zhang Jingyao agreed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was given this opportunity, he would be able to complete the task of the godly rich system. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that your emotional intelligence value has increased by 100 points, and your social value has increased by 100 points. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Shinhouse system appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. Master, you are so awesome! The little yellow chicken also praised Chen Nan with a smile. That's not necessary. After all, I am your handsome and wise master, Chen Nan said proudly to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Chen Nan brought Teacher Zhang and Wang Jinjin to his car. Teacher Zhang was stunned when he saw Chen Nan's Mercedes-Benz business car. He didn't expect that Chen Nan, who looked so young, was so rich. Maybe he really is a rich second generation. Teacher Zhang, please get in the car. Qin Nan smiled very gentlemanly and took the initiative to open the passenger door for Zhang Jingya. Thank you. Zhang Jingya nodded with a smile, then sat down. Little Yellow Chicken, find me the most upscale restaurant nearby, but it has to be a quiet and secluded one. Qin Nan sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and then said to Little Yellow Chicken in his heart. No problem, Master. The Little Yellow Chicken turned around and said to Qin Nan, Master, I have reserved a Western restaurant called Blue for you. Okay, get the map for me, Qin Nan said to the Little Yellow Chicken in his heart. Yes, Master. The Little Yellow Chicken showed Qin Nan the light blue screen again, on which was a three-dimensional map. Teacher Zhang, let's go. Qin Nan started the car and said to Zhang Jingyao with a smile. Uncle Qin, I'm hungry too. Wang Jinjin, who was sitting in the back, had forgotten the unpleasantness just now. In fact, for children, eating delicious food is the most important thing. Jinjin, don't worry. Uncle Qin will take you and Teacher Zhang to dinner right away, Qin Nan said softly while driving. Uncle Qin, please drive safely. Jinjin, don't worry, Wang Jinjin said to Qin Nan with great concern. Jinjin is so sensible. Qin Nan's smile was warm. He felt that Wang Jinjin was not only a very sensible child, but also a very kind child. Jinjin usually performs very well in school. She has a sunny personality, so her classmates like her very much. Teacher Zhang thought Qin Nan really wanted to know about Wang Jinjin's situation, so he said to Qin Nan. Teacher Zhang, actually, I can guess from what I saw just now about that little boy. Although Jinjin has a cheerful personality, she's bound to encounter some unexpected situations. So I still want to thank Teacher Zhang for your concern. Otherwise, we as parents definitely wouldn't be able to take care of so many things. As Qin Nan spoke, he glanced at Zhang Jingyao, smiled and nodded. Mr. Qin, this is what I, as a class teacher, should do. Teacher Zhang felt a little embarrassed by Qin Nan's praise and said with a smile. Qin Nan felt that the current atmosphere was pretty good and he had to perform well later, because the Little Yellow Chicken had told him before that since his level had increased, the subsequent tasks would become more and more difficult. Teacher Zhang is the person who needs to be conquered after Suku, so don't underestimate her because she is a teacher. She may be more difficult to conquer than the star Suku. Master, your idea is right. The Little Yellow Chicken nodded in agreement. Haha. Qin Nan rolled his eyes in his heart. I think I'm the only one who has it hardest. According to the map in front of him, Qin Nan drove to the Blue Western restaurant. As soon as he parked the car, the waiter at the door came to open the door for them, and Qin Nan handed him the car keys very naturally. Sir, madam, welcome. The waiter also opened the car door for Zhang Jingya. It was her first time to come to such a high-end Western restaurant. Although she was a little confused, she still smiled and nodded to the waiter. Qin Nan took Wang Jinjin's hand and said to the waiter, We have already made a reservation. The last name is Qin. Chapter 127 Top Fillet Steak. The waiter took out the tablet computer in his hand, operated it for a while, and said to Qin Nan with a smile, Mr. Qin, please come in. A window seat with a good view has been arranged for you. Thank you. Qin Nan smiled and nodded. Wang Jinjin was very happy. In fact, for children, as long as they don't have to go to school, they will feel very happy. She skipped into the restaurant following Qin Nan, looking around curiously. This Blue restaurant is actually on the 42nd floor of this building and has a viewing area. Because this restaurant is located right in the city center, and from this location you can see the scenery of the entire Jiahai city. In fact, most people come here to eat at night, because the night view is more beautiful. Led by the waiter, Qin Nan and his friends arrived at the dining area on the 42nd floor. The location is very good. Not only is it quiet, but the scenery through the window is also very beautiful. There was also some curiosity in Zhang Jingya's eyes. Looking at the scenery outside, a smile appeared on her face unconsciously. Qin Nan noticed the smile on her face and nodded slightly. It seemed that he had left a good impression on Teacher Zhang. Sir, madam, here is the menu. The waiter placed the menu on the table very respectfully. Zhang Jingya opened the menu and found that it was all in English, but she didn't seem too surprised. Today's special is top-quality filet steak and 3- or 4-year-old red wine, the waiter introduced with a smile. Zhang Jingya looked at the menu and saw the prices behind the names of the dishes. Her eyes widened in shock. She quickly said to Chen Nan, "Mr. Chen." Zhang Jingya then realized that the waiter was still standing nearby, so she covered her face with the menu and mouthed to Chen Nan, "Too expensive!" Chen Nan suddenly found Zhang Jingya quite cute. After all, she was a teacher and only earned a fixed salary. So she definitely wouldn't normally come back to eat at a place like this. But Chen Nan thought Zhang Jingya was quite interesting. "Teacher Zhang, what?" Chen Nan pretended not to understand, then gave a mischievous smile. "Oh. Teacher Zhang, you mean filet mignon?" No. Zhang Jingya was shocked. You know, she just saw the price of filet steak on the menu. It turned out that one steak cost 38,000. "Waiter, please give me 3 filet steaks, but no red wine. I have to drive soon." Chen Nan smiled at the waiter and continued, "The side dishes can be unspicy. Since we have children, we can cook the steaks medium rare." "Yes, Mr. Chen." The waiter took the menu very respectfully and left. "Mr. Chen, this. Zhang Jingyao's cheeks flushed, and she looked a little embarrassed. She quickly said to Mr. Chen, "This place is too expensive. I'd better leave." After saying that, Zhang Jingya stood up. Chen Nan subconsciously grabbed Zhang Jingya's wrist and said with a smile, "Teacher Zhang, I've ordered all the top-quality filet steak for you. It would be a real waste if you don't eat it." Zhang Jingya was slightly stunned, looked at Chen Nan holding her hand, and felt a little shy. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that Zhang Jingya's favorability value has increased by 10%. At this moment, the Shinhouse system's prompt sound appeared again. When Chen Nan heard the prompt tone, he thought to himself that as long as he could conquer 10% now, the rest would be easy. "Master, wow! I find that you are really manly now," said the little yellow chicken with a smile. "After all, I have so many skills," Chen Nan said proudly to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Zhang Jingya sat back in her chair somewhat embarrassedly, coughed twice, looked away unnaturally, and said slowly, "Mr. Chen, that steak is too expensive. I'm just a little teacher. I can't afford it." It was the first time that Chen Nan saw a woman seeing his generosity. She was not happy but resisted. "Mr. Chen, why don't you have 2 steaks by yourself and eat my portion as well? It's really too decadent for a young teacher like me to eat this." Zhang Jingya looked at Chen Nan seriously, and there was a hint of innocence on her expression when she said this. Chen Nan laughed suddenly. It was said before that people in professions like teachers have relatively simple personalities because they are with students for a long time. He hadn't had any dealings with teachers since he started working, so when he saw Zhang Jingya today, he felt a little fresh. "Teacher Chen, please feel free to eat," Chen Nan said with a smile. "Today is my treat, just this once, okay? Teacher Zhang, please give me some face. You see, Jinjin is also very hungry now. Just think of it as a steak worth 38,000 yuan instead of 38 yuan, Chen Nan said with a smile. "That's not possible. 38,000 is 38,000. How can it be considered 38? Zhang Jingyao's expression seemed very embarrassed, and her tone was somewhat helpless. Chen Nan saw Zhang Jingyao's expression and thought to himself that he had miscalculated. According to his previous routine, all the women he met would be attracted to him because of his generosity. But he forgot that Zhang Jingya is a teacher by profession, and she is also a good teacher, so her character must be very upright. "Teacher Zhang, let me apologize to you. I was inconsiderate this time. I'm really sorry." Chen Nan's expression was very serious, and his tone was very sincere. He looked at Zhang Jingya, who was stunned for a moment. Chen Nan's apology made her feel a little embarrassed. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that your emotional intelligence value increases by 100 points, and your social value increases by 100 points. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Shinhouse system appeared in Chen Nan's mind. "Master, you really have a very high EQ now." The little yellow chicken also gave him a thumbs up and said admiringly. "Actually, I'm not saying this because I have a high EQ. I just feel like I haven't considered Teacher Eng's feelings," Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. "Look, Zhang Jingya is a teacher. We really shouldn't be so extravagant. We should be more low-key." "That's true. Little yellow chicken also thinks that Teacher Zhang is different from other women." Little yellow chicken nodded thoughtfully and said to Chen Nan, Zhang Jingya looked at Chen Nan's sincere expression and felt that it was inappropriate. Mr. Chen, it's okay. You don't need to apologize to me. Zhang Jingya pursed her lips and continued to say to Chen Nan. Then I'll eat. Chapter 128 I like light dishes. Chen Nan's handsome face showed a hearty smile, and he said to Zhang Jingya. Teacher Zhang, I really didn't think it through this time. So what do you usually like to eat? He wanted to take this opportunity to chat with Zhang Jingya so that he could understand her preferences, which would help him to gain her favor. I'm not that particular about food. I just like home-cooked meals, just regular home-cooked meals. Zhang Jingya thought for a moment. But speaking of dishes, my favorite is shrimp and tofu. This dish suits you very well, Chen Nan said jokingly. You seem to like eating dishes that are more vegetarian. Zhang Jingya smiled and nodded. Yes, my taste is indeed lighter. Chen Nan thought to himself that he had really made a mistake this time, as he only wanted to eat some expensive and good food. However, he did not expect that teacher Zhang Jingya had a simple personality and liked to eat light dishes. This filet steak must not be to Zhang Jingya's taste. When Zhang Jingya saw Chen Nan seem to be in a trance, she suddenly realized that she had just said that she liked to eat light dishes, so Chen Nan must be thinking about the steak she ordered, which was even more wrong. Mr. Chen, actually this is my first time to dine in such a high-end restaurant, so I still want to thank you, Zhang Jingya quickly said to Chen Nan. Chen Nan thought Zhang Jingya was really cute, so he smiled and nodded. Teacher Zhang, I'll treat you to your favorite shrimp and tofu next time I have a chance. Zhang Jingya was slightly stunned. She hadn't actually thought about the next time, but when she heard Chen Nan say that, she had no choice but to nod. After the waiter placed the appetizers and steak on the table, Wang Xinjun said to the waiter with a smile, Uncle, can I have a glass of orange juice? Of course, the waiter said with a smile. Thank you, Uncle, Wang Xinjun said with a big smile on her face. Jinjin, cut the steak into small pieces before eating, otherwise it will be difficult to digest. Chen Nan demonstrated to Wang Xinjun with a knife and fork first. Wang Xinjun was very smart and learned it quickly. Uncle Chen, this steak is really delicious. Wang Xinjun ate a small piece of steak and showed a very happy smile on her face. Seeing Chen Nan teaching Wang Xinjun so patiently, Zhang Jingya showed a gentle smile without pride on her face. Mr. Chen, it's rare to see a man so patient. Zhang Jingya's tone was full of appreciation, and she also ate a piece of steak. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. I rarely see teachers like you. You are not only very caring, but also very upright. Chen Nan also praised back with a smile. Oh, why are we praising each other here? Zhang Jingya was amused by Chen Nan and took a sip of water. How is it? Are you used to this steak? Because if you usually like to eat lighter dishes, this steak may be a bit greasy to you, Chen Nan said with a very gentlemanly smile and concern. It's delicious. Zhang Jingya smiled and ate another piece of steak. It's just too expensive. Although she rarely eats greasy food, she thinks this steak is really delicious. The meat is firm but very elastic, and the taste is very delicate. She has never eaten such a delicious steak before. Jinjin, is it delicious? Zhang Jingya asked again. It's super delicious. Jinjin is so happy. Wang Xinjun smiled very happily and said while eating steak. Mr. Chen, our restaurant has given you a free dessert after your meal. It is also a healthy dessert that children can eat. You can let your children go to the dessert counter to choose. At this time, the waiter came over again and said to Chen Nan and the others with a smile. Oh, there's dessert. Wang Xinjun stood up as soon as she heard there was dessert. Xinjun, would you like to go and choose desserts with the waiter? Chen Nan asked with a smile. Of course. Wang Xinjun happily went to choose desserts with the waiter. After Wang Xinjun left, only Chen Nan and Zhang Jingya were left. Master! Master! You can take this opportunity to get familiar with teacher Zhang Jingya and increase your favorability. The little yellow chicken jumped out again and said with a smile. Nonsense! Do I need you to remind me? It's just that teacher Zhang's personality is a little different from others. We can't be too anxious, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. He looked at Zhang Jingya and was about to speak when he heard Zhang Jingya say to him, Mr. Chen, you are Jinjin's uncle, so where are her parents? It turned out that Zhang Jingyao was still concerned about Wang Jinjin's life experience. Maybe she wanted to ask it just now, but Wang Jinjin was here after all, so she didn't bring it up out of consideration for the child's feelings. Teacher Zhang, it's like this. Chen Nan thought for a moment and explained. Jinjin only has one mother, Wan Yani. And I'm not her biological uncle. I met Sister Wang on a blind date. I saw that they were helpless, so I took them in to live with me. He smiled and said, Teacher Zhang, perhaps you think this situation is a bit complicated. Zhang Jingyao listened carefully to what Chen Nan said. She didn't think Wang Jinjin's family situation was complicated, nor was she surprised. Mr. Chen, as a class teacher, it is my responsibility to understand the family situation of each student, so I hope you can understand this. Zhang Jingyao looked at Chen Nan seriously and continued. So I don't think Jinjin's family situation is complicated. On the contrary, I think you are a very responsible man. She smiled generously, her eyes full of admiration. I really admire you for doing this. Chen Nan was slightly startled. He had originally thought that most women would find his family situation rather complicated. However, he had not expected Zhang Jingyao to think so. She actually admired him. Mr. Chen, I think Jinjin will not go astray even if she grows up in such a family. Firstly, she is a very sensible child, and secondly, I believe she can get the love from you and her mother. Zhang Jingyao said seriously. Although Chen Nan knew that Zhang Jingyao was praising him, he always felt that something was wrong. Master! Master! Zhang Jingyao thinks you are Jinjin's stepfather. The little yellow chicken immediately jumped out and reminded Chen Nan. Oh! I was wondering why she sounded a little off. Chen Nan suddenly realized something and said to the little yellow chicken. Xiao Huang, you reacted quickly this time. Hee hee. The little yellow chicken smiled a little embarrassedly when praised by Chen Nan. Chapter 129 Premium VIP Ticket. Chen Nan thought for a moment and explained to Zhang Jingyao. Teacher Zhang, actually, my relationship with Sister Wang is like that of a brother and sister. Of course, I also regard Jinjin as my own family member. Zhang Jingyao nodded, a gentle smile appeared on her pretty face, and she said to Chen Nan, Mr. Chen, that shows that you are a very kind person. Ding! Xunhao reminds the host that Zhang Jingyao's favorability value has increased by 10%. At this moment, the prompt sound of Xunhao's system appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. Master! It seems that teacher Zhang Jingyao has a good impression of you now. Come on! The little yellow chicken also happily turned in circles. After lunch was almost over, Chen Nan drove her back to school. Zhang Jingyao said to Chen Nan, Mr. Chen, thank you very much for treating me to lunch. It was delicious. You're welcome. Thank you, Teacher Zhang, for taking such good care of Jinjin. Chen Nan very gentlemanly got out of the car first and opened the door on her side for Teacher Zhang. After Teacher Zhang got out of the car, he smiled and nodded at Chen Nan. Uncle Chen, can we go to the amusement park now? Wang Jinjin was sitting in the back, already impatient. Of course, Jinjin. Let's go now. Chen Nan looked at Zhang Jingyao's back again, then sat back in the driver's seat and started the car. Little yellow chicken, check the location of the carnival amusement park for me. Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Yes, master. The little yellow chicken immediately went to check and said to Chen Nan, Master, we have found the route. Then the light blue screen appeared in front of Chen Nan again, with a map of the carnival amusement park on it. Wang Jinjin was very excited during the trip. She had wanted to go to an amusement park since she was a child. Many of her classmates had been there, but she was the only one who had never been. So whenever other classmates mentioned it, she always felt a little inferior. But she knew that Wang Yani had a hard time too, so she never mentioned this matter to her mother. Now that Chen Nan can take her to the amusement park, Wang Jinjin is so happy. Uncle Chen, I heard from my classmates that there are a lot of fun things in the amusement park, and the roller coaster seems very awesome. Wang Jinjin had already begun to look forward to it. She excitedly stretched her little head over and said to Chen Nan naively, Yes, Jinjin. There are not only roller coasters in the amusement park, but also many other very fun rides. Uncle Chen thinks you will definitely like the carousel. Chen Nan said to Wang Jinjin while driving. Carousel? What is this? Wang Jinjin blinked her big eyes curiously and asked. Chen Nan thought Wang Jinjin's tone was very cute, so she smiled and said, "Those who ride the carousel are princes and princesses. When Jinjin rides the carousel, she will be a princess herself." "Really, Uncle Chen?" Wang Jinjin said happily. "Which little girl doesn't have a princess dream in her heart? Even an 80-year-old grandmother can have a princess dream, because every woman was once her parents' little princess." "Of course, Jinjin." Chen Nan nodded. "When has Uncle Chen ever lied to you?" "That's great, Uncle Chen, you must take me to ride the carousel. I'm so looking forward to it." Wang Jinjin smiled brightly, and her bright eyes were full of anticipation. "Master, look, Jinjin is really happy today." The little yellow chicken's tone was also very relieved. "Jinjin is a sensible child and she deserves all this happiness," Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. By the time Chen Nan and the others arrived at the amusement park, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Although today is not a holiday, there are still many people queuing at the door. Chen Nan frowned and said to the little yellow chicken, "Little yellow chicken, get me 2 VIP tickets, the kind that allow me to play freely without queuing." "Okay, Master, Xiao Huang will go and order it right away." Xiao Huang immediately went to do the operation. "Master, Xiao Huang has already booked a VIP ticket for you. You can go there directly now." Xiao Huang nodded proudly to Chen Nan. "Your efficiency is really getting higher and higher." Chen Nan praised the little yellow chicken in his heart. "This is because your attribute values have increased, so the attribute values of the godly rich system have also increased. This way, my little yellow chicken will become more and more powerful." The little yellow chicken flapped its wings happily and continued to say to Chen Nan with a smile, "Master, look, the feathers on my wings have become thicker." Chen Nan took a look and said jokingly, "It's a good chicken wing. It should taste good." "Oh my God! Master, what are you talking about?" The little yellow chicken immediately showed a very frightened expression on his face, and quickly took several steps back. "Master! Xiao Huang is your artificial intelligence. How can you have such an idea? It's terrible." The little yellow chicken looked at Chen Nan in panic. "Ha! Xiao Huang, don't worry, I was just joking with you." Chen Nan used all his evil taste on the little yellow chicken. "It's really hard for me, the little yellow chicken." Little Yellow sighed and said helplessly. Chen Nan looked at the little yellow chicken with a smile on his face. He was so happy. He was now very used to getting along with the little yellow chicken. Although it was an artificial intelligence, Chen Nan actually regarded it as his friend. Chen Nan held Wang Jinjin's hand and came to the entrance of Carnival Amusement Park. Then he said to the staff, "Hello, we have VIP tickets. Can we go in directly now?" At this time, the passers-by queuing here also noticed Chen Nan, and several women's eyes widened when they saw Chen Nan. "Look, handsome guy. Take a picture and post it on social media. This handsome guy looks quite young, why is he taking care of a child? Is he a young dad?" The women were all talking about it. The staff member smiled and said to Chen Nan, "Sir, please tell me your name." "Chen Nan," Chen Nan replied. The staff member checked and nodded. "You have reserved a premium VIP ticket, one for an adult and one for a child." As the staff member spoke, he took out 2 golden bracelets and put them on Chen Nan and Wang Jinjin's hands respectively. "This wristband is your pass. Since you've reserved a premium VIP ticket, you can enjoy all the park attractions without having to queue. You'll also have the services of a full-time guide, and all food in the park is free." Chapter 130: Encountering a Scammer. Chen Nan carefully checked the bracelet on Wang Jinjin's wrist to make sure it wasn't strangling her, then smiled and said to the staff, "Thank you. I wish you and your children a happy time." The staff member opened the VIP channel with a smile and gestured, "Come in." Chen Nan smiled and nodded, then took Wang Jinjin's hand and walked in. "That man is so handsome and rich, he's straight out of a romance novel." "That's right, and he's really gentle with children. I wish I could have a boyfriend like him." "Don't even think about it. That kind of outstanding man must already have a beautiful, rich, and white girlfriend." After Chen Nan left, the passers-by in the queue were still talking about it. As soon as Chen Nan and Wang Jinjin entered the amusement park, Wang Jinjin opened her eyes wide and stood there in a daze. There were a lot of people in the amusement park at this time, and you could hear a lot of screams, all from the tourists riding the roller coaster. There are many stalls on the roadside, either selling ice cream or popcorn, and there are many children holding cartoon-shaped balloons in their hands. It was Wang Jinjin's first time at the amusement park, so she was shocked by the scene before her. For a long time, the amusement park existed only in her imagination and in the descriptions she heard from her classmates. So when she really arrived at the amusement park, she suddenly felt that happiness came too suddenly. Chen Nan saw Wang Jinjin's expression and said softly, "Jinjin, what's wrong?" Wang Jinjin raised her head, her bright eyes filled with surprise as she said to Chen Nan, "Uncle Chen, the amusement park is really, really great." "Ha! Jinjin, you can play whatever you want today and eat whatever you want, as long as you are happy." Chen Nan smiled and touched Wang Jinjin's head. Looking at her smile, Chen Nan felt warm in his heart. "Uncle Chen, you are so nice." Wang Jinjin jumped up happily. "Jinjin, let's go. Let's have a good time today." After Chen Nan said that, he took Wang Jinjin's hand and walked inside. They first tried some of the more gentle rides, because Chen Nan thought that it was Wang Jinjin's first time in the amusement park, so they started with the gentle rides. But Chen Nan found that Wang Jinjin was having a lot of fun, and she was not afraid at all even though it was her first time playing these games. This may be the natural adaptability of children. Curiosity is the courage to overcome everything. "Jinjin, was the bumper car fun just now?" Chen Nan asked with a smile. Wang Jinjin nodded vigorously, a bright smile on her face. "It's super fun. Jinjin loves it. I didn't know the amusement park is so great. I really love amusement parks. As long as Jinjin likes it." Chen Nan felt very relieved to see Wang Jinjin having so much fun. "Uncle Chen, let's go ride the roller coaster. I also want to ride the roller coaster," Wang Jinjin suddenly said with great anticipation. "Okay, let's go." Chen Nan nodded and took Wang Jinjin to the most popular roller coaster. There were so many people who took the bus that the line was like a snake with a long tail, making several strange turns. "Uncle Chen, luckily we don't have to queue." In Wang Jinjin's eyes, Uncle Chen is very playful, just like Doraemon. Uncle Chen seemed to have a universal pocket. As long as she wanted something, Uncle Chen could do it for her. Although Chen Nan and his friends did not need to queue, there were really a lot of people here. When he was holding Wang Jinjin's hand and walking towards the VIP entrance, Wang Jinjin was so happy that she jumped up and down and accidentally bumped into someone in front of her. "Who is it? Don't you have eyes?" The person Wang Jinjin bumped into was a young man, and the drink and popcorn in his hands fell to the ground. The man grabbed Wang Jinjin's arm, which scared her. "What are you doing?" Chen Nan frowned, grabbed the man's arm and squeezed it hard. It hurts. You hit me." The man felt pain and let go of his hand. Wang Jinjin was startled, and quickly hid behind Chen Nan. "This kid bumped into me and didn't even apologize. Look, my popcorn and drink are all spilled on the ground, and I didn't eat a single bite." The man pointed at Chen Nan and cursed. "Uncle! I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." Wang Jinjin hid behind Chen Nan. Although she was very scared, she still spoke carefully. "Humph!" The man snorted coldly. At this time, he noticed the golden bracelets on Chen Nan and Wang Jinjin's wrists. Knowing that these were VIP tickets, he thought to himself that Chen Nan must be a rich man. "This kid bumped into me and knocked over the drinks and popcorn I just bought. Tell me, what should we do about this?" the man said to Chen Nan with a rogue look. Chen Nan frowned and said expressionlessly, "The child has already apologized to you. I'll buy you another serving of these popcorn and drinks." "No!" The man refused very bluntly, a cunning smile on his face. "I have a bad heart. That kid bumped into me just now and scared me. I feel really bad now." As he spoke, he covered his heart with his hand, and his acting was very exaggerated. Chen Nan immediately understood what the man was thinking, and a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Master! This man is such a scoundrel!" the little yellow chicken said angrily. "He's not just a scoundrel, he's also trying to scam me." Chen Nan scoffed in his heart. "He must have seen the gold bracelets on Jinjin and me and knew we had VIP tickets, so he thought of scamming me." Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that a random task has been dropped. Fight back against the scoundrel who is trying to scam you, and you will receive a mysterious gift. At this moment, the reminder sound of the godly rich system appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. Chen Nan looked at the man, his eyes darkened, and he slowly said, "Then how do you want to raise him?" "What do I want?" the man said with a scoundrel smile, clutching his heart. "I want compensation for mental damage and medical expenses for my heart attack." Chen Nan burst out laughing, his smile full of disdain. "Dude, what era is this? You're still trying to scam people. You have your hands and feet, why not find a job?" The scoundrel was enraged by Chen Nan's words and immediately started yelling. "Ouch! My heart hurts so much! Everyone, look! This guy bumped into me, I had a heart attack, and he even cursed at me." Chapter 131 Give You Another Chance. "Master! This guy is such a scoundrel! He just tells lies," said the little yellow chicken angrily. "The reason he's a scoundrel is that he tells lies all the time and has no shame at all," Chen Nan said sarcastically in his heart. Because the scoundrel kept yelling, more and more people gathered around to watch. "You just bully us poor people because you're rich." The scoundrel sat down on the ground and cried. "I have a heart disease and just had a bypass surgery half a year ago. Not only did you hit me, but you also scolded me. Just because you're rich, you can do whatever you want. Just because you're rich, you can look down on us poor people." The people around didn't know what was going on, so they were pointing and talking. "I don't think that young man is that kind of person. After all, he has a child with him. Didn't you see the high-end VIP ticket on his wrist? He really is a rich man. Do you know how much a premium VIP ticket costs? It's 10,000 yuan a ticket. And it's only valid for one day, not unlimited use." When passers-by saw the high-end VIP ticket on Chen Nan's wrist, they knew that he was indeed rich, so they believed what the scoundrel said. "Master, why are the passers-by around us acting like this? The truth of the matter is obviously not like this." The little yellow chicken felt it was very unfair and said angrily, "Uncle Chen, have I gotten into trouble?" Wang Jinjin was already crying in grievance at this time and asked cautiously. Seeing the tears on Wang Jinjin's face, Chen Nan felt so distressed. He reached out and wiped the tears from her face and said softly, "Jinjin, you did nothing wrong. Uncle Chen tells you, no matter what happens in the future, as long as it is not your fault, you must not admit your mistake. Jinjin, you must be brave and kind, but also not be afraid of those with evil hearts." Although Chen Nan knew that Wang Jinjin might not understand what he said, he hoped that Jinjin could become such a person in the future. Wang Jinjin stared at Chen Nan blankly. Although she didn't quite understand what he said, she rubbed her eyes and nodded seriously. "Uncle Chen, Jinjin will listen to you." "So good." Chen Nan smiled and nodded. "Ouch! My heart hurts. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." The scoundrel was still rolling on the ground. More and more passers-by gathered around, and everyone began to believe the scoundrel because they all thought Chen Nan was very rich. Chen Nan turned his head, looked at the scoundrel rolling on the ground, and said coldly, "You said you have a heart disease, right?" "Yes. My heart hurts so much now," the scoundrel shouted. Chen Nan made the best move, and said in a very sarcastic tone, "You have a heart disease and you come to ride a roller coaster?" When these words were spoken, the scoundrel was stunned, and the passers-by around him also suddenly realized what was going on. "Yeah. That guy said he had a heart disease, so why did he come to ride a roller coaster? Forget the coaster. If your heart condition is that serious, why would you even come to the amusement park?" "Yes, that person is lying." Chen Nan smiled and continued, "You keep saying you have a heart condition, yet you still come to the amusement park to try out these exciting rides? How is this a new treatment?" The passers-by around were also amused by what Chen Nan said, knowing that he was mocking the scoundrel. "I." The scoundrel saw that the wind seemed to have changed and said hurriedly, "I'm not here to ride the roller coaster. I'm here to look for someone." "Oh? Really? Then who are you looking for?" Chen Nan looked at him with disdain. I'm here. I'm here to find my girlfriend." The scoundrel was obviously lying. "Yes. I'm here to find my girlfriend. She's here." "Okay then." Chen Nan took a step forward and took out his cell phone. "Then call your girlfriend now and ask her to come over here." The scoundrel was stunned, and the passers-by around him also understood what was going on. So that person is the one who is trying to scam me. He must have done it on purpose because he saw that the young man was rich. Besides, the young man had a child with him, so the scoundrel must have thought that the chances of success would be greater this way. Chen Nan looked at the scoundrel and asked, "Why don't you call your girlfriend?" Well, I was a little panicked at this time. I won't fight. My girlfriend didn't bring her phone. Ha! What a scoundrel! Chen Nan laughed, his tone full of contempt. Such a person is really disgusting. Anyway, you have to compensate me. Compensate me for mental damage. The man was still sitting on the ground and throwing a tantrum. Well, I'll give you a chance now. If you leave now, I can let you go, Chen Nan said to the rogue on the ground with an expressionless face. I'm not leaving. You're the one who hit me. It's you. You're just trying to evade responsibility, the scoundrel yelled. Since you don't want this opportunity, don't blame me. Chen Nan sneered and looked down at him condescendingly. Master, do you want Little Yellow to help you? This guy is such a scumbag. Little Yellow Chicken was also very angry. No need, I can handle this little thing myself, Chen Nan said confidently. What's going on? At this moment, the amusement park staff came over and said, There are so many people gathered on the roller coaster. You are affecting other people's safety. It's him. He hit me. I have a heart attack. Ouch. The scoundrel continued to roll on the ground. The staff looked at the rogue rolling on the ground, then looked at Chen Nan and Wang Xinxin beside him. It's like this, my niece accidentally bumped into this guy, and then he said he had a heart disease and wanted me to pay him money. Chen Nan explained to the staff with a smile, but there was a hint of anxiety and panic. After listening to Chen Nan's explanation, the staff member took another look at the rogue who was still rolling on the ground, and he knew what was going on. He knew that he had been scammed. How about this, could you please pull up the video footage of the roller coaster project within the past hour? Otherwise, this matter cannot be resolved. Chen Nan glanced at the scoundrel and continued. I know you're here to maintain order, but that scoundrel won't leave unless he gets the money. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a scoundrel anymore. So if you do as I say, I can guarantee that this problem can be solved within 15 minutes, Chen Nan said to the staff. The staff member was a little hesitant at first, but as soon as he heard what Chen Nan said, he agreed. Chapter 132, Skills of Discerning Eyes. The staff member actually didn't want to cause trouble. The roller coaster was the most popular attraction in the amusement park, and there were usually a lot of people queuing up. Now that something like this had happened, more and more people were watching. This was indeed a huge safety risk, and he couldn't afford the consequences if something really happened. And once he saw that Chen Nan's wrist was holding a high-end VIP ticket, he probably wouldn't frame a man who was throwing a tantrum on the ground. While the staff went to get the surveillance video of the roller coaster, Chen Nan secretly called the police. At this time, the scoundrel was still making a scene on the ground, thinking that Chen Nan was afraid of him. The video is here. The staff copied the surveillance video to their mobile phone, and then showed it to Chen Nan. Xiao Huang, now help me find the time when that scoundrel appeared in this video. Chen Nan took the mobile phone from the staff member, looked at the video, and said to Xiao Huangji in his heart. Yes. Master, Xiao Huang will conduct the test now. The Little Yellow Chicken immediately began to operate. After about 5 or 6 seconds, the Little Yellow Chicken immediately said to Chen Nan, Master, Xiao Huang has found the time when that scoundrel appeared. Where is it? Chen Na asked quickly in her heart. Master, at 21 minutes and 32 seconds. The Little Yellow Chicken returned immediately. Okay. Chen Nan curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile, and then directly adjusted the video to 20 minutes and 32 seconds. Here. Chen Nan clicked pause and saw the rogue at a glance. At that moment, the phone screen showed the scoundrel with his arms raised high, looking incredibly happy. His eyes were open, and he didn't look like he was having a heart attack at all. Instead, he looked like he was enjoying the roller coaster immensely, his smile radiating excitement. The staff member next to him also leaned over, and when he saw the screen that Chen Nan was pointing at, he recognized that the man was the scoundrel who was still rolling on the ground. The staff member looked at Chen Nan and nodded, and understood that Chen Nan had found evidence. At the same time, the police officer from the police station also came over and asked, "What's going on?" The scoundrel panicked when he saw the police coming. He had thought Chen Nan was afraid of him, but he didn't expect Chen Nan to call the police. The scoundrel's expression changed a little. Chen Nan winked at the staff, and then the staff understood and went over to control the scoundrel. "What are you doing?" "I." The scoundrel was now completely panicked, and the passers-by around him also began to eat melons. At this time, Chen Nan had already explained the cause and effect of the incident to the local police, and then also presented the evidence in the mobile phone video. The local police and staff took the scoundrel away without saying a word. When he left, the scoundrel was still cursing. "Hey, hey, hey! How dare you touch me? My heart is not in good condition. I have a heart disease." The scoundrel was carried away directly. The passers-by around saw this scene and understood everything. There are so many people trying to scam people these days, so you have to be careful when you go out and have fun. "That's right. That scoundrel must have come here to try to scam me because he saw that this young man was rich and had a child with him. What a scumbag! If I encountered such a thing, I don't know how to solve it. Humph! I feel relieved this time. That scoundrel is such a scum!" Even the little yellow chicken was very angry. It had never seen such a scoundrel. Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that you have completed the random task dropped by the system. The system rewards you with a mysterious gift, the skill of recognizing pearls with a discerning eye. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Godly Rich system appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. What kind of skill is this? Chen Nan asked in his heart. Master, I, Xiao Huang, will still explain it to you. The little yellow chicken immediately jumped out and explained to Chen Nan. Master, this skill of discerning pearls can help you in the workplace and in your career, whether you are facing customers or employees, to see the true colors of the people you meet. This skill is pretty good. If I meet a very cunning businessman in the future, this skill will come in handy, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Chen Nan smiled, took Wang Jinjin's hand, and took her away from the roller coaster first. He knew Wang Jinjin must be frightened, after all, she was still a child. Chen Nan saw an ice cream stand on the roadside and showed his VIP ticket to the waiter. Please give me a strawberry-flavored ice cream with marshmallows on top, Chen Nan said to the waiter. As soon as the waitress saw how handsome Chen Nan was, she added all the possible seasonings. Chen Nan looked at the big strawberry ice cream and felt a little amused. Jinjin, this is your favorite strawberry ice cream. Chen Nan and Wang Jinjin were sitting on a bench, and he handed the ice cream to Wang Jinjin. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Wang Jinjin's expression was obviously very depressed. Although she was no longer crying, her eyes were swollen and she was not as happy as before. Jinjin. Chen Nan felt very distressed when he saw Wang Jinjin's expression, and put his arm around her shoulders. Uncle Chen, why are some adults so nice, like you and Teacher Zhang? Why are some other adults so bad? Wang Jinjin raised her eyes and asked in an innocent tone. Chen Nan felt even more upset when he saw Wang Jinjin, who was so innocent. Jinjin, the adult world is so complicated. Sometimes things happen for no reason. Chen Nan's tone was very gentle as he continued to say to Wang Jinjin. Jinjin, Uncle Chen hopes that you can become a kind adult in the future. However, your kindness must also have an edge, because only in this way can you protect your kindness. He knew that Wang Jinjin might not understand what he was saying now, but he hoped that when Wang Jinjin was able to understand in the future, it would be helpful for her growth. Uncle Chen, Jinjin will remember it. Wang Jinjin nodded slightly. Although her expression was still a little confused, she knew in her heart that what Uncle Chen said must be for her own good. Jinjin, try this ice cream quickly. It will melt if you don't eat it now. Chen Nan showed a very warm smile on his face, and said softly to Wang Jinjin. Wang Jinjin looked at the pink ice cream, finally a smile appeared on her face, and then she took a bite. Is it delicious, Jinjin? Chen Nan asked with a smile. Delicious! Wang Jinjin nodded vigorously. The marshmallows on top are delicious too. Chapter 133 Little Yellow Chicken is Afraid of Heights. Chen Nan looked at the smile on Wang Jinjin's face, reached out and pinched her little cheek, and said to her with a smile. Jinjin, after you finish eating, let's go ride the roller coaster. Okay. Wang Jinjin took another big bite of ice cream and felt the chill all of a sudden. Jinjin, you'll easily get cold if you take such a big bite. Qin Nan thought Wang Jinjin was very cute when she saw her like this. Master, fortunately Jinjin has a cheerful personality and doesn't take these things to heart. The little yellow chicken also appeared, jumped on Qin Nan's shoulder, and said slowly. Yes, I hope Jinjin can always grow up happily like this and not care about those unhappy things. Qin Nan said to the little yellow chicken with a smile. Because for children, childhood experiences are still very important. Xiao Huan believes that as long as her owner is around, Jinjin will grow up to be a happy little girl. The little yellow chicken's tone was very relieved, and he gently patted Qin Nan's shoulder with his wings. Of course, your master will definitely protect Jinjin well. Qin Nan nodded with a smile, his tone very firm. Although he is not Wang Jinjin's father, he will definitely let her grow up happily. After Wang Jinjin finished eating the ice cream, Qin Nan took her to the roller coaster again. After Wang Jinjin had eaten the ice cream, and Qin Nan had been chatting with her to divert her attention, Wang Jinjin now returned to the happiness she had when she first arrived at the amusement park. At this time, the two of them were already sitting on the seats of the roller coaster. Uncle Qin, it's so high up here! Wang Jinjin held the safety handle and looked around curiously. At this time, the staff came over to check the tourists' seat belts. Jinjin, are you scared? Qin Nan asked with a smile. As soon as he saw Wang Jinjin's expression, he knew that for children, curiosity is far greater than fear. Jinjin isn't scared now, but I don't know what I'll be like in a while, Wang Jinjin said with a smile. Many of my classmates said that they weren't scared at first, but when the roller coaster started flying fast in the sky, they were extremely scared. Some classmates even cried. Qin Nan felt relieved when he saw Wang Jinjin dancing with excitement. Fortunately, she was not affected by what happened just now. Jinjin, if you are scared, just hold Uncle Chen's hand. Qin Nan smiled and touched Wang Jinjin's head, saying softly. Okay. Wang Jinjin nodded happily. After the staff checked the seat belts, they heard some precautions played over the loudspeaker, and then there was a ding sound, and the roller coaster started. Uncle Chen, the roller coaster is moving! It's moving! Wang Jinjin was extremely excited. You know, this was the roller coaster she had always dreamed of riding. Today she finally rode a real roller coaster. From now on, when she goes to school, she won't have to just listen to other classmates talking about how fun roller coasters are. Master, Master! At this moment, the little yellow chicken sat on Qin Nan's shoulder with a very panicked expression. Little yellow chicken, what's wrong with you? Qin Nan asked in some confusion. The little yellow chicken stammered. I feel really high. I'm a little scared. Huh? Qin Nan didn't react for a moment and asked with amusement. Little yellow chicken, aren't you an artificial intelligence? Why are you scared? At this time, the roller coaster was slowly moving upwards. Wang Jinjin was very excited and didn't seem afraid at all. Master! Because your various attribute values have been upgraded. So even though I am an artificial intelligence, I have also been upgraded. I have now upgraded to the point where I can sense my master's emotions. Although these emotions are not my own, because I have felt your emotions, the system will change me through the code. So I just realized now. The little yellow chicken's voice began to tremble. Qin Nan quickly asked, What did you find? I found that my little yellow chicken is actually a little afraid of heights, said the little yellow chicken in panic. Ha! Qin Nan was already laughing so hard in his heart that he had to hold back a smile on his face. Master, Just when the little yellow chicken was about to speak, the roller coaster reached its peak and then suddenly rushed down. Oh my God! I never want to ride a roller coaster again. As the roller coaster dived, all the tourists around screamed. Qin Nan was not puzzled or afraid. He turned around and looked at Wang Jinjin beside him. He found that the little girl was not afraid at all. She was shouting excitedly and didn't even close her eyes. I didn't expect Jinjin to be such a little girl. It seems that she really likes roller coasters. In fact, the roller coaster ride goes by very quickly, but for those who are afraid, it feels like a year. When the roller coaster stopped, many students around were scared and crying. Jinjin, how did it feel to ride a roller coaster for the first time? Chen Nan asked with a smile. It's so much fun! So much fun! I'm so happy! It's awesome! Wang Jinjin smiled brightly and continued to say to Chen Nan, Uncle Chen, I want to play it again. Look, the little girls aren't afraid at all, but you, a grown man, are scared and crying while riding a roller coaster. A woman sitting in the seat behind Chen Nan and Wang Jinjin said to her boyfriend, I'm just scared. Who said men can't be afraid? The man said, crying. Chen Nan couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. But the elder brother was right. Who said men can't be afraid? Riding a roller coaster is really deadly for people who are afraid of heights. Speaking of fear of heights, Chen Nan suddenly remembered that the little yellow chicken had just said that it was afraid of heights, so why didn't he see it now? Little yellow chicken! Little yellow chicken, how do you feel? Chen Nan called the little yellow chicken in his heart. But not only did he not hear the little yellow chicken's answer, he also didn't see the little yellow chicken. Huh! Chen Nan was a little puzzled. This was the first time he called the little yellow chicken and the little yellow chicken didn't appear. Little yellow chicken, what's wrong with you? Chen Nan asked again. But the little yellow chicken still didn't answer him, which made Chen Nan feel very strange. Little yellow chicken, little yellow chicken! Chen Nan was a little puzzled. When he was riding the roller coaster just now, the little yellow chicken was talking to him, but why was there no sound now? Chen Nan discovered that the little yellow chicken was really gone, so he quickly said to his system in his mind, Godly system, where is the little yellow chicken? Chapter 134 Little Yellow Chicken Hibernation. The Shinhouse system answers the host, the little yellow chicken has now entered a dormant state. The voice of the Shinhouse system appeared. Huh! Chen Nan was truly surprised this time. The little yellow chicken actually hibernated? This was the first time he had seen a little yellow chicken hibernate. Shinhouse system, what's going on? Why did the little yellow chicken suddenly go into hibernation? Chen Nan continued to ask in his heart. The Shinhouse system replied to the host that because the code of the little yellow chicken was stimulated just now, it entered a dormant state. This is an emergency protection state, said the Shinhouse system. Chen Nan finally understood that the little yellow chicken had gone into a dormant state because it was afraid of heights. Shinhouse system, when will the hibernation state of the little yellow chicken end? Or what do I need to do to wake it up again? Chen Nan asked in his heart again. Because he has become accustomed to the days with the little yellow chicken, and now that the little yellow chicken is suddenly gone, Chen Nan really feels a little uncomfortable. The Shinhouse system answers the host, the little yellow chicken's dormant state will last for 3 hours, and after 3 hours, it will automatically wake up. The Shinhouse system's prompt voice said. Okay, I understand. Chen Nan showed a helpless smile on his face. This little yellow chicken actually needed to sleep for 3 hours. Later, because Wang Jinjin really liked riding roller coasters, Chen Nan accompanied him 3 more times. Chen Nan was sitting on a bench by the roadside at this time, with the screams of those riding the roller coaster still ringing in his ears. Although he is not afraid of roller coasters, he felt a little nauseous after riding them several times. Uncle Chen, are you okay? Wang Jinjin was really happy this time. Not only did she not have any adverse reactions, she even looked excited. Uncle Chen is fine, Chen Nan said to Wang Jinjin with an awkward yet polite smile on his face. He patted his chest and continued to say to Wang Jinjin, As long as you are happy, Uncle Chen will be happy. But actually, he was already feeling a little nauseous. He had never thought that the roller coaster would be such a challenging project. Fortunately, Wang Jinjin wanted to try something else, so she skipped the roller coaster. Otherwise, seeing how happy Wang Jinjin was today, she might have ridden the roller coaster 8 or 10 times. At this time, the sky was getting dark and the lights in the amusement park were turned on. There were also many cartoon-shaped lights. When the children around saw the lights light up, they all jumped for joy. Chen Nan saw someone selling balloons nearby, so he said to Wang Jinjin, Jinjin, let's go buy some balloons and then have dinner. Great! That's great! Wang Jinjin became even happier when she heard that she was going to buy balloons. Chen Nan suddenly realized that children of this age have unlimited energy, as long as they are having fun. Just like Wang Jinjin now, she doesn't feel tired at all. So, Chen Nan took Wang Jinjin's hand to buy balloons. Jinjin, tell your aunt what pattern of balloons you like, Chen Nan said to Wang Jinjin with a smile. Wang Jinjin looked at the balloon seller with an innocent smile and said, Hello, Auntie. I want this pink Hello Kitty balloon. Is that okay? Of course you can. The balloon seller smiled and handed the balloon to Wang Jinjin. Little boy, you have to take it out, otherwise the balloon will fly away. Thank you, Auntie, Wang Jinjin said with a big smile. Sir, we have an event today, and I think this little girl is so cute, so I'll give you a small gift. At this moment, the balloon seller took out a small box and said with a smile, It's not a valuable gift, but it can be kept as a souvenir. When Wang Jinjin heard that there was a gift, her face was full of curiosity again. I feel so embarrassed. Thank you. Chen Nan smiled and thanked the aunt who was selling balloons. You're welcome. The aunt put the small gift in Wang Jinjin's hand. Little girl, I hope you like this gift. Thank you, Auntie. Wang Jinjin looked at the very delicate little gift in her hand, blinked her big eyes, and said to her aunt, Auntie, can I open it now? Of course. Auntie nodded and said with a smile. Chen Nan, who was standing by, watched Wang Jinjin holding the small gift in one hand and carefully opening it with the other hand, her big eyes full of anticipation. This is how children of this age are, full of curiosity and anticipation about everything, and it is truly a time of childish innocence. After Wang Jinjin unwrapped the gift, she discovered a miniature crystal ball. Inside, a small roller coaster, like a miniature landscape, was visible. After shaking it, she discovered sparkling white powder, creating a festive atmosphere. Wow! It's so beautiful! Wang Jinjin held the mini crystal ball in both hands, just like Cinderella holding her most beloved crystal shoes. As long as you like it. The aunt also thought Wang Jinjin was very cute and very polite, so she gave her this little gift. Auntie, thank you. I really like this gift very much. This crystal ball is so beautiful. There is also my favorite roller coaster in it. Wang Jinjin smiled very happily and said to her aunt, I thought little girls liked carousels, but it's good that you like roller coasters. Auntie also said jokingly with a smile. Carousel. Wang Jinjin suddenly thought the name sounded familiar. Oh, right. It was that fun thing Uncle Chin mentioned earlier. He said that even princesses loved riding carousels. Uncle Chin, when are we going to ride the carousel? Wang Jinjin turned and looked at Chen Nan expectantly and asked. The carousel looks best after it's completely dark. Chen Nan smiled and touched Wang Jinjin's head, then continued. After we finish dinner, I'll take you to ride the carousel. Great! Jinjin is so happy today! Wang Jinjin jumped and danced happily. Children just love coming to amusement parks. Adults may feel tired, but children seem to be born there. The aunt selling balloons smiled when she saw Wang Jinjin looking so innocent and romantic. Then Chen Nan took Wang Jinjin to the restaurant in the amusement park. Because they had top-level VIP tickets, they could dine in the high-end restaurant without having to queue. Chapter 135, A Very Expensive Package. Chen Nan brought Wang Jinjin to the restaurant. The amusement park here was very user-friendly. Knowing that there would be many children here, the tableware prepared all had cartoon patterns, which was very cute. Hello, sir. Because you have a high-end VIP ticket, we have prepared a private room for you. Please follow me. At this moment, the waiter came over and said to Chen Nan very respectfully. Thank you. Chen Nan smiled and nodded to him, then took Wang Jinjin's hand and followed the waiter to the VIP room. The waiter brought the menu, put it on the table, and said with a smile. We have children's meals here. They are very healthy and suitable for children. Chen Nan smiled and nodded, then showed Wang Jinjin the menu and said, Jinjin, which set meal do you want? Wang Jinjin looked at the menu. The children's set meal was presented very delicately, with various cartoon patterns made of food, which looked very cute. Uncle Chen, I want this Pikachu. Wang Jinjin happily pointed at Pikachu on the menu. Okay. Chen Nan turned to the waiter and said, I want this Pikachu set meal, and then give me an adult meal and 2 glasses of juice. No problem, sir. The waiter nodded and said with a smile. For restaurants and amusement parks, even the most ordinary meals are about 5 times more expensive than those outside. As for the VIP restaurant here, the price of each adult meal is 8,888, and the price of children's meal is 6,666. In fact, in addition to the healthiness and cleanliness of the food, the most important thing here is the service. Chen Nan leaned back in his chair, feeling somewhat tired. He thought about it and realized that among all his skills, only the Taekwondo black belt skill might be related to his physical fitness. After running around the amusement park all day, he actually felt a little tired. This was different from working in the company, where he used his brain to handle business, not his physical strength. In addition, he now has the skills of the strongest brain, so he still finds those matters that require brain processing very simple. Little yellow chicken, show me if there are any skills that can improve your physical fitness, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart, as usual. However, the little yellow chicken did not answer him. It was only at this time that Chen Nan remembered that the little yellow chicken was still in a dormant state. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He usually heard the little yellow chicken chirping in his ears, and he always felt that the little yellow chicken was a bit annoying. But now the little yellow chicken has really entered a dormant state, and Chen Nan feels a little empty instead. He took out his cell phone, glanced at the time, and thought to himself that it would probably take more than an hour for the little yellow chicken to wake up again. Super rich system, the little yellow chicken is now afraid of heights because my attribute values have increased. What do I need to do now to make it get rid of this feeling? Chen Nan said to his super rich system in his heart. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that since the little yellow chicken will also evolve according to your attribute values, it can feel some of the feelings of humans. If you want to eliminate this feeling, the host needs to improve his or her mental strength value. The Shinhouse system replied to Chen Nan. What is the mental strength value? Chen Nan asked. Mental strength refers to your current psychological quality. Even if you are not afraid of heights now, you must be afraid of other things. Only by gradually eliminating the things you are afraid of in your heart can your artificial intelligence also eliminate the emotions it fears. The Shinhouse system replied. Chen Nan nodded, somewhat understanding. In other words, Chen Nan is still afraid of something. If he can overcome himself, then the little yellow chicken, which is his artificial intelligence, can eliminate his fear of heights. Chen Nan thought about it. What was he afraid of now? He couldn't even figure out what he was afraid of, but as a normal person, there must be something he was afraid of. Uncle Chen, what are you thinking about? At this moment, Wang Jinjin turned around and asked. Uncle is thinking about what he is afraid of, Chen Nan replied with a smile. Wang Jinjin thought for a moment, then immediately said, I know! Uncle Chen is most afraid of eating garlic. Ha! Chen Nan looked at Wang Jinjin in some confusion. Because Mom never puts garlic in her cooking, Wang Jinjin explained to Chen Nan with a smile. I once asked Mom why she didn't put garlic in her cooking. Mom told Jinjin it was because Uncle Chen was afraid of eating garlic. Ha ha! Chen Nan was slightly stunned. In fact, he himself did not realize this. But when he thought about it carefully, he really didn't like eating garlic. He had hated the taste since he was a child, thinking it was spicy and pungent. But he never deliberately told Wan Yani about this matter, because he thought it was a very small matter, so he didn't pay attention to it himself. Jinjin, did your mother really say that? Chen Nan asked again. Yes, Jinjin will not deceive Uncle Chen. Wang Jinjin nodded vigorously and said seriously. Chen Nan suddenly felt that Wan Yani was really attentive. She had even noticed something that he himself didn't care about. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that a random task has been dropped. Please try to eat dishes containing garlic, and you will get the strong physique you just wanted. At this moment, the Shinhouse system's prompt sound appeared again. What? Chen Nan opened his eyes wide in shock. Are you kidding me? I'm talking to you, Godly Rich System. You're being too much of a bully. But the Godly Rich System is not a little yellow chicken after all, and ignored Chen Nan. Chen Nan's face showed an expression of wanting to cry but not being able to. Although he really wanted to have a strong physique, eating garlic was really too much to ask. Chen Nan now began to believe what the little yellow chicken had said before. It seemed that because his attribute values had really increased, the tasks given to him by the system were becoming more and more difficult. It's really too difficult for me. Now the little yellow chicken is gone, and the super-rich system has given me such an incredible task. It's really too difficult for me. Chen Nan roared in his heart, and the smile on his face was so ugly. Sir, this is the dish you ordered. At this moment, the waiter came in and served Chen Nan. Chen Nan smiled and nodded, then with a look of willing to die bravely on his face, he said to the waiter, Do you have any garlic here? Chapter 136 The Customer is God. The waiter was stunned when he heard what Chen Nan said. He asked in confusion, Sir, what did you say? Garlic? Chen Nan sighed slightly and continued to say to the waiter, It's a dish with garlic. Sir, this... The waiter still didn't quite understand what Chen Nan wanted, and his face looked very confused. How about this? You ask your chef to make a dish for me. This dish needs to contain garlic, but I can't taste the garlic. Chen Nan had an idea. Since it was difficult for him to overcome the problem, but he had to do this task, he had to change his thinking. Now the little yellow chicken has gone into hibernation and can only rely on his own wisdom to solve this problem. As long as you can get your chef to make this dish for me, I can pay 50,000 yuan for it. How about it? Chen Nan curled the corners of his mouth. Problems that can be solved with money are never problems. The waiter was stunned for a moment. There were many customers here, and he had seen VIP customers before. But he was the first person like Chen Nan to make such a request while dining. Sir, I can't decide on this matter. Let me ask our manager and then get back to you. The waiter was a little surprised, but still maintained basic professionalism. Well, then please hurry up. I still have to take the kids out to play later, Chen Nan said to the waiter with a smile. He thought to himself that this request was indeed a bit tricky, and he would not blame the chefs here if they couldn't make it. If the chefs here can't make it, then he will find all the best 5-star chefs in Jiahai City. He doesn't believe that no one can complete this task. Anyway, he absolutely could not eat garlic directly. He felt a little nauseous just thinking about the smell. By the time the waiter went to ask the manager for his opinion, Wang Jinjin had already started eating. She was holding a small cartoon spoon and eating a rice ball with a Pikachu pattern on it. She looked really cute. Chen Nan smiled and took out his cell phone. He said to Wang Jinjin, Come on, Jinjin, smile! Wang Jinjin turned her head and immediately a big smile appeared on her face. Chen Nan took this photo. Good girl, Chen Nan asked with a smile. Jinjin, is the set meal here delicious? Is it not as good as the steak we had at noon? Everything Uncle Chin takes me to eat is super delicious, Wang Jinjin said with a smile. Her mouth was full of food, like a little hamster, very cute. Jinjin, look at yourself. Don't eat so fast. Be careful not to choke when drinking juice, Chen Nan reminded with a smile. It seems that Wang Jinjin has consumed a lot of energy. Although the child did not feel tired while playing, looking at the way Wang Jinjin ate with big mouthfuls, it seems that the steak she had at noon has been consumed. Chen Nan also took 2 bites of the rice and surprisingly found it quite delicious. Although the set meals here look very simple, the most important thing is to make simple food delicious. Hello, sir. I am the manager of this restaurant. The waiter has just told me your request, and then I contacted the head chef. The head chef said that he can meet your requirements, and he is already making this dish. At this moment, the general manager walked in and said to Chen Nan very respectfully. Chen Nan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the chef of this restaurant could meet his requirements. General manager, I know my request is a bit sudden, so thank you. Chen Nan looked at the general manager with a smile. If this dish can really be made, then he can complete the task successfully. Dear guests, please don't say that. Customers are God. This is what we should do, the general manager said with a very humble attitude, and bowed slightly. Chen Nan nodded in satisfaction, and the general manager added, Sir, our head chef will personally serve this dish specially prepared for you later. Okay, thank you. Chen Nan nodded with a smile. Ding! The Shin House system reminds the host that your emotional intelligence value increases by 100 points, and your social value increases by 100 points. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Shin House system appeared in Chen Nan's mind. He thought to himself that even without the little yellow chicken's help, he could still complete the task. When the little yellow chicken woke up again, he would show off to it. Uncle Chen, since you don't like garlic, why do you want to eat that dish? Wang Jinjin asked innocently after taking a sip of juice. Well, because… Chen Nan thought for a moment and said to Wang Jinjin with a smile. Uncle Chen is usually afraid of garlic, but people should have the courage to face the things they fear and be brave. He could only say this to Wang Jinjin. He couldn't possibly tell her that your Uncle Chen was trying to complete the mission of the godly rich system. Uncle Chen is the best. Wang Jinjin smiled brightly and gave Chen Nan a thumbs up, saying admiringly. Chen Nan smiled and patted Wang Jinjin's head. Jinjin, after dinner, let's buy some souvenirs for your mother. Okay. Wang Jinjin suddenly thought of something when she heard Chen Nan say this. She looked at her Pikachu rice ball and said to Chen Nan, Uncle Wang, I want to bring some of this for my mom too. This food is really cute. No problem, you can choose a cartoon pattern for your mother later. Chen Nan immediately nodded in agreement. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen is the best. Wang Jinjin suddenly felt happy and said with a smile. About 15 minutes later, the chef finally came in with the dishes. Hello, I'm the chef, and this is the dish you ordered. The chef was a somewhat fat middle-aged man. He wore a white chef's uniform and a very tall hat on his head. He really looked like a great chef. Chef, thank you. Chen Nan smiled and watched the chef put the dish on the table. Only then did he see clearly that this was not a dish, but more like a porridge, and this porridge was actually completely green. What is this? Chen Nan looked at the dish that was freshly made and still steaming. He smelled it, and it was a very fresh scent, similar to the scent of vegetables, and there was actually not a trace of garlic smell. Sir, this is shrimp and green bean puree. The chef had a very confident smile on his face, and it was obvious that he was very proud of his cooking skills. Why is it all green? It feels like porridge, Chen Nan asked with a smile. Is there really garlic in this? I really can't smell it at all. Chapter 137 Helping the Chef. Sir, your request is that garlic be added to the dish, but the garlic flavor should not be noticeable. The chef smiled smugly. We have surveillance cameras monitoring the cooking process, so don't worry, I will follow your instructions exactly. Chef, I'd really like to try it. Chen Nan picked up the spoon, scooped up a small spoonful and put it in his mouth. This shrimp and green bean puree has a very delicate texture, with the freshness of green beans and the umami of shrimp, but you can't taste any garlic. This is amazing. Sir, how is it? The head chef looked at Chen Nan expectantly and asked. Chef, this dish is really perfect. How come you are a chef in an amusement park with your cooking skills? Chen Nan felt that the chef's cooking skills were definitely at the level of a 5-star chef. Although this restaurant was considered high-end in the amusement park, this dish would definitely be very popular in a 5-star restaurant. As long as you are satisfied. When the chef heard that Chen Nan was satisfied with the dish, a very accomplished smile immediately appeared on his face. Then Chen Nan noticed a hint of loneliness in his eyes. Sir, you don't know. Seeing that the chef seemed to be having some difficulty speaking out, Chen Nan continued curiously. Chef, what difficulties do you have? Why not tell me? Maybe I can help you. He thought the shrimp and green bean puree was delicious and had already eaten half of it. It really didn't have any garlic taste at all. Ding! The Shin House system reminds the host that you have completed the random small task and gained a strong physical fitness. At this moment, the Shin House system's prompt sound appeared. As Chen Nan ate his delicious green bean puree, he thought to himself. This mission was pretty easy. He got a delicious meal and the skills he wanted. This time, he was the winner. The chef hesitated for a moment and looked at Chen Nan. For some reason, he felt that Chen Nan was not bragging and that he might really have the ability to solve his own problems. Sir, although we have only met once, since you can make such a request regarding meals, I think you are someone who understands food. The head chef looked at Chen Nan seriously. So, I'm willing to tell you about my difficulties, he continued. Sir, it's actually a bit embarrassing to talk about it. I used to be a chef at a 5-star restaurant in Jiahai City. It was very popular and people from the upper class loved to eat there. But then I was set up by another 5-star restaurant. They said my dishes had sickened someone and sent them to the hospital. The owner of that restaurant has a very powerful background, so there's no way to investigate this matter. The owner of our restaurant had no choice but to fire me to put the matter to rest. The head chef sighed slightly, a very lonely expression on his face. This dish was actually one of our restaurant's signature dishes, but I haven't made it for a long time. Later, no five-star restaurant dared to hire me, so I could only make set meals in the restaurant in the amusement park. The chef continued. Qin Nan didn't expect that the head chef had such an experience. Although it was the first time he saw him, Chen Nan could tell through his skill of recognizing pearls that he was not lying. Chef, I believe what you say. Chen Nan showed a casual smile on his face. In fact, it was very simple to help him. He could fulfill the chef's wish by just letting him cook in a five-star restaurant. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that the system has dropped a random task. Help the head chef to fulfill his wish, and you will receive a mysterious gift. At this moment, the Shinhouse system's prompt sound appeared again. What's your name? Qin Nan had already decided in his mind to help the chef. Even if there was no system task, he would still help the chef just for this green bean puree. My last name is Jing, you can call me Master Jing. The head chef replied respectfully. My name is Qin Nan. He took out a business card from his pocket and continued to say to Master Jing, bring this business card to Dongmu Group tomorrow and I can help you. Master Jing was stunned for a moment, then slowly took the business card from Qin Nan's hand with both hands. He always felt that the name of Dongmu Group was very familiar. Because he only cooks in the kitchen every day, he doesn't know much about many things in society. Master Jing, you must come tomorrow. Qin Nan curled his lips. I can let you become a chef in a five-star restaurant again. Okay. Master Jing nodded immediately. He always felt that the temperament of the young man in front of him was different from others. He exuded a convincing aura. Qin Nan thought that after the little yellow chicken woke up, this matter would still need to be handled by the little yellow chicken. In fact, he also had a selfish motive, because the dishes cooked by Master Jing were really delicious and very much to his taste, so he wanted to continue eating the dishes cooked by Master Jing in the future. By the time Qin Nan and Wang Jingjin left the restaurant, it was already dark. At this time, all kinds of cartoon lights were on in the amusement park, and very cheerful music was playing, as if you were in a world of communication. Jingjin, Uncle Qin will take you to ride the carousel. Qin Nan took Wang Jingjin's hand and walked with her on the road. Then Uncle Qin will help Jingjin take nice photos. Since Jingjin is going to be a princess soon, I want my mother to see it too. Wang Jingjin was holding a packaged meal in her hand. It was a meal with a big white pattern that she chose for Wang Yani. Because Wang Yani is like to buy to Wang Jingjin. No matter what happens, her mother will always give her the warmest embrace. Every time Wang Jingjin hugs Wang Yani, she feels very safe. Although Wang Yani is busy with work and sometimes cannot take care of her, Wang Jingjin feels that she is the happiest child in the world as long as she can hug her mother to sleep every night. Qin Nan took Wang Jingjin for a walk in the amusement park. He looked at the lights around him and suddenly felt as if he had returned to his childhood. Uncle Qin, did you come to the amusement park when you were a child? Wang Jingjin suddenly asked. Qin Nan nodded, his dark eyes reflecting the warm yellow lights. Uncle Qin also liked to come to the amusement park when he was little. But that was a long, long time ago. But Jingjin sees that Uncle Qin is still very young. Why did it happen so long ago? Wang Jingjin looked at Qin Nan innocently. Chapter 138 The Little Yellow Chicken is Back. Qin Nan looked at the lights in the amusement park and said slowly, Uncle Qin is already an adult, so Jingjin, if you have anything you want to do, you must tell Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin will definitely help you realize it. Really, Uncle Qin? Wang Jingjin asked in surprise. Jingjin, if you have any wishes, tell Uncle Qin everything. Qin Nan looked at Wang Jingjin and blinked his big eyes, really thinking seriously. Uncle Qin, Jingjin can't think of it now, but if I think of it in the future, can I still tell you? Wang Jingjin raised her head and spoke innocently. Of course, Uncle Qin is on standby at any time, Qin Nan said jokingly with a smile. He finally brought Wang Jingjin to the carousel, and Wang Jingjin was immediately attracted to it. Wow! Uncle Qin! Is this the carousel you mentioned? It's so beautiful! Wang Jingjin was a little girl after all, and she was immediately amazed when she saw the carousel. At this time, the carousel was lit up, just like a pumpkin carriage in a fairy tale world. Not to mention the children, there were also many young boys and girls happily lining up. Jingjin, when you sit on the carousel, Uncle Qin will take your picture, okay? Chen-Nan said to her with a smile. You can choose the one you like and then sit on it. The carousel will spin around. Okay. Wang Jinjin's attention was completely attracted by the carousel, and she couldn't wait to go on it. Jinjin, be careful. Uncle Chen will take pictures of you here. Chen-Nan reminded again. Jinjin, be obedient. Wang Jinjin nodded, then showed the staff her high-level VIP ticket. Don't worry, sir, we will accompany the child. The staff member said to Chen-Nan very considerately. Okay, thank you for your help. Chen-Nan nodded, then took out his mobile phone to take a photo of Wang Jinjin. So Wang Jinjin, accompanied by the staff, went to prepare to ride the Ferris wheel. Chen-Nan watched Wang Jinjin walk in, choose for a long time, and finally chose a pony, then sat on it with the help of the staff. Chen-Nan smiled unconsciously. Wang Jinjin looked at him, and waved at him with a bright smile. He also waved to Wang Jinjin. Master! 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 At this moment, the little yellow chicken suddenly appeared and threw itself onto Chen-Nan's shoulders, crying. Little Yellow is back! Your Little Yellow is back! Master, I miss you so much! When Chen-Nan saw Xiao Huang coming back, he was also very happy. Xiao Huang, you finally ended your hibernation. He glanced at his phone and realized it wasn't even 3 hours yet, so he asked in confusion. I heard from the Godly Rich system that you need to sleep for 3 hours. It's not even 3 hours yet, how come you're already awake? Master, because the Godly Rich system detected that you defeated something you were afraid of and improved your own attribute values. My attribute values also increased, and I ended my hibernation early. It seems that my trick really works. Chen-Nan showed a proud smile on his face, and couldn't wait to show off to the little yellow chicken. Little yellow chicken, in order to improve my attribute values, I decided to eat garlic, which I never eat. Then I came up with an idea. I asked the chef at the amusement park restaurant to make a dish with garlic without the garlic smell, so my attribute values were improved. Chen-Nan said proudly. Xiao Huang, isn't your master very smart? You're worthy of being my little yellow chicken's master. Awesome! The little yellow chicken jumped for joy. Master, I feel like I haven't seen you in ages. I was really surprised by your hibernation this time. Because you were afraid of heights when you were riding the roller coaster before, you were forced to sleep, Chen-Nan said to the little yellow chicken. But it shouldn't happen again in the future. As long as I can overcome the things I fear, you won't be afraid of these things either. Master, I didn't expect you to do so much for Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang is really touched. The little yellow chicken now had tears in his eyes. He hugged Chen-Nan's arm with his 2 wings and said loudly, Okay, Xiao Huang, you've had enough of this sad drama. Although Chen-Nan said this, the smile on his face was very happy. He even stretched out his finger and touched the little yellow chicken's head. He has now become accustomed to the presence of the little yellow chicken, so he doesn't feel lonely anymore. Oh, right, little yellow. Chen-Nan remembered what happened with the chef just now, so he said to the little yellow chicken. When I was eating in the restaurant just now, the system dropped a task, and I need to wait until you wake up to complete it. Master, just give me your orders. I, the little yellow chicken, am full of energy now, said the little yellow chicken jumping around. I'll have a chef come to the Dongmu group tomorrow, so you should buy me a 5-star restaurant right now. I want this chef to be the chef of my restaurant, Chen-Nan said with a smile. This chef's cooking is delicious, so I can eat here often. Oh, right. He thought of something and quickly added. The restaurant we acquire should be near the Dongmu group, which will be more convenient. No problem, master. I, Little Yellow, can handle it in minutes. The little yellow chicken happily spun around and immediately said to Chen-Nan. Master, it's done. We've acquired a 5-star restaurant about 500 meters away from the Dongmu group. You can change the name to your liking. So fast. Chen-Nan opened his eyes wide in surprise. How come you are so efficient now? Even faster than before. Haha. Master, didn't Xiao Huang just say that if your attribute values increase, my work efficiency will also become higher and higher? The little yellow chicken said happily. That's too fast. Chen-Nan was still a little surprised. After thinking for a moment, he continued to say to the little yellow chicken. Then change the name of this restaurant to Pin's Hang. No problem, master. What does this Pin's Hang mean? The little yellow chicken asked in confusion. Pins hang means fashionable tastes. Chen Nan smiled. Actually, I just think that whether it's dishes or things we do, we should be bold in innovation. Chen Nan was inspired by the shrimp and green bean puree he had eaten. This dish is not very common, but it is very delicious. Master, I feel like I missed something during the 3 hours I was away. The little yellow chicken sighed slightly, with a hint of loss in his tone. Chapter 139. She is a real princess. Little yellow chicken, there's nothing to be sad about. I will have many tasks for you to do in the future. Chen Nan knew that the little yellow chicken was actually a very lively artificial intelligence, and this might be its setting. But just like what the little yellow chicken said, now their attribute values are increasing, so the little yellow chicken can feel many emotions that it has not felt before. Okay. The little yellow chicken was happy when he heard what Chen Nan said. Uncle Chen! Uncle Chen! Remember to take a picture of me! At this moment, the carousel had started. Wang Jinjin sat on the carousel and shouted to Chen Nan with a smile. Okay. Chen Nan immediately responded to Wang Jinjin, and then quickly took out his mobile phone to take a picture of Wang Jinjin. He was so engrossed in talking to the little yellow chicken just now that he almost forgot to take a picture of Wang Jinjin. Master, is this a carousel? The little yellow chicken saw a carousel for the first time, and his tone was full of surprise. Yes, look how happy Jinjin is having. Chen Nan unconsciously smiled warmly and said to the little yellow chicken while taking pictures of Wang Jinjin. Wang Jinjin's smile in the photo is extremely bright, and she really looks like a carefree little princess. Jinjin is smiling so happily. I have never seen Jinjin smile so happily. The little yellow chicken also noticed Jinjin. Little yellow chicken, actually, I should thank you for this. It was you who reminded me to bring Jinjin to the amusement park. Chen Nan looked at the little yellow chicken and said sincerely, This matter has nothing to do with the system task. It's just my personal gratitude. When the little yellow chicken heard what Chen Nan said, he was stunned and immediately burst into tears. Master! Oh my God! I haven't been here for just 3 hours, little yellow chicken, and you already miss me so much? The little yellow chicken immediately pounced on Chen Nan's face, hugged his face with its wings, and cried, Master! Master! The little yellow chicken will never leave you again. I will never hibernate again. Ha ha! Okay, Chen Nan said with a smile. Although he couldn't feel the little yellow chicken's wings, it was indeed very dazzling in front of his face. After Wang Jinjin finished riding the carousel, she ran over happily. Run slower, Jinjin. Don't fall! Chen Nan saw Wang Jinjin jumping towards him, just like a lively and cute little rabbit. Princess Jinjin, is the carousel fun? Chen Nan took Wang Jinjin's little hand and asked softly. Jinjin is a princess now! Jinjin is so happy! Wang Jinjin was jumping and spinning in circles happily. Chen Nan suddenly felt that she looked a bit like a little yellow chicken. Master, I think Jinjin is cute too, said the little yellow chicken with a smile, looking at Wang Jinjin with his 2 big eyes becoming curved with laughter. When Chen Nan drove Wang Jinjin home in the evening, Wang Jinjin had already fallen asleep in the back seat. It seems that Jinjin is really tired from playing this time, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Now that the little yellow chicken is back, he has become accustomed to chatting with the little yellow chicken in his heart. Look at Jinjin, she's so happy today. She'll definitely have a sweet dream when she goes home, the little yellow chicken said with a smile while sitting in the passenger seat. All right, Master. You've completed the task I assigned you and have now obtained information on the entertainment company's resource operations. The little yellow chicken rolled over like a furry ball. Master, this information has been transferred to the system. You drive now and we'll review it later. Okay. Chen Nan nodded and said. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that your social value has increased by 200 points. Congratulations to the host, today's social activities were completed very well. At this moment, the Shinhouse system's prompt sound appeared again. After Chen Nan returned home, Wan Yani did not go to sleep this time, but sat on the sofa waiting for them. Chen Nan was holding Wang Jinjin in his arms. She had fallen asleep and was sleeping soundly. Chen Nan. When Wan Yani saw Chen Nan holding Wang Jinjin and sleeping so soundly, a very warm smile immediately appeared on her face. Sure. Qin Nan made a silent gesture and said softly to Wang Yanni, Jinjin is tired from playing. I'll carry her to her room. Okay. Wang Yanni nodded, then followed Qin Nan upstairs to Wang Yanni's room. Duan was also very careful and took the initiative to help Qin Nan open the door, also very quietly. Qin Nan put Wang Jinjin on the bed very carefully. Wang Jinjin was sleeping so soundly that she didn't even think about it. Wang Yanni covered Wang Jinjin with a quilt, and then walked out of the room with Qin Nan. Sister Wang, you should go to bed soon. It's so late today and you still have to go to work tomorrow, Qin Nan said softly to Wang Yanni. Qin Nan, thank you for taking Jinjin to the amusement park today, Wang Yanni said to Qin Nan in a very sincere tone and with sincerity in her eyes. Sister Wang, I treat Jinjin as my own niece and my own child. Qin Nan suddenly thought of something and turned to Duan and said, Duan, bring the lunch box from the back seat of the car. Yes, master. Duan nodded respectfully, then turned and walked out. Sister Wang, this is what Jinjin brought back for you. You can take it to work and eat it tomorrow, Qin Nan continued to say to Wang Yanni with a smile. He took out the mini crystal ball from his pocket and handed it to Wang Yanni. And this crystal ball, it's also a souvenir that Jinjin really likes. Wang Yanni looked at the crystal ball in her hand, and her eyes felt a little sore. In fact, she also wanted to take Wang Jinjin to the amusement park, but she was too busy with work. Now that she saw Wang Jinjin having so much fun, she was also happy. Qin Nan. Wang Yanni wanted to say thank you, but was stopped by Qin Nan. Sister Wang, please don't say thank you. It's too formal. Qin Nan smiled and nodded. As long as Jinjin is happy, that's all that matters. Okay. Wang Yanni's eyes were already a little moist. Qin Nan, I made some midnight snacks. If you're hungry, go and have some. Well, Sister Wang, you should go back and rest. Qin Nan quickly sent Wang Yanni back to the room. He returned to his room and stretched. Master, you should also take a rest quickly. We have to go to Dongma Group tomorrow, and there are still many things to deal with, the little yellow chicken also said with concern. Don't worry, your master already has the skill of strong physical fitness, Qin Nan said to the little yellow chicken with a smile. I still want to look at the information now. Chapter 140 Tailor-made for Suka. Master, do you want to see the entertainment company's resource operation information now? The little yellow chicken asked again. Yes, transfer it out to me now. Qin Nan thought that he still had the task of conquering Suka. If he didn't strike while the iron was hot now, Suka's favorability towards him would probably decrease in a few days. Master, I will retrieve the information for you now. After the little yellow chicken said this, it turned around in a circle. The light blue screen appeared in front of Qin Nan again, with operational information about the entertainment company's resources on it. Qin Nan half leaned on the sofa, looking at the information in front of him carefully. Master, this is hot milk. Duan knocked on the door, walked in, and put a cup of hot milk on the coffee table in front of Qin Nan. Qin Nan looked at Duan in some confusion. Master, this is what I prepared for you, Duan said with concern. Duan knows you've been busy lately, so I thought drinking some hot milk at night would help you sleep. Duan, you are quite attentive now. Qin Nan smiled and picked up the cup and took a sip. Thank you. Master, Sister Wang prepared some midnight snacks for you in the kitchen. Would you like to have some? Duan asked again. I really can't eat anymore. Duan, why do you look like a cook now? Qin Nan said with a smile. Master, you're joking. Duan is your housekeeper, so I have to take care of your health as well. Duan looked at Qin Nan seriously and said. Duan, thank you so much. Qin Nan smiled helplessly, then drank the cup of hot milk. You can rest assured now, Qin Nan said. Duan nodded and picked up the empty cup. I'm relieved. After Duan left, Qin Nan continued to look at the light blue screen in front of him. Little yellow chicken, although these materials are also related to the operating company, I found that entertainment companies are indeed very different from traditional companies. Qin Nan looked at the materials carefully and said to Little Yellow Chicken. Yes, master. The little yellow chicken wore a white shirt and a pair of small glasses this time. Master, for entertainment companies, it's all about resources. Because these resources are still divided into different levels in the entertainment industry, the more famous the star, the better the resources. Because Chen Nan had the skills of the strongest brain, he only took 15 minutes to finish reading all the information. So that's how it is. Chen Nan nodded thoughtfully. It seems my previous idea was correct. We should still give Suku the resources she wants as a gift. Yes, Master. We discussed it before. Suku really wants to act and be a good actor. So my suggestion is that we should invest in a web drama and invite Suku to be the leading female role. The little yellow chicken said seriously. That makes sense. Chen Nan curled his lips. That's what I think too, but we still need to consider what kind of web series this is, and what kind of genre Suku is suitable for. Actually, my idea is that in order to increase Suku's favorability as quickly as possible, we should just listen to Suku's advice and tailor a drama that is very suitable for her. Chen Nan showed a confident smile on his face. He believed that for an artist who wants to act, he would not refuse such an opportunity. Master, you are so smart! The little yellow chicken said in admiration. You are worthy of being my master! Now you really look like a domineering president. In fact, the little yellow chicken also discovered that as Chen Nan's attribute values gradually increased, his personality and way of doing things also changed a lot, and he made great progress. That's settled then. Chen Nan nodded with a smile. Go to sleep. The next day, Chen Nan slept until the morning. When he opened his eyes, he saw more than a dozen missed calls on his phone, all from Lin Qing. He looked at his phone with sleepy eyes, thinking in his heart that Lin Qing is really a good employee. Master! Get up quickly! It's almost noon and we still have to go to Dongma Group. The little yellow chicken also chirped. Little yellow chicken, you look most like a chicken at this moment, Chen Nan said in a daze. Ah? Master, what does this mean? Asked the little yellow chicken. Because the chickens we humans raise wake up early before dawn. Chen Nan rubbed his eyes and said to the little yellow chicken. Humph! Master! You should get up now. The little yellow chicken ignored Chen Nan's teasing and continued to shout. Master! If you don't go to the company, school beauty Lin Qing will call you again. Lin Qing is really an excellent student. He is too serious, Chen Nan said helplessly. But he still sat up slowly and walked out of bed with a messy hair. Although he now has the ability to have a strong physique, his personal habit is still to stay in bed. Heh! Chen Nan yawned and rubbed his eyes. Master, your exclusive stylist is waiting for you, and your suit is ready. The little yellow chicken was very considerate, and had prepared everything for Chen Nan in advance. Chen Nan nodded with satisfaction. I think in a few days Duan's job will be replaced by you. I wouldn't dare! The little yellow chicken quickly shook his head. I wouldn't dare do Duan's job. With his personality, I'd be surprised if he didn't turn me into chicken soup. You speak as if it were true. You're an artificial intelligence, not a real chicken. How can I make chicken soup for you? Chen Nan joked. Master, I find that your sense of humor has decreased a lot. Humph! The little yellow chicken rolled his eyes and pretending to be angry. It jumped directly onto Chen Nan's messy hair and said to him, Master! Let's get going! Chen Nan thought to himself, you know what, the little yellow chicken on his chicken coop really does look like a laying hen. After Chen Nan finished his styling and changed into a suit, he looked like a spirited and domineering CEO. He drove a Bugatti Veyron to the company. As soon as the elevator reached his president's office, he heard Lin Qing's voice. Mr. Chen! I called you! Why didn't you answer? Although Lin Qing called him Mr. Chen, his tone was very anxious. Director Lin, my phone was on silent and I didn't hear it. Chen Nan smiled and nodded to Wang Xian and Ergang. Mr. Chen. Wang Xian immediately bowed slightly and politely. Wang Xian, how are you? Are you still adapting? Chen Nan asked with concern. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chen. I am familiarizing myself with the business and have already read 1/5 of it. Wang Xian answered seriously. Chapter 141: A dozen missed calls. Chen Nan knew that Wang Xian was a very motivated person, so he naturally didn't need to say much. Wang Xian, a chef will come to see me today, please pay attention. Yes, Mr. Chen. Wang Xian nodded respectfully, then looked at Lin Qing, who was still very angry at the moment, and tactfully returned to his desk. Lin Qing looked at Chen Nan, his tone still a little angry. Mr. Chen, I've been calling you all morning. Director Lin, I was busy until very late yesterday. Chen Nan smiled faintly. Director Lin, what can I do for you? I want to report to you about today's work. Lin Qing's tone softened when Chen Nan suddenly asked him this. Because actually, when she made the first call to Chen Nan in the morning, she wanted to use the opportunity of work to contact him. But he found that no one answered his phone. Lin Qing made more than 10 calls in a row, thinking that something had happened to Chen Nan, so he was very worried about him. Director Lin, from now on, the daily work arrangements of each department can be given directly to Wang Xian. He will hand it over to me when I arrive. Chen Nan smiled and said to Lin Qing. Chen Nan didn't think much about it and thought that Lin Qing really wanted to report to him. After all, he was now the president of Dongmu Group, so it was normal for Lin Qing to want to report to him. Okay. Lin Qing felt a little disappointed, and a little angry. Master! Master! At this moment, the little yellow chicken appeared, jumped onto Chen Nan's shoulder, and hurriedly said to him, Master, I think you still don't understand women's hearts. School belle Lin Qing called you because she cares about you, not because she really wants to report to you. Ah? Chen Nan then realized that he hadn't thought much about it just now. Now seeing Lin Qing's expression, he really looked a little sad. I really didn't think much about it, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Master, don't forget that you have conquered Lin Qing, so she likes you now. The little yellow chicken looked at Chen Nan with a wicked smile, as if he was laughing at a joke. Okay, got it, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. When I see your gossipy look, I think you deserve a beating. Hee. Master, I'm just reminding you with good intentions, the little yellow chicken said in a mean way. Chen Nan looked at Lin Qing again, his expression softening. He said to her, Director Lin, I just don't want you to be so tired from running around. My tone just now might not have been very nice, so don't take it to heart. He smiled and continued, Director Lin, your work ability is so strong because I trust you very much. That's why I am very confident in you and your work. Lin Qing's expression softened considerably after hearing what Chen Nan said. She nodded slightly and finally regained her smile. Mr. Chen, I understand what you mean. In fact, she called Chen Nan in the morning because she remembered that she got drunk at a food stall and later she couldn't remember how she got home. The nanny at home told her that it was Chen Nan who took her home. So she actually wanted to ask Chen Nan if she said anything drunken that day. Director Lin, let's go into the office and talk. Chen Nan politely gestured, please. Gang was very considerate and immediately took the initiative to open the office door. So, Lin Qing smiled and followed Chen Nan into the office. As soon as Chen Nan walked into the office and saw the high-end mahogany furniture, he thought of Guo Wanjin and looked a little impatient. Director Lin, when can you redecorate the office? I really can't accept this style, Chen Nan said helplessly. Mr. Chen, I have contacted the senior interior designer, who will come to discuss the plan with you this afternoon, Lin Qing said to Chen Nan. Okay, I'll have them start the construction as soon as possible. This office doesn't look like mine to me. Lin Qing looked around. There was even a painting of Wu Song fighting a tiger hanging on the wall. By the way, how is Jin Quanshan doing? Chen Nan asked seriously. He's been quiet these past 2 days, and his work remains the same as usual. I can't tell anything. Lin Qing also returned to his work state and continued to talk to Chen Nan. He's much more cunning than Guo Wanjin. He's an old fox. I know Jin Quanshan won't give up. Since he's holding back, let's just do our thing. Chen Nan thought for a moment and continued to say to Lin Qing, I'm currently contacting an internet live streaming company. Once our project is completed, we can start collaborating. Lin Qing didn't expect Chen Nan to be so efficient. Considering that he just said that he was busy until very late last night, he must have contacted these companies and was busy with work. When she thought of this, she felt that she had been wrong to keep calling Chen Nan in the morning. In fact, she had never done this before. From childhood to adulthood, it was always others who chased her. This was the first time she chased a man. Mr. Chen, which internet company do you want to cooperate with? Do you need me to do some preliminary research? Lin Qing asked quickly. Thank you, Director Lin, Chen Nan said with a smile. But I can handle this matter myself. Please help me arrange my work at the company so that I can focus on this project. This time, Chen Nan paid special attention to his wording, because he thought that Lin Qing's character was relatively noble, and he had a strong self-esteem. He had never encountered any setbacks since he was a child. Ding! The Xinhao system reminds the host that your emotional intelligence value has increased by 100 points. At this moment, the Xinhao system's prompt sound appeared. Chen Nan thought to himself, my life is so difficult. Okay, Mr. Chen, I will handle the work at the company. Lin Qing finally smiled this time. She nodded with a very serious tone. Mr. Chen, I just heard you and Ergang say, a chef will come to see you in a while. Why? Lin Qing looked at Chen Nan with some curiosity. She just heard the conversation between Chen Nan and Ergang, and didn't quite understand why Chen Nan wanted to ask a chef to come to the company. It's nothing serious, actually. I just recently acquired a 5-star restaurant and wanted to hire a great chef to be the head chef. Chef Zheng's dishes just happened to suit my taste, so I asked him to come to the company to find me. Chen Nan explained to Lin Qing. This is a good opportunity to improve our company's food. Employees can also eat at the restaurant and get a discount. Chapter 142, Dinner with Suke. Lin Qing laughed when he heard what Chen Nan said. Mr. Chen, it seems you are indeed a businessman. You opened a restaurant and let your employees eat there. It's really a good way to keep the wealth within the family. I'm not that kind of person. Chen Nan also smiled. The employees eat voluntarily, and I won't reduce their wages by a penny. Chen Nan chatted with Lin Qing for a while, and then Lin Qing left to deal with his own work. Chen Nan sat in front of the expensive mahogany desk and said to Little Yellow Chicken in his heart, Little Yellow Chicken, check Suke's schedule for tomorrow and see if she has time. Yes, master. The Little Yellow Chicken received the order and immediately turned around and did some operations. Master, I have checked Suke's schedule for tomorrow. She is free tomorrow and has no work. The Little Yellow Chicken said to Chen Nan. Please check Suke's phone number for me as well. Chen Nan leaned back in the chair, feeling that this mahogany chair was very uncomfortable to sit on. He stood up and chose to sit on the sofa. That kind of furniture was only suitable for a middle-aged man of Guo Wanjin's age. For him, seeing that furniture reminded him of Guo Wanjin and the dirty things he had done, which really made him feel disgusted. Master, I have found Suke's phone number for you and saved it directly in your mobile phone. The Little Yellow Chicken jumped onto the coffee table and said to Chen Nan. Well done. Chen Nan nodded and took out his cell phone from his suit pocket. He opened the memo and sure enough, Suke's cell phone number appeared in it. Chen Nan coughed twice, cleared his throat, and then dialed the phone. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. It might be because Suke saw that Chen Nan's mobile phone number was an unfamiliar number. Hello, Suke. Don't be afraid, I'm Chen Nan. Chen Nan knew that Su Keibi was a female celebrity after all, and she must be afraid that some pervert would call her, so he revealed his identity as soon as he came up. It's Mr. Chen. Suke's tone was obviously relieved. It seemed that Chen Nan had really guessed it. She took so long to answer the phone because she thought it was a harassing call. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry for taking so long to answer the phone. Suke's voice was very sweet. Because I didn't recognize your number, I thought you were some illegitimate fan. Chen Nan had previously read in the entertainment company's resource management data that sightseeing fans are extremely fanatical fans. These fans will not only find out the address, flight number, and phone number of their favorite stars, but will even wait in the stars' homes and follow their cars. It's really scary. Before, Chen Nan thought that this kind of sightseeing fans were too exaggerated, but hearing Suke's natural tone just now, it meant that she must have encountered sightseeing fans before. I'm sorry for being so presumptuous. I called you out of the blue, so I scared you. Chen Nan's tone was very gentlemanly. Suke, have you really encountered a sightseeing fan? Mr. Chen, please don't say that. Suke's laughter was very sweet. It sounds like I'm a little arrogant. In fact, for celebrities who are still popular now, they have all encountered sightseeing fans. I've encountered this many times before. In addition to harassing me over the phone, they also follow me in cars. Following a car is really too dangerous and can easily cause traffic accidents. So I'm really extra careful now. I don't even dare to open the curtains at home because I'm afraid of being secretly photographed by fans. Suka sounded a little helpless when he spoke. Chin Nan had never imagined that being a celebrity had so many problems. He had never been involved in the entertainment industry before and only thought that being a celebrity was a glamorous profession with easy money. But now it seems that these stars actually have their own sad stories behind them. Mr. Chin, I'm sorry to complain to you about these things. Suka smiled a little embarrassedly. Why did you call me? Chin Nan came back to his senses and said to Suku, Look, didn't I promise to give you a birthday present before? To thank you for inviting me to your birthday party. Then I thought about it for a few days and finally thought of what to give you. Chin Nan curled his lips and said slowly, I don't have any other intentions. You can refuse me. Because Chin Nan knew that there were unspoken rules in this industry, and he was calling Suka as the president of Tianxing Entertainment Company, so he couldn't let Suka think that he wanted to take advantage of her. Mr. Chin, the last time I saw you at KTV, I knew you weren't that kind of person. Suka said jokingly, his tone smiling. I think you're quite different from the bosses in this circle. That's good. Chin Nan also laughed and continued. Then, Miss Suku, are you free tomorrow? I don't have any announcements tomorrow. Suka's tone was also somewhat joyful. But Mr. Chin actually prepared a birthday present for me, which really makes me feel very embarrassed. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Since I promised you before, of course I have to do it. Chin Nan smiled and joked. Although I don't look like a boss in this industry, I am also a boss who keeps his word. Ha! Mr. Chin, you are so humorous. Suka's laughter was very sweet and very pleasant to hear. Then meet at Pin Heng Restaurant at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, Chin Nan said with a smile. Pin's Hang? Suka's tone was a little puzzled. I don't think I've heard of this restaurant. This is a newly opened restaurant. You'll know if you check it out. Chin Nan curled his lips. Oh, okay, Mr. Chin, see you tomorrow. Suka agreed. After hanging up the phone with Suku, Wang Xian knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Chin, Chef Xing is here, Wang Xian said. Chin Nan nodded and said, Let him in. Master! Master! You made an appointment with Suku to have dinner at Pin Heng Restaurant tomorrow. Will it be in time? The little yellow chicken asked worriedly. It's not too late, it's not too late. I believe in Chef Feng's ability. Chin Nan smiled. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Chef Xing was not wearing a chef's uniform or hat, but had changed into casual clothes. Chin Nan didn't recognize him at first. Hello, Chef Xing, we meet again. Chin Nan looked at Chef Xing with a casual smile. As soon as Chef Xing saw Chin Nan, he immediately showed a very shocked expression and stood there in a daze for a moment. He never imagined that the special guest yesterday was actually the president of Dongmu Group. Chapter 143, Give the Task to Master Xing. Although he guessed that Chin Nan must be a very rich man, he did not expect that he actually had such a big company. Master Xing, why are you so stupid? Chin Nan joked with a smile. He walked up to Master Xing and said to him with a smile, You know what, I think you look more energetic in your chef's uniform. Master Xing finally came to his senses and looked at Chin Nan, feeling a little helpless. Mr. Chin, Mr. Chin. Master Xing rubbed his hands nervously, not daring to look at Chin Nan. Master Xing, don't be so nervous. Didn't you have a good chat with me yesterday? Chin Nan looked at Master Xing with a smile. Yesterday, Chin Nan was dressed in casual clothes, looking energetic and handsome. But today, he was wearing a very luxurious suit, and his whole body exuded a strong aura of elites, with a truly imposing aura. Mr. Chin, yesterday, I really didn't know who you were, Master Xing said cautiously. If I knew who you were, I definitely wouldn't have spoken to you like that. Master Xing, don't be so nervous. Chin Nan smiled and patted Master Xing on the shoulder, saying to him, The dishes you make are really to my taste. You are a very good chef. Chef Xing was slightly startled and looked at Chin Nan. For a chef, receiving recognition from the guests is the greatest sense of accomplishment. Master Xing, actually I asked you to come here today because I recently acquired a restaurant, and renamed it Pin Heng Restaurant. I want you to be the head chef of my restaurant. The salary will be 3 times that of an average 5-star chef. What do you think? Chin Nan said to Master Xing with a smile. When Master Xing heard what Chin Nan said, he was stunned again and his eyes widened in surprise. Yesterday, Chen Nan said he would help him, even if it meant beating him to death. He never thought that Chen Nan would actually say today that he would make him a 5-star chef in his restaurant. Master Zheng, how is it? Chen Nan saw that Master Zheng was stunned again, and waved his hand in front of him with some amusement. Master! Master! The little yellow chicken was also amused by Master Deng's reaction. It said with a smile, Master Zheng may be frightened because happiness came too suddenly. Master Zheng has a very honest personality, Chen Nan also said with a smile. Mr. Chen, I'm just a little flattered, Chef Xing said innocently. I never thought I would actually have the opportunity to become the head chef of a 5-star restaurant. As he spoke, Master Zheng's eyes began to turn red. I really never imagined that this day would actually come. Master Zheng, just cook well in my restaurant. I don't have any requirements. As long as you can make more delicious food for me, that's enough, Chen Nan said sincerely. Mr. Chen, how can I thank you? I really don't know what to say. Chef Xing finally showed a happy smile. This is a very important thing for a chef. Chen Nan could tell that Chef Xing was a very determined chef. He wasn't just trying to make an edible meal, but to create a work of art in his mind. It was because Chen Nan saw this that he wanted to help him. Master Xing, I have a small problem for you. Chen Nan thought for a moment and said to Master Xing, I'm inviting a very important friend to dinner at the restaurant tomorrow evening at 6. She's a female celebrity, and I'd like you to cook for her and show off your skills. Mr. Chen, don't worry. I've served upper-class people in my previous restaurant, so I understand. Master Zheng's eyes immediately lit up with fighting spirit, and he vowed to Chen Nan. Mr. Chen, I will definitely use my best skills to make your meal here a truly honorable one. Ha! Okay. Master Zheng, please go directly to the restaurant in a while. I will go over to take a look at the dishes after I get off work in the evening. Chen Nan reached out and patted Master Zheng on the shoulder and said to him, Mr. Chen, I will complete the task successfully. Master Zheng actually saluted Chen Nan. Haha! Okay, Master Zheng, then I'll leave it to you. Chen Nan thought Master Zheng was very cute and looked very honest. After Master Zheng left, the little yellow chicken jumped out and rolled back and forth on the coffee table laughing. Ha! Master! It's so funny! Master Zheng really looks like a Winnie the Pooh, the little yellow chicken said with a smile. Little yellow chicken, you even know about Winnie the Pooh? Chen Nan also laughed. It seems that you already have cartoons in your system. My attribute values are getting higher and higher, and I, the little yellow chicken, understand more and more about you humans. The little yellow chicken looked at Chen Nan proudly and said proudly, Okay. You little yellow chicken are no longer the little yellow chicken you used to be. You are now a fighter among the little yellow chickens. Chen Nan teased with a smile. I know. The little yellow chicken immediately raised its wings and said excitedly, This is a line from the skit. A fighter among roosters. Ha! Little yellow chicken, you are such a weirdo. Chen Nan smiled and reached out to touch the little yellow chicken's head. Afterwards, Chen Nan looked at the information again in his office, and it was time for lunch. Lin Qing knocked on the door, walked in, and said to Chen Nan with a smile, Mr. Chen, it's time for lunch. You haven't been to our company cafeteria yet, right? How about I take you there for dinner? Chen Nan knew that Lin Qing liked him now, so he came to invite him to lunch. It happened that he had never visited the company before, so he said to Lin Qing, Lin Qing, I haven't visited the company yet. Can you show me around? Okay. Lin Qing showed a big smile on his face. Master! School beauty Lin Qing seems to always smile at you recently, said the little yellow chicken with a smile. Shut up, you gossipy chicken, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart unhappily. Lin Qing brought Chen Nan to the company's cafeteria. Because there were so many employees in the company, the cafeteria occupied an entire floor. When Chen Nan and Lin Qing appeared here, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lin Qing couldn't help but smile, but she was actually a little proud because she and Chen Nan were standing together, and everyone must have thought they had a very close relationship. Mr. Chen, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Lin Qing smiled and waved the meal card in his hand at Chen Nan. I can eat anything. I'm not picky. Chen Nan smiled and said. Chapter 144 Random Lucky Gift. Chen Nan and Lin Qing are undoubtedly a beautiful sight in the company's cafeteria. He actually knew Lin Qing's little thoughts, but Lin Qing was also the project director, so it was understandable that he, as the president, was closer to the project director. Master! Master! There are so many people in the cafeteria! The little yellow chicken also jumped out. Although it does not eat human food, when it sees so many employees in the cafeteria eating, even it thinks it smells delicious. Look, look! Mr. Chen has changed into another suit. It looks like it's from Hermes. Mr. Chen is really young and promising, and he's so handsome. Didn't you see Mr. Chen and Director Lin walking together? They really are a perfect match. All the employees around were looking at Chen Nan and Lin Qing, especially the female employees, whose eyes were fixed on Chen Nan. Master, it seems that you are still very popular in the company. The little yellow chicken stood on Chen Nan's shoulder, enjoying the gazes of others very much, although the employees could not see it. That's a must, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart with a smile. Your master's current charm is no joke. He was joking with the little yellow chicken in his heart, but when he looked at the other employees, the smile on his face was still faint. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that you have completed the random task dropped by the system and helped Chef Xing. The system rewards you with a mysterious gift. Please check it. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Shinhouse system appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. Little yellow chicken, we have another mysterious gift, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Hurry up and open it to see what this mysterious gift is. Okay. Master. The little yellow chicken immediately turned around, and the light blue screen appeared in front of Chen Nan. The little yellow chicken opened the backpack, and a small bag appeared inside. What is this? Chen Nan looked at the small bag. He had never seen such a mysterious gift before, so he was very curious. At this moment, Lin Qing turned around and saw Chen Nan seemed to be in a daze, so he said to him, Mr. Chen, what are you thinking about? Chen Nan came back to his senses, smiled at Lin Qing, and said, I was just thinking that the food in our company's cafeteria is really good. It's really good. We have a wide variety of dishes. In addition to the 3 daily dishes, we also have desserts and afternoon tea. Lin Qing smiled and continued to Chen Nan. So our employees still like the cafeteria very much, because our cafeteria caters to the tastes of employees from different places. This is very humane, Chen Nan said with a smile. In fact, he was thinking about going to see what the mysterious gift was, but Lin Qing was talking to him at this moment, so he became even more curious. Director Lin, I see there's a snail noodle shop over there. I really want to eat it. Could you please buy some for me? Chen Nan took a casual look and saw the snail noodle shop window, so he said to Lin Qing, Mr. Chen, do you like this? Lin Qing laughed immediately. You have a really strong taste. Lin Qing smiled and nodded, pointing to an empty table next to him, and said to Chen Nan, Mr. Chen, please sit here and wait for me. I'll go buy some food. Okay. Chen Nan walked to the empty chair and sat down. The employees around were originally talking and laughing, but as soon as they saw Chen Nan sitting there, the surroundings immediately became quiet. Little yellow chicken, please show me what the mysterious gift is. I'm really curious, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Yes, master. The little yellow chicken clicked on the small bag, and a small pill appeared inside. What is this, a little yellow chicken? Chen Nan looked at the small pill with some curiosity. Master, this mysterious gift is really great, Xiao Huang said to Chen Nan with a smile. It dropped randomly, just like a lucky wheel, and this time it's your turn. Tell me quickly, what on earth is this thing? Chen Nan became even more curious after hearing what the little yellow chicken said. After you take this pill, you will have a beautiful face. The little yellow chicken looked at Chen Nan with a smile and continued. It can make you stay young forever. Ah? Is it an elixir of immortality? Chen Nan looked at the small pill on the screen in surprise. There really is such a thing. No, no, no! The little yellow chicken shook its head and continued to explain to Chen Nan. Master, you humans are so greedy. This little pill can slow down your aging process. After you take it, you will age half as slowly as others. So that's how it is. That's quite miraculous. Chin-Nan looked at the little pill in surprise and said to the little yellow chicken, If I take this little pill, I can keep my handsome face. Master, eat quickly, this mysterious gift is really random. The little yellow chicken urged Chin-Nan. Come on, I'll take it now. Chin-Nan felt that the function of this small pill was very magical. It could actually delay aging. Although he was a man, a handsome face was also very important to him. So, the little yellow chicken took the small pill from the light blue screen and put it in Chin-Nan's hand. Chin-Nan put the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. Mr. Chin, what are you eating? Just at this time, Lin Qing came back and saw Chin-Nan seemed to be taking medicine, so he asked hurriedly. Chin-Nan was stunned for a moment. He didn't notice Lin Qing just now. Ahem. Chin-Nan coughed twice, quickly regaining his composure, and explained to Lin Qing. What I just took was vitamins. Mr. Chen, why don't you drink some water when taking vitamins? Lin Qing quickly handed Chin-Nan a glass of juice. This is freshly squeezed juice. Our company's fruits are all fresh that day. Drink it quickly. Yeah. Chin-Nan picked up the cup and took a sip. Just now, Lin Qing suddenly called him, causing him to almost choke on the little pill. Chin-Nan put the snail noodles in front of him, while he ate a healthy salad and borscht. This tastes a bit weird. Chin-Nan had never eaten snail noodles before. However, when he was working at the joint venture, he saw Xie Ying and others eating it often. Mr. Chin, people who like this snail noodle really like it, but people who don't like it might find it unacceptable. Lin Qing looked at Chin-Nan curiously. I can't accept it anyway, so let's see if Mr. Chin can accept it. Chin-Nan smelled it, and found that the snail noodles tasted really sour and stinky. Chapter 145 Manager Jean is angry. Master! Master! Even I can smell this, you'd better not eat it. The little yellow chicken turned around. I found out that this snail noodle is really something special. Those who like it love it like their life, and those who don't like it want to die. That's not the case. Chin-Nan looked at the snail noodles with a helpless expression. I want to see how good this snail noodle is. Humph! So, Chin-Nan picked up the chopsticks and smiled at Lin Qing. Then I'll try it. Master! You are so awesome! I almost fainted when I smelled this. The little yellow chicken pinched its nose with its little wings, flew to the other side of the table, and said to him. Lin Qing looked at Chin-Nan with curiosity in his eyes. At this moment, the employees around him also stopped eating and looked towards Chin-Nan. Look, it looks like our CEO Chin is going to eat snail noodles. Yes, I didn't expect that. Our President Chin is really down to earth. Actually, I was quite surprised that he could come to the cafeteria. The employees were talking quietly. After hearing what the employees said, Chin-Nan thought to himself that this was a good opportunity to make his employees feel that he was a very approachable boss. As the saying goes, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world, so Chin-Nan must take this opportunity to build closer relationships with his employees. Chin-Nan picked up the snail noodles with chopsticks, and the aroma was indeed very strong. He took a bite, and the surrounding employees and Lin Qing all looked at his expression curiously. Mr. Chin, how is it? Is it delicious? Lin Qing was almost trying to hold back his laughter. Master, are you still alive? The little yellow chicken also pinched his nose and asked hurriedly. Chin-Nan paused for a moment, looking at the bowl of snail noodles in front of him, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Oh, not bad! After saying that, he actually started eating the snail noodles in big mouthfuls. Ah? Lin Qing looked at Chin-Nan in surprise. Oh my! Look at Mr. Chin, he actually likes to eat snail noodles. Our CEO Chin is really down to earth. I thought he ate French cuisine every day. Who says it's not? Seeing Mr. Chin eating so deliciously, I want to eat it too. The employees around were also stunned, looking at Chin-Nan as if they were watching a food show. Master, are you okay? Is this really delicious? The little yellow chicken looked at Chin-Nan in disbelief. As far as it could understand, it was really hard to understand why its owner would love to eat something with such a bad smell. Little yellow chicken, let me tell you, you really don't understand this. You can't comprehend it, Chin-Nan said to little yellow chicken in his heart, while eating the snail noodles. This snail noodle really smells bad but tastes delicious. And the more you eat, the more addictive it becomes. The little yellow chicken was stunned when he saw Chen Nan eating so happily. It's really hard for humans to understand. After Chen Nan and Lin Qing had lunch in the cafeteria, the news that he ate snail noodles in the cafeteria spread throughout the company. The employees in the company were talking about it that afternoon. They felt that Chen Nan was not only young, handsome and smart, but also very down-to-earth. He was not the kind of leader who was high and mighty. This matter also reached Jin Qianshan's ears. He was working in the planning department's office when his assistant told him about it. Humph! Jin Qianshan sneered. During the previous meeting, he had wanted to embarrass Chen Nan, but he didn't expect that not only did he fail to bring Chen Nan down, but he also made Chen Nan the center of attention. It's just a trifle, nothing more than acting, trying to make employees feel that I'm approachable. Jin Qianshan's eyes darkened, and he looked very sinister with a pointed face and monkey cheeks. I think so. The assistant glanced at Jin Qianshan cautiously and said in a low voice. But the employees seem to be very fond of this. They have been discussing this matter all afternoon, and they seem to have a good impression of Mr. Chen. What do they know? Jin Qianshan gritted his teeth. What do those low-level employees know? They're just our company's cheap labor. Only that brat Chen Nan treats them like human beings. Don't the real big projects still depend on the top management? Yes, Manager Jin is right. The assistant quickly agreed, continuing. But manager, I think Mr. Chen's actions now show that he's preparing to take full control of the company. Otherwise, he wouldn't go to the cafeteria at noon when there are so many people. He simply wants all the employees to know him. Do I need to tell you this? Get out! Jin Qianshan was furious and yelled angrily, throwing the information in his hand away. Sorry, manager. I'm leaving now. The assistant quickly lowered his head to pick up the documents on the ground and ran out in a panic. Jin Qianshan panted angrily and said viciously, Chen Nan, I won't let you take the position of CEO so easily. Chen Nan was in his office at this time, looking at the project report given to him by Lin Qing. This reward actually includes all the projects in Jin Qianshan's department, all of which are under the charge of Jin Qianshan's subordinates. Mr. Chen, these data are reported to the company on the surface, Lin Qing said to Chen Nan seriously. But judging by the style of that old fox Jin Qianshan, I'm afraid he must have many projects that he has not reported. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to have so much gray income. Gray income? Chen Nan knew that Jin Qianshan must be the same as Guowan Jin, and would definitely cook the books behind the scenes. Lin Qing nodded. That's for sure, but there's no evidence. Jin Qianshan is even more cunning than Guowan Jin. His accounts are extremely detailed, so there's nothing wrong with them. Then can you be so sure that he has gray income? Chen Nan asked with a curl of his lips. Jin Qianshan is just this kind of greedy person, so this is for sure. Lin Qing nodded and continued. Although I am the project director, my authority is still not as high as Jin Qianshan's. I can't find out at all. Chen Na looked at Wang Xian, who was standing beside her, and asked, Assistant Wang, what do you think? Wang Xian hadn't expected Chen Nan to actually ask for his opinion. He was stunned for a moment, then thought carefully and said to Chen Nan, Mr. Chen, I believe there's no such thing as a completely impenetrable wall. Although Manager Jin is very rigorous in his accounting, this is also his weakness. What does this mean? Lin Qing looked at Wang Xian puzzledly and said, Manager Jin's accounts are done by a dedicated person, who is his confidant. There will definitely be no loopholes. Chapter 146. Everyone has flaws. Chen Nan looked at Lin Qing and Wang Xian with interest. Wang Xian, what do you think? After hearing what Chen Nan said, Wang Xian mustered up his courage and explained to Lin Qing. As long as they are human, there will definitely be flaws. Ha! Chen Nan laughed and patted Wang Xian, his tone very relieved. Wang Xian, I really didn't misjudge you. Chen Nan knew Wang Xian was a programmer before, and he was definitely a smart guy. It was just that he had no place to use his talents before. As a good leader, Chen Nan naturally had to be good at using the resources around him. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that your social value has increased by 100 points, your leadership ability has increased by 100 points, and your IQ has increased by 100 points. At this moment, the Shinhouse System's prompt sound appeared again. Lin Qing thought about it for a while before he understood what Wang Xian meant. Although the person who did the accounting for Jin Quanshan was a subordinate he trusted very much, Wang Xian's meaning was that people are uncontrollable. As long as he grasped the weakness of the person who did the accounting, he could also grasp Jin Qianshan's weakness. That's true, but, Lin Qing said seriously, but the person who does Jin Qianshan's accounting isn't from our company at all, so he's definitely hard to find. Plus, accounting issues are Jin Qianshan's weakness, so he'll definitely protect it. It won't be easy for us to find this person. That's indeed true. Wang Xian nodded hesitantly and said with his head down. But this idea is correct. Chen Nan immediately encouraged Wang Xian. Wang Xian, as long as your idea is correct, you are already halfway to success. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Wang Xian smiled gratefully, his expression noticeably more relaxed. He was actually so cautious because he was afraid of betraying Chen Nan's trust. Now we need to investigate Jin Qianshan's secret projects and the people responsible for his accounting. Chen Nan smiled at Lin Qing and Wang Xian. You are the people I trust the most. I believe that as long as we work together, there is nothing we can't accomplish. Yes, Mr. Chen, Wang Xian said confidently. Okay, Mr. Chen. Lin Qing looked at Chen Nan with a smile. I really can't do anything with you, but I think it's a good challenge. After Lin Qing and Wang Xian left the office, the little yellow chicken jumped out. Master! Master! The little yellow chicken said, hopping and skipping. Do you want me to help you investigate the matter of Jin Quanshan? Chen Nan smiled and shook his head. Little yellow chicken, let's leave this matter to Lin Qing and Wang Xian first. Why? Asked the little yellow chicken in confusion. In addition to the live streaming sales project I previously had to complete at Dongma Group, I also needed to gain recognition from my employees. Chen Nan said confidently, his lips curled. Although Jin Quanshan is my biggest enemy right now, I'm willing to hand this difficult task over to Lin Qing and Wang Xian, whom I trust. This way they'll feel valued. Master, you are worthy of your name! The little yellow chicken immediately gave a thumbs up. As expected, the current master is a domineering president. Chen Nan nodded proudly. I don't take Jin Quanshan seriously at all. If I want, I can help you find some dirt on him in a matter of minutes. But why not stay in Jin Quanshan now to consolidate our position in the company? He smiled confidently, his eyes revealing a capable look. Let that old fox show off for a while. Master, I really admire you more and more now, the little yellow chicken said admiringly. You are not only a handsome man, but you also have a top-notch IQ. You are truly a combination of wisdom and beauty. It's a nice thing to say, but it always sounds a bit artificial when it comes out of your mouth. Chen Nan joked with the little yellow chicken. Master, I, the little yellow chicken, am serious. The little yellow chicken nodded confidently and said, Mr. Chen, the interior designer is here and wants to confirm the plan with you. At this moment, Wang Xian knocked on the door and came in and said, Well, let the designer come in. Chen Nan nodded, thinking to himself, this designer is finally here. He can't stand the decoration style of this office anymore. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am the interior designer invited by Director Lin. My name is Blunt. The designer walked in and said to Chen Nan with a smile. Chen Nan looked up and saw a young boy with golden hair and light-colored eyes, looking very sunny. Hello, Bronte. Chen Nan saw that the young man was not very old. Could he be the top designer that Lin Qing was talking about? Mr. Chen, I just came back from abroad and graduated from one of the top 5 art schools in the world. Blunt seemed to see Chen Nan's doubts, so he said with a smile. Although he looks like a teenager, he speaks in a steady manner. Chen Nan nodded. As long as it's professional, I'm not that conservative. So, Mr. Chen, what style of design do you want? Blunt asked as he looked around the office at the design styles. There was a middle-aged man here before. Blunt smiled. It seems he likes smoking cigars. Chen Nan was slightly startled. He had never mentioned the cigar matter to Blunt, so he asked curiously, How did you know? Blunt pointed to the ceiling above his office chair. It's all blackened here by cigarettes. Normal cigarettes don't have this big of a burnt ring or this deep a color. Only cigars do. Chen Nan looked at Blunt with a hint of surprise in his eyes, thinking, oh my. This boy is really talented. Not bad. I want to have him. Master, what are you thinking about? The little yellow chicken immediately said to Chin Nan with a wicked smile. What are you thinking about? This Blunt has very strong observation skills. I want him to be my employee. Chin Nan rolled his eyes in his heart and said unhappily to the little yellow chicken. That's what I mean. Hee hee, said the little yellow chicken in a mean way. Ding! The Shin House system reminds the host to drop a random task. Persuade Blunt to become his employee, and you will receive a mysterious gift. At this moment, the Shin House system's prompt sound appeared again. Then I must complete this task. I definitely want this talent. If I can get a mysterious gift, I want it even more, Chin Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. I like a more modern style, preferably with some artistic touches. Chin Nan looked at Blunt. And the most important thing is, I only give you 3 days to decorate. Chapter 147 Designing on the Spot. When Blunt heard what Chin Nan said, he turned and looked at him. Master! Isn't this request too demanding? Generally speaking, it takes a lot of time for a designer to design the drawings. Add on the decoration, it will take at least 2 weeks at the fastest. The little yellow chicken thought for a while and said to Chin Nan, If this Blunt is truly talented, then he can do it. Chin Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Only if he completes the task I assign him will I be willing to make him my employee at any cost, because this is his ability. Master, I find that you are becoming more and more like a domineering president, the little yellow chicken said praisingly. I, your master, am a domineering president, Chin Nan said proudly in his heart. Mr. Chin, your request is really very demanding. Blunt tilted his head and smiled. The boy's face still showed a hint of childishness, but his eyes were very mature and steady. His slightly curly golden hair makes Blunt look a little playful. How about it? Can this request be met? Chin Nan curled his lips. In fact, as soon as he saw Blunt's expression, he already knew the answer. Blunt looked around the office again, his eyes very calm, and suddenly a very confident smile appeared on his face. He said to Chin Nan, Mr. Chin, it can be done. But that will require Mr. Chin to pay more, Blunt added. Of course, you name the price, Chin Nan said to Blunt with a generous smile and his hands in his pockets. Mr. Chin is really generous. Blunt took out the laptop from his bag, put it on the coffee table, and sat on the sofa. Master, what is he doing? The little yellow chicken asked in some confusion. Let me see. Chin Nan walked over and saw that Blunt had already opened the design software and started designing on the spot according to the requirements Chin Nan had just mentioned. What? Mr. Chin is also interested in this? Blunt asked with a smile. Chin Nan nodded. It's quite interesting. This is a 3D imaging technology. It scans the real scene of your office and then adds the data to my computer. In this way, I can first design a real-life picture on the computer. If you are satisfied, we can start construction, Blunt explained to Chin Nan while building the picture. That's really convenient. Chin Nan looked at Blunt's computer and saw a real picture of his office. Although these furniture are expensive, they're really too old-fashioned. Brown clicked his mouse. Looking at Mr. Chin, who is so young and successful, he must like modern styles. How about this style? Blunt looked at Chin Nan confidently. Chin Nan also sat down next to Blunt and looked at the furniture on the computer screen. All of them had changed into very modern mosaic styles. This is really good. Mr. Chin, do you like the industrial style? It's very popular lately. Blunt clicked his mouse a few more times. The office in the picture has changed not only the furniture, but also the layout. The walls have all turned white, and the furniture has turned black and gray, giving it a sense of luxury. This style is very good, but the colors feel too dark. Chin Nan thinks this industrial style is beautiful and high-end, but the colors are a bit too dull. How about this? Brent clicked a few more times on the computer, and a few more colors appeared on the screen. It turns out that Blunt painted some small furniture in warm colors. Although the overall style is still low-key and luxurious industrial style, the addition of some small areas of warm colors actually creates a contrasting color feeling, which looks very fashionable. It looks a bit better. Chin Nan showed a satisfied smile on his face and pointed at the screen. Replace this lamp with a higher-end one. No problem. Blonde nodded and clicked the mouse a few times. Do you like this lamp? Chin Nan saw that Blunt had changed to a very unique lamp. This lamp was in the shape of an airplane, and had some shiny things on it. What are these? Chin Nan pointed and asked. These are gems. When placed on the plane, they look like little windows, Blunt said to Chin Nan with great pride. When you turn on the lights, the light from inside will reflect onto these gems, emitting a very beautiful glow. This is true simple luxury. Not bad. Quite creative. Chin Nan nodded with satisfaction and was very satisfied with the lamp. He felt that Blunt's design skills were truly exceptional, worthy of someone who had studied abroad. He had only heard Chin Nan's request, and was able to come up with such a perfect design on the spot. It's true, this Blunt is really a talent. Don't look at his young age, he is really talented. Mr. Chin, please take one last look, Blunt said with a grin. Look at the office door. I replaced it with a dark glass door. You can see out from the inside, but you can't see in from the outside. Not bad, not bad. Chin Nan looked at the computer screen with satisfaction, and finally confirmed the design. He said to Blunt, Not bad, let's start the construction according to this. Mr. Chin, as long as you're satisfied, the young man said with a very confident smile. But if you have any other requirements, I can make changes even during construction. These are all minor issues, so please feel free to ask. You guys are really efficient, Chin Nan said with a smile. I didn't expect you look so young, but you are so capable. Mr. Chin isn't the type to judge people by their appearance, I understand that, Blunt said with a grin. Then I'll get to work now, Blunt said as he hit the enter key. Chin Nan was a little surprised. Did Blunt mean that the construction should start now? Mr. Chin, please come in. Blunt stood up and made a please gesture towards the door. My team will be here to start construction in 10 minutes. Mr. Chin, you only gave me 3 days, so of course I have to race against time. Time is money, you have to understand this, Blunt said with a smile. Okay. Chin Nan's expression was a little awkward. He had given Brown a 3-day deadline, and now look what happened. He was the president of Dongma Group, but now he had to leave the office suddenly without any preparation. Master, this Blunt is really good. The little yellow chicken stood on Chin Nan's shoulder and said admiringly. Chapter 148, Buying Milk Tea for Employees. Chin Nan walked out of the office. Wang Xian, who was at his post at the door, saw Chin Nan and immediately stood up. Mr. Chin? He looked at Chin Nan in some confusion. The designer was designing inside, so I had to come out. Chin Nan smiled helplessly and shrugged his shoulders. Then, Mr. Chin, if you don't mind, you can sit here first, Wang Xian said, and quickly gave up the chair. It's okay. I'm just walking around the company. Thank you, Wang Xian. Chin Nan smiled casually and patted Wang Xian on the shoulder. Have you lost a little weight? Although Wang Xian is still fat now, Chin Nan feels that the fat on his shoulders seems to have decreased a little. When Wang Xian heard what Chin Nan said, a very happy smile immediately appeared on his face. Mr. Chin, I've been strictly controlling my diet since I came to Dongma Group. And every day after get off work, I go for a night run to exercise. Wang Xian looked at Chin Nan a little embarrassedly. Since I promise you, I will definitely work hard to do it. Good. Wang Xian, you have to keep going. I'm rooting for you. Chin Nan was very pleased to see Wang Xian working so hard. Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that because you helped Wang Xian was encouraged. So your love value increased by 100 points, your social value increased by 100 points, and your emotional intelligence value increased by 100 points. Congratulations to the host. At this moment, the reminder sound of the Godly Rich system appeared again. Master! Congratulations, you helped Wang Xian. It seems that your attribute values have increased greatly now, the little yellow chicken also said with a smile. Little yellow chicken, actually this is all because Wang Xian didn't give up on himself. I am also very happy for him. Chin Nan looked at Wang Xian's current smile, which no longer showed a sense of inferiority like before. He could see that Wang Xian was in much better condition and more confident than before. Chin Nan saw that it was still early to get off work, so he started walking around the company. That's Mr. Chen, right? Yeah, I saw him in the cafeteria at noon, and now he's here again. Hurry up and take a picture with your phone. With this figure and appearance, he's definitely a domineering CEO. Seeing Chen Nan, the female employees became excited again, and were all whispering. Chen Nan saw that the employees around him were secretly looking at him, and a faint smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host to drop a random task. Deliver milk tea to all employees. You will gain the trust of the employees. At this moment, the Shinhouse system's prompt sound appeared. Master, I heard that everyone doesn't like milk tea now. The little yellow chicken also said with a smile. It's a pity that I, the little yellow chicken, don't have the pleasure of enjoying it. I don't know what milk tea tastes like. Isn't this simple? Chen Nan felt that this small task was actually the system reminding him that he should get along well with the employees, which would also help him consolidate his position in the Dongmu Group. After all, there is an old fox named Jin Kwanshan in the planning department who is secretly coveting his company and his money, so it is very necessary for him to get along well with his employees now. Little yellow chicken, count the number of employees in the company and order a cup of milk tea for everyone. Chen Nan gave the little yellow chicken an order in his mind. Master, that milk tea shop definitely can't make so much milk tea, said the little yellow chicken somewhat embarrassedly. Little yellow chicken, you're not stupid. Chen Nan rolled his eyes and said to little yellow chicken in a somewhat disdainful tone. There are so many milk tea shops in Quanjiangai City. Just order from them one by one until they're all sold out. Ouch! How could I be so stupid? I get it, master. The little yellow chicken reacted immediately and said to Chen Nan, Master, I'll go order it now. It's all yours to pay for anyway. Ha ha! Chen Nan rolled his eyes in his heart and continued to wander around the company. Master, the milk tea has been ordered. The little yellow chicken turned in a circle and said confidently, Mission successfully completed. How long will it take to deliver it? Chen Nan asked, glancing at the gold Rolex watch on his wrist. Master, it is estimated to be delivered in 20 minutes. The little yellow chicken replied. Okay. Chen Nan nodded, thinking that the milk tea in the whole company might become a spectacle. About 15 minutes later, countless delivery electric vehicles were parked at the gate of the Dongmu Group building. All the delivery men were already queuing at the door, waiting to come in. Chen Nan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the corridor and saw a large crowd of delivery men downstairs. He took out his phone and called Ergang. Hey Ergang. Pass on my instructions. Hurry to the building entrance and let all the delivery men in. Yes, Mr. Chen. Ergang didn't ask why. He just knew that Mr. Chen's order had to be carried out immediately. Within 5 minutes, Chen Nan saw all the delivery men at the downstairs gate running into the building. Even passers-by on the street were watching this scene in shock. He burst out laughing, thinking it was a bit funny. He had originally thought that the delivery men were always in a hurry, and if the food was delivered late, it might affect their subsequent work, so he asked Ergang to go upstairs and let all the delivery men in. But this scene was really spectacular, with a sea of delivery men, just like a marathon race. Master! You really have a bad taste. The little yellow chicken stood on Chen Nan's shoulder and saw this scene. It now knows Chen Nan very well. It knows that its master not only has a bad taste, but also likes to play pranks. Let's go take a walk around the staff area and accept their praise, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken with a smile. As a handsome guy, I just like being praised by others. Master, you really have a bad taste. The little yellow chicken became even more convinced and said seriously. Chen Nan was not in a hurry, knowing that the delivery man must be anxious to take the elevator, so he chose to go down to the staff floor through the emergency passage. As he went down one floor, he heard a commotion. As he continued to go down the stairs, the sound of the commotion became clearer and clearer. Master! It seems that the act of delivering milk tea this time has caused quite a commotion, said the little yellow chicken with a smile. That's not necessary. Don't look at how big the Gua group was before. People like Guo Wanjin would definitely not be so good to their employees. He must be exploiting them, Chen Nan said with a curl of his lips. Chapter 149. The employees were all excited. Master, where is Jin Kwanshan? The little yellow chicken asked again. That's even more impossible. Whether it's Guowan Jin or Jin Quanshan, these two old foxes, even though they are both senior executives, they definitely treat their employees badly. Qin Nan continued to walk down the stairs while saying to the little yellow chicken, "These two people are obviously the kind of profit-seeking villains who don't take the employees seriously at all. They simply think that employees are cheap labor, so they are unwilling to buy their employees even a small cup of milk tea." Qin Nan analyzed. "That makes sense." The little yellow chicken nodded thoughtfully. "These people are really stingy." "Ha! You even know the word stingy. Your system is really becoming more and more down-to-earth," Qin Nan said to the little yellow chicken with a helpless smile. "My little yellow chicken is an artificial intelligence that is very good at learning." The little yellow chicken proudly patted its chest with its little wings and said proudly to Qin Nan. When Qin Nan was talking to the little yellow chicken, they had already arrived at the staff area. At this time, the whole floor was boiling with the sound of employees cheering and everyone was talking. Qin Nan hid behind the gate on the safety passage side, listening to the sounds from the staff area. "Oh my God! He's truly the overbearing CEO, Mr. Qin. I've been in this company for so many years, and this is the first time I've had milk tea treated to me by the CEO. Mr. Qin will be my idol from now on. He's handsome and rich. Oh my God! I'm going to take this cup of milk tea home as a souvenir. Mr. Qin is amazing. Look at those delivery guys downstairs. Oh my God! It's a spectacle. I need to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments." The employees were all talking about it, but everyone seemed very happy. "Master, the employees all like the milk tea you bought," the little yellow chicken also said with a smile. "My master is indeed a good leader, and of course a good master." "You're being really sweet right now." Qin Nan nodded with satisfaction. "I've discovered that I really enjoy hearing compliments like this." Ding! The Shin House system reminds the host that your employees' trust in you has increased by 500 points. Your social value has increased by 300 points. Your emotional intelligence has increased by 300 points. Congratulations to the host. The Shin House system's prompt sound appeared again. "Wow! Master, you are so awesome this time. Your attribute values have increased a lot." The little yellow chicken was very surprised. Even it did not expect that Qin Nan's attribute values could increase so much this time. "It was the godly rich system that helped me and reminded me of this mission." Qin Nan smiled proudly. "Little yellow chicken, my attribute values have increased now. Have your attribute values also increased a lot?" "Yes, master. I feel full of strength now." The little yellow chicken turned around with a smile. "I will never be afraid of heights again, ha 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 ha." "So this is what you care about?" Qin Nan rolled his eyes and said to the little yellow chicken. "You are such a loser." "This is northeastern dialect, I understand it," the little yellow chicken said seriously. "What's wrong with you? We haven't gotten off work yet. Why are you all making so much noise here?" At this moment, Jin Quanshan appeared on the employee floor and shouted loudly. The employees around were immediately startled, and quickly shut up and returned to their seats. Jin Qianshan's face looked very ugly. He looked at the cup of milk tea on everyone's table, and his eyes were full of anger. Just now, he was in his office when a delivery man brought him a cup of milk tea. Upon asking, it turned out that it was ordered by Qin Nan. In a fit of anger, he threw the milk tea directly into the trash can, and then he heard from his assistant that Qin Nan actually bought milk tea for all the employees in the company. "What are you all doing here, slacking off instead of working properly?" Jin Quanshan was furious and shouted. "Just a cup of milk tea is enough to stop you from working. Have you never had milk tea before?" He had a mean look to begin with, and now with his eyes glaring, he looked extremely cunning and sinister. The employees didn't dare to speak. They were all afraid of Jin Quanshan and kept their heads down. "Throw away all the milk tea in your hands!" Jin Quanshan yelled. "Master! Jin Quanshan is too much. He knew that this was the milk tea you bought for your employees, but he actually let your employees throw it away." The little yellow chicken was also very angry. "He did it on purpose to embarrass me." Qin Nan curled his lips, his eyes filled with disdain. "Master, why don't you go out and kill that old fox?" said the little yellow chicken. "Don't worry, I can also check the attitudes of the employees." Chen Nan felt that this was also a good opportunity to see whether the employees had trust in him, the newly appointed young boss. Did you hear that? Are you all deaf? Jean Kwanshan became even more angry when he saw that no one did anything after he finished speaking. Are you all poor? Have you never had milk tea? Can a cup of milk tea buy you all off? Jean Kwanshan cursed with his face flushed and neck thick, and he really had no manners at all. The other employees all lowered their heads, but none of them wanted to throw away their milk tea. I'll say it again, throw away the milk tea in your hands. Otherwise, you won't get any performance bonus this month, Jean Kwanshan said viciously with his eyes glaring. Manager Jean. At this moment, a thin and frail employee wearing round-framed glasses cautiously said to Jean Kwanshan, We all live on performance. Why don't you do as I say? Jean Kwanshan yelled. But this milk tea was invited to us by Mr. Chen. The young employee lowered his head, holding the milk tea in both hands, and said cautiously. The others were also resentful when they heard Jean Kwanshan say he would deduct their performance pay. However, because Jean Kwanshan was the manager of the planning department and a senior executive, they dared not speak out. This young employee is quite brave. Chen Nan looked at the young employee and smiled. Although he looks timid, he is quite courageous. Yes, master. Look, he always has milk tea in his hand. Little Yellow Chicken Yi quickly agreed. As soon as Jean Kwanshan saw the milk tea in the employee's hand, he became furious. He turned around and hit the employee's hand, knocking the milk tea to the ground and spilling it all over the floor. Everyone else looked at Jean Kwanshan in shock. They didn't expect Manager Jean to do such a vulgar thing. Chapter 150, Slap Jean Kwanshan in the Face. Chen Nan looked at this scene with a cold light in his eyes. He did not expect that Jean Kwanshan would be so rude to his employees. Master, how could Jean Kwanshan do this? He actually treated his employees like this. The little yellow chicken also saw this scene and glared at Jean Kwanshan angrily. He just doesn't treat his employees as human beings. Chen Nan's tone was very cold, and his eyes darkened when he looked at Jean Kwanshan. You're just a small employee. I can fire you with just a word. Jean Kwanshan shouted at the small employee. If you don't want to do this anymore, there are plenty of people who want to do it. He looked at the other employees around him and said, If you don't want to be fired, throw away your milk tea immediately. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding employees looked at each other, their expressions extremely embarrassed, with a hint of panic. They didn't want to be the one throwing the milk tea, but they were also afraid of being fired by Jean Kwanshan. You know, this job is very important to them, because they are just the lowest level employees of Dongme Group, and no one cares about their life or death. Seeing that no employees had thrown their milk tea yet, Jean Kwanshan was furious. When he saw the young employee in front of him, he was even more furious, and suddenly stretched out his hand to hit him in the face. The young employee didn't expect Jean Kwanshan to do such a thing, so he had no time to dodge. Snap! A crisp sound was very harsh in the extremely quiet environment, and everyone covered their mouths in shock. Chen Nan was standing in front of the young employee. He grabbed Jean Kwanshan's hand with one hand and slapped him with the other hand. Jean Kwanshan's face was gradually getting red and swollen. Master! Well done! It's so satisfying, said the little yellow chicken while jumping. Jean Kwanshan was stunned and stood there, not yet reacting to what had happened so suddenly. Just now, when Chen Nan was hiding behind the door, he found that Jean Kwanshan still wanted to hit the young employee. He was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and just when Jean Kwanshan's hand was about to come down, he rushed over in a flash. After all, he now has the skills of taekwondo and gangsters, so after this slap, Jean Kwanshan's face swelled up all of a sudden. All the employees were also completely shocked. They covered their mouths with their hands and their eyes widened. The young employee hiding behind Chen Nan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Only Chen Nan stood there expressionlessly, looking down at Jean Kwanshan. You! Jean Kwanshan felt a burning pain on his face and gradually realized what had happened. He looked into Chen Nan's eyes, first in shock, then gradually turning into disbelief, and finally into uncontrollable anger. What's wrong, Manager Jean? Does this slap hurt? Chen Nan raised his eyebrows slightly, and his whole body exuded a very cold aura. Even the air around him became a little colder. Chen Nan! How dare you! Jin Quanshan glared at Chen Nan fiercely, his voice hoarse. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chen Nan. Jin Quanshan! Watch your words! Chen Nan raised his voice a little this time, and his voice was very cold. I am now the president of Dongmu Group. You should call me Mr. Chen. Mind your position! The employees around looked at Chen Nan and shuddered unconsciously. Although they were usually afraid of Jin Quanshan, most of them still hated him in their hearts. But they never expected that Chen Nan would have such a strong aura that made people feel afraid from the bottom of their hearts. When they were in the cafeteria at noon, they saw Chen Nan eating snail noodles happily and felt that he was a very down-to-earth and friendly boss. But at this moment, Chen Nan was really full of aura, with a completely unapproachable attitude. When Jin Quanshan stood with him, Chen Nan really looked more like a CEO. You! Jin Quanshan was so angry that his whole body was shaking, but when he looked into Chen Nan's eyes, he also felt a chilling air, which immediately calmed him down a lot. Manager Jin, you actually wanted to beat up an employee at Dongmu Group. If this matter were to become known to outsiders, do you know what the impact and consequences would be? Chen Nan sternly demanded. Do you know how quickly information spreads online these days? If a competitor of the company you're praising exaggerates something and spreads nonsense online, damaging our company's reputation, can you afford the consequences? Jin Qianshan's assistant lowered his head, reached out and pulled Jin Qianshan's arm, and said cautiously, Mr. Chen, Manager Jin, he didn't mean it. Oh? Chen Nan chuckled. Manager Jin, I think I heard you just now. Because I bought this milk tea, you asked the employees to throw it away. It's because they didn't throw it away that you are so angry and embarrassed. No. It's not like that, Mr. Chen. Shut up. I'm talking to Manager Jin, why are you butting in? Jin Qianshan's assistant was about to speak for Jin Quanshan, but was scolded by Chen Nan. Jin Qianshan's assistant was frightened by Chen Nan's momentum, and quickly lowered his head and shut his mouth. Mr. Chen. Jin Quanshan finally calmed down and knew that the current situation was very unfavorable to him. He was indeed so angry about the milk tea incident that he lost his mind, but Jin Quanshan had never been treated like this in this company. Manager Jin, is there anything wrong with me buying milk tea for my employees? Chen Nan looked down at Jin Quanshan, not giving him a chance to explain. Because Chen Nan knew very well that no matter what Jin Quanshan said, it was nothing more than an excuse. So he didn't need to listen to the reasons at all. He could also take this opportunity to suppress Jin Qianshan's arrogance. No, nothing's wrong. Jin Qianshan's face looked extremely ugly, with half of his cheeks swollen. His eyes were sinister, and although he said this, his expression was full of reluctance. Since there is nothing wrong, Manager Jin, please apologize to all the employees. Chen Nan curled his lips, put his hands in his pockets, and said to Jin Quanshan with his head tilted. He was wearing a neat and expensive suit, and his whole body exuded a very dandy temperament. Even at this moment, other female employees did not forget to be infatuated with Chen Nan. What? Jin Quanshan looked at Chen Nan in disbelief, his eyes wide open in shock. He actually asked the general manager of the planning department to apologize to the lowest level employees. Mr. Chen, I'm the general manager of the planning department, Jin Quanshan said through gritted teeth. Even when we were still at the Gui Group, Mr. Gui never asked me to do anything like this. Chapter 151 Obtaining 50 Milk Tea Shops. Chen Nan raised his brows slightly, curling his lips and speaking slowly to Jin Quanshan. Manager Jin, you mentioned it before. It was the Gui Group, but now it's the Dongmu Group. And the president of the Dongmu Group is me, Chen Nan, not Guo Wanjin. If you trust Guo Wanjin so much, you can go find him in prison. I think he's pretty lonely anyway. Jin Quanshan gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Nan, knowing that he was deliberately trying to intimidate him. But what Chen Nan said was right. The current Dongmu Group is his. Although Chen Nan is young, he is more sophisticated than he thought. Jin Quanshan knew that the current situation was not favorable to him, so he gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Nan with a sinister look in his eyes. He whispered viciously, Mr. Chen, and all the employees, Jin Quanshan, was wrong today. I apologize to you. The other employees didn't dare to say anything and just stared at the scene in confusion. Manager Jin, that's right. Chen Nan curled his lips and said deliberately, "This milk tea is not bad. Do you want to drink it?" Jin Quan-shan was so angry that his face turned green. When he heard that Chen Nan was deliberately trying to piss him off, he started breathing heavily. "No thanks, Mr. Chen, thank you for your kindness." Jin Quan-shan clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, "Since Mr. Chen doesn't have any other instructions, I'll get back to work." After saying that, Jin Quan-shan covered his face, turned around and walked away. Lin Qing and Wang Xian were already standing at the entrance to the staff area. Lin Qing looked at Chen Nan with a complicated expression, a hint of shock in his face. Wang Xian was already stunned, having never expected Chen Nan to slap Jin Quan-shan. After seeing Jin Quan-shan leave, Chen Nan immediately smiled and turned to look at all the employees. "I'm sorry everyone, what happened just now was just a small accident. You should work and drink milk tea. Don't let this matter affect you." Chen Nan glanced at all the employees and said with a smile, "If you have any issues in the future, you can report to my assistant Wang Xian. Although I am very busy, I am willing to listen to the employees' opinions." After he said these words, the employees were stunned for a moment, and then they slowly recovered from their shock. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. Your milk tea is delicious." I don't know which female employee said this first, and the people who were angry with him also started to agree. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. This is the first time we've had milk tea treated by the boss. Thank you, Mr. Chen." The other employees also started talking. Although a cup of milk tea didn't cost much, Chen Nan must have spent a lot of money to treat all of them to milk tea. Chen Nan showed a gratified smile on his face. "Everyone work hard, and we will prepare generous year-end bonuses for everyone at the end of the year." "Thank you, Mr. Chen." The employees actually started cheering. They had long been resentful of Jin Qianshan's exploitation. When Chen Nan first came, they thought that Chen Nan was a profit-seeking businessman like Guo Wanjin before him. However, no one expected that Chen Nan was not only young and promising, but also so kind to his employees. Even the lowest-achieving employees received such good benefits. Chen Nan smiled and nodded to the employees, then walked over to Lin Qing and Wang Xian. "Lin Qing, go to your office." "Okay." Lin Qing smiled and nodded. She suddenly felt that Chen Nan was really a natural leader. He seemed to have a kind of charm that could make others believe in him unconditionally. Afterwards, Wang Xian and Lin Qing followed Chen Nan to Lin Qing's office. "Master! You were so handsome just now! Super manly!" the little yellow chicken praised. "That's not necessary! Your master, I am now a domineering president," Chen Nan boasted in his heart, and said proudly to the little yellow chicken. "Master, it felt so good just now! Especially when I slapped Jin Quan-shan, it felt so good!" The little yellow chicken clapped its two little wings. "Let's not talk about anything else about Jin Quan-shan. Even if he was greedy for the company's money, I wouldn't be as angry as this. But he actually wanted to hit an employee. This is really unbearable." Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. "I used to be a loser too, and I also encountered social injustice. But I am not anymore. I have the ability. If I see this kind of injustice again, I must stop it." "Master, you are really getting stronger." The little yellow chicken made a good gesture and continued to say to Chen Nan, "As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility." Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that you have helped an employee and completed a random task. The employee's trust value has increased by 100 points, your social value has increased by 100 points, your emotional intelligence has increased by 100 points, and your IQ has increased by 100 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mysterious gift. You have obtained 50 chain milk tea shops. Chen Nan was stunned when he heard about this reward. He must have heard correctly. The system actually rewarded him with 50 milk tea shops. "Master! Congratulations, you now have your own chain of milk tea shops, and you will be a big milk tea drinker from now on," said the little yellow chicken with a smile. The system is really too considerate. I just treated my employees to milk tea, but they gave me 50 milk tea shops." Chen Nan found it a little funny. He found that the current system was becoming more and more humane. "Master, based on my inspection, I need to remind you of something." At this moment, the little yellow chicken reminded Chen Nan, saying, After completing the mission, you were given a villa. Don't forget to decorate and move in. Oh. Really, I had forgotten about this matter. Chen Nan then remembered that when he was completing the task before, the system rewarded him with a big villa. This villa is located in the wealthy area of Jiahai City, called the Meizwan Villa Complex. Many stars and celebrities live here. The little yellow chicken suddenly showed a very mysterious smile on his face and said slowly to Chen Nan, Master, Suka lives here. Oh? Really? Chen Nan suddenly smiled. That's quite a coincidence. It's just right that I asked Bronte to help me design a new home, and then I can move in with Sister Wang and Jinjun. Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Chen Nan came to Lin Qing's office. When the employees saw Chen Nan, they all laughed secretly because they thought there was something ambiguous between Chen Nan and their director. Human nature is to gossip. Ahem. Lin Qing glanced at the employees who were snickering and coughed twice to remind them. The employees quickly buried their heads in their work, pretending they hadn't seen anything. Chapter 152, Difficulty is the Challenge. As soon as Lin Qing entered the office, he said to Chen Nan with a worried tone, Mr. Chen, you were too disrespectful to Manager Jean. Although she was very happy in her heart, Jean Quan-shan was a sinister and cunning person, and she was worried that Jean Quan-shan would do something behind Chen Nan's back that would be detrimental to her. Director Lin, Jean Quan-shan was about to hit someone just now. How could something like that happen in our company? Chen Nan looked at Lin Qing with a smile. Don't worry, Director Lin. Even if someone like Jean Quan-shan does something behind my back, I can handle it. He knew what Lin Qing was worried about, but she didn't know that Chen Nan had the godly rich system, so Chen Nan was not worried at all. Mr. Chen, let's keep a low profile. Lin Qing sighed slightly. After all, we still have to investigate Jean Qianshan's accounting, so it's better not to attract his attention. Lin Qing had just received milk tea in the office. She had initially thought that Chen Nan had ordered it specifically for her, and she felt quite happy for a while. But when I saw that Chen Nan actually ordered milk tea for all the employees in the company, although I felt a little disappointed, I still felt that Chen Nan was really warm. Later, she heard that Jean Quan-shan was making a big fuss in the staff area. When she rushed over, she saw Jean Quan-shan almost hit an employee, but was hit back by Chen Nan. She didn't expect that Chen Nan would actually dare to hit Jean Quan-shan. Although she was still a little worried rationally, she felt emotionally that Chen Nan was really manly. Director Lin, my office has been taken over by Blunt, so I'll just rest in yours, Chen Nan said with a smile. But I'm really satisfied with the designer you found for me. I plan to recruit you to our company. Mr. Chen, do you want to poach Blunt? Lin Qing asked in surprise. Chen Nan nodded indifferently. Yes, such a good talent, so young. I am a boss who values talent. Mr. Chen, Bronte is not that easy to recruit. Lin Qing sighed slightly, feeling that Chen Nan really did not follow the routine and did whatever he thought of. What do you mean? Chen Nan asked. Blunt comes from a very good family. He grew up abroad and attended a prestigious university. He's also well off and a talented young man. Many top-tier design companies want to poach him, but he's a free spirit and no matter how much money they offer, they won't. Lin Qing explained to Chen Nan. So he takes orders based entirely on his mood. Haha! This kid is quite interesting. Chen Nan smiled brightly. Then why did he accept our order to design my office? First, I told him I was designing an office for the president of Dongma Group. Second, it was a matter of money, so I let him name a price. Third, Lin Qing smiled helplessly and continued to Chen Nan. Third, he seemed to dislike Guowan Jin, so when he heard that you acquired Dongma Group, he wanted to see what kind of person you were. Ha! Interesting, Chen Nan said with a smile. Now that you mention it, I'm even more interested in this kid. He's not only very talented in design, but also very smart. I really want to recruit him to work as a designer for our company. Mr. Chen, if it's possible, of course. Many of our projects require designers. If Blunt can come, then our company will definitely be the strongest in the industry. Lin Qing sighed slightly. But it's really difficult. Then I must try it even more. I like challenging things. Chen Nan raised a confident smile at the corner of his mouth and said to Lin Qing with a smile. Master! Master! How do you want to dig Blunt over? The little yellow chicken also appeared and asked in confusion. Don't worry, let me see his design results first, Chen-Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Anyway, I still need him to help me design a new villa, so there is plenty of time. But I heard from school beauty Lin Qing that this blunt seems to be very difficult to get along with. The little yellow chicken tooted twice and continued. Why are kids nowadays so arrogant? Why are you talking so high and mighty? Don't forget you're just a little yellow chicken. Chen-Nan joked with the little yellow chicken and continued. This young man is so talented in design. He must be a rare genius in the industry. Naturally, he has the capital to be so arrogant. School belle Lin Qing is right. This task will definitely be difficult. The little yellow chicken nodded and said. Didn't you say that because my attribute values have increased, future missions will become more and more difficult? Chen-Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. There is challenge only when there is difficulty. Chen-Nan stayed in Lin Qing's office until it was almost time to get off work, and the employees outside were talking about it. I was saying that Mr. Chen and Director Lin must be in a relationship. Look, Mr. Chen has been sitting in Director Lin's office all afternoon. But I heard that Mr. Chen's office is being renovated, so you came to Director Lin's office. Why are you so stupid? Mr. Chen, why don't you go to someone else's office, or even the conference room? The employees were packing up their things, laughing and talking in low voices, preparing to leave work. Chen-Nan reached out and glanced at the gold Rolex watch on his wrist, then smiled and said to Lin Qing. It's almost time, I'll be leaving first. Hey you! Lin Qing was a little surprised. She originally thought that Chen-Nan would go home with her after get off work, or take the initiative to take her home. What's wrong, Director Lin? Chen-Nan looked at her with some confusion, thinking that she had something to say to him. It's okay, it's okay. Lin Qing looked a little flustered, and looked away unnaturally. Then I'll leave first. I have something else to do. Chen-Nan smiled and left Lin Qing's office. Lin Qing looked at his back with a somewhat lost expression. Chen-Nan was driving his Bugatti Veyron, and the sound of the car's engine was very loud on the evening streets. Little yellow chicken, find me the location of our Pin Heng restaurant. I'm going to go take a look at Chef Sheng's dishes first, and we can have dinner there as well. Chen-Nan was actually just greedy, and Chef Deng's cooking skills were very much in line with his taste. Okay, Master! The little yellow chicken turned around and immediately brought up a map on the screen in front of Chen-Nan. Chen-Nan drove a Bugatti Veyron with rock music playing in the car and finally arrived at the door of the Pin Heng restaurant. Chapter 153, Solving Couple Problems. Chen-Nan just got out of the car. This restaurant is really grand. It is a 5-story Western-style building and looks very tasteful. The name here has been changed to Pin Heng, and Chen-Nan nodded with satisfaction. When Chen-Nan walked to the door, he saw a notice on the door that read, The store is undergoing adjustments and will officially open in 3 days. We apologize for the inconvenience caused to our respected customers. What a pity! I really want to eat at this restaurant today. At this moment, a young couple got out of an Audi sports car, and the girl said to the boy in a coquettish manner, Baby, this restaurant has changed its name and is undergoing renovations. Let's just wait patiently, the boy said, patting the girl's head lovingly. Then there will definitely be a lot of people lining up in 3 days. We should call and make a reservation. The girl continued to act coquettishly. This restaurant is a place many celebrities come to eat. I saw some people taking photos on my WeChat moments. Well, baby. The boy showed a very embarrassed expression on his face and said slowly, Baby, we are not eligible to make a reservation at this restaurant. When Chen-Nan heard this, he was a little puzzled. Although this is a 5-star restaurant, it is not impossible to get a reservation. We don't qualify for reservations at this restaurant. They only accept customers with assets over 100 million. The boy sighed softly. Although my family has businesses, they are all small and medium-sized. I don't qualify. Huh! The girl looked very disappointed. So we can only queue up? Even if it opens, how long will we have to wait in line? Baby, as long as you want to eat at this restaurant, I will definitely arrange a table for you. The boy's tone was still very sincere, and he said to the girl seriously, Okay, dear, I'm sorry. I've made things difficult for you. Although the girl was a little vain, Chen Nan could also see that she still liked the boy. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that the system has dropped a random task. You have to help the young couple solve their problems. The system will increase the popularity of the new restaurant and win the title of the #1 restaurant in Jianghai City. At this moment, the Shinhouse system's prompt sound appeared again. Master, here comes another mission! The little yellow chicken also appeared, standing on Chen Nan's shoulder, looking at the young couple. What's so difficult about this? This task is too simple. Chen Nan curled his lips. He walked up to the young couple and said to them with a smile, Hello? I'm the owner of Pin Hang Restaurant. We're currently undergoing renovations, so we won't be able to open for another 3 days. I just saw that you seemed to really want to come for dinner, but we're worried that you wouldn't be able to get a seat in line. Chen Nan asked with a smile. The girl's eyes widened when she saw Chen Nan wearing a very luxurious suit. Although she couldn't tell the brand, she could tell at a glance that it was very expensive. Hello? The boy greeted Chen Nan quickly. Because the previous rules of this restaurant don't accept reservations from people like us, so we can only queue up. The boy's tone was full of inferiority, because he felt that since his family was not rich enough, he could not meet his girlfriend's request. I can tell you responsibly that after the overhaul of Pin's Hang, there will no longer be such rules. We will treat everyone equally. Chen Nan pulled out a business card from his suit pocket, then took out a pen and wrote on it. 2 lucky customers. He handed the business card to the boy and said with a smile, Take this business card and come here for dinner in 3 days. I'll treat you to a free meal. Really? The girl laughed happily. Thank you, boss. It doesn't matter, just think of you as the lucky customers who were selected. Chen Nan's smile was easygoing, and there was a very hearty smile on his handsome face. You are actually the president of Dongmu Group! At this moment, the boy looked at Chen Nan in shock, holding the business card in his hand. Ah? The girl next to him was also stunned for a moment, and leaned over to look at the business card in the boy's hand. Chen Nan smiled and nodded. Yes, I bought this restaurant so that I could eat there myself. The chef in the restaurant is very skilled. You are actually the president of Dongmu Group! The girl just reacted and looked at Chen Nan in shock. After the girl realized what was happening, her eyes immediately turned to admiration as she looked at Chen Nan. She quickly said, Boss, your last name is Chen. Can we be friends? The boy next to him looked very embarrassed when he heard what his girlfriend and Chen Nan said. Chen Nan frowned slightly and said to the girl, That's not necessary. If you like this restaurant, just come and support it often. He smiled and patted the boy's shoulder. Dude, although it is said that confident women are the most beautiful, confident men are the least attractive. After saying that, he walked into the restaurant. What does Brother Chen mean by that? The girl looked at Chen Nan's back with a look of reluctance in her eyes. She had never met such a rich man, and Chen Nan was also very handsome. If she could be friends with Chen Nan, it would definitely be very prestigious. The boy lowered his head slightly, shook his head, and said slowly, I don't know. In fact, he understood what Chen Nan meant, but he liked this girl very much and always felt that it was normal for girls to have material needs. It was his fault because he could not give the girl he liked the material things she wanted. But what Chen Nan said was right. In fact, it all came down to his lack of confidence. The boy looked at the girl and found that she was still looking in the direction Chen Nan left. Her eyes were a little sad and her heart felt a little sour. He looked at the business card in his hand, pursed his lips, and thought to himself, if only he were a well-known figure like Chen Nan. Not only is he rich and has a big business, but he also bought the restaurant because he loves it. Who wouldn't envy such a life? Especially a boy like him, he would definitely envy someone like Chen Nan. Although his family had some money, it was nothing in Jianghai City, and he didn't even have a name. And in the business circle, the big guys don't care about them at all. Chapter 154, Clean and Tidy Kitchen. So the boy was still very envious of Chen Nan, and the way his girlfriend looked at Chen Nan at this time made him feel more and more uncomfortable. As soon as Chen Nan entered the restaurant, he found that the decoration style inside was very tasteful, simple and elegant, with some very modern small decorations mixed in the retro style. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that you have just completed the task and solved the problem of the young couple. Pinhang Restaurant has won the title of the #1 restaurant in Jianghai City, and its business will get better and better in the future. At this moment, the Shinhouse System's prompt sound appeared again. I already have 50 chain milk tea shops, and now I have the #1 restaurant in Jianghai City. Why should I run a real estate company? It would be great if I could just start a catering company, Chen Nan said jokingly in his heart. Master, now that you have milk tea and a restaurant, you will never have to worry about food and drink in the future. The little yellow chicken also joked with a smile. That does make sense. From now on I'll have endless milk tea to drink and endless meals to eat. Ha ha! Chen Nan also found it a little funny. Who would have thought that the president of Dongmu Group is actually a real eater? Hello, Mr. Chen. A waiter in a tuxedo came over and recognized Chen Nan at once. I am the manager of this restaurant. You can call me Xiao Zhou. I am usually in charge of all matters in the restaurant. Mr. Chen, you can ask me if you have any questions. Xiao Zhou bowed respectfully to Chen Nan and said with a smile. Hello, Xiao Zhou. Chen Nan looked at Xiao Zhou with a smile. He actually looked about the same age as himself, and from listening to him speak he seemed to be a steady person. How did you recognize me? Chen Nan was a little curious. He had never been to the restaurant before, and this was his first time here, following the map given to him by the little yellow chicken. Xiao Zhou actually recognized him at first sight, so he was still a little puzzled. Mr. Chen, after you acquired the restaurant, as the restaurant manager, of course I have to understand the new owner's preferences. Xiao Zhou said respectfully with a very polite smile. Xiao Zhou, you are quite thoughtful. Chen Nan smiled and patted Xiao Zhou on the shoulder, thinking to himself that Xiao Zhou was really thoughtful in doing things. No wonder he could be the manager here. Chen Nan knew that the restaurant industry had its own rules, especially for a famous, high-end restaurant like this one. Xiao Zhou looked so young, yet he was able to be a manager here. He must have a high emotional intelligence. Because for such a high-end restaurant, you have to come into contact with all kinds of customers every day, so the manager here must be good at dealing with all kinds of guests. So Xiao Zhou should be a very smooth person, but in a restaurant like this, Chen Nan can't be there all the time, so he feels at ease with a manager like Xiao Zhou. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chen, Xiao Zhou said with a smile. Master, this Xiao Zhou looks quite steady. Anyway, you come here just to eat, so there should be no problem leaving it to him to take care of things. The little yellow chicken also teased with a smile. You're the only one who knows, huh? Chen Nan rolled his eyes in annoyance and said to the little yellow chicken. Hee hee. My little yellow chicken and you are now in perfect sync, so I know exactly what you're thinking. The little yellow chicken said with a grin. Because your attributes have been upgraded, mine have also been upgraded. Hee hee. Mr. Chen, Chef Xing is in the kitchen. Please follow me. Xiao Zhou smiled and led the way for Chen Nan. Chen Nan followed him to the kitchen of the restaurant. When he reached the door, Xiao Zhou stopped, took out disposable shoe covers from his pocket, and handed them to Chen Nan. Mr. Chen, the kitchen has hygiene requirements, so we all have to wear disposable shoe covers. Not bad. Chen Nan nodded, picked up the disposable shoe covers, and put them on his feet. This is what I should do. Xiao Zhou also put on shoe covers and walked in with Chen Nan. The kitchen is very large, more than 300 square meters, but what surprised Chen Nan was that it was almost spotless, very clean, and there was no smell of oil smoke at all. Mr. Chen, we're a high-end restaurant, so the kitchen is a very important place. Even I can't go in there without the chef's permission. Xiao Zhou explained to Chen Nan with a smile. Every day after business closes, someone comes to clean it, and only after an inspection can anyone enter and use it. The air quality index in the kitchen must be measured every day. After all, we are in the catering industry, and we must strictly control hygiene. Xiao Zhou explained to Chen Nan while leading the way. Chen Nan looked at the incredibly clean and bright kitchen and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, very good. This is also responsible for the guests. Under the guidance of Xiao Zhou, he came to Master Xing. Master Xing was seen wearing his chef's uniform and a tall chef's hat again. Different from the last time Chen Nan saw him in the amusement park, this time the words, Pinhang, were embroidered on his chef's uniform. Mr. Chen, these chef uniforms and the clothes worn by the waiters were all uniformly modified overnight. Without waiting for Chen Nan to ask, Xiao Zhou explained to Chen Nan with a smile. Chen Nan nodded and thought to himself that this Xiao Zhou was really good at observing people's expressions. He already knew what Chen Nan was thinking before Chen Nan even asked the question. "Oh, Mr. Chen, you're here!" As soon as Master Jing saw Chen Nan, a very honest smile immediately appeared on his face. "Yeah." Chen Nan smiled and nodded. "Master Jing, I still like you dressed like this." "Haha! I think so too. Mr. Chen, to be honest, I'm actually most comfortable in the kitchen." Chef Zheng's tone was very sincere. "Mr. Chen, thank you so much for giving me another chance to be a chef." "Master Jing, you're welcome. It's mainly because you're so capable, and I really enjoy your cooking." Chen Nan saw several assistants standing behind Master Jing, so he asked, "Master Jing, how's the research for tomorrow night's dish going?" "Mr. Chen, the research has been almost completed." When Master Jing mentioned this matter, a very proud smile appeared on his face. "Take a look at this menu that a few assistants and I worked on. Do you like it?" Chef Jing handed Chen Nan a piece of paper with the names of the dishes written on it, and continued, "Do you have any dietary restrictions? We can continue to revise it." Chapter 155 Modify Menu. Chen Nan looked at the dishes on the menu: Longjing shrimp, strawberry caviar and foie gras, sea cucumber and abalone Buddha jumps over the wall, pan-fried matsutake mushrooms, and seafood soup. 4 dishes and 1 soup? Chen Nan looked at the menu. Isn't that a bit too little? Let's add 2 more dishes. This guest is very important to me. Mr. Chen, since it's just you and the guests eating here, I want to try not to waste anything. As a great chef, Master Zheng also has a strong belief that food should not be wasted. Master Zheng, don't worry. I won't waste food. If there is any left over, I will pack it up and take it back, and eat it at the company the next day, Chen Nan said with a smile. Master Jing and Xiao Zhou were both stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that the CEO would eat leftovers? Ha! What's wrong? The president is also a human being. Chen Nan smiled brightly. I just didn't expect that Mr. Chen is so down-to-earth. Even Xiao Zhou laughed, and said with a smirk. Master, you see, they still don't understand you. Who doesn't have a loser past? The little yellow chicken also jumped out, and said jokingly. You understand, you really understand too well. Chen Nan said in his heart unhappily. Do you want green feathers again? No, no, no. The little yellow chicken, was just joking with you. The little yellow chicken immediately became scared and sat obediently on Chen Nan's shoulder. Mr. Chen, I'll add 2 more dishes. Chef Xing thought for a moment. Let's add 1 meat and 1 vegetable. Let's have braised beef and stir-fried rapeseed. This way, the combination won't be too greasy. Chen Nan nodded, thought for a moment, and continued. Any dish is fine, as is the soup. Since the dish already seems to have seafood, let's change the soup. Master Jing thought for a moment. Mr. Chen, how about changing it to something sweet, like lotus seed soup? What is this? Why is there lotus leaf? Chen Nan's eyes lit up. He had never heard of this dish. Mr. Chen, this is a dessert I invented myself. It is a sweet soup made with lotus leaf juice and lotus seeds. Master Jing said this with a very proud tone. This is good. Since it was invented by Master Jing himself, I must try it. As Chen Nan spoke, he actually felt a little hungry. Master Jing, let's prepare this dish accordingly. He turned and looked at Xiao Zhou again. Xiao Zhou, I'm inviting guests to dinner at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. Please prepare the environment and everything. Mr. Chen, don't worry, I have arranged everything, Xiao Zhou said with a smile. Chen Nan nodded, thinking that Xiao Zhou was indeed very thoughtful. Master Jing, I'm a little hungry now. Please make me something to eat. Chen Nan touched his stomach, his eyes full of anticipation. I still want to eat the dishes you invented yourself, preferably ones I haven't eaten before. Mr. Chen, please go out and wait for a moment. I will bring it to you later. Master Jing did not tell Chen Nan what dish to cook, but when he said this, the smile on his face was very mysterious. Chen Nan naturally believed in Master Zheng's craftsmanship, so he returned to the restaurant and sat at a window seat. Master, have you noticed? We can't hear the noise outside in the restaurant. The little yellow chicken jumped onto the table and said to Chen Nan. Chen Nan nodded. It seems that our restaurant is really good. Even the interior design is so rigorous. Master, the little yellow chicken has already made an appointment with a stylist for you and bought you a new suit. You can have a good date with Suka tomorrow. The little yellow chicken showed a naughty smile again and said to Chinnan. What date? Chinnan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. I'm just here to complete the task assigned to me by the system. What do you know? Humph! Okay. Master is right. It's all about completing the task, the little yellow chicken said with a smile. Chinnan rolled his eyes and said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. I invited Suka to dinner. In addition to completing the mission, there is actually another reason. What's the reason? The little yellow chicken asked hurriedly. Chinnan curled his lips. Didn't I promise Wang Dequan and Xia Yingying that I would make Qingij the #1 internet celebrity? If it were just United Chuang and Qingij herself, it would be impossible to accomplish this in just 1 month. What does the master mean? Xiao Huang asked again. Suka is a top-tier female celebrity after all. If I can get her to live-stream with Qingij, I believe Qingij's popularity will increase quickly. Chinnan smiled confidently. With Suka's help, I'm very confident that I can make Qingij the #1 internet celebrity. Master! You're such a genius! You've planned everything step by step, the little yellow chicken said with admiration in his eyes. You're worthy of being my master. You're truly amazing. It's because of my powerful skills and financial management skills that I can come up with these good ideas now. Chinnan continued to say to the little yellow chicken in his heart. As long as Sukuchin can help, then in a month, we can smoothly let Dongmu Group and United Chuang cooperate. Master, will Suka agree? The little yellow chicken asked again. If I help Suka get what she's always wanted, I believe she'll help me with this small favor. Chinnan's eyes were full of confidence. It's a mutually beneficial situation. For a female star like Suku, more exposure will also be good for her. Xiao Huang understands. Master, you are so awesome! The little yellow chicken raised a thumbs up with its little wings and praised. That's why I asked Chef Xing to carefully prepare tomorrow's dishes. It will also leave a good impression on Suku. Chinnan nodded and said to the little yellow chicken. Mr. Chen, the delicious food is here. Chef Xing pushed a food cart and walked over with a smile. What is that? It smells so good? Chinnan had already smelled the fragrance of the food and his eyes lit up. Mr. Chen, please take a look. Chef Xing brought the dishes to the table and said to Chinnan. This is the chicken stewed in broth and tomato beef that I made for you. As Master Xing spoke, he placed a bowl of fragrant rice in front of Chinnan, and he immediately felt a great appetite. Mr. Chen, don't be fooled by the fact that these two dishes may seem ordinary. In fact, the preparation and ingredients are very particular and high quality, Chef Xing said with a smile. Even the rice is made with very high-quality fragrant rice. I was wondering why this rice is sweeter than ordinary rice. Chinnan picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Chapter 156. Wang Yani didn't cook. Chinnan ate rice and vegetables in big mouthfuls. He suddenly felt that eating was the most important thing in life. Mr. Chen, how does it taste? As soon as Master Xing saw Chinnan eating, he knew there was nothing wrong. However, he still asked despite knowing the answer. Master Xing, look at how I eat now, don't you know? Chinnan's mouth was already full of food, and he muttered. Mr. Chen, your satisfaction is the greatest recognition for me. Chef Xing smiled proudly. For chefs like them, getting recognition from customers is the most fulfilling thing. Master, you're eating so deliciously, I want to try some too. The little yellow chicken looked at Chinnan's eating with envy. I've seen you eat the dishes made by Sister Wang, but you don't gobble them up like this. Sister Wang's cooking is delicious, but it's just home cooking. Chef Xing is different, he's a real great chef. Oh! Little yellow chicken, this is a delicacy you will never experience. Chinna deliberately angered the little yellow chicken and blinked proudly. Xiao Zhou, who was standing next to him, was slightly startled by Chinnan's eating habits. He whispered to Master Xing beside him. Master Xing, when our Mr. Chen eats, he's really down to earth. What do you know? This shows that our Mr. Chen is genuine and unpretentious. This is how the food tastes good. Chef Xing smiled proudly. No matter how beautiful the dishes are, if they are not delicious and cannot make customers enjoy them, they are just empty show. I'm a little hungry after watching this. Come on, Master Jing, I'm going to eat too. Xiao Zhou smiled and went back to the staff area to have dinner. Chen Nan had dinner at Pin Hang and packed up 3/4 of the food to take home. As soon as he entered the door, he put the food in the kitchen and saw Wang Yani, who was cooking. Sister Wang, why are you cooking so late today? Chen Nan glanced at the time and found that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Oh! Chen Nan, you're back. Wang Yani looked a little anxious. I had a meeting at work today, so I came back late. That's why I'm only cooking for Jinjin now. She must be starving. Sister Wang, if you're too busy with work to cook in the future, just give me a call. I recently acquired a restaurant, and you and Jinjin can have whatever you want. Chen Nan smiled at Wang Yani in a very normal tone and opened the packed food. I asked the chef to make these meals. Heat them up. Call Jinjin and Duan, and you can eat together. Wang Yani looked at the exquisite meals and said a little embarrassedly, Chen Nan, look, I'm bothering you again because of me. Sister Wang, if you keep saying something so polite, I'll get angry, Chen Nan said with a smile. Sister Wang, please heat up the food quickly. I'll go see Jinjin. As soon as Chen Nan came to the living room, he saw Jinjin sitting alone on the sofa, watching TV. Jinjin, are you hungry? Chen Nan sat down next to Jinjin, reached out and touched her head, and asked. Wang Jinjin touched her stomach, then glanced towards the kitchen and said loudly, Uncle Chin, Jinjin is not hungry. Jinjin had a super full meal at school at noon. Chen Nan knew that Wang Jinjin didn't want Wang Yani to blame herself, so she said that. He sighed slightly in his heart. Wang Jinjin is such a sensible child, so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. He put his arm around Wang Jinjin's shoulders and whispered to her, Jinjin, Uncle Chin has a new restaurant. If Mom is too busy at work, you can come to the restaurant to eat. The chef here is the same one we met at the amusement park that day. Really? Wang Jinjin laughed suddenly, and her big smile was very healing. Of course, Jinjin, Chen Nan said to Wang Jinjin with a smile. When has Uncle Chin ever lied to you? He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Jinjin. Jinjin, this is a secret between us. With this card, you can take your mother to the restaurant for dinner. Thank you, Uncle Chin. Wang Jinjin carefully took the business card from Chen Nan's hand, and then put it very carefully into the compartment of her small school bag. Jinjin, come to the kitchen and eat. At this moment, Wang Yani's voice came from the kitchen. Here I come. Wang Jinjin ran over happily. Master! Jinjin is such a good child. She is the best child I have ever seen. The little yellow chicken looked at Wang Jinjin's back with tears in his eyes, looking very moved. Yes, Jinjin is also very good to Sister Wang. She is actually a little girl who grew up in love. Chen Nan nodded and said to the little yellow chicken. Master, don't forget. You still have a mission to conquer Teacher Zhang Jingya. The little yellow chicken reminded. Master, Teacher Zhang Jingya is not that easy to conquer. I know. You're such a nag. Chen Nan poked the little yellow chicken impatiently with his finger. You've become the supervisor now. Hee. Little yellow chicken, I have the responsibility and obligation to urge my master to complete the task and enhance his attributes. The little yellow chicken looked righteous, and its feathers were ruffled by Chen Nan, making it look furry. Master, this is today's hot milk for you. Just at this moment, Duan came over with a cup of hot milk. Oh! Duan, you haven't eaten yet, right? Go eat, Chen Nan said helplessly. Besides, it's only a little after 8 o'clock in the evening. Isn't this hot milk supposed to be drunk before bed? Master, you can drink it now. Duan looked at Chen Nan seriously. Chen Nan knew Duan's character. He was like a piece of wood. He would definitely not give up until he finished drinking this cup of hot milk. I really admire you, Duan. Chen Nan smiled helplessly, shook his head, reached out to take the cup of hot milk and started drinking. Master, I think Duan is the one with the most professional ethics. The little yellow chicken also teased with a smile. Duan not only has professional ethics, he also has his own principles. As long as he thinks it is what he, as the butler, should do, it is useless even if I, the master, object. Chen Nan also said self-deprecatingly with a smile. I'm done, Duan. Chen Nan finally finished the cup of hot milk. He thought to himself, a cup of hot milk a day, Did Duan think of him as a little boy who was growing up in adolescence? Master, when teacher Zhao came to teach Xinjun recently, he asked about you. Duan reported to Chen Nan. Chapter 157 Peony Pattern Gold Watch. Chen Nan thought about it for a moment before realizing it was Christina. He has been busy with the affairs of the Dongmu group recently and forgot that Christina was still teaching Wang Xinjun how to paint. What did teacher Zhao say? Chen Nan asked. I just wanted to know why you haven't been home lately? What you've been busy with, etc. Duan answered truthfully. Yeah. Chen Nan nodded. So what did you say? I know that the master is busy with work, so it is not easy to tell teacher Zhao. I just said that the master has his own things to do and didn't say much. Duan answered seriously. Very good. Chen Nan nodded with satisfaction. Duan, you are truly my competent butler. Thank you for the compliment, master. Duan is a qualified butler, and naturally knows what to say and what not to say. Duan said again with a blank expression. Okay, big brother, you are awesome. Okay. Chen Nan found it funny that Duan always had a poker face. Master, Duan is not your elder brother. Duan is Duan, your butler. After Duan said this seriously, he turned and left, leaving Chen Nan looking at his back with a helpless smile. By the way, Duan! Chen Nan suddenly thought of something and called Duan again. Master, do you have any other instructions? Duan stopped, turned to look at Chen Nan, and asked respectfully. We are moving soon, so you should start packing up your things. Chen Nan thought that they were going to move to the Maiswan luxury villa soon, and felt that it would be better to let Duan make preparations first. Master, why do you suddenly want to move? Duan asked in some confusion. It'll be more comfortable to live in a new villa. Chen Nan smiled. Pack up the things you don't use often. Once the new house is finished, we'll move. I understand, master. Duan will definitely do things according to your instructions. Duan nodded seriously and said to Chen Nan. Master, Duan is very responsible, ha ha. The little yellow chicken laughed so hard that it fell over. You are very lucky to have such a dedicated housekeeper. Yes, I am very lucky to have a little yellow chicken artificial intelligence like you, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in a threatening tone. Hee hee. It's my great fortune for the little yellow chicken to have such a handsome master like you. Hee hee hee. The little yellow chicken immediately showed a flattering face and said to Chen Nan in a flattering manner. Chen Nan rolled his eyes in annoyance, yawned, turned around and went upstairs to his room to sleep. Early the next morning, Chen Nan had his hair done and changed into a light gray suit, looking elegant and gentlemanly. Master, I have also prepared a new watch for you. When you go on a date tonight, oh no! When you talk to Suku, you will definitely appear very professional, said the little yellow chicken with a smile. When Chen Nan opened the drawer, he saw an exquisite box inside. When he opened it, he found a latest model of Rolex gold watch. This is different from the one I had before, even though they are both gold Rolex watches. Chen Nan looked at the gold watch with a very delicate hollow pattern on it. If you look closely, it looked like a flower. What's this pattern? Chen Nan asked, somewhat puzzled. It looks like a flower? Wouldn't it be a bit strange for a grown man like me to use this pattern? Master, this is the latest model this year. It hasn't been officially released yet, and you're the first person to wear it. It was designed by a famous Rolex designer. It has a peony pattern, and it's really beautiful. The little yellow chicken quickly explained to Chen Nan. Master, this peony pattern is so elegant, it makes a man look classy when he wears it. Okay, not bad. Chen Nan shook his wrist in front of the mirror. The gold watch emitted a golden and shiny light, which was very beautiful. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that your charm value has increased by 100 points. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Shinhouse system appeared in Chen Nan's mind. Congratulations, master. You are now becoming a more and more charming man. The little yellow chicken smiled and gave Chen Nan a thumbs up with its little wings. That's not necessary. Look, your master will show off his charm today, Chen Nan also said jokingly. When he drove his Bugatti Veyron to Dongmu Group, he remembered that his office was still under renovation. So he came to Lin Qing's office again. Look! Mr. Qin is even more handsome today than yesterday. He's so handsome. And Mr. Qin came to Director Lin's office early in the morning. Do you think they have no other connection? Hee hee hee. Mr. Chen is so handsome. I wish I could have a boyfriend like him who is handsome, rich and domineering. The female employees around started to become infatuated again and talked about it in low voices. Chen Nan smiled, knocked on Lin Qing's office door, and walked in. Director Lin, I'm here to borrow your office again, Chen Nan said to Lin Qing with a smile. Mr. Chen, why are you here again? Lin Qing raised his head and was stunned the moment he saw Chen Nan. Chen Nan was wearing a perfectly tailored light gray suit, his hairstyle was stylish and capable, and his handsome face with sharp edges had a very bright smile. Chen Nan's temperament is very powerful, and he is elegant yet capable, which makes Lin Qing unable to take his eyes off him. Director Lin, what's wrong? Chen Nan saw that Lin Qing seemed to be stunned, so he asked again. Nothing, Mr. Chen. Lin Qing came back to his senses and looked away somewhat unnaturally. Ahem. She coughed twice and said to Chen Nan, Mr. Chen, why are you in my office again? Director Lin, have you forgotten? My office is being renovated. Chen Nan walked up to Lin Qing with a smile and said to her. Oh. Right, I forgot. Lin Qing's cheeks flushed as she saw Chen Nan approach her. She quickly changed the subject. By the way, Mr. Chen. After you beat him up yesterday at Jin Kwanshan, he didn't come to work today. He told the HR department that he needed leave to go to the hospital. Haha. Chen Nan smiled disdainfully when he heard what Lin Qing said. I think he did it on purpose. He wanted everyone to know that the new CEO, Mr. Chen, had beaten up the general manager of his planning department. Master! This person is so insidious! The little yellow chicken said angrily. Chapter 158, Exposing the Torture Scheme. Yes, Mr. Chen. Lin Qing also nodded. Jin Kwanshan is trying to use public opinion. To put it bluntly, he is trying to make things difficult for you by inflicting pain on you. Ha! Director Lin can actually say such down-to-earth words, making things difficult for me. Chen Nan's focus was actually placed here. Because in his mind, Lin Qing is a beautiful school belle who is not worldly, and words like making trouble for me would never appear in his normal conversations. Mr. Chen, why are you making fun of me? Lin Qing said awkwardly, feeling a little embarrassed. I'm just a little surprised. Ha ha! Chen Nan joked. Director Lin, but it's still very interesting when you say that. Lin Qing looked at Chen Nan shyly, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Okay, let's think about how to deal with Jin Kwanshan. Lin Qing reached out and hit Chen Nan's arm embarrassedly. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Chen Nan rubbed his face. Since Jin Kwanshan said he's taking leave to see a doctor, then I'll go to the hospital and take a look. Chen Nan curled his lips. I want to see what he can do about the slap I gave him. Mr. Chen, you had a friction with him yesterday, and you are provoking him again today. Isn't it a bad idea? Lin Qing asked worriedly. Don't worry, Director Lin. Chen Nan showed a confident smile on his face. If you can think so, I wonder if Jin Kwanshan will think the same. Of course Chen Nan, can't play by the rules. I have to give Jin Kwanshan a surprise. Chen Nan raised his eyebrows slightly and said to Lin Qing. Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that a random task will be dropped. If you expose Jin Qianshan's little trick, you will get a mysterious gift. At this moment, the reminder sound of the Godly Rich system appeared again. Master, it seems that the system also asked you to find Jin Kwanshan. The little yellow chicken also appeared, stood on Chen Nan's shoulder, and nodded. Director Lin, I'll go to the hospital now to see how our manager Jin is injured. After Chen Nan said this, he turned around and left the office without letting Lin Qing speak. Hey! Lin Qing was about to call Chen Nan, but Chen Nan had already left the office. There was a somewhat lost expression on her face. She originally wanted to tell Chen Nan that she wanted to go to the hospital with him to see Jin Kwanshan. But Chen Nan walked too fast, and before she could finish her words, Chen Nan had already left. The employees outside the office saw Chen Nan leave Lin Qing's office and walk out in big strides. Wow! It seems our CEO Chen is out on some business. Even his back looks so handsome. What do you know? Mr. Chen even came to Director Lin's office to see her before he went out to do some work. That's right. That's the key point. Think about it, the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning is to see Director Lin. The employees around were whispering again, each with a very strange smile on their face. Chen-Nan drove a Bugatti Veyron and prepared to go to the hospital where Jean Quan-shan was. Master! Isn't it a bit too high profile for you to drive this car to the hospital? Xiao Huang jumped out, sat in the passenger seat, and said to Chen-Nan. There's nothing I can do about it. I've been coming to Dongmu Group recently, so I haven't driven a business car. Now I can only drive this car, but it doesn't matter. I can just go out for dinner with Suku in the evening. Chen-Nan shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. Little Yellow Chicken, find me the location of the hospital where Jean Quan-shan is. I need to go meet this old fellow right now. Chen-Nan's lips curled up. I slapped him yesterday, and today he's trying to make a fuss about it. I want to see how he can use the self-torture trick. Okay. Master! Xiao Huang turned around, and then the light blue screen appeared in front of Chen-Nan. Master, I found the map for you. The little yellow chicken reminded Chen-Nan. Master, we seem to have caught up with the morning rush hour. There should be some traffic jams near the hospital. You must be careful. When did you become so concerned about your master? Chen-Nan looked at the little yellow chicken with a smile, then started the car and drove towards the hospital according to the map. I am the master's little yellow chicken, of course I care about the master's safety. The little yellow chicken flattered Chen-Nan. I've noticed that your flattery skills have gotten better and better since your attributes were upgraded. Chen-Nan teased with a smile. Hee hee. I am an artificial intelligence. I, the little yellow chicken, will say whatever my master likes. The little yellow chicken said with a smile. As expected, Chen-Nan was stuck in traffic. There were many red lights along the way, and we hit the morning rush hour, so the journey that was supposed to take half an hour had now taken more than an hour, and we still hadn't arrived. The light is red again. Chen-Nan showed a helpless smile on his face, and stopped the car to wait for the red light. This was already the 8th red light he had encountered, and the traffic jam was so bad that he felt a little hungry. Master, why don't you have breakfast at home this morning? The little yellow chicken asked in confusion. Actually, I don't want to trouble Sister Wang. Chen-Nan glanced at the little yellow chicken, turned on the car stereo, and continued. It would be more convenient if Sister Wang only made breakfast for Junjun. But I've noticed that every time I want to have breakfast, Sister Wang will carefully prepare a large table. Chen-Nan continued to say to the little yellow chicken. Sister Wang has to go to work in the morning, so she has to spend time preparing breakfast, so she must get up very early. Although I know Wang likes to cook, I don't want her to be too tired. Chen-Nan said to the little yellow chicken seriously. In fact, it's really not easy for Sister Wang, a woman, to take care of Junjun for such a long time. I also know that she doesn't want to cause trouble for me, but I also hope that she won't have to work so hard. Master, you are really a considerate and good man. The little yellow chicken raised a thumbs up with its little wings and said seriously. Sister Wang is such a virtuous person and has always taken care of my daily life. I also feel embarrassed. Chen-Nan smiled and said to the little yellow chicken, I've always wanted to hire a maid, but Sister Wang was afraid that I would waste money, so she wouldn't let me. I thought since we're moving soon, I could take this opportunity to hire a maid, so Sister Wang can have an easier time. Master, this is so thoughtful, said the little yellow chicken in admiration. And I think there's another benefit to moving, Chen-Nan said helplessly. Although Christina is Junjun's art teacher, we live across the street from her. I'm always worried she might want to spy on me. Chapter 159 Wang Shan is a pseudonym. When the little yellow chicken heard what Chen-Nan said, he asked with a smile. Master, do you also have such troubles? This Christina is so passionate, I can't control her. Chen-Nan smiled helplessly. If you hadn't brought her here to teach Junjun, I wouldn't have to keep avoiding her. Hee hee. Master, this is indeed my mistake, but let's not talk about the past anymore. The little yellow chicken felt a little guilty and quickly changed the subject. Master, the light is green, the light is green. Let's go quickly. Chen-Nan found the little yellow chicken's guilty look funny and started the car. By the time Chen-Nan drove to the hospital where Jean Quan-shan was, it was almost noon. Little yellow chicken, check for me, which ward Jean Quan-shan is in? Chen-Nan asked as he drove the car into the hospital's underground parking lot. Yes. Master! The little yellow chicken did it early, and then said to Chen Nan, Master, Jean Quan-shan is now in Ward 307. Chen Nan nodded. Okay, let's go straight up now. I want to see how serious this old fox's injuries are. After locking the car, Chen Nan walked directly to the elevator and arrived at the third floor of the hospital. This hospital is a private hospital, so the facilities and decoration are very new. The medical staff inside also look very young, especially the young nurses who are all very beautiful. Chen Nan walked in the corridor. There was a faint smell of disinfectant in the air, but the floor was very clean and tidy, without a trace of stain. Little yellow chicken, have you figured it out? This hospital can be summed up in one word: expensive. Chen Nan curled his lips, his tone full of sarcasm. Master, Jean Quan-shan must be rich. It's normal for him to come to such a high-end private hospital. The little yellow chicken stood on Chen Nan's shoulder and said to him, Little yellow chicken, think about it. He's trying to create public opinion in the company, saying I was hospitalized because I slapped him. If it were me, I would definitely go to a large tertiary hospital. That way, the certificate would be convincing. Chen Nan smiled and continued to explain to Little Yellow Chicken. But Jean Quan-shan came to this private hospital. Master, what do you mean? Asked the Little Yellow Chicken in confusion. What I mean is, maybe this hospital is related to Jean Quan-shan. Chen Nan curled his lips and his eyes darkened. The Little Yellow Chicken didn't quite understand at first, but after thinking for a while, it finally came to its senses and quickly said to Chen Nan, Master, you mean maybe this hospital was invested by Jean Quan-shan? Or maybe this hospital was actually opened by Jean Quan-shan? Not bad. Your Little Yellow Chicken is becoming smarter and smarter. Chen Nan nodded and touched the Little Yellow Chicken's head with his fingers. Hee hee. It's because the master's attribute values are getting higher and higher, so I have to upgrade as well. The Little Yellow Chicken smiled foolishly with embarrassment. Little Yellow Chicken, please find out for me in whose name the assets of this hospital are held? Chen Nan said to Little Yellow Chicken in his heart. Yes, master. The Little Yellow Chicken received Chen Nan's order and immediately began to investigate. Chen Nan looked around the wards and found that there were 1 or 2 bodyguards at the door of almost every ward. It seemed that the patients hospitalized here were either rich or noble. Master, I've already done some research, the Little Yellow Chicken said to Chen Nan. This hospital is under the name of a man named Wang Shan. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with Jean Quan-shan. Wang Shan? Chen Nan felt a little strange after hearing this name. How could there be such a coincidence? Jean Quan-shan's name also contains the character mountain, and Wang Shan's name also contains the character mountain. When Chen Nan thought of this, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Little Yellow Chicken, I understand, Chen Nan said to the Little Yellow Chicken with a smile. Actually, this Wang Shan should be Jean Quan-shan, just a pseudonym. If you think about it carefully, the 2 characters Jean and Quan both contain the character Wang. So the pseudonym Jean Quan-shan gave himself is Wang Shan. Oh! Master, you are so smart! The Little Yellow Chicken clapped its 2 little wings. Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that your IQ value increases by 100 points and your social value increases by 100 points. At this moment, the voice of the Godly Rich system appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. Master, it seems that you really guessed it right. Otherwise, the system would not have given a prompt sound. Master, you are really smart! The Little Yellow Chicken praised. It seems this hospital really is Wang Quan-shan's property. Chen Nan curled his lips. We've really come to the right place this time. With this clue, we should be able to continue the investigation. It's just right that we can go back and tell Lin Qing. Chen Nan had already walked to the door of Ward 307. 3 bodyguards were standing at the door, looking at Chen Nan expressionlessly. Who are you? This is the VIP ward. No outsiders are allowed to enter, the bodyguard said to Chen Nan expressionlessly. I'm here to find Jean Quan-shan. Chen Nan chuckled. Who are you? What do you want to see our President Jean for? The bodyguard looked Chen Nan up and down again. Seeing that Chen Nan was wearing an expensive suit, he knew that he must be a person of very high status. Then, he softened his tone and said to Chen Nan, Our CEO Jean needs to rest now. If you have anything to say, I can convey it to you. Chen Nan's eyes darkened, and he exuded a cold aura. He said to the bodyguard expressionlessly, "Go tell Jean Kwanshan that Mr. Chen, the man who slapped him, is here." The bodyguard was stunned when he heard what Chen Nan said. He knew that President Jean came to the hospital because he was slapped by the company's president. He still found it unbelievable that someone dared to hit President Jean. But when I thought about it, since he was the president of the company, he must be their boss, Mr. Jean, and he was a big shot. So when the bodyguard realized that the imposing young man in front of him was actually the company's president, his eyes widened in shock. I'll go talk to President Jean right now." The bodyguard winked at the other two bodyguards, then quickly opened the door of the ward and walked in. "Master, look how scared this bodyguard is." "Ha!" the little yellow chicken said mockingly. "I don't think Jean Kwanshan would have thought I could find this place," Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his mind. "And if this hospital is really his business, then he should be feeling even more guilty now." Chapter 160 Jean Kwanshan suffers a concussion. The bodyguard hurried into the ward. Jean Kwanshan was half sitting on his bed, watching TV. 3 or 4 pretty nurses surrounded him, feeding him. He ate the food fed by the young nurse with a lewd smile on his face. Jean Kwanshan doesn't look like a patient at all now. He just looks like an old man who is out for fun and has a bunch of people serving him. "What's wrong? Why are you so flustered?" Jean Kwanshan said impatiently when he saw the bodyguard looking so anxious. "Boss Jean! Jean, Boss Jean!" The bodyguard was a little incoherent. "At the door. At the door. What's wrong? Look at you, what happened at the door?" Jean Kwanshan frowned, looking nonchalant, and was still eating the food fed by the young nurse. "Mr. Jean! Your president is here!" Right at the door," the bodyguard said anxiously. "What president?" Before Jean Kwanshan could react, he opened his mouth and ate the grapes that a little nurse fed him. "Mr. Jean! He's the president who slapped you!" the bodyguard shouted. "Cough, cough, cough! Cough, cough, cough!" Jean Kwanshan was startled and choked by the grape that had just been put into his mouth. "Mr. Jean! Mr. Jean!" The young nurse hurriedly patted Jean Kwan's back. "What did you say?" Jean Kwanshan opened his eyes wide, looked at the bodyguard in disbelief, and then glanced at the door. "Mr. Jean, it's true. The president who slapped you is right at the door and said he wanted to see you," the bodyguard said hurriedly. "How did he find his way here?" Jean Kwanshan stood up in shock, and then hurriedly said to the young nurses, "All of you, behave like nurses. Go, go, go! Give your injections when you need them, and take your medicine when you need it. Hurry up and throw away all this food." Jean Kwanshan ordered the other men in the room and pointed to the kitchen in the ward. "Hurry, hurry! Get moving!" Jean Kwanshan was so anxious that he was about to jump up and down. "Yes, Mr. Jean." Then everyone in the room became busy. Jean Kwanshan quickly lay back down on the hospital bed, and after his men had finished the surgery, he said to the bodyguard, "Please ask Mr. Chen to come in." He thought to himself, how could that kid Chen Nan find this place? Could it be that his assets were exposed? Jean Kwanshan was very nervous. He didn't expect Chen Nan to find this place suddenly. "Yes, Mr. Jean." The bodyguard hurried to the door. At this time, Chen Nan, who was waiting outside the door, had already heard the noise inside. "Master, it seems there are quite a lot of people inside," the little yellow chicken teased. "Of course not. Jean Kwanshan is so good to me. There must be a lot of people serving him in there," Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. At this moment, the bodyguard suddenly opened the door, his head covered in sweat, and this time his attitude towards Chen Nan changed 180 degrees. Mr. Chen. The bodyguard was so nervous that he started to stutter. "Our Mr. Jean invites you, please come in." Seeing the bodyguard so nervous, Chen Nan found it a little funny. "Don't be afraid, I don't eat people." "Ha ha!" Chen Nan smiled and patted the bodyguard's shoulder. "Mr. Chen, I really didn't know your identity just now," the bodyguard said cautiously. "You are a great man who doesn't bear grudges. You are a great man who can hold a boat in his stomach." He was just a small bodyguard. How could he afford to offend the big boss? The main reason was that he really didn't expect that the person who beat up their boss Jean would actually come over on his own initiative. Besides, the person who dared to hit their boss Jean must be a big shot. Chen Nan found it funny to see the bodyguard's frightened expression. He patted the bodyguard's shoulder again, smiled, shook his head, and walked in. "Master, this ward is just like a 5-star hotel." The little yellow chicken noticed that the ward was fully equipped with sofas, massage chairs, and even the floor was covered with high-end cashmere carpets. "Jean Quan Shan knows how to enjoy life," Chen Nan said sarcastically to the little yellow chicken in his heart. "Oh, how is Manager Jin's condition?" Chen Nan's tone was full of sarcasm as he walked to Jean Qianshan's bedside. He saw Jean Quan Shan lying on the bed with his eyes half open and his face very rosy. Chen Nan also smelled the aroma of food and a hint of fruit in the air. It turns out that this old guy was eating and drinking to his heart's content just now. He really knows how to enjoy himself. Chen Nan saw several young nurses around him arranging the medicine bottles on the table. These young nurses were different from the young nurses he had seen in the corridor just now. These young nurses have fuller figures, long nails, red lipstick, and there is a smell of perfume around them. Chen Nan now understood even more clearly that Jean Quan Shan not only ate and drank lavishly here, but also got several beautiful women to accompany him. What an old pervert! "This is Mr. Chen." Jean Quan Shan pretended to have just opened his eyes, his voice still very weak. "Manager Jean, I heard you didn't go to the company today and came to the hospital for a checkup." Chen Nan smiled and said calmly, "I came to see you. How are you? What did the doctor say?" "Mr. Chen, I'm fine." Jean Quan Shan pretended to struggle to sit up. "Come, help me up." "Here I am, Mr. Jean." A young nurse nearby hurried over and helped Jean Quan Shan sit up. As soon as the young nurse came over, Chen Nan smelled a very strong scent of perfume and frowned. "Mr. Chen, I just have a slight concussion. The doctor said that I just need to rest more," Jean Quan Shan said to Chen Nan with a hint of cunning in his eyes. "Liar! Master, look at how he looks now, he is obviously pretending," said the little yellow chicken angrily. Chen Nan chuckled. "Manager Jean, I didn't expect that my slap would give you a concussion." "Mr. Chen, I really don't blame you for this matter," Jean Quan Shan said deliberately. "It's just that I'm old and my health is not very good, so—" Chen Nan knew what Jean Quan Shan meant by this, which was simply that he was old, but Chen Nan slapped him anyway, so he got a concussion. What this means is that he is showing weakness while putting the blame on Chen Nan. This old fox is so insidious. "Manager Jean, since you've already suffered a concussion, I must take full responsibility no matter what." Chen Nan's lips curled up as he slowly said, "This hospital looks quite good. I wonder who opened it. I'm going to ask the dean to come over and ask. Maybe I can help." Chapter 161. He must be feeling guilty. When Jean Quan Shan heard Chen Nan say this, he was immediately shocked and felt even more guilty. "Mr. Chen, no need. This hospital was recommended to me by a friend," Jean Quan Shan said quickly. "The doctors and medical facilities here are very good. I can be discharged soon." "Manager Jean, I was also impulsive yesterday." Chen Nan's tone was full of sarcasm, and he said slowly, "I will go to the dean now. I believe that the president of Dongmu Group will take the initiative to instruct the dean and will definitely treat you well." After saying that, Chen Nan pretended to walk towards the door. "Mr. Chen!" Jean Quan Shan was startled and quickly reached out to grab Chen Nan's arm. "Mr. Chen, no need." Chen Nan turned his head and looked down at Jean Qianshan's hand that was grabbing his arm, with a hint of disgust in his eyes. Jean Quan Shan quickly let go. "Mr. Chen, I'm actually much better, really. I don't feel so dizzy anymore. I'm much better." Chen Nan knew that Jean Quan Shan must be feeling guilty now, so he said this on purpose. Jean Quan Shan was thinking at this moment that he must not let Chen Nan go to the dean. He had already witnessed Chen Nan's management ability before. He knew Chen Nan was a very smart person, so if he became suspicious and found out that the hospital was actually under his name, it would be a disaster. But what Jean Quan Shan didn't know was that Chen Nan had already known about this matter. "Master, look at Jean Quan Shan still pretending here," How disgusting! So hypocritical! The little yellow chicken said angrily. He is feeling guilty now and doesn't let me go to see the dean because he is afraid that I will notice any clues. Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Manager Jean, you're in this state now. As your boss, I naturally have to take responsibility for you. Chen Nan raised his eyebrows slightly. Since I gave you this concussion and you're now in the hospital, what do the other employees in the company think of me? Naturally, I have to come to the hospital to see you and learn more about your injuries. Besides, Chen Nan pretended to look around. This private hospital has all the facilities, so it must be very expensive. Manager Jean, don't worry, I'll cover all your medical expenses. When Jean Kwanshan heard Chen Nan say this, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Because if Chen Nan went to pay his medical expenses, the hospital would definitely produce proof of payment. As long as Chen Nan was determined, with this proof he could not only track down the person in charge of the hospital, but he might also be able to find any problems with the accounts. Jean Kwanshan is a very suspicious person, so when Chen Nan said that he wanted to pay him money, he felt a little uneasy. Mr. Chen! No! Jean Kwanshan said quickly. Actually, I'm almost well now. Really? In order to prevent Chen Nan from paying him, Jean Kwanshan gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Chen, I'm actually dizzy today not just because of the concussion, but mainly because I have some high blood pressure. Yes. It's because I already have this disease, and it has nothing to do with you. He quickly winked at the young nurse beside him. Is that right, nurse? Yes, whatever Mr. Jean says is right. The young nurse quickly agreed. Jean Kwanshan frowned at her again. The nurse immediately realized she had said the wrong thing and quickly corrected herself. Jin's dizziness is indeed caused by high blood pressure, not a concussion. Chen Nan chuckled, his eyes darkened, and he said to Jean Kwanshan, Manager Jean, is it really not because of the slap I gave you that you were hospitalized? No. Mr. Chen, I just have high blood pressure. Really? Although Jean Kwanshan was unwilling, he couldn't let Chen Nan know that this hospital was his property. So even if I am unwilling in my heart, I can only say this. Ha! Master, you're amazing! The little yellow chicken couldn't stop laughing. Jean Kwanshan is so funny now! Oh, so that's how it is. Chen Nan's tone was full of sarcasm. What about the company's employees? Let me explain. Mr. Chen, I will go back to the company in the afternoon to explain. I really have high blood pressure, and it has nothing to do with you, Jean Kwanshan said quickly. Chen Nan nodded slightly. In that case, as long as Manager Jean is not seriously ill, it's fine. I'm relieved to see that you are fine. Mr. Chen, don't worry. I'm really fine, Jean Kwanshan said, gritting his teeth. Then I'll leave first. There are still many things to deal with at the company, Chen Nan said with a chuckle. Mr. Chen, you, take care. Jean Kwanshan took a deep breath and said. Chen Nan smiled and turned to leave when he stopped and said calmly, Manager Jean, since you have high blood pressure, you should eat less meat. Look at your ward, it smells like meat and vegetables. After saying that, he raised his leg and left the ward. Jean Kwanshan looked at Chen Nan's back and gritted his teeth. Chen Nan, you're going too far. After Chen Nan left the ward, a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Master, are you really going to let Jean Kwanshan go so easily? The little yellow chicken asked in confusion. He had clearly caught Jean Kwanshan's weakness, so why did Chen Nan leave so easily? Judging from his reaction just now, this hospital must be very important to him. Chen Nan curled his lips and continued. With Jean Kwanshan's personality, if he feels guilty now, he will definitely take action. And he already feels that I suspect him, so he will definitely find a way to transfer his assets. Master, what do you mean? The little yellow chicken thought for a moment, and continued. If Jean Kwanshan becomes suspicious, he will take action. As long as he takes action, we can find the flaw, right, Master? Ha! You really are the worm in my stomach now. Chen Nan smiled brightly and said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. It seems that I can't hide my thoughts from you now. Master, how can you talk like that? I'm a little yellow chicken, not a bug. Humph! the little yellow chicken said angrily. Bugs are so ugly, I'm still the cutest little yellow chicken. Ha! Okay, you are a little yellow chicken, not the roundworm in my stomach, Chen-Nan said with a smile. Chapter 162, also rewarding the hospital. After leaving the hospital, Chen-Nan did not return to the company directly. He thought that since Jin Quan-shan was already feeling guilty, he would definitely find a way to clear things up after returning to the company in the afternoon. Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that you have completed the random task and exposed Jin Quan-shan's plan. The system rewards the host with the hospital industry. Congratulations to the host! At this moment, the prompt sound of the Godly Rich system appeared in Chen-Nan's mind. Ah? Chen-Nan didn't react at once. The super rich system actually gave him the assets of a hospital. Master, yes. You heard it right. The Godly Rich system has rewarded you with the assets of a hospital, the little yellow chicken said with a smile. Congratulations, Master. But I'm not familiar with hospitals at all, and I don't understand medical books. Is this really okay? Chen-Nan asked in surprise. Master is different from Jin Quan-shan. Master will definitely make this hospital a great place to heal and save lives, the little yellow chicken said to Chen-Nan with a grin. Master, why don't we go check out this hospital now? After all, it's your new asset. I haven't even figured out what's going on with Tianxing Entertainment yet, and now we have the hospital's assets. Chen-Nan said this with a bit of Versailles airs. But since this is a reward from some super-rich system, I definitely have to accept it. Master, although this hospital is your asset, it is up to you to manage it. In fact, you are now the largest shareholder. You can go and talk to the dean now, the little yellow chicken suggested. Okay, let's go now. Chen-Nan curled his lips, came to the parking lot, and drove the Bugatti Veyron on the road. Master, we have found the location of the hospital for you. It's called Xinai Hospital, which has a nice name. After the little yellow chicken said that, the light blue screen with a route map appeared in front of Chen-Nan's eyes. Xinai Hospital, it's a really heartwarming name, Chen-Nan said to the little yellow chicken while driving according to the route on the map. Since I'm now the largest shareholder of this hospital, I must manage it well. What Chen-Nan was thinking was that he could let the hospital do more charity projects to help those who have no money to treat their illnesses and buy medicine. Master, you are such a kind-hearted person. The little yellow chicken sensed Chen-Nan's thoughts and praised. I can't hide my current thoughts from you. Chen-Nan showed a helpless smile on his face and shook his head. He drove to the gate of Xinai Hospital. Although this hospital was also a private hospital, it looked completely different from Jin Quan-shan's hospital and was much simpler. Little yellow chicken, why does this hospital look so simple? Isn't it also a private hospital? Chen-Nan parked the car, got out, and said to Little Yellow Chicken as he walked into the hospital. Although this hospital is private, the director is an upright person. Most of the hospital's assets are used to purchase the most advanced medical facilities and medicines, so they probably don't care much about decoration. The Little Yellow Chicken checked the information and continued to say to Chen-Nan, Master, the director of this hospital is surnamed Zhang. It suddenly paused and then let out a cry of surprise. Little Yellow Chicken, what's wrong with you? Why are you making such a fuss? Chen-Nan asked in some confusion. Master, guess what I saw? The Little Yellow Chicken looked at his own information and said to Chen-Nan in surprise. Stop keeping us in suspense and tell us quickly. Chen-Nan now felt that the Little Yellow Chicken was really getting better at keeping us in suspense and always left things unsaid. It is an artificial intelligence, but now it has learned how to speak like humans. Master, the director of this hospital is surnamed Zhang, the Little Yellow Chicken said loudly. Just surnamed Zhang, so what? Chen-Nan said indifferently without caring. Master, the information I just found shows that this Dean Zhang is actually Teacher Sheng's father, said the Little Yellow Chicken in surprise. Ah? Teacher Zhang. Chen-Nan was walking and didn't react for a moment. He paused for a moment before realizing what the Little Yellow Chicken had just said. What? What a coincidence! Chen-Nan was also a little surprised and said to the Little Yellow Chicken, Dean Zhang is Teacher Zhang Jingya's father? Yes, Master! The Little Yellow Chicken looked at Chen-Nan seriously and nodded. Chen-Nan stopped, thought for a moment, and then smiled. Little Yellow Chicken, I think the super-rich system did this on purpose. Because the super-rich system rewarded my hospital, and it just happened to be Director Zhang. I think the system is also helping me complete the task, which is not bad. Yes, Master, you are too busy now. Didn't I remind you before not to forget that you still have the task of conquering Teacher Zhang Jingya? Look, even the system is reminding you. The little yellow chicken stood on Chen Nan's shoulder and said with a wicked smile. Then let's go meet Dean Zhang now, hee. Chen Nan actually had a good impression of Teacher Zhang Jingya, but he had a lot of things to do in his company recently, and had no time to see Teacher Zhang Jingya. This time, I can take this opportunity to get close to Dean Zhang, which will also help me conquer Zhang Jingya. Chen Nan walked into the Xinai hospital. The walls inside did look a bit old, and there were a lot of patients, most of whom were working-class people. There are still many elderly people here seeing doctors at this time, but Chen Nan found that there are quite a few caregivers here, all taking care of the elderly. Although the hospital was a bit old, it was still clean and tidy. Chen Nan glanced inside the door and found that the medical facilities inside were indeed very new. Little Yellow Chicken, it seems you're right. Chen Nan said to Little Yellow Chicken in his heart. All the money in this hospital is used for patients. That's great. And my information also shows that Dean Zhang is an upright and honest person, so he has offended many people. The Little Yellow Chicken sighed and said to Chen Nan. What do you mean? Chen Nan asked. Many businessmen have also taken a fancy to this hospital because Xinai Hospital has a very good reputation, so they want to invest and make a profit. Little Yellow Chicken explained to Chen Nan. But Dean Zhang felt that those businesses had ill intentions and wanted to use the hospital to make money, so he rejected them all. But for the current Xinai Hospital, it is actually already losing money. Now that we have acquired this hospital and become the largest shareholder, we are actually helping the hospital. The Little Yellow Chicken nodded seriously. Chapter 163 Procurement of New Medical Equipment. Could Dean Zhang, who is such an upright person, think that I am also a profit-driven businessman? Chen Nan suddenly realized the key point of the matter. Hee hee. The Little Yellow Chicken smiled guiltily. Chen Nan turned to look at the Little Yellow Chicken, his face full of black lines. That meant that Dean Zhang might also think that he was the kind of profit-driven businessman. This would be troublesome. Ding! The Xinhao system reminds the host that the system has dropped a random task. If you gain the trust and recognition of Dean Zhang, you will receive a mysterious gift. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Xinhao system appeared in Chen Nan's mind. My tasks now are one after another. Chen Nan was a little amused. Master, having many tasks means you can level up quickly. Come on, Master! Master is the best! Master is the best! The Little Yellow Chicken began to cheer for Chen Nan. Haha, thank you. Chen Nan rolled his eyes at the Little Yellow Chicken, then found Dean Zhang's office. He stood at the door, coughed twice, and then knocked. Come in. A voice came from inside. Chen Nan pushed open the door and walked in with a smile. Hello, who are you? Dean Zhang is a middle-aged man with a very elegant temperament, which is indeed very similar to that of Teacher Zhang Jingya. No wonder they are a family, they both have a cultured air. Hello, I'm a shareholder who acquired Xinai Hospital, Chen Nan said in a very gentlemanly tone. My name is Chen Nan. When Dean Zhang heard what Chen Nan said, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. He looked Chen Nan up and down, then walked up to him. Master, why does the Dean's expression seem a bit serious to me? The Little Yellow Chicken said cautiously. Haha. I think so too. Although Chen Nan still had a very polite smile on the surface, the look in his eyes when he looked at the Dean was indeed full of hostility. Mr. Chen, although you have acquired Xinai Hospital, I will not agree with your shady dealings. Dean Zhang looked very upright, and his tone was very cold. I am the Dean of Xinai Hospital. No matter what, I will not do anything to let the hospital or its patients down. Chen Nan was stunned for a moment before he realized that those businessmen must have had ulterior motives, which was why Dean Zhang was so disgusted. Dean Zhang. Chen Nan smiled politely and explained to Dean Zhang. I don't have the ideas you mentioned. Huh! Dean Zhang was stunned for a moment when he heard what Chen Nan said, and then looked at him suspiciously. Chen Nan smiled and said to Dean Zhang in a very sincere tone. Dean Zhang, although I acquired Xinai Hospital, I really don't know much about medical matters. Naturally, you will be the one to manage it. Although I am indeed a businessman, I acquired Shinai Hospital because I want to do my best to help those in need, Chen Nan said in a very sincere and honest tone. Really? Dean Zhang still didn't quite believe it. He had come across many such businessmen before. Their ultimate goal was to exploit the hospital's reputation to engage in some shady business, such as selling expensive imported drugs to patients, or using the hospital to run illicit businesses. Dean Zhang was a man of integrity and honesty, so he naturally rejected those businessmen with stern words. But it was also because of this that Dean Zhang did offend many businessmen. Even though he is the director of the hospital, he only gets a fixed salary and doesn't make much money. Dean Zhang, I know you don't trust businessmen. Chen Nan smiled and was not angry at all about Dean Zhang's distrust. Because Chen Nan admired upright people very much in his heart, he was not angry. Instead, he was happy that the hospital had such a director. But I'm different from the businessmen you've met before. I didn't acquire the hospital for any other purpose. If you don't believe me, the latest medical equipment I ordered will be delivered soon. Chen Nan smiled and said to the little yellow chicken in his heart, Little yellow chicken, I leave it to you. Yes, Master. The little yellow chicken immediately turned around after receiving Chen Nan's order. Master! It's done! The little yellow chicken smiled proudly and said to Chen Nan. At this moment, a young doctor rushed in from outside the door. He gasped and said to Zhang Yuanzi, Director Zhang! Go and take a look. What's wrong? Dean Zhang thought something had happened and asked hurriedly. Director Zhang, there are several large trucks outside, and many workers are unloading the goods. I see that there seem to be the latest medical equipment inside. When the young doctor said this, the joy on his face could no longer be suppressed. Director Zhang, please go out and take a look. Is this the batch of medical equipment you have always wanted to buy? Chen Nan said confidently with a curl of his lips. Director Zhang was stunned for a moment, then immediately followed the young doctor out of the office. Chen Nan smiled, sat on the sofa, and waited for Dean Zhang to confirm. Master, look at Dean Zhang, he still looks incredulous. The little yellow chicken also laughed. This batch of medical equipment is very expensive. This hospital didn't have enough funds to purchase it before. Now that we have an owner, we can use the latest medical equipment here. I believe it will be of great help to the patients. As long as it can help the patients, it's fine. Chen Nan nodded in his heart, and said to the little yellow chicken. Chen Nan smiled and looked at the furnishings in Zhang Yuanzi's house. It was indeed very simple. Even this desk is a bit old. It can be seen that Dean Zhang is really honest. The desk he uses every day is so old, and he has not replaced it with a new one. Chen Nan walked to the table and saw a photo frame on it. He picked it up, and saw that it was a photo of Dean Zhang and his family of 3. Dean Zhang's wife was also very pretty, with a gentle and generous temperament, and teacher Zhang Jinya also had the same temperament. She stood between Dean Zhang and his wife, smiling very happily. It can be seen that when this photo was taken, Zhang Jinya still looked like a college student, exuding a sense of youthfulness and immaturity. Mr. Chen. At this moment, Dean Zhang hurried back with a very happy smile on his face. Director Zhang, I wasn't lying to you, was I? Chen Nan said jokingly. It seems you're very satisfied with these medical devices. Mr. Chen, I was wrong just now. Please don't take it personally. Dean Zhang apologized and quickly extended his hand to shake Chen Nan's hand. Those businessmen who came here before were really too much. Chapter 164, Going Out for Dinner on the Weekend. Chen Nan smiled and shook his head, then quickly said, Dean Zhang, please don't say that. I understand your feelings very well. The fact that you can do this shows that you are a good dean. Mr. Chen, I really didn't expect that you would purchase this batch of medical equipment. When Dean Zhang said this, his tone was full of gratitude and a little excitement. It doesn't matter. Since I acquired this Shinai Hospital, this is what I should do, Chen Nan said with a smile. Mr. Chen, you don't know, Dean Zhang said excitedly. I've actually been wanting to purchase this batch of medical equipment for a long time. The equipment in our hospital is already too old. But due to limited funds and the extremely expensive medical equipment, we haven't purchased any yet. Dean Zhang sighed slightly. although other businessmen have offered to buy the latest medical equipment for us if I can agree to their demands. But I can't allow them to use it to do anything shameful, so I didn't purchase this batch of medical equipment. Dean Zhang looked at Chen Nan with a grateful tone. Mr. Chen, you really solved our urgent problem. Dean Zhang just followed the young doctor out to the hospital entrance and saw several large trucks parked there. Workers were unloading goods from the trucks, and they were all the latest medical equipment. Dean Zhang was stunned at the time and could hardly believe his eyes. He thought he was dreaming. Director Zhang, this is what I should do. Although I don't know much about medical knowledge, I really want to help as many patients as possible. Chen Nan smiled and said to Dean Zhang seriously, although I have acquired this hospital, I still want you to continue to manage it. If you need any medical equipment, as long as it is good for the patients, just tell me directly. I will definitely meet all the needs of the hospital. Mr. Chen, thank you so much. We are so lucky that you can acquire our hospital. Director Zhang's eyes were filled with tears and he looked very grateful. Director Zhang, you don't have to save money anymore, and we can replace all the equipment in our hospital with new ones. Chen Nan smiled and said, Mr. Chen, I don't know what to say. Dean Zhang was so excited that he kept holding Chen Nan's hand. After thinking for a long time, he finally said, Mr. Chen, to thank you, I would like to treat you to a meal. Chen Nan suddenly thought of this as a good opportunity, so he smiled and said, Zhang Yuanzi, you can treat me to a meal if you want. But we can't eat out. If you don't mind the trouble, you can cook me some home-cooked meals. Dean Zhang had a very good impression of Chen Nan. He knew that he was a big boss and had eaten all kinds of delicacies. No problem, Mr. Chen. Dean Zhang agreed readily. Come over to my house this weekend. I'll have my wife and daughter cook for us. My wife is quite a good cook. Chen Nan thought to himself, he had been waiting for Dean Zhang to say this, so he nodded immediately. Dean Zhang, I will definitely go this weekend. When Chen Nan came out of Shinai Hospital, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Master! We have done a good thing this time. The little yellow chicken was also very happy and felt that they had helped many patients. And Dean Zhang is indeed a good person. Chen Nan nodded. It's just right that I can go to Dean Zhang's house for dinner this weekend and see teacher Zhang Jingya. Master, it seems from your tone that you are still very much looking forward to it. The little yellow chicken said with a wicked smile. Go, go, go. Chen Nan ignored the little yellow chicken and glanced at the gold watch on his wrist. It's almost time, let's drive to Pin Hang restaurant. It's our first time to dine with Suke, so it's better for us to go early. It's also a good opportunity for me to see how Master Xing is preparing. Ding! The Shin House system reminds the host that you have completed the random task and gained the favor of Dean Zhang. The system rewards you with some operational information about the hospital and has put it in your backpack. At this moment, the Shin House system's prompt sound appeared again. That's great! I can take a look at this information after I get home tonight. Chen Nan thought for a moment. I have this information, and maybe it can be useful when I go to Dean Zhang's house for dinner this weekend. TSK. I told you, Master, you are always thinking about teacher Zhang Jingya in your mind. The little yellow chicken complained with a smile again. Shut up! No one will think you're dumb if you don't speak! Chen Nan rolled his eyes and said to the little yellow chicken unhappily. Hee hee hee! The little yellow chicken still grinned evilly. So, Chen Nan drove the Bugatti Veyron to the door of Pin's Hang restaurant. As soon as he entered the door, Xiao Zhou came over with a smile and said, Mr. Chen, you are here. Yeah. Chen Nan smiled and nodded. How are the preparations going on Master Deng's side? Master Jing is in a very good mood today and is very confident. The ingredients are almost ready, and we are just waiting for your guests to arrive so that we can start cooking. Xiao Zhou reported truthfully with a smile. He added, Mr. Chen, your suit today looks very nice. Paired with this gold watch, you look very gentlemanly. Xiao Zhou, you have great taste. Chen Nan smiled and reached out to pat Xiao Zhou's shoulder, once again sighing in his heart that Xiao Zhou really has a high emotional intelligence. For some reason, when compliments like these come out of Xiao Zhou's mouth, they don't feel hypocritical at all, but rather seem sincere. Mr. Chen, please come and take a look at our layout, Xiao Zhou said to Chen Nan with a smile. Chen Nan nodded and followed Xiao Zhou to the high-end reception room on the 5th floor. As soon as Chen Nan walked in, he saw a dazzling crystal chandelier on the ceiling in the center. The shape of the chandelier was very fashionable, shaped like a flower, and looked very luxurious. The English version of Happy Birthday is written on the wall with pink petals, and the surrounding area is also decorated with patterns made of pink petals, which is cute and playful. Xiao Zhou, how did you know I was going to celebrate Suku's birthday? Chen Nan asked with some surprise. Mr. Chen, this is my job. Of course I have to do a good investigation. Xiao Zhou smiled and nodded, looking very natural. In fact, when Chen Nan was leaving yesterday, he told Xiao Zhou that the guest he invited was Suku. Chapter 165. Suku arrives on time. Chen Nan looked around at the surrounding layout and nodded with satisfaction. He once again sighed in his heart that Xiao Zhou was indeed a person who knew how to deal with customers very well. Not bad, Xiao Zhou. Chen Nan smiled. I'll give you a big red envelope as a reward. It's a pity, Mr. Chen, this is what I should do, Xiao Zhou said respectfully. Chen Nan thought Xiao Zhou's arrangement was very tasteful and suited Suku's personality. He could tell he had done his research and had arranged it this way. Moreover, when Chen Nan was in KTV before, he remembered that all the decorations in the VIP box were pink. So Suku must like pink very much, which is why he decorated it like this. It seems that Xiao Zhou is really thoughtful. He found out that Suku likes pink, so he also used pink petals to decorate the restaurant. Master, the decoration here is quite romantic. Fortunately, the words Happy Birthday are spelled out with flower petals, otherwise I would have thought that you were proposing to me, the little yellow chicken said with a wicked smile. Just shut up. You're just a dog that can't spit out ivory. Chen Nan rolled his eyes and said to the little yellow chicken unhappily. You're the one proposing. Your whole family is proposing. Master, I am a little yellow chicken. I am neither a dog nor an elephant. What you said is a wrong sentence, said the little yellow chicken seriously. Go away, you are really annoying, Chen Nan said impatiently in his heart. Mr. Chen, you're here. At this moment, Chef Xing came over and said with a smile. The ingredients are almost ready. I can start cooking as soon as the guests arrive. Because the heat and timing of these dishes still need to be controlled, they can't be made in advance, Chef Xing explained. Otherwise, the quality of the dishes will be affected. Thank you for your hard work, Master Xing. Chen Nan nodded with a smile, then glanced at the gold watch on his wrist. It's already 5:30. I guess the guests will be here soon. Master Xing, when the guests arrive, I will ask Xiao Zhou to go to the kitchen to inform you, Chen Nan said to Master Xing. No problem, Mr. Chen. Chef Xing patted his chest confidently and continued. Mr. Chen, I really have to say that Xiao Zhou is amazing. Today's ingredients are all top-notch. So today's dishes will definitely taste amazing. Master Xing, I believe in your cooking skills. Chen Nan smiled and gave a thumbs up. I really like the food you cook. It's making me hungry. Master, according to my detection, Suku is on the way now and is expected to arrive in 15 minutes. The little yellow chicken reminded Chen Nan. Chen Nan calculated the time and, according to what the little yellow chicken said, arrived at the restaurant door and advanced to wait for Suku. Xiao Zhou was also standing on one side of the gate, looking very respectful. Master, Suku's car is here. The little yellow chicken stood on Chen Nan's shoulder and said with a smile. As soon as the little yellow chicken finished speaking, a white BMW commercial vehicle stopped at the door of Pin's Hang restaurant. Suku is very low-key. As a top female star, she must have luxury cars. But this white BMW business car is obviously a nanny car. But there is no way around it. If a female star like her is photographed by paparazzi, she will definitely be surrounded by scandals the next day. But Chen Nan didn't care, because if there really was a scandal, he now had the ability to resolve the matter. After the car stopped, the bodyguard came out first and opened the door for Suku. Suku was dressed rather low-key today, just a little black dress, but the cut was quite neat, and it looked like it was from a big brand. Mr. Chen, why are you standing at the door? Suku wore this skirt, which brought out her figure. She really deserved to be a female star, with a great figure. When Suku saw Chen Nan up close, she was stunned for a moment, then revealed a sense of surprise. Because the last time she saw Chen Nan, he was dressed like a college student, so she had never thought that Chen Nan would actually be the boss of Tianxing Entertainment Company. But today, when she saw Chen Nan wearing a luxurious suit and a sparkling gold watch on his wrist, he exuded an elite aura, which really amazed her. "I'm waiting for a big star here," Chen Nan joked with a smile. Xiao Zhou behind him had already respectfully opened the door for the two of them. "Please come in, Su Mingxing." Chen Nan made a "please" gesture very gentlemanly. Suke smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Then she walked in first wearing exquisite high heels, followed by Chen Nan, and several of Suke's bodyguards, and Xiao Zhou walked behind them. As soon as Chen Nan and Sui came in, the waiter standing on both sides bowed neatly and said, "Welcome. Mr. Chen, it looks like you have booked the restaurant," Suke said with some surprise. Chen Nan smiled and shook his head. "This restaurant is mine." Suke was stunned for a moment, but then he thought, both Dongmu Group and Tianxing Entertainment Company belong to Chen Nan, so a mere restaurant is normal. "Mr. Chen was really low-key last time, but I can see this time that you are very generous." Suke smiled sweetly. Under the guidance of Xiao Zhou, he and Chen Nan came to the 5th floor of the restaurant. "Since I agreed to treat the big star to dinner, I should also give him some face," Chen Nan said jokingly. When Suke came to the 5th floor, he saw the layout here, and even the air was filled with a faint floral fragrance. "Mr. Chen, you are so thoughtful. I feel embarrassed." Suke looked at the "Happy Birthday," written with pink petals on the wall, with surprise in his eyes. Even female celebrities like romantic surprises. "Suke, don't get me wrong. I'm not that kind of boss. I just remembered that your box was decorated like this in the KTV that day, so I thought you might like it." Chen Nan deliberately explained this to Suke because he didn't want Suke to think that he was the kind of boss who had improper thoughts about her. "Ha! Mr. Chen, you're quite cute." Suke was immediately amused by Chen Nan. "Although I have indeed encountered such things in this circle, I believe that you, Mr. Chen, are not such a person." "That's good." Chen Nan nodded with a smile, and followed Xiao Zhou's guidance to the window seat. Chen Nan very gentlemanly pulled out a chair for Suke, and let her sit down first before he sat down himself. Chapter 166, Gaining Suke's Favor. "Mr. Chen, I really didn't expect that you actually remembered my birthday. Suke's makeup today is different from the last time I saw her in KTV. Today's makeup is more transparent, and her long hair like seaweed hangs down to her waist. She exudes a very gentle temperament. In addition, she has a sweet appearance, and she even exudes a hint of charm when wearing an exquisite little black dress. Master, a female star is indeed a female star. She is so beautiful. Her face is so small." The little yellow chicken also appeared, its eyes turned into red hearts, looking at Suke. "Otherwise, how could she become a female star? Besides, she is a singer and dancer, so naturally her figure is first class," Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. "Since I promised you before, I will naturally fulfill my promise." Chen Nan smiled very gentlemanly and said to Suke with a smile, "Mr. Chen, shall we start cooking now?" Xiao Zhou bent down slightly and asked very respectfully. Chen Nan nodded and said, "Let's get started." "Yes, Mr. Chen." Xiao Zhou smiled and nodded to Chen Nan and Suke, then asked, "Mr. Chen, Ms. Su, what would you like to drink?" "Suke, how about orange juice? The fruits here are all airlifted in from abroad and are very fresh," Chen Nan asked Suke with a smile. Suke was stunned for a moment, then nodded randomly and said with a smile, "Okay, I want some orange juice too." Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that Suke's favorability towards you has increased by 10%, and your emotional intelligence has increased by 100 points. Congratulations to the host! At this moment, the prompt sound of the Godly Rich system appeared in Chen Nan's mind. "Master, why is this happening? Why don't I understand?" the little yellow chicken asked in confusion. "What did you do? Why did Suke's favorability suddenly increase?" Chen Nan curled his lips and said to the little yellow chicken in his heart, "You don't understand this." "Ha! Master, please tell the little yellow chicken quickly. I really want to know. Don't keep me in suspense." The little yellow chicken flapped its two little wings anxiously. "Because female celebrities like Suke usually have to drink when entertaining. Especially when dining with various bosses, it's inevitable that someone will force them to drink. Didn't you hear Suka just say that she has encountered this kind of thing before? So I just suggested that she drink the juice. She'll feel more at ease with me and be more confident that I don't have any bad thoughts about her. Chen Nan explained to the little yellow chicken. So her favorability towards me will naturally increase. Master, you are so awesome! My admiration for you is like the endless flow of a river. The little yellow chicken's eyes turned into stars, and it said to Chen Nan with great admiration. Ha! Then this is not necessary. Chen Nan smiled proudly in his heart, and said to the little yellow chicken. So, Xiao Shou brought 2 glasses of freshly squeezed orange juice and placed them in front of the 2 people. Orange juice in a highball glass looks like a children's meal. Ha ha! Suka was now a little more relaxed and said to Chen Nan jokingly. Ha ha! Then today we can just be 2 children, that's not bad either. Chen Nan also laughed and joked. Kindergarten senior class, right? Ha! Mr. Chen, you are really funny. Suka looked very sweet and even more beautiful when she laughed. Suka, I actually want to apologize to you for what happened at the KTV that day. Chen Nan looked at Suka seriously. Because of me, the relationship between you and your 2 good friends has been affected. Mr. Chen, please don't say that. I really don't blame you. Suka smiled faintly, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Actually, I'm not afraid to tell you that it's hard to meet true friends after being in this entertainment industry for a long time. Actually, I know exactly why they want to be my friends. But in this circle, I have many things that I cannot control, and I am a hot topic, so I have to be more cautious in what I do. Actually, I want to thank Mr. Chen for not holding it against them for what happened that day. Suka's tone was very sincere. I'm also very grateful to Mr. Chen for understanding my situation. Chen Nan felt that Suka was really a woman with high emotional intelligence. She spoke very tactfully and made you feel very comfortable. It turns out that first-line female stars really know how to deal with people, especially beautiful women like Suka. Suka, what happened before is in the past. I now solemnly say to you, happy birthday! Chen Nan smiled and raised his glass and said to Suka. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Suka also raised his glass, clinked it lightly with Chen Nan's glass, and took a sip of orange juice. This orange juice is really delicious. It seems to taste different from the orange juice I drank before, Suka said with a hint of surprise in his eyes. As long as you like it, Chen Nan said with a smile. Master, look at Suka, she is so cute. She is so happy just by drinking some orange juice. The little yellow chicken likes Suka very much. Not only does he think she is beautiful, but also has a good personality. She's not just happy because she's drinking orange juice, she's happy because she feels relaxed having a meal with me. Chen Nan has the strongest brain, so he can now see clearly what people are thinking. What does this mean? The little yellow chicken asked again in confusion. Are you grateful that Suka is sitting more relaxed now? Chen Nan explained to the little yellow chicken in his mind. Ever since I asked her to drink orange juice, she knew I didn't have any other intentions, I just wanted to treat her to a meal. She used to sit very straight at the beginning, but now she's leaning a little on the sofa. Oh! It's true! The little yellow chicken also noticed that Suka was now leaning on the sofa chair, and the smile on his face looked much more relaxed than before. After all, this was only the second time Suka and I met. Even though I kept saying I was a good person, Suka was a female celebrity after all. She had met many shady bosses, so she definitely wasn't completely confident in me at the beginning. Chen Nan continued to say to the little yellow chicken. So now Suka is a little more relaxed. Mr. Chen, can I ask you a question? I'm really curious. Suka suddenly looked at Chen Nan and asked. Excuse me. Chen Nan nodded. I also know that Tianxing Entertainment Company is one of the largest entertainment companies in the entertainment industry, but I never knew that you were the boss of this company. I have never heard of it before, Suka said. Chapter 167 Showing the Contract to Suka. Chen Nan knew that Suka was a very smart woman, so when she found out that Chen Nan was the boss of Tianxing Entertainment Company, she must have been a little puzzled. Although she didn't doubt his identity, Suka was just a little curious. She had been in the entertainment industry for a long time and had met many bosses of large companies at dinner parties, but she had never heard of Chen Nan. Because I recently acquired Tianxing Entertainment Company, to be honest, I haven't officially handed over the company since I acquired it, Chen Nan jokingly said. I've been busy with work at the Dongma Group lately and can't leave, so it's normal that you don't know me. Suku was slightly startled when he heard what Chen Nan said, and the smile on his face became a little playful. Mr. Chen, you are really an interesting person. You are different from those big bosses I have met before. Haha! Why do I not think you're praising me when you say that? Chen Nan also laughed and joked, continuing. I originally ran a real estate company, but I wanted to expand my business, so I acquired Tianxing Entertainment Company. Mr. Chen is really a young and promising man. Suku was not complimenting him, but speaking from the bottom of his heart. She felt that Chen Nan was so young, yet he could achieve such results, and he was also a very gentlemanly person, which made her feel really comfortable having dinner with him. Now that we're here, I can tell you about the birthday present I prepared for you. Chen Nan curled up the corners of his mouth, suddenly revealing a mysterious smile, and said to Suku with a smile. Mr. Chen, you really prepared a birthday present for me? No, you're spending too much. Really, I feel embarrassed that you're treating me to this meal. Suku smiled and waved his hand, saying repeatedly. Suku, I believe you will like this birthday gift very much. Chen Nan curled his lips, and then said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Little yellow chicken, get me a contract with the crew, just as I said before. Understood, master. The little yellow chicken turned around and said, Master, the waiter has brought it to you. Just at this moment, a waiter came over with a contract in his hand and handed it to Chen Nan. Chen Nan smiled and nodded to him, and then the waiter left. Suku, take a look at this, Chen Nan said with a smile as he handed the contract to Suku. I believe this will be a very surprising birthday gift for you. Huh? What is this? Suku took the contract from Chen Nan's hand and looked at it in some confusion. Chen Nan smiled, picked up the juice on the table, and took a sip, his posture very calm and confident. Master, will Suku really agree? Asked the little yellow chicken with some doubt. It shouldn't be a big problem. Her dream has always been to become a real actor, and I gave her this opportunity. In the entertainment industry, opportunity is more important than money, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in a very confident tone. Master, how do you know so much? The little yellow chicken asked again. Have you forgotten that this is because you gave me the information on the resource operations of the entertainment company after completing the task before? Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken speechlessly. Master, you learned it so quickly. You are worthy of it, the little yellow chicken praised, and then looked at Chen Nan with a look that said, My son has finally made it. You little yellow chicken, what's that look in your eyes? I'm your master, Chen Nan said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Don't show that kind look, I think you're taking advantage of me. Mr. Chen. Just when Chen Nan was arguing with the little yellow chicken in his heart, Suku called him with a trembling voice. Yeah. Chen Nan immediately returned to normal and looked at Suku with a smile. How is it? This? Suku's expression was very responsible, showing a mixture of shock, disbelief, surprise and disbelief. Chen Nan found it a little funny. How could Suku have such rich expressions? Suku, since I've already made the contract, it means I'm serious, Chen Nan said to Suku with a smile. This web series is fully invested by my company, and the production will be very high quality. I know you've always dreamed of becoming an actor, so I think instead of acting in those silly, white sweet dramas that are so meaningless, you might as well act in the drama I invested in. Chen Nan smiled and continued to explain to Suku. I can ask the industry's top screenwriters and directors to work with you. They can develop a script for you based on your appearance and acting skills. That way, there will be no problem for you to play the leading female role. Mr. Chen, how can I dare to accept this? Suku's expression was also flattered. Generally speaking, if a boss in the entertainment industry suddenly gives you such good resources, he must want to take advantage of you. Suku, please don't misunderstand me. I really don't have any other thoughts. Chen Nan knew what Suku was thinking, so he explained seriously. I know there are many unspoken rules in the entertainment industry, but I really wouldn't do that. The reason I did this was actually for my own selfish interests. Chin Nan curled his lips and continued to say to Suku. Firstly, I really want to make friends with you. Secondly, as I just said, I just recently acquired Tianxing Entertainment Company, so I want to use this project to make a name for myself in the industry. You're a top-tier actress now, so working with you would be beneficial to me. And thirdly, there's something written in my contract, which is that I hope you can help me create an internet celebrity. Chin Nan looked at Suka seriously and said to her, If you can work with me, not only can you realize your dream of becoming an actor, but you can also produce good works. Maybe your fame and popularity will be even higher. Suka listened carefully to what Chin Nan said. She thought for a while, then looked at Chin Nan and said slowly, Mr. Chen, what you just said completely convinced me. I was a little worried at first, not knowing what your intentions were. But what you just said really touched me. In all my years in this industry, this is the first time I've met a boss as sincere as you. Suka's tone was very sincere, and he looked at Chin Nan seriously. To be honest, I'm actually very touched. Chin Nan was also a little puzzled. Mr. Chin, you don't know that my dream of becoming an actor has been an obsession since I was a child. Suka smiled helplessly. Chapter 168 Signing. Suka smiled and began to reminisce. Mr. Chin, my biggest dream since I was little was to be an actor, so I became an entertainer. Later, I became a trainee and then made my debut, but it was also a singing and dancing type. I've always thought that if I get the chance in the future, I'll definitely fulfill my childhood dream of becoming an actor, but Suka's face showed a somewhat lost expression. Because my current position is that of a singer and dancer, most producers think I'm just a pretty face, so they don't want me to act. My boss also thought I could make money by singing, dancing and holding concerts, so he didn't think there was any need for me to act. Suka chuckled. Later, I actually played some small supporting roles, but most of them were in some comedy dramas. In fact, I really lack such an opportunity, such a chance to prove myself. Suka suddenly smiled and sighed slightly. But I can understand that. After all, an artist like me is just a singer and dancer in the eyes of the producers. It's normal for them to not trust my acting skills. That's why I haven't had a chance to act properly in all these years. Suka looked at Chin Nan seriously. Mr. Chen, I really appreciate you giving me this opportunity. Chin Nan also listened to what Suka said very carefully. He could feel Suka's love for acting and her sincerity. Suka, you don't have to be like this. As I said just now, I have my own purpose. Chin Nan looked at Suka with a smile. It's just that I think we are destined to be together, and I also want to be friends with you. Suka looked at Chin Nan's handsome face with an extremely calm smile. His every move was very gentlemanly, making people feel that he was very well-mannered. Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that Suka's favorability towards you has increased by 20%. Congratulations to the host. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Godly Rich system appeared in Chin Nan's mind. Master, that's great! Suka's favorability towards you has increased again. Congratulations, Master! The little yellow chicken also said happily. I think Suka has a really nice personality. She is actually very generous. Maybe it's because she has been working in the entertainment industry for a long time, so her emotional intelligence is also very high. But I think she should be a very good friend, Chin Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. The little yellow chicken sneered and muttered softly. Once you conquer Suku, Master, and you treat her as a friend, she won't think so anymore. What did you say? Chin Nan said in a threatening tone. Hee hee. It's nothing. Master, you are really smart. You increased Suku's favorability so quickly. The little yellow chicken said hurriedly with a smile, as if nothing had happened just now. Suku, you can discuss this matter with your agent, and give me an answer within a week. Chin Nan's smile was very polite. He knew that Suka would definitely need time to think about this matter. Moreover, Suka now has her own agency and agent. If she agrees to him privately, her company and agent may not agree. Mr. Chen, actually Suka hesitated for a moment, looking a little embarrassed. Suka, what's wrong? If you have any questions, you can tell me directly. As long as I can help you, I will definitely help you, Chin Nan said seriously. Suka picked up the cup in front of him, took a sip of the orange, and then, as if he had made up his mind, he looked up at Chin Nan with determination in his eyes. Mr. Chin, my contract with my current company will expire in 2 months, Suka said to Chin-nan seriously. So in fact, in the past 6 months, the company has not given me good resources. Because I have no plans to renew the contract, I want to open my own studio. Actually, this is how it is in this industry. Artists look glamorous. But when we first debuted, the contracts we signed were completely unfair. The company simply treated us artists as cash cows, and we only actually received about 10 to 20% of the profits. I originally thought that after the contract expired, I would open my own studio. But Suka mustered up the courage and said to Chin-nan, Mr. Chin, if you don't mind, can I sign a contract with your company? Chin-nan was slightly stunned. He never expected that Suka would want to sign a contract with his company. Mr. Chin, you just told me that you just took over Tianxing Entertainment Company, and you also gave me such a good contract. So I can use my current fame and traffic to bring you more resources. Suka was very sincere when she said this. She was not just considering her own interests. You can help me realize my dream, so I also want to help you run the company well. Suka looked at Chin-nan seriously with a firm look in his eyes. Master, Su Karen is really nice, the little yellow chicken said to Chin-nan seriously. I think under Su Li's sweet appearance, she actually has a boyish personality. She is loyal and has dreams, Chin-nan said with a smile. Looking at Suka's serious expression, he suddenly smiled, then picked up the cup in front of him and said to Suka, Suka, as long as you want, my company welcomes you anytime. When Suka heard what Chin-nan said, a very happy smile suddenly appeared on his face. He quickly picked up the cup in front of him and gently touched Chin-nan's cup. Mr. Chin, it's my honor to meet you. Suka, I'm lucky to have you as my friend, Chin-nan said to Suka with confidence in his eyes and gentlemanly manners. Both of them smiled happily, and then Suka took out a pen from her bag. Without hesitation, she signed her name on the contract. Chin-nan was stunned for a moment. Suka, didn't you say you still have 2 months before the contract expires? Is it really okay for you to sign this contract now? Mr. Chin, don't worry, I can handle this matter. Suka showed a sweet smile on his face again and blinked at Chin-nan. Master, I think Suka is a very interesting girl, the little yellow chicken also said with a smile. She is not only beautiful, but also a good person and capable at work. Chapter 169, How to Help You. Chin-nan found it a little funny and joked with the little yellow chicken. Little yellow chicken, I think you've fallen in love with Suka now. Ha! Master, what are you talking about? I didn't. The little yellow chicken felt a little embarrassed and said shyly, covering his face with his little wings. Ha! You are still shy. Chin-nan laughed at the little yellow chicken in his heart. Suka, in that case, you can call me when you have dealt with your own affairs. Chin-nan smiled and nodded to Suka and said, Mr. Chin, no problem. Suka nodded happily. By the way, Mr. Chin, you just asked me to help you promote an internet celebrity. What's going on? She said this in a teasing tone, and there was a hint of gossip in the smile on her face. Chin-nan immediately realized that Suka must have thought that Chin-nan liked that internet celebrity, so he wanted Suka to help him make that internet celebrity famous. Suka, you misunderstood. Chin-nan burst out laughing. I didn't expect even you female celebrities are so gossipy. Mr. Chin, even though I am a star, I am also a human being. Suka blinked playfully and said with a smile. Mr. Chin, Ms. Su, the dishes are ready. At this moment, Xiaozhou came over, followed by several waiters, and began to serve them dishes one by one. Wow! These dishes smell so good! Suka felt very happy now. As soon as he saw those dishes, he felt very hungry. Aren't you female celebrities supposed to control your figures? It's night time now, so you should eat very little, right? Chin-nan asked. Mr. Chin, this is indeed true. I almost never eat dinner. The life I live to maintain my figure is really not a human life. In order to lose weight, I can only eat things like salads, and sometimes I can't even put mayonnaise. Suka looked at the table full of dishes, his eyes lit up. But I'm happy today, so I like to relax once in a while. Suka asked with a smile. Mr. Chin, can I start eating now? Of course, please. Chin-nan also picked up the chopsticks with a smile. Wow! This dish is delicious. That dish is delicious too, The shrimps are so fresh. Suke had a happy face while eating and praised happily. Chen-nan found Suke's eating very funny. He didn't expect that the female star was so miserable that she couldn't even eat something delicious. For Chen-nan, life is all about eating and drinking. As long as he can eat delicious food, he feels that life is wonderful. Before, when he was still a poor loser and didn't have the super rich system, he would actually feel very happy just by having a hot pot or barbecue. This is why he asked Master Jing to be the chef of his restaurant, because he really likes the food cooked by Master Jing. Mr. Chen, please continue. Why do you want me to help you promote an internet celebrity? Suke asked while eating. Here's what happened. Chen-nan also took a bite of the Longjing shrimp and couldn't help but admire Chef Deng's culinary skills. This dish retained the aroma of Longjing tea and the deliciousness of the shrimp. The best part was the hint of sourness at the end. This is because a proper amount of rice vinegar is added to this dish to remove the fishy smell of the shrimp. The amount of rice vinegar used is very important. If you add too much, the taste will be too sour. If you add too little, the whole dish will lack flavor. Because my Dongmu Group has several real estate projects that will be completed next month, I thought about cooperating with internet companies to do live broadcasts to sell houses. Chen-nan explained to Suke with a smile. What? Suke was a little surprised when he heard what Chen-nan said. I've only heard of live streaming to sell clothes, snacks, cosmetics, and so on. Mr. Chen, you actually want to live stream and sell houses? She felt that Chen-nan was a man of few words and never stopped surprising people. He was very bold in what he did. For example, he was willing to invest in her film and television drama after only meeting her twice. Suke already felt that Chen-nan was very bold. But unexpectedly, Chen-nan actually wanted to sell the house through live broadcast. Yes, it's live streaming to sell houses. Chen-nan smiled. I know you think no one has ever done this before, but if I do it, then someone will do it. Mr. Chen, you are really different from ordinary people, Suke said with admiration in his eyes. What about this internet company? Chen-nan thought for a moment and said to Suke, the boss of this company helped me before I became successful. So I want to help them now too. Their company has a little internet celebrity named Chingij. If I can make her famous, I can get Dongmu Group to cooperate with her and this internet company next month. While eating, Suke listened carefully to what Chen-nan said. Mr. Chen, I understand what you mean. Suke nodded. You are truly a man who values friendship and loyalty. Even if there is no contract, I will definitely help you with this. Suke, thank you so much, Chen-nan said sincerely. You are really very busy. Mr. Chen, how do you want me to help you make this Chingij famous? Suke said with a smile. It's very simple. Isn't it very popular now for celebrities to sell goods in the anchor's live broadcast room? So I also want you to go to Chingij's live broadcast room, and you can sell goods with her and chat or something. Chen-nan explained to Suke. No problem, Mr. Chen, this is too easy. Suke nodded with a smile. With my fans helping to increase the popularity, I believe it will definitely become a trending search. Then let me go to the company to make some arrangements, and then tell you in advance. Chen-nan nodded. He felt that Suke had a very straightforward personality. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that your emotional quotient has increased by 100 points, and your IQ has increased by 100 points. Because you have also completed the task of asking Suke to help, the system rewards you with a mysterious gift. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Shinhouse system appeared in Chen-nan's mind. Master, congratulations! You've completed another mission, the little yellow chicken said with a grin. Let me help you see what this mysterious gift is. The little yellow chicken opened the light blue screen and clicked on the backpack pattern on it. A small medicine bottle appeared inside with the words, Culinary Appreciation, written on it. What is this? Chen-nan asked in some confusion. Master, after you take this medicine, you will have better cooking skills. Chapter 170 Missed Call. Although your cooking skill has been unlocked before, your cooking value is still very low. The little yellow chicken explained to Chen-nan. Now, Master, as long as you take this medicine, you can make very delicious meals. Although it may not be comparable to Master Zheng's, it will definitely be better than what ordinary people cook. It's the weekend, so I can go to Dean Zheng's house for dinner and show off my cooking skills. Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken. Give it to me now, I want to eat it. I see, master, you are thinking about teacher Zhang Jingyao. The little yellow chicken took out the medicine bottle from the backpack with a smile, and poured it into Chen Nan's orange juice. Master, you can just drink orange juice directly, said the little yellow chicken. I'm just doing this to complete the mission, what do you know? Chen Nan rolled his eyes at the little yellow chicken and drank up the orange juice. Mr. Chen, the food in this restaurant is truly delicious, Suku exclaimed once again. I'll post a circle of friends to help promote your restaurant. My celebrity friends can also come and support you. That's great. Our head chef is Master Shijing. If he heard the famous star Suku say such things, he would be so happy. Chen Nan also joked with a smile. Chen Nan and Suku had a very pleasant chat, and it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when they finished their meal. Mr. Chen, I'll follow your instructions. After saying this, Suku suddenly patted his lips and said with a smile, You will be my boss from now on. I should wait for you to assign me a job. Suku, I'll need your care in the future, Chen Nan also said with a smile. Chen Nan sent Suku to the door of the restaurant. Her bodyguard opened the car door for her. After she got in, she waved to Chen Nan from the car window. Master, it seems that everything went very smoothly today. I didn't expect Suku to be so straightforward. Not only did he agree to our request, but he even wanted to come to our company, the little yellow chicken said with a smile. This is an unexpected surprise. Yeah, Suku is a smart guy, and this outcome is good for everyone. Chen Nan nodded inwardly. Actually, the most coincidental thing is that Suku's contract expires in 2 months, so we can only say that we are all very lucky. In fact, Chen Nan had never expected that Suku would actually take the initiative to ask to join his entertainment company. It just so happened that he was also preparing to start running his own entertainment company. With Suku's help, he would definitely be able to make a name for himself in the entertainment industry. Little yellow chicken, let's go to Tianxing Entertainment Company tomorrow to do some handovers, Chen Nan said to little yellow chicken in his heart. Since we have already signed a contract with Suku, we still have to take care of the company first. No problem, master. Let's go to Tianxing Entertainment Company tomorrow. The little yellow chicken also stood on Chen Nan's shoulder and said happily. Chen Nan took out his phone from his suit pocket and found several missed calls. 1 was from Sister Wang, and 3 were from Lin Qing. Just now, when he was having dinner with Suku, he muted his phone so as not to disturb their conversation. Chen Nan called Sister Wang back first. Sister Wang, I was just talking to a client. What happened? Sorry, Chen Nan, I hope I didn't disturb you. Wang Yanni's tone sounded apologetic. It's okay, Sister Wang, I'm done now, Chen Nan said with a smile. Chen Nan, it's nothing serious. I just saw that you've been very busy lately, so I wanted to remind you not to forget to eat. Sister Wang's voice was very gentle as she continued to talk to Chen Nan. Recently, when we were having dinner, Jinjin kept mentioning you, talking about the last time you took her to the amusement park. Jinjin, this child, must still want to go out and play. Chen Nan smiled. This little girl is really smart. Chen Nan, take care of your health recently and don't work too hard. Wang Yanni gave a few more instructions before hanging up the phone. Chen Nan now regards Wang Yanni as a family member, like his own sister. Every time he hears Wang Yanni cares about him, he feels very warm in his heart. Master, don't forget, you still have a missed call, it's from the school beauty Lin Qing. The little yellow chicken saw that Chen Nan seemed a little absent-minded, so he reminded him. Yeah. Chen Nan came back to his senses and dialed Lin Qing's number. Director Lin, what's wrong? Chen Nan asked. Mr. Chen. Lin Qing hesitated for a moment and said slowly. I just want to report to you that this afternoon, Jean Quanshan came back to the company and clarified that he went to the hospital because he had a relapse of high blood pressure. Yeah, I know. Chen Nan curled his lips. That Jean Quanshan deserves it. When I went to the hospital where he works this morning, I discovered that the hospital is actually his private property. What? Lin Qing was a little surprised. Chen Nan snorted coldly. I don't know how much money Jean Quanshan has embezzled from the company. He even invested in a private hospital under a pseudonym. But I suspect that besides using this hospital to make money from the dignitaries, He's probably also laundering the money behind the scenes. Mr. Chen, this should be a clue. Lin Qing's voice was a little higher. We can follow this clue to investigate. Maybe we can find the problem with his account. Yes, I will send you the address later, Chen Nan said. Lin Qing was silent for a moment, then with obvious hesitation in his tone, he slowly asked, Mr. Chen, why didn't you come back to the company this afternoon? Oh, I was just asking casually, because I called you just now, but you didn't answer. Chen Nan's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness, and then he said lightly, Director Lin, I was just having dinner with a client. Oh. So, Mr. Chen, please get busy. See you at the company tomorrow, Lin Qing said hurriedly, his tone a little embarrassed. Director Lin, I won't be going to the company tomorrow. I have some other arrangements. I'd like to trouble you and Wang Xian to help me deal with the company's matters, Chen Nan said slowly. Oh, okay, Mr. Chen. Lin Qing's tone revealed a hint of loss, and then he hung up the phone. Master, it seems that school beauty Lin Qing also cares about you very much, said the little yellow chicken. Oh. Chen Nan sighed slightly, feeling a little guilty in his heart. When Chen Nan returned home in the evening, Wang Yani and Wang Xinxin had already gone to bed. Then Duan, the eternal housekeeper, was still waiting for Chen Nan. As soon as Chen Nan entered the room, he saw Duan sitting on the sofa, dozing off. He was actually touched and felt that Duan was a very competent butler. Chapter 171 Deceiving Duan. Just as Chen Nan was sighing in his heart that his housekeeper was really dedicated and responsible, Duan saw Chen Nan coming back and went to the kitchen without saying a word. Huh! Chen Nan looked at Duan's back in confusion, wondering why he didn't come over to say hello to him. Master, this is for you. Duan came over from the kitchen with a cup of hot milk, and gave Chen Nan another cup of hot milk with an expressionless face. Chen Nan looked at the cup of hot milk, and the touch of emotion he had just felt disappeared. Master Duan, he is indeed a conscientious butler, the little yellow chicken also said with a wicked smile. Butler Duan said that you must drink a glass of milk every night, so you must drink a glass every day. I'm really impressed. Chen Nan looked at the cup of hot milk and his wooden expression, took a deep breath, and then gave Duan a thumbs up. He knew that with Duan's stubborn personality, if he didn't drink, Duan might just stay there forever. Chen Nan sighed slightly, then drank the cup of hot milk, thinking to himself that he must not let Duan see him when he came back at night. Chen Nan was about to vomit after drinking a glass of milk every night, but he was not a cow. Ding! The Xinhao system reminds the host, please change Duan's habit of asking you to drink milk every day, and you will get another maid. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Xinhao system appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. It just so happens that we're about to move, and I need a maid too. This way, Sister Wang won't have to work so hard. Chen Nan nodded and said to the little yellow chicken, It seems that the godly rich system is still very considerate of me, hee. Master, the super rich system determines your tasks based on your life experiences, so it will definitely be beneficial to you, the little yellow chicken explained. Then let me think about it. Duan's personality is like a piece of wood. How can I change his habits? Chen Nan thought to himself. I think it's still very difficult to change Duan's habits. Oh, Master! You can even get Suku to sign a contract with you, so how could it be difficult for a mere little Duan? The little yellow chicken said with a wicked smile. Little yellow chicken, I think you're just talking nonsense. Chen Nan rolled his eyes and said to the little yellow chicken, Duan's personality is very rigid and stubborn. He's just a piece of wood that has become a spirit. It's impossible to make him change his habits unless he wants to change himself. You see, he is my butler, but he is indeed well organized in matters of daily life and housework. Chen Nan is very impressed with Duan's business ability. Master, what are you going to do? The little yellow chicken asked again. Chen Nan thought about it, and realized that if he wanted Duan to change his habits, directly giving him orders would be useless. Because Wang Yani was worried about Chen Nan's health, and said that he had been working too hard recently, so she asked Duan to prepare hot milk for him. Duan felt that Wang Yani cared about Chen Nan, so she would definitely do this. Chen Nan suddenly had an idea, and then he said to Little Yellow Chicken in his mind, Little Yellow Chicken, now on your face and hands, just make some red spots on the exposed skin, just like after an allergy. The little yellow chicken was also stunned for a moment, then immediately understood, and said with a smile, "Master, I understand what you mean." The little yellow chicken turned around, and then a small yellow pill appeared in its wing. It then said to Chen Nan, "Master, take this little pill, and you will no longer have little red spots. Don't worry, after you wake up from a good sleep, you will be back to normal." "Okay." Chen Nan nodded, then took the small yellow pill and put it in his mouth. It still has orange flavor. About 10 minutes later, Chen Nan had changed into home clothes. He looked at his face and neck in the mirror, and sure enough, there were small red spots on them. "Okay." Chen Nan curled his lips. "I'll go find Duan now." "Master, will Duan believe you? You have been drinking hot milk before and have never had an allergic reaction. Now you suddenly have an allergic reaction. Can he believe you?" asked the little yellow chicken. "Little yellow chicken, Duan is still very easy to fool." "Hee," Chen Nan said with a wicked smile. So, Chen Nan came to Duan's room door, knocked, and pretended to be uncomfortable. "Who is it?" Duan's business voice came from the house. "It's me, your master." Chen Nan coughed twice, pretending to be in great pain. Duan opened the door and asked very respectfully, "Master, what can I do for you?" "Duan, look at my hands and neck," Chen Nan said, and stretched out his hand to scratch his arm, pretending to be itchy. "Master! What's wrong with you?" Duan was startled and asked quickly, "Master, are you sick? Should I take you to the hospital right now?" No, I'm allergic," Chen Nan said to Duan very seriously. "It's because you gave me too much milk, so now I'm a little allergic to milk." "Ah?" Duan didn't react at first, but when he saw the red spots on Chen Nan's arm, he immediately realized it. "Master, I'm really sorry. It's all Duan's fault." Duan felt very guilty and immediately bowed to Chen Nan to apologize. He is a stubborn person, so once he determines that he has made a mistake, he will feel very guilty. Chen Nan looked at Duan's expression and knew that he must have believed what Chen Nan said. He thought to himself, "Duan, I'm really sorry. In order to complete the task, I had no choice but to lie to you like this." "Master! I'd better take you to the hospital first. Look at your arm, it's like this, and there are red spots on your face. It's all Duan's fault. It's all Duan's fault." Duan apologized repeatedly, and a hint of panic appeared on his originally dull face. No, I'm just allergic now, there's no need to go to the hospital." Chen Nan waved his hands repeatedly. If he went to the hospital with this illness, the doctor would expose him. "I'll just take some allergy medicine soon, and I'm very tired from work today, so I want to rest early." Chen Nan looked at Duan seriously and continued, "Duan, my body may be a little allergic to milk now, so don't give me milk anymore." "Yes, Master. Duan understands." Duan agreed immediately. He glanced at the red spot on Chen Nan's arm again and said, "Master, Duan will never let you drink milk again." Chapter 172. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Chen Nan nodded in satisfaction, a hint of cunning in his eyes. "Duan, I'm going to take some allergy medicine and go to bed now." "Master, I'm really sorry. Duan will pay more attention in the future." Duan bowed to Chen Nan again and apologized sincerely. Chen Nan nodded seriously. "Duan, you've been my housekeeper for so long, how could I blame you?" After saying that, he reached out and patted Duan on the shoulder. "Master, doesn't your conscience hurt?" The little yellow chicken looked at Duan, who was so foolishly deceived by Chen Nan, and felt a little sorry for Duan. "Hey, little yellow chicken, I'm just trying to complete my mission." Chen Nan returned to his peace of mind with a grin, plopped down on the sofa, and muttered, "That's great. I finally don't have to drink hot milk anymore. I've been drinking it for so many days that I'm almost vomiting." Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that you have completed the random task that was dropped, and let Duan change his habit of giving you milk. The system rewards you with a new maid, and there are several types for the host to choose from. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Shinhouse system appeared in Chen Nan's mind. "Oh my! Today's reward is really good. I can even choose the type myself. Not bad," Chen Nan asked with a smile. "Little yellow chicken, what types of maids do you see?" "Master, let me take a look." The little yellow chicken clicked on the light blue screen, and several options appeared on it. Each option had a corresponding maid character. Master, the first option is the cute lowly type. The second option is the cool and aloof queen type. The third option is the virtuous sister type. The fourth type is the well-behaved and sensible type. The little yellow chicken introduced Chen-nan and asked, Master, which one do you want to choose? Chen-nan stared at the pale blue screen in front of him and thought for a moment. This little girl is cute, but with Xinjin at home, and Christina occasionally coming to teach Xinjin how to draw, this house is lively enough. This aloof sister isn't so good either. We already have Duan at home, isn't he aloof enough? Ha ha! The type of virtuous sister. Chen-nan hesitated. Master, I think this type is good. She is suitable to be a maid and can do housework. The little yellow chicken echoed. Chen-nan hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Sister Wang is already very virtuous. If she were to bring another maid who resembles a virtuous older sister into her home, Sister Wang would definitely think that their personalities are very similar, and would be even more reluctant to let her do any work. Master, what you said does make some sense. The little yellow chicken nodded and said. Then let's choose the last one, the well-behaved and sensible type. Chen-nan said to the little yellow chicken. A well-behaved and sensible maid should be very sensible, so this one is good, let's choose this one. No problem, Master. The little yellow chicken clicked on the fourth option and said to Chen-nan, Master, this maid is called Xiaolian. After we move, Xiaolian will come to our new home. It's done! Chen-nan smiled with satisfaction. The next morning, Chen-nan got up early and started washing up, because today was his first time going to Tianxing Entertainment Company. Little yellow chicken, we're going to the entertainment company today, so prepare something fashionable for me. Chen-nan thought for a moment and continued to say to little yellow chicken, Get me a baseball cap too. I've seen a lot of male celebrities like to wear baseball caps. Master, I'm going to give you a fashionable hairstyle today, so don't wear a hat, or your hairstyle will be ruined. The little yellow chicken reminded. Yeah, that's right. Chen-nan nodded. Anyway, it's fine to dress casually. There's no need to dress formally when going to an entertainment company. I understand, Master, said the little yellow chicken. Afterwards, Chen-nan fixed her hair and changed her clothes. He was wearing black wide leg pants, the latest limited edition sneakers, and a white Gucci sweatshirt. He exuded a youthful and fashionable look. His hairstyle is also very fashionable, with a slight middle part, which is exactly the hairstyle that many male celebrities like nowadays. In addition, he is already handsome, and this outfit makes him look even more like a male celebrity. Master, I have never seen you dressed like this. The little yellow chicken's eyes lit up and he spoke in a praising tone. How about it, am I handsome? Chen-nan curled the corners of his mouth, looked at himself in the mirror, and smiled with satisfaction. That's so cool. Master, you can really debut now. Why do you need an entertainment company? You can just debut as a star yourself. Ha! The little yellow chicken laughed and turned around in circles. Little yellow chicken, I'm very happy to hear you say that. Chen-nan smiled proudly. That's because your master has a good foundation. He looks good in anything he wears. Master, you are so narcissistic, said the little yellow chicken with a smile. Chen-nan was driving a Bugatti Veyron on the street. He said to Little Yellow Chicken, Little Yellow Chicken, give me the address of Tianxing Entertainment Company. Yes, Master. The Little Yellow Chicken received the order and turned in a circle. Then, a road map appeared in front of Chen-nan. Chen-nan took a look and said, This entertainment company is located in the city center. There might be a traffic jam now. Master, I, the Little Yellow Chicken, have been upgraded recently. I can help you avoid traffic jams. The Little Yellow Chicken said to Chen-nan with a smile. Huh! You still have such skills now? Chen-nan was a little surprised. Little Yellow Chicken, you finally helped me solve something practical. Humph! Master, my Little Yellow Chicken is usually very diligent, said the Little Yellow Chicken somewhat dissatisfiedly. Okay. You have always been a very diligent Little Yellow Chicken. Hurry up and use your skills. I don't want to be stuck in traffic again, Chen-nan said to the Little Yellow Chicken with a smile. The Little Yellow Chicken spun around, then said to Chen-nan proudly, Master, I've activated my skills. You'll have green lights all the way on the road in a moment, and you won't have to wait for them. Ha! Good, praise you! Chen-Nan was actually very annoyed about being stuck in traffic. Especially during the morning and evening rush hours, a journey that originally took more than half an hour can be shortened to just 1 hour. Little Yellow Chicken, you have to use this skill every time from now on. I'm really tired of traffic jams. Chen-Nan glanced at Little Yellow Chicken. Especially in the city center. Traffic jams can last for over an hour. It's such a waste of time. No problem, Master. Leave this little matter to me, the Little Yellow Chicken. The Little Yellow Chicken patted his chest. Chapter 173, A Society That Values Appearance. Sure enough, Chen-Nan didn't encounter any red lights along the way, which is a very happy thing for a driver. Chen-Nan was in a very good mood today, and even started humming a song. Master, you seem to be in a good mood today. The Little Yellow Chicken also sensed Chen-Nan's happiness and said with a smile, Is it because you signed the contract with Suka yesterday? I think you've been thinking about Suka all the time, Chen-Nan said mischievously. Little Yellow Chicken, do you like Suka? I didn't do it. The Little Yellow Chicken's face turned red, and he embarrassedly covered his face with his wings. Ha ha! You get shy when Suka is mentioned. Chen-Nan laughed when he saw the Little Yellow Chicken. Actually, I'm in a good mood today because things have been going very smoothly these past few days. Chen-Nan smiled and continued. Also, I feel like my attribute values are increasing, so my mentality has also changed a bit. Master, what's changed? The Little Yellow Chicken asked again. Actually, you can feel it yourself. After you level up, your skills get better. And I feel like I'm stronger than before, both mentally and in terms of skills. Chen-Nan paused for a moment and continued. But now that I think about the time before the godly rich system, I feel like there's a huge difference between who I was then and who I am now. Of course, Master, the Little Yellow Chicken said with a grin. Master, you're now a big boss with many businesses. You're completely different from the loser Chen-Nan before. You can almost say you've been reborn. Ha ha! Little Yellow Chicken, you can actually speak idioms now, Chen-Nan said with a smile. That's right. My system has been upgraded, and I've learned a lot, the Little Yellow Chicken said proudly. I know idioms now, too. Maybe in a couple of days I'll be able to recite poems. Chen-Nan looked at the Little Yellow Chicken's very smug expression, rolled his eyes, and wondered why this Little Yellow Chicken was becoming more and more stupid. But what Chen-Nan didn't know was that the Little Yellow Chicken's personality would actually be affected by Chen-Nan, the host. When Chen-Nan arrived at the door of Tianxing Entertainment Company, he found that it was a building with a very stylish appearance, which was indeed different from traditional enterprises. When Chen-Nan got off the golden Bugatti Veyron, he saw many handsome men and beautiful women coming in and out of the entrance of Tianxing Entertainment Company. Master, these handsome men and beautiful women who look no more than teens are probably trainees from Tianxing Entertainment, Little Yellow Chicken explained to Chen-Nan. These handsome men and beautiful women all come from well-off families, so their families pay for them to sign contracts with the entertainment company, which is responsible for training them as trainees. Those with better conditions will be sent abroad to be trainees, learning singing and dancing, just like Suka, said the Little Yellow Chicken. It really is an entertainment company. You teenagers are all so good-looking, Chen-Nan praised and teased the Little Yellow Chicken. Haven't you heard the saying that only good-looking people can be called boys and girls, and those who are not good-looking are called students? Ha! This is too realistic. The Little Yellow Chicken was amused by the jokes told by Chen-Nan. There's nothing we can do. In today's society, looks are everything. Chen-Nan's smile was tinged with disappointment. As long as you're good-looking, it seems like you can take shortcuts in everything you do. But, Chen-Nan chuckled and said slowly, although this is indeed what most people think, I think that good-looking people also have their troubles and encounter their fair share of setbacks. Maybe they face more difficulties than ordinary people, who knows? Just like these kids, who become trainees in their teens, they have to practice singing and dancing every day while also focusing on academics. And then there are those artists who started out as child stars, who may not even have had a childhood. Once they become famous, they'll undoubtedly have to endure a lot of online abuse, which is not easy either. Chen-Nan sighed slightly. I think everyone has the right to choose their own life. As long as they are true to themselves, that's all that matters. Master, how do you suddenly know so much about the entertainment industry? Said the little yellow chicken in surprise. These are all recorded in the information I saw before, Chen Nan explained to the little yellow chicken. He stood next to the golden Bugatti Veyron, attracting a lot of attention. His outfit today was very fashionable and passers-by were talking about it. Who is this little brother? He must be a celebrity. This guy is so handsome and his clothes are so fashionable. If he were a celebrity, I'd be his fan right now. Didn't you see him standing at the entrance of Tianxing Entertainment? He must be an artist there. We actually ran into a celebrity. Especially some little girls passing by, they took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures of Chen Nan. Little yellow chicken, I think we should go in quickly. Chen Nan showed a somewhat helpless smile on his face, and then walked quickly into Tianxing Entertainment Company. Look! I was right, he walked into Tianxing Entertainment Company. He's such an entertainer. 5 minutes! I want to know all his information. He's so handsome. I wish I could have a boyfriend like him. The passers-by around looked at Chen Nan's back and were intoxicated for a long time. Chen Nan discovered that entertainment companies were very different from traditional companies. Tianxing Entertainment Company was already one of the top companies in the industry. He found that although there were quite a few security guards in the lobby on the first floor, they were all very handsome. Little yellow chicken, did you see that? In the entertainment company, even the security guards have to be selected from the good-looking ones, Chen Nan said with a smile. That's not necessary. After all, the security guards and the front desk are the face of the entertainment company. The little yellow chicken nodded and said. Chen Nan discovered that there were still songs playing here, and promotional videos of the artists here were being played on the big screen. It's a bit like a KTV. Chen Nan smiled. But it's still different from a KTV. I can feel that the atmosphere in the entertainment company is really relaxed. After all, it's a different industry. The little yellow chicken also looked left and right, with a very fresh look on his face. Chen Nan walked to the front desk and found that even the girl there looked very cute. Chapter 174 General Manager. The girl at the front desk brightened up when she saw Chen Nan, even though they worked as receptionists in an entertainment company, and had seen many handsome men and beautiful women. But a handsome guy like Chen Nan still makes them feel very eye-catching. In fact, it is not just because of Chen Nan's appearance, but because Chen Nan's temperament seems to be different from others. Although he looks very young, he has a strong aura that makes people unable to take their eyes off him. Excuse me, what can I do for you? The girl at the front desk asked with a smile. Hello, I'm Chen Nan, the new boss of Tianxing Entertainment Company, Chen Nan said with a smile. The girl at the front desk was stunned for a moment, then she opened her eyes wide in surprise. Then she quickly picked up the phone on the table. Sister Long, our company's new boss is here. Yeah. Okay. I understand. After hanging up the phone, the receptionist said to Chen Nan very respectfully, Mr. Chen, Sister Long will be here soon. She asked you to wait here for her. Sister Long? Chen Nan asked with some doubts. Oh. Sister Long is the general manager of our company. She handles most of the affairs of our company. The girl hesitated for a moment, and felt that it would be better for her to say less. After all, she was just a receptionist, and the more she spoke, the more mistakes she would make. When Chen Nan saw the expression of the girl at the front desk, he knew what she was thinking. Okay, thank you. Chen Nan smiled and nodded at the little girl. The little girl felt a little embarrassed when she saw Chen Nan smiling at her. Little yellow chicken, who is this Sister Long? Investigate her for me, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Yes, master. The little yellow chicken turned around and operated. Master, this Sister Long is called Long Qiao. She is now the general manager of Tianxing Entertainment Company. It can be said that she is second only to the general manager. Several of the more popular artists in Tianxing Entertainment Company were actually trained by Long Qiao. It can be said that she has a very high status here, the little yellow chicken said to Chen Nan. So is this person an enemy or a friend? Chen Nan asked again. Master, it's hard to say right now. The little yellow chicken looked a little embarrassed. Because I can only investigate the information I have now. As for whether she has hostility towards you, that's hard to say. We still have to see her in person. Yeah. Chen Nan nodded. But to be able to reach this position in such a large entertainment company, he must be no ordinary person. At the very least, he should have a lot of resources at his disposal. Hello? Are you our new boss, Chen Nan? Sorry, I haven't prepared anything. Long Xiao was wearing casual clothes. Although she didn't look that good, she looked friendly. Let me introduce myself first. I'm the general manager of Tianxing Entertainment Company. My name is Long Xiao. Long Xiao said to Chen Nan with a smile. Mr. Chen, I really didn't expect that the person who acquired our company would be so young. I thought you came to our company to be an artist yourself. Long Xiao said to Chen Nan with a bright smile. Hello, Sister Long. Chen Nan smiled and extended his right hand. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. Oh. Mr. Chen, please don't say that. After all, you are the boss. Long Xiao quickly shook Chen Nan's hand and said with a smile. Long Xiao looks to be in her 40s, but she is in good shape. Mr. Chen, please come with me. I will show you around and then introduce our company to you. Long Xiao said to Chen Nan with a smile. Okay, then I'll trouble Sister Long. Chen Nan nodded with a smile. He felt that although Long Xiao seemed easygoing, there was something off about her. Anyone who could achieve this level of status in such a large entertainment company couldn't be cunning. Take a female star like Suku for example. If she wants to make it in the entertainment industry, she can't be really naive, let alone a manager in a big company. Master, I also think that Long Xiao is not simple. The little yellow chicken sat on Chen Nan's shoulder, acting like Detective Conan, and continued to say to Chen Nan, Master, although I can't tell what this Long Xiao is up to now, I always feel that she is not as simple as she seems. Little yellow chicken, you now understand the saying what's up with the gourd? Chen Nan found it somewhat amusing. You're really becoming more and more like a human, not like artificial intelligence at all. I don't know whether you are praising me or criticizing me, Master, said the little yellow chicken unhappily. So, Chen Nan followed Long Xiao to visit Tianxing Entertainment Company. They first came to the practice department, which occupied an entire floor, and as soon as they arrived they heard the sound of music. Mr. Chen, this is our company's practice department. Trainees studying music and dancing all train here. As Long Xiao was giving Chen Nan a tour, she said, Trainees who come to our company are scheduled to train for nearly 12 hours every day. But after class, the children will continue to practice here on their own. It's so hard. Chen Nan thought to himself. The employees of Dongmu Group all leave work on time. If they have to work overtime on projects, they have to be paid overtime. Mr. Chen, you don't know much about this industry, do you? Long Xiao smiled faintly, her tone somewhat deep. Do you know how cruel the entertainment industry is? As you can see now, there is never a shortage of good-looking boys and girls in this industry. Besides having strong professional skills, becoming a popular artist also depends more on opportunities and luck. Long Xiao said jokingly. As the saying goes, small success depends on luck, big success depends on fate. If you don't have that kind of fate, it will be useless even if you have strong business skills. Chen Nan smiled and said. Long Xiao nodded. Mr. Chen, this is the norm in the entertainment industry. Some people only star in one play, but the play becomes a hit, and then the artist becomes famous as well. But this may be temporary. It depends on whether the artist can continue to be popular. Long Xiao looked at the trainees practicing dance and pointed at Chen Nan. Mr. Chen, look at these trainees. Just talking about the dancers, there are about 30 of them in this classroom. But there are probably only about 5 who can actually debut. What about the others? Chen Nan frowned and asked. Long Xiao chuckled. If others want to stay in this circle, they just have to endure it. Chapter 175. This is a Vanity Fair. Don't think you'll become a big star or famous just because you debut. Debuting only means you've gained some standing in the entertainment industry. But before you become famous, you're just an 18th-tier artist, forced to take any job you can get, with no real choice. When Long Xiao said this, her expression was very natural, as if she was talking about something very ordinary. That's too cruel. If these trainees don't debut and become famous, then all these years of hard work will be in vain. Chen Nan looked at the boys and girls who were practicing dancing hard. They looked only in their teens, but everyone's face revealed a maturity that did not match their age. Long Xiao glanced at Chen Nan and chuckled. Mr. Chen, that's how the entertainment industry is. Even though it's cruel, there are still people who will break their heads and try to squeeze in. Why? She sneered. Of course it's because this is a world of fame and fortune, fame and fortune, fame and fortune. If you become famous, you will benefit. Mr. Chen, who doesn't want to be a big star and live a glamorous life admired by everyone? Long Xiao's smile made Chen Nan feel that she was very sophisticated. Chen Nan probably already understood it, and combined with the operational information he had read before about the entertainment company's resources, he already had a detailed understanding of the entertainment industry. Fortunately, he had the skill of the strongest brain, so he processed the information quickly. Chen Nan smiled faintly and nodded. As expected, the entertainment company is called Dream Factory. Many young men and women are here to realize their dreams. He suddenly remembered what Suka had told him before, that the contract she had signed with her company was extremely unfair. The entertainment company treated these artists as cash cows, and the money earned from them was split 20 hours 80 minutes, or even 30:70. Mr. Chen, you're quite interesting. Long Xiao glanced at Chen Nan. Our entertainment company is just giving these young men and women an opportunity. Mutual benefit and win-win is the best. Chen Nan looked at Long Xiao. She was an old fox who had indeed made her way in the entertainment industry. It could be said that Long Xiao was more scheming than Jin Quanshan, and her emotions were never revealed on her face. Master, why do I feel so awkward when I hear her talk? Said the little yellow chicken. Although what Long Xiao said is true, why do I feel like she doesn't even regard those trainees as more like a tool, right? Chen Nan snorted in his heart and said to the little yellow chicken. Yes. That's the word, tool man. The little yellow chicken nodded repeatedly. Master, that's how I feel. It seems that what Suka said is true. These entertainment companies now treat artists as cash cows. Chen Nan said sarcastically in his heart. Sister Long, I see that our company is also one of the top entertainment companies, so we should have a lot of resources, right? Chen Nan smiled and asked tentatively. Well, Long Xiao smiled, her words very precise. Mr. Chen, no matter how many resources we have, for our company's artists, it's like there are too many wolves and too little meat. Oh no, this metaphor doesn't sound very nice, it's just that there are too many children and too little cake. Then who will our company's resources be given to? Chen Nan asked again. Mr. Chen, I'm just about to introduce you. Please follow me. Long Xiao took Chen Nan to the conference room. There was a big screen here, showing huge posters of several artists. Our company currently has nearly 20 artists whose names are mentioned, but there are 3 who have the largest number of fans and are the most popular in the entertainment industry. Long Xiao pointed at the people on the big screen and introduced them. The first one is AI Fan, our company's top male artist with 30 million followers on Weibo. He's also a trainee who returned from abroad. He's dabbled in singing, dancing, acting, playing musical instruments, and variety shows. The second is the female artist Ruo Fei. She mainly acts. She became popular for her sweet love dramas. Her main job now is acting. Because of her friendly appearance, she is very popular with the public and the girls. The third one is the female artist Lan Qiqi. She is now a singer and dancer with strong professional skills. Her main job is to take on variety shows and commercial performances. Of course, as long as our company's artists are noticed by brands, they can take on endorsements and advertisements. Long Xiao explained to Chen Nan. Chen Nan nodded, looked at the artist information on the big screen, and said slowly, It turns out that taking advertisements and endorsements is more profitable. Long Xiao was stunned for a moment, then asked with a smile, Mr. Chen, how did you know that? Before I came here, I also learned about the operating rules of our entertainment company. Plus, Chen Nan curled his lips, I've seen a lot of endorsements and advertisements for these 3 artists online and on TV recently, so I can guess. Long Xiao was stunned for a moment, nodded awkwardly, and agreed. Yes. For artists, taking on more endorsements and advertisements can quickly increase their commercial value, which is also a good thing. Chen Nan chuckled, thinking to himself, it seems that Long Xiao had also investigated him. Judging from the way she spoke, she must know that Chen Nan is the president of Dongmu Group, so she thinks he has no knowledge of entertainment companies at all. Ding! The Shin House system reminds the host that your IQ value increases by 100 points and your EQ value increases by 100 points. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Shin House system appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. Master, it seems that you are right. Long Xiao thinks that you don't understand how an entertainment company operates, so she is trying to deceive you. The little yellow chicken also understood and said to Chen Nan angrily. She's much more scheming than Jean Quan Shan. Jean Quan Shan is just profit-driven, but this Long Xiao is truly scheming. Jean Quan Shan has a strong sense of pride, so once you provoke him, his true colors are revealed. But Jean Xiao is very good at controlling her own thoughts and never shows her emotions. Look, I am the boss of Tianxing Entertainment Company now, and she can still greet people with a smile, which shows that she is not an ordinary person. Chen Nan analyzed the little yellow chicken. Ding! The Shin House system reminds the host that the system has dropped a random task. If you can successfully deal with Jean Xiao and contact Tianxing Entertainment Company, you will receive a mysterious gift package. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Shin House system appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. Ouch! Why did the system give me this task at this time? Chen Nan wanted to cry, but there were no tears. This task is so difficult. Chapter 176. This mission is a bit difficult. The little yellow chicken said with a smile. Master, I have detected that the mysterious gift package given to you by the Godly Rich system this time is a very useful gift. What gift? Chen Nan asked. Master, I'll make an exception and tell you. The little yellow chicken jumped mysteriously to Chen Nan's ear and whispered. This big gift package gives you the title of the #1 entertainment company in the entertainment industry. This is an award, and the award ceremony will be held next month. This is very attractive. Chen Nan thought to himself that if he got this award, it would definitely allow Tianxing Entertainment Company to occupy a more powerful position in the industry, which would be very beneficial for him to manage the company and develop artists. However, he doesn't want to treat the artists as tools. If he were to manage them, he would definitely allocate as many resources as possible to the artists. Okay, then I'll take on this task. Chen Nan nodded and said to the little yellow chicken. But this Long Xiao is difficult to deal with. I need to think about it. Mr. Chen, I'll take you somewhere else. Long Xiao smiled and made a please gesture to Chen Nan. Okay. Chen Nan nodded, and followed behind Long Xiao, thinking in his mind how to deal with this old fox. Long Xiao brought Chen Nan to the staff department again. Unlike the Dongmu Group, there were actually very few people in the staff department of the entertainment company. They were all in operations and publicity, as well as senior staff. Because other employees have to go to events with the artists, and have to follow the artists and take care of them. Everyone, stop what you're doing for a moment. Let me introduce you. Long Xiao said to the staff in the personnel department. This is our new boss, Mr. Chen. Hello, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, you look so young. Mr. Chen, you are here to make your debut, right? The employees all greeted Chen Nan with smiles. Chen Nan felt that the atmosphere of an entertainment company was indeed different from that of a traditional enterprise. The atmosphere in an entertainment company was more relaxed, and Chen Nan actually liked this kind of atmosphere. It seems that the boss hasn't made his debut yet, so wouldn't I be able to form a group as soon as I debut? Ha! Chen Nan said to the employees with a smile and joke. Ha! Mr. Chen, you know quite a lot. That's right. I see our company has such a handsome boss. I'm really motivated to work. If our boss debuts, Long Jia will be his manager. The employees were also joking around, and Chen Nan thought to himself that his biggest feeling was that the emotional intelligence of the employees in the entertainment company was all online. Master, it seems that the atmosphere in the entertainment company is really relaxed. The little yellow chicken also felt it and said to Chen Nan. That's right. It would be great if the atmosphere in Dongmu Group could be so relaxed. I feel like those employees are all very cautious, especially when they see their leaders. Chen Nan sighed slightly. This may be caused by the difference in corporate culture. He looked at Long Xiao again, and he could feel that her status in Tianxing Entertainment Company was very high. Little yellow chicken, what achievements has Long Xiao made? Chen Nan asked. Master, according to my research, Long Xiaoqiao planned the first talent show in the entertainment industry 10 years ago. She can be said to be the mother of talent shows. Therefore, she is very influential in the entertainment industry because she has a very unique vision for selecting artists. The little yellow chicken continued to say to Chen Nan. So even though there are many trainees at Tianxing Entertainment Company now, it's precisely because of Long Xiaoqiao that those trainees are practicing hard with the hope that Long Xiaoqiao will personally train them. Chen Nan frowned slightly. This is even more difficult. Master, Little Yellow Chicken believes that you can definitely complete this task. Little Yellow Chicken encouraged Chen Nan and continued. It is precisely because the reward for this task is so great that the task is a bit difficult. Chen Nan nodded, a helpless smile on his face. No matter what, I have to find a way to complete this task. Long Xiaoqiao appears to be very easygoing on the surface and always acknowledges Chen Nan's status as the boss, but in fact, this is because she is very confident in her heart and feels that everyone in the company listens to her more, so she acts like this. In other words, maybe she didn't take Chen Nan seriously at all. Sister Long, does our company have any major projects going on recently? Chen Nan suddenly asked. Long Xiaoqiao hadn't expected Chen Nan to ask this out of the blue. She was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Our company is currently filming a costume drama, and Ruo Fei's agent is also discussing a sweet drama. Currently, these two are the biggest projects in terms of film and television dramas. Chen Nan nodded slightly. It seemed that most of Tianxing Entertainment Company's projects were film and television dramas. Didn't you just say that Ruo Fei became famous by filming sweet pet dramas? Then why are you still talking about sweet pet dramas now? Chen Nan asked again. Mr. Chen, it's precisely because Ruo Fei became famous for her sweet romance dramas that many producers are willing to cast her in this genre. Long Xiaoqiao replied. For the investors, the goal of making TV dramas is of course to make a lot of money. The audience loves Ruo Fei's sweet romance dramas, so the investors can also make money. Chen Nan snorted in her heart. No wonder Suke said that she had always wanted to act, but never had the chance. Not to mention someone like Suke who is a singer and dancer, even if she is an actress like Ruo Fei, once she has starred in a certain type of TV series, the producers will only be willing to invest in her to play this type of role. Master, what's so good about this sweet pet drama? Asked the little yellow chicken in confusion. Well, some people like to watch this type of TV series, so there is a market for it. Chen Nan sighed slightly. But it's a bit unfair to the actors, because actors definitely want to try more roles. But there's no way. I've also noticed that in this industry, the capital investors have the final say. Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken with a slight curl of his lips. Now that I think about it, I really feel a little sorry for Suke. The little yellow chicken also sighed and said to Chen Nan. Little yellow chicken, I told you that you like Suke. Look, now you feel sorry for him. Ha! Chen Nan teased the little yellow chicken with a smile. Humph! Master, you are so annoying! The little yellow chicken used its wings to cover its face embarrassedly. Chapter 177 Expanding Business. Chen Nan thought about it and realized that for Long Xiaoqiao, most people in the company now regarded her as the boss because she had a lot of resources that she could share with her favorite artists. Although Chen Nan is now the boss of Tianxing Entertainment Company, the employees naturally trust the mother of talent shows, Long Xiaoqiao, more than the new boss. Mr. Chen, I heard you're in the real estate business. Long Xiaoqiao suddenly looked at Chen Nan and asked, Why did you suddenly want to start an entertainment company? Chen Nan smiled, knowing that Long Xiaoqiao must have her own reasons for asking this question. Of course it's because I'm rich. Ha ha! Chen Nan started jokingly. Long Xiaoqiao was stunned for a moment, then she laughed and said, Mr. Chen is really rich. Just kidding. Chen Nan smiled calmly, then continued to say to Long Xiaoqiao, Actually, it's because I want to expand my business now, and... He chuckled and deliberately raised his voice. I have already signed a contract with Suke. She will come back to our company after she terminates the contract. When these words were spoken, not only the other employees, but even Long Xiaoqiao was stunned. Mr. Chen, is this true? You are not joking, right? Long Xiaoqiao asked hurriedly. Chen Nan nodded calmly. Of course I'm not kidding, this is true. Suku will be coming to our company soon, and we really have signed the contract. Long Xiaoqiao's expression changed slightly and her brows frowned slightly, but only for a moment. However, this was also caught by Chen Nan, and he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and realized that Long Xiaoqiao seemed to care a lot about this matter. Everyone! Chen Nan suddenly looked formally at the other employees and announced loudly. Yes, I have signed a contract with Suku, and she will soon become one of us. This is also the reason why I came to the company today. Although I am usually very busy, I am also running our company. Mr. Chen, you are so capable. You know, Suku is one of the top female stars now, and she's also a very popular actress. Suku is actually going to sign with our company. Does that mean we're going to give her all the good resources? Generally speaking, for female celebrities like Suku, wouldn't they all want to have their own studio after the contract is terminated? Chen Nan heard the employees around him talking about it. Don't worry, I will distribute our entertainment company's resources evenly. Also, I'm going to be producing a high-quality drama soon. Agents, please review your artists' profiles and see if there are any suitable roles. Chen Nan smiled and said slowly, I hope that Tianxing Entertainment Company can become the #1 entertainment company in the industry, without a doubt. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the female employees in the company turned into little red hearts. Mr. Chen is so handsome. Not only is he handsome, he's also so domineering. Mr. Chen is really young and promising. I feel that Mr. Chen is not an ordinary person. Several employees have already started to flatter Chen Nan. Chen Nan smiled and glanced at Long Xiaoqiao beside him, and found that her expression was not very good. Although I have just taken over our company, I will do my best to create more resources. Chen Nan curled his lips and showed a very confident smile. Signing Suku is just the first step. In the future, our company will become stronger and stronger. When Chen Nan said these words, his tone was very normal, but his eyes were extremely firm, and his whole body exuded a powerful aura. The employees around were stunned for a moment, and then they all started applauding. They felt that this new handsome boss was not just a pie-in-the-sky type of boss. He was able to poach a popular female star like Suku, so he must be a very resourceful person. Long Xiaoqiao, who was standing by, saw that the employees were actually impressed by what Chen Nan said, and her face turned pale. But she still managed to force a smile, and although it was a bit awkward, she also started to applaud with the employees. Mr. Chen, I didn't expect that on your first day at the company you would bring such good news. You could actually recruit Suku. Although Long Xiaoqiao was smiling, her eyes darkened. She smiled again and said, Could it be that Mr. Chen and Suku are good friends? Long Xiaoqiao deliberately emphasized the word, good friends, which was to hint to Chen Nan that since he was able to poach Suku, the two of them might have an improper relationship. Master, Long Xiaoqiao's sarcastic tone is really uncomfortable to listen to. The little yellow chicken also rolled its eyes and clicked its tongue twice. She's unhappy now, so she's definitely going to be sarcastic. Chen Nan chuckled in his heart. Instead of being angry, he felt that Long Xiaoqiao had finally shown it. Sister Long, Suku and I do know each other, but I just promised to provide her with resources, Chen Nan said lightly. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that even if he told Long Xiaoqiao the truth, she might not believe it. This is how it is in this world. Sometimes you can't control what others think or what they say. So there is no need to care about what others think, as long as you have a clear conscience. Mr. Chen, I knew it. A popular actress like Suku can actually come to our company instead of opening her own studio. It must be because she is your friend. Although Long Xiaoqiao was smiling, she raised her eyebrows slightly, revealing a hint of provocation. Sister Long, I see that among the current popular stars in the entertainment industry, none of them seem to have come from talent shows. AI Fan and the other 3 most popular stars in our company don't seem to have come from talent shows either. Chen Nan chuckled and said this slightly, and Long Xiaoqiao's behavior changed all of a sudden. The corners of her mouth trembled, but she still tried to maintain a stiff smile. Because what Chen Nan meant by this is that although Long Xiaoqiao was known as the mother of talent shows 10 years ago, in today's entertainment industry, her talent show methods are no longer effective. Mr. Chen. Long Xiaoqiao was about to speak when she was stopped by Chen Nan. Long Jie, I actually think talent shows are okay, but we need to research what kind of talent shows today's fans enjoy. There's no longer much of a market for solo artists. I think teams are more likely to become popular right now. Chen Nan also read a lot of information. Nowadays, children like to watch group stars, especially those who sing and dance. Chapter 178 Happy Cooperation. When Long Xiao heard what Chen Nan said, her smile became even more stiff, because she didn't expect that the boss of a real estate company would know so much about the entertainment industry. And Chen Nan was actually right. In the current market, it is indeed very difficult for single-person talent shows to produce popular artists. In comparison, it is easier to become popular by choosing a group, and it is also easy to bring in personal traffic. Although Long Xiao knew about this matter and also intended to plan a group audition, Tianxing Entertainment Company had always had funding problems, so it was delayed again and again. Seeing that Long Xiao was silent, Chen Nan's eyes darkened and he said slowly, "Sister Long, now that I've taken over Tianxing Entertainment, how about we plan a group audition?" As soon as these words were spoken, Long Xiao immediately opened her eyes wide in shock. She had never expected Chen Nan to be so bold. She thought he had no idea about the entertainment industry, but he actually found the key point in one go. Moreover, no one has been doing a group talent show yet, and this Chen Nan actually hit the nail on the head when he came to the company on the first day. "Mr. Chen, let's go to my office and talk." Long Xiao suddenly smiled, and her tone was more respectful than before. The reason why she can reach her current position is because she has high IQ and EQ. Moreover, Long Xiao has been in the entertainment industry for so many years and has seen all kinds of people, so she naturally knows how to adapt to the situation. In this circle, everyone lives for profit. She hadn't taken Chen Nan seriously before because ever since she met him, she thought he was just a rich second generation. He is so young and he is working in an entertainment company, it's just for fun. But what Long Xiao didn't expect was that Chen Nan hit the nail on the head and immediately realized what kind of programs the entertainment industry lacked the most. Long Xiao has now changed her mind about Chen Nan. As long as they have common interests, she can naturally accept Chen Nan as the new president. Chen Nan followed Long Xiao to her office. Long Xiao poured Chen Nan a glass of water and put it on the table. "Mr. Chen, have some water," Long Xiao said with a smile. "Well, thank you, Sister Long." Chen Nan nodded lightly, a confident smile on his face, knowing that he was halfway to success. "Mr. Chen, what do you think about the group audition you just mentioned?" Long Xiao asked seriously. "Because according to my understanding, there are no more popular artists coming out of individual talent shows in our entertainment industry now. Perhaps it's because the audience is aesthetically fatigued." Chen Nan smiled and continued. "Besides, kids nowadays prefer to watch group singing and dancing, which is also pleasing to the eyes. Although it's a group, as long as the publicity and public opinion guidance are good, it's easy for an individual to come out." Long Xiao listened carefully to what Chen Nan said with a complicated expression. "Sister Long, we are all smart people, so let's be frank." Chen Nan chuckled. Although he looked handsome and young, his expression and behavior were very steady and mature. "According to my guess, Tianxing Entertainment had major financial problems before, otherwise I wouldn't have acquired it." Chen Nan chuckled. "But I won't pursue these matters further." "Master, what's going on?" the little yellow chicken asked in confusion after hearing what Chen Nan said. "In fact, every company has some internal financial problems, just like people like Jin Quan-shan, who find ways to get some money into their own pockets," Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his mind. "So a company as big as Tianxing Entertainment is bound to have accounting problems." "Master, you mean that Long Xiao?" The little yellow chicken immediately understood. "Pretty close," Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken. "But this is all in the past. Now that I'm here, there's no need to pursue these matters. As long as she can behave herself in the future, it will be fine. After all, she has certain resources and status in this circle." When Long Xiao heard what Chen Nan said, she was obviously stunned. She didn't expect that Chen Nan, at such a young age, knew so much. But then she thought about it again. She had investigated Chen Nan before and knew that he was the president of Dongmu Group. At that time, she thought Chen Nan was just a rich second generation who was just relying on his family's wealth. But now it seems that although Chen Nan is very young, he is very smart. Now Long Xiao Xiao has already believed that Chen Nan can indeed support a real estate company as large as Dongma Group. Mr. Chen, what do you want to say? Long Xiao Xiao's tone was obviously a little nervous, because she knew very well in her heart that she had naturally done a lot of tricks with the company's accounts behind the scenes. Sister Long, there's no need to be so nervous. What happened in the past is in the past. I just said I won't pursue it. I'm the new boss now, so naturally I won't investigate the past any further. Chen Nan's eyes darkened, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he continued. Sister Long, since I've acquired Tianxing Entertainment, my first project after joining the company will be a talent show, because that's what you're best at. I came here with funding, so if you want to do a group audition, I'm very supportive. Chen Nan leaned forward and looked Long Xiao Xiao in the eye. Sister Long, since we're both at Tianxing Entertainment now, a win-win situation is the best. You say right? Long Xiao Xiao was stunned. She looked at Chen Nan in front of her. He was obviously a handsome young man, but his eyes revealed a steadiness and dominance that was inconsistent with his youth. She has been in the entertainment industry for so many years, but she has never seen anyone with such an aura. She has seen too many artists from wealthy families in this circle. There is no shortage of rich second generations in the entertainment industry, but it is rare to find someone like Chen Nan who is not only rich but also has such high IQ and EQ. Long Xiao Xiao suddenly smiled, with a look of relief in her eyes. It seemed that the young people nowadays are really better than their predecessors. Mr. Chen, I understand what you mean. Long Xiao Xiao nodded slightly, then extended her right hand and said to him, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future and build Tianxing Entertainment into the #1 entertainment company in the entertainment industry. Chen Nan curled his lips, realizing that Long Xiao Xiao had been completely won over by him. So, he smiled and reached out, shaking Long Xiao Xiao's hand. Sister Long, it's a pleasure working with you. Master, you are so awesome! The little yellow chicken appeared immediately. Chapter 179, Boys Group Audition. Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart, Long Xiao Xiao has been in the entertainment industry for so many years, so she is naturally very good at adapting to the situation. So if you want to bribe her, give her the benefits she wants. Ding! The Shenhao system reminds the host that you have completed the system's random task and successfully bribed Long Xiao Xiao. The system will reward Tianxing Entertainment Company with the award of the #1 entertainment company, and the award ceremony will be held next month. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Shenhao system appeared in Chen Nan's mind. Great! Master, this gift is amazing! The little yellow chicken spun around happily. I told you that Master could definitely complete this task. I believe in you. Although it was a bit difficult, I'm glad I found Long Xiao Xiao's weakness. Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. But the gifts here are also a great help to me. Ding! The Shenhao system reminds the host, your IQ value increases by 100 points, EQ value increases by 100 points, and social value increases by 100 points. Congratulations to the host, the attribute value has doubled. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Shenhao system appeared in Chen Nan's mind. Congratulations, Master! It seems that after completing this task, our attribute values have increased. This is great! The little yellow chicken happily kept spinning in circles and jumping around. Mr. Chen, I will make a plan. What do you think about choosing male or female artists for this group audition? Long Xiao Xiao asked Chen Nan for his opinion. Chen Nan thought for a moment and said to Long Xiao Xiao, Sister Long, I think based on the current market, most of the fans are female, so it's better to choose a male artist, as he has a wider audience. Ha! Mr. Chen, I thought so too. Long Xiao Xiao laughed. Then we will be the first company in the entertainment industry to hold a boy group audition. Since you also know Suku, you can let her be a judge this time. On the one hand, it can increase the topic, and on the other hand, it can also increase Suku's exposure. This can also be her first variety show appearance after coming to our company, which not only promotes our company, but also promotes her personally. Long Xiao Xiao analyzed. Chen Nan chuckled and nodded. Then Sister Long, go and make the plan. Once it's finished, we can have a meeting to discuss it. He sighed in his heart. Long Xiao Xiao is worthy of being the mother of talent shows. Her thinking is indeed very comprehensive. Moreover, she was indeed very clear about the operating rules of the entertainment industry. If she had not received rewards from the system before and had not read the information about the entertainment industry, she probably would not have been able to bribe Long Xiao today. Long Xiao is now very happy because she can participate in the boy group audition that she has always wanted to participate in. Her attitude towards Chen Nan changed 180 degrees, and she insisted on treating Chen Nan to a meal. But Chen Nan was thinking about the things at Dongmu Group, so he left. In fact, with Long Xiao at Tianxing Entertainment Company, he was more relieved. Because all the funds for investing in the boy group audition project are in Chen Nan's hands, Long Xiao is too late to curry favor with him now, so she will definitely help him manage the company well. Chen Nan remembered that today was probably the last day for Blunt to renovate his office, so he thought he could go and see the results now. He drove a Bugatti Veyron to the downstairs of Dongmu Group, and the little yellow chicken suddenly said, "Master, I just realized that you are still wearing this outfit. Is it appropriate to come to Dongmu Group?" Chen Nan was stunned for a moment, then looked at his clothes. Then he remembered that he was not wearing a suit today, but the same clothes he had worn when he went to the entertainment company just now. "Master, isn't it a bad idea to go to Dongmu Group like this?" The little yellow chicken reminded him again. Dongmu Group is a real estate company after all, and the atmosphere is quite different from that of an entertainment company. Chen Nan hesitated for a moment, but suddenly remembered that when Jean Quan-shan got angry with the employees didn't dare to breathe. The atmosphere in their company is too serious. Wouldn't you get depressed if you work in such an environment for a long time? Moreover, Chen Nan knew that the projects undertaken by Dongmu Group were all large-scale, so the employees were under a lot of pressure. "I am now the president of Dongmu Group. I think it is necessary to change our company's corporate culture." Chen Nan curled his lips, his eyes revealing a hint of cunning. "Master, what do you mean?" The little yellow chicken looked at Chen Nan suspiciously and asked. "Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that the system has dropped random tasks to improve the company's atmosphere and allow employees to work in a relaxed mood. You will receive a mysterious gift as a reward from the system." At this moment, the Shinhouse system's prompt sound appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. "Little yellow chicken, look, the system has already given me this task," Chen Nan said to Little Yellow Chicken with a smile. "So I'm going to the company wearing this now." So Chen Nan got off the Bugatti Veyron and walked straight into the company. The security guard at the door was stunned when he saw Chen Nan, then realized it was Chen Nan. "Mr. Chen?" "Yeah." Chen Nan curled his lips and walked in. He first came to his office, where Gang and Wang Xian were still there. "Wang Xian, is there anything going on today?" Chen Nan saw Wang Xian working on documents with his head down, so he walked over and asked. When Wang Xian heard Chen Nan's voice, he immediately raised his head and said, "Mr. Chen, you're here." He was stunned when he saw Chen Nan and didn't even finish his words. "What's wrong, Wang Xian? Why do you look like that?" Chen Nan was stunned when he saw Wang Xian's eyes, and asked with a smile. Wang Xian finally came to his senses and stammered. "Mr. Chen, I almost didn't recognize you. Hee. How do I look in this outfit?" Chen Nan raised his eyebrows slightly and said to Wang Xian. "Mr. Chen, you are not wearing a suit today, but you look very handsome in this outfit. I didn't recognize you. I thought it was a male star from TV." Wang Xian said, scratching his head a little embarrassedly. "Ha! Wang Xian, you look quite dull, but you're actually quite talkative." Chen Nan joked with Wang Xian. "There's nothing wrong with your aesthetic taste." Hee. Wang Xian was a little embarrassed. "Mr. Chen, you've changed your style." Chen Nan nodded. "I think the atmosphere in our company is too serious, so we need to change the style. Otherwise, it will be too dull." Gang standing by was stunned. Chen Nan noticed Gang's look and smiled at him. "Mr. Chen, I think you are handsome too," Gang said foolishly. Chapter 180 I am your secretary. Chen Nan was stunned when he saw Gang's expression, and then he burst out laughing. "Gang, look at you, you look like you have never seen the world." He waved his hand jokingly. "Master, if Gang saw those stars like Suku, he would have collapsed long ago." The little yellow chicken also laughed and mocked Gang. "Because our company's corporate culture is too serious, The employees are cautious and the atmosphere seems lifeless. Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Wang Xian, how is the decoration of my office going today? Chen Nan looked at Wang Xian and asked with a smile. Mr. Chen, Blunt is a very stubborn person. He hasn't let us in since he started the renovations. Even Director Lin can't go in, so I don't know. Wang Xian said a little embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. Chen Nan reached out and patted Wang Xian on the shoulder. It's okay. There's nothing to apologize for. I'll go in and take a look. He suddenly looked at Wang Xian and said with some surprise. Wang Xian, I feel that your face seems to be smaller. It seems that your weight loss is really effective. Thank you, Mr. Chen. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have such a strong determination. Wang Xian smiled happily when he heard Chen Nan say that he had lost some weight. In fact, Chen Nan knew very well in his heart that for someone like Wang Xian who had been inferior because of his appearance since childhood, what he lacked most was encouragement from others. Wang Xian, come on! I'm rooting for you! Chen Nan encouraged Wang Xian with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I will definitely keep working hard. Wang Xian was suddenly full of energy, nodded vigorously, and said to Chen Nan. Master, I can see that you have encouraged Wang Xian now, and you feel very accomplished. The little yellow chicken sat on Chen Nan's shoulder with a smile, and said to him. Ha ha! Little yellow chicken, I find that you really understand me more and more now. Chen Nan nodded and said with confidence in his eyes. Chen Nan walked to the door of his office and found that the door had indeed changed. It was no longer the wooden door as before. Blunt had indeed followed the design that Chen Nan had discussed with him, and had made the office's exterior glass, but this glass was specially made. Not only was it stronger than a wooden door, but it was also completely invisible from the outside, while the outside could be seen from the inside. Chen Nan knocked on the door, but could not hear any sound from inside the office. It seemed that this kind of door was really soundproof. He knocked on the door again, and then he heard an intercom on the left side of the door. Blunt's voice came from inside. Didn't I tell you that I don't like to be disturbed when I'm renovating? Chen Nan thought to himself that this Blunt really had a very strong personality. He smiled and said into the intercom, Blunt, it's me. Blunt was stunned for a moment before he recognized Chen Nan's voice and quickly said, Mr. Chen, I'll open the door for you. After that, the glass door opened by itself. Master, I think Blunt's design should be pretty good. The little yellow chicken nodded with satisfaction. Then let's go in and take a look, then we'll know. Chen Nan nodded with a smile, then walked into the office. As soon as Chen Nan entered the office, he was stunned. Because this place is exactly the same as the design that Blunt showed him before, Chen Nan really didn't expect that he could decorate the office like this in less than 3 days. Mr. Chen, you're here. Blunt's smile was still very confident, and he waved to Chen Nan with a smile. Although he still looks very mature, the youthful aura can still be seen between his eyebrows. Brunette, you have something! Chen Nan looked around with admiration in his eyes. Mr. Chen, you look quite handsome today. Blunt looked at Chen Nan and said, This style is quite fashionable. Blunt came back from abroad, so he is more extroverted. Thank you. Chen Nan chuckled. Then according to your fashion taste, do I look better in a suit or this outfit? Blunt thought for a moment. Mr. Chen, I think it depends on the occasion. If you're going to discuss business, a suit is more formal. But in my personal life and work circles, I should just do whatever feels comfortable. Ha ha! I thought so too. Chen Nan smiled and patted Blunt's shoulder, saying jokingly, Young man, you have a bright future. Chen Nan looked at his new office again. It was low-key yet fashionable. Although it was an industrial style, it also had a sense of design. He nodded with satisfaction. Blunt, your design is really good. Ha ha! That's for sure. I still have some confidence in this. Blunt was now familiar with Chen Nan, so he smiled somewhat smugly and winked at Chen Nan. Chen Nan looked at the blond boy with a sly smile on his face. With such a talented person, of course he would find a way to get him to work for him. Master, don't forget you still have a task, which is to dig Blunt over here. The little yellow chicken also reminded. I've always remembered it. Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Now we have 2 tasks. One is to let the employees change their style and make the company atmosphere more relaxed. The other task is to poach Blunt. I remember it all. Master, your memory is so good. I, the little yellow chicken, still remember it for you. The little yellow chicken said to Chin Nan with a smile. Master, I am your little secretary. Okay. You are my little secretary. Without you as my little secretary, I can't do anything. Chin Nan also teased with a smile. Mr. Chun, although most of the decoration has been completed, there are still some small items and details that have not been completed. Blunt had a bright smile on his face and was very proud of his design results. The workers around were still working, but since most of the work had been completed, there were only about 5 workers left in the office, all doing some finishing work. That's already pretty impressive. Chin Nan knew that although Blunt looked mature, he was still very childish. Such talented young men actually like to hear others praise, so Chin Nan wanted to praise him first and get close to him. That's for sure, but Mr. Chin, I also broke the record this time. Blunt curled his lips. Chapter 181, Already an Old Yellow Chicken. Huh! What record was broken? Chin Nan asked curiously. Although I have done difficult designs before, because many customers' requirements are weird, but I can solve them all. But this time is the first time to complete the decoration within 3 days, which is also a challenge for me. Although Blunt said this, his tone was full of pride. Chin Nan looked at Blunt's smug little expression and thought to himself that he was indeed still a child and could not hide his smugness. But after all, he is a talented boy, so naturally he has reason to be proud. Chin Nan nodded with satisfaction. As the owner of this office, I am also very satisfied. But Mr. Chin, why are you here now? Isn't tomorrow the last day? Blunt asked in confusion. There's still some finishing work to be done. I'm just here to take a look. We can just hand it over on time as agreed. Chin Nan thought for a moment. I'm very satisfied with your design. To thank you, in addition to the remuneration in the contract, I'll also give you a red envelope. Ha! Thank you, Mr. Chin. I won't be polite then, Blunt said happily with a proud smile on his face. After finishing the work tomorrow, I'll treat you to dinner tonight, how about that? Chin Nan thought that he could take this opportunity to find a way to poach Bronte. And it's a good opportunity to take Bronte to Pin Hang Restaurant. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. Mr. Chin, you want to treat me to a meal? Then I will definitely go. But can I choose the place to eat? Blunt showed a mysterious smile on his face and winked at Chin Nan. Ha! Master, your plan failed this time. Bronte has something he wants to eat, so he can't go to Pin Hang Restaurant this time. The little yellow chicken said to Chin Nan while holding back his laughter. Oh, this child is too smart. Chin Nan smiled helplessly in his heart and said to the little yellow chicken. That's all right, he said, smiling at Blunt. Then after Mr. Chin finishes inspecting the office tomorrow, please treat me to dinner, Blunt said with a smile. The more talented a person is, the more they appreciate their peers. Blunt, a gifted young man with a natural talent for design, graduated from a prestigious foreign university at a young age and became a sought-after designer among the upper class upon his return to China. But in fact, for a genius who goes with the flow, loneliness is inevitable. Although Blunt appears cheerful, he has actually felt somewhat lonely since returning home. He met many of his friends when he was studying abroad. Now that he has returned to China, many designers in the industry are jealous of his talent, so he doesn't have many friends. But at this time, I met Chin Nan. Chin Nan is a little older than him, but he is also a young and promising man. Although Blunt had just met Chin Nan, he admired the strong, although he never said it. If he could make friends with Chin Nan, he would naturally be happy. Okay, you continue with your work, I'll go around the company. Chin Nan curled the corners of his mouth and smiled at Blunt. Mr. Chen, are you just going to wear this outfit and walk around the company? Blunt was a little surprised when he heard what Chin Nan said. Hey young man, this is my own company, so I can wear whatever I want. Chin Nan smiled faintly and said confidently. Blunt was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. He didn't say anything, but gave Chin Nan a thumbs up. Master, this child, Bronte, is really cute. The little yellow chicken also said with a smile. Although he looks very mature, he also has some childish cuteness. Little yellow chicken, why are you talking so old now? You're still calling Bronte a child? Chen Nan teased with a smile. Are you no longer a little yellow chicken, but an old yellow chicken? Ouch! Master, you are really being too mean now. The little yellow chicken was actually made to laugh by Chen Nan and said angrily. Ha! Who made you my little yellow chicken? Chen Nan was amused by the little yellow chicken, and he was in a good mood now. Chen Nan walked around the company so openly. At first, some employees didn't recognize Chen Nan, but he was still very obvious in the crowd. When the employees realized that this person was Chen Nan, they all opened their mouths in shock, and then hurriedly greeted Chen Nan. Chen Nan was amused by their reaction and thought to himself, I don't know whether they have never seen a handsome guy or have never seen a CEO like this. Master, I feel that the employees are all scared today. The little yellow chicken joked with a smile. Ha! That's because they have never seen such a boss, Chen Nan said proudly to the little yellow chicken. Oh my God! Look! That handsome guy! It's our CEO Chen. Mr. Chen isn't wearing a suit today. He's dressed like one of today's male celebrities, a young and handsome guy. Mr. Chen is so handsome. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint. I thought Mr. Chen looked handsome in a suit, but I didn't expect him to look even more handsome dressed like this. The employees around were all talking about it. Chen Nan chuckled and walked towards the staff area. When he walked to the front door, he heard the sound of employees typing on their keyboards coming out of the office area, but not even the sound of talking. Little yellow chicken, listen to this. These employees are so lifeless. Chen Nan sighed slightly and said helplessly. Does our company have so many projects? Master, according to my investigation, there are indeed several large projects now. But our company has so many employees, and the workload assigned to each individual is actually not that much. The little yellow chicken said to Chen Nan. That's right. The workload isn't that heavy, yet everyone's so lifeless. Chen Nan stood at the door and listened for a while before suddenly asking. Was the company's corporate culture like this when Guo Wanjin was here? Yes, master. The little yellow chicken looked up some information and continued to say to Chen Nan. In fact, most of the company's corporate culture is determined by the boss. According to my investigation, when Guo Wanjin was in office, he required employees to work overtime, and the daily workload was very heavy. This Guo Wanjin is really not a human being. Chen Nan cursed in his heart. He and Jin Quanshan, these two old foxes, are really treacherous and insidious. Chapter 182 Chen Nan's New Request. Master, you see, the employees drank the milk tea you bought, and Jin Quanshan got angry and even hit them. So I think they don't treat the employees as human beings at all. The little yellow chicken was also a little angry. It was furious when it thought of the incident when Jin Quanshan wanted to beat the employees. Yeah, I think employees should be able to do their jobs well while not feeling the work is too hard, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. I really don't like that kind of lifeless work environment. Chen Nan smiled and walked directly into the staff area. At first, the employees just saw someone coming in, so they took a subconscious look and did not recognize that it was Chen Nan. Everyone was stunned for a moment before realizing that this celebrity-looking guy was actually their president, Chen Nan. Mr. Chen! Mr. Chen! Mr. Chen! Mr. Chen, you're here! Hello, Mr. Chen! Although the employees were a little surprised, they all stood up and bowed slightly to Chen Nan. When the female employees saw Chen Nan, their expressions all turned into a bit of a fangirl. However, they just looked at Chen Nan cautiously and didn't dare to say anything to him. Chen Nan looked at the employees with a smile, and when he glanced over, he saw the young employee who was almost beaten by Jin Quanshan. How are you? Chen Nan suddenly asked. The young employee was stunned for a moment, then quickly stammered. Mr. Chen, I'm fine. I didn't really blame Manager Jin for what happened that day. Seeing the young employee's cautious look, Chen Nan sighed slightly, then reached out and patted him on the shoulder. I'll give you a day off tomorrow, and I'll still pay you your salary. Huh? The young employee was stunned for a moment, then quickly said to Chen Nan. Mr. Chen, did I do something wrong? Are you going to fire me? Ha! Master, this little employee is so funny. Look how scared he is. The little yellow chicken sat on Chen Nan's shoulder. He found it funny when he saw the little employee stuttering. I guess he was scared by Jean Quan Shan and the others, Chen Nan said helplessly. He quickly said to the young employee, Don't worry, I won't fire you. Then Chen Nan looked at the other employees and said to them with a smile, Dear employees, as the president of Dongmu Group, I have a few words to say to you. When the other employees heard that Chen Nan had something to say, they all looked at him very seriously. It's like this. You were employees of the Gui Group before, so you were under Guo Wanjin's command and you also had his demands. Chen Nan's voice was very clear, and he said calmly, But now this is the Dongmu Group, and I am your president, so as the new president, I want to tell you some of my requirements. When the employees heard what Chen Nan said, their expressions became heavy. They thought Chen Nan was going to formulate some company rules and regulations. After all, the corporate culture they have always accepted is to obey the arrangements of their leaders and not to ask for overtime pay because they are making a contribution to the company. Chen Nan smiled, knowing what the employees were thinking at the moment. So, he curled his lips and said to all the employees in a firm tone, My request is. All the employees looked at Chen Nan with bated breath, not daring to breathe. There are no requirements, Chen Nan announced loudly. When the employees heard Chen Nan speak, they all stood there in a daze. As the corporate culture of Dongmu Group, once you have done your job well, you just need to be happy, Chen Nan said to everyone with a smile. My only requirement for you is to have no requirements. Huh! The young employee also looked at Chen Nan in complete shock. Mr. Chen, are you okay? Chen Nan smiled and continued. You don't have to dress so formally. You can wear something casual. And female employees, there's no need to wear such tiring high heels every day. As long as you like it and dress appropriately and comfortably, that's fine. He turned around and said, It's okay to do what I'm doing now, but the prerequisite is that you complete your work well. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire staff area fell silent. Chen Nan blinked, then looked at the employees who were all staring at him in amazement, and found it a little funny. What's wrong? Why are you all so stupid? Chen Nan said with a smile. Mr. Chen, I think we may need to digest this for a while, said the young employee stupidly. Starting tomorrow, you will all do as I said. And starting tomorrow, our company will have free milk tea every day. Chen Nan smiled and continued. I hope that our Dongmu Group can not only be the best in the industry in terms of performance, but also the happiest employees. Mr. Chen, are you serious? The young employee looked left and right, and the employees around him looked at Chen Nan in stunned eyes. Ha ha! Of course it's true. I'm saying this as the president of Dongmu Group. Chen Nan nodded slightly and said to the young employee. Seeing that the employees were still stunned, Chen Nan suddenly smiled broadly and said to them, I know you guys can't let go even though I'm here. I'll be leaving now. You guys should take some time to digest this. I'll come back tomorrow to check on you. After saying that, he turned and left the staff area. After he left, the employees gradually recovered. Oh my God! Did I hear it right? Mr. Chin is so cool. Not only is he a domineering CEO, he's also a cool guy. I'm almost a fan of Mr. Chin. He's actually changed our corporate culture. The employees finally accepted the good news, started chattering and cheering happily. In fact, Chen Nan had just hidden in the stairwell at the corner after coming out of the staff area. When he heard the cheers of his employees, a very happy smile finally appeared on his face. Little yellow chicken, it seems that the employees are still very happy. Chen Nan heard the cheers of the employees and said happily to the little yellow chicken. They were just scared just now and couldn't accept it for a while. Now that they have recovered, they must be very grateful to you, their master. The little yellow chicken said happily. It would be great if they could really break away from the management thinking of Guo Wanjin and others. I just hope the working environment can be more relaxed. Chen Nan said sincerely. Chapter 183 Encyclopedia Skills. Actually, when I was in the employee area just now, they just didn't dare to say it. But I can feel that the employees are surprised but also very happy. Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken with a smile. Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that you have completed the task of changing employees. The system will reward you with a mysterious gift. Please check your backpack. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that your IQ value has increased by 100 points. your EQ value has increased by 100 points, and your social value has increased by 100 points. Congratulations to the host, your overall attribute value has also increased by 100 points. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Shenhao system appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. Little yellow chicken, let me see what the mysterious gift is this time, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Yes, master. The little yellow chicken turned around, and the light blue screen appeared in front of Chen Nan again, showing the pattern of a backpack. The little yellow chicken opened the backpack, and a small round case that looked like a book appeared inside. What is this? Is it something I need to read myself again? Although Chen Nan now has the skills of the strongest brain, he has read a lot of information recently. Even handsome guys get tired, okay? The little yellow chicken took a look and then explained to Chen Nan. Master, this is not information. This is a skill. This skill is called encyclopedia. This only means you can have encyclopedic knowledge, but this skill is currently at the most basic level. In other words, with this skill, you will have a very good understanding of some common sense issues in your life. The little yellow chicken explained to Chen Nan with a smile. Master, this skill is a book pattern. If you want to possess it, you need to open it yourself. Then it will become a skill that belongs exclusively to you. Chen Nan nodded, and then he understood what the little yellow chicken said. Since it's a skill, not something I need to learn, then of course I have to get it, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken. Then I'll just click on it. That's right, master. The little yellow chicken nodded to Chen Nan. So, Chen Nan clicked on the light blue screen and opened the book. The pattern instantly turned into a ray of light, then enveloped Chen Nan and disappeared. Master, how is it? Do you feel like you have the skill of an encyclopedia? The little yellow chicken asked hurriedly. Chen Nan felt it, and felt that there was suddenly a lot of knowledge in his mind. Most of this knowledge was some daily common sense, but he didn't have it before. He nodded to the little yellow chicken. I feel it. My mind has indeed gained a lot of daily knowledge. This skill is quite good. At least I don't have to look up the information myself. It enters my mind directly. Haha! Master, it seems that you also like to be lazy. The little yellow chicken teased with a smile. Handsome guys also need to rest, okay? Chen Nan raised his eyebrows slightly, stretched out a finger, and touched the furry little head of the little yellow chicken. He had originally planned to go home right now because Wang Yani had told him that Wang Xinjun had been talking about him constantly in recent days and must be missing him. But he remembered that Lin Qing had called him several times before, so he came to Lin Qing's workplace. Master, you are here to see the school beauty Lin Qing again, said the little yellow chicken. Ever since I conquered her, I can feel Lin Qing's affection for me. But I always feel a little guilty. Chen Nan sighed slightly and said to the little yellow chicken. Master, why do you feel guilty? You have completed your mission. The little yellow chicken said, somewhat puzzled. You are artificial intelligence, there are some things you won't understand. Chen Nan thought to himself, although he also felt that Lin Qingren was a very good person and a very intellectual woman. But now he only regards Lin Qing as a good friend. Before, he tried to gain Lin Qing's favor in order to complete the task. Now that Lin Qing's mission was completed, Lin Qing did have a good impression of him, but Chen Nan felt a little guilty instead. However, there was no other way. After all, he still had to complete the tasks assigned to him by the godly rich system. Because only in this way could his attribute values continue to improve, and he would become more and more powerful. Look! That handsome guy is actually Mr. Chen. Oh my God! Mr. Chen is so handsomely dressed today. He's like a celebrity. You guys don't know yet, but I heard that President Chen just went to the employee area and said that he doesn't have any requirements for us anymore and that we can dress more casually in the company. Several employees in the project department are Lin Qing's subordinates. They often see Chen Nan coming to see Lin Qing recently, so they are all gossipy. Chen Nan walked to the door of Lin Qing's office and knocked. Please come in, Lin Qing said from inside. When Chen Nan walked in, he saw Lin Qingjing looking at the information very seriously. Director Lin, Chen Nan called her with a smile. Oh, it's Mr. Chen. Lin Qing quickly looked up and was stunned when he saw Chen Nan's outfit today. She had been processing documents in the office, so she didn't know what had happened in the staff area. So when she saw Chen Nan appear in front of her dressed like this, Lin Qing was completely stunned, her eyes full of amazement. "Director Lin, you are really a workaholic," Chen Nan said with a smile. He glanced at the watch on his wrist and said to Lin Qing with a smile, "It's almost time to get off work. Director Lin really doesn't slack off at all." "Mr. Chen." Lin Qing blinked a little unnaturally. She felt that Chen Nan was really handsome today, the kind of handsome that made people unable to take their eyes off him. "I only have a little work left, and I can finish it soon." Lin Qing looked a little shy and said lightly, "I don't really have anything to say. I just came to say hello. I was supposed to be unable to come to the company today because of something else. But things went smoothly, so I came to see you," Chen Nan said to Lin Qing with a smile. "Is Jean Quan-shan doing anything today?" "Manager Jean has been very quiet today. He clarified the reason for his hospital visit yesterday, saying it was his own problem and he didn't blame you at all," Lin Qing said to Chen Nan seriously. "Actually, just like you said, if that hospital is really related to Jean Quan-shan, then he definitely doesn't want others to pay attention to it now." Chapter 184 Go home early to see Jinjin. Chen Nan also nodded. "There's no rush for this matter. If we continue investigating this clue, we should get something. But I went to the hospital where Jean Quan-shan is, and he must be on guard now. Then we still need to investigate this matter secretly and not alert the enemy." Lin Qing also agreed with Chen Nan's statement. "Our most important project right now is the real estate project that's set to be completed next month, and then we'll implement the plan I mentioned earlier. We'll be the first company in the industry to use live streaming to sell properties, so we have to do a good job of promoting it." Chen Nan looked at Lin Qing seriously. "We have to shock everyone when we do that. At the very least, we have to make it a trending topic on Weibo." Lin Qing nodded and said, "Mr. Chen, don't worry about the publicity. I will contact the best publicity company to promote us when the time comes." She paused, then asked, "Mr. Chen, have you decided which internet company we want to cooperate with?" "I've already thought about it, but I can't tell you now." Chen Nan showed a mysterious smile on his face and winked at Lin Qing. "Because now is not the time." Lin Qing was analyzing the situation with him very seriously, but Chen Nan suddenly blinked at her, making her a little shy again. "Ahem." Lin Qing coughed twice, looking away unnaturally, then said to Chen Nan, "Well, if that's the case, then I'll follow Mr. Chen's arrangements." "Director Lin, I trust you to do the job." Chen Nan smiled and nodded to Lin Qing and said. Chen Nan talked to Lin Qing about work for a few more words, and then planned to leave. "Mr. Chen, you..." Lin Qing suddenly spoke. "Huh? What's wrong, Director Lin?" Chen Nan asked in some confusion. "Mr. Chen, where are you going to eat later?" Her voice was very low, and she looked a little embarrassed. When Chen Nan heard what Lin Qing said, he was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that Lin Qing wanted to invite him to dinner together. "Master, it seems that school beauty Lin Qing really has a good impression of you now and wants to invite you to dinner," the little yellow chicken also said with a wicked smile. "You're the only one who understands." "Humph!" Chen Nan rolled his eyes in annoyance and said to the little yellow chicken. "Hee hee. The main reason is that you, Master, are handsome, rich, and charming now, so it's very natural for the school beauty Lin Qing to like you." The little yellow chicken started flattering again and said to Chen Nan with a smile, "Although I know you are praising me, as your master, I am also very happy," Chen Nan said proudly to the little yellow chicken in his heart. But he glanced at Lin Qing, sighed in his heart, and said to the little yellow chicken, "Lin Qing is indeed a good woman, but I only regard her as a good friend now. Director Lin, I'm going home for dinner today. My niece misses me very much, so I want to go home to see her," Chen Nan explained to Lin Qing with a smile. "Niece?" It was the first time that Lin Qing heard Chen Nan mention her family. Although she was very curious before, she knew her limits, and never asked proactively. Chen Nan nodded. "Yes, I have another sister at home." "I see." Lin Qing couldn't help but look a little disappointed when she heard that Chen Nan couldn't have dinner with her. "Then Mr. Chen, you should go home for dinner. It's always good to spend more time with your family." "Well, I'll leave first." Chen Nan smiled and nodded at Lin Qing, then left her office. After Chen Nan left, Lin Qing was no longer in the mood to continue working. She packed up her things and prepared to leave work. Her assistant came in to report to her and told her about Chen Nan's previous incident in the staff area. "Ah? I was wondering why Mr. Chen came dressed like this today." Lin Qi nodded thoughtfully, but when he thought of Chen Nan's appearance today, he still thought he was very handsome. "Director Lin, our President Chen is truly unique. Not only is he young and promising, but he's also incredibly skilled and bold in what he does." Her assistant looked at Lin Qing with a gossipy smile. "Director Lin, outstanding men like our President Chen are becoming increasingly rare." Lin Qing heard the gossip in the assistant's tone and glanced at her. "Just focus on your work and stop thinking about things that have nothing to do with work." Although she said this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Okay, Director Lin, I get it." Her assistant looked at Lin Qing with a smile, thinking to herself, "We are all women," and just by looking at the smile on Lin Qing's face, she knew that she was interested in Mr. Chen. Chen Nan was driving his Bugatti Veyron on his way home. Because he had the skills that the little yellow chicken had given him, he did not encounter a red light even during the evening rush hour. "It's great without a red light," Chen Nan said with a smile on his face. "That's all because of my little yellow chicken." "Humph!" the little yellow chicken said proudly while sitting in the passenger seat. "Little yellow chicken, I find that you are becoming more and more arrogant," Chen Nan said with a smile. "Hee hee. No, it's mainly because the master's attribute values are getting higher and higher, so the skills of my little yellow chicken are becoming more and more complete." Xiao Huang quickly changed his tone and showed a very flattering face to Chen Nan. "Your current personality of changing with the situation is very realistic," Chen Nan teased with a smile. "Master, you used 2 idioms in this sentence. Fortunately, my current system has been updated and I have learned idioms, so I know what the 2 idioms you mentioned mean." "You can't stump me," said the little yellow chicken proudly. "Ha! You are such a weirdo." Chen Nan was amused by the little yellow chicken. He held the steering wheel with both hands and was in a very good mood. He subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror and suddenly found that there was a black commercial vehicle behind him that seemed to have been following him. Chen Nan frowned and looked at the rearview mirror again. "Master, what's wrong?" asked the little yellow chicken in confusion. Chen Nan was supposed to go straight, but when he saw an intersection ahead, he deliberately turned left and drove onto another road. He looked in the rearview mirror and found that the commercial vehicle had also turned behind him. "Master, this doesn't seem to be the way we go home." The little yellow chicken also noticed it and quickly reminded Chen Nan. "Little yellow chicken, I feel like the commercial vehicle behind us seems to be following us," Chen Nan said. Chapter 185 Being Followed by a Vehicle. The little yellow chicken immediately flew up, came to the back seat window of the car and took a closer look. "Master, what you said seems to be right. The car has really been following us." The little yellow chicken flew back and stood on Chen Nan's shoulder and said, "Then let's try again." Chen Nan turned right again at the intersection ahead, then looked at the rearview mirror and found that the car also turned right with him. "Master, that car really has been following us." The little yellow chicken was also a little surprised. "I didn't know it all this time, Master. You are really amazing. Look at that car. It should have been following us since we left the company." Chen Nan curled his lips. Although he didn't know the purpose of this car yet, he was sure that it had no good intentions. "Master, what should we do now?" said the little yellow chicken. "We can't go home now. If these people are bad guys, then if they know our address, they will definitely harm Sister Wang and Jinjin. Little yellow chicken, go and see who is driving the car and check their information," Chen Nan ordered. "Yes, master." The little yellow chicken received Chen Nan's order, then turned around and disappeared in an instant. After all, only Chen Nan could see the little yellow chicken, and no one else could see it, so the little yellow chicken appeared directly inside the car that was following them from behind. It looked confidently at the person driving the car, scanned it, turned around again, and returned to Chen Nan's car. "Little yellow chicken, how is it?" Chen Nan asked while driving. He knew he couldn't go home now, so he drove slowly on the street. In addition, supercars like the Bugatti Veyron are rare, so many passers-by looked at him sideways. Chen Nan glanced at the rearview mirror again and found that when he slowed down his car, the other car also slowed down. This made it even more certain that the car was following him. "Master, I scanned the people in the car, And they're all strangers. Little Yellow Chicken reported to Chen-Nan. But these people are probably professional thugs. It seems they have bad intentions. Haha! Little Yellow Chicken, you really know how to use idioms. Chen-Nan was not nervous at all and was even amused by the Little Yellow Chicken. Master, is this the point? The Little Yellow Chicken rolled his eyes in annoyance and continued to say to Chen-Nan. If those people were ordered by someone, my current attribute values are not enough, and I don't have the function to check their memories. It doesn't matter. Since that's the case, why don't we just talk to them? Chen-Nan curled his lips and his eyes darkened. Master, you don't mean to. The Little Yellow Chicken now knows Chen-Nan very well. Yes, let's take the dog for a walk now. Chen-Nan's eyes were full of confidence, the corners of his mouth turned up, and then he stepped on the accelerator hard. After all, the Bugatti Veyron is a supercar. When he kicked it, the car immediately made a very loud roar and then rushed out. Chen-Nan looked in the rearview mirror and saw that the other car had also accelerated. But it was just an ordinary commercial vehicle after all, so how could it possibly catch up with his supercar? Master, their car can't catch up with us. The Little Yellow Chicken laughed. Then we still have to slow down, otherwise they won't be able to catch up. Chen-Nan slowly slowed down the speed and waited for the car behind to catch up. But just as the car caught up, Chen-Nan stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. The car was about to speed up and continue chasing Chen-Nan, and then Chen-Nan started to slow down again. This went on, and he deliberately set up a car to follow him. Ha! Look, that car seems to be emitting some smoke, Chen-Nan said with a smile as he glanced at the rearview mirror. Master, you are so mean! You are deliberately teasing them, the Little Yellow Chicken also said with a smile. Little Yellow Chicken, find me a place where there is no one nearby, like an abandoned old building or something like that, Chen-Nan said to the Little Yellow Chicken. Yes, master! The Little Yellow Chicken received Chen-Nan's order and immediately turned around. Then he said to Chen-Nan, Master, I will give you the map. Then the light blue screen appeared in front of Chen-Nan, with a map on it. Let's go here now. Chen-Nan curled his lips and started driving according to the map. About 15 minutes later, Chen-Nan arrived near an abandoned factory. Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that a random task will be dropped. Get rid of the person following you and you will receive a random gift. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Godly Rich system appeared in Chen-Nan's mind again. Master, the mission is coming! The Little Yellow Chicken flew up and looked behind him. The car is following us. Little Yellow Chicken, how many people are there in there? Chen-Nan asked while observing the terrain. 4 people. The Little Yellow Chicken replied. Simple, let's finish them off quickly because we still have to rush back to eat. Chen-Nan glanced at the watch on his wrist. It's almost time. No problem, master. The Little Yellow Chicken nodded, then looked at the road ahead and said to Chen-Nan, Master, according to the map, there's a large open space ahead. Just park there. Okay. Chen-Nan chuckled, then drove the car directly to the open space in front and parked it on the side of the road. Chen-Nan walked out of the car and stretched his muscles. The car behind also stopped, and 4 men got out. These 4 men looked quite strong and had the appearance of thugs. How dare you play tricks on me? The leading man glared at Chen-Nan angrily. From the moment Chen-Nan deliberately accelerated and then slowed down, they already knew that Chen-Nan had discovered them and was playing tricks on them. Boss, this kid dares to park his car here. He's really looking for death, another man said to the leader. Look at how rich this kid is. The leading man glanced at the Bugatti Veyron behind Chen-Nan and said, Give this car to us, brothers, and I'll spare you a beating today. Ha! He doesn't look like a man at all when he looks like this. Ha ha! He's just a pretty boy. That's right, boss. Look at him, he's even paler than a woman. So disgusting. He definitely doesn't like women. Ha! People like that are called rabbits. Ha! Those men kept insulting Chen-Nan, and each of their faces looked disgusting. Master! These people are so uncultured. They are all disgusting, said the Little Yellow Chicken angrily. Chapter 186 Dad, we were wrong. Chen-Nan was not angry, because he knew that getting angry with these people was a waste of time. Looking at this pretty boy, I feel like he's pretending. That's right. Boss, let's finish the job quickly and call it a day. He's just one person, and there are 4 of us. It's no use if he doesn't want to give us the car. Ha! The subordinate continued to act rampantly. You kid have missed the chance I gave you. Unless you kneel down and count out to us 3 times and shout, "Dad, I was wrong" 3 times, then maybe we can be gentler. Ha! The leader was even more arrogant. Ha! Boss, you see, that kid definitely can't stand being beaten, the subordinate said smugly. Master, these hooligans are really going too far. The little yellow chicken was very angry and shouted at Chin Nan angrily. Chin Nan chuckled, his eyes darkening, and his voice became very low. I'm giving you one chance now. Tell me who ordered you to do this. Then kneel down, count out 3 times, and shout, "Dad, I was wrong" 3 times, and I'll let you go. Ha! Boss, look at this kid, he's still talking nonsense. This pretty boy is kidding us. Even at this hour, he's still trying to show off. Ha 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 ha. This is really making me die of laughter. How can this sissy even be like a man? When the men heard what Chin Nan said, they laughed even louder. Master, stop talking nonsense with them. These guys are just hooligans. There's no point in talking to them. Get rid of them quickly, we still have to go back to Xijinjin. The little yellow chicken couldn't stand the faces of those people anymore, and said to Chin Nan angrily. Okay. Chin Nan chuckled, turned his neck, and then took a step forward. About 10 minutes later. Oh. Ouch. Hey 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 hey. Chin Nan was standing there unharmed, while the remaining 4 thugs were lying on the ground with bruised faces and noses, wailing, and could not stand up at all. Chin Nan stepped on the arm of the leader, and the leader immediately howled. I was wrong, I was wrong. Oh. It hurts so much. Please spare me, sir. Chin Nan's eyes darkened, and he said to the boss in a very cold voice, I don't want to say the same thing again. Make your choice. The eldest brother looked ridiculous with the bruised face and nose. He howled, Dad! 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 I was wrong! It's all our fault! I was wrong! Please don't hold grudges! Chin Nan glanced at the men under his command, who also begged for mercy. Dad! Dad! You are our real dad! We were wrong! Wrong! Master! Look how cowardly they are! Humph! Weren't they very arrogant just now? Said the little yellow chicken proudly. You have to know that Chin Nan has a black belt in Taekwondo. How could a few small thugs be his opponents? They are really overestimating themselves. I feel like I just did a warm-up, and these trash have already fallen down, Chin Nan said to the little yellow chicken with a disdainful smile on his face. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Chin Nan stepped on the boss's arm and applied a little force, and the man kept screaming. Brother! I really can't tell you this. If I tell you, I'll be in big trouble. I won't be able to survive in the underworld anymore. The boss actually started crying and kept begging for mercy. I've already given you a chance, so you can't blame me. Chin Nan glanced at the boss coldly, then stepped hard on his arm. It hurts so much. My arm is going to break. It's going to break. Ouch. I'm telling you. The boss struggled, and his already bruised and swollen face looked even more ridiculous after being twisted together. Speak! Chin Nan sneered. Yes. The boss couldn't bear it any longer and cried out. It's Jean Quan Shan! Master! It turned out to be that Jean Quan Shan. This old fox is too despicable. He actually did something behind the scenes. The little yellow chicken was very angry and shouted. Chin Nan was not surprised. In fact, when he found out that someone was following them, he had already guessed that it must be Jean Quan Shan. In fact, this also shows that Jean Quan Shan must have been furious when Chin Nan discovered the incident at the hospital. Moreover, that hospital must be very important to Jean Quan Shan, otherwise he would not be so eager to deal with Chin Nan. How does Jean Quan Shan want you to deal with me? Chin Nan asked coldly. Jean Quan Shan asked us to beat you up, to teach you a lesson, when necessary, then. The boss glanced at Chin Nan and felt that he exuded a very cold aura, which made him tremble. So what? Chen Nan's voice was very scary, low and cold. I'll destroy you, said the boss. Heh. Chen Nan snorted coldly and retracted his foot. The boss hugged his arms and rolled on the ground. He wants to destroy me. Chen Nan's eyes were filled with disdain. It seems I should show mercy to him. Master, I didn't expect that Jin Quan-shan is so vicious. Not only does he do things behind the scenes, but he also wants to do something cruel. The little yellow chicken was also very angry and said angrily, Master, these people can serve as witnesses, and we can identify Jin Quan-shan. The little yellow chicken suddenly thought of this idea and hurriedly said to Chen Nan. Chen Nan thought for a moment, shook his head slightly, and said to Little Yellow Chicken, Although I can do this, these thugs are also following orders. Now that they have exposed Jin Quan-shan, they will definitely have a hard time. If I ask them to testify, firstly, they definitely won't agree due to Jin Quan-shan's influence. Secondly, as long as Jin Quan-shan firmly denies his guilt, it's actually very easy for him to escape. Chen Nan explained to the Little Yellow Chicken. Since Jin Quan-shan dared to do this, he must have already thought of a way out. He's not an impulsive person. Jin Quan-shan is so bad. Just because we found out about his affair with the hospital, he did such a despicable thing. The Little Yellow Chicken also despised Jin Quan-shan very much and said angrily, Master, what should we do now? The Little Yellow Chicken asked again. Chen Nan thought for a moment, then said to the Little Yellow Chicken, Let's not alert the enemy yet. Let's remember this for him. Master, wouldn't that be too easy for Jin Quan-shan? The Little Yellow Chicken was a little angry. Chapter 187 took a power pill. Little Yellow Chicken, of course we won't let Jin Quan-shan go, but this matter still needs to be considered in the long run. Chen Nan smiled and comforted the Little Yellow Chicken. Don't worry, your master will not let that old fox Jin Quan-shan go. Yes. The Little Yellow Chicken believes in its master. The Little Yellow Chicken nodded and said. Chen Nan glanced coldly at the four thugs on the ground, chuckled, and patted the dirt on his hands. Waste. After saying that, he turned around, got into his Bugatti Veyron, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. Damn! This guy is such a good fighter. He doesn't look like such a good fighter. The leader could no longer stand up and lay on the ground muttering. Boss, he knocked out all my teeth. Boss. My leg might be broken. Please call an ambulance for me. Why call an ambulance? Let's find a way to escape now. If we give Jin Quan-shan out, we will be in trouble. The leader covered his arm and shouted in pain. Chen Nan was driving on his way home. He glanced at the watch on his wrist and said, I'll be home about the same time, just in time for dinner. Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that you have completed the random task that was dropped. You defeated those four thugs and received a mysterious gift. Ding! The Shin House system reminds the host that your emotional quotient value increases by 100 points. Your IQ value increases by 100 points. Your social value increases by 100 points. Your physical fitness value increases by 100 points. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Shin House system appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. Master! Congratulations, you have increased so many attribute values. The Little Yellow Chicken jumped up with a smile, flapping its little wings happily. I didn't expect that just by taking out four thugs, I could actually increase my attribute values so much. Chen Nan was also a little surprised. Can you show me what mysterious gift you gave me this time? Yes, Master. The Little Yellow Chicken turned around, clicked on the light blue screen, and then a backpack pattern appeared. After the Little Yellow Chicken clicked on the back, a small medicine bottle appeared. What kind of medicine is this time? Chen Nan asked in some confusion. However, he was no stranger to the pattern of this small medicine bottle, as it had been the mysterious gift several times before. Master, this is a pill for physical strength. The Little Yellow Chicken said with a smile. As long as you take this pill, you will always have plenty of energy, and won't feel tired even if you work overtime. Ha! Why does it feel like you're doing a sales pitch? Chen Nan joked with a smile. This pill can also allow you to have perfect muscles without exercise. Coupled with your Taekwondo black belt skills, you will be the king of fighting. The little yellow chicken also said jokingly with a smile. Who likes to fight for no reason? Chen-nan said with a smile. It's just that those people deserve it more. Yes. The master is right. It's that group of people who deserve a beating. They deserve to be punished. Humph! The little yellow chicken became very angry when he thought of the hooligans who had just said dirty words. Little yellow chicken, there's no need to be so angry. It's not worth it to be angry over those people. Chen-nan smiled and comforted the little yellow chicken, then continued to say to it, Give me this medicine bottle, I'll drink it now. Okay, master. The little yellow chicken took out the small medicine bottle from the backpack, opened it, and put the pills inside directly to Chen-nan's mouth. Chen-nan opened his mouth and ate it, and immediately felt energetic and full of strength. Master, how do you feel? The little yellow chicken asked hurriedly. Haha! This pill is really effective. Now I can fight 50 thugs alone without any problem. Chen-nan nodded slightly and said to the little yellow chicken. Master, you're not Popeye now, are you? The little yellow chicken teased. Eat some spinach too. Little yellow chicken, what updates have you made to your system recently? This anime is from years ago. Chen-nan glanced at little yellow chicken and said, I see your system really covers a wide range of fields. Of course. My current system is also upgraded according to your attribute values, so I know a lot more now. The little yellow chicken said proudly. When Chen-nan got home, Wan Yani had just finished preparing dinner. Master, why are you back so early today? Duan was a little surprised to see Chen-nan coming back. He had been coming home late recently and had been busy with work. I don't have anything to do at the company today, so I came back to eat. Chen-nan said to Duan with a smile, thinking to himself that as long as you don't let me continue drinking milk, I can do anything. Duan nodded, then said to Chen-nan, Master, please go wash your hands first. Sister Wang and Jinjin are in the kitchen. I'll prepare the dishes for you. Yeah. Chen-nan nodded, turned around and went to wash his hands. Duan was about to say something when he saw Chen-nan had already left, so he whispered, I forgot to tell the master that Teacher Zhao is here today. After Chen-nan washed his hands and changed into home clothes, he went to the kitchen. Sister Wan, Jinjin, I came back today specially for dinner. Chen-nan was in a good mood today. He had just dealt with a few thugs and felt very happy. Chen-nan, you're back, Wan Yani said with a smile. Uncle Chen, you're back. When Wang Jinjin saw Chen-nan coming back, she jumped up happily and hugged Chen-nan's waist. Jinjin, have you missed Uncle Chen recently? Chen-nan asked with a smile. Of course I do. Jinjin misses Uncle Chen the most, Wang Jinjin said happily with a big smile on her face. Jinjin, I don't think you miss Uncle Chen. You want Uncle Chen to take you to the amusement park again. Chen-nan smiled gently and reached out to touch Wang Jinjin's head. No. Jinjin just misses Uncle Chen. Wang Jinjin blinked her big eyes and said. Chen-nan! I finally see you, Christina said happily. It was only at this time that Chen-nan noticed Christina's presence. He had just been busy talking to Wang Jinjin. He was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Christina would be here today. He now felt a little regretful. He should have come back a little later. Haha! Master, Christina is here, you can feel her enthusiasm again. The little yellow chicken snickered and teased. Little yellow chicken, I think you have been really rampant recently, Chen-nan said unhappily in his heart. Chapter 188, Silly Smile Throughout. Chen-nan! I haven't seen you for a long time. Christina was still very enthusiastic and gave Chen-nan a big hug as soon as she came up. Chen-nan was at a loss. He just didn't know how to deal with Christina. Chris. Oh no, Teacher Zhao, why are you here today too? Chen-nan gently pulled Christina away and asked with a smile. I asked Teacher Zhao to have dinner here today. Wan Yani smiled very virtuously, wearing an apron, and said with a smile. Chen-nan, Teacher Zhao has been very dedicated in teaching Jinjin painting recently, so to thank her, I invited her to dinner at my house again today. Yes, yes, Wang Jinjin said happily. Teacher Zhao said I've made great progress recently. Jinjin is really a child with great artistic talent, so I am willing to teach her. Christina smiled and reached out to gently pinch Wang Jinjin's little face. It can be seen that Christina and Wang Xinjin still have a good relationship. Chen Nan had an awkward yet polite smile on his face, but he felt so sad that he couldn't even cry. Well, let's eat. Chen Nan laughed. I'm a little hungry. So, Chen Nan felt really uncomfortable while eating this meal. Because Christina's eyes seemed to be attached to his body, staring at him with a silly smile on her face. Master, it seems that Christina is really fascinated by you, said the little yellow chicken with a smile. How dare you say that? It's all because of you. That's why Christina came to teach Xinjin how to paint. Chen Nan roared in his heart. It was you who brought Christina here in the first place. Hee hee hee. The little yellow chicken then remembered what happened, felt that he was in the wrong, and disappeared all of a sudden. After dinner, Wan Yani could see that Christina had a good impression of Chen Nan, so she very honestly took Wang Xinjin to the study, saying that she was going to help her with her homework. Duan stayed in the kitchen to clean up, while Chen Nan sat in the living room. Christina sat opposite Chen Nan, looking at him with a smile. Chen Nan felt a little embarrassed. He glanced at Christina and saw that she was smiling foolishly at him, which made him feel uneasy. Ahem. Chen Nan coughed twice awkwardly, then tried to make his expression look more natural. Christina, Chen Nan looked at Christina and said slowly, shouldn't you go back now? Otherwise, your maid, what's her name, will be worried about you. Chen Nan, are you worried about me? Christina asked, looking at Chen Nan with bright eyes. Chen Nan scratched his head unconsciously and said to Christina, after all, you are also a young lady, so you still have to pay attention to safety. You coming to my house to teach Xinjin painting is already a bit of a waste of your talent. So, as a young lady, of course you still have to pay attention to your own safety, Chen Nan said to Christina with a dry smile. Chen Nan, the reason I came to your house is not only because Xinjin is such a lovely child, but also because of you. But you've been too busy lately, and I haven't been able to see you. I finally get to see you today, so of course I want to take a closer look at you. Christina's smile was still very warm, and she didn't feel shy at all when she said such straightforward words. Ahem. Chen Nan felt a little uneasy. Christina, actually Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that a random task has been dropped. Handle your relationship with Christina well and become friends with her. You will receive a random mysterious gift. At this moment, the Godly Rich system's prompt sound appeared again. Oh! It's so hard for me. Chen Nan felt like crying. Other tasks were easy, but this one was too difficult. Ever since the day he met Christina, this woman's personality was something he couldn't handle. Because Christina is very passionate and does not hide her love at all, it really gives Chen Nan a headache. Little yellow chicken! Little yellow chicken! Little yellow chicken! Come out here! Chen Nan still had a smile on the surface, but he was actually going crazy in his heart. Hey! The little yellow chicken is here! What do you want to talk to me about? The little yellow chicken appeared with a stupid expression. Did you hear the task the system gave me just now? Chen Nan roared at the little yellow chicken in his heart. How can I make Christina give up on me now? You know, she will go back to spying on any man she likes. Master, don't worry, the little yellow chicken said hurriedly. Master, you are so powerful, how could you not even handle Christina's affairs? Don't try that. Chen Nan rolled his eyes inwardly. It's no use trying to flatter me now. Find a solution quickly. I still have a mission to complete. Chen Nan had never been so crazy before. He was really not good at dealing with passionate women like Christina. Chen Nan, have you missed me recently? Christina suddenly sat next to Chen Nan, approached him and asked. Chen Nan quickly hid back. Christina. Ha! Master, I have never seen you like this before. The little yellow chicken still had the mood to laugh at Chen Nan. Little yellow chicken! I think you want to turn into a little green chicken again. Chen Nan gritted his teeth and threatened the little yellow chicken in his heart. Ouch! Master! I was wrong! The little yellow chicken apologized quickly. It didn't want to turn green now. Chen Nan felt Christy getting closer, so he stepped back again. Christina, I want to ask you a question. Chen Nan suddenly said. Chen Nan, what's the problem? Christina smiled brightly and winked at Chen Nan. Christina, I know you probably like me. Chen Nan took a deep breath and said slowly. So I want to ask you, what is it that you like about me? He roared in his heart, what do you like about me? Can't I change? Because I feel like we have only met a few times in total, so I don't know why you like me? Chen Nan explained again. Christina looked at Chen Nan with eyes full of love, and said with a smile. Because, Chen Nan, you are very cute. Chapter 189 I like your face. When Chen Nan heard what Christina said, he was stunned. What? Cute. He had never thought that this was the word he meant in a woman's heart. Ahem. Chen Nan coughed twice awkwardly. At this moment, Christina looked at Chen Nan with bright eyes and continued. Chen Nan, when I first saw you, I thought you were really, very cute. Hee hee. Chen Nan really didn't know what to say now, which made him unable to respond. Chen Nan, maybe you don't even realize how cute you are. Christina enthusiastically pulled Chen Nan's arm. I think you're not only handsome, but you're also really cute when you smile. Chen Nan quickly stepped back. Christina, I think you may not know me very well. Chen Nan, didn't you give me a famous painting before? You are really thoughtful. Christina smiled brightly. Chen Nan thought to himself, this is trouble. The painting he gave to Christina before was actually just a gift for meeting her. He didn't expect that she would keep it in her heart. Master, it seems Christina is really difficult to deal with. The little yellow chicken also said cautiously. I think it's much easier to make a woman like you than to make her dislike you. Little yellow chicken! How dare you say that? Chen Nan angrily said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. What should I do now? I still have to complete the task assigned to me by the system. I'm speechless. Master this matter. I'm just an artificial intelligence. I don't understand anything. The little yellow chicken showed a very innocent expression and said to Chen Nan. Listen to what you're saying now. Is this even human language? Chen Nan was truly on the verge of tears. You're calling yourself artificial intelligence now. Didn't you always say you already knew a lot? Hee hee. I'm just a little yellow chicken, hee hee. The little yellow chicken spread out its wings with a helpless expression. Humph. I've finally figured it out. No one can be relied on by me at critical moments. Chen Nan glared at the little yellow chicken angrily. Master, the little yellow chicken has definitely helped you in all the ways it could before. There is really nothing I can do about this matter. The little yellow chicken said to Chen Nan with a pitiful expression. Chen Nan sighed in his heart, thinking that for a woman with Christina's personality, there was only one way to make her give up. Chen Nan suddenly had an idea. He thought that Christina must also be a woman who really likes handsome men. She must have fallen in love with Chen Nan after seeing his appearance. Christina, I think your idea is wrong. Chen Nan suddenly showed a very serious expression and nodded seriously. Huh? What's wrong? Christina asked in confusion. I understand what you mean. Is it because you saw me and thought I was handsome that you liked me? Chen Nan said seriously. Christina nodded blankly, thought for a moment, and replied. You can say that. Of course, I think you're cute only after seeing you. See, I knew this was the problem. Chen Nan seriously teased Christina, continuing. Actually, you just like good-looking, handsome guys. You just happened to see me that day and thought my looks matched your requirements, so that's why you like me. In other words, you actually just like my face, not me as a person. Chen Nan wanted to brainwash Christina and began to talk nonsense seriously. Christina actually started to think about what Chen Nan said. Interesting. Chen Nan thought to himself. When he saw that Christina seemed a little shaken, he decided to strike while the iron was hot. Look, we've known each other for such a short time, and we've only met a few times. So you don't really understand my personality very well. Chen Nan continued to reason with Cresty. So think about it carefully. You may think it was love at first sight, but it's probably just because you haven't been around other handsome men recently. Seeing that Christina's expression seemed to be wavering, Chen Nan asked cautiously. What do you think, Christina? But... Christina's expression was very confused. Even if I like you because of your looks, Chen Nan, That's your looks, not someone else's face. Chen Nan thought to himself, I didn't expect this young lady could think of this. No, no, no. Chen Nan quickly shook his head and continued. What I mean is that you like me because of my looks. If you see someone else who is handsome, you will like him too. Christina looked at Chen Nan with some confusion. Yes, think about it carefully. Actually, you like me because of my appearance. So if I introduce you to another handsome guy, maybe you will like him? Chen Nan slowly induced Christina to change her idea of herself. This? Christina really believed Chen Nan's words and asked slowly. Chen Nan, is this true? Yes. It's true. Chen Nan nodded firmly immediately, looked at her seriously, and continued. Christina, I actually just treat you as a friend, so I can help you verify this matter. How to verify? Christina asked. I'll introduce you to a handsome guy at the weekend. Then you'll understand that you don't really like me. This is all Chen Nan could say at this time. Really? Do you know any other handsome guys? Christina immediately became excited and asked quickly. Yes. Of course. Chen Nan didn't care about anything else and just nodded and agreed. Master! You have promised to go to Dean Zheng's house for dinner this weekend. Have you forgotten? The little yellow chicken appeared at this time and hurriedly reminded Chen Nan. Isn't the weekend 2 days? Just stagger them. Chen Nan has had too many things to do recently, and he really forgot about this matter in a hurry just now. And, Master, where can you find a handsome guy for Christina? The little yellow chicken shouted worriedly again. Never mind about it for now, let's calm her down first, said Chen Nan. Chapter 190 Import and Export Trading Company. Chen Nan said to Christina seriously. Listen to my call this weekend. I'll bring a handsome guy to meet you. He's definitely your type. And he's even cuter than me. Really? Christina was really convinced by Chen Nan's words, and the smile on her face became even more enthusiastic. Chen Nan, then you are not allowed to lie to me. How could I lie to you? You are the eldest lady. Ha ha. Chen Nan smiled, nodded vigorously, and said to her. Then let's make a deal, because I also want to see whether I like your appearance, or you as a person. Christina winked at Chen Nan and said. Hee hee. Chen Nan was now sweating coldly, thinking to himself that he would rather deal with 10 Jean Quanchens or 50 thugs than deal with one Christina here. Only after Christina left did Chen Nan feel relieved. Master, what should we do? The little yellow chicken appeared at this time, sat on Chen Nan's shoulder and asked. Let me think about it. After returning to his room, Chen Nan closed his eyes while taking a bath and thinking of a solution. After all, he was a man with the strongest brain skills, so he came up with a solution within 10 minutes. Little yellow chicken, analyze Christina's entire profile for me now, and then create a data set based on her interests and hobbies. Analyze what type of men she likes most, and input my data as a reference. Chen Nan curled his lips, his eyes radiating confidence. I just don't believe it. Let's use data analysis to find a man who meets her requirements in every way, and then bring him to her. I don't believe she won't like him. Master! You're amazing! The little yellow chicken immediately jumped up and said to Chen Nan. Master, I'll analyze the data now. So the little yellow chicken tried to operate it, and after about 10 minutes, it appeared again. Why did it take you so long to analyze this time? Chen Nan lay in the bathtub, feeling very comfortable, and stretched unconsciously. Master, after all, we need to be more precise this time, so it takes some time. Xiao Huang turned in a circle, and the light blue screen appeared in front of Chen Nan again. Master, I analyzed the data according to your request just now, and finally a man came out. A photo of a man appeared on the big screen, with his information next to it. This guy's name is Xiaoli. He's currently a manager at a foreign company and a white-collar elite. Little Yellow Chicken explained to Chen Nan. Through analysis of various data, Xiao Li's appearance and personality perfectly meet Christina's requirements. Chen Nan nodded and looked at the man on the screen. He was indeed handsome and capable, and his smile was refreshing. Great! Then we need to convince Xiao Li to go with us to meet Christina. Chen Nan's lips curled up, and suddenly remembered something, and asked again. Little Yellow Chicken, you just said that he works for a foreign company. Give me some information about their company, and I'll see if I can find a way in. Yes, master! The little yellow chicken turned around again, and the information of Xiaoli Company appeared on the big screen. This foreign company is engaged in import and export trade. Xiaoli is now the general manager, responsible for connecting with project clients. He is proficient in 5 languages and is indeed a very outstanding man. When the little yellow chicken saw Xiaoli's information, he couldn't help but sigh. What? Am I not an excellent master? Chen Nan deliberately joked with the little yellow chicken. How is that possible? My master is the most outstanding man in the world. Xiao Huangli immediately started to flatter him. But the ability to speak 5 languages is definitely a plus. Chen Nan nodded, looked at Xiaoli's information, and continued. Since they work in import and export trade, let's see if there are any opportunities for cooperation. We can use the opportunity of discussing work to contact this Xiaoli. Master, according to my investigation, the main projects currently operated by Dongmu Group are in the real estate industry, and there are not many projects related to import and export trade. The little yellow chicken replied. Alas! Chen Nan sighed slightly. In that case, let's just go straight to the company where Xiaoli works. Little yellow chicken, but this time we don't need to acquire all of them, we just need to buy shares. Chen Nan showed a helpless smile on his face. I'm tired enough managing these companies now, so it's better to buy shares so that I don't have to be responsible for so many things. I understand. The little yellow chicken nodded, then turned around and tried it out. Master, I have already hired Xiaoli from an import and export trading company for you. The name of the company is Haiyuan International Trading Company, Limited. The little yellow chicken said to Chen Nan. Okay. Chen Nan curled his lips and nodded. Tomorrow we will go to Haiyuan International Trading Company, Limited, and have a good chat with Xiaoli. You are worthy of being the master. You are so resourceful. The little yellow chicken fluttered happily in the bathtub. Ding! The Shinhao system reminds the host that your IQ value increases by 100 points. Your social value increases by 100 points. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Shinhao system appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. After Chen Nan had a good sleep, there was a knock on the door early the next morning. Who is it? Why so early? Chen Nan was a little puzzled. He glanced at the clock on the wall, and found that it was only 7 o'clock in the morning. Master, it's me, Duan. Duan said outside the door. Oh. Duan, I haven't gotten up yet. I need to sleep a little longer. Chen Nan turned over in bed and had no intention of getting up at all. Master, something bad has happened. Sister Wang accidentally burned her hand while making breakfast just now. Duan said at the door in an anxious tone. What? Chen Nan was completely awake now. He immediately got out of bed and opened the door. Master, Sister Wang is in the kitchen, Duan said to Chen Nan. So, Chen Nan ran straight to the kitchen without saying a word. He saw Wan Yani sitting on a chair with a first aid kit on the table. She was applying ointment to her hands. Sister Wang, how is your hand? Chen Nan hurried over and asked anxiously. Hey Chen Nan, why are you up? Wan Yani quickly covered her hands when she saw Chen Nan coming. Chapter 191. The new maid arrives. Wan Yani smiled and said, I asked Dawn not to tell you, but you see, I woke you up so early in the morning. I just accidentally burned my hand a little bit, it's nothing serious. Chen Nan sighed slightly and reached out to take Wan Yani's hand. His movements were very gentle, for fear of hurting her. There was a large red and swollen area on the back of Wan Yani's hand, where she had applied the ointment herself. Fortunately, there are no blisters. Chen Nan picked up the cotton swab next to him and gently continued to apply ointment to Wan Yani. Sister Wang, if it really doesn't work, let's go to the hospital. Chen Nan looked at Wan Yani seriously and said. No need, Chen Nan. There's really no need to go to the hospital for this minor injury, and I've been a bit busy with work lately. Wan Yani's smile was very virtuous. Chen Nan knew that Wan Yani said this because she didn't want to cause him trouble, because she has always been a very considerate woman. Sister Wang, I really treat you as my own sister now. You can't think that you are causing trouble for me. Chen Nan looked at Wan Yani seriously and said. How could that be, Chen Nan? Wan Yani smiled. I really don't think it's necessary to go to the hospital for such a minor injury. Well, Sister Wang promises you that if you're not feeling better by tomorrow, I'll definitely go to the hospital. Chen Nan sighed slightly and thought to himself that it seemed that he couldn't let Wan Yani do housework and cooking all the time. She works very hard normally, and now she has to get up so early to make breakfast for Jinjin and the others. She must feel tired. Chen Nan had never stopped her before because he knew that Wan Yani didn't want to eat and drink for free at his house all the time. But after all, they have been together for a while now, and I believe Wan Yani has already treated him as a family member. Sister Wang, I have already told Duan that we are going to move to a new house soon. Chen Nan looked at Wan Yani and said, I heard Duan tell me about this, and I'm already helping Jinjin pack her things. Wan Yani nodded and said, Sister Wang, I was originally planning to hire a maid after we moved into our new home, but... Chen Nan glanced at the back of Wan Yani's red and swollen hand again and continued, I've actually already contacted a maid. Why don't you let her come home now? This way you don't have to work so hard. Wan Yani was slightly stunned when she heard what Chen Nan said. Sister Wang, I know what you're thinking. But we've been living together for so long now, and you've been working so hard. I really don't want to burden you with household chores anymore. Chen Nan looked at Wan Yani and said sincerely, So you don't have to feel embarrassed, really? Wan Yani looked into Chen Nan's eyes, felt his sincerity, and a very warm smile appeared on her face. Okay, I'll listen to you. Wan Yani finally smiled and nodded. She now regarded Chen Nan as a family member. Chen Nan felt relieved when he heard that Wan Yani agreed with his idea. Little Yellow Chicken, let's have that maid come home today, Chen Nan said to Little Yellow Chicken in his heart. What's that maid's name? Never mind, let's just call her Xiao Qing. Yes, master. Let Xiao Qing come home later. The Little Yellow Chicken received the order, patted his chest and said. After Chen Nan washed up, he heard the doorbell ring. Duan went to open the door and saw a girl in a maid outfit standing at the door. She looked very cute. You are? Duan asked stupidly. Duan, that's the new maid I hired. Her name is Xiaoqing. Let her in quickly. Chen Nan had already changed into a suit and was walking down from upstairs while buttoning his cuffs. Hello, I'm Xiaoqing. Please take care of me in the future. Xiaoqing is really well behaved and sensible. Even the smile on her face is very cute, just like a little girl next door. Little Yellow Chicken, Xiaoqing looks too much like a little girl. Can she do those rough work? Chen Nan walked up to Xiaoqing, looked at her, and said to the Little Yellow Chicken in his heart. Master, don't worry. Xiaoqing is very capable, you will know it slowly. The Little Yellow Chicken said to Chen Nan with a mysterious smile on his face. This is our housekeeper, Duan. You two should get along well with each other in the future and take care of the housework. Chen Nan said to Duan and Xiaoqing. Yes, master. Yes, master. Xiaoqing will definitely work hard. Chen Nan felt a little hungry at the moment, and Wan Yani had just burned her hand, so he didn't let her continue making breakfast. Xiaoqing, go make breakfast now. The whole family will eat it soon, Chen Nan said, looking at Xiaoqing with a smile. Master, what kind of cuisine do you want to eat, Chinese or Western? Are there any dietary restrictions? Xiaoqing asked with a smile. Chen Nan thought for a moment. Let's just have Chinese food. Make something nutritious since Jinjin is still growing. I understand. A small flame suddenly ignited in Xiaoqing's eyes. Duan, take Xiaoqing to the kitchen, Chen Nan ordered. Yes, master. So Duan took Xiaoqing to the kitchen. Little Yellow Chicken, is this Xiaoqing okay? Chen Nan always felt that Xiaoqing looked weird. Master, don't worry. You will know Xiaoqing's strength in a while. Hee, said the Little Yellow Chicken proudly. About 15 minutes later, Chen Nan sat on a chair in the kitchen, staring at the table full of breakfast in amazement. Not only him, but also Wan Yani, Jinjin, and Duan all showed very surprised expressions. There were buns, dumplings, pineapple buns, chicken porridge, shrimp noodles, soy milk, and 3 stir-fried dishes on the table. This? Wan Yani was also a little shocked. Looking at the table and thinking of the steaming food, she slowly said, You only took 15 minutes to make so many dishes? Sister Wang, actually, the time can be shortened. It's my first day here, so I'm not very familiar with the kitchen yet. Xiaoqing looked a little embarrassed and continued. I will shorten the time in the future and will definitely not delay your work. No, no, no! That's not what I meant. Wan Yani quickly explained. What I meant was, 15 minutes is already very fast. You're really capable to be able to cook so many dishes. Thank you for the compliment, Sister Wang. Xiaoqing showed a very bright smile on her face. Sister Xiaoqing, can I eat now? Wang Jinjin was already a little hungry, especially after smelling such a delicious smell. Chapter 192 Jinjin likes Xiaoqing. As soon as Xiaoqing saw Wang Jinjin, she immediately showed a very respectful expression and said, Miss Jinjin, please enjoy your meal slowly. Thank you, Sister Xiaoqing. Wang Jinjin happily picked up the chopsticks and started eating breakfast. Xiaoqing, you don't have to call Jinjin Miss or something, just call her Jinjin. Wan Yani still felt that the name was a bit strange, so she said to Xiaoqing. Qin Nan also picked up the chopsticks and started eating breakfast. It tastes good. Master, is it to your taste? Xiaoqing smiled brightly and continued to say to Qin Nan. Because this is my first time making breakfast for everyone, there are still many imperfections. Please bear with me. Xiaoqing, you are really capable. The breakfast you made is just like the ones in restaurants outside. Wan Yani quickly gave Xiaoqing a thumbs up and praised her. Qin Nan also nodded with satisfaction. Xiaoqing, I will feel relieved to have you cooking and doing housework at home in the future. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Xiaoqing will definitely not let you down. Xiaoqing smiled very happily and said to Qin Nan. Master, how is it? I didn't say I was wrong, did I? Xiaoqing is very capable, right? The little yellow chicken smiled complacently and looked at Qin Nan proudly. Not bad, not bad. Xiaoqing looks like a little sister, but I can feel her sense of belief. Haha. I didn't expect that Xiaoqing is so passionate about doing housework. Qin Nan also joked with a smile. Qin Nan glanced at Duan, who was standing next to him, waved to him, and said, Duan, why don't you sit down and have dinner with us today? It's a good opportunity for you to try Xiaoqing's cooking. You two will be colleagues in the future, so you should get to know each other better. Duan was stunned for a moment. Master, Duan is a very professional butler. So Duan will not eat with you, Master. This is my sense of responsibility as a butler. Ouch. Duan, this is an order from your master. You and Xiaoqing should sit down and have breakfast together. Qin Nan showed a somewhat helpless smile on his face and said to Duan. Sit down quickly, Duan. Hurry up. Yes, yes, yes. And Xiaoqing, you should sit down too. Today is your first day at home, come and have breakfast with us. Wan Yani also smiled and stretched out her hand to Xiaoqing, pulling her to the chair. Xiaoqing sat on the chair, still looking a little cautious. Master, Xiaoqing actually wanted to refuse, because she was also a professional maid and she and Duan had a very high consensus on professional ethics. Both of you sit down and eat properly, Qin Nan said seriously. Yes, Master. Xiaoqing answered immediately, and nodded seriously. In her setting, she must obey her master's orders seriously. Seeing Qin Nan's firm attitude, Duan could only sigh slightly and sit on the chair. That's right. It's so lively for the whole family to sit together and have a meal, Qin Nan said to everyone with a very bright smile. After hearing what Qin Nan said, everyone was stunned except Wang Jinjin, who was happily eating breakfast. The corners of Wan Yani's mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a very warm smile. Duan glanced at Qin Nan. Although his reactions were usually a little slow, all he thought about every day was doing his job well. But when he heard what Qin Nan said, he suddenly felt a warm feeling in his heart, which he had never experienced before. Xiaoqing is a well-behaved and sensible person, so when she heard what Qin Nan said, she was so happy that she immediately said happily, Master, Xiaoqing will definitely get along well with Duan in the future and take care of all the things at home. Okay, let's start eating. Qin Nan smiled and nodded at them, then happily started eating breakfast. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that your emotional quotient value increases by 100 points. Your IQ value increases by 100 points. Your social value increases by 100 points. At this moment, the Shinhouse system's prompt sound appeared again. After Qin Nan and Wan Yani had eaten their fill, they found that there was still a lot of food on the table. Chen Nan, I'll take Jinjin to school first. Wang Yani glanced at the time on her mobile phone and said to Chen Nan. Sister Wang, I'll take you there later. Chen Nan didn't want Wang Yani to work too hard. No need, Chen Nan, Wang Yani said with a smile. Xiao Qing is making breakfast today, so it's still early. I can just take Jinjin home. You've been busy at the company lately, so it's okay. Okay, Sister Wang, please be careful. Chen Nan knew that Wang Yani was concerned about him, so he didn't refuse anymore. Let's go, Jinjin. Wang Yani took Wang Jinjin's hand. Uncle Chen, I'm leaving now. Wang Jinjin smiled and kissed Chen Nan on the cheek. Then she turned to look at Xiaoqing and said to her, Sister Xiaoqing, thank you for the breakfast. It's really delicious. I'll play with you again when Jinjin comes back from school tonight. Jinjin, I'll wait for you to come back and play with you. Xiaoqing smiled and winked at Wang Jinjin. Chen Nan could see that Wang Jinjin liked Xiaoqing very much. Master, Jinjin really likes Xiaoqing. The little yellow chicken also appeared and said happily as he watched Wang Jinjin jumping away. Maybe it's because there aren't usually any girls in the family, and Xiaoqing makes Jinjin feel like she has an older sister. And Xiaoqing's personality is also well-behaved and sensible, so Jinjin must really want to have a sister like her at home to accompany her. Chen Nan had actually noticed earlier that Wang Jinjin had a crush on Xiaoqing. This actually made Chen Nan feel distressed. After all, he and Sister Wang were both very busy with work, and Duan was also a man. In fact, although a child of Jinjin's age has friends and classmates at school, when she returns home, she still hopes to have an older sister who can grow up with her. Master, I was wondering why Jinjin was smiling at Xiaoqing while we were eating just now. It turns out it was because of this. The little yellow chicken felt a little sorry for Wang Jinjin when he heard Chen Nan's explanation. Actually, we should have let Xiaoqing come home a long time ago. On the one hand, she can share Sister Wang's housework, and on the other hand, Jinjin will definitely be very happy, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. It's not too late now. Jinjin likes Xiaoqing so much, she won't feel lonely in the future. The little yellow chicken also turned around happily. Chapter 193, He is a good-for-nothing. Chen Nan looked at the table full of leftover food and said to Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing, don't make so much breakfast in the future. It's a bit of a waste to have so much left over now. Our family's principle is not to waste food. Master, don't worry. Xiaoqing can eat all the food. There will be no leftovers. Xiaoqing will not allow any leftovers. Xiaoqing had a bright smile on her face, holding chopsticks in her hand, and said seriously. Ah? Chen Nan was stunned for a moment, and looked at the remaining food, which were almost all staple foods. He looked at Xiaoqing again. How could such a thin and small girl eat it all? Well, Xiaoqing, you don't have to force yourself. It's okay to leave some food on your first day at home. Chen Nan thought Xiaoqing didn't want to waste food, so she said that. Seeing how delicate she was, how could she possibly eat it all? Even a grown man like him couldn't finish all the food. Master, don't make rash conclusions so early. The little yellow chicken showed a mysterious smile on his face again and blinked at Chen Nan. Ah? No way. Chen Nan realized what the little yellow chicken said and looked at the little yellow chicken in surprise. Master, I'm not being polite. What I said is true. Xiaoqing's smile was very cute. She looked at Chen Nan with a tone as if she was talking about something very ordinary. Duan, who was standing by, was also stunned and looked at Xiaoqing in surprise. I saw Xiaoqing brought a big bowl, and then holding chopsticks in her hand, she poured all the remaining food into her own big bowl, almost overflowing. Master, then I won't be polite. Xiaoqing nodded to Chen Nan with a cute smile, and then started eating the food in her bowl. Chen Nan stared at the scene in amazement, and even Duan beside him had his mouth open. Xiaoqing ate the food in her bowl with big mouthfuls. It looked so delicious. She just looked like a very cute girl next door, but now she was really generous when eating. Xiaoqing, you are really an amazing girl. Chen Nan looked at Xiaoqing in surprise and said this slowly. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Sorry, I have a big appetite. Hee hee hee. Xiaoqing said to Chen Nan while eating with an embarrassed smile on her face. Little yellow chicken, this Xiaoqing is something. She looks so thin, but she's actually a glutton. Chen Nan teased in his heart. Ha! Master, although Xiaoqing looks like a very skinny little girl, she works very hard. So naturally, she consumes a lot of energy, so of course she can eat. The little yellow chicken looked at Qin Nan with a grin and continued. Master, this is what I wanted to tell you just now. Xiaoqing has a big appetite. Hee hee hee. Okay, this girl is quite interesting. Qin Nan found it very funny when he saw Xiaoqing eating the food in big mouthfuls. She looks so cute, but I didn't expect she would be so generous when eating. Master, I'm done eating. I won't waste any food. Xiaoqing put down her chopsticks and returned to her cute self. She said a little embarrassedly, Master, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Haha. No, being able to eat is a blessing. This shows that everyone in our family is blessed. Ha! Qin Nan said with a smile. He glanced at Duan next to him and found that he was in a daze, so he burst out laughing. Ha! Duan, why do you look like you have never seen the world? Qin Nan smiled and patted Duan on the back. Ahem. Duan came back to his senses and regained his wooden expression. Master, Duan really hasn't seen it. Ha! Qin Nan laughed so hard when he saw Duan's serious expression. Qin Nan was driving a Mercedes-Benz business car today. He planned to go to Haiyuan International Trading Company, limited to find Xiaoli, so he decided to keep a low profile. Little yellow chicken, find me the address of Haiyuan International Trading Company, limited. I want Christina to divert her attention from me. Do you think it's easy for me? Qin Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Yes, master. The little yellow chicken turned in a circle, and then the light blue screen appeared in front of Qin Nan, with a route map on it. Yeah. Qin Nan nodded, and then started driving according to the map. By the way, master, don't forget. You still have to go to Dongmu Group to inspect your class company today, and have dinner with Blunt. The little yellow chicken reminded. I see. You really are my little secretary. You do all of Wang Xian's work. Qin Nan teased with a smile. Wang Xian helps the master to take care of the company's affairs, but I am your personal secretary. The little yellow chicken said to Qin Nan with a proud smile. Okay, you are my caring little secretary. Qin Nan looked at the little yellow chicken with some amusement. He found that he and the little yellow chicken were really getting more and more familiar with each other. And it seemed that because his attribute values were also increasing, the attribute values of the little yellow chicken also changed, so the two of them now have a lot more tacit understanding than before. Following the route on the map, Qin Nan arrived at Haiyuan International Trading Company, Limited, a foreign-owned company located on the first floor of an office building. The decoration was very simple and elegant. Master, the decoration of this company is really simple. The little yellow chicken also noticed. It doesn't look as grand as our Dongmu Group. This must be the taste of the boss here. It's also good to be simple and generous. In fact, many foreign companies are like this. Qin Nan walked to the front desk. Hello, sir, may I help you? When the receptionist saw Qin Nan, he immediately stood up and bowed 90 degrees, with a very standard smile showing 8 teeth. I'm Qin Nan. I previously invested in your company, and I'm here today to do the handover. Qin Nan had a very gentlemanly smile on his face. He was thinking to himself that the quality of the employees here was quite high. Hello, Mr. Qin. The receptionist bowed again and said quickly, Please leave this way. I'll take you to the conference room and ask the company representative to come over. Okay, thank you. Qin Nan nodded with a smile, then followed the receptionist into the company. The decoration inside the company is also very simple and elegant, but Qin Nan found that the entire office area is very bright, and the view from the large floor-to-ceiling windows is still very good. Chapter 194. This wave seems stable. The employees here are all working hard, but Qin Nan discovered that the employees here are different from the employees in the previous Dongmu Group. Previously, at Guo Wanjin's request, the employees of Dongmu Group were all lifeless. Although they all lowered their heads to do their work, Qin Nan could see a paleness in their eyes. That's why Qin Nan decided to change the company's atmosphere and make the employees feel more relaxed. But the employees here are different. What Qin Nan saw in their eyes was fighting spirit and a feeling of passion. What's going on? Qin Nan was a little puzzled this time. Logically speaking, the work at an import and export trading company should be very heavy, so why didn't the employees here have that lifeless feeling? Master, what's wrong? Asked the little yellow chicken with some confusion. I feel like the atmosphere among the employees here seems a little different, Chen Nan said slowly. Mr. Chen, please wait in the conference room for a moment. I will go and report to the person in charge. The receptionist bowed again very respectfully and said to Chen Nan with a smile. Seeing that the receptionist had already bowed several times, Chen Nan once again sighed in his heart that this company really paid close attention to employee training. Excuse me, is Manager Xiao Li here? Chen Nan asked. The receptionist smiled and nodded. Mr. Chen, Manager Xiao is in the company. I want to see Xiao Li. Please tell him, Chen Nan said to the front desk. Yes, Mr. Chen. The receptionist nodded with a smile. After the receptionist left the meeting room, Chen Nan said to Little Yellow Chicken in his heart with a bit of amusement. Little Yellow Chicken, I think the atmosphere of this company is quite interesting. What do you mean? Asked the Little Yellow Chicken. The employees of this company seem to be hardworking, but I think they really enjoy their jobs. And look at the receptionist just now, she is also very dedicated, and she is not the kind of person who has to pretend to be respectful. Do you understand what I mean? Chen Nan explained to the Little Yellow Chicken. I understand what you mean, Master. The Little Yellow Chicken immediately understood and said to Chen Nan, Could it be because the boss of this company has good training? Chen Nan nodded slightly and said slowly, This may be just one of the reasons. Hello, Mr. Chen. At this moment, someone knocked on the door of Qian's conference room and walked in. The person walking in front was a middle-aged man who looked very honest. As soon as he saw Chen Nan, he immediately smiled and bowed. The young man behind is Xiao Li, who looks very handsome and energetic. Hello, Mr. Chen. Xiao Li also bowed with a smile. Chen Nan stood up, looked at the two of them with a smile, and extended his right hand. Hello, I'm Chen Nan. The middle-aged man in front quickly extended his right hand, shook Chen Nan's hand, and said with a smile, Hello, Mr. Chen. I am the current person in charge of Haiyuan International Trading Company, Limited. My name is Sun Yuan, you can just call me Old Sunday. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Xiao Li, the project manager here. You can just call me Xiao Qiao. Xiao Li also took the initiative to extend his right hand to Chen Nan. Chen Nan also shook his hand and smiled at him. Okay. He looked at Xiao Li and showed a very satisfied smile on his face. He said to the Little Yellow Chicken in his heart, Little Yellow Chicken, I think Xiao Li is more handsome than in the photo. Not bad, not bad. Ha! I think Christina will definitely like him. Master, this is what I concluded through the system's data. Christina will definitely like him. She will definitely be fascinated by him. Ha! Said the Little Yellow Chicken with a smile. Good. I feel like we are safe this time. And looking at this Jory, he seems to be very easy to talk to. We just need to bring him to Christina, Chen Nan said to the Little Yellow Chicken while making a calculation in his mind. Lao Sun, Xiao Qiao, please sit down, Chen Nan said to them with a smile. So Lao Sun and Xiao Qiao sat on the chairs with very formal postures. Mr. Chen, this is our handover document. I have sorted it out. Please take a look. Sun Yuan held the document in both hands, then placed it in front of Chen Nan and said with a smile. Chen Nan picked up the document and read it as quickly as possible. After all, he had the ability of a super brain, so he finished reading the information very quickly. These materials are very detailed. Thank you for your hard work, Old Sunday. Chen Nan looked at Old Sun with a smile and said slowly, Because this is my first time involved in a project for an import and export trading company, there are still many things I don't understand. I hope we can communicate in time in the future. I took a quick look and found that our company's biggest project this year is the import and export of furniture. We are also collaborating with some designers to sell limited edition artworks. As Chen Nan spoke, he picked up the pen on the table and wrote his name in the handover column. He looked up at Sun Yuan and Xiao Li, and found that they were both stunned when they looked at Chen Nan. Huh? What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Chen Nan asked in some confusion. No, that's not it. Mr. Chen. Sun Yuan quickly waved his hands and said in surprise, You just casually glanced at the information, and you were able to summarize our company's most important projects. I was originally planning to report this to you, But I didn't expect you to have already seen through it. Sun Yuan's eyes were filled with admiration. Mr. Chen, everything you said just now is correct. Chen Nan laughed when he heard Sun Yuan's explanation. He thought to himself, who gave him the ability to think like a super brain. Although he looked like he was just flipping through the book, he actually knew the contents of every page very well. It's not that exaggerated. Chen Nan smiled modestly and said to Sun Yuan, Old Sun, you actually started this company, right? When Sun Yuan heard what Chen Nan said, he was stunned again. Mr. Chen. He showed a somewhat helpless smile on his face. Although I didn't mention this matter in the file, you still found out so quickly. Because your name also contains the character Yuan. And I saw in these documents that most of our company's annual sales come from the projects you are responsible for. Chen Nan smiled and continued. I think the only person who can be so responsible for the company is the founder. Chapter 195 Employees all have shares. Sun Yuan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Chen Nan's observation skills to be so strong. Not only had he read all the information and found the key points of the company's project, but he was even able to infer that the founder of this company was Sun Yuan himself. Mr. Chen, you are really a young and promising person. Sun Yuan showed an appreciative smile on his face and nodded respectfully to Chen Nan. Yes, I was the earliest founder of this company. Sun Yuan smiled naively. Although I was the founder, the fact that the company has grown to its current size is due to the efforts of all the employees. If someone else said this, Chen Nan would definitely think that person was pretending. But when he saw the expression on Sun Yuan's face, he found that Sun Yuan's eyes were very sincere, and this kind of eyes could not deceive people. Master, I think Uncle Sun Yuan is a pretty good person. The little yellow chicken also came out and sat on Chen Nan's shoulder, and continued to say to Chen Nan, At least he is much better than that Jin Quan-chan. TSK. How come they are both uncles, but that Jin Quan-chan is such a jerk? Ha! You know a lot now. Chen Nan smiled inwardly and said to the little yellow chicken, Uncle Sun Yuan is really good. At least he is really responsible for the company. Chen Nan really respected Sun Yuan in his heart, so he smiled and said to him, Uncle Sun, some companies like Haiyuan International Import and Export Trading can only develop better if they have a person like you as a person in charge. Oh, I don't deserve it. Sun Yuan waved his hands quickly, somewhat flattered, and said, Mr. Chen, you can just call me Old Sunday. No. Don't call me Uncle Sunday. After all, you are our company's largest shareholder. Chen Nan smiled and patted Sun Yuan on the shoulder. Uncle Sun, you are a veteran of the company after all. This is what you should do. Sun Yuan saw that Chen Nan was very sincere when he said this, and he couldn't help but admire Chen Nan even more in his heart. Judging from his position in the company, Chen Nan is their president, but Chen Nan is still very humble and very smart. Chen Nan is not like this to everyone. He only treats people he thinks are worthy of respect like this, such as old employees like Sun Yuan, who are very worthy of his respect. Mr. Chen, I'm ashamed. Sun Yuan nodded sheepishly, then continued to say to Chen Nan, Although our company has developed well in recent years, its performance has been stable and there has not been any significant improvement. So now that you've invested in our company, Mr. Chen, it's undoubtedly a new force for our company. Sun Yuan looked at Chen Nan with sincerity and continued, Our entire company is very grateful to you. Chen Nan was slightly stunned. It was the first time he felt that a company's cohesion was so strong. Uncle Sun, I want to ask you a question. Chen Nan showed a hearty smile on his face. Mr. Chen, what's the problem? Sun Yuan looked at Chen Nan seriously and asked. Why does the atmosphere in our company seem a little different? Chen Nan thought for a moment and said slowly, Because I'm in the real estate business, I'm not very familiar with many aspects of the import and export business this time. But I've noticed a big difference between the atmosphere in our company and mine. It seems like the employees here all have a certain, passion, or perhaps a highly motivated energy. Chen Nan smiled and asked, Why is that? When Sun Yuan heard what Chen Nan said, he was stunned for a moment, and then a kind smile appeared on his face. Mr. Chen, it's actually like this. Sun Yuan slowly explained to Chen Nan. Most of our company's employees are veterans. Nearly 2/3 are veterans, and 1/3 are new. As for these old employees, most of them started the business with me. Although they are much younger than me, they are all very capable. Sun Yuan's tone was full of pride when he mentioned the company's employees. These old employees have very deep feelings for the company. In addition, our company provides very good welfare benefits to old employees. The best thing is that each old employee holds 1% of the company's shares, Sun Yuan said with a smile. Chen Nan listened to what Sun Yuan said and nodded thoughtfully. For new employees, this treatment is also fair, but they are subject to assessment. Sun Yuan said very frankly. Mr. Chen, you must think that the employees are so confident because of this treatment. But in fact, every employee has high hopes for the company, and this reflects on the employees, giving them an increased sense of responsibility. Chen Nan nodded. I understand, Uncle Sunday. No wonder the atmosphere here is so different, because every employee treats the company as their own. This is much more sincere than giving money to these employees. Even a large company like Dongma Group, which already has very good salary and benefits, would not allow its employees to have such feelings. However, this company can actually make its employees feel a sense of responsibility towards the company. In fact, this not only shows that Sun Yuan has very superb management skills, but also shows that Sun Yuan is not a selfish person. Everything he does is to make the company better. Master, Uncle Sun seems to be really smart, the little yellow chicken also said with a smile. Uncle Sun is not only smart, he looks very friendly and easygoing, but he is actually a man with a big vision. I still admire Uncle Sun very much, he is really worthy of respect, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Uncle Sun, from now on, the company will be fully under your charge. If you have any important projects that you need to discuss with me, we can set up a meeting. And as for the funding for the projects, I can provide it as long as you need it. Chen Nan looked at Uncle Sun seriously, his eyes full of respect, and said to him, Uncle Sun, it is my honor to cooperate with a responsible person like you. When Sun Yuan heard what Chen Nan said, his expression was very moved, and his eyes were full of emotion. Mr. Chen, thank you very much for helping Haiyuan at this time. I will definitely not let you down. Sun Yuan's voice trembled when he said this. Chen Nan could feel that Sun Yuan was excited, touched, and moved at this moment. Uncle Sun, you're welcome. Haiyuan will be my company from now on. And I have learned a lot from coming here today. Chen Nan showed a casual smile on his face and nodded slightly at Sun Yuan. Xiao Li, who was standing by, looked at Sun Yuan and Chen Nan with a very touching smile. Chapter 196 I agreed immediately. Mr. Chen, I feel very honored to meet you. Xiao Li's smile was also very sincere. He was a handsome man with gentle manners and a bit of scholarly temperament. Chen Nan looked at Xiao Li and thought to himself, TSK. Xiao Li, I'm counting on you to make Christina fall in love with someone else. Master, you appear so serious on the surface, but why are you so obscene in your heart? The little yellow chicken said to Chen Nan with a wicked smile. How can this be vulgar? This is my gratitude and expectation for Xiao Li, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken seriously in his heart. I think Xiao Li has really good conditions. I put all my hopes on him. If Xiao Li knew that you, my master, were thinking about him like this, he would be scared to death, the little yellow chicken teased with a smile. Xiao Li, I see that you are not very old. You must be very outstanding to be able to be the manager of the company. Chen Nan looked at Xiao Li with a very bright smile on his face, which made Xiao Li feel a little puzzled. Mr. Chen, you're too kind. Xiao Li smiled a little embarrassedly. Mr. Chen, you just told the front desk that you wanted to call me over. Is there something wrong? Xiao Li asked again. Chen Nan thought for a moment, and then began to talk nonsense seriously again. This is what I'm talking about, Xiao Li. I've heard that our company has a very capable manager, so I wanted to know from you what projects you're currently responsible for. When Xiao Li heard Chen Nan was talking about work, he had no doubts at all and immediately said very seriously, Mr. Chen, the project I'm currently in charge of is collaborating with a local artist to create a series of artworks. These artworks will also be sold at art exhibitions abroad, and this artist's work is also very popular overseas. Chen Nan nodded while thinking about it. Master, what are you thinking about? The little yellow chicken asked again. I'm thinking about what excuse I can come up with to get Xiao Li to go with me to see Christina. Chen Nan answered the little yellow chicken in his heart. Mr. Chen, Mr. Sun, Manager Chiao, this is freshly brewed coffee, please enjoy it. At this moment, the receptionist knocked on the door, walked in, and placed 3 cups of fragrant coffee on the table. Chen Nan immediately smelled the aroma of coffee. Although he didn't like drinking coffee very much, this coffee was indeed very fragrant. Thank you, it smells really good. Chen Nan thanked the receptionist with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The receptionist nodded to Chen Nan very respectfully, then left the meeting room. Chen Nan picked up the coffee cup and took a sip. The mellow taste surprised him a little. Mr. Chen, all of our company's coffee beans are imported. Sun Yuan's tone was full of pride as he continued to say to Chen Nan. It's no exaggeration to say that our company has the best tasting coffee beans in the world. I was wondering why this coffee is so fragrant and has such a delicate taste. It turns out it's because of the coffee beans. Chen Nan took another sip and really fell in love with this coffee. Mr. Chen, I will send different top-quality coffee beans to your home later. Seeing Chen Nan was so confident about the coffee beans, Sun Yuan smiled with great satisfaction. Uncle Sun, thank you very much. Chen Nan nodded with some surprise. Master, don't forget about Xiao Li. How could a cup of coffee make you go off topic? The little yellow chicken reminded quickly. Oh my! Look, I'm really attracted to the coffee beans. Chen Nan suddenly looked at the little yellow chicken seriously and said to himself, Oh, little yellow chicken. What's wrong, master? The little yellow chicken thought Chen Nan was going to say something serious, and suddenly became very serious. Does Xiaoqing know how to make coffee? Don't waste such good coffee beans, Chen Nan said seriously. Ouch! Master, I really lost to you. The little yellow chicken rolled its eyes at Chen Nan and said to him speechlessly. Of course Xiaoqing can make coffee. Xiaoqing is an all-round housework talent. There is nothing she can't do. Hee hee. That's good. Chen Nan felt happy and thought to himself that he would have coffee to drink at home from now on. Master, go and ask Xiao Li out quickly. The little yellow chicken stood on Chen Nan's shoulder and roared into his ear. Oh! I know! Chen Nan subconsciously touched his ear. Mr. Chen, what's wrong with your ears? Xiao Li noticed that Chen Nan seemed to be rubbing his ears, so he asked. Oh! It's okay. Chen Nan immediately returned to normal. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He remembered that Christina also liked painting. From this point of view, she could be regarded as a painting artist. Xiao Li, I actually have a project I want to discuss with you. Chen Nan pretended to be serious again. I know an artist who paints very well, so I want to collaborate with her on a series of artworks. Since she's my friend, I want to help her organize an exhibition or something like that. He pretended to be very embarrassed and continued to say to Xiao Li. Xiao Li, I don't know much about this area, and I have never worked on such a project. So I want to ask you, can you help me talk to my friend about this project? When Xiao Li heard that Chen Nan was talking about work, he had no doubts at all and immediately smiled and nodded in agreement. Mr. Chen, no problem. I can still do this. I'll follow your instructions. Xiao Li continued. I'm quite experienced in this kind of project, so I should be able to help. When Chen Nan heard Xiao Li agreed so readily, he felt relieved. Xiao Li, thank you. Chen Nan curled his lips. I think we are about the same age. It's not bad to have a friend like you. He was deliberately trying to get close to Jory so that he wouldn't be too embarrassed when he met Christina. Mr. Chen, I don't deserve it. Thank you for your kindness. Xiao Li was a little flattered and even stuttered. Ha! Xiao Li, don't be so polite. I should be the one thanking you for helping me. Chen Nan tried his best to put on a big smile on his face. He hoped that he could make Xiao Li feel like he was in spring breeze. Xiao, you see, President Chen is so easygoing. We will definitely be able to work together harmoniously in the future. Sun Yuan thought Xiao Li didn't know how to react for a moment, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. Chapter 197 Meet the Star Again. Master, I didn't expect Xiao Li to agree so readily. Great! The little yellow chicken spun around happily. It looks like this mission can be completed soon. Of course not. This Xiao Li seems to be easy to talk to and has a good personality. Can such a gentleman really stand Christina's fiery personality? Chen Nan had some doubts in his heart. Master, don't worry. I made this conclusion based on the system's data algorithm. Jory will definitely be Christina's true love, said the little yellow chicken with a smile. Then I have to take a good look at the results, Chen-Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Xiaoli, I'm going to meet up with my friends this weekend. I'll call you then. Chen-Nan confirmed with Xiaoli again. You don't have anything to do this weekend, right? Mr. Chen, I have nothing to do on weekends. Xiaoli smiled and said jokingly. I'm a single guy and I don't have a girlfriend, so I usually spend my weekends at the gym. Xiaoli, are you kidding me? How come you are such an outstanding man, but you don't have a girlfriend? Chen-Nan pretended not to know about this and asked the question even though he knew the answer. In fact, Chen-Nan felt a lot more relieved. Xiaoli didn't have a girlfriend now, so Christina's chances were even greater. Mr. Chen, please stop making fun of me. How am I outstanding? There are many men who are better than me, and you are even better. Xiaoli smiled embarrassedly and said to Chen-Nan. Chen-Nan felt that Xiaoli had a high EQ. At least it was comfortable to talk to him. Ding! The Xinhao system reminds the host that your emotional quotient value increases by 100 points. Your IQ value increases by 100 points. Your social value increases by 100 points. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Xinhao system appeared in Chen-Nan's mind again. Afterwards, Chen-Nan, Sun Yuan and Xiaoli visited the company, greeted the employees, and everyone even took a group photo. In order to thank Chen-Nan for his help to Haiyuan Company, Sun Yuan planned to print out this group photo, make it into a frame, and place it in the center of the company's photo wall. Chen-Nan thinks that Uncle Sun Yuan is really cute, especially when he smiles. He looks like Kung Fu Panda. He had a very favorable impression of some companies in Haiyuan import and export international trade. Originally, he just wanted to acquire shares in order to get closer to Xiaoli. But after seeing their corporate culture, Chen-Nan decided to help Sun Yuan run the company well in the future. It was already noon when Chen-Nan left Haiyuan Company. He felt a little hungry, so he came to Pinhang Restaurant. It's great to have your own restaurant. You can eat whenever you want and Chef Xing will cook whatever you want. As soon as Chen-Nan walked into the restaurant, Xiao Zhou came over. Mr. Chen, you are here for dinner. Xiao Zhou bowed slightly respectfully and said to Chen-Nan. I just finished work this morning and I'm starving now. Let Master Xing make me some solid food, Chen-Nan said with a smile. Okay, Mr. Chen. Xiao Zhou nodded with a smile, then suddenly remembered something and said to Chen-Nan. By the way, Mr. Chen, we have a guest in our restaurant today, a celebrity. Huh? A celebrity? Chen-Nan asked in some confusion. Could it be that Suka came again? Mr. Chen, it's Lan Qiqi. Xiao Zhou replied with a smile. It seems that Suka introduced her. Lan Qiqi. Chen-Nan thought for a moment. Why does this name sound so familiar? Master! Master! You forgot! Lan Qiqi is one of the top 3 artists of Tianxing Entertainment Company. Long Qiao Qiao introduced her to you before. The little yellow chicken appeared immediately, and reminded Chen-Nan. Oh! I remember now, Lan Qiqi is the 3rd-ranked female artist. Chen-Nan suddenly remembered. I think her main business is singing and dancing on stage. Yes, Master. The little yellow chicken said with a smile. Master, you finally remembered. Little yellow chicken, please check for me, does Lan Qiqi know Suka? Chen-Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart. Yes, Master. The little yellow chicken turned around and investigated. Master, according to my investigation, Suka and Lan Qiqi are indeed friends. It seems that they knew each other before their debut. They were trainees together and took classes from the same teacher. The little yellow chicken explained to Chen-Nan. Master, since Suka also debuted as a singer and dancer, the two of them don't have much contact on the surface, but they should have been in contact privately. But I, little yellow chicken, don't know whether the two of them are true friends. Little yellow chicken said helplessly. I see. Chen-Nan thought for a moment. Looks like we need to meet Lan Qiqi and see if she and Suka are really good friends. Xiao Zhou, how long has Lan Qiqi been here? Chen-Nan asked. She's only been here for about 10 minutes and is ordering. Before Chen-Nan could ask any more questions, Xiao Zhou smiled and continued. Mr. Chen, she came to eat alone and brought 2 bodyguards with her. Chen Nan smiled and nodded. He once again sighed in his heart that Xiao Zhou was really observant and knew what Chen Nan wanted to ask. Xiao Zhou, take me to Lan Qiqi, Chen Nan said to Xiao Zhou. Yes, Mr. Chen. Xiao Zhou led Chen Nan to the private room on the 3rd floor. The private rooms here are very quiet and the sound insulation is very good. As soon as Chen Nan arrived at the door of the private room, he saw 2 bodyguards standing there. This is our general manager Chen. Please tell Ms. Lan Qiqi, Xiao Zhou said to one of the bodyguards with a smile. The bodyguard nodded expressionlessly to Xiao Zhou, then turned and walked into the private room. This is quite a grand ceremony. Chen Nan chuckled in his heart, as if Su Ke had never had such a grand ceremony before. Is this Lan Qiqi more popular than Su Ke? Chen Nan asked the little yellow chicken in his heart. Master, Su Ke is probably more popular. She's a top-tier female star right now, while Lan Qiqi is barely a second-tier star at best. But both of them are singers and dancers, so many netizens compare them. The little yellow chicken explained to Chen Nan. Master, don't forget. This Lan Qiqi is an artist of Tianxing Entertainment Company, which means she is an artist of your own company. Little yellow chicken, why are you so nagging now? Chen Nan rolled his eyes in his heart and said to little yellow chicken unhappily. So what if she's an artist of my company? I judge people by their character. If she has good character, I can naturally give her a chance, Chen Nan said. Chapter 198 Lan Qiqi's Charming Route. The little yellow chicken immediately complimented Chen Nan and said, Master, you are still the smartest. Chen Nan smiled proudly. But I always have a feeling that this Lan Qiqi doesn't seem that simple. Why do you say that, Master? The little yellow chicken asked in confusion. Didn't Lan Qiqi and Su Ke used to be friends? I just signed a contract with Su Ke a few days ago, and I also went to Tianxing Entertainment Company for a meeting with Long Xiaoxiao. This Lan Qiqi also knows Su Ke and is an artist of Tianxing Entertainment Company. Don't you think this is really too coincidental? Chen Nan's eyes darkened. She came to Pinhang Restaurant again today, which is even more of a coincidence. Master, what do you mean? The little yellow chicken thought for a moment. Could it be that Lan Qiqi did this on purpose? It's hard to say now. We need to see her in person to be sure. Chen Nan was still quite cautious. After all, it was a bit too arbitrary to define someone directly without knowing them. Mr. Chen, please come in. At this moment, the bodyguard walked out of the private room, this time with a smile on his face, and made a please gesture to Chen Nan. Yeah. Chen Nan nodded lightly. Master, why do I feel like this Lan Qiqi is really arrogant? The little yellow chicken was a little unhappy. This is obviously our restaurant, but she seems to be taking over as the host. After Chen Nan walked into the private room, he saw a woman who was dressed very charmingly. Lan Qiqi's hair is big and wavy, and she is wearing a very sexy skirt that wraps her curvy figure. She also has a smoky makeup and bright red lipstick. Hello, Mr. Chen. Lan Qiqi stood up and extended her right hand to him with a smile. Hello, Lan Qiqi. Chen Nan also reached out and gently held Lan Qiqi's hand. He smelled the perfume on Lan Qiqi's body. Although it was not the scent of cheap perfume, it was still a bit strong, causing Chen Nan to subconsciously take a step back. Master, this Lan Qiqi is also pretty, the little yellow chicken said. But I think she is still not as pretty as Su Ke. Why do these female celebrities always like to use such strong perfumes? Chen Nan said in his heart with some helplessness. Su Ke doesn't even have such a strong fragrance. This Lan Qiqi seems to be going for the sexy actress route, that's why she has so many male fans. Little yellow chicken explained to Chen Nan. Because in the entertainment industry right now, there are still more female fans, so only those who go for the sexy route like Lan Qiqi can have many male fans. But for her to come to dinner dressed like this, isn't that a bit too much? Chen Nan smiled, but in his heart he said to the little yellow chicken. Look, she's dressed like she just finished a performance. Master, what if they really came to eat after the performance? Said the little yellow chicken. Little yellow chicken, are you kidding me? Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart, mocking him. How can you go to a performance in the middle of the day? Aren't performances usually held in the evening? Mr. Chen, I didn't expect that this restaurant was opened by you. Although Lan Qiqi was smiling, Chen Nan always felt that there was a hint of charm in her eyes. Mr. Chen, please take a seat. Okay. Chen Nan nodded, then sat opposite Lan Qiqi. I heard from Sister long before that you, Mr. Chen, acquired our Tianxing Entertainment Company. This is the first time I meet you. I'm really honored. Lan Qiqi has a very plump figure, and her eyes always reveal a hint of charm. Chen Nan smiled very gentlemanly and said calmly, It's really a coincidence that you can come to Pin Hang Restaurant for dinner. Mr. Chen, this is my first time passing by here today, and I thought the decoration of this restaurant was very tasteful. Lan Qiqi curled her lips. I didn't expect it to be Mr. Chen's company. We really have a connection. Chen Nan frowned slightly. He felt in his heart that Lan Qiqi must be quite scheming. Master, why do I feel like there's something wrong with Lan Qiqi? The little yellow chicken said with a frown. Do you think so too? Chen Nan smiled at the little yellow chicken in his heart. Although I can't explain it now, I always feel that there is something wrong with this woman. The little yellow chicken looked at Lan Qiqi with complicated eyes. Mr. Chen, please help me order. This is my first time eating here and I don't know what to order. Lan Qiqi handed the menu to Chen Nan. Chen Nan noticed that her manicure was also bright red, and she was indeed going for the sexy style. Yeah. Chen Nan nodded, then took the menu from Lan Qiqi's hand and told the waiter the names of a few dishes. Mr. Chen, I didn't expect you to be so successful at such a young age. Lan Qiqi leaned her arms on the table, making her breasts look fuller. Chen Nan frowned, thinking, could this Lan Qiqi be trying to seduce him? Ding! The Godly Rich system reminds the host that the system has dropped a random task. Resist Lan Qiqi's temptation and you will receive a random mysterious gift. At this moment, the prompt sound of the Godly Rich system appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. Master, it seems that Lan Qiqi really has improper thoughts about you. The little yellow chicken also heard the prompt sound of the Shenhao system, so now it can be confirmed that Lan Qiqi just wants to seduce Chen Nan. I think she wants to rely on unspoken rules to get to the top, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken in his heart with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Lan Qiqi, you and Su Ke are good friends, right? Chen Nan picked up the water cup, took a sip of water, and pretended to say this casually. When Lan Qiqi heard what Chen Nan said, her expression changed slightly, but only for a moment. Chen Nan once again sighed in his heart. It turned out that these stars were very good at managing their expressions. Yes, Mr. Chen. Lan Qiqi looked at Chen Nan with a smile, and there was always a hint of flirting in her eyes. Ke and I knew each other before we debuted. We had the same teacher when we were trainees together. Lan Qiqi said these words in a very calm tone. Chen Nan looked at Lan Qiqi calmly and continued. Su Ke and I are good friends now, and she's coming to our company too. Since you two already knew each other, I'm sure your relationship will be even better. He deliberately mentioned Su Ke in front of Lan Qiqi to see Lan Qiqi's reaction. This was also a test. Chapter 199 What is the purpose? Mr. Chen, Ke has good business capabilities. It would be good for our company if you could recruit her, said Lan Qiqi. This must be because you and Ke are good friends, otherwise, based on her current popularity, she would have set up her own studio. Lan Qiqi also picked up the water cup in front of her and took a sip of water. Although her tone was very normal when she said this, Chen Nan still could hear that Lan Qiqi must have thought that he and Su Ke were not just ordinary friends. Chen Nan chuckled inwardly. No wonder Lan Qiqi wanted to seduce her now. It must be because Lan Qiqi believed that Chen Nan and Su Ke had an unspoken relationship, so she wanted to use the unspoken rules to get to the top. Lan Qiqi, what do you mean? Chen Nan suddenly felt that Lan Qiqi was quite boring. A woman like this was not worth wasting his time here. He planned to finish the job quickly and then go eat. In this private room, Chen Nan felt a little nauseous when he smelled the perfume on Lan Qiqi. Mr. Chen, what do you mean? I don't quite understand what you mean. Lan Qiqi didn't expect Chen Nan to ask her this suddenly, so she pretended to be very innocent. Chen Nan sighed slightly, looked at Lan Qiqi calmly, and said to her, You deliberately found out that I opened a restaurant here, so you came here. What is your purpose? Mr. Chen, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Lan Qiqi pretended to be innocent again, blinked at Chen Nan and said, In that case, I have nothing more to say. I'll leave first. After saying this, Chen Nan stood up. Just at this time, the waiter came to serve the dishes. He was shocked to see that Chen Nan's expression seemed a little serious. "Mr. Chen, please don't go." When Lan Chichi saw Chen Nan stand up and was about to leave, she came over anxiously and tried to grab Chen Nan. Chen Nan was quick-witted and immediately pushed the waiter forward. He was afraid that Lan Chichi would pretend to fall and then fall into his arms. Ouch! As expected, this cliché scene happened to Lan Chichi. Her high heels seemed to twist, and then Lan Chichi fell towards Chen Nan. Fortunately, Chen Nan had pushed the waiter out, so Lan Chichi fell directly into the waiter's arms. "Lan Chichi, you should be more careful." Chen Nan stood aside and adjusted his suit, with an expression of watching the fun and a gloating tone. At this time, the waiter was stunned and raised his hands, not daring to move. "Mr. Chen. I didn't mean to." The waiter apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, I'm just here to serve the food." Lan Chichi's plan failed and she fell into the waiter's arms, which made her very angry. She quickly stood up, her hair a little messy. While fixing her hair, she said to the waiter, "You go out first." But the waiter still didn't dare to move and looked at Chen Nan. Chen Nan smiled and nodded at him. "Go out." "Yes, Mr. Chen." The waiter ran out quickly. "Mr. Chen, why are you like this?" Lan Chichi said in a coquettish voice. Just as she took a step towards Chen Nan took a step back. "I've already asked you what your purpose is. Just tell me directly." Chen Nan looked at Lan Chichi calmly and continued to say to her, "I don't have so much time to act here with you." When Lan Chichi heard what Chen Nan said, she didn't expect that her beauty trap had failed, and Chen Nan's attitude was very cold. She felt a little embarrassed, so she had no choice but to sit on the chair. Then, with a pitiful look on her face, she said to Chen Nan, "Mr. Chen, actually, I really like you, so I deliberately came here to eat, hoping to meet you by chance. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to meet you today." Chen Nan sighed slightly, his eyes darkened, and he said to Lan Chichi expressionlessly, "Lan Chichi, I really have no interest in you, there's no need for you to do this." "But Mr. Chen, As Lan Chichi spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. "Master, it's such a pity that Lan Chichi doesn't go to act." The little yellow chicken also noticed that Lan Chichi was acting and said sarcastically, "That may not work. Even a little yellow chicken like you can tell that Lan Chichi is acting, so how good is her acting skills?" Chen Nan chuckled in his heart, and said to the little yellow chicken, "Master, what you said makes a lot of sense." The little yellow chicken nodded thoughtfully. "Lan Chichi, let me say it again, I'm not interested in you." Chen Nan felt that there was no need to continue to entangle with Lan Chichi, so he turned around and prepared to leave. "Mr. Chen!" Lan Chichi saw that Chen Nan was about to leave again, so she called him again anxiously. "Mr. Chen, why can Suku do it but I can't?" Lan Chichi said this with a tone full of resentment. Chen Nan turned around and looked at Lan Chichi, and found that she was sitting on a chair, exuding an aura of resentment. "Mr. Chen, how am I worse than Suku?" Lan Chichi's eyes turned somewhat resentful. She looked at Chen Nan and said slowly, "My figure, my looks, and my business ability. How am I worse than Suku?" Chen Nan looked at Lan Chichi expressionlessly, and began to understand in his heart that she must have always been very jealous of Suku. "Mr. Chen, Suku can rely on unspoken rules to get to the top, so why can't I?" Lan Chichi looked at Chen Nan. "As long as you can give me the resources you gave her, I will be willing to do anything you ask me to do." "Oh." Chen Nan shook his head helplessly, feeling that he couldn't bear to listen any longer. He felt that Lan Chichi was really hopeless. "Mr. Chen, everyone knows the rules of the entertainment industry." Lan Chichi chuckled. "The reason Suku allowed you to give her so many resources is because she got to the top through unspoken rules. Lan Chichi, whether you believe it or not, Suku and I are not that kind of relationship. We are really just friends." Chen Nan chuckled and said lightly, "You don't have to believe it, it doesn't matter to me anyway." Lan Chichi was stunned when she saw Chen Nan's calm expression, as if he didn't care at all. When she knew that Suku was coming to Tianxing Entertainment Company and that Chen Nan had given her so many resources, she thought that Suku must have used unspoken rules to get to the top. But now seeing Chen Nan's attitude, Lan Chichi's heart was indeed shaken. Chapter 200 Who Isn't Hardworking? She also thought that if Suku relied on unspoken rules to get to the top, then she could also seduce Chen Nan and get the resources she wanted. But I didn't expect Chen Nan's expression to be so frank now. Could it be that he and Suku are really just friends? Mr. Chen, why can Su get all this, but I can only be a third-tier artist? Why? Lan Qiqi's emotions were fluctuating at this time. Chen Nan could see that she must be feeling bad too. Why, Su could get so much, and all the resources I have obtained over the years were obtained through unspoken rules. Lan Qiqi suddenly covered her face and began to cry. Chen Nan sighed slightly. He was not actually angry, but just felt that Lan Qiqi was very sad. He originally wanted to go over and comfort Lan Qiqi, but after thinking about it, he decided that it was not a good idea and it would be better to keep a distance from Lan Qiqi. Chen Nan didn't want to give Lan Qiqi hope. If he gave her hope and then made her despair, it would be even more hurtful. Lan Qiqi, Suku is not what you think. Chen Nan sighed slightly and said slowly to Lan Qiqi. Although we are friends, we are also partners. I gave her resources because she can bring benefits to our company. Mr. Chin, Suku and I were trainees together before our debut. She's very talented. She learned a dance we learned in 1 day, but I need 3 days. Lan Qiqi choked up and said, I know I'm dumber than her, so I'll work harder. I just want to be better than her. Everyone thinks we're good friends, good sisters. But why is she always better than me at everything? Lan Qiqi cried so hard that her makeup was smudged. She continued, After her debut, Suka quickly became a top-tier female star, and I, despite working so hard, was only a third-tier star. Master, why do I feel so sorry for Lan Qiqi? The little yellow chicken couldn't bear it anymore. Master, it seems Lan Qiqi is having a hard time too. Although I know she's suffering too, but... Chen Nan looked at Lan Qiqi and said to her, Lan Qiqi, I know you're having a hard time. But what I want to say is, who isn't having a hard time? Aren't we all having a hard time? Lan Qiqi was stunned for a moment, and looked at Chen Nan. You said that unspoken rules are the norm in this circle, but I don't think so. Chen Nan smiled faintly. Those who do this are just people who want to take shortcuts and don't want to put in the effort. But is this kind of result achieved through shortcuts really what you want? What's the point? Chen Nan looked at Lan Qiqi seriously and continued. Maybe you think you're just a third-tier star, but there are still many people who have worked hard for years and still haven't made their debut. I know you're always comparing yourself to Suku, but people are different. You shouldn't compare yourself to Suku. She has her own troubles, you just don't know them. Chen Nan looked at Lan Qiqi with a determined look and continued. Not everyone has to rely on unspoken rules to get to the top. I'm the boss of Tianxing Entertainment now, and I will definitely change this trend. Lan Qiqi was stunned when she heard what Chen Nan said. If someone else said this, she would definitely think that person was bragging. But since it was Chen Nan who said this, Lan Qiqi actually felt that he could really change the atmosphere in the entertainment industry by his own efforts. Mr. Chen. Lan Qiqi stared at Chen Nan blankly and said slowly. Lan Qiqi, I understand your feelings. But I think you should focus on yourself. I've already said in the company that I will try my best to allocate resources to our artists in the future. Chen Nan smiled at Lan Qiqi and said, As long as your business ability is up to par, you will succeed sooner or later. He looked at the food on the table and said with a smile, Lan Qiqi, today is my treat. The dishes on this table are all our restaurant's signature dishes. Take your time. After saying that, he left the private room. Master, do you think Lan Qiqi can understand what you are saying? Asked the little yellow chicken. Whether she understands or not is her business. I've already made everything clear. Chen Nan sighed. This Lan Qiqi is actually quite capable, but she's a bit too picky. Yes, actually she is quite sympathetic. The little yellow chicken also sighed and said, It just seems like she's too young to understand this principle on her own. Chen Nan said. Ding! The Shinhouse system reminds the host that you have completed the task. The system rewards you with a mysterious gift, which has been placed in your backpack. Please check it. At this moment, the Shinhouse system's prompt sound appeared in Chen Nan's mind again. Little yellow chicken, let me see what the mysterious gift is, Chen Nan said to the little yellow chicken. Yes, master. The little yellow chicken received the order and turned around in a circle. The light blue screen appeared in front of Chinnan, with the pattern of the backpack on it. The little yellow chicken clicked on the backpack pattern, and then a small medicine bottle appeared inside. What kind of medicine is this again? Why are all the random gifts lately all kinds of medicine? Chinnan was no stranger to this small medicine bottle. Mr. Chin, Chef Sheng has prepared food specially for you. Please go to the private room on the first floor to eat. Xiao Zhou saw Chinnan coming out of Lan Qiqi's private room and came over to him, and said. Chinnan looked at Xiao Zhou with admiration and thought to himself, what a talent. Xiao Zhou's ability to read people's expressions is really strong. He actually knew that Chinnan would not eat in Lan Qiqi's private room. Moreover, he had just come out when Xiao Zhou came over to take Chinnan to the private room, and Master Jing had already prepared the meal. The timing was really just right. Xiao Zhou, not bad! Chinnan smiled and patted Xiao Zhou on the shoulder to express his appreciation. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chin. This is what I should do. Xiao Zhou smiled very respectfully and bowed slightly to Chinnan. To reward you, I'll triple your salary, Chinnan said generously. Thank you, Mr. Chin. Xiao Zhou smiled happily, the kind of happiness that came from the heart. Chinnan thought to himself, it seems Xiao Zhou is still a miser. When Chinnan arrived at the private room on the first floor, the waiter had already served him the dishes. Mr. Chin, please eat it while it's hot. Call me if you need anything, Xiao Zhou said with a smile. After Xiao Zhou left, Chinnan picked up his chopsticks and started eating. He was already hungry when he was at Lan Qiqi's place, but in that atmosphere with her, he really couldn't eat.